A century ago, the world was on the brink of change. The sky split apart, a tear in reality itself. And from that tear, dungeons appeared, altering the fate of humanity. Monsters flooded out of the dungeons, creatures of nightmare given form. These monsters could not be restrained with normal weapons, their power far exceeding human capabilities. Ancient powers stirred, deities long forgotten awakening to the chaos. A looming threat reached out, its influence spreading like a dark tide. But amidst the despair, there were people that awakened supernatural abilities along with the appearance of dungeons. They were the few, the selected humans, chosen to stand against the encroaching darkness. Their journey had begun, a path paved with peril and promise. The world teetered on the edge of oblivion, its fate resting on their shoulders. The Age of Awakeners had begun. With newfound abilities, some rose to meet the challenge. Thanks to their performance, the world began to find stability. The turbulent world stabilized as monsters, mana, and a new civilization started to take root. Some Awakeners became hunters whose job was to take down monsters. Decades later, there were too many hunters. The world had changed drastically. Hunters became a common sight. Once the mechanism behind awakening was uncovered and it became possible to artificially awaken, anyone could. Becoming an Awakener was now possible as long as they had money. Naturally, the number of people who wanted to become hunters increased. And thus, the Great Age of Hunters occurred, with many wanting to become hunters. Hunters rush into action, ready to fight. After struggling, and limited only those that passed the test to be active hunters. Naturally, institutions that helped people prep for the hunter exam emerged, training physically and providing an assortment of hunting information. In the end, private institutions that taught everything one needed to become a hunter were founded. How? A monstrous figure stands, covered in blood. The hunter stands firm, his grip tightening on the spear as energy crackles around its tip. Before him looms a monstrous figure, its form wreathed in shadow and destruction. The monster's voice booms, laced with disbelief and rage. How can a human like you exist? Seo-jun Kim's eyes narrow, a flicker of determination crossing his face as he prepares to strike. The monster's clawed hand swipes through the air, leaving trails of distorted energy in its wake. With a burst of speed, Seo-jun Kim leaps towards the colossal beast, spear in hand. The spear connects, a blinding flash of light erupting as it pierces the monster's hide. The monster recoils, its eyes glowing with furious intensity. As the battle intensifies, the need for structured training becomes ever more apparent. People now have to attend a hunter academy. Lightning crackles as Seo-jun Kim continues his assault, driving the spear deeper into the monster's flesh. The monster roars in pain, its massive form shaking with rage. Summoning a blade of crimson energy, Seo-jun Kim slashes at the monster, leaving a burning trail in its wake. The monster writhes, its body convulsing as the hunter's relentless assault continues. A surge of dark energy crackles around a figure, the air thick with unseen power. The dark energy coalesces, forming a menacing presence. The energy disperses, leaving only lingering traces of its immense power. The remnants of the energy fade into the background. Seo-jun Kim stands tall, a spear resting on his shoulder, his gaze fixed on an unseen point. The words, heaven-defying fists. If you can hold it up, you can also overturn it, appear beside Seo-jun Kim, a testament to the Academy's philosophy. Instructor Atlas's words echo, I have not permitted you to die. Instructor Merlin adds, once you learn mana, you can see the world. Instructor Thialphi declares, faster than anyone, different from everyone. Let's run at the speed of light. Instructor Siddhartha Gautama's wisdom resonates. The moment your mental crumbles, physical abilities become nothing more than scrap. Instructor Great Sage proclaims, take down the stars from Devaloka. Form 1 to 3 of the heavenly meteor staff. Seo-jun Kim stands with determination, lightning crackling around him, a symbol of his potential. A close-up of a sword reveals intricate details, the weapon radiating power and purpose. The sword gleams with divine light, its presence a beacon of hope and strength. The text declares that the Academy is on a completely different dimension than other academies. He continues walking, the city lights blurring around him. Seo-jun Kim glances down at his phone, a slight smile playing on his lips. A system notification pops up. Would you like to register for a lecture? He taps the no button. Kim Seo-jun's brow furrows, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. He is a natural awakener, born with more powerful strength than others. Kim Seo-jun trudges along, carrying a heavy load of hunted monsters on his back. But in order to pay off his parents' debt, who died in a mysterious accident, he must continue. Heaving the lifeless creatures into a container, Kim Seo-jun reflects, I've been transporting hunted monsters for 9 years. There's only one thing that lets one endure harsh work and the pressure of debt. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Kim Seo-jun dreams of becoming a pro hunter. His worn boots stand firm on the ground, a testament to years of hard labor. An older man asks, hey, Seo-jun, how's saving up money to become a hunter? He replies, I've been searching for good but cheap hunter academies. Isn't hunter something you can be as long as you awaken? Another man remarks, sheesh, it's been over 50 years since the pro hunter exam was created. Attending hunter academies are a must. He's right. Most professors at hunter academies are active and returned hunters. Since real hunters are teaching you experiences and know-hows that you normally need to risk your life to learn. Thanks to that, the massive gap between the educated and uneducated formed. An age where you have to attend a hunter academy to become a hunter came. Kim Seo-jun's bank balance reads $40,000. He reflects, I managed to save up enough to attend exactly 1 year of classes at a hunter academy. He thinks, I'd love to go to a better academy, but it's too expensive. And this place isn't that bad either. Also, an ad. He notices an ad for Transcension Academy. The ad reads, the paradigm of Transcended is shifting. The Transcension Rage that's storming the whole universe. A collection of experience and knowledge of seasoned professors tens of thousands of years old. A golden figure sits in meditation, promising custom individual tasks for each student. A student who passed the 9th class Swordmaster exam says they registered with no expectations, but it ended up being the best decision of their life. A student who passed the 5th class Sage Ascension exam thanks Transcension Academy. The ad urges those who want to become transcended to register now, claiming lives took a turn for the better thanks to Transcension Academy. The advertisement promises that you can also become a transcended. Seo-jun Kim looks at his phone. He wonders what kind of nutjob ad that was. The ad claims their site is no different than any other hunter academy, promising to augment your mental rumbles and physical abilities, becoming nothing more than scripture. Professor Gautama Buddha insists, if you can hold it up. The ad asks what's up with all these professor names, listing Professor Atlas, Professor Merlin, Professor Hercules, and Professor Heaven's Great Sage. Seo-jun Kim thinks about Heaven's Great Sage, deciding maybe he'll check this one out. Heaven's Great Sage is shown. Heaven's Great Sage, also known as Sun Wukong, says it's nice to meet you guys, but his original name is Sun Wukong, and his main weapon is the Rui staff, clarifying that staves and spears are fundamentally not that different. The lecture is pretty normal, considering the circumstances. Heaven's Great Sage appears on the screen. He says it's hard to understand just from the explanation and offers to show the technique. The first movement is to deflect outwards. Then the movement to twirl the staff back inwards. Grasp. Pierce. He gasps, wondering what that was. Kim Seo-jun holds his phone, looking at the lecture. He wonders if this is CGI, but it doesn't look like it. This should be impossible even for S-class hunters. A registration screen appears, asking if he would like to register for this lecture. If he takes this lecture, he will obtain Great Sage's DGPS. He stares intently at the tablet in his hands, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow. With a tap, he presses the register button, a surge of anticipation coursing through him. An error message flashes across the screen. You are not a member. Another notification appears, informing him that he will be billed for membership registration. The screen displays the membership registration fee, $40,000. Kim Seo-jun glances at his phone, his expression shifting from anticipation to disbelief. He mutters under his breath, fucking scammers. An older man asks, you're going to register for an academy? The older man continues, no wonder you looked like you were in a good mood. Where are you registering? Kim Seo-jun, now with a backpack slung over his shoulder, replies, it's a place called Arc Hunter Academy. I heard they have good teachers. A disembodied voice echoes, don't forget about me after you become famous. A monstrous creature hangs suspended by chains from a crane, its fate uncertain. Of course, it exclaims. One man asks if the other wants to take care of the monsters he catches. The other replies that it sounds good to him, wondering if he'll finally get a chance to handle a dragon. The first man responds that it's not just dragons, he'll even let him play soccer with a lich's skull. Someone once said this. Life is a comedy in long shot. Seo-jun walks away from a monster hanging from a chain. The chain breaks. But a tragedy when seen in close-up. The monster falls. Seo-jun. The sound of something breaking. A close-up of Seo-jun's face, with a bandage on his cheek. A doctor says that in order to truly laugh, you must be able to take your pain. It seems that the broken bones got tangled with the nerves while healing, because you have faster regeneration. The man asks what will happen to his and his nephew's reputation if word gets out that there was an accident at their company. The doctor says that the surgery will cost $40,000, and that he needs surgery as soon as possible. Any later and his nerves will attach permanently to the bones, and the effects will be irreversible. Take this. Which is why you need to be able to look far into the future. He looked at the future while enduring for 9 years. Everything he saved up was spent on his surgery, and now, all he has left is the $3,000 that Mr. Manchel gave him. Can he do it all over again? The past of a transcended is always low. A special sale event for new students. If you register now, you'll be gifted a free pass. Isn't this that Transcendence Academy? He couldn't find it again after that day. $3,000? Membership registration fee. Didn't they say registration was $40,000 last time? Now that he thinks about it. Is it asking for everything he has? Well, why don't he try registering? It's not like he has any money in his account. Membership registered. He looks on in surprise as the money flies out of the envelope. The envelope bursts open, scattering its contents into the air. A system message appears, congratulating him on becoming a member of Transcendence Academy. Kim Seo-jun stares in disbelief as a small figure materializes from his phone. What's going on? The figure greets Kim Seo-jun, confirming, You're Mr. Kim Seojun, right? Nice to meet you. The figure states, I'm in charge of your initial education, your mentor. Kim Seojun, still reeling, wonders if he hit his head. The figure declares himself to be Kim Seojun's mentor. So, Kim Seojun stares intently, his brow furrowed in concentration. The mentor explains, but still, S-class hunters are. He continues, our instructors are capable of taking down hunters with just their fingers, dead serious. Anyway, can you fill this out? The phone screen displays the survey. Survey to craft a personalized course for new students. Select the field you want to transcend in. Combat, production, medicine, mind, art, miscellaneous. Kim Seojun holds the phone, listening intently. The mentor says, it's so we can see what kind of transcended you want to become, as well as to determine your current ability and tendencies. The mentor adds, like it says, it's a survey. Kim Seojun looks down at the phone screen, wondering, what's going on right now? Kim Seojun taps the screen. Kim Seojun pauses, looking confused. Is there a problem? Kim Seojun scratches his head, thinking, well, I don't know what to select for the second question. The phone screen displays the second question. Select your current skill level. Close to transcension, but about 2% short. You have become the strongest living person, but you are not yet the strongest person in history. You are able to plow a great plane into a field with a full-strength punch. You are able to easily split a big mountain with a single attack. Maybe not a big mountain, but you are able to pull out a mountain. The mentor reassures him. A lot of people hesitate here. You can just pick the one that literally describes what you can do. The survey asks if he is able to plow a great plane with a full-strength punch. Seojun answers in the negative. Heaven's great sage then asks if he can split a big mountain with a single attack. Seojun replies that he cannot, but he can climb it. Heaven's great sage wonders if that means Seojun can't pull out a mountain either, before musing that it would be weirder to be able to do such a thing. Seojun scratches his head, looking perplexed as he continues to answer the survey on his phone. Heaven's great sage wonders how Seojun was able to register for their academy, calling him a real scrub. Heaven's great sage reassures that the Transcension Academy will never kick out a member. Heaven's great sage encourages Seojun to continue answering the survey. Heaven's great sage claps his hands together, saying good job. Seojun wonders why there were 108 questions. Heaven's great sage tells him that he has a free pass and offers to recommend some necessary lectures. Seojun sighs, stating that they should talk about the rest after they analyze his profile. Heaven's great sage notes that Seojun's preferred method of combat is spearmanship, before musing that Oriental Ki cultivation might be better for spearmanship rather than mana cultivation. Heaven's great sage states that he is great for basics, but considering Seojun can't even pull out mountains, it's far too advanced. A play button appears on the screen, prompting the start of the lecture. The lecture begins with a question, where do you think the world exists? An image of Buddha is displayed, serene and contemplative. Kim Seojun lies in his hospital bed, his gaze fixed on the screen in front of him. The words appear, the word, I did not exist. The lecture continues, explaining the concept further. Therefore, I do not exist. But more importantly, this lecture is way too hard. If there is nothing to compare against, then how can a being? Another image of Buddha appears, seated in meditation. Mentor appears beside Kim Seojun in a space-like setting. Is this what Mentor was talking about? That's why I wished you good luck. Therefore, this world and this universe was created simultaneously with your birth. The words echo, you do not exist, and it perishes simultaneously with your death. The lecture continues, you are simply the world. A thought bubble appears, expressing the difficulty of the lecture. I feel like I'm going to lose my mind. Kim Seojun remains in his hospital bed, the lecture progress bar barely moving, 0.06%. The lecture begins with an introduction to the centaur, a creature with the torso of a human and the lower body of a horse. Constellations of heroes, including Hercules and Theseus, shimmer in the night sky. The constellation of Achilles, another legendary hero, is also displayed. Jason and other heroes are represented as glowing constellations. The focus of the lecture is every hero in Greek mythology. The teacher of heroes, Chiron, is introduced. The sound of hooves echoes. Please note that combat techniques will not be taught in depth in this course. A figure lies in a hospital bed, resting. The real Chiron. It's honestly not even that surprising anymore. Now then, the first step to become a transcendent. Chiron stands, seemingly deep in thought, as someone holds up a phone. A close-up of a face shows a grimace. Get up right now and move, bitch. A close-up of a face with glowing blue eyes conveys intense anger. Seojun Kim falls backwards, shouting in surprise as he loses his balance. The sound of his body hitting the bed echoes in the room. Seojun Kim's eyes snapped open. A digital chime echoed through the room as he lay sprawled on his bed. He wondered what the task could be as he looked at his phone. He scratches the back of his head, wondering if the level of the task they gave him is beyond a daily difficulty. It's not like he's One Punch Man. Seojun stands barefoot in his hospital room. Not to mention what the doctor definitely said. Something like that. For the next week, don't overexert yourself. For now, he'll just listen to lectures and start properly once he gets discharged. Seojun presses his phone, a confused expression on his face. He wonders how it knows he didn't complete the task. Seojun sits on his bed, looking defeated. I lost. Yeah, It's only a week, so no need to push myself. He considers listening to the Siddhartha Gautama lecture first. A digital display showing his pass expires in 83 days. The timer ticks down, the looming deadline pressing on him. The screen displays the same message. Time until his free pass expires, 83 days. Sia Jun exclaims in realization, there was an expiration date? He thinks to himself that the Transcendence Academy is an academy, too, and it makes sense that there's a limit on lecture attendance. The remaining time is 83 days. He muses, to begin with, it was probably 90 days, 3 months, he guesses. Sia Jun wonders how this academy came to be. He realizes he has to completely absorb the content of the lectures and achieve a certain level of understanding in order to increase the lecture progress. Sia Jun reflects that he attended, but it didn't progress. He ended up having to repeatedly watch the same lecture. Sia Jun thinks he attended the Siddhartha Gautama lecture for an entire week, but the progress is at a measly 1.3%. Sia Jun doesn't have the confidence to complete the lecture in the remaining 83 days. He decides he's exercising for the first time in a while. To be precise, he didn't have a reason to exercise until now. He began with push-ups, reflecting on how his past 9 years were spent carrying monsters for pro hunters instead of exercising. He continued, thinking that because he carried monster corpses that weighed around 1 ton, he didn't feel the need to exercise separately. He counted, carrying what appeared to be heavy bags. He did more push-ups, thinking that although he didn't know how to use mana yet, he was still an awakener and confident in his sturdy body. He finished a set, reaching 300. He glanced at his wrist. Sia Jun checked his phone, thinking that he still had the 9 years he'd struggled through, and this wasn't much. He was confused, wondering why it only counted 81 instead of 300. Maybe, he thought, as he continued his push-ups. He continued his push-ups, gaining +1. Sia Jun checked his phone again, realizing something. He struggles with each push-up, his form faltering. The digital display mocks him, showing the completed count. Sia Jun grits his teeth, forcing himself through sit-ups and squats. The numbers climb, but the effort is visible on his face. Pounding the pavement, Sia Jun completes his 30-kilometer run. His breath comes in ragged gasps, but he pushes on. He glances at his phone, the screen displaying the list of daily tasks, all marked as complete. A wave of exhaustion washes over him. His legs give out, and Sia Jun collapses onto the pavement. He can't do this anymore. He wonders if he has to do this every day. A child's voice whispers, telling another not to look at him. A few days later, an elderly woman speaks to someone off-panel. Sia Jun, now wearing a red tracksuit, is asked if he's going out to exercise again. He replies that he is, asking how the other person is doing. The elderly woman remarks that being young is definitely great. Breaking news flashes across the television screen. A 4-star monster behemoth has appeared within the city of Seoul. The association has stated that the behemoth was in a state of deep sleep. It was determined that the monster corpse delivery service did not know this and moved the behemoth into the inner city when it then woke up. This was a situation that could have led to a large number of deaths. However, coincidentally, an awakener in the vicinity stepped up and was able to prevent any loss of life. The awakener is a cadet at Jain Academy. Due to the influence of S-class hunter Jung Hun-young, Jain Academy has taught. An elderly man in a wheelchair watches the news report. Those hunter people save lives again, huh? They really are grand people. Oh, now that I think of it, young man, didn't you say you are also an awakener? Then are you, young man, also a hunter? Will you also be coming out on TV like that? Ah, that is. Granny, do you think anyone can just go out on TV? The elderly man continues to watch the television. Sia Jun stands with his grandmother in the hospital room. He listens as his grandmother says that it's very difficult to become a pro hunter these days, like 1 in a million. She sees that a lot has changed, as it wasn't like that in her day. Days pass. Sia Jun is asked if he is also a student. Sia Jun stands, wearing a red jacket, as he is being spoken to. Don't waste your youth. His grandmother grabs his arm, asking how he can say something like that. This is all advice to help him in life. Sia Jun thinks that he will decide what to do with his life on his own. Sia Jun says to please worry about your own life first. He is angry. Someone says to look at the way he speaks. If an adult gives some advice because they are worried, you should know to listen well. Sia Jun walks forward. Something that won't even happen? What bullshit. A cadet of Transcendence Academy reflects on how they were able to completely feel the effects of the lectures during the last week. It's stated that at the Transcendence Academy, being a pro hunter isn't impossible. A young man runs along a path, sweat beading on his brow as he trains. He declares that he will definitely become a hunter. A voice expresses a strong dislike for being a hunter. The speaker reiterates their hatred of being a hunter. A woman in a suit stares intently forward. She questions the point of establishing an academy. Arcane energy crackles in the air. A monstrous creature with glowing eyes and massive wings appears amidst the magical energy. A woman in a suit stands with a sword, surrounded by magical energy. It's stated that establishing an academy still costs money. Seo Jun Kim is engulfed in a torrent of electric blue energy, his expression a mask of fierce determination as he unleashes his power. The air crackles with raw energy, the sound of thunder echoing as the power intensifies. He lets out a guttural scream, the force of his attack tearing through the air. He grits his teeth, muttering. I'm going to be annoyed to death. Seo-jun Kim stands triumphantly atop a defeated, blue-furred monster, her expression resolute. We still have no cadets, she exclaims. The monster lies defeated, its massive form still and lifeless. A close-up reveals the monster's claw, a testament to its former power. The apartment building stands tall against the night sky, its windows like vacant eyes staring out into the darkness. He collapses onto the bed, relieved to be back. 2 weeks in the hospital had passed. He wonders how it went by so quickly. Even if it's small, his house is the best. Seo-jun realizes there's about a year left until the hunter exam. He wonders how much is left in his bank account. The sunlight streams through the window, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air. Seo-jun thinks he really doesn't have anything. He remembers that he finished his daily tasks today. Seo-jun reflects that he wasn't able to do it up to now because he would go over into the next day, but if it's today, then maybe? He is prompted to register for the next lecture. Chiron exclaims that it looks like Seo-jun finally has enough strength to start toddling now. Seo-jun wonders if he was still a baby. Chiron states that regardless, since Seo-jun has the ability to toddle now, he should toddle. The first step as a transcendent is. Chiron's expression is serious. Sense. Lecture progress is at 5.7%. Seo-jun thinks that he thought it was going to be a big surgery or something, but it looks like it wasn't much. A man tells Seo-jun that he must have quite the thick skin to be showing his face around here. He adds that if something as unsavory as that happens again, it'll be Seo-jun's neck the next time. Seo-jun thinks that he didn't want to come here either, but he has no choice. He doesn't even have enough money to feed himself. Looking at how he's letting him stay though, Seo-jun feels at least a little guilty about it. Seo-jun sighs. He sits, the weight of his financial woes pressing down on him. In the end, money is the issue. If he doesn't work, he won't have enough money to eat. But if he makes money, he won't have enough time to listen to the lectures. The dilemma gnaws at him. Should he at least be reviewing the lectures if he's feeling like this? Now that he thinks about it, what did? Seo-jun wonders what instructor Chiron said again in the last lecture. Right, it was something about sense. There are 5 senses that play an absolute role in combat, instructor Chiron explains. Taste, smell, we call those the 5 senses. Normally, those 5 senses go through the process of perceiving, recognizing, and judging for each stimulus. Therefore, he will teach the method to shrink this process as much as possible, Chiron declares. A voice echoes, speaking of something completely separate from the 5 senses. A title card reads, "You're hidden." A close-up reveals Seo-jun's intense gaze. Words appear in geometric shapes, 6th sense. Intuition. A man's voice booms. Oi, Kim Seo-jun, you should have said something if you came. It's been a while, you brat. The senior colleague looks surprised. Seo-jun's expression is one of surprise. The senior colleague asks, back of your head or something. How did you dodge it? A co-worker gives a thumbs up. Another voice says, right? If you're here to work, start working. What are you doing? The senior colleague thinks, if it's 3 of them, it's a good 200 kilograms? You'll get hurt like that. Seo-jun says, yeah, I'm all right. Please, load them up. Seo-jun carries a heavy load on his back. Seo-jun walks forward, ready to work. He feels a strange sensation, as if strength is bursting out of him. A colleague struggles under the weight of heavy packs. The colleague seems all right, despite the heavy load. Sweat beads on the colleague's brow as he continues to carry the weights. A voice calls out, announcing the end of the break. Seo-jun wonders what he should do, feeling like this job gets harder the more he does it. The colleague continues to work, his hands gloved. Seo-jun considers whether he should at least do the daily tasks. He thinks he won't have much time after work anyway, and begins to do squats with the weights. His bones ache. Seo-jun wonders if he should check if it counted properly. Seo-jun is surprised by what he sees on his phone. The phone screen shows his training progress. 30 kilometers run, 1,000 squats, 300 push-ups. 1 squat counts as 3. Seo-jun wonders if the effectiveness increases with more weight. Then that means, an older man watches as he struggles under the weight. Seo-jun, you should stop and take a break. This is fire. The older man watches as Seo-jun struggles to carry the heavy weights. Juicy, I'll carry the thing that you're carrying right now. Oh, that looks a bit heavy. Give it to me. He thinks to himself that he should make separate time for the tasks, and that he can just do it while he works. Even if his form's different, as long as it has an effect, it counts. The older man calls out to him. Seo-jun struggles to do push-ups with the weights on his back, and the higher the weight, the more the count increases by. Which means, the perfect example of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Nice. Kiki. Alright, next is pull-ups. The older man shouts that he's going to get hurt like that. Exhausted, Seo-jun collapses in bed. It's efficient to do tasks while working, but it's really hard, he thinks, as he imagines Manshul Ajusi's training. Seo-jun lies on his bed, thinking that his face was something to look at, but honestly, who really would exercise while carrying monsters? Seo-jun sits up in bed, thinking, well, at least. Seo-jun looks at his phone, which displays his completed daily tasks. Thanks to that, he thinks, he was able to save some time. Seo-jun holds up his phone, the screen displaying daily tasks finished. It's still 10 o'clock after listening to both of the lectures, he thinks, looking at his phone, which displays Chiron's lecture and Siddhartha Gautama's lecture. It's good that he was able to finish it quickly, Seo-jun thinks, but he feels like it would be a waste of time to finish it like this. Should he at least review them? He wonders, looking at his phone. Or would it be better to include another lecture instead? Seo-jun looks at his phone, thinking it's not like the progress would increase by just reviewing the lectures. That might not be a bad idea. Since regular lessons cost money, Seo-jun thinks he should do a free pass lecture that he could listen to for free, looking at the free pass lecture list on his phone. He glances at his phone, a notification popping up. The message reads that he can become strong enough to pull mountains out of the ground, with Seongyu as the instructor. Seo-jun stares at his phone, wondering if it's referring to the Hegemon King, Seongyu. The Hegemon King Seongyu, after appearing in the Legend of Chu and Han, became widely known as a man with overwhelming power. Seo-jun continues to look at his phone, thinking there's a reason why he who can oppose 10,000 was birthed as a proverb because of him. That's not bad. And since this is a part of the free pass, the lecture is free. The system asks if he will register for the selected lecture, stating that if he registers, he will learn mountain pulling spearmanship. A laughing Seongyu thinks that those who are taking this lecture are just trash who don't even know the basics. Seo-jun flinches, still looking at his phone. The message reads, learn spearmanship? Seongyu declares that he'll teach him. Seongyu states that the idiots don't need any of that DGP stuff. For now, just swing it around. Carve the concept of the spear into your body and your senses. Then come back to me. Seo-jun's personal daily task has arrived. After calculating the causality of the current student's level, a suitable task will be assigned. A daily task appears, swing a spear-type weapon 5,000 times. He stares at his phone, a look of mild surprise on his face. He sits on his bed, pondering the lecture. He wonders if that was really the end of it. And the daily task reappears, mocking him. He wonders why they are all daily tasks. Elsewhere, a building stands tall against the night sky. The night sky stretches out, dotted with stars. A voice wonders if there really isn't an issue. A woman stands with a man behind her, stating that the accident was thanks to thorough management and safety regulations. There won't. Park Seo-yun says there won't be anything that you're worrying about happening here. Even though he was the one that confirmed it, since there might be something that he missed, he wants someone to make sure to thoroughly inspect it. Another man listens intently. Whispers fill the air. One voice notes that a man is practically on his knees for her. Another wonders who she is for him to be acting like that. Someone wonders if she is the granddaughter of the Sword Star. They think her name was Park Seo-yun. The name Sword Star Park Minchul is displayed. A man with glowing eyes and a neatly trimmed beard holds a sword. 100 years ago, he was an awakener that was active when the concept of a gate was starting to be created. Unlike now, where we have systematic knowledge about awakeners. The monsters then were more brutal. And those types of monsters roamed the streets. It was a time when human survival was not guaranteed. Electrical energy crackles around Park Minchul as he battles a monstrous creature. Park Minchul was active as an awakener in that world. He was one of the people that returned civilization to the world. Time has passed, and he might be an old man now. But he is still a heavyweight that can compete on the global stage. That's not my business. A hulking, monstrous figure looms, its presence heavy in the air. Park Seo-yun watches it with a concerned expression. Park Seo-yun stands beside Park Minchul, both observing the creature. The air crackles with unspoken tension. Park Seo-yun sighs. Don't mind him. He's been like that since a week ago. Like a madman. Park Seo-yun glances at the monstrous figure, a question forming in her mind. What's wrong with his head? She wonders. Park Minchul's voice cuts through the air, his tone strained. 46. Park Minchul's eyes are intense, almost manic. I'll leave the corpse here. See Etherixty, he shouts. Park Seo-yun responds calmly, though a hint of concern lingers in her voice. All right. A close-up reveals Park Minchul's hand, clenched tightly. The tension is palpable. Park Seo-yun watches Park Minchul, her expression a mix of worry and curiosity. How long are you going to keep that up for? She asks. The monstrous figure remains, its presence a silent question mark in the scene. Park Minchul's gaze is distant, almost unfocused. There's all a meaning to this, he mutters. A man sighs, muttering about someone meaning his ass. The man smiles, stating that if the other person brought it here, they should go already, and that he'll come bring some more. The man smirks, leaning against the table. A voice expresses goodness. Meanwhile, a hand reaches out, grabbing at a garment, the fabric twitching. Seo-jun Kim glances intensely. The transformation begins, sharp, crystalline structures emerging. The monstrous form takes shape, blood splattering. Clawed feet and armored legs materialize amidst the chaos. The monster roars, its transformation nearly complete. A close-up reveals the monster's terrifying visage, its maw open in a deafening roar. Seo-jun Kim's face contorts in shock and horror. Park Seo-yun's expression tightens, a bead of sweat trickling down her temple. She thinks to herself, finally having escaped. She is definitely not a fan of the work leader here. The sound of footsteps echoes down a hallway. Seo-yun wonders how long she has to deal with this. Whispers follow her. Is she the Sword Star's granddaughter? What rank hunter is she? She can hear it all. Although the Sword Star is revered as a hero by the people. To her, that name is but a burdensome label that just follows her around. The wall called the Sword Star was too high, and she didn't have the ability to overcome that wall, for she had endlessly been compared to her hero grandfather. Her original dream was to be an educator. She wanted to be a teacher, but She clenches her fist, a determined glint in her eyes. The man with gray hair shouts, "Arun!" A voice booms, "It's a monster!" Park Seon's eyes widen in disbelief. "What?" she exclaims. A monstrous beast descends upon a prone figure, its roar echoing through the chamber. The sound of something heavy hitting the ground reverberates. Seo-jun Kim's eyes dart around, his mind racing. Why did the manticore we carried here suddenly get up? Wasn't it dead, he wonders. The gray-haired man yells, "Run, Seo-jun!" The man on the ground cries out, "Don't worry about me, and just escape." He stood firm, the gravity of the situation weighing heavily on him. The words echoed in his mind. He will die? A bead of sweat trickled down his temple, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and determination. The grim reality settled in. He will definitely die. A normal person can never overcome a monster. Even an awakener who cannot use mana would be the same. Not to mention, a manticore is a 4-star monster that even pro hunters would find difficult. Park Seon stood ready, her gaze unwavering. What about the hunters? Until just now, there was the hunter Park Seo-yun. No, if she isn't here now, it's already too late. He'll die a dog's death. His knuckles whitened as he gripped the railing, the cold metal a stark contrast to the heat rising within him. Someone has to act right now. Someone needs to move right now to save Mr. The manticore's maw opened wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. But who? A guttural roar tore through the air as the manticore lunged forward. The manticore's jaws snapped shut, its fangs bared in a terrifying display. Seo-jun swings his weapon, a silver flash cutting through the air. The hunter continues his assault, the weapon whistling as it arcs through the air. Seo-jun screams, putting all his strength into the swing. He brings the weapon down on the manticore, a desperate attempt to hold it back. The hunter continues his relentless assault, hoping to find a weak spot. A man urges someone to flee. The man shouts, warning that they will be overtaken if they don't move quickly. Seo-jun stands his ground, determined to hold the line. A voice echoes, declaring the need to stall for time until the pro hunters arrive. A lone figure stands silhouetted against a dark, undefined space, seemingly lost in contemplation. Damn, the figure thinks, steeling themselves. Don't shake in fear. A voice booms, urging action and self-discovery. Don't hesitate. Move. You are the universe. A young man's face is shown in profile, his expression unreadable. A voice echoes through the trees, speaking of observation and origins. As you observe the world, where it came from. A figure stands in shallow water, gripping a staff, as if preparing for a journey. Submerged water, the figure seems to be searching for something. And what? A revelation dawns. This is Siddhartha Gautama's. A figure stands alongside a fierce, beast-like companion, their destination unknown. A voice encourages embracing the future. Embrace a universe thinking of where it will go from now on. Two figures stand together, one with hands clasped in prayer, as if seeking enlightenment. A final thought echoes, lay down my emotions. A massive claw slams into the ground, the force of the impact cracking the earth. The beast roars, a terrifying sound that echoes through the ruined landscape as it charges forward. Seo-jun stands firm, his heart pounding in his chest. And my scared and shaking heart. He reaches out, his hand outstretched as he tries to focus. He wills himself to calm down, fighting against the rising panic. Will slowly calm down. The beast lunges, closing the distance in a heartbeat. Seo-jun steels himself, preparing to act. I have to. The beast's claw hurtles towards his face, the razor-sharp claws glinting in the light. Seo-jun's eyes glow with a faint blue light as he prepares to unleash his power. He charges forward, boots pounding against the stone floor, ready to face the monstrous beast. The beast raises a massive arm, ready to strike. Before he can react, Seo-jun grips his sword tightly, preparing to defend himself. He swings the blade in a wide arc, a desperate attempt to ward off the impending attack. Seo-jun stands his ground, bracing for impact. Leave it to my senses, he thinks. The multi-headed beast looms closer, its eyes burning with predatory hunger. Leaping into the air, Seo-jun spots a potential opening. A weak point. Should he attack, or should he wait? The question hangs heavy in the air. But what the hell should he do? He remembers the words. Uprooting mountains isn't just about strength. He charges forward again, the momentum of metal driving him onward. He steels his resolve. Trust it. Trust that my blow can split mountains. Don't have even a speck of doubt. Seo-jun grips his sword with unwavering resolve, ready to unleash his full power. He focuses, his eyes narrowing as raw power crackles around him. The air vibrates with anticipation. Seo-jun's voice echoes with unwavering conviction. I can split it. The determination hardens into steel. No, I must split it. The multi-headed beast roars, a sound that shakes the very foundations of the world. Its maw opens wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth, a testament to its savage power. This is the power to pull out mountains. Seo-jun gathers the energy between his hands, a blinding blue light forming a blade of pure power. The energy intensifies, crackling with raw force, threatening to tear the very fabric of reality. The blade of energy is fully formed, a weapon capable of cleaving mountains in two. Seo-jun stands ready, the energy blade reflecting in the monster's terrified eyes. The world explodes in a blinding flash of light, followed by the deafening roar of something being torn asunder. A shockwave rips through the air, blurring the world. The office workers reel, confusion etched on their faces. What is happening? One shouts over the din. What was that racket just now? Her eyes widen, pupils dilating as she tries to make sense of the sudden disruption. A bead of sweat trickles down her temple, a silent testament to her rising anxiety. Seo-jun grips his sword tighter, his knuckles white. The air crackles with unseen energy. A symbol flickers into existence, a sign of the power at play. The aftermath is a scene of devastation. Debris rains down as the world seems to tilt on its axis. His eyes widen in disbelief, a silent question hanging in the air. Seo-jun scratches his head, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. A system notification flashes, signaling a new development. A disembodied voice echoes, questioning the devastation. What in the world happened here? Park Seo-yun surveys the scene, her expression a mix of shock and concern. Seo-jun stands amidst the carnage, a question mark floating above his head as he scratches his cheek. The mangled remains of a monstrous beast lie before him, its blood staining the ground. A voice wonders, they can catch a monster like that? Seo-jun exclaims in surprise. Park Seo-yun calls out, Mr. Park Seo-yun rushes towards Seo-jun, concern etched on her face. Park Seo-yun asks, her voice filled with worry, are you all right? Did you get hurt anywhere? Seo-jun replies, I'm okay, but rather, Seo-jun, this is... Seo-jun states, you know how much I usually exercise. Rather, you may have been injured, so let's head to the hospital for now. Park Seo-yun thinks, oh my, we had checked it over, but there must have been a small mistake. Two men grab Seo-jun, one exclaiming, this guy. Another adds, so the hospital first. A third voice says, did great. A woman murmurs that she found him, while another person asks, People in the hallway say goodbye and head home, with one person mentioning they'll see someone tomorrow and visit the hospital. An older man says he understands, feeling like his ears will fall off, and says goodbye. Meanwhile, Seo-jun looks at his phone, a puzzled expression on his face. The lecture progress rate has increased by a lot, and it can't compare to just repeatedly listening to the lectures. The phone screen displays lecture progress rates for Chiron, Siddhartha Gautama, and Seongyu. Seo-jun wonders if the increased progress is because he caught the manticore. Seo-jun looks at his phone, thinking about the manticore. Seo-jun wonders if it's that 100 words aren't worth a single picture, or something like that. In other words, the best way to increase lecture progress rates is using the materials he learned from the lectures in actual combat. The problem is, if he can't enter a Hunter Academy and earn a temporary license, he can't go on dungeon raids. The Transcendent Academy isn't a Hunter Academy, so he can't get help in this area. He wonders if he has to gather money and apply to a Hunter Academy. Seo-jun continues down the street, muttering to himself. A voice calls out, excuse me. Seo-jun turns, a confused expression on his face. The woman asks if he has time for a chat. The woman continues, explaining that he was the hunter who requested today's work, and that she is the granddaughter of the person who called him. Seo-jun wonders why someone like that would want to talk to him. He replies, yes, please speak. I'll say this in a straightforward manner. The woman stands before him. The woman asks, will you come with me to meet my grandfather? Seo-jun responds with indifference. Seo-jun says, I don't want to. The woman says that of course he would definitely not want to. She then states that she'll be going. Seo-jun exclaims, what? The woman shouts, please wait. A figure hurries home, eager to listen to some lectures. Park Seo-yun introduces herself, stating she is 31 years old. Park Seo-yun wonders what Miss Hunter is saying. Park Seo-yun admits she is going through something she has never experienced in her 31 years, so she is a bit flustered. Park Seo-yun asks if he wishes she would join his Hunter Academy, which has no cadets and is basically only registered as an academy on paper. Park Seo-yun wonders what exactly this person is. He does some weird type of exercise. Seo-jun Kim stands over a defeated monster. Even if it was in a severely weakened state, having only the fighting ability of a 2-star monster, he was able to slice the 4-star manticore in half. He is clearly trying to become a hunter. Park Seo-yun explains that they have everything he could need, the equipment and setup is good, and although they don't have an instructor, she could. Seo-jun Kim replies that he doesn't want to, and after all, he does not need the instructions of a Hunter Academy. Park Seo-yun grits her teeth, a vein throbbing in her forehead as her frustration mounts. She stands rigidly, her hands clenched at her sides, fighting to maintain her composure. He lowers his gaze, his expression unreadable. Seo-jun Kim walks away, his back to Park Seo-yun. It doesn't matter. Park Seo-yun thinks he would reject even the offer of learning from the Sword Star, something that all of the pro hunters want. She continues to think, the written test. What will you do about the written test? Park Seo-yun watches Seo-jun Kim walk away, thinking, I can handle that much by myself. She wonders, how will you join raids? From what I saw today, you could probably join raids right away. You know that you cannot join raids unless you are affiliated with a Hunter Academy. Isn't this a waste? Park Seo-yun thinks, no, I can't just let him go like this. Isn't that the same if I entered your academy? Only the academies that obtained authorization from the government can distribute temporary licenses. She continues to think, we did receive that authorization. If you come into our academy, we will help you to start raiding right away. Seojun Kim stops walking, her pace slowing. Park Seoyun thinks to herself that she needs to forcefully push Seojun Kim to accept her offer. Park Seoyun reminds Seojun that he stated he didn't need the teachings of the Hunter Academy before offering him a separate location where he can train. She continues, stating that they will not ask for any payment, including tuition. Park Seoyun looks expectantly at Seojun Kim. Seojun Kim asks if she is asking him to only be affiliated with the academy. He thinks to himself that if there are perks, there must also be some duty, and wonders what he needs to do for those perks. Park Seoyun explains that before he can pass the Pro Hunter exams, he needs to attend several competitions under their academy's name. Park Seoyun waits for Seojun Kim's response. Seojun Kim considers the offer, thinking that it is tempting and he could solve everything he's been worrying about in one go, and the things he has to do aren't much compared to the perks he would get. He then asks Park Seoyun why she is going to this extent to get him to join. Park Seoyun responds that it's because she saw his potential. Park Seoyun looks at Seojun Kim, awaiting his decision. The top of a head comes into view. Park Seoyun's expression is unreadable. Kim Seojun smiles faintly. He thinks it's not bad. The idea of a relationship where they use each other hangs in the air. Kim Seojun introduces himself. A hand extends forward. Park Seoyun introduces herself. They shake hands, sealing the deal. A voice declares that at some point, they will become each other's will. The next day, a new chapter begins. A phone displays a message. Hello, Mr. Manchel? Did you do this? Seojun, what the hell did you do yesterday? He considered the work leader's sudden change. It was unexpected. Kim Seojun recalled the conversation from yesterday, the words still echoing in his mind. He didn't think he would get fired straight away. What would he have done? Kim Seojun was sure the work leader resigned due to the responsibilities from the accident. A passing dog would laugh at that. Well, it was a good thing that person wasn't around anymore. Everyone seemed to be enjoying it too. More importantly, was he on his way there? That, Kim Seojun muttered to himself. To the Hunter Academy? Kim Seojun was indeed on his way. A woman called out, Mr. Seojun, over here. The woman presented his temporary license. Here, Mr. Seojun's temporary license. Kim Seojun held the license in his hand. It was issued just yesterday, he noted. Kim Seojun thanked the woman. He was wondering, but they really did issue it. The temporary hunter license gleamed, a symbol of his new beginning. This was the feeling of taking his first step toward his dream. This was just the beginning for Kim Seojun. He holds out a card, asking Park Seoyun to teach him the method for dungeon raiding. Park Seoyun responds that there is no need, and apologizes. Park Seoyun gestures towards a rack of weapons. She tells Seojun to choose a comfortable training weapon among the ones they have prepared, and that they can go right away after he chooses. Park Seoyun smiles knowingly. A voice echoes, stating that an appointment for a raid has already been made, since it was thought that he would need it. A blue portal shimmers into existence. Caution tape reading "Keep Out" is stretched across the entrance to the portal. A surge of energy crackles in the air. Meanwhile, a monstrous rat charges forward with alarming speed. A figure asks Seojun why he followed them into the dungeon, reminding him of their agreement not to meddle with each other. Park Seoyun and Seojun stand in the dungeon. A voice assures someone that they are the academy's only cadet and that they wouldn't be neglected. Park Seoyun explains that this is a special one-on-one save for only the academy's hopefuls. She laughs, and Seojun replies that it's an honor. Park Seoyun asks if it's Seojun's first time in a dungeon raid. Park Seoyun tells Seojun to think of her as a safety device, reminding him that even though this dungeon only has kobolds like the one they just caught, he cannot get distracted. Park Seoyun explains that the kobold is a 2-star monster, making this the perfect place for someone like Seojun, who has no experience, to test things out. Thankfully, like the time with the manticore, the mana defense is easily pierced. Seojun and Park Seoyun continue deeper into the dungeon. Originally, it was normal for attacks without mana to deflect off a transparent barrier. Seojun's eyes glow with an eerie light. Danger! Seojun and Park Seoyun are confronted by a monster. Seojun thinks it's weird how. Seojun prepares to strike. The attacks of someone like Seojun, who can't use mana, are effective. He slashes at a rat-like monster with glowing red eyes. The monster is defeated. System messages appear, showing progress in Chiron, Seongyu, and Siddhartha Gautama lectures. A voice exclaims that it's increasing. Seojun looks at his phone with a surprised expression, while Park Seoyun stands behind him. Park Seoyun walks through the dungeon, holding a sword. Park Seoyun says she'll increase the speed a bit. Seojun fights another monster in the dungeon. He stands ready, the staff held firmly in his hands. Before Seojun, a monstrous wolf-like creature with glowing red eyes bares its fangs, ready to strike. With a burst of speed, the monstrous wolf lunges forward, its claws extended, aiming to tear into Seojun. The background blurs as the battle intensifies. He was always a bit off, wasn't he? His particular brand of crazy defies all comprehension. Park Seoyun watches Seojun, a bead of sweat trickling down her temple. What is that punk doing? It's scary. Fresh from a dungeon raid, Seojun has been staring at a blank screen for hours. Seon's perspective reveals Seojun's glazed-over expression. How many hours has it been since he started staring at the blank screen? The weirdness doesn't stop there. What did he just do? He can massacre kobolds like a hunter who's trained for over 10 years, despite being a cadet without proper education on their first dungeon raid. Seo-jun suddenly declares, "If you have nothing to do, let's move this together. This is all money after all." 1. 2. He does some weird type of exercise while moving the corpses, which he could have just called a corpse delivery service for, but he wanted to save on the expenses. He can't hide the fact that he has a new cadet from his grandfather forever. Seo-yun stands in the background. It's past midnight, and Park Seo-yun hasn't finished listening to all of the lectures. She wonders if Seo-jun is some Cinderella or something. Oh, did she really make the correct decision? Kim Seo-jun sees his bank balance, $9,510. He thinks to himself that he earned this much money in one day. It's quite spicy, but there was a point to going through this effort, Seo-jun thinks. The problem is that too much time and effort needs to go into it. He ended up not finishing all of yesterday's lectures. Should he try asking? He considers working with Mr. Manchel instead, trusting him and wanting to stay in touch. Setting up his own moving service also seems like a good idea. Seo-jun decides he'll contact him when he has the time. He wonders what he should do with the almost $10,000 he's earned. Saving it up is good, but he wants to use it more wisely. The dungeon raid helped Seo-jun earn money and increased his lecture progress rate, but it isn't increasing as quickly as expected. He reflects that when he caught the last kobold, it didn't even increase at all. Seo-jun exclaims, remembering his goal, to be as strong as Sun Wukong. The lecture he was able to see as a sneak peek. Previously, he wasn't able to even think about attending it because he had no money, but it's now. The sheer cost of the lecture was enough to make Seo-jun balk. It was an amount that transcended all imagination. He didn't think he could handle it even after becoming a pro. Another man watches Seo-jun, wondering what he's doing. Seo-jun sighs, realizing there's nothing he can do. He decides to think about the lecture later, finding that even finding time for the lectures he has now is already difficult. He wonders if the Transcension Academy sells any items or anything. If he can't attend lectures, he should at least get some equipment. He thinks it's a crazy person. Someone crouches low, muttering to never make eye contact. The Transcendent shop advertises training equipment created personally by accepted students. Seo-jun stares at his phone, a look of surprise on his face. Elixirs, Aegis shields, even the Lance of Longinus are available. Even if they are all copies, all of them are mythic-level equipment. Seo-jun scratches his head, wondering if these are all considered training equipment. Even for someone like him who doesn't know much about weapons, they all seem unusual. Seo-jun continues to browse on his phone. He thinks to himself that he can easily obtain mythic-level items created by the Transcendent. For now, the equipment he can use right away. Lance of Longinus. Purchase. Calculating the causality rate in order to affix an appropriate price. Park Seo-yun asks if he has heard of the Academy contention before. He replies that he has heard of it, but doesn't know the details. Park Seo-yun explains that it's a contest between academies. The Academy contention is where numerous academies attend in order to show off their supremacy. Park Seo-yun presents the relevant files, explaining that it's a place where they can evaluate an academy's level. Competitions of this type are quite varied, but the Academy contention is at the 4th level league in those competitions. If they perform well during the contention, they can earn the right to participate in a higher league, letting them increase the Academy's applicants and get authorized by the government. Therefore, the Hunter Academies don't hold back on their resources and send in their best hopefuls. Park Seo-yun explains that the reason she is explaining this is of course. Park Seo-yun is correct. She wants Mr. Seo-jun to participate as their. Park Seo-yun wants him to participate as Dream Hunter Academy's representative. The Academy contention. Wouldn't he be able to raise his lecture progress greatly with this? A slight sound escapes. The thought occurs that this could be considered experience. That sounds good, he thinks, deciding to participate. Park Seo-yun asks if he is sure, reminding him that it was already part of their agreement. She then asks what he usually does during the contention. Although they can't know the exact details of the contention, Park Seo-yun explains that the evaluation is done by combining the scores of the dungeon raid and the cadet tournament. Dungeon raids and duels are the name of the game. Now that he thinks of it, Seo-jun realizes his battle experience against monsters is just a manticore and kobolds. He also has no experience fighting against other cadets. He wonders what to do, since he'll be participating anyway and wants to do this properly. He wonders if there is anyone free to spar with him. Park Seo-yun looks at Seo-jun with a blank expression. Seo-jun holds his staff, looking determined. Seo-jun asks Park Seo-yun if she doesn't have anything to do, and if she would mind sparring with him. She is surprised by the request. Park Seo-yun, holding several wooden swords, states that she is even doing it right now. Seo-jun thinks to himself that this is a great opportunity. The narration states that Miss Seo-yun is a B-rank hunter who learned from and was raised by that sword star. Seo-jun is surrounded by a blue aura. The narration states that a novice cadet might not be in the position to judge a pro hunter, but Seo-jun thinks that it's exciting and that he was curious about how strong Miss Seo-yun really is. Park Seo-yun asks Seo-jun if he will really do this. Park Seo-yun reminds him that she is a B-rank hunter. Seo-jun replies, of course. Seo-jun asks her to please go easy on him. Seo-jun is holding a wooden sword. Park Seo-yun lowers her wooden sword, conceding the first blow. She raises her sword again, inviting Seo-jun to attack any time he wants. The sound of a sword strike echoes through the room. Then Seo-jun refuses to hold back. With a shout, Seo-jun lunges forward, wooden sword raised high. Park Seo-yun stands firm, her feet planted, ready to meet his attack. Park Seo-yun thinks to herself that it is as she expected. The clash of wooden swords rings out. The spar continues, but Park Seo-yun finds it awkward. Park Seo-yun observes that his approaching steps are fast, but also sloppy. The sparring match continues, the wooden swords blurring as they strike against each other. Park Seo-yun realizes that she may have overestimated him from his time in the Kobold Dungeon. She steels herself, the words of the cadet echoing in her mind. A cadet is definitely a cadet. Park Seo-yun raises her sword, a faint blue aura beginning to emanate from the blade. I don't know where his confidence comes from to taunt me like that. The air crackles with energy as she declares, but with this one attack. Park Seo-yun brings the glowing blade down in a swift, decisive arc towards Seo-jun. The sword blurs, a streak of cerulean light cutting through the air. Arcane symbols flare around the blade, amplifying the force of the blow. It's over, she exclaims, the air shimmering with displaced energy. Her eyes burn with focused intensity, the attack reaching its climax. Seo-jun can only manage a surprised, huh? The world around him blurs, the speed of the approaching blade distorting his perception. Park Seo-yun completes her strike, the sword poised to cleave through her opponent. The blade connects with a resounding thud, dust and debris erupting from the point of impact. The wooden sword descends with surprising force, blue energy crackling around the point of impact. Seo-jun struggles to maintain his block, his teeth gritted in effort. The effort is proving to be very tough. Park Seo-yun wonders how he did that. The force of the blow continues to press down on Seo-jun, the blue energy intensifying around the point of contact. The weapon was supposed to deflect out of his hands. Park Seo-yun continues her assault, driving Seo-jun backward with each strike. And I would have just put the sword to his neck. The wooden sword flashes downward. It was supposed to be like that. Park Seo-yun stands over Seo-jun, who is now on the ground. Then, a sinister smile plays across his lips, a predatory glint in his eyes. Blood trickles from the corner of his mouth as he declares, I'll also go at it for real. Park Seo-yun watches the training. A man practices with a wooden sword. Then, the man says to go at it for real. The man's torso is shown. What is this? The momentum suddenly shifted. His attacks have become faster and sharper. Park Seo-yun holds a wooden sword. It's a stark difference from before. The man holds a wooden sword. The sound of something being thrown echoes. The text box reads, make obvious attacks. Seo-jun's eyes glow with an inner light. The text box reads, then mix in some feints. In modern terms, fake outs. You trash. The text box reads, who said to make obvious attacks and obvious feints? Do you understand? If your opponent is in existence that can reason, it will take a different tactic. The text box reads, throw away the idiotic thought that your opponent will just stand there and receive your attacks. Seo-jun throws a spear. Park Seo-yun blocks the spear with a wooden sword. The text box reads, make obvious attacks. Obvious defenses will follow obvious attacks. The text box reads, pull in the reflected spear as if you are spinning it back towards yourself. Seo-jun throws another spear. Park Seo-yun blocks the spear with a wooden sword. An exclamation punctuates the air. She instructs Seo-jun to repeat the training until his opponent is in a position where they cannot block his real attack. A sword is drawn. And when the time comes, one falls. Now, Seo-jun's eyes glow with power as he raises the wooden sword. He strikes with the sword. The sound of the strike echoes. The force of the blow sends vibrations through the air. A close-up reveals Seo-jun's focused gaze. A warning flashes, danger. The sound of impact reverberates. The sword cuts through the air with blinding speed. A surge of blue energy erupts, the force of it shaking the very air. What the hell just happened? Park Seo-yun stands tall, a sword held loosely in her hand, the air around her still crackling with residual energy. A gasp escapes someone's lips. Seo-jun lies sprawled on the ground, dust swirling around him. What do? I used my full power without thinking. Mr. Seo-jun, are you alright? Seo-jun, despite being on the ground, manages a strained smile. Ended up? Does that mean that he thought he could win? Of course, he can't do it yet. Even though it was a contest between a B-rank hunter and a cadet? Of course, a hunter is a hunter. It's completely different from fighting a monster. How am I supposed to take this? Is this the difference between me and a pro hunter? He thinks to himself that he has a long way to go. Seon's phone rings. Seo-jun wonders if the system is telling him to have various experiences, musing that it feels like gaining experience in a game. Seo-yun tells him that she doesn't really have much to do until the tournament. He guesses not. Seo-jun asks if Seo-yun could spar with him during the times when there are no dungeon raids. Again, spar? Seo-jun says that spars with Miss Seo-yun help a lot. Seo-jun asks if he could ask for her help again. Seo-yun thinks that even though he could have been hurt a lot by her mistake, he's asking to spar again. She adds that who cares if he's a bit weird, he's working this hard, and that it sounds good. Seo-yun thinks to herself that at the end of the day, she promised to help Mr. Seo-jun, and that she'll do everything he asks. Seo-yun says that if he wins, she'll even give him all of the prize money. He wonders if there's prize money, realizing that the tournament is still a competition. Park Seo-yun wonders how much the prize was again, guessing it's probably around $100,000 is what she thinks she heard. A weapon is shown with the words League of Losers $100,000 written on it. Seo-yoon asks when the academy tournament was again, wondering why Seo-jun is suddenly like this. Park Seo-yoon asks for the date. There's around 2 weeks left, Seo-jun's eyes burning with determination. 2 weeks. He asked if they have any sandbags. Park Seo-yoon is asked if he can rip this out, noting that it's not very heavy and the cost performance isn't very good. She wonders what this is about. Seo-jun lifts a sandbag, exclaiming one. Seo-jun is asked what he is doing, as he is told to use the sandbags in the corner. He expresses his gratitude. Someone says they don't even know anymore. Someone declares they will definitely get their hands on the $100,000. 2 weeks later. It's the day of the tournament. Someone comments that it would be nice if someone decent showed up, and that they heard that guy from before is participating. The tournament will take place. Seo-jun exclaims that he has finally arrived. He seems surprised by something. He observes the crowd, thinking there seemed to be a lot more people than he thought. Of course, people would gather since there is something to watch. 2 people discuss the event. One comments that even though there are a lot more awakened these days, from the perspective of normal people, it's rare to be able to watch hunters fight. The other notes that guild and mercenary troop scouters should be mixed in, and there may even be some government workers. He calls it an explanation character. Seo-jun realizes he doesn't have time for this. He is participating in the tournament and needs to find the waiting room. He is directed that it's this way. The door to the player waiting room is visible. Seo-jun wonders what he should do. He feels nervous because he came alone and is feeling timid, so he can't seem to move. Seo-jun walks past other participants. Seo-jun is impressed by the sparkling equipment, wondering how much it all costs. He notices the muscles of the other participants, thinking they all look so confident. A close-up of 2 confident-looking participants. He notes that because each academy sent their best cadets, everyone looks so strong. A man sits alone, holding a spear that has a spear holder made of random clothing. The spear itself looks shabby. Someone wonders if he is from some Buna's academy that's trying to make a name. Someone else thinks he was probably forced to participate, but wonders why he did. Someone wonders why he joined such an academy in the first place. Another person says they can hear everything, and suggests ignoring them and watching a lecture. Someone else says that person is definitely. It's like when you join a new class where you don't know anyone, so you pretend to be busy and just fidget with your phone, just like that. The man with the spear pretends to look at his phone. A stare of pity is directed at Seo-jun. Seo-jun thinks, "Oh brother who I don't know the name of, I understand what you are feeling. What is this? Why does it feel like I'm being misunderstood?" Kim Seo-jun is greeted by a new face. The newcomer confirms that Seo-jun is participating in the tournament, then introduces himself. "I am too. I'm Lee Minji." Lee Minji, a 19-year-old natural awakener, is met with a polite response. "Ah yes, I am Kim Seo-jun." Elsewhere, a tense exchange begins. "May I sit next to you?" The seated man responds. "Yes, sure." Another voice chimes in, observing, it's Jang Dukshul. He's a hopeful from Gochuri Academy." The observer continues. As you can see, he uses an axe as his main weapon, and he's the typical power type. A sharp retort follows. "If someone tells you to fuck off, you should just fuck off." Jang Dukshul is met with defiance. "I have to fuck off just because you tell me to fuck off? You were the one who started it. Did your muscles push into your brain?" A detached observer comments on the situation. And the person who Jang Dukshul is fighting with is the Min Academy hopeful, Lee Cholman. The observer continues. "I heard he's a bit unusual. He uses twin daggers." Lee Cholman wonders, "Why is this guy explaining everything to me even though I didn't ask?" The observer concludes, "About others. I'm a bit interested in this and that." A soldier, gripping a spear, demands to know why the others don't act. A tense silence fills the air. A figure stands, observing the soldiers in the background. A voice declares that they are not the only ones in the waiting room. The screen displays the name Lee Jun-won, an affiliate of the Revenant Academy. Someone reflects on how everyone fell silent after a single sentence about him. It's revealed that he is a cadet named Lee Jun-won. The question is posed, is he a winner or not a winning candidate? Someone asks if the others know the Sword Saint. A voice responds that it would be weirder not to know, followed by a chuckle. Rumor has it that Lee Junhwan's granddaughter made a scouting offer. Someone expresses surprise that Miss Seo-yoon made the offer, and that Lee Junhwan declined. He must be confident in himself. He thinks to himself that this might not be the reason why. Lee Junhwan internally rages, wondering why he has to participate in this tournament with these lowly bastards. A trash can is destroyed. Lee Junhwan reflects that if it weren't for his uncle's wish that he raise them to League 3 just once. He thinks that even if trash won, it would just be slightly better trash. Even if he won this competition, no one would recognize him for it. Lee Junhwan grits his teeth in frustration. He reflects that if he had known this would happen, he would have just accepted that girl's proposal. Even if he rejected it because it was a no-name academy, she was the granddaughter of the Sword Saint. Lee Junhwan recalls the woman who asked if he would like to join their academy, a no-name academy. He was annoyed. Lee Junhwan is confused. The sound of something breaking echoes. Another figure wonders who that peasant is. The air crackles with anticipation as the academy tournament looms. Lee Junhwan grips his spear, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. "Fuck, Now it's so bad that peasants like him participate, he thinks. He's a hopeful that Miss Seoyun tried to. He wonders how much his lecture progress rate would increase if they fought. The first match of the academy tournament will soon commence. Another student lies prone on the floor, spear discarded nearby. A stern voice echoes through the training grounds. All cadets, please finish your preparations. It seems like they'll start soon. For the last 2 weeks, he prepared with the goal of getting Chiron and Seongyu's lecture progress rate over 30%. Although he didn't feel any sudden increase in strength or anything similar as he progressed. He could feel the difference between 19% and 20% more clearly than the difference between 20% and 21%. A lone figure walks down a brightly lit hallway, spear in hand. A memory surfaces. Seo-jun and others face a monstrous beast, their spears poised for attack. The real-life experience he was lacking compared to other cadets. His training was supplemented with dungeon raids and sparring with Miss Seoyun. A fist clenches in anticipation. Whether it is monster hunting or duels, there's no issue. The first match is $100,000. Just wait. I'll be there soon. The dungeon maze race. A lone figure stands in a vast, empty hallway. The announcement booms. The first round of the tournament will commence. The stage is set for the tournament. Someone calls out, Sunbae, over here. A man asks, why did you grab seats in a corner like this? A woman reassures him, it's okay. Someone wonders what happened and if it's someone they know. Another person replies that she just looked a bit like someone and asked for the details on the first round of the tournament. The rules of the tournament are explained. The first round is the dungeon maze race. Attacking other cadets is prohibited, and the objective is escaping the maze. It's questioned if finding your way is a necessary skill for hunters, or if they are testing the hunter's intuition. It's also noted that even if it's the lowest league competition, they wouldn't make it a simple maze. A hunter charges forward with a polearm, facing a monstrous opponent. It's more likely that there are monsters. Another hunter points his sword at a monster. Within the maze, hunting those monsters will aid in escaping the maze. It may provide hints, and collecting those may allow you to escape the maze. This is probably an attempt to test the most important skills to a hunter during a dungeon raid. On another note, the cadets seem to be quite skilled. Spectators watch the Jumbotron. The screen displays a flurry of red energy. A cadet is seen battling a large monster, both wreathed in red energy. The monster roars as it is struck. The cadet's eyes glow with power. The spectators are impressed by the cadet's movements. One comments on how amazing he is. He's Lee Junwon. Well, Lee Junwon is watching the race. Lee Junwon wonders why that person is here. Lee Junwon realizes that he can't be discovered by the granddaughter of the Sword Saint, or he won't be able to watch Seo-jun from the stands. Lee Junwon wonders if Mr. Seo-jun is doing well. The scene shifts to a view of the dungeon maze. The sound of wood striking stone echoes as he slams the rod against the wall. He mutters, like I thought, they made sure we couldn't break through the walls. The sound of footsteps on tile fills the air. He sighs, oh well, I guess I can only do this the normal way. He thinks to himself, if I'd known this would happen, I would have checked to see if there was a Theseus lecture available with my free pass. He reaches out, his fingers brushing against the cold, smooth surface of the wall. He muses, if I used the power to uproot mountains about 2 times, I could break a wall. I may have learned a tip to escape from a maze. A determined glint sparks in his eyes. He pauses, noting, it's a 3-way fork. He continues forward, his gaze fixed on the diverging paths. He declares, I will reach the exit. The problem, of course, is the word eventually. Turning left, he thinks, left, just like this. He continues forward, the spear held firmly in his grip as he navigates the maze. The sound of his footsteps echoes softly against the tiled floor. A strange, indescribable feeling washes over him, prickling his skin. He couldn't explain it, nor did he understand its origin. Instead of the left path he originally intended to take, he felt compelled to choose the opposite direction. He pauses before a doorway shimmering with an ethereal blue light. He continues forward, the spear held firmly in his grip as he approaches the glowing doorway. Was this perhaps the sixth sense intuition from Chiron's lectures? He swallows hard, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he steels his resolve. His footsteps echo softly against the tiled floor as he moves forward. He might as well trust his intuition. He continues forward, the spear held firmly in his grip as he prepares to face whatever lies ahead. A notification appeared. Scar Academy's cadet Jo Suk-min has been eliminated. He thought, when he heard the announcements that come out from time to time, the other cadets seemed to be meeting monsters and fighting. But why is nothing happening around him? Is his intuition even avoiding the monsters? He wondered if it was like seeing how his opponent will attack 3 seconds into the future or something like that. Lee Junwon called out to him, telling him to please be careful, asking if he had just heard, and reminding him that he doesn't know when or where a monster will pop out. Seo-jun replied that it was just a delusion and there was no way that was true. Seo-jun agreed with Lee Junwon. He thought that to think when he veered to the right, this punk would be there. Although he didn't meet any monsters, he met people. He emerges, and Lee Junwon asks why he came out from there. Lee Junwon notes that Seo-jun has been walking with confidence and asks if he knows something. Seo-jun replies that he is just going whatever way he feels like going. Lee Junwon is not impressed. Lee Junwan warns that walking however he feels in a maze will lead to trouble. He declares that he knows the method of escaping a maze and will lead from now on. Lee Junwan explains the left-hand and right-hand methods, stating that even a complicated maze can be easily solved by following along the left-hand wall. Seojun thinks it takes too long and that he's just going to go the way he feels. Lee Junwan asks if Seojun thinks he won't get lost. Seojun suggests they go separately. Lee Junwan asks why Seojun is following him in the first place. He states that they are comrades in a similar situation. Lee Junwan admits that he participated by himself. He thought Seojun also participated alone from what he saw before. Lee Junwan reveals that this was why he spoke to Seojun first in the waiting room. He was thinking that weak people should pool their strength together. Lee Junwan thinks that even he doesn't look like much from the outside. Lee Junwan says that since Hyung is also working hard alone, he will make an exception and show Seojun something exciting. Lee Junwan shows Seojun a picture of his younger sister, asking if she is cute. He seems sure of himself. Seojun thinks that he's not sure who she takes after, but she's really cute. He says he'll be going now and that he enjoyed their brief meeting, but let's never meet again. Lee Junwan is left calling after him. He thinks to himself that Lee Junwan is tenacious, as the other man states that if people like them want to escape the maze, they need to pool their strength. Lee Junwan tells Seojun not to be like that and to go together. He continues, saying that even if someone is an awakener, wouldn't they be scared and nervous alone in a place like this if they were young? Lee Junwan exclaims that it's dangerous to travel alone. Lee Junwan continues, stating that no matter how young Seojun is, he is a participant of this competition and a competitor. He then asks if Seojun's younger sister and parents came to cheer for him, since he keeps saying alone. Seojun says that his parents passed away, and he only has his younger sister left. Seojun is silent. Lee Junwan gasps, thinking he told Seojun that without thinking and that it's going to make him uncomfortable and bring the atmosphere down. He apologizes, saying that it already happened a long time ago, and he was just trying to say that his sister is too young to watch him here. Lee Junwan looks nervous. Lee Junwan apologizes. Seojun responds that if he wants to follow, he can do as he pleases. He declares that he's telling him ahead of time that the prize money for first place is his, and that there is no team. Seojun walks away, leaving Lee Junwan behind, who wonders what the reason could be. Lee Junwan calls out to Seojun, asking to go together. Lee Junwan is surprised by Seojun's pace, wondering if this is it. The words echo. You're the one who said you would follow. Lee Junwan runs to catch up, saying, let's go together. Seojun responds that he gets that, but Lee Junwan can't just rush through this while going wherever he goes. Lee Junwan thinks about what Seojun is doing, wondering what it really is and noting that he doesn't hesitate at all. He also thinks that Seojun is too confident in himself to be going forward without any thought. It's as if Seojun already knows the way, and there is no other way. He considered the situation, well aware of what would be the case. Seojun walked away, his back to the viewer. He reached out, touching the wall. Is it here, he wondered. Seen from below, Seojun entered a new area. Seojun continued forward, stepping into the unknown. A character with glasses looked up, surprised. Huh. Meanwhile, a screen flashed with the announcement. The first maze breaker has appeared. The screen displayed new record, amidst a flurry of celebratory effects. A voice exclaimed, what? There's already a person who broke through? There's no way that happened. The crowd murmured in disbelief. Is it Lee Junwan? But Lee Junwan is in the middle of battle right now. A voice wonders who it could be. Someone mutters the first syllable of a name. The person continues to mutter the first syllable of the name. The person exclaims, Seojun? Hyung. Kim Seojun thinks to himself that it was a waste of his experience points, and that he ended up not meeting any monsters. A figure walks by. A man wonders how this happened. He wanted to work together to escape the maze. One man wonders how Kim Seojun, from a no-name academy, won first place. Another wonders if Kim Seojun is the son of someone important. Two figures sit on a bench. Lee Minji thought that Lee Junwan would get first. Lee Junwan looks at his phone, annoyed by the noise. A man looks up. Lee Minji looks at another man with a questioning expression. The group is quiet. From the shadows, a voice wondered if he had something to say. Kim Seojun felt the weight of scrutiny, wondering why he was being examined from head to toe. The red-haired man remained silent, a displeased expression etched on his face. An unknown voice exclaimed, "XQ, that's all, huh?" The red-haired man stood tall, a spear held firmly in his grip, as Kim Seojun watched from behind. A chorus of voices whispered that he was just a lucky guy. A mocking laughter filled the air, followed by the statement that someone from a no-name academy could only achieve such a thing through luck. Kim Seojun, spear in hand, overheard someone suggesting they finish the lectures. Another voice, from a newly opened doorway, excused himself. A voice announced that an announcement would be made about the second round of the contention. A man holding a document prepared to speak. The announcement detailed that the tournament would proceed in a one-on-one format, and that weapons must not have any mana injected into them to maintain impartiality, or the user would be disqualified. League 4 states that body strengthening with mana will be allowed. Someone comments that they are acting picky. 32 people passed the first round. Kim Seojun thinks that in a one-on-one tournament, it should naturally start from the round of 32. Someone wonders how the matchups will come out. Someone says, "Excuse me." Someone declares, "I'll forfeit." The character is in a state of confusion. Someone is surprised. The sky is blue with clouds. A person is walking outside. Someone thinks, "I almost got caught." Someone shouts, "Mr. Seojun?" Another person wonders if it is him and is surprised that they shouted without thinking. Someone wonders who would have thought that Mr. Seojun would be first. A girl wonders what is wrong with these matchups. She thinks to herself, "That's." Someone asks why the tournament is starting from the semifinals, given that 32 people passed the first round. He demands to know what the other means by why. A voice declares that everyone just forfeited. Someone mentions that things won't be any fun, as there isn't any fun in betting now. The word gambling is emphasized. Someone suggests giving up anyway since Lee Jun-won will win it all anyway. Another voice says that may be true, but the betting odds are so miserable. Someone wonders who in their right mind would bet on any other cadet. $1 million is bet on Kim Seojun. Someone is shocked. Someone asks if they are for real. Someone says that Mr. Seojun is nothing but a punk with a bit of luck who came from some no-name academy called Dream Academy. A voice wonders what that person is. A hooded figure stands shrouded in mystery, glowing lines emanating from within. A voice questions who in the world he is. The person thinks this quickly turned bland. A few moments ago, a figure stands with a bat over their shoulder. Someone declares they will forfeit. One person asks if they will forfeit. Another says they heard it is quite common in League 4, and that only the top cadets will win anyway. Someone asks if they heard the rumors that once Lee Jun-won flips, he doesn't care whether or not it's a competition and will make sure you're crippled. Another person says they would never want to fight against Lee Jun-won. A person says that even if it's a contention, if they make a mistake and get hurt, who would take responsibility, as this is only League 4 and not worth it. They add that there are too many strong people in this contention. Someone says that even if they continued, they would just become stepping stones for the big-name academies, and at that point, it might be cleaner just to forfeit. People discuss forfeiting. People declare they will also forfeit. A voice thinks that it started all right. 2 people forfeit the competition. And so, everyone forfeited except for 5 people. Jang Dukshul is present. Young people have no endurance nowadays. First round. Jang Dukshul is ready for the first round. Lee Jun-won and Lee Minji are ready for the second round. And Lee Chulman gets a bye. Lee Chulman wonders if he automatically gets first overall if he reaches the finals in the second round since he got first in the first round. Lee Chulman is shaking. Someone asks Lee Chulman why he is shaking like that. Someone tells Lee Chulman that he seems nervous, not to mention that his opponent is Lee Jun-won. The voice was lively enough. Kim Seojun declared that he already knows without fighting. Jang Dukshul suggested that he should also forfeit, sounding mocking. Lee Chulman responded that he can't do that. A voice announced that the tournament preparations are over for Cadet Kim Seojun and Cadet Jang Dukshul. The voice continued, telling the named cadets to head to the arena, and that if they won't be forfeiting, they should fight. The voice encouraged them to fight until the end, and they might just win. Jang Dukshul grabbed Lee Chulman's arm. Jang Dukshul asked if he did not have any concerns. Lee Chulman looked up, surprised by the question. Jang Dukshul grinned, saying it all. Kim Seojun wondered how much experience Lee Chulman was worth if he had to say anything. The announcement blares. The winner is Dream Academy's Kim Seojun. Kim Seojun stands on the stage, the crowd's cheers washing over him. Jang Dukshul stands nearby, his expression unreadable. A voice sneers, declaring that those pieces of trash are enjoying playing amongst themselves. He looks down, a shadow falling across his face. Lee Junhwan's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing. Lee Junhwan stands with Lee Minji, his gaze fixed on something unseen. The sound of footsteps echoes in the hallway. Lee Minji's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. He starts to speak. Lee Junhwan's eyes glow with an eerie light, his expression twisted in anger. Jang Dukshul swings his weapon with incredible force. As expected, Kim Seojun dodges the attack. The narrator observes Jang Dukshul's incredible strength, but notes that Kim Seojun is easily evading his fierce attacks. Jang Dukshul wonders if Kim Seojun didn't pass purely on luck. He questions what's up with him. Kim Seojun has been attacking non-stop to the point of running out of breath. Jang Dukshul is panting, realizing that Kim Seojun has been brushing off his attacks like they're nothing. Jang Dukshul grits his teeth. Jang Dukshul wonders why his attacks aren't working at all. Kim Seojun declares that he'll see if Jang Dukshul can handle this. The announcement booms. The winner is Dream Academy's Kim Seojun. Kim Seojun stands tall, flanked by a silent figure in military fatigues. A disembodied voice wonders, in a battle of strength? Someone at the Transcendence Academy is disappointed, letting out a sigh. Kim Seojun walks down a hallway, thinking about the increased progress rate. He had expected it to increase much more if he fought other cadets. The number of days left on the free pass is still decreasing. He wonders what to do. He'll be on a tight budget in order to buy a weapon and repurchase the free pass. Kim Seojun realizes he has no choice but to win that prize money now, calling out to his hyung. Minji approaches Seojun, surprised by his match and strength. Someone is shocked. Minji tells Seojun that he was amazing. Cadet Lee Minji is called for the second match. Lee Junhwan's name is spoken. A red-haired man tells Lee Jun-won to move aside. The red-haired man walks away, leaving Lee Jun-won behind. The red-haired man recalls a past conversation, reminding Lee Junwan of their shared experience in the maze. The red-haired man admits he felt a sense of kinship towards Lee Junwan from the moment they met. He confesses that he was happy when Lee Junwan beat Dukshul, but also jealous. The red-haired man laments his own lack of talent and strength compared to Lee Junwan. He expresses his desire to be a big brother that his little sister can be proud of. Cadet Lee Minji is called for his match. Lee Junwan tells Lee Minji to do his best. Lee Minji smiles. He is shown on a screen, with the text, "and let's meet in the finals." Lee Junwan watches the screen with a displeased expression. Lee Minji is psyching himself up, muttering, "I can do it." Someone snaps, "What are you mumbling so annoyingly?" The camera focuses on the back of a figure wearing a suit. Lee Junwan thinks, "Everything's getting on my nerves. I'm already embarrassed by the fact that I was forced to participate in this shit tournament." A referee explains the rules to Lee Minji, saying, "I'll explain the rules once again before the start of the fight." Someone thinks, "This brat's my opponent." A glare emanates from an unseen source. Lee Junwan is preparing to fight, a shiver running down his spine. Red light shines on a pair of feet. Someone says, "I can tell without fighting." A hunt begins, the predator closing in on its prey. It's a prey. A useless bastard that only knows how to be eaten. A creature at the bottom of the food chain, for a talented predator like me. He's nothing but fodder. The red-haired man glares, his eyes narrowed with contempt. This brat got here purely through luck. He should know his place. I should have placed first in both the first and second round of this tournament. It's only natural, since I'm on a completely different level than the trash that compete in this joke. The man in the suit speaks, his words laced with frustration. Yet, the man with glasses observes, a thoughtful expression on his face. The red-haired fencer stands poised, his grip firm on the sword as he prepares for the match. He curses under his breath, frustration evident in his tight-lipped expression. He wonders if his opponent truly believes he can win, as a voice calls out, impatient for the match to begin. The two fencers face each other on the stage, the referee standing by, ready to start the match. The announcer will speak soon, he thinks, steeling himself for the challenge. He steels himself, thinking of Seojun. The red-haired fencer resolves not to drag out this tournament. The announcement booms, the match will commence. He vows to finish it in a flash. His eyes glowing with determination, the red-haired fencer prepares to strike. His opponent reacts with surprise. The swords clash, sparks flying as the match begins in earnest. As expected of Lee Junwan, he immediately unleashes a fury of fast, precise blows. On the other hand, the announcer notes that Lee Junwan looks like he's on the ropes and might not live up to expectations. The red-haired fencer, sword in hand, thinks to himself, "If you're a pest." The red-haired fencer strikes, declaring that Lee Junwan should act like one. Lee Junwan's glasses fall off as he exclaims that was a big hit. Cadet Minji kneels over in pain. Will this be the end of the match? The crowd watches as Lee Junwan struggles to stand. He thinks to himself that he's going to lose. Panting, Lee Junwan realizes this isn't a matter of whether or not he can win. He thinks that he's no match for him at all. Lee Junwan remembers resolving himself to become a big brother that his little sister can be proud of, and that he wanted to become strong like Sia Junhyang. There would be no upset. Lee Junwan of Revenant Academy is declared the winner as he stands over his defeated opponent. Spectators comment that Lee Junwan performed as expected. Someone thinks that the guy was no match. Another person thinks that Junwan is not at a level where he should be competing in this, but he might be a cocky asshole, but he has the skills to back it up. The defeated opponent lies on the ground. A man with a cut on his face glares. He wonders if it reached him. The crowd watches. The defeated opponent is shown again. Someone thinks that Lee Junwan is a fucking pest. He's acting all cool after defeating a guy like that. Someone snickers. I guess Lee Junwan's not all that. Another voice snickers. Hurt me, an elite? Someone exclaims, clutching their side. Hey ref, I'm just going to forfeit, a voice says. What do you mean? Another asks, kneeling beside him. A swift kick lands. I can't keep up with this damn joke of a place anymore, someone thinks. The reason why this tournament is such a hashtag Ardfest is because you guys accept every damn one of these fools. And that's why you guys are only fucking League 4. The man's anger is palpable. Cadet Lee Junwan, what is the meaning of this? The match is already over. If you continue, we will have to take action. Someone wonders if the others aren't pissed watching even brats mess around, trying to become hunters. The camera focuses on a character's feet. Another person thinks that pieces of shit like him should be crawling up, not knowing their place. A foot comes down, stepping on someone. Someone thinks that pieces of shit like him should. The red-haired character is being held back. Someone says that they were waiting, since they'll fight in the finals. Kim Seojun thinks anyway, but he changed. Kim Seojun thinks that he deserves to be beaten up right now. A close-up of someone's shirt. A voice seethes with anger, promising retribution. A brutal exchange unfolds as two figures clash, the air thick with the sounds of impact. A voice declares a patient anticipation for a final showdown. The fight intensifies, a shift in momentum suggesting a change of heart. A voice filled with rage declares that someone deserves a beating. A face contorted with anger. A command to move is issued amidst the ongoing struggle. The red-haired man pauses, questioning what he sees. An order is given to move a foot. Minji lies on the ground, questioning what would happen if he didn't want to move. The sound of a footstep echoes. Closing the distance, the red-haired man kicks Minji. The red-haired man clicks his tongue, looking down at Minji. Seo-jun asks if Minji is okay and conscious. Seo-jun cradles Minji, calling it a beautiful sob story between pests. The red-haired man wonders if it's fun to look down on people like that. The red-haired man questions what the problem is and why he would trample on someone like Minji. Seo-jun stands over Minji, looking at the red-haired man. The red-haired man asks if Seo-jun is asking because he really doesn't know, stating it's repulsive seeing a pest not knowing his place. The arena stretches out, a silent stage for the unfolding drama. A voice questions if pests can't dream. The man asks what the other said about dreams, surprised by the statement. A voice questions if you can do anything with hard work, calling it a mess. Others wonder why the ref or tournament organizers aren't doing anything about it. Someone asks if it's not possible. Another wonders why they don't stop them, saying they should be stepping in. A third voice says they don't get it either, but it's an order from above, so they should just watch. The woman mutters Mr. Seo-jun's name, concerned. A voice exclaims that they didn't know the person was this much of an imbecile. The man says he'll give the pest a special lesson about the world, a place where only the capable succeed, asking if they get it. Seo-jun looks on, his expression unreadable. A voice declares that's how people in the world are, calling someone a dumbass. Truth be told, I used to. During the long 9 years that he endured to become a pro hunter, Seo-jun had to face so many walls of reality. He even resented himself for not having money or talent, for being incapable of doing anything. Hard work simply helped maintain the status quo. It never improved anything for him. And there are very few things more pathetic than hanging onto something that can't be solved with hard work. He'd wondered hundreds of times if things would be different if he gave up sooner and tried his hand at something else. A man in a yellow shirt says, "Ref, please take care of Minji." Cadet Seo-jun stands on the training grounds. And that's how a lot of people despair in front of reality. However, Seo-jun wonders, so what about it? Two figures stand in front of a crowd, one holding a sword. Seo-jun looks up, a determined expression on his face. Cadet Seo-jun is in the middle of a sword fight. Someone shouts, "Cadet Seo-jun, this is a violation of the rules." Seo-jun swings his sword with great force. He is suddenly halted, an unseen force stopping him in his tracks. The red-haired man sighs, his expression unreadable. His blue eyes narrow, a cruel smile spreading across his face. What a fucking joke. Elsewhere, the red-haired man leaps into action, swinging a makeshift weapon down towards Seo-jun. Closing the distance, the red-haired man glares down at Seo-jun. He spits out, "You damn pest. You're the real bug." The red-haired man swings his weapon again, a blur of motion. He continues his relentless assault. The red-haired man swings the wooden staff downwards with considerable force. The staff continues its descent, blurring through the air. The wooden staff slams into the ground, kicking up dust and debris. The red-haired man continues his swing, the staff arcing through the air. He realizes the red-haired man is strong. The staff connects, drawing blood. Jang Dukshul thinks to himself, "No wonder people have such a high opinion of him. I felt like I couldn't lose against Dukshul." Jang Dukshul's eyes glow with an intense blue light. Dukshul thinks, "No, don't think about that." Seo-jun thinks, "You don't have the luxury to be thinking about such stuff." He prepares to move, thinking, "Just go with the flow. Move according to my senses." Jang Dukshul continues his assault, the wooden staff a blur of motion. Dukshul's gaze intensifies. He swings the wooden staff, aiming to strike Kim Seo-jun. Jang Dukshul barks, "The meaning of this? Both of you stop, don't butt in." The man thinks to himself, "I'm a predator, a being that reigns above prey. But those eyes." Jang Dukshul smirks, looking down at Seo-jun. "Huh, anyone can talk about pipe dreams like that. How come I'm seeing the eyes of a predator like me on a damn pest?" Jang Dukshul says, "But let's see if you can still sprout bullshit when you're up against reality." He actually blocked that? Seo-jun deflects the incoming spear with his staff, the impact echoing through the training hall. Jang Dukshul grits his teeth, a frustrated KGH, escaping his lips as he stares down at Kim Seo-jun. Is it my imagination? Jang Dukshul continues his assault, thrusting the spear forward with renewed intensity. He actually blocked that? Seo-jun meets the spear's advance once more, the clash of wood against metal ringing out. He seems to be getting more proficient as he blocks more of my attacks. Jang Dukshul's thoughts betray his growing unease. It's like watching a monster grow in front of me. Jang Dukshul's internal monologue reveals his fear. Staggering backward, Jang Dukshul falls to the ground, the spear clattering beside him. A sudden, silent force erupts. The impact sends Jang Dukshul staggering back, a grunt escaping his lips. He cries out as he's thrown further away. The force continues to propel him backwards. Jang Dukshul is sent flying through the air. Dazed, Jang Dukshul wonders, "I was pushed away." He looks back at Kim Seo-jun, who stands firm. Jang Dukshul, surrounded by a crimson aura, exclaims, "No fucking way." The red aura intensifies around the weapon in his hands. He stares in disbelief. An aura sword? Jang Dukshul realizes, "There's no way I can win when I don't know how to control mana." A crowd watches as a figure with a sword, wreathed in red energy, stands ready. Shouts of "Stop, Junwan," and "Damn it, stop him," echo through the stadium. The internal voice screams, "To kill you. I need to run. That's the best action I can take here." The voice continues, wrestling with itself. But why? My brain knows that I should run, but I don't want to. I feel like if I run, I'll be denying everything I've built up to this point. He reflects. I'm going beleaguered by the Chu kingdom. The memory surfaces. I told you before about how I heard the songs of the Chu kingdom from all directions before, right? One of my students asked me. The memory continues, why I jumped into the enemy lines by myself back then. The memory echoes. They asked me if it wasn't already a done fight. The voice admits, they were right. The results were already decided. It was a lost cause, with no way out alive. He continues, I can admit to it now, but that was the first time I'd ever despaired. I was afraid, but the thing that scared me the most was the fact that I might lose. The voice declares, despite that, I fought. Do you know why? Just because. The power to uproot mountains will move mountains, and the spirit that overturns the world will dominate the world. A question mark hangs in the air as two figures clash in a flurry of motion. Sia Jun charges forward, a trail of shimmering blue energy following his every step as he prepares to strike. The red-haired man's face contorts in fury, his teeth bared in a snarl. He roars, his voice a guttural explosion of rage. Don't make me laugh. The red-haired man continues his tirade, his voice dripping with malice. I'm a predator that can trample pests like you. Crimson energy flares around the red-haired man as he prepares to unleash a devastating attack. He screams, his face twisted in hatred. Die, you son of a bitch. The red-haired man's rage intensifies, his eyes burning with murderous intent. Sia Jun cries out as the attack bears down on him. The red-haired man unleashes a torrent of crimson energy, the air crackling with destructive power. With lightning reflexes, Sia Jun dodges the incoming attack, a blue energy trail marking his evasive maneuver. Blue energy gathers around Sia Jun as he prepares to retaliate, his eyes narrowed in determination. Sia Jun stands ready, poised to strike with the full force of his power. A blinding light fills the arena, viewed from ground level. The intensity of the blast throws debris in every direction. The light continues to burn, obscuring everything in its path. The dust settles, revealing a scene of devastation. A man in a suit sits amidst the chaos, shielding his eyes. Whoa, damn, I can't see because, he exclaims, struggling to make out the scene. The dust cloud begins to dissipate, leaving the question hanging in the air, who won? The arena is shrouded in a haze of dust and debris. A close-up reveals a head, covered in dust and debris. Another close-up shows a shoulder, also covered in dust. A figure plummets towards the ground, seemingly defeated. Someone clutches desperately to a pole, struggling to stay upright. A figure lies motionless on the ground, blood pooling around their head. The arena stands silent, the dust settling after the clash. One figure remains standing, while another lies prone on the ground. The only sound is the echo of the recent impact. The towering structure of the arena looms overhead. The standing figure, clad in a white shirt and dark pants, grips a wooden staff, his expression unreadable. Below him, the fallen figure coughs, blood trickling from his mouth. The ground is marred with the signs of battle. A hand reaches out, fingers stained with blood. A wave of shock and awe rippled through the crowd. All eyes turned upwards, drawn to the arena. Someone in the crowd exclaimed, Kim Sia-jun. A voice whispered in disbelief, my God. Another voice, filled with astonishment, cried out, Kim Sia-jun. He could barely face off against a sword imbued with mana 2 weeks ago, but now he can make an Oris spear. A gasp escaped someone's lips. A woman's voice, laced with disbelief, muttered, Mr. Sia-jun is. In no way. Another gasp echoed through the stands. Excitement bubbled up from the crowd. A voice recognized. He's the person I saw at the gambling center earlier. Disbelief hung heavy in the air. The man gapes, his face a mask of disbelief. How? This isn't possible, he exclaims, trembling. Someone observes the excessive reaction. Huh? I'm surprised by it too, but his reaction seems excessive. The observer continues, noting the gravity of the situation. He's acting as if some eternal law of nature was just broken. The woman contemplates the situation. Right, now that I think about it. A member of the crowd wonders about the bets placed. Didn't he bet on Sia-jun winning? The woman in the cap looks up, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Huh? The woman sits, her hands clasped in her lap. Meanwhile, a lone figure walks away, shoulders slumped in defeat. A young man sighs, bandages covering his face. A voice declares, you've been disqualified. Kim Sia-jun checks his phone, thinking he might be able to take another lecture, now that his progress rate on Seong-yu's lecture has passed 50%. Sia-jun is greeted by Ms. Seo-yun. She returns the greeting. Kim Sia-jun asks how her body is, and if she is hurt anywhere. Seo-yun assures him that she is fine, despite her looks, and that she is pretty sturdy. Sia-jun is relieved. Seo-yun apologizes. Sia-jun asks Seo-yun what she is apologizing about. Seo-yun says that she could have won, but she stuck her nose in. Kim Sia-jun says he was wondering what she was talking about, and tells her not to be sorry, as she has nothing to apologize to him for. Seo-jun says that in fact, he is wondering if Seo-yun is okay. Seo-yun asks why he wouldn't be. A voice shouts, Hyung. Seo-jun Hyung is called out. Seo-jun raises his hand. Lee Jun-won asks if he is leaving now. Seo-jun confirms that is the plan. Seo-jun stands with Lee Jun-won and another person wearing a cap. The person with the cap says, well. Seo-jun looks down. Seo-jun wonders if he will be able to be like the other person if he keeps working hard. Seo-jun, Lee Jun-won, and the person with the cap stand together. A close-up of Seo-jun's face. A sound effect. Seo-jun looks up. The young man remains silent. Lee Jun-won says it'll probably be difficult. Truth be told, Lee Min-ji's talent falls behind a lot when it comes to becoming a pro hunter in this day and age. Lee Jun-won continues, saying that the world is too harsh of a place to brave through with just dreams and ideals. He adds that there's no reason for Seo-jun to be so disappointed, since he's still young. Seo-jun says that Lee Jun-won has a point. Lee Jun-won says that he didn't ask to bring down the mood, and that he just came to say a final goodbye. Seo-jun thanks Lee Jun-won for everything, Hyung. Lee Jun-won tells Seo-jun not to let anyone get to him, whether that's him or anyone else, and not to let them tell him that he can't do it. Seo-jun is left alone. A voice declares that you don't have talent, stating it as an undeniable fact. That's what people will say when they see you. Seo-jun walks down the street, another figure following behind him. They'll say that you can't do it, that you'll never succeed. But always keep this in mind. Someone else's opinion of you doesn't have to become your reality. Seo-jun stands with two other figures in the background. If you wish for something, do it. That's all you need. A young man with glasses looks off to the side, tears in his eyes. The sky is a swirl of pink and orange. A voice says that they'll visit with their little sister sometime. Seo-jun waves, a smile on his face. A close-up of a girl's face, looking off to the side. A voice expresses surprise at this side of you. He is busy sticking his nose where it doesn't belong. The other person chuckles, thinking it's cool and that he now has a fan. He is thinking maybe a student would have been better. Better for you than a fan. She thinks she should have taken the opportunity to suggest their dream academy to him. The two continue to walk. Our academy. Touched. All right. Since you've worked hard, I'll buy you a weapon. Wait, really? Why so suddenly? Think of it as a substitute for a scholarship. There's a workshop my grandfather frequents. Let's go there. I'm going to pick something expensive. Two figures walk along a paved path, sunlight dappling the ground. The path leads toward a traditional Korean building, bathed in the warm hues of the setting sun. The building's entrance, a sturdy wooden gate, stands closed. Footsteps echo as someone approaches the gate. A man in a suit stands outside the gate. Another man, standing guard, says, "Is the headmaster present?" The guard replies, "Yes, but he said to not let anyone in because he's meditating." The man insists, "It's an emergency. Tell him that I'm here." The guard appears nervous. The man kneels just outside the door. A sliding door begins to open. The man outside the door calls out, "Headmaster, it's me, Seo Munchul." Seo Munchul, Sword Saint's close aide, remains kneeling. A voice from within the room booms. "I thought I was clear when I said don't let anyone in." He stood silently, his back to the viewer, the weight of the situation palpable. A figure knelt, surrounded by an oppressive aura. "Are you ignoring my orders?" The pressure was immense. What unbelievable pressure. "I can't move." Sweat beaded on the man's brow as he struggled against the unseen force. The voice echoed, revealing a surprising detail. Lady Seo-yun participated in the most recent academy tournament. The man's expression was obscured by shadows, but the tension was evident. His gaze remained fixed, unyielding. Another man stood, confirming the information. "In the academy tournament?" "Yes. We're still getting." The details were being discussed. The details? How about this one? The man shook his head, his expression grim. "But it seems she recruited a new student. Not this one either." Seo Munchul declared, "Care of this matter myself." He firmly states no. Seo Munchul muses that he needs to personally see what kind of person the individual is. The text identifies the man as Sword Saint Park Minchul. Seo-jun wielded the cleaning tool with practiced ease, the air thick with the scent of disinfectant. Seo-jun wiped his brow, a sigh escaping his lips. Daily task complete. He straightened up, a small smile playing on his lips as he noticed Ms. Seon's disapproving gaze. Seo-jun paused, sensing the intensity. Ms. Seo-yun? I feel a sharp glare on the back of my head." Ms. Seo-yun responded, "Oh my, I think that's just your imagination." Ms. Seo-yun retorted, "You wanted to change your equipment so badly, yet you were super picky at the workshop I took you to, and in the end, you didn't buy anything." Seo-jun replied, "I think I can just continue using my current one." A guilty expression washed over Seo-jun's face. "Ahem, I just felt like it was a bit too much." A voice declared, "Liar, you're not one to typically say no, or care what others think." She crosses her arms, a slight frown creasing her brow. "I bet you would have gladly taken it normally." A glowing spear floats in the air. Ms. Seo-yun thinks to herself, she's reading him like a book. She can't be satisfied by normal weapons after seeing weapons crafted by one of the transcended. A text bubble reads, "This is all thanks to that damn causality." Seo-jun thinks to himself that he should have just asked for $20,000 in cash. He wonders why the price went up and that he can't do something like this. It seems that it affects causality if it's not earned through proper hard work. It makes her afraid to do anything. Seo-jun says that he even told her he was buying it, and that's not a chance that'll come again. Ms. Seo-yun looks at Seo-jun. Seo-jun asks what kind of mana cultivation technique she uses. Seo-jun is told that he needs to learn a mana cultivation technique to handle mana. Ms. Seo-yun says that seeing how he can defeat monsters, he can clearly handle mana. And seeing how he fought in the tournament, it doesn't seem like it's a low-class one. Seo-jun is told that she's never seen him cultivate. Seo-jun thinks to himself that he hasn't learned a mana cultivation technique yet. A technique refers to the method that enables one to use mana more efficiently. But there are so many different variations that, depending on the efficiency, it gets divided into high class and low class. Every hunter has their own special mana cultivation technique, and they're even patented. An advertisement boasts a special mana cultivation lecture by a named hunter. That was the reason why he was trying to attend an expensive, elite academy. Ms. Seo-yun asks if they teach the Sword Saint's mana cultivation technique at the Dream Hunter Academy. Seo-jun replies that his grandfather strictly forbade that. He thinks to himself that he shouldn't be surprised, or else Dream Academy would be booming. Ms. Seo-yun says that instead, she teaches the mana cultivation technique she invented. Seo-jun asks if she created one herself, to which she replies yes, since she was interested in teaching. She asks why he asks. A glint of light reflects off her glasses. Seo-jun thinks to himself that he was just curious. He wonders if he thought she didn't have talent, or was the bar for talent set on the level of Sword Saint. He continues to think that she's right. Mana cultivation is basic for a hunter. He felt firsthand the difference between being able to use mana and not in the fight with Junwan. Since he now has breathing room to take another lecture, it seems like a good idea to take a lecture on mana. Seo-jun says, "Ah well." Ms. Seo-yun thinks it is complicated to answer and that he's trying to laugh and brush it off. If he doesn't want to answer, she guesses it can't be helped. She tells him to keep training as they walk away. He is asked where he is going. Ms. Seo-yun states that she has some business to take care of. Seo-jun, with a hint of jest, expresses his surprise that she has something to do. Ms. Seo-yun tells him to make sure he locks the doors if he leaves before she returns. Ms. Seo-yun tells him to make sure he locks the doors if he leaves before she returns. Seo-jun assures her not to worry. He wonders what lecture he should take. Seo-jun internally wonders when his mentor is getting here, thinking he'd be real helpful right now. He wonders if he really seems like he has nothing better to do. Ms. Seo-yun, slightly flustered, thinks to herself that she knows she didn't have much to do lately. The sound of her footsteps fade as she leaves. The screen reads, "That is what mana is." The phone displays, "You can see the world." Instructor, Archmage Merlin. Seo-jun stares intently at his phone, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. The phone screen displays more information about mana and the instructor, Archmage Merlin. A smaller bubble reads that completing the lecture will grant a lecture, S. He continues to scroll through the information on his phone, a thought bubble appearing above him. "I feel like I'm going to lose my mind in a different way than with Buddha's lecture." The phone screen displays a message. "That's enough explaining." The phone screen reads, "Time for you to try it out yourselves." A notification pops up on Seo-jun's phone. Daily task. Manifest 1000 mana orbs 0/1000. He continues to stare at the daily task on his phone. A speech bubble appears, stating, "This is also a daily task?" He clenches his fist, a blue aura emanating from his body. "I guess I'll give it a shot." Seo-jun thinks to himself, "It is thanks to the senses I learned from Chiron?" It's not that. He finds it burdensome to feel and control mana. But this is hard. He can feel the mana, but he can't shape it at all. How is he supposed to manifest it? The wizard explains that to use mana is to connect the world of your mind with the physical world. You are taking something you've imagined and bringing it out into the world by tricking and convincing the world, making it descend into reality as if it follows the law of nature. This is the strong power that doesn't exist elsewhere. The manifestation of mana as aura. He is starting to manifest mana. Oh, so this is a mana orb. A mana orb. My precious, tiny mana orb. It might not even count as part of the daily task. He gazes at the small mana orb hovering above his palm. Well, I'm sure I'll become more proficient over time. An older man's voice booms with barely contained anger. You. The older man looms over Kim Seo-jun, his expression unreadable. Seo-jun remains focused on the mana orb, seemingly oblivious to the tension in the air. A question hangs in the air, thick with unspoken suspicion. The older man's voice cuts through the silence. Who are huh? He continues, his tone laced with disbelief. Aren't you the Sword Saint? The older man reveals his true purpose. I came to see who the new student at Sion's academy was. The older man observes Seo-jun, a critical eye assessing him. Asterisk dumb looking. That's something that's hard to do. He might look slow, but he has exceptional talent. Asterisk. The older man's thoughts turn darker, suspicion clouding his judgment. There's only one reason a talented guy like him would join Dream Academy. His eyes narrow, a chilling realization dawning. He's scheming to use my granddaughter. A dark aura emanates from the older man as he demands, his voice dripping with menace. I asked who you are. He introduces himself, a faint purple aura emanating from his hands. Nice to meet you. My name's Kim Seo-jun. The older man's expression softens, though a hint of suspicion remains. He thinks to himself, asterisk that spooked me. Who would have thought Sion's grandfather would suddenly come by, Asterisk. Seo Munchul inquires. Oh, did you come see Miss Seoyun? That's a shame. She just left on business a bit ago. The older man stands tall, his gaze unwavering as he speaks to Kim Seojun. Seo Munchul's eyes narrow, his voice laced with disbelief. What, Miss Seoyun? Huh, are you not here to see Miss Seoyun? I've only ever seen you on the internet, so it's an amazing feeling, seeing you in person. Seo Munchul pauses, his expression shifting to one of suspicion. How come you're unfazed? Seo Munchul's gaze intensifies, his question hanging in the air. What do you mean? The older man's thoughts turn dark, a palpable killing intent radiating from him. Asterisk the killing intent I just poured out. Unless you're an S-class hunter, you should be paralyzed by it. Asterisk. Seojun remains unfazed, a slight tilt of his head the only indication of his curiosity. Seo Munchul's internal monologue reveals his growing unease. Asterisk killing intent. Is this an effect of unwavering heart? Asterisk. Seo Munchul's patience wears thin, his voice laced with command. Tell me right now. He asks what Seo Munchul means. Seo Munchul states that someone with Seojun's talent would be welcomed anywhere, then demands to know his reason for getting close to Seoyun. The sound of footsteps echoes as Seo Munchul draws his sword. Seo Munchul stands with a menacing aura, towering over Seojun. Energy crackles around Seo Munchul's hand as he grips the sword. Seojun stammers, insisting there's been a huge misunderstanding. Seo Munchul thinks he didn't expect Seojun to tell him so easily. Seojun realizes this is dangerous. Seo Munchul swings his sword, a blue energy trailing behind the blade. Seojun barely manages to dodge the attack. Seo Munchul prepares another strike, his expression grim. The sound of the sword cutting through the air fills the room. He looks up, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. The sky stretches out, a canvas of pale blue and wispy clouds. A voice wonders, what? Grandfather's not here. A woman asks, could I know when he'll be back? A woman replies, well, he didn't give any details. I think Councilman Seo would know. Should I give him a call? The woman thinks, I wanted to talk to Grandpa about Mr. Seojun. A voice echoes, where did he go? Seo Munchul's voice booms, now speak. Seo Munchul stands over someone. Seojun Kim, kneeling on the ground, here's the question, what is your objective here? The sound of something breaking echoes through the room. Ms. Seoyun is seen running away from Seo Munchul. Seo Munchul wonders why the lady ran off like that. Ms. Seoyun admits to letting her guard down, realizing that he'd visit sometime, but not this soon. No matter what, she cannot. Seojun is shown. Seo Munchul is shown. A voice declares that those two cannot meet without them. Seojun is seen with a weapon, facing Seo Munchul. Seojun wonders what in the world is going on. The scabbard. Seo Munchul states that he thinks Seojun intended to restrain him, rather than kill him. A close-up shows Seo Munchul holding the sword scabbard. Seo Munchul asks who Seojun really is, stating that he doesn't know why Seojun is doing this, but it's a misunderstanding, asking him to please wait. Lee Junhwan is shocked that Seojun not only manifested mana. Seo Munchul says that Seojun showed such movement, yet still wants to claim it's a misunderstanding. Seo Munchul looks down. Seojun attacks Seo Munchul with the scabbard. Seo Munchul thinks that Seojun sure doesn't hesitate to speak foul lies. Someone says that they don't know what Ms. Seoyun said, but asks Seojun to please calm down. Seojun continues to attack Seo Munchul with the scabbard. Someone yells that Seojun is a scallywag. Lee Junhwan feels like he said something wrong, but can't tell what it might have been. The man in the suit, his eyes glowing with an inner light, began, I wanted to at least take your circumstances into consideration, but... A voice, filled with fury, erupted. Lies. I know you have no intentions of talking this out. A heavy silence hung in the air, punctuated only by unspoken thoughts. The figure with the staff dismissed the outburst. Whatever. Doubt crept into the unseen speaker's mind. I don't think he'll listen to me. Seojun's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. A voice echoed, laced with distrust. And despite what he said, his movements don't seem like he's going to kill me. A sense of immense power filled the air, a presence that could crush mountains. A memory surfaced, a vision of Seo Munchul surrounded by ethereal energy. The truth was revealed, the Sword Saint. He's the person closest to my ideals. The two figures stood facing each other, the tension palpable in the air. A voice, filled with anticipation, declared, this is a great chance for me. He grips the staff tightly, blue energy crackling around it. The air thickens with anticipation. The wood pulses with power, the energy intensifying with each passing moment. A faint ozone smell fills the air. Seo Munchul's eyes narrow, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. This scallywag. He thinks, a low growl rumbling in his chest. His ambience has changed. Kim Seojun plants his feet, the staff held ready. Blue sparks dance around him, illuminating his determined expression. Seo Munchul's gaze hardens. I've met countless hunters over the decades. His eyes gleam with a dangerous light, but there's only one whose eyes stayed fierce, even after facing me. You must be greatly skilled. Kim Seojun tenses, the air crackling with anticipation. The silence stretches, heavy and suffocating. Seo Munchul's voice cuts through the tension, laced with steel. So why did you approach my granddaughter? With a swift motion, Kim Seojun unleashes the pent-up energy, swinging the staff in a blinding arc. The staff connects with a deafening roar, the impact sending shockwaves through the room. A blinding flash of blue light engulfs Seo Munchul. The force of his attack sends a shockwave through the air. The impact blurs the line between offense and defense. The sound of the blow echoes through the room. Seo Munchul remains unfazed. How trivial, he muses. Another strike lands, but it seems to have little effect. Seo Munchul thinks, have to do is answer my question, and yet, he realizes, no, this isn't it. Something's missing, he thinks. Kim Seojun's inner voice cries out, I can't let this end here. Just a little bit more? Kim Seojun charges forward, spear in hand. Tricks won't work, he thinks. He believes, the only chance I have is right now, while he's going easy on me. Kim Seojun continues his assault, determined to break through. Her face contorted in a mix of frustration and determination. She walked away with a man in a suit, her thoughts swirling. I might not be able to answer why yet. I don't know, which is why I want to find out what that is. Her expression hardened, a resolve forming in her eyes. She clenched her fists, her knuckles turning white. She declared, I can't live under your shadow forever, nor do I want to. Her eyes narrowed, a spark of defiance igniting within them. Even right now. She took a sharp breath, steeling herself for what was to come. The man stood tall, his presence imposing. A heavy silence hung in the air, thick with unspoken words. She lowered her head, a hint of remorse in her voice. I'm sorry for raising my voice, she declared, but I'm not going to do as you want me to this time. She reached for the door, ready to face whatever lay beyond. A lone figure walks away into a brightly lit, empty room, the word rebellion hanging in the air. The sounds of the city echo through the streets. Footsteps pound the pavement. The figure continues to walk, the sound of their movement filling the air. Seojun thinks to himself, I'm all Gucci. Today's tasks shouldn't be a problem. Seojun walks down the street, a sword slung across his back. More footsteps echo through the city. Seojun recalls, when the sword saint came at me the other day, I thought I was going to die. Luckily, I got off with just some bruises. I know that you scallywag, you've sinned. Seojun reflects. Sword saint went easy on me, but if Ms. Seojun came even a bit later, it might not have ended with just bruises. I didn't know Ms. Seojun has such a backstory. A close-up shows the line of Seojun's jaw. Last night, Seojun sits on his bed, remembering. Ms. Seojun called me and told me the gist of it. Seongyu considers her current situation and her relationship with her grandfather. The woman is on the phone, looking distressed. She says, as well as. Narration boxes appear, stating, what happened to previous students. I'm sure she didn't tell me everything, but I was able to understand her feelings. The man with white hair and a beard stands tall. A narration box states, and why the sword saint was so hostile towards me. A building is shown. A speech bubble states, but you still shouldn't just beat someone up like that. Just because I understand doesn't mean that it wasn't rude. A man opens a door. He thinks, I should get an apology out of the sword saint somehow, so this never happens again. A progress rate is shown. A speech bubble states, never again. A man is talking. A speech bubble states, well, even if it was rude, I don't think it'd be the worst thing if it happened again. He says, hello, so you've come. A close-up of a man's face is shown. A speech bubble states, why are you just standing there? Come on in. The man with white hair and a beard is shown again. Two men are shown. A sound effect is shown. A sinister smile plays on his lips as he says, come sit down for a bit. The voice declared that someone had succeeded. Seo Munchul sat across from Kim Seojun, the two men in a silent standoff. Seo Munchul asked if that was the whole truth. Kim Seojun replied that he suspected a lot. Seo Munchul stated that there was nothing to say. The voice declared that he didn't seem like he was lying, and that there was no reason to hide in the first place. Kim Seojun sat in a meditative pose, surrounded by a faint blue aura. The voice wondered what was with that strength and talent, as a mere cadet usually couldn't display such prowess. Seo Munchul thought that when he saw this scallywag, instead of doubt, it was his anger that seemed to rise for some weird reason. He asked if Kim Seojun didn't have anything else to say, and if he could go now. Kim Seojun responded with a sigh, stating that it wasn't like he was going anywhere, and asked where Seo Munchul was going. Seo Munchul replied that he was just about to train. The voice thought that if he watched that scallywag train, he should be able to roughly grasp what he's hiding, and told Seo Munchul to do as he saw fit. The Dream Hunter Academy stood tall. Seo Munchul chuckles to himself, thinking, just look at that. He immediately responded. He continues to muse, reflecting on his earlier conversation with Kim Seojun. He hurt my pride, so I inadvertently said I would teach him something. But well, if he really wants it, I could instruct him a bit. But I'm not very interested in your teachings. I'm all right. Seo Munchul strokes his beard, lost in thought. He thinks to himself, also, you keep on disrupting my progress. So if you have something to say, can you wait until later? I understand that you're bored, but... Park Seojun approaches Seo Munchul, greeting him. Good morning, Mr. Seojun, about yesterday. She then exclaims, GR Grandpa. Park Seojun says, you got here just in time. She questions, why? Why did you visit again? Seo Munchul warns, if you try to bully Mr. Seojun once more then, he thinks, That scallywag isn't in the right state of mind. Seo Munchul rambles. He said that he doesn't want my teachings the teachings of the sword saint. A close-up of Seo Munchul and Park Seo-yoon. Park Seo-yoon observes, everything he's doing is weird. Actually, he's just nuts. An unknown character asks, what part exactly is weird? Park Seo-yoon responds, so you're saying that what he's doing right now isn't strange? This is what's different from what he's usually like. He mused to himself that his grandfather might find the current situation rather odd, a sentiment he once shared. Park Seo-yoon's lips curved into a subtle, knowing smile. Seo Munchul announced, Mr. Seo-jun, I'm here. Seo Munchul inquired, Miss Seo, when did you get here? Not long ago. More importantly, is your body all right? Seo Munchul thought to himself, I really don't like that scallywag. Enjoying it so much that that smile won't leave her face. A brief silence hung in the air. Park Seo-yoon laughed, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Now that he thought about it, Seo Munchul wondered if he had ever seen that child smile in such a way. The three stood together, a silent tableau of shifting dynamics. The scene focused on their feet, a subtle indicator of their positions and relationships. Seo Munchul's eyes widened, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. The thought echoed in the air, Kalia? He personally came? A man in a suit stood rigidly, the news settling heavily on his shoulders. And Sir Kalia also has an additional request. Kim Seo-jun sat cross-legged, a question mark hanging over his head as Park Seo-yoon stood nearby, a look of concern etched on her face. Two men in suits stood in hushed conversation, the implications of the news hanging heavy in the air. Kim Seo-jun's eyes widened, a silent me, escaping his lips. A hand clenched into a fist, knuckles white with tension. The question hung in the air, he's looking for me? Kim Seo-jun, Park Seo-yoon, and the two men in suits stood in a tense tableau, the weight of the revelation pressing down on them. Seo Munchul watched Kim Seo-jun, his expression unreadable. I'm also curious as to how that person knows about me. A woman's thoughts drifted back to a memory. A long while ago, I saw a suspicious man in a black hood at the Academy Contention gambling house. Could that person possibly be involved? The internal monologue continued. Even if that man is related to the Order of Truth, as Seo-yoon says, it's still unusual. There is no way that Kalia would take an interest in something trivial. Mr. Seo is asked if he has heard anything about a certain person. He responds that he also has no idea. However, Seo Munchul wonders if he has to go. It's the Order of Truth, and among them are the 7 apostles, who receive the same treatment as heads of state. Sir Kalia is the successor to the currently vacant spot of the Apostle of Chastity. Normally, there would be no way for someone like him to personally ask you to come. And why should that matter to him? He's just a foreigner whom he doesn't know. Well, that is true. They speak so highly of Sir Kalia. The truth is, Sir Kalia had already predicted that Kim Seo-jun might reject his request. So he asked me to forward this message if that occurs. Just by coming, he's willing to give you $100,000. It's so you reconsider going. Kim Seo-jun is surprised by the offer. A disembodied voice wonders how someone knew they needed $100,000. Rather than believing in a human-made deity, the Order of Truth is a religious order that serves the truth as their god. The person wrapped in a mysterious veil is known as the Grand Voice. The Order of Truth values gratitude, patience, humility, charity, and temperance. The 7 apostles are the central collaborators of the Order of Truth. They claim that their words are the truth, hence the words of God. A century ago, the Order of Truth was treated like a mere cult. However, during the Cataclysm, by combining their strength with that of countless heroes, they played a huge part in bringing back peace to all of mankind, allowing them to grow significantly. And among all that, the most decisive part was the giant monster, Berserk subjugation. When people started saying that the end of the Cataclysm was near, a monster suddenly appeared. It was so overwhelmingly powerful that even the combined forces of all of the world's heroes could do nothing to it. The situation was so desperate that some even called it the Second Cataclysm. The only people who were able to defeat the giant monster were. Seo Munchul considers that for a member of a worldwide religion, the place Kim Seo-jun is staying at is a bit plain. Someone asks, confirming, I know. Mr. Kim Seo-jun, correct? Kim Seo-jun states that he has come to meet Kalia, referring to the scallywag next to him. The sound of footsteps echoes. A voice wonders if what Miss Seo-jun said is correct, and if the man she saw at the arena is really related to the Order of Truth, then he must have decided to tempt him with the amount he failed to receive as prize money. Or he may. Someone thinks that they may have just said a random amount to get him to come. He considered the situation. None of this explained why he was being watched and why he was wanted for a meeting. The door to the room slides open. Seo-jun wondered if there was something the man knew about him, or if he knew about Transcendence Academy. Seo-jun thought to himself that he needed to check after seeing Miss Kalia. A voice stated that if they just waited a bit, Sir Kalia would meet them here. Seo-jun muttered that it was as if he would be waiting for them, and that he knew this would happen. Seo Munchul asked if the Sword Saint was already acquainted with Sir Kalia. Seo-jun was surprised, thinking that today was the first time he would be meeting him. Seo-jun asked what, and if today was going to be his first encounter. He thought that they were close since he wasn't speaking about him politely. Seo Munchul explained that they did call each other a few times, but this was the first time he was meeting him face to face. He added that he had seen the Apostle of Chastity before, during the Cataclysm, but he did not meet his successor. Seojun mused about a hero who took part in the cataclysm. Seojun thought it was because he kept thinking of him as Seon's grandfather, but the Sword Saint was still the Sword Saint. He then asked to wait. And what cataclysm? He inquired about the Grand Voice. Seo Munchul sat across from him, listening intently. A text bubble below them stated that the Grand Voice only showed himself during the Berserk subjugation. A disembodied voice echoed, questioning if they had met the Grand Voice before. A cloaked figure stood shrouded in mystery, the source of the voice unknown. Seo Munchul considered the question, his expression thoughtful. Kim Seojun reflected that all he had seen of him was from a distance. Seo Munchul remained deep in thought, his hand resting on his chin. Kim Seojun listened intently, waiting for Seo Munchul's response. Seo Munchul greeted someone, stating it was nice to meet them. He added that this was the first time he was seeing them in person. Seo Munchul stated that the person he was speaking to was the one who called them there, yet made them wait. A woman called Kalia appeared, clad in armor. The camera focused on Kalia's face, revealing her blue eyes and blonde hair. A close-up of Kalia showed her braided blonde hair and determined expression. Someone suggests telling the story now and taking a seat. The word recon hangs in the air. Kalia, holding a teacup, confirms that she was hoping the Sword Saint would accompany her in a dungeon reconnaissance. Seo Munchul, seated across from Kalia, asks why he would join her. Seo Munchul's expression hardens. The question hangs in the air, what do you mean? Kim Seojun asks about a distortion. Someone states that the Order of Truth has decided there is a need to check out the dungeon. Seo Munchul and Kalia continue their conversation. Seo Munchul realizes that Kalia came to Korea because of the distortion. A mistake. She apologizes, her expression unreadable in the dim light. I'm sorry. The older man remains silent, his gaze intense. The older man speaks, his voice measured. Besides that, I don't have anything in particular to offer you. Then let's do this. I will listen to one of the Sword Saint's requests. A figure lies on a couch, seemingly unconcerned with the negotiations. How laughable. You expect me to trust you when you can just pretend to not know about the deal. The older man responds to Kalia, his expression serious. If you want, I can swear on the name of the Order of Truth. Kalia retorts, her tone dismissive. This alone wouldn't be the deciding factor for the apostle's seat. It doesn't matter what you think of it. But aren't you unable to look away now that you know? The older man relents, his voice resigned. Fine. If you swear on the name of the Order of Truth, I will help you out. The ritual of the vow of truth commences, a mystical energy swirling around them. The narration shifts focus. Now, as for Mr. Seojun. Kim Seojun looks off to the side, a slight frown on his face. The woman states that the Order of Truth wishes to sponsor him, getting straight to the point. Kalia smiles, awaiting his response to the offer. Kalia clarifies that they are not asking him to leave the academy, but rather to support him in areas where the academy is unable to help. Kim Seojun wonders what he would have to give back if he accepted this sponsorship. He is not being sponsored because they expect something back. Kalia states that between the Order of Truth and him, Kim Seojun is more than enough. Kim Seojun wonders what would happen if he refused, thinking that there are no strings attached. Although they say that, they will want something back later on no matter what. Kalia asks what his question is, requesting that he tell her. Kim Seojun hesitates, considering his question. He wonders if Kalia will truthfully answer just because he asked her to, thinking that if she avoids answering or answers in a roundabout way, there is no way for him to find out. But it's too unusual for him to just gloss over it. Kim Seojun turns away, ready to ask his question. Kim Seojun's name hangs in the air. Truthfully, there was nothing special about him. Even if he were special, it would only be at the level of a cadet anyway. However, Sir Kalia was a bit startled when he suddenly shoved his smartphone in her face and asked if she could see anything. She wonders what this unpleasant feeling she's getting inside is. It might be better to report this to another apostle. But no, they'll just watch over it for now. Their current priority is the distortion in the dungeon. What happened to the other heroes? Aside from the Dark Saint and the Soul Saint, Sir Kalia has contacted all of them. As you know, since those two haven't been seen. A hand grips the edge of something, peering through a crack. They haven't been seen. You scallywag. Why did you reject Kalia's proposal? Kim Seojun stands against the backdrop of the city. It leaves a bad taste in my mouth. Leaves a bad taste in your mouth? Doubts linger. The speaker voices uncertainty about the Order of Truth, but is certain that Kalia has no connection to the Transcension Academy. He doesn't want to accept goodwill from someone who won't show their hand. Seojun asks if that means Seon's academy doesn't leave a bad taste. Seo Munchul replies that of course it doesn't. Where else could you find someone as honest as Ms. Seoyun? Seo Munchul is asked if he may ask something. He asks what it means to have a distortion in a dungeon. It means that the magic power gets distorted. When that happens, a dungeon's estimated. Such distortions have many ripple effects, but they mostly lead to sudden increases in a dungeon's rank, or dungeon breaks before the time's up. Munchul asks what those things happen. Seojun looks on. It's a phenomenon you can't see these days, but during the cataclysm, it was something that happened occasionally. Seojun is confused. Then the thing Sir Kalia mentioned, that wasn't over. Seo Munchul tells him not to get bothered by it. Kalia just misunderstood. The cataclysm is over. Seojun asks where he is going. Seo Munchul replies that Miss Seon's academy is right up there, and that it is nothing. Seo Munchul walks away. He says that Seo-jun needs to know. He practically sings about it every day, so there is no way he wouldn't know. The woman raises her finger, reminding him that he does not remember. Now that he thinks about it, isn't money his most urgent problem? He used the 100,000 he received from Kalia to repay his debts. Not long until the free pass duration ends. He has to buy a weapon and also wants to listen to individual lectures. The woman shows Kim Seo-jun something on her phone. That's why, while he wasn't here, she looked into it a bit and happened to find one that was appropriate. Something appropriate? The 24th. Kim Seo-jun looks at the woman, who is holding her phone. The sound of footsteps echoes. Dungeon sweep contest? Kim Seo-jun stares at his phone, a look of disbelief on his face as he reads about the dungeon sweep contest. Seo-jun asks, "What is this?" The woman replies, to put it simply, it's a contest about sweeping up dungeons that weren't cleaned up." A contest about sweeping up dungeons that weren't cleaned up? The woman explains, it's because people don't want to raid dungeons that don't make money. Seo-jun thinks, well, that does make sense. The narration explains that awakeners used to have a sense of duty or belief, but these days, pro hunters only follow the benefits. The neglected dungeons that don't make money all tend to be low rank and tedious to attack. When time passes, a dungeon that hasn't been raided will have monsters spilling out of it through a dungeon break. No matter how low rank the monsters are, they are still pretty dangerous to normal people. During the Cataclysm, at first, there were dedicated government hunters who handled those neglected dungeons, but wasting the time of extravagant pro hunters in those kinds of places was overall an inefficient thing. In the end, the new method that the government pursued was, what is this dungeon sweep contest? The woman nods, confirming the information. Most of the neglected dungeons are at a level that cadets can handle. Since there are more than enough cadets to use as manpower right now, they can basically just use anyone. Not to mention, if they just slip in the words, it reflects on the Hunter Academy evaluations. Seo-jun looks at his phone. He thinks to himself, I don't know who thought of it, but he used his head well. The woman says, if it's Mr. Seo-jun, I think you will easily be able to win first. What do you think? The prize for first place is $300,000. There is no reason not to participate. Seo-jun says, it sounds good. I'll join. The woman replies, I knew you would like it. I will register you right away then. Seo-jun searched around in order to get this information. Seo-jun thinks to himself. A sinister voice thinks, like in the contention last time, I don't know what sort of variables there will be. Therefore, I mustn't think that it's too easy. Seo-jun is working hard, and Seong-yu acknowledges it. Seo-jun wonders if he's doing what he should be. Now that he thinks about it, Seong-yu asks about the contest's progress method. The contest lasts for a week. When it begins, the government will send out the list of dungeon destinations to the participants. The participants can then check the list and, through an app, make reservations for the dungeons they want to raid. However, the dungeon has to be cleared within 10 hours after the reservation has been made. Furthermore, the participants can make only one reservation at a time. This is to prevent someone from just reserving all of the dungeons at once. In simple terms, the evaluation is all about how many dungeons you can sweep through and how quickly you can sweep through them. So speed is the key. If it's like that, it'll be a bit difficult. Seo-jun wonders what will be difficult exactly. He says they have to handle the monster corpses after a dungeon raid, right? But if speed is so crucial, Seong-yu says no, please don't handle the corpses. As he has mentioned before, the money you make from corpses isn't much. No, wait. Seong-yu asks if Seo-jun wasn't thinking of handling the corpses himself. There aren't any regulations against it. Seo-jun wonders if such a small amount is even worth it. If they gather it little by little, it can get quite large. How could he throw that all away? Still, he must win first to get the prize. That's why Seong-yu is saying things are difficult. Well, at the end of the day, the prize money is his top priority, so he shouldn't be too stubborn. Seong-yu glances down at Seo-jun. What are the exact rules? Seo-jun checks his phone, a smile playing on his lips. A few days later, the day of the competition arrives. Seo-jun's lecture progress rates are displayed on his phone. Because he prepared thoroughly, the progress rate shot up by a lot. But for some reason, the Chiron and Merlin lectures are no longer progressing. Seeing as how a special change happens every 10%, he might need to do something different for it to advance. Mr. Seo-jun, did you install the app? Yes. He checked everything he needed yesterday. He notes that the helper he called hasn't arrived yet, wondering if he's perhaps lost. Despite the delay, the woman assures Seo-jun that's probably not the case, stating that the mister is rather amazing at finding his way. The woman thinks to herself that his looks have quite an unexpected charm. The woman waves to someone. The woman asks if Seo-jun is trying to announce something to the entire neighborhood. Seo-jun is told that he came a lot earlier than expected. He retorts that if he were late, who knows what kind of bullshit he would be hearing from her. So, the older man asks what he has to do for the caller now. A close-up of the older man's torso. A few days ago, hey, Seo-jun, what's up? The older man is asked why he called all of a sudden, and he responds by asking what the caller wants him to do. Seo-jun's contact asks if he wants to try working together. The contact also asks if Seo-jun wants him to move the monster corpses for the contest and act as a driver. The contact confirms that he will take part in the task. The contact explains that he will be moving the corpses and Seo-jun will be dismantling them, as that takes up the most time. The older man on the phone says that the offer isn't bad, but the problem is whether only the two of them are enough, mentioning that speed is crucial. Another man in the background says sure to someone off-panel. Seo-jun says that if the contact is just trying to make sure he gets a larger portion, there is no need for that. The contact says that he really does need Seo-jun, explaining that the dismantling work that earns the most money from monster corpses definitely needs skill. The contact says that if it's Mr. Manchel, he can leave anything to him. A phone displays a notification that the dungeon sweep contest starts now. Seo-jun, standing with two other people, says that it started. A character exclaims, yes, fighting. Mr. Manchel is asked if he's aware of the contest rules. A character standing next to a truck says that he was explained everything last time and remembers everything, so he shouldn't worry about that. He explained that the point of the contest was to determine who could raid the most dungeons. In other words, speed was of paramount importance, and there were two main elements necessary for this competition. First was how fast one could raid a dungeon, and second was how quickly one could reach one. Most of the included dungeons only had 1- or 2-star monsters, but the amount of time it took to raid a dungeon varied by its shape. Thus, what was left to consider was how quickly he could get to them. Mr. Manchel listened, his expression thoughtful. Seo-jun showed Mr. Manchel a list. What is this? Mr. Manchel asked. Seo-jun replied, it's a list of all the dungeons in this contest and their locations. I want you to plan out the way so that the time it takes to travel from one dungeon to another can be as short as possible. Mr. Manchel, surprised, asked, you want me to do it? Seo-jun confirmed, yes. You are faster and more accurate than a navigation system. On tight. The truck rumbled down the road. Go Soo-jin, the supervisor, appears worried, her hand covering her mouth. A blue, swirling gate shimmers with energy. A man observes, speculating, from what I can see about the academy, that Kim Seo-jun person must be a SOSO cadet. Then it should take about an hour, I guess. Another man, drinking from a can, thinks to himself, so there's the cadet who went inside the dungeon, Kim Seo-jun, and this person who tagged along. A disembodied voice reflects. At first I thought it was a case of cheating, so it made me anxious. But he said that he would just wait outside, which isn't against the rules. Thus, I just let him stay. The same voice wonders, is he just a driver? Go Soo-jin is startled. Huh? Why is the gate suddenly? A man's voice announces, Mister, I'm done. Please get ready. Seo-jun stands near the gate, as Go Soo-jin exclaims, you sure are fast. A smaller text bubble adds, having a different person interfere during a raid is a clear violation of the rules. A man states, I know. Then just now. I already caught them all. A distant voice asks, what? The dungeon raid is finished. Go Soo-jin, visibly shocked, shouts, you're done with the raid? What kind of bullshit is that? The dungeon air hangs thick with the scent of ozone and victory. The bodies of the defeated monsters litter the ground, their forms already beginning to dissolve back into the magical ether. She stares, her expression a mix of disbelief and suspicion. What? It's true even though. Kim Seo-jun carries a monster over his shoulder, a nonchalant expression on his face. This? What are you doing right now? Seo-jun dismisses her concerns. Don't worry about it. He continues to carry the monster, the scene emphasizing the speed at which he's moving. 2. This is insane. Go Soo-jin watches him, her eyes narrowed. Are you still doing that crazy thing? A man with a spear stands nearby, his expression serious. No matter what, I can't miss out on the lectures. Lectures? What lectures? A voice echoes, seemingly from nowhere. There's just something like that. The focus shifts to a close-up of a hand touching a monster corpse. How long do you think it will take? The hand continues to touch the corpse, the speaker explaining the dismantling process. As I have said before, since the ranking isn't high and the expensive portions aren't much, it'll take about 15 seconds per monster. Kim Seo-jun stands with the man with the spear, the man speaking. As expected of Mr. Then please continue to work hard. I'll keep on bringing the monsters. Another voice interjects. Wait a moment. Are you going to start dismantling them now? Go Soo-jun's face contorts in surprise, her eyes wide as she exclaims, of course there is. No problem, but... Kim Seo-jun stands in a room with another man, who is seated. Go Soo-jin stands behind him. The seated man asks, then there is no issue, right? A man does squats while holding two monsters on his shoulders, exclaiming, squats. 20. 21. A woman stands amidst a bloody scene, her expression one of shock. Go Soo-jin speaks to Kim Seo-jun and another man. She says, Mister, where's the next one? Within this vicinity. It's not the closest place, but if you think of the next destination, it is the best. Let's go right away. Go Soo-jin stands alone, a slight smile on her face. A speech bubble reads, what did I just see? Two figures are in a truck, one saying, we're hitting two birds with one stone. Hee, and the other, hee, mad fun. A butterfly rests on a finger, its wings fluttering softly. Kim Seo-jun sits on a bench, bathed in sunlight. He muses, it's quite nice to be able to go outside and soak up some sun after being stuck inside in front of a computer screen every day, huh? I want to stay like this. A voice echoes, wondering, I wonder when the participant that made the reservation will arrive. A truck speeds past, kicking up dust and debris. Kim Seo-jun remains seated on the bench, seemingly oblivious to the passing truck. Meanwhile, a disembodied voice shouts, move, move. The air crackles with unseen energy. Skeletons with glowing blue eyes stand menacingly. A figure stands ready, gripping a wooden staff. He declares, "I'll end you instantly." Swinging the staff, the figure is surrounded by skeletal figures. A skeleton is engulfed in a swirling vortex of blue energy. A voice declares, "I'll leave them right here." A man stands holding a skeleton, stating to go ahead. A voice comments that the skeleton's bone count is quite high. The skeleton is destroyed. The skeleton is destroyed again. Someone is running, saying, "Let's go." The person continues to run. Meanwhile, a man wonders what started today. Assistant Manager Kim is asked if he finished writing up the progress report for the dungeon sweep contest. Assistant Manager Kim replies that he organized it and placed it on top of the team leader's desk. He is told good work. Someone says let's see while looking at a report. The report states that Lee So-yeon from East Academy handled 16 dungeons. The list shows Lee So-yeon in second place with 16 clears, Park Young-ju in third with 14, and Han Shin-hae in fourth with 12. The man wonders how someone could be in second place with 16 clears. He then asks if someone raided 17 dungeons. The report reveals that Kim Seo-jun is in first place with 32 clears, causing the man to exclaim in disbelief. Assistant Manager Kim is called over, and he asks if there is a problem. The other man states that it is possible to clear that many dungeons in one day. Assistant Manager Kim says that he was suspicious and checked with all locations, but there were no issues. The man states that Kim Seo-jun's dungeon pathing was impeccable and that it only took him 10 minutes to finish the raids, which doesn't make sense. The man continues, saying that even 1 to 2-star ranked dungeons should take a cadet at least 30 minutes. He wonders if Kim Seo-jun isn't a cadet or if someone helped him, but he checked, and there were no violations of the regulations. The man asks what academy the cadet is from, stating that there was no sign of cheating. Assistant Manager Kim replies that it's called Dream Academy, a small hunter academy located in Seoul's Yunpyeong district. The man realizes that it's the academy that the granddaughter of the Sword Saint runs. He clasped his hands together, a realization dawning on him. No wonder. He thought he had heard the name somewhere. So that was it. The two men exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them. One of them wondered if it wasn't the Sword Saint who registered. The ID card of Lee So-yeon, East Academy affiliate, was displayed, showing that she handled 18 dungeons. Someone declared that they would check immediately. A voice echoed, stating that she seemed to have missed first place. A woman's voice apologized. The woman, Lee So-yeon, East Academy affiliate, stood tall. A man's voice questioned if her apologies would be enough, adding that if she failed to get first place in this contest, the damage that their academy would receive was not negligible. Lee So-yeon vowed to work even harder. Go Soo-jin questioned if 32 dungeons was a feasible number. Lee So-yeon thought that if she finished each dungeon raid within 10 minutes, but even if they considered the travel time between each dungeon, 32 of them was impossible. Lee So-yeon thought that it was possible if someone secretly helped out. The man she was speaking with asked what she meant. The man told So-yeon to just continue to do what she was doing, and that he would handle everything else. A reaction suggests that there is a good opportunity. The man wonders if he was planning on bending the rules in the first place, asking if it feels cheap. Lee Suk-man, former A-rank hunter and current East Academy headmaster, is introduced as Lee So-yeon's father. Lee Suk-man states that it doesn't feel cheap, and that the law of this world is that everyone chases benefits. Go Soo-jin says that what is important is the end results, who won, and what advantages they received, stating that the process never matters. Go Soo-jin asks if he is still thinking about Jin-soo. Lee Suk-man replies that he definitely is, stating that Jin-soo was an idiot and that he doesn't think that she is stupid enough to do something as idiotic as that. Lee Suk-man tells someone not to worry. Meanwhile, she walks down a hallway, her footsteps echoing. Lee So-yeon continues walking. As a matter, Lee Suk-man says of course, please don't worry, stating that if So-yeon is a pro hunter, she needs to have something in her heart that she'll never willingly compromise on. He listens as Go Soo-jin says that Lee So-yeon is being stupid and that everyone becomes a pro hunter just to earn money. Go Soo-jin continues, saying that just because the world is like that, doesn't mean Lee So-yeon should be like that as well. She adds that Lee Suk-man should just wait, because Lee So-yeon will become a pro hunter that moves people's hearts. Go Soo-jin sighs, begging Lee Suk-man not to go around saying something like that. She says that if people start making fun of him, even she'll be embarrassed. Lee Suk-man asks if Go Soo-jin finds his brother embarrassing. The response is a simple, yeah, incredibly so. Lee Suk-man and Go Soo-jin continue their conversation, their expressions serious. The camera focuses on their legs as they stand facing each other. Lee Suk-man's expression is unreadable. Lee Suk-man's face is shown in a close-up, his expression grim. Lee Suk-man thinks to himself that if someone is dead, they should stop showing up in front of him. Meanwhile, Lee So-yeon walks away, her back to the others. Lee So-yeon thinks to herself, frustrated that there is not a single spot on her body that isn't sore. He mentioned doing the dungeon raids. Manchel listened, leaning back on the bench. Seo-jun added that he had seen Manchel fighting in the academy tournament. Seo-jun said if Manchel had come, he could have let him know and contacted him. Manchel retorted that contacting him would just put unnecessary pressure on him. Seo-jun looked away, a slight smile playing on his lips. Manchel Ajusi is always like that, a voice mused. The memory continued, revealing that Manchel took care of Seo-jun, someone with a lot of debt to handle by himself, after his parents died. He was always his pillar of support. The memory continued. Seo-jun suggested that Manchul have his own exclusive delivery service work for him. Manchul replied that he would not right now, but later, when he became big. He told Seo-jun to ask him when it happens and not to make him count his chickens before they hatch. Seo-jun thanked him. Meanwhile, a man approached, commenting that they were the rumored dungeon dismantlers. The man looked at the pair, dungeon spoils slung over Seo-jun's shoulder. Manchul looked on. The man in the suit questioned what kind of bullshit that was. He continued, saying it didn't mean anything too special. It's just that they weren't just raiding the dungeons. They were completely dismantling them. The name stuck. Truthfully, stories about them. The man in the suit said that there were no issues here, so please keep up what they were doing. A ranking board displays the current standings for the 24th Dungeon Sweep contest. Kim Seo-jun is in first place with 73 points, followed by Lee So-yeon with 36 points. A voice declares that if they keep this up, they'll have no problem winning. A man in a suit stands in front of a truck, while another man kneels on the ground nearby. The man in the suit says that if they don't win with all the effort they're putting in, something is wrong with the contest. Seo-jun pumps his fist in the air, exclaiming that there are only 5 days left and encouraging Manchul to stay strong. Seo-jun thinks that even if he dies, Manchul still won't mention the word rest. He then says that if he wins, he'll buy Manchul a grand meal. Manchul responds, asking if he thinks he can handle it, as he's going to choose something really expensive. Seo-jun replies that he'll buy him everything and bring Soo-yeon as well, as he hasn't seen her in a while. A thought bubble shows Soo-yeon, Manchul's daughter. Manchul thinks that he'll have to demand a whole cow. Seo-jun has his arm around Manchul as he looks at his phone, both laughing. Seo-jun says that it's going well. Manchul thinks that he doesn't think a whole cow would be enough. A voice exclaims that this feels good. A voice says that they just have to keep following this path to the prize money. The dungeon sweep contest is on its 3rd day. Manchul looks at his phone with a puzzled expression, while Seo-jun stands behind him. Seo-jun asks what's wrong and tells Manchul to take a look at this. He stares at his phone, a look of disbelief washing over his face. The screen displays a map riddled with red markers, each one labeled reserved. Seo-jun's expression darkens, his mouth agape as the reality of the situation sinks in. There isn't a single dungeon available for reservation nearby. Not to mention, the closest available dungeon takes at least an hour to get there. It seems like the reservations are all gathered around me too blatantly for it to be called a coincidence. Something smells fishy. I agree. I think that the others are being wary now. But my gosh, they're being quite shitty with the way they're interfering with us. We can't confirm if it's true yet, so we should go to an available dungeon for now. But at the next dungeon, and the dungeon after that, the same thing occurred. Fuck. Here as well? As a result, I only raided 10 dungeons today. Something is really weird. It's not weird, it's certain. Second place Lee So-yeon. It's their scheme. Although you can check who reserved which dungeon through the app, it's difficult to prove anything with just that. For now, I will try protesting on the host's side about this. Damn, I may be leading now, but this is only the 3rd day. If this continues, I might lose the first place spot. He apologizes to the other man, explaining that they need to push back the dismantling work until they increase the gap between themselves and the competition. The man responds that he will plan his route the best he can, but it will be difficult if they keep interfering like this. The first man states that he has thought of something. A voice wonders what they should do if something like this happens. Seo-jun Kim smiles confidently. The scene shifts to an outdoor setting. A man tells the others to not get too relaxed, because once Kim Seo-jun makes a reservation, everyone has to reserve all of the dungeons around that area. One of the men wonders what Kim Seo-jun does to raid dungeons so quickly. A man looks at his phone with an exclamation mark above his head. A man announces that Kim Seo-jun made a reservation. A man reminds everyone to reserve all dungeons within an hour's distance, just like yesterday, and to take turns making the reservations during the 10 minutes it takes him to raid, so it doesn't look suspicious. 2 men are seen outside. One, wearing a cap, holds up his phone, saying, "Just make sure you send the money in properly." He continues, "We got it. We just have to keep doing what we've been doing." Another man looks at a phone with a concerned expression. A man in a suit stands behind him. A speech bubble appears, exclaiming, "What is this?" The group continues their discussion. One man asks, "You guys like that?" A speech bubble appears, questioning, "Supposed to make the reservations like this?" The bubble continues, "The dungeon he made a reservation for. It's right next to the dungeon that Lee So-yeon is at." A hand reaches out to grab the phone. A speech bubble shouts, "What? Give me that." The hand firmly grasps the phone. The group continues to discuss the regulations. One man states, "Don't you know? The regulations state that, once you make a reservation, you can't cancel for the next 10 hours. It has to be cleared." Another adds, "It's not like there wasn't a reason for us to clear the dungeons ourselves after we made all those reservations." A speech bubble expresses frustration. "Damn it." An intense energy effect begins to manifest. The energy intensifies, swirling with power. The energy continues to surge. A surge of energy emanates from an unknown figure. The car speeds down the road. The sleek, black car pulls up to a curb. Assistant manager Kim asks, "Are you already done? It's only been about 15 minutes since you entered." Seo-jun Kim remains silent. Seo-jun says, Yes. Aren't you going to start driving? Assistant Manager Kim replies, that is, actually, all of the dungeons in this vicinity are reserved already. So, I'm not sure where I have to go. Seojun thinks, at first, I thought it could simply be a coincidence, but he's just making reservations near mine. And since a figure thinks, dungeons near him are all being taken, I'm also forced to take a hit. If this continues, I can't surpass his score. TCH, I did think he would notice, but to think he would respond in this manner. Go Sujin says, don't worry. I already thought of a different method, so just keep up what you were doing. I understand. A figure walks towards a building. A voice says, so you're Lee Soyeon? She stands tall, a sword hanging at her hip, her expression unreadable. A large man stands beside Kim Seojun, arms crossed, as Seojun asks, who do you think we are? We're fellow victims of a difficult situation. A voice echoes, reminding them, you too, fighting between participants is prohibited. Should you break this regulation, you will be penalized. Do be careful. Seojun retorts, I'm not here to pick a fight. I reserve the dungeon right over there. Lee Soyeon asks, are you the participant Kim Seojun? She continues, and you are Lee Soyeon? A voice declares, no matter who wins, let's play fair and square. Even if it is a competition, it was something that was started with good intentions. Lee Soyeon and Kim Seojun stand facing each other, a palpable tension in the air. Kim Seojun says, you say that as if I'm not playing fair and square. He chuckles, haha, I wasn't suggesting anything like that. Kim Seojun smiles, while Lee Soyeon looks on with a serious expression. The words, good intentions, appear in a stylized bubble. Kim Seojun stands with his back to the viewer. Lee Soyeon's face is partially obscured by shadow as she says, you'll make me laugh. A voice declares, such thing as good intentions. No, good intentions can't exist in this world. The world is a stage, and all the humans merely players. Creatures driven by self-interest, acting only when benefits are to be gained. And when there are no benefits, they remain still. In this process, there are no such things as good intentions, justice, or equality. Meanwhile, a hand grips the hilt of a sword, knuckles white with anticipation. The steel whispers as it begins to slide free. The blade flashes into the dim light of the dungeon. Let's finish this quickly and leave, Seojun mutters, his voice barely audible. With a swift motion, the sword cuts through the air, leaving a trail of crimson in its wake. Goblins fall, their crude armor offering no resistance. Back at the office, Go Sujin stands near a shimmering portal, the air around it crackling with energy. She awaits the return of the raid team. Sujin's expression is unreadable as she stares into the portal. The raid team emerges victorious, their weapons stained with goblin blood. Shouts of triumph echo through the office. Sujin's eyes narrow slightly, a hint of suspicion flickering across her face. What could the reason be? A man approaches Sujin, carrying a sack filled with something heavy. Are you finished with your raid? I thought you would take longer, but you finished quickly. If you're just going to throw away the corpses, do you mind if we take them? The man asks, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling hunger. The man's request is met with a polite, yet unsettling, response. You please. Nice. Thank you. Abstract energy fills the air. A blade rests silently. A voice echoes, questioning the presence of an 8-star monster within. Why was there 8-star monster in here? Lee Sukman recalls that Sir Kalia estimated the dungeon to be a 6-star dungeon. Seongyu adds that when they were taking the estimate, it was definitely 6 stars. He then suggests that the reason there was a Drake might be because of a distortion. Lee Sukman scoffs, stating that a distortion doesn't occur like this. He is beginning to suspect that the Truth Society is scheming something, just like that time 30 years ago. Seongyu assures Lee Sukman that he completely understands what he's feeling, Sir Sword Saint. He swore in the name of the Order of Truth that they did not do anything nor scheme anything. He then asks them to stop fighting in front of him. A new voice interjects, stating that she followed them to investigate what happened, so there's no need to fight. She then asks why they are here and where the Magic Saint went. Young Jimin, the Magic Saint's apprentice, is revealed. Young Jimin tells Lee Sukman that he already knows that Master has health problems. She adds that only he would be this healthy at that age. She then asks why he has been calling her Gramps. As far as she knows, his age is. The scene ends with a visual effect. He could definitely feel an abnormal flow of magic power, Young Jimin thought. But as Lee Sukman had said earlier, it was difficult to say that this was caused by a distortion. Seongyu asked if there was anything unusual while Lee Sukman was facing it. Lee Sukman responded that there was nothing, and what would be unusual about facing a measly 10-star monster? Seongyu retorted that that made him sound like a cocky asshole. Lee Sukman stated that he was saying it wasn't a distortion. Young Jimin thought that that was true, but he didn't think that this was an issue they could just disregard so easily, as this hadn't happened since the fall of the giant beast Berserk. A woman wondered if there was any possibility that a similar situation could occur in a different dungeon. Young Jimin considered that the possibility was really low, but he couldn't say that there was no possibility at all. Lee Sukman stated that anyway, he thought there was a need to investigate this further. A tall building loomed in the distance. A woman asked if that was the one, that dungeon gate. A man responded that it was, although it was the first time 3 dungeons had been seen attached to each other. A man with an axe scratches the back of his head, looking bewildered. Oh my, this wasn't the dungeon I reserved? I thought it was the one I made a reservation for. The man's expression shifts to regret as he touches his finger to his lip. Oh, no, what have I done? I made a big mistake. The man bows his head in apology to Kim Seo-jun and Go Soo-jin. It wasn't my dungeon. I didn't know that. Sorry. A voice booms with anger. These fucking, are they all out of their minds? The Dream Hunter Academy building shakes. Go Soo-jin stands with Kim Seo-jun and the man who raided the wrong dungeon. How does this happen wherever we go? Did the observers take bribes? Since the method they used before no longer works, they switch their method of interference. A text box shows the rankings of several hunters. A voice declares, this isn't right. Even if I have to use my grandfather's name, I will lodge a severe complaint. Go Soo-jin clenches her fist, looking furious. I choose you. Seo Yoon-mon. An announcement appears. It worked. In the case where you have raided a dungeon reserved by a different participant, the overseer of the relevant dungeon may transfer that point to the raid count of the person who made the reservation at their own discretion. Kim Seo-jun looks at his phone. Go Soo-jin stands beside him, and an older man looks on. Kim Seo-jun says, although all of yesterday ended up as a waste, this should be enough. Kim Seo-jun sits in a car, looking determined. They will no longer have a method to bother us. A truck driver yells at someone for stopping their car in front of him, demanding they get out of the way. The driver of the car apologizes, claiming their car suddenly ran out of gas. The driver continues to apologize, offering to take them to the hospital if they're hurt, and saying there's no need to go to a dungeon. He then claims he suddenly wanted to look at his phone, so he didn't see the traffic lights change. Finally, he asks if they want him to move his car, but he suddenly lost his keys. Assistant Manager Kim reports that everyone is denying any relation to Lee Soyan. The team leader of the dungeon management team says he will personally look into it later, but Go Soo-jin thinks that means he's just stalling until there is no more time left. Go Soo-jin reveals that with time being an issue, she looked into it and found out that Lee Soyan is affiliated with a hunter academy whose headmaster is named Lee Suk-man. Lee Suk-man is currently a retired rank pro. Lee Suk-man was one of the few people that the grandfather had acknowledged. Kim Seo-jun asks if Lee Suk-man is a pro hunter that the Sword Saint had acknowledged, wondering if his skills are that great. Go Soo-jin replies that his skills are pitiful and only his mouth is lively, but he has connections to just about everywhere. She thought so, since he started pulling these tricks. Go Soo-jin thinks that even if they perform an investigation, they won't find anything. And even if something is revealed, it will be much later on, after everything has ended. If grandfather stepped out in person, everything would be handled in an instant, but Kim Seo-jun doesn't think it's right for the Sword Saint to come out in person. Go Soo-jin doesn't think it's right either, not to mention, she can't reach grandfather right now. They wonder what they will do now, as they can't just lose first place like this. Kim Seo-jun asks what she means and why she is sorry. Seo-jun appears troubled. He thinks to himself, feeling like he hasn't been very helpful. Lee Suk-man reassures Seo-jun, saying that she has done her best, and now it's up to them to figure things out. Lee Suk-man clarifies that Seo-jun is the one who has to figure things out. Seo-jun's expression hardens, a sinister smile spreading across his face. An employee is shocked that they were overtaken again and wonders what is going on. The employee clenches his fist in frustration. The employee believes that Seo-jun is only making the reservations once he gets near the dungeon. Therefore, they have no idea what dungeon he'll be going to next. He insists that they have to use whatever method possible to block him. Two men are in a car. One of them says to bribe the overseers, as they'll tell them where they're headed if they throw money at them. The supervisor trembles, stating that the other academy seems to have put pressure on them. He wonders if it was Jan. The employee states that the dungeon management team is moving due to pressure from some puny academy. He asks which academy it is and whose words put so much pressure on them. He then says it wasn't Jan, but it's rumored that the academy is run by the granddaughter of the Sword Saint. One man is shocked that it's the Sword Saint. The other man says that right now, there doesn't seem to be a method to handle this. An employee says to find a method and not be stingy, finding anything and everything that will work. He insists that East Academy absolutely must win this competition, and if they miss first place, they all should definitely be prepared for punishment. East Academy looms large, its imposing structure a testament to its prestige. A voice booms, conveying a sense of absolute authority. The ranking board for the 24th Dungeon Sweep Contest displays the name Lee Soyan at the top, sharing the first place position. Kim Seo-jun's name also appears at the top of the ranking board, tied for first place with Lee Soyan. The ranking board continues to highlight the joint first place position of Kim Seo-jun and Lee Soyan. The ranking board emphasizes the shared first place victory. The ranking board shows Kim Seo-jun and Lee Soyan tied for first place with 141 points each. A voice erupts in disbelief, declaring that a joint first place is unacceptable. The contest host meeting room is set for a discussion about the first place agenda. A man questions how a participant who cheated multiple times could be allowed to take first place. Another voice accuses the first speaker of making groundless accusations. The argument escalates, with one side questioning if the numerous accidents throughout the contest were just a coincidence, and demanding proof of cheating. Two figures stand on opposite sides of a table, their tension palpable. A voice pleads for them to calm down. A woman states that the management has decided against allowing a joint first place. A woman listens intently as a man explains that there is no definitive proof that Lee Soyan was involved in any cheating, so she cannot be penalized. The man smirks, thinking that it is just as he thought. A voice suggests they have a suggestion. Shin Young-sik, the team leader of the dungeon management team, stands ready. Kim Se-jun is present. Lee Soyeon is also present. Shin Young-sik announces that both participants have arrived. He will explain the rules for the final match, which will determine the winner of the contest. Kim Se-jun and Lee Soyeon stand before Shin Young-sik. The participants stand ready for the final match. The rules are simple. 3 dungeon portals shimmer in the distance, each a different color. Of the 3 dungeons in front of you, you each may choose one to raid. Whoever finishes their dungeon raid first and raids the remaining dungeon will win first place. Shin Young-sik explains, doesn't that mean that whoever clears their dungeon? Assistant Manager Kim asks, first wins? Is there a reason that we need to clear the remaining dungeon for the win? He continues, you are correct. At first, we were looking for double dungeons. However, we were unable to find any. The only thing close to that were these dungeons here. However, we can't just have the remaining dungeon hanging around. Now can we? Assistant Manager Kim adds, also, shouldn't the winner have at least one more dungeon clear on their count? This is the first time something like this has happened, so the paperwork will be a mess otherwise. He chuckles nervously. All 3 dungeons are 2-star dungeons. There is no real difference in difficulty, so the 2 of you may discuss which dungeons to choose. Kim Se-jun pauses, considering the options. Lee Soyeon stands beside him, listening intently. Kim Se-jun says, there's scheming something at this point, but just in case. If it's alright, may I choose first? Lee Soyeon replies, please. Kim Se-jun thinks, I will choose the rightmost dungeon. Kim Se-jun, holding his spear, declares, then I will. Kim Se-jun stands before the blue dungeon portal, while Lee Soyeon stands before the red one. He thinks, there's very little chance that. A voice tells him not to be too upset about this. Se-jun reacts, wondering what that meant. A voice announces that both participants are ready. Set go. Kim Se-jun and Lee Soyeon step into their respective portals. He runs through the blue portal. The other person thinks about what was said. Don't be too upset. What did she mean? Kim Se-jun dismisses the comment. Winning is more important. Lee Soyeon cheers loudly. He wonders what this place is. At first, he thought it would be a kobold dungeon, but he can't even hear the breath of a monster. Kim Se-jun continues through the silent dungeon. Is this? He thinks that this is very unusual. It's been over 5 minutes since he entered the dungeon, but he hasn't met anything yet. A strange energy permeates the air, leaving a lingering question. What exactly is this place? Spear in hand, Kim Se-jun advances cautiously into the unknown dungeon. A chilling roar echoes through the dungeon, sending shivers down his spine. It's definitely not a kobold. Massive claws scrape against the stone floor, a prelude to something monstrous. The source of the disturbance looms in the distance, a hulking silhouette against the dungeon's gloom. The beast reveals itself, its roar shaking the very foundations of the dungeon. It's a manticore. The manticore's presence raises a troubling question. Why is there a 4-star monster in here? Kim Se-jun takes a defensive stance, his mind racing. Is this a mismeasured dungeon? He grips his spear tightly, preparing for a fight far more dangerous than he anticipated. A grim determination settles on Kim Se-jun's face as he steels himself for the coming battle. The air crackles with energy as Kim Se-jun prepares to face the manticore, his spear glowing with power. The manticore lunges, its massive form a blur of fur and claws, ready to tear Kim Se-jun apart. Kim Se-jun stated that he handled the manticore quickly, but it took longer than a normal 2-star dungeon. Lee Soyeon is probably raiding a normal 2-star dungeon right now. Kim Se-jun wonders if he handled the remaining dungeon. There was a manticore in the dungeon he chose. Someone exclaims in disbelief. Wait a minute, there was a 4-star monster in there? Someone says that it was a manticore and that they can go in and check it out themselves. Then that means Kim Se-jun handled the manticore by himself? Mr. Manchel thinks that it was too unfair and requests a rematch. Mr. Manchel completely understands Kim Se-jun's request. Mr. Manchel doesn't think it will be necessary to cancel this match. Go Sujin asks why that is. Participant Lee Soyeon has not yet left her dungeon. She was still in the city, the familiar buildings looming in the background. Suddenly, a swirling vortex of crimson energy materialized before Kim Se-jun. What? He wondered. The world dissolved into a torrent of red, the air crackling with unseen power. The red energy intensified, forming strange symbols in the air. How strange. A foot stepped onto the cold, hard ground. It's been a while since I've stepped inside. Glowing green eyes pierced the darkness, belonging to a monstrous visage. A figure stood amidst the crimson haze, their features obscured by the oppressive atmosphere. But why is there nothing here? A woman with her hair in a ponytail sits across from a man. She declares that Sion's hands are quite spicy, and when he becomes a pro hunter, he'll probably beat the shit out of all the monsters with his bare hands. The man grits his teeth, thinking that he must endure it. He wonders how such a weakling only has such a sharp tongue, and why he is disobeying his father's orders. The man looks annoyed. The woman tells him that as a pro hunter, he must never compromise what he holds dear to his heart, and not to take it too far. The woman asks why he is smiling in such a silly manner, and if he knows what people call him. The man thinks that even if his father orders him to, he doesn't want to do it. He wonders who cares if he cheats a little, and that these days, if he is too nice he'll only lose out. The woman tells Soyeon to at least be bad and shady like the others. The man thinks that he must get his head on straight, and that most of the heroes are all old or dead. He thinks that now it's the age of pro hunters, and there is no such thing as heroes anymore. The woman says that there is. The woman says that just like there are sometimes politicians who aren't corrupt or haven't sold their souls, he's more likely to find flying pigs. A voice echoes, determined. If there aren't any, I can be the first. It may be difficult to believe this now. But Soyeon, someday, you'll definitely meet someone. A woman rushes through the rain, calling out, excuse me. Someone who doesn't consider relationships or connections or any other type of reason. A voice pleads, please let me through. But to think that he would die protecting someone he didn't even know. Your very own. A body lies covered on the street, surrounded by emergency personnel. My brother was the biggest sucker and the biggest pushover. I knew Jinsu was a bit of an idiot. But to think that he would die protecting someone he didn't even know. Soyeon, you won't disappoint me, right? He didn't even know his own role in life, and ended up dying trying to save someone else. Just like the suckiest pushover alive. Oh, he's dead. A voice responds, yes, father. I'm different from my brother. A voice echoes with determination, declaring that they will never live the way their brother did. Red energy pulses intensely. A figure stands amidst the red energy, remarking on how strange it is and how long it has been since they've stepped inside. A monstrous creature with glowing green eyes appears. A woman with a sword questions why there is nothing there. Someone wonders if she hasn't come out yet, referring to a building in the background. Kim Seojun looks on with a concerned expression. An official states that participant Lee Soyeon is still in the dungeon, adding that she has won despite being in a worse situation. A voice asks if there is a need for a rematch, but then states that if they really want one, they can send in a request to the higher-ups, and that they just need to finish the remaining dungeon. Kim Seojun looks up at the building, thinking that they need to win the remaining dungeon. Kim Seojun realizes that something is off, and that something is horribly wrong. He was certain that the mismeasured dungeon wasn't an accident, but a scheme coming from Lee Soyeon's side. Lee Sukman wonders if Lee Soyeon was also involved. Assistant Manager Kim asks what happened, confused by the sudden change. The magic power measurement device is acting up, suddenly showing a 3-star ranking, but now it's saying 4 stars. Someone remarks that the device isn't broken. Another asks what it means to have a distortion in a dungeon. It means that the magic power gets distorted. When that happens, a dungeon's estimated difficulty during its formation is different from its actual difficulty. Such distortions have many ripple effects, but they mostly lead to sudden increases in a dungeon's rank, or the dungeon breaks before the time's up. Someone says they're not sure, having worked in the field for over 20 years, but this is the first time they've seen something like this happen. It's a phenomenon you don't see these days, but it was something that happened occasionally during the cataclysm. Lee Sukman thinks that just to be on the safe side, it would be best to call in some pro hunters to investigate this. Kim Seojun wonders what the reason could be. The two men stand in the field. Distorted magical energy swirls. The distorted magical energy intensifies. He grimaces in pain, blood splattering as he reels from an unseen blow. Seojun, clutching his arm, spits out a curse. Well shit. Sitting back to back with a sword, Seojun wonders, is this? A monstrous form looms, its voice echoing with dark amusement. What my brother used to call poetic justice. The 6-star monster, Nerkura, towers over the injured hunter. Nerkura's maw opens, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Seojun, staring up at the beast, scoffs. Huh, there's no way that's true. That appears only in fairy tales. A disembodied voice echoes, something like poetic justice just doesn't exist in this world. Nerkura lunges, claws extended. The monster's attack connects, sending dust and debris flying. Seojun, bracing for the end, mutters, well, at least I'll die in a slightly less stupid manner than my brother. Nerkura's claws tear through the air, closing in for the kill. Nerkura's massive claws descend, aiming to crush Seojun. His eyes widen, reflecting the imminent danger. Lee Soyeon watches the fight, shouting, you. Seojun, with a desperate surge of strength, swings his staff, aiming for Nerkura's exposed flank. Lee Soyeon, witnessing the attack, wonders, what are you? Lee Seon asks, are you able to move? Lee Seon thinks, it might be tough for you to move, but, ugh, do your best to run away. Why? Lee Sukman shouts, I'll buy you some time. Art. Lee Sukman shouts, what? What are you? What are you doing here? Seojun continues his assault, staff blurring as he strikes again. Nerkura reels from the impact, the force of the blow evident. As expected of a 6-star monster. He deflects the attack, wondering if this is the best he can do. He shouts, hey, go ahead. Nerkura's eyes glow green. Nerkura attacks. Lee Sukman deflects another attack, thinking he did it. He thinks, now he has its attention. Nerkura attacks. Nerkura attacks. Lee Sukman deflects another attack. He thinks, if he gets struck by any of its attacks, it'll be critical. Lee Sukman deflects another attack. He continues to deflect the attacks, now used to Nerkura's attack patterns. Lee Sukman thinks that if he just continues to deflect the attacks as he baits her in this direction. Nerkura attacks with a downward strike. The attack lands, and Lee Sukman cries out. Nerkura continues her assault. Nerkura's weapon strikes Lee Sukman, sending blood flying. Lee Suk-man groans in pain. Red energy emanates from Nerkura as she stands over her downed opponent. Nerkura looms over Lee Suk-man, who lies prone on the ground. Lee Suk-man thinks, damn it, is it still too hard for you to move? Go Soo-jin asks, why? Why are you going this far? Lee Suk-man thinks, clever girl. Hey, so, I don't think I can buy too much time. He then says, this has nothing to do with you. She stands over Lee Suk-man, who is bleeding on the ground. A sword lies discarded nearby. Lee Suk-man, his face edged with pain, says, you might think that you've become something because of this, but don't be mistaken. Didn't you participate in this contest because of the money, too? A memory flashes of Lee Suk-man walking away, a sword slung over his shoulder. He thinks that I could earn money. You might not know this, but I need a substantial amount of money. Then get lost. Get out there and win. Back in the present, Lee Suk-man, still on the ground, continues. You already know all the shit I've done. You think I'll be thankful if you do this? Go Soo-jin replies. If you really think that bullshit is? She states firmly, no. What you did was clearly wrong, and I doubt it was your first time doing it. Go Soo-jin continues. I don't even plan to forgive you for that, but I don't think that means you should die. Lee Suk-man looks up at Go Soo-jin, his expression unreadable. Kneeling, Go Soo-jin says, it may be difficult to believe this now, but Soyeon, someday, you'll definitely meet someone. Lee Suk-man, his face shadowed, says, and I don't think that means that I shouldn't help you. And finally, no matter what. A flashback shows Lee Suk-man with another person, someone who doesn't consider relationships or connections. Lee Soyeon rests her chin on her hand, a thoughtful expression gracing her features. The words hang in the air. Your very own hero, Soyeon. Kim Seojin shouts, what better prize is there than saving people's lives, you moron? The manticore unleashes a deafening roar, its jaws wide, and its eyes burning with malevolent intent. The beast lunges forward, a blur of claws and teeth. Its claws tear through the air, leaving trails of purple energy in their wake. With a burst of speed, Kim Seojin narrowly avoids the manticore's attack. Kim Seojin's eyes widen in shock as he witnesses the monster's power. Damn! Gripping his weapon tightly, Kim Seojin prepares to fight. A dark shape materializes. A monstrous roar echoes. A violent explosion of crimson energy erupts. A hulking form of a monstrous entity looms. The beast's silhouette dominates the scene. A spear lies discarded on the ground. Kim Seojin grits his teeth, his expression a mask of determination. He curses under his breath, his grip tightening on his weapon. Damn! The tip of the spear gleams ominously. Seojin's eyes widen, his face contorted in a fierce yell. A heavy silence descends. A text box states, intuition is within the domain of thought. The text box continues, but most cadets seem unable to understand this phrase. The text box explains, the idiom domain of thought means that it is based on judgment. It continues, then, someone might ask, Mr. Lecturer, didn't you say that if you move after you think and judge, it'll already be too late? A young man looks at his phone, thinking, The text box states, that is correct. Moving after you think and judge is too late. The text box states, but a lot of people believe this means that you shouldn't think, judge the situation. It continues, definitely not. Haven't I said this from the start? Hooves splash in water. A text box states, intuition is within the domain of thought. A shirtless man with gray hair stands with his arms crossed. A man with glasses is surrounded by blue energy. More hooves splash in water. A text box states, bring together your thoughts and your intuition. A close-up of a man's eye. The text box states, this means to leave your judgment to intuition, thereby conjoining thoughts and intuition. A surge of energy crackles through the air. That is the true intuition. Kim Seojin stands firm, staff in hand, ready to strike. His eyes glow with an intense, electric blue light. Intuition of the transcended. The air shimmers with displaced energy. Seojin clashes with Seongyu, the impact sending shockwaves through the immediate area. The force of the blow reverberates. A desperate cry echoes as the attack lands. The air distorts around the point of impact. A thin line of blood trickles down Seojin's cheek, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. Seongyu's eyes glow with power. He thinks where he will attack next. He is sent flying backwards from the force of the blow. Seongyu can feel the movement of his muscles, one by one. A monstrous presence looms. Seongyu barely manages to block the incoming attack. The attack threatens to overwhelm him. If the situation continues like this, he should barely be able to hold on until a pro hunter gets here. The team leader should have already requested reinforcements, so it shouldn't be long until they come to rescue him. However, Seongyu is sent sprawling. How long will Lee Soyeon be able to endure? There is no time to waste. Seojin Kim lunges forward. The attack lands. He has to defeat it now. Power emanates from the dragon-like form. Blue energy surrounds Seojin, the words to uproot mountains, echoing in his mind. The spirit that overturns the world surges. Seojin is caught in the surge of power. The dragon-like entity roars, its power seemingly waning. A wave of red energy pulses. The energy intensifies. Seojin grits his teeth, a cut visible on his cheek, as the blue energy intensifies around him. The monster realizes, I can feel it instinctively. I can't win. With only the power to uproot mountains, Seo-jun prepares to strike. Seo-jun focuses, the power to uproot mountains and spearmanship coursing through him. The blue energy crackles with anticipation. He unleashes a surge of blue aura. The aura intensifies, crackling with power. The manticore cries out as the blue energy slams into him. More blue energy strikes the manticore, pushing him back. The manticore retaliates, unleashing a torrent of red aura. The red aura burns with furious intensity. The red energy slams into Seo-jun. More red energy continues to strike him. The aftermath of the clash leaves a trail of destruction. Seo-jun, battered and bleeding, struggles to his feet. The manticore lies wounded, blood pooling around him. The air hangs heavy with the scent of blood and ozone. The aftermath of the battle is a scene of devastation. Twisted metal and shattered stone litter the ground. A heavy silence hangs in the air, broken only by the distant echoes of the fight. He leans heavily against a wall, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Bruises bloom on his face, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. Dust motes dance in the faint light, illuminating the extent of the damage. Seo-jun groans, her voice laced with pain. I came here to save you, but I don't know if I'll end up making a fool of myself and dying with you. He hoists Seo-jun onto his back, the effort straining his already weakened muscles. Blood stains her floral shirt. Seo-jun clutches at him, her voice tight with anxiety. You're not dead, right? Please tell me you aren't dead. I'm incredibly nervous that I wasted my efforts here. He grunts. I'm not dead, yet. Seo-jun's expression softens, relief washing over her features. That's great. For now, since we don't have any time, let's get out of here quickly. A tense silence descends as they move forward, the weight of their situation pressing down on them. A man asks, concerned, about Kim Seo-jun and another person, questioning what happened inside. Someone requests that the medical team be called over quickly, stating it's an emergency. A figure stands over another, a spear in hand. The figure declares that they will never think of the other as their savior. The figure states that they still don't think they did anything wrong. The figure thinks that they didn't help because they were expecting something. Concerned, someone wonders how the situation could have ended up like this and insists they have to get them to the hospital immediately. News of what happened during the dungeon sweep competition spread throughout the world, and chaos ensued as people carry someone on a stretcher. The 6-star monster Nerkira appeared in a 2-star dungeon. Although mismeasured dungeons weren't non-existent, there had never been a case of the monster being so drastically different. Not only the people, but also the association and the government's attention was focused on this, and naturally, what followed was. People whisper about Kim Seo-jun, noting it's their first time hearing that name and questioning if that cadet defeated a Nerkira. A person stares at their phone, a look of disbelief on their face. The screen displays information about a cadet. The words Dream Hunter float in a thought bubble. A figure in a hooded cloak speaks, revealing that the Apostle of Temperance is searching for Sir Kalia. Another figure questions the Apostle of Temperance. A woman in armor speculates that recent events are connected to a distortion in Korea. A young woman points at a phone displaying an article about a cadet who handled a distortion monster. The young woman speaks to a man with slicked-back white hair, confirming that they are discussing the same scallywag. The young woman expresses her confusion. A figure lies face down in a hospital bed, seemingly in distress. A character laments the loss of their money, questioning why they thought it was a waste. A bandaged patient in a hospital bed argues with another person, stating that it was a waste because they were supposed to win first place. The patient is offered a plate of food, and the other person questions why they uselessly decided to act. He wasn't exactly sure what she meant, though. Go Soo-jin explains. Anyway, it's Mr. Seo-jun's solo win. Additionally, due to your actions during this situation, the government has added some additional benefits. If I just mention the important points. The reward will be tax-free, and there will be an additional reward of $100,000. Kim Seo-jun is surprised by the additional reward of $100,000. Go Soo-jin continues, yes. Well, it's only called a reward on paper. In actuality, it's reparations for what you've been through. If they add another $100,000, how much is this? $400,000. Our Dream Hunter Academy has finally been promoted to a League 3 Academy. Kim Seo-jun and Mr. Manchel are surprised by the news. Kim Seo-jun asks, really? Is that true? He continues, yes. Because Mr. Seo-jun won first place this time, the Academy judgment requirements were finally met. There are several additional benefits to the Academy promoting leagues, but what's more important to Mr. Seo-jun is that you can now raid up to 4-star dungeons. Go Soo-jin explains, because I interfered unnecessarily in the tournament, I was concerned that I had thrown away an opportunity for the Academy to become a part of League 3. Kim Seo-jun replies, that's great. This all happened with. Go Soo-jin tells Kim Seo-jun, now you just need to slowly start getting cadets other than me. Now that he has $400,000. Well, the cost of Lance of Longinus is $100,000. Kim Seo-jun hums, looking at his phone. The problem is, he doesn't know the cost of the free pass. Perhaps, the moment that free pass ends, will they use causality to determine the price again? In other words, saving up money now will only uselessly increase his causality, right? Waiting too long turns things to shit. If it's going to be like this, Kim Seojin thinks, he might as well buy another piece of equipment. Excalibur, Lance of Longinus, Kestos Hemus. The belt belonging to Aphrodite. This belt is known for charming all people of the opposite sex when worn. Gleipnir, the rope known for tying down the wolf god Fenrir. It was made using 7 different materials that don't exist in this world, and thus cannot be cut using anything that exists in this world. For the weapon, he thinks the Lance of Longinus would be the best. He scrolled through the item list, a nagging question forming in his mind. What else should he buy? The slightly too good pricing bothered Seojun, as it seemed too perfect to buy everything. Memories of causality flashed through his mind. Items that should cost tens of millions of dollars were going for only about 1 to 200,000 each. Even if they were only copies, with how strict and cruel that causality was, there was no way that they should be selling for such bargain prices. There was a very high chance that the prices would rise each time he tried to purchase an item, or the free pass and causality calculation triggers. Although there was a chance that wasn't true, there's nothing bad about being cautious. Another problem was that since the shop didn't provide the effects of the items at all, he could only make a rough guess at the effects based on the mythology the items originate from. As for those items that didn't have mythos around them, or are from something obscure he didn't know, he wouldn't even have a clue about the effects of them. What to do? He couldn't just look into every single myth, since it'll be too time-consuming. Maybe there is an item review or something on the community board. When the mentor comes, he should ask about that as well. The Freshman's Talk board is the community board for the Transcension Academy cadets. For some reason, he wasn't assigned a user ID. He couldn't write a post or leave a comment, but he did check it out occasionally to kill time. Tada, can someone leave some item reviews, please? 100 different Transcendent Gear item reviews with personal recommendations. Not some clickbait ad. It has real item reviews. Oh, it might be that item from the Greco-Roman mythology that belongs to the goddess Hera. He glances at his phone, a thought crossing his mind. It was the pouch that the hero Perseus used to put Medusa's head in after he hunted her down, right? Should he check the price? The screen displays the item, Copy Cabesus, priced at $100,000. The price isn't bad. He muses, he could put an entire body in it while clearing a dungeon raid. It does feel like he would use it if he owned it. It is a bit unfortunate that the weight reduction. He pauses, considering. Isn't this mad convenient for doing squats? If you put everything into the pouch, it's not bulky. Without the corpses flopping around, exercising while carrying something heavy is possible. Absolute purchase. A building stands tall against the night sky. 3 days later, Kim Seojun stands holding the Copy Cabesus. Wow, now that I look at it in person, it's actually insane. He thinks that although he needs to check out the abilities on Cabesus, the aura on the item is pretty amazing. Though, he has to say, his bank account only has dust left in it. He was kind of expecting it, but to think the price of Cabesus went up immediately after. Kim Seojun thinks that this causality bastard hates seeing him gain anything. Go Sujin asks if he is okay. Go Sujin asks why Kim Seojun is going on a dungeon raid right after he's been discharged from the hospital, and if it wouldn't be better to take a rest. Kim Seojun thinks what would be the point of resting when he's completely fine, and that he should be earning some money quickly. Go Sujin tells Kim Seojun that he has the prize money he received this time. Kim Seojun says he used it all. Go Sujin asks Kim Seojun what he used it all on. Go Sujin asks if Kim Seojun used up all $400,000. Kim Seojun holds the Cabesus. He thinks that no matter how you look at it, it looks new and expensive. Go Sujin says that she sees he is super excited to try that out. Go Sujin thinks that Kim Seojun was all picky and sad when she said she would purchase it for him. Go Sujin thinks that, well, it's Kim Seojun's money, so she can't tell him what to do with it. The sound of a blade slicing through the air echoes through the stone chamber. He stands ready, staff in hand, as Go Sujin watches from behind. They both stare at the remains of what was once a stone monster, now reduced to rubble. Kim Seojun looks at Go Sujin, who asks, what just happened? Go Sujin stares at Seojun, dumbfounded by the display of power. The pair stand in the dungeon, the air thick with the scent of dust and shattered stone. Now, she wouldn't be surprised by all of the. Go Sujin smiles, a hint of amusement in her eyes. Or, that was what Seojun thought. He wonders what kind of gargoyle gets chopped up like tofu, questioning if they're made of soy instead of stone these days as he continues to fight. Seojun Kim asks if he looks like he's lying. Go Sujin thinks to herself that she'll believe him since Seojun Kim says so. Someone apologizes to Miss Seojun. The dungeon looms. Dust motes dance in the air of the dungeon. Seojun Kim and Go Sujin are surprised. The pair stand in the dungeon, which looks a little bit dangerous. The dungeon stretches out before them. The dungeon is filled with debris. Go Sujin declares that she'll take care of this herself, but Seojun Kim tells her to wait. Seojun Kim's hand is shown. Seojun Kim says he just wants to test something out first. He mused. The sheer power of the Lance of Longinus was far beyond what he expected. The lance hummed with contained energy. Then, Seojun Kim wondered what would happen if he applied PTUM and the mana he learned from Merlin. He took a step forward, the lance glowing with power. The lance pulsed with energy, ready to pierce. Kim Seojun's expression was serious, focused. His eyes glowed with an intense blue light. A blue aura sword descends with immense speed. The blade continues its arc, a flash of blue light illuminating the scene. The aura intensifies as the sword plunges downward. Lee Soyeon watches with wide eyes, a gasp escaping her lips. The wielder's grip tightens on the hilt, channeling more energy into the blade. The sword is swung with incredible force, leaving a trail of shimmering blue light. Is that an aura sword? A dark figure stands silhouetted against the light, its red eyes glowing menacingly. The aura sword hurtles towards the dark figure, poised to strike. The air crackles as an unseen force unleashes a torrent of raw energy. The energy intensifies, scaling to an unimaginable level. The energy continues to surge, a blinding display of power. The energy continues its relentless assault, tearing through the very air. The energy continues to build, a cataclysmic force unleashed. The energy intensifies further, threatening to consume everything in its path. The energy continues to surge, an unstoppable wave of destruction. The energy reaches its peak, a blinding inferno of pure power. A figure in white stands amidst the chaos, seemingly untouched by the surrounding energy. Meanwhile, Kim Seojun stands alongside Go Soo-jin, the pair observing the unfolding events. Lee Soyeon's eyes widen in disbelief, her expression a mask of shock. Soyeon gasps, barely able to utter a word. Arcs of raw energy crackle and writhe, illuminating the cavernous space with an eerie, electric blue. The air vibrates with unseen power as the energy intensifies, the very stones seeming to hum in response. From the heart of the storm descends a figure cloaked in shadow, a long, ornate spear clutched in their hand. Lee Soyeon's eyes widen as she looks up, a gasp escaping her lips as she takes in the sight of the descending figure. The cloaked figure levels the spear, the tip aimed directly at Kim Seojun and Go Soo-jin, a silent promise of violence hanging in the air. The spear that pierced the crucified Jesus. The Holy Lance. The Lance of Longinus. Still, since it was only a copy, he thought there would be a bit of a decrease in power. It was incredible. They said that experts don't blame their tools, but clearly that was all dog's hit. Being overgeared is fucking awesome. He thinks it would be better if he were to purchase more necessary gear by checking reviews on the online forums. He guesses money is still the issue. As he purchases more gear, his casualty increases, especially. Now Kim Seojun really needs to cram for the lectures. For the next 25 days, he needs to squeeze out every drop. Go Soo-jin says, "Oh right, Mr. Seojun, there's something I forgot to tell you." She asks, "What is it?" She informs Seojun Kim that Jimin Yoonhee wishes to meet him, asking if that would be alright. Seojun squats, a question mark hovering over his head. He wonders who this Jimin Yoonhee is, and if Park Seohyun has any sisters. Go Soo-jin replies that she's just some Yoonhee that she knows. Go Soo-jin exclaims that if she were to say that she's the apprentice of the magic saint, he might know who she is immediately. Seojun Kim is surprised. Seojun Kim questions what the magic saint's apprentice is. A flashback shows the apprentice that the magic saint had taken in secret, and the apprentice that the magic saint admitted had surpassed him. The geniuses were still recovering. Amongst all geniuses, realistically, she would be the next generation of the magic saint. Seojun Kim wonders why that person wants to suddenly meet him. He thinks that she said that she wanted to ask him a couple of questions about the incident that happened before. If it's about the incident from before, it must be about the distortion. Yoonhee was about to barge in immediately, but he managed to delay her by saying that he thinks about how Yoonhee was about to barge in. He wonders if that person is also. A small figure yells at someone to get away from his Seohyun immediately. Go Soo-jin says that Yoonhee isn't like that, and that he doesn't have to worry about that. Go Soo-jin says that she'll contact her and let him know the date. Go Soo-jin smiles as she sends a message on her phone. Park Seohyun arrives, calling out to Ms. Seohyun. Young Jimin is surprised by her arrival. Young Jimin wonders how she could have arrived so quickly after being contacted. Young Jimin asks where Kim Seojun is, stating that she was told she had the okay to meet him. Go Soo-jin wonders if Young Jimin is referring to the guy that Gramps praised so heavily. The panel introduces Young Jimin, apprentice of the magic saint. Someone is in disbelief. Go Soo-jin is shocked. A man wonders if Young Jimin is a high schooler. Someone asks who they are and where they got that. Someone is confused and demands to know where they got that. She explodes, demanding to know what they are talking about and why Young Jimin is speaking to her informally. Go Soo-jin's anger is palpable. Kim Seojun questions what is happening. Go Soo-jin grabs Young Jimin, telling her to let her go because she needs to know. Go Soo-jin wonders where Kim Seojun got that information. Go Soo-jin continues to restrain Young Jimin, calling her Yoonhee. Kim Seojun apologizes for surprising her, explaining that Yoonhee has a quirk where she has no breaks when she wants to figure something out. He wonders if this person is perhaps. Kim Seojun confirms that she is right, stating that she is Jimin Yoonhee, the magic saint's apprentice that he mentioned before. Go Soo-jin wonders why she looks like that, stating that from her knowledge, she should be in her 40s. Young Jimin sits pensively. Kim Seojun asks if that is possible. Young Jimin explains that it isn't a complete visual change like a polymorph, but since it's a form that her body has memories of, she can use the image within that memory to change her appearance to what it once was. Of course, that doesn't mean it's easy to do. More importantly, Kim Seojun asks where Young Jimin got that subspace pouch. Young Jimin asks if he means this Kabesis, holding up the pouch. How is it possible to make something like that? If she were to follow this method, the circuits would end up twisted and a spatial distortion would occur. Go Sujin notes that if she hadn't seen Young Jimin using it, she wouldn't have even known that it was a subspace pouch. Kim Seojun asks if that's really that impressive. Young Jimin exclaims that this isn't impressive, it's absolutely amazing. No, this is crazy. Kim Seojun rambles about the pouch having 4 whole circuits activated simultaneously, and how it's a magic he can't even identify. Young Jimin begs Kim Seojun to sell this to her, but he says that will be a bit troublesome. Kim Seojun says if it's about the price, not to worry, offering 100 million. Someone asks if he's just shouting out numbers right now. Young Jimin says Yuni. Go Sujin says that of course she's not saying that all of it will be her money, and she's not saying that she can give it to him all right away, she needs to get sponsors. She thinks to herself that they can easily get $100 million. After all, that subspace pouch is worth way beyond $100 million. Kim Seojun seems to be in deep thought. He reflects that a 1,000-square-foot subspace pouch was once sold for $30 million, so Kibis going for $100 million isn't that far-fetched. He thinks that if it were someone else, he wouldn't be too certain, but if it's that person, he could trust that she can gather that much money. Go Sujin stands confidently, hands on her hips. She thinks that with $100 million, not only can she repurchase Kibis, but she can also apply for several lectures, so it's an amount that's enough to handle all of her worries in one go. She considers this to be something. Kim Seojun thinks to himself that he cannot sell. Go Sujin asks why not. Confused by his sudden change of heart, she asks why not, since he said he needed money. Kim Seojun, with a sigh, offers the subspace pouch to Go Sujin, telling her to try using it. Go Sujin is surprised by the power of the pouch. She holds the subspace pouch, declaring that no one but her can use it. Kim Seojun examines the pouch, realizing that not only can he not sell it, but others can't even touch it. Go Sujin's eyes widen, stars practically bursting from them as she realizes the pouch might be soul-bound and contain 5 magic circuits instead of 4. She demands to know where Kim Seojun bought it, or rather, who he bought it from, offering $1 million for the information. A building labeled Dream Hunter Academy looms in the background as someone shouts for Go Sujin to calm down. Kim Seojun explains that he bought it at some random store near his home, but he doesn't remember who he bought it from, and the store is now gone. Go Sujin remarks that at least he isn't clingy like a certain someone, as a chibi figure calls him a thieving cat. She then asks to at least let her research it. Kim Seojun agrees to let Go Sujin research it, since it's soul-bound to him and she can't use it directly, adding that she'll be paid for it, just not $1 million. He wonders what will happen if someone else tries to use the subspace pouch, questioning if it will matter since he'll still be the owner. A flashback shows a figure being shocked by the pouch. The text explains that if someone else tries to use it, there will be sparks and they'll be rejected, just like before. Another flashback shows the protagonist receiving money for helping with research on the item. Kim Seojun looks away, hand to his mouth, as Go Sujin stares at him expectantly. He wonders if he just happens to receive money for it. A thought bubble questions how causality will interpret this. Go Sujin says that sounds manageable, and if he can secure the money, she will help with the research. She exclaims her enthusiasm. Go Sujin jumps for joy, while Kim Seojun watches with a slight smile. Lee Soyeon stands to the side. Go Sujin asks if they will be starting some of the tests immediately. Kim Seojun and Lee Soyeon look at Go Sujin. He says they can't start right now since there is no research equipment. Kim Seojun thinks to himself that he will invite her to his research lab sometime soon. He has something else he's doing, so he doesn't have the time. Go Sujin realizes that was why she came here. Go Sujin asks if he's talking about the distortion. Kim Seojun confirms and asks her to tell him about what happened that day in detail. Kim Seojun thinks to himself that the Nerkura was already in the dungeon at that time, and the magic power measurement device couldn't catch that before suddenly acting strange. Go Sujin confirms. He asks what the reason could be for the Nerkura's presence. Go Sujin holds a cup of coffee. Sujin replies that he could say she was lucky. She explains that luck is a 6-star monster that can be caught with just luck, and if one isn't able to produce aura, they can't even leave a scratch on it. That part was where she was lucky, as it was definitely impossible for her to. Seojun wonders if he didn't have Merlin's mana. He might have. He thinks back to Merlin's lecture he attended last time, and he definitely. Young Jimin speaks up, saying that she may be lacking, but can she state her opinion on the matter? Go Sujin asks what her opinion is. The conversation continues, with the group discussing how magic and aura are both derivatives of mana. They discuss how you use mana, or rather how each individual wills the mana to move, is the main difference between the two. Seojun wonders if the dungeon distortion wouldn't be the same. Go Sujin appears shocked. Go Sujin asks for details, explaining in more detail. Seojun thinks that if they assume that magic and aura are just distortions using the mana, wouldn't the dungeon distortions work in the same way? In his lectures, Merlin often emphasizes that the use of mana was through the distortion of the world's laws through the individual's will. Seojun thinks that if he connects the lecture to this current situation, that would mean that the dungeon distortions may be phenomena that occurred due to someone's will. Basically, it may be that these abnormal distorted dungeons aren't natural occurrences, but rather the artificial occurrence through the will of an individual. He wonders aloud what he is doing in front of a genius magic scholar. Go Sujin responds, telling him to take it with a grain of salt. Of course, adding an awkward chuckle. Seo-jun Kim asks Young Jimin what he is. Kim Seo-jun repeats his question, asking if he is also a magic scholar. Young Jimin replies that, as he can see, he is an aspiring pro hunter. Go Soo-jin questions what that explanation was just now, wondering about the laws of the world. She asks if one can differentiate magic and aura in that way. Go Soo-jin exclaims, realizing it's that subspace pouch. Soo-jin asks if Young Jimin was the one to make it. The question hangs in the air. Seo-jun Kim asks what is happening so suddenly. Lee Soyeon, eyes wide with surprise, asks, "How did you suddenly think of all this?" Kim Seo-jun hums thoughtfully, a slight smile playing on his lips. Seo-jun reflects, "I just added my thoughts onto what I learned from Merlin, but to think that I would get such a big reaction." He continues, his thoughts drifting. Then, next question. It's about the fundamentals of mana and aura. Well, I guess it makes sense. If you think about it, the Transcendence Academy lectures are supposed to be for transcended people, so the topics and thinking should transcend our own knowledge. Soyeon nods, acknowledging his point. Yes, so about that. Kim Seo-jun muses, but no matter what, I'm just a pro hunter hopeful that doesn't even know the M in magic. Am I allowed to talk about all this with such shallow understanding of it? The current image makes it look like I'm the one teaching her. Seo-jun, a look of realization dawning on his face, exclaims, "Huh." A thought bubble appears, the word wait, emblazoned across it. Seo-jun's brain is running at full power as he considers the implications. He thinks, if you consider knowledge a type of product, how much could I earn from teaching people? This could totally make sense. In the case of kibesis, I'm lending the item itself, but in this case I would be sharing my knowledge, and that means I can sell this. He considered that unlike the equipment from the Transcended shop, this knowledge was something he earned through his effort, so shouldn't he be able to teach it to others? Seo-jun sat at the table, his expression thoughtful. He knew that to do that, he couldn't just spit back out what he learned from the lectures. He had to understand it and give his own interpretation of it. But at the end of the day, he was still a cadet. Who would come to learn from him? Lee Soyeon was present. Soyeon hummed, observing, "I see you don't know the basics of sorcery." She sighed, "See? There's no way I could do that when my lecture progress is only 17.9%. Lee Soyeon added, "Still, what you told me in the beginning was a very unexpected idea. This is definitely worth researching." A group of people stood around a table. Lee Soyeon returned with snacks, asking, "Oh, I just got back from buying snacks. Are you going already?" She exclaimed, "Of course. I should go, since I finished what I came here to do." Lee Soyeon giggled, "I'll invite you to the lab later." She thought to herself, Yini should have at least eaten this before she went. She presents Kim Seo-jun with a bag of Pukemon bread, a small smile playing on her lips. Elsewhere, Lee Soyeon walks away, humming a cheerful tune, thinking that she should go back and research quickly, wondering if she really is the next magic saint. Seo-jun reflects on how he has met the Sword Saint, Kalia, and the Magic Saint's apprentice, thinking it would be difficult to meet even just one of them in a lifetime, yet he's already met 3 of them. He thinks they should eat this together. He chuckles softly, accepting the bread with a polite thank you. Seo-jun takes a bite of the bread, thinking that next thing he knows, the grand voice will come to visit him. Later, Seo-jun's expression hardens with determination. The lecture progress rates are increasing way too slowly, he thinks with frustration. Because his training efficiency increased through the use of kibesis, he could quickly finish the daily requirements for the lectures. But like he thought, the remaining time still isn't enough to advance the lecture progress significantly. Seo-jun trains, wanting to finish at least one lecture by the end of the free pass. He realizes he has to either earn money to purchase another pass, or he has to focus on upping his lecture progress significantly. He calls out to Lee Soyeon, wanting to ask her something. She wonders what she should do. Kim Seo-jun mumbles to himself that he needs to find a lecturer since he can't teach all the new cadets by himself. He continues to mumble, thinking he can't just get any random person to teach and that he has to decide what to make the lecturer wages. He wonders if he has to start running raids again. Startled, Lee Soyeon turns around as Kim Seo-jun calls her name. Lee Soyeon exclaims in surprise, asking if he called for her and wondering what sort of troubles he has that he couldn't hear her call him. Kim Seo-jun thinks to himself that he was planning out a cadet recruitment plan, but there were issues here and there, so he had a lot to think about. He realizes that she also has her own problems. Kim Seo-jun asks Lee Soyeon what she needed him for. Lee Soyeon responds that it's nothing important. She was just wondering if there was some sort of competition anytime soon, like the Academy tournament from last time or the dungeon sweep competition recently. Lee Soyeon looks at her phone. A text bubble indicates that there is an event within the next 20 days. Kim Seo-jun says that it doesn't exist. Kim Seo-jun confirms that there's none, except for the mock exam next month, held at Hunter Mills. Just as the name implies, it isn't a real exam, it's a mock exam. If you fail, you will have to wait another year. Because of that, the pressure from the Pro Hunter exam is huge. As such, each Hunter Academy has their cadets prepare ahead of time by creating mock exams for them. Among those academies are the 3 top academies within Korea, Hunter Mills, Ale, and Jan. Because the mock exams held by those 3 places are watched by all cadets, and the scale of the mock exams are grand. There are even rumors that the scores you get in these mock exams are the same as the actual Pro Hunter exams. There will definitely be many cadets that are better than Lee Jun-won, and the prize money, given in the form of a scholarship, will be gratuitous. The lecture progress rate and the money issues might be solved with this, but it just happens to be next month. It's during the time when the free pass ends. I guess there is no choice. Well, let's see how far I go for now. Technique is not perfect. It can. He questions why they are starting right away, and right here. Seo-jun wonders how he is supposed to proceed with the exam. A phone displays the words, "Please wait." A disembodied voice explains that if the levels are considered, the first level is 5 stars. If it goes up by a star each level, 15 ranks is basically a 20-star monster. The phone screen displays the words, "The question will be released." The voice continues, stating that if it's a 20-star monster, a burst of energy erupts. Seo-jun stands ready, a staff crackling with energy in his hands. Seo-jun exclaims, wondering what popped out of the phone and if it's the monster from the first rank. He grips the staff tightly, his expression determined. The staff glows brightly. A sound effect. The air crackles with energy as the monstrous form begins to materialize. The creature's size increases exponentially, its form shimmering with blue energy. It's getting larger. Kim Seo-jun grips his weapon, a look of concern etched on his face. The monster continues to grow, its immense size dwarfing the surrounding environment. It keeps growing. The shadow of the beast looms, its silhouette a terrifying omen. Nerkura's eyes glow with malevolent intent, lightning crackling around its massive form. A blue screen materializes, displaying a stark warning. LVL. Please defeat Fafnir, Dragon of Ruin, within the time limit. A timer begins to count down, 30 minutes. A nearby observer reacts with disbelief. No way, this isn't real. Unless they're insane. The dragon's form continues to expand, its presence dominating the space. Ah, wait a moment. Wait. A desperate plea echoes in the chamber. A moment. Wait for me. The air vibrates with the monster's growing power. The monstrous form looms, a terrifying spectacle of raw power. The monstrous Nerkura prepares its attack, blue energy crackling around its jaws. He is sent hurtling through the air by the force of the blow. Ah, fu dash. The blue energy intensifies as Nerkura's attack continues. Kim Seo-jun is about to crash into a wall. His grip tightens on the weapon, knuckles white with determination. He declares, a challenge ringing in his voice. All right, let's see who wins in the end, me or you. Seo-jun Kim strides through the doorway, the ornate spear held firmly in his grasp. A flicker of resignation crosses his face. Defeated, Seo-jun Kim lies sprawled on the ground, muttering in frustrated disbelief. I was absolutely, positively, fucking massacred. I can't do it. I won't do it. How the fuck do I beat that shit? He reflected, thinking he was the crazy one. If even the dream of becoming a pro hunter was a long shot, how could he possibly succeed? Seo-jun Kim sat on the bench, hoping to become transcendent. He needed to do something to increase his lecture progress rate, but the fight ended before he could do anything. There was no way his lecture progress rate would even budge. Seo-jun Kim held his drink, wondering if he should cancel now while he could. Was he even allowed to change to something else? The phone screen displayed a message. Will you listen to the explanation lecture on the corresponding issue? However, if you listen to the explanation lecture, you will receive a penalty on your evaluation. Seo-jun Kim pondered the explanation lecture. He wondered if it perhaps taught the attack method. The phone screen showed the explanation lecture interface. Seo-jun Kim realized that even Heaven's Great Sage was here. Heaven's Great Sage. Sun Wukong. Seo-jun Kim looked at his phone. Maybe he'll learn from him side by side in the explanation lecture? A finger taps the screen, registering for the explanation lecture. The screen displays the first level problem for this mock exam. Dragon of Ruin, Fafnir. Heaven's Great Sage prepares to lecture. The lecturer, Heaven's Great Sage, explains that the ability discrimination question seems difficult, but it is not actually that difficult if you think about it. Heaven's Great Sage looks on. The text reads, Buddha of Fighting. The Great Sage, equal to Heaven. Many cadets assume that the first breath pattern is a big issue. It's been a very long time since I saw Sun Wukong. When I first saw him, I thought he was just some person that was really invested in cosplay. That is both the start and end of Fafnir. There isn't much to him other than that. In other words, the moment you avoid his breath, it's over. Watch this. Fafnir appears. He is surrounded by a swirling blue aura. A monstrous dragon head appears, wreathed in blue energy. Heaven's Great Sage advises not to think of splitting apart the breath, stating that while it's great if one is able to, there's no real need to do it. The text says to just dodge it. Heaven's Great Sage is surrounded by a swirling blue aura. Heaven's Great Sage explains that after using his breath once, Fafnir cannot use it again for a while. The text says that in other words, he becomes a mere lizard. Heaven's Great Sage asks what that means. The text says that you simply have to beat the shit out of him. Seo-jun Kim listens intently. Energy begins to gather around Seo-jun Kim. A golden aura flares around him as he prepares to unleash his power. He announces, first form. The energy coalesces into a concentrated beam of light. The beam intensifies, arcing with raw power. The attack is named Meteor Grand Fall. The full force of the attack is unleashed, a blinding torrent of golden energy. The memory of the lecture surfaces. Simple, right? The Buddha had asked. Heaven's great sage continued, stating that even if they put it in to determine the cadet's abilities, it's still only the first level. He added that it's quite easy. The Buddha's words echoed, reminding him that the more difficult it is, the simpler you should think about it. He then declared that he was out. Sia Jun recalled the lecture, wondering what an explanation lecture is like. He questioned if the professor perhaps didn't know what explanation means, or if explanation meant something else in Transcendence Academy. He wondered if he was the weird one. The Buddha's words lingered, as he stated that there's no way that the other explanation lectures are similar to this, right? Kim Sia-jun, holding his phone, wondered if this was truly face-to-breath. Sia-jun sighed, wondering what he should do now. Kim Sia-jun thought to himself that he used up the precious free pass, and it will be a waste to give up now. The lecture begins with the introduction of Siegfried, originating in Northern Europe's Der Ring der Nibelungen, as its hero. It is explained that Siegfried earned the title of Dragon Slayer when he slew a dragon. The lecture then introduces the Dragon of Ruin, Fafnir. If you consider the lecture title as well, Siegfried might be the person that knows the most about Fafnir. A comment is made that if this lecture is weird, the speaker is just giving up. As you may know, Fafnir's key weapon is his breath. Following this line of logic, the key to this question is that breath. It all falls on whether or not you can dodge his breath. Siegfried, Dragon Slayer, is shown. Obviously, this means that just dodging the breath will simplify your attack. Sia-jun sighs, thinking this isn't it, and that it's a waste of time, so he'll turn it off. But you attending this lecture means that it wasn't easy for you to do so, right? So with that in mind, I will analyze Fafnir's specialties and key you in on two methods of attack. The first method is introduced. Fafnir will fire his breath at the place you are summoned. If you prepare for it as soon as the summon finishes, and dash immediately after. The lecture continues, explaining that the breath will still be aimed for the spot Sia-jun was originally summoned. It takes a bit of a knack, but once he knows that, dodging his breath isn't too hard to do. He holds a small device in his hands, listening intently. The Heaven's Great Sage continues, explaining that there will still be a few cadets that find dodging difficult. This second method is for those cadets who find it difficult, so listen well. Sia-jun listens with a serious expression. The Heaven's Great Sage instructs to prepare some shiny gold. A sign reads, "Thank you for your patronage." The Heaven's Great Sage continues, instructing to prepare some shiny gold. Sia-jun wonders if this will really work. The Heaven's Great Sage instructs to prepare some shiny gold. The lecture explains that the dragon became a dragon because he was crazy for gold. He's a huge-ass sucker for greed. The lecture continues, explaining that it doesn't have to be gold, either. It just has to look like it. The moment you are summoned, just toss it in front of Fafnir's gaze. The disembodied voice warns that the gold will evaporate if the dragon uses its breath attack. Sia-jun stares at his phone, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. Heaven's Great Sage questions if using gold is really solving the problem with skill. The sage continues, stating that whether the problem is solved with skill or wits, solving it is what truly matters. He then invites Sia-jun to his dragon-slaying sword lecture. He looks down at his phone, his expression hardening with resolve. Sia-jun thinks to himself that he has nothing to lose anyway, as the phone screen asks if he will try again. He prepares to summon something. The massive form of Nerkira, the dragon, looms. Blue energy crackles around Sia-jun's legs as he prepares the gold. His eyes are filled with determination. And within that moment, he throws the gold. In front of him, Sia-jun throws the gold. The dragon Nerkira prepares to unleash a devastating breath attack, energy coalescing in its maw. He hurls the gold forward, a desperate gamble to interrupt the dragon's assault. The gold connects, a shimmering barrier against the impending torrent of draconic power. Nerkira staggers, the golden barrier disrupting the flow of its magical energy. The dragon's eyes widen in disbelief, its tongue lolling out in shock. Its clawed feet scrape against the ground, struggling to maintain balance. Sia-jun smiles, relief washing over him. I stopped his dragon breath. It was a success. Nerkira recoils, the gold clearly having an adverse effect. The dragon's expression twists in a mixture of surprise and fury. Sia-jun's eyes widen, a flicker of apprehension crossing his face as he witnesses the dragon's reaction. He prepares to strike, the momentum building as he lunges forward. Sia-jun charges, spear leveled, ready to exploit the dragon's momentary weakness. This insane bastard. Nerkira towers over the landscape, questioning how he could be considered just a lizard. Sia-jun plummets through the air, screaming as he falls. A system message declares, Level 1. Failure, with a remaining time of 28 minutes and 56 seconds. The system prompts, will you try again, noting that 4 tries remain. Lying on the ground, Sia-jun wonders how he's supposed to defeat that. Sia-jun takes a selfie with his phone, his expression unreadable. A Chiron lecture progress rate increases by 0.7%, now at 62.8%. Sia-jun considers if he should try making armor out of gold. It's too late to dodge it. That means. The monster seems surprised. Sia-jun Kim attacks. He is on the ground. I almost died. The monster is present. Sia-jun Kim attacks the monster. Huh, is he enraged again because it was only gold-plated? Then, the blade descends, a promise of pain etched into its gleaming edge. Nerkira roars, how about this? As golden bars rain down upon him. The golden projectiles strike the demon, each impact echoing with a sharp crack. Nerkura, battered and bruised, lets out a frustrated growl. The demon stands tall, a mountain of scales and fury. Kim Seojun strikes, a surge of blue energy crackling around his fist. More golden bars slam into Nerkura, the force of the blows shaking the very ground. Momentum that overturns the world. Seojun Kim's eyes burn with an intense blue light, his resolve hardening. Nerkura is sent flying, the unseen force carrying him away. A complex pattern of blue energy spreads across the ground, a silent promise of power. The symbol glows, a beacon in the gathering storm. He prepares to pierce his opponent, blue energy coalescing around his hands. The piercing attack launches, a streak of pure blue energy aimed directly at the demon. The attack connects, a burst of light momentarily blinding. Seojun Kim exclaims, believing the attack landed successfully. Nerkura, however, feels only a tiny sting. Suddenly, an unseen force slams into Seojun Kim. Seojun Kim shivers, feeling a sudden chill. The force sends him hurtling backwards. He crashes to the ground. Seojun Kim groans, surprised that his attack backfired. It really hurts. As he thought, since he attacked, the Xiangyu lecture progress also increased. If he keeps up this momentum, he might be able to complete not only one lecture before the free pass. Seojun sits cross-legged, wondering if the training ends after 1 or 2 more tries. A holographic screen displays a message. Will you try again? Attempts left, 3 tries. A chibi version of Seojun cheers him on, exclaiming that they should keep up the momentum and try again. A voice booms, questioning if Mr. Seojun has been going on dungeon raids lately. Seojun looks at his phone with a puzzled expression, wondering about the question. Lee Soyeon stands nearby, looking at Seojun with a questioning gaze. He explains that he can't seem to make the time and has been temporarily spending it on self-training. What? You? She begins. Seojun thinks to himself that he doesn't have the time. He guesses she would find it weird that he's spending all day staring. Lee Soyeon continues to look at Seojun, who is now looking at a holographic screen displaying his examination results. Seojun is shocked and exclaims that he failed the first problem of the mock examination with an incredible failing grade. He thinks of himself as just a speck in space. Seojun reflects that the issue is that the lecture progress rates didn't rise as high as he hoped. A holographic screen displays lecture progress rates for Chiron, Xiangyu, and Merlin. He understands that the progress rate only increases the more he truly understands the meaning and manages to utilize it. Since the Transcended Exam mock exam has a break period of 3 days between questions, it would be really helpful if he also listens into lectures in between the questions. Just aim for a full completion of the lecture. While he's at it, Seojun thinks he should wonder how the exam will go this time. 3 days later the question will be released. Seojun is confused. Seojun wonders what this is. It looks as if he needs to collect 7 of these to make a wish. A holographic display warns, Level 1. Please flee from the Imugi Steely, while holding the Dragon Pearl for the test's duration. A translator's note explains that an Imugi is a legendary serpent that failed to become a dragon because it lacked the Dragon Pearl. The Imugi Steely appears, looming over Seojun. It snarls, surprise bitch. Another system message appears, you are not to be hit by Steely in any way. Remaining time, 1 hour. The Imugi Steely roars, its form radiating intense heat. Seojun, holding the Dragon Pearl, wonders if this is basic endurance. Level 1 failure. The system indicates the remaining time. The system asks if he will try again, noting that there are 3 attempts left. A new message appears, 3rd subject. Reaction speed. Please defeat or survive the Sphinx while your 5 senses are blocked. Remaining time, 10 minutes. A Sphinx appears, its face obscured by shadow. It speaks in garbled text. Seojun, looking weary, wonders what the Sphinx is saying. A figure in Egyptian attire asks, did you want the answer, man? The figure lies on the ground, defeated. A Bulgarsari appears, emitting a blue glow. Seojun faces the Bulgarsari, who wonders how much he is trying to eat. Seojun runs away from the Bulgarsari, exclaiming, fuck this, I'm a dip. A siren sings. Seojun listens to the siren, remarking that it is really nice to listen to. He wonders if this is the first time he's passed level 1, and if he's going to breeze through to level 15. A system message appears, indicating that this is the 5th subject, mental strength, and that he should listen to Helheim's Requiem for the test's duration. There are 30 minutes remaining. Seojun cries out in pain, realizing his ear is bleeding. A system message shows that Siddhartha Gautama's lecture progress rate has increased by 1%, now at 15.5%. The system displays Kim Seojun's mock exam scores, all of which are failures except for the chosen subjects, which are undecided. He thinks this is pathetic. Seojun sits cross-legged, seemingly meditating. He thinks that he can still complete 2 of the lectures at this rate, wondering what happens when he completes them. He also wonders what the 2 chosen subjects are, as the questions he answered didn't ask about them. Seojun wonders if he gets to choose the subject on the day of the exam. He laughs, deciding that he'll know once the time comes, and that he should just wait. Seojun appears stressed, biting his finger. He is told that there is no need to worry. He is being driven insane. The lack of messages after 3 days is taking its toll. There are only 5 days left until the free pass ends. He wonders if he should just take his chances going on dungeon raids. Yeah, That might be better than just waiting around here doing nothing. Seo-jun reaches for his phone. If he starts raiding dungeons very intensively right now, he can. It's been a while. Remember Kim Seo-jun? What the fuck? That fucking scared him. How have you been doing in the time I've been gone? Mentor. Heaven's Great Sage smiles. Heaven's Great Sage calls out for his mentor. The little sage is seen on Kim Seo-jun's phone screen. A voice booms, expressing relief that someone is doing well and questioning why it took so long to get there. Seo-jun looks surprised as he is called out. A woman behind him apologizes. Mr. Seo-jun is asked what he just said. He denies saying anything. A voice suggests that the reason for the delay must be because he is tired or something, followed by laughter. The speaker then announces that they will be heading out. Seo-jun looks shocked. Heaven's Great Sage asks why he is so late. The little sage stammers, explaining that he thought Mr. Seo-jun would be completely fine without him. A voice wonders if that is a reason. The man with black hair asks to be told the truth. The man with black hair admits he was going to check Kim Seo-jun's profile, but it was so pathetic. A voice asks what he means by pathetic. Mr. Seo-jun's level is. The man with black hair continues, saying that even if he wanted to give Seo-jun some counseling, at his current level, there is nothing he could help him with. He thought it would be better if Seo-jun focused on the 2 lectures he recommended. Heaven's Great Sage sighs, thinking that the free pass duration is quite short, and the consultation would only mean something after Seo-jun's level reached a certain point. Seo-jun curses to himself. Seo-jun thinks that he already kind of agrees, and now he can't make himself feel angry at him. He wasn't really planning on staying angry at him anyway. Seo-jun sighs, thinking that if that was the case, he should have at least let him know. He is really sorry about that. The man with black hair asks if Seo-jun did well on those lectures. He replies that while he was stumbling around all by himself, he studied really hard. Heaven's Great Sage, holding up a phone, says, "Here, let me check up on your progress." The sage remains silent as he looks at the phone. His eyes widen in surprise. Seo-jun wonders why the Buddha is acting up like this. He thinks to himself, is there some sort of issue? Seo-jun states, "I am indeed taking 4 lectures." Heaven's Great Sage, still looking at the phone, questions, is there an error in causality? There's no way that can happen. He then asks, sorry? Did you just say something? The sage states, all of the information on the screen is accurate. Heaven's Great Sage is shocked. Seo-jun asks, the information here is correct? Is there a problem with that? Heaven's Great Sage exclaims, wait, how did you even pull this off? The words pathetic barely even described your level fully. In just 3 months, you were able to progress your lectures by this much? Even if they are just entry topics, it should take at a bare minimum 3 to 4 times longer. Heaven's Great Sage realizes, the Transcended Exam mock exams did help increase the lecture progress by a lot. And it worked. Seo-jun confirms, yeah. Heaven's Great Sage laughs. Seo-jun mumbles, you really didn't need my help at all. Heaven's Great Sage says, oh right, Mr. Minter, while we're on that subject, there is something I was wondering about the mock exams. Heaven's Great Sage asks, for the chosen subject portions, how do you choose a subject? The screen displays, the chosen subjects? As the name suggests, you just have to choose the subjects you want to take. Heaven's Great Sage looks at the screen and says, wait, what? The screen shows his mock exam results, all of which are failures. Seo-jun sits on a bench, looking at his phone. He thinks, wait a moment. How weird. You're in the middle of an exam, but why does it show up as undecided? Heaven's Great Sage says, also, it often states that I don't have a Transcendence Academy ID, so what's up with that? Heaven's Great Sage wonders, how is that possible? When you enrolled, didn't you make one? Seo-jun thinks, nope, it just bypassed all of that. Seo-jun shows Heaven's Great Sage his phone. He says, no way, aren't you just mistaken? The screen reads, as you lack an ID, you cannot create a new post. Seo-jun thinks, the fuck is this? What is this? This really doesn't make any sense. Seo-jun looks at his phone, puzzled. Heaven's Great Sage says, there has never been anything like this? He thinks he will have to bring this up to the principal. Heaven's Great Sage says he'll be right back and tells Seo-jun to finish up the mock exam. He assures Seo-jun that he's just going to make a request, buy some milk, and then come back. Heaven's Great Sage states that he'll handle the situation with the chosen subjects on the mock exam right now. Heaven's Great Sage says that now Seo-jun can choose with no issues. Heaven's Great Sage says he'll be back before the free pass ends. Seo-jun clicks his tongue, thinking he had more things to ask his mentor, but he just went ahead and dipped. Heaven's Great Sage is on his phone. Seo-jun thinks that Heaven's Great Sage said he'll be back before the free pass ends, so he guesses he'll see him again soon. Seo-jun is looking at his phone. The screen displays the Transcendence Academy logo. The screen displays the Seongyu lecture progress rate. He stands, a faint blue aura emanating from him as he contemplates the task ahead. Seo-jun wonders if he has completely obtained PTUM. Seo-jun is shocked, exclaiming, no way. He holds the spear, a look of determination on his face. Seo-jun stands with the spear, ready to test its power. He wonders what this is. The power of PTUM just naturally flows with the attack. The ring of a notification cuts through the air. A phone screen displays a message. Will you enroll in the epilogue lecture? The lecture is titled, This is How You Use PTUM. Heejimin King Seongyu is listed as the lecturer. The text continues. So, the day you completed the lecture finally came. I thought you would never finish. Jimin King Seong-yu grins widely, his expression radiating satisfaction. The message continues. Those of you who completed the lecture have probably changed drastically from when you first started. You can probably now use Tum's power naturally and without effort. The text warns, but there shouldn't be any cadets who grew haughty because of that, right? I hope there aren't. PTUM is just the most basic of basics on your path to transcendence. All it proves is that you earned the right to start your transcendence journey. The message continues. Still, there will definitely be a few cadets that will let this get to their heads. There always are a few of them. And so, I will just spell it out for you. All you did was change from being normal trash to recyclable trash. There is no change in the fact that you guys are still trash. Seo-jun listens intently, his expression thoughtful as he reads the message. The message continues. That path will be very harsh. You will want to give up all the time, and you will doubt whether this path is the correct one for you every moment. But beware. There is no correct answer to transcendence. No, not only to transcendence. There are no correct answers to anything in this existence. The text concludes. Therefore, if you think you chose the right path, be resolute about your direction. The message emphasizes, the speed at which you accomplish it does not matter. Jimin King Seong-yu's eyes glow red as he smiles ominously. A heavy sigh escapes from an unseen figure. Lee Soyeon greets Kim Seo-jun as he enters the room. Mr. Seo-jun, nice timing. Soyeon explains. It's about the mock examination hosted by Hunter Mills that I spoke about last time. For the next week, starting today, they will be accepting applications. You will be applying, right? Seo-jun responds with a non-committal "oh dash." Soyeon exclaims, I was just about to ask her about it. Good timing. Yes, please go ahead with it. A smaller thought bubble reveals her inner enthusiasm. I knew you would do it. I'll send the application right away. Seo-jun thinks to himself. Although the scores to the Transcended exam mock exams were pathetic, that was the mock exam for the Transcended exams. The Hunter exams should be different. Soyeon holds up her phone, showing Seo-jun something on the screen. She says, I have the PTUM that I obtained by completing Seong-yu's lecture. Not to mention the fact that I can wield the lance of Longinus Dash. Seo-jun wonders. I wonder what level I'm at. Soyeon smiles, looking at her phone. I sent in the completed application. As long as nothing big occurs, the exam should take place 10 days from now. She wonders what would happen if she sparred with Kim Seo-jun now. What are you doing? Never mind. I don't have to progress any lectures at the moment, so there's no reason to. It's nothing. More importantly, is the recruitment will act. How are the new cadets doing? Kim Seo-jun admits that he's actually full of worries because of that recently. If I gather new cadets, I don't know how my grandfather. Yeah, if new people come, the Sword Saint will definitely drop by to beat them up. Who are you scallywag? What's your hidden objective in approaching my Soyeon? Kim Seo-jun wonders if he should try a proper spar with the Sword Saint when he does come. Although he says that, he can somehow manage his grandfather. But his biggest worry is considering which lecturer to invite. Weren't you going to be teaching them yourself? I will be teaching a lot of topics, but I can't cover everything. Every cadet has their unique style, so how could I teach all of them in my methods? I naively thought that once you taught them it was finished. She did say that she used to dream of being a teacher. Therefore, I need lecturers to match each subject. Obviously, not good to invite just anyone, but inviting popular lecturers also costs too much money. Huh, a lecturer? He asks if Lee Soyeon knows the salaries of popular lecturers. Soyeon explains that the amount they earn varies greatly depending on each lecturer, but popular lecturers earn at least $100,000 a month. The thought of the millions they earn to be considered the very top overwhelms him. Seo-jun is shocked by the amount. There was a reason that pro hunters would retire to set up academies or become lecturers. A voice booms, offering help anytime. Seo-jun seems unsure. 3 days later, Seo-jun reviews his mock exam scores on his phone. His total is 29 points. He checks the lecture progress rates. Seo-jun is relieved that he at least ended up completing Seong-yu's lecture. He thinks it's a bit unfortunate about Chiron's lecture, but he still has some time left on the free pass and thinks it'll be alright. A chibi version of Chiron announces his return. He speaks into his phone. Heaven's Great Sage appears on the screen. You're here? Seo-jun asks. The Great Sage responds. Huh? This time you aren't surprised? Your response is so mellow compared to last time. Heaven's Great Sage continues. You said you would be back before the free pass ends. I already completed a lecture, so you had to be back soon enough. That was what I thought. Heaven's Great Sage asks. You completed a lecture? Seo-jun looks shocked. Wow, I'm so shocked that I don't have anything to say. Seo-jun asks. So, what happened to the thing you were trying to find out? Seo-jun gasps, realizing something. Oh, right. Look at me getting distracted. Seo-jun looks at Heaven's Great Sage. Heaven's Great Sage and Seo-jun react in shock. I think that a big problem has occurred. Heaven's Great Sage exclaims. Seo-jun holds his phone, looking surprised. A voice wonders if there is a big problem. The voice continues, explaining that before reporting Kim Seo-jun for not having an ID, they tried checking his information. Heaven's Great Sage stands beside Kim Seo-jun. Seo-jun wonders if there was some sort of complex error, but the voice says it wasn't there. The voice explains that in the Transcendence Academy, there is no information on Mr. Kim Seo-jun. Heaven's Great Sage looks concerned. Kim Seo-jun exclaims in disbelief, asking what the voice means by there being no information on him. The voice repeats that there is no cadet Kim Seo-jun registered with the Transcendence Academy. Seo-jun asks if the voice is saying that he is not a member of the Transcendence Academy, and then pauses, waiting for an answer. Kim Seo-jun wonders how he was able to attend lectures all this time. The Heaven's Great Sage exclaims, "That's what I'm saying." A narration box explains that the Transcendence Academy uses a thorough membership screening process, so unless you are a member, you will not be able to attend lectures. It adds that the speaker would not have been contacted as Kim Seo-jun's mentor at all, either. The narration ends by questioning how Kim Seo-jun was able to attend. The Heaven's Great Sage looks up at Kim Seo-jun, concern etched on his face. Kim Seo-jun asks if the principal didn't say anything, reminding the Heaven's Great Sage that he reported to the principal in person. Kim Seo-jun states that he did give his report, but even the principal didn't know how this could happen. The Heaven's Great Sage thinks to himself that although he doesn't know who the Transcendence Academy principal is, it isn't difficult to tell that the principal is an incredible existence. The Heaven's Great Sage continues his internal monologue, concluding that if an existence like the principal doesn't know, that would mean nobody knows. Kim Seo-jun wonders if it isn't possible that it's a system error. The Heaven's Great Sage replies that there is no such thing as a system error at Transcendence Academy, unless causality itself changes, which won't happen. A narration box states that the thing is, causality can never change. The Heaven's Great Sage thinks that if someone interfered, they're still not sure who it was and how they did it. Kim Seo-jun asks what happens to him then. Kim Seo-jun asks if he is going to be expelled. The Heaven's Great Sage laughs, stating that there must have been a misunderstanding. He stands with the Heaven's Great Sage, who seems to be trying to reassure him. The Heaven's Great Sage explains that the issue occurred on their end and has very little to do with Kim Seo-jun. The Heaven's Great Sage continues, stating that they would never expel Kim Seo-jun, as once a member, always a member. The Heaven's Great Sage explains that he used to think the lack of an ID was simply a system error, but now that they emphasize that it would be impossible, there are signs of interference. In other words, someone committed this act with intent and purpose. Kim Seo-jun asks, but who? Kim Seo-jun continues, asking why him. He thinks to himself that he is just a pro-hunter hopeful with nothing special about him, just living his everyday life by somehow scraping by. Kim Seo-jun asks if the Heaven's Great Sage is saying that there aren't any issues for him. The Heaven's Great Sage responds that Kim Seo-jun just needs to continue what he was doing. He apologizes, saying that before they find the root of the issue, it will be difficult for them to create an ID for him, and that he is very sorry. Kim Seo-jun thinks to himself that it isn't too different from what he's been going through, so it's fine. The Heaven's Great Sage states that they should go back to the main subject. It seems the free pass will end soon, and he would like. He sits on a bench with Heaven's Great Sage, consulting him on what he should do going forward. The Great Sage replies, "Of course. That's my job." Kim Seo-jun learns that going from the upper level to transcendence is many times more difficult than going from the entry level to the upper level. Heaven's Great Sage adds that you could say that you only reach the true starting line once you pass the upper level. So the path is truly long and far ahead. Heaven's Great Sage asks if Seo-jun will be keeping the spear as his main weapon. He suggests that after the free pass ends, Seo-jun should purchase a new one. After purchasing the free pass, he will have to attend individual-based lectures. Heaven's Great Sage thinks that taking these 2 lectures will be the best for Kim Seo-jun. Kim Seo-jun wonders if he is not going to learn mana cultivation or spear arts. Heaven's Great Sage replies that those are middle-level lessons. He personally recommends that Kim Seo-jun learn them during the middle levels to get his foundation solid during the entry and lower levels so that he can transcend later on. If he is going so far as to point this out, there must be a good reason for doing so. He nods, understanding settling in his expression. The system displays the registration fees, calculating causality to estimate the user's member registration fee. The first fee is listed at $2 million, and the second at $2,500,000. Seo-jun expresses his dismay. If he also considers the price of the free pass, he thinks he needs a lot more money. Kim Seo-jun stares at his phone, counting the zeros. How many is that? 1, 2. He realizes he needs to work extremely hard to gather causality. Seo-jun asks Heaven's Great Sage what exactly causality is. He then asks about justification. Kim Seo-jun wonders what the Transcendence Academy gains from that justification. Heaven's Great Sage explains that their Transcendence Academy only acts to help its cadets become transcendents. The sage asks why that is. Heaven's Great Sage states that currently, this is the best he can help him with at his current basis. And so, Heaven's Great Sage tells Kim Seo-jun that this is the most he can tell him at his current basis. Heaven's Great Sage states that Seo-jun needs to increase his justification, and then he will naturally come to know what he means. Kim Seo-jun sits quietly, listening intently. Heaven's Great Sage assures him that until then, he will work his hardest to support him and help him properly this time. A voice asks if it may ask one more thing. Heaven's Great Sage says that if it's something he can answer, of course. Kim Seo-jun asks if there are other cadets besides Heaven's Great Sage. Heaven's Great Sage guesses that Mr. Seo-jun is asking if there is anyone else in the same dimension as him. Kim Seo-jun looks on, awaiting an answer. Heaven's Great Sage says that he can tell him this much. Heaven's Great Sage smiles knowingly. Heaven's Great Sage explains that of the innumerable dimensions that use their Transcendence Academy, The dimension with the most number of their cadets has 4 of them. He stood tall, his expression a mix of anticipation and slight nervousness as he prepared to enter the academy. A voice echoed, a warning of the impending crowds and the need for haste. The announcement directed academy staff and scouters to use the designated hallway, the atmosphere buzzing with anticipation. Park Seo-yoon, from Dream Hunter Academy, greeted Kim Seo-jun, the participating cadet, with a welcoming handshake. He thought to himself that the 4th League Academy tournament and this mock exam were in completely different dimensions. The winner that gets first in this exam wins $1 million in scholarships. The price of a new free pass is $500,000. The $300,000 he earned through consistent dungeon raiding was clearly not enough. He was prepared to go broke, but his knees couldn't help but collapse. The individual-based lectures Minter recommended are important, but what's more important right now is that free pass. If he wants to gain a lump sum of that amount, he has no choice but to aim for first place in this mock exam. A man in a dark turtleneck stands with a woman in a pink skirt and a man in a white shirt. A voice confirms that everything has been confirmed and that they may head in. A man wonders aloud, "Huh?" as he looks at the crowd. The crowd is being asked not to push and to line up in an orderly fashion. The man in the turtleneck says that it really is busy, to the point that the tournament is incomparable. He adds that it is the Hunter Mills mock exam and that it was a good thing they came early. Then, Miss Seo-yoon says that she'll be off first and tells them not to forget to maintain their good condition and work hard on the exam. A voice thanks Miss Seo-yoon. The crowd continues to move forward. A foot steps forward, blatantly cutting into the line. An irate voice booms, questioning the audacity of cutting in line. Someone peeks out from behind a corner, wondering if a fight is about to break out. A voice asks what they should do about the situation. Kim Gangchul of Hunter Mills Academy is identified. An angry voice shouts, demanding the line cutter stop immediately. A voice apologizes, explaining that the person will be passing through first. Someone exclaims in disbelief, recognizing Kim Gangchul. Another voice confirms that it is indeed Kim Gangchul. Whispers spread about the situation in Hunter Mills. Someone wonders who Hunter Mills would send, realizing that Kim Gangchul is participating. It's said that the Hunter Mills mock exam will be historic, and Gangchul is someone in the top 3 within Hunter Mills. The blonde-haired student watches the commotion. Kim Seo-jun stands with another student, observing the situation. Someone thinks to themselves that he must be a hopeful from Hunter Mills. A student scoffs, remarking that he was a cadet from Hunter Mills. Another student wonders who they think will win. Someone believes Kim Gangchul will win, stating that Lee Do-in and Jin Dong-min are also impressive, but Kim Gangchul edges them out in terms of skill. They add that even the Order of Truth is sponsoring him, and it's the Hunter Mills mock exam this time. A student asks what if it's Hunter. Another student wonders if they would let him in on some things ahead of time since it's the same academy. Another asks why not. Someone says that isn't right. A student questions why that famous Hunter Mills cadet would cheat so meaninglessly, even if he is their cadet. Another wonders why they are not allowed, but then guesses that also makes sense. Someone wonders who was speaking all this time with that voice. Someone is telling another to send them in, too. A group of students stand in line, waiting for their turn. A student looks on with a questioning expression. One student wonders why the person ahead has so many weapons. Another questions if they even use them all. Another student expresses their desire to participate, showing their application. An authoritative voice booms, telling someone to go back and wait in line. One of the students asks why that person was allowed to go ahead without waiting. It's revealed that the person who went ahead was a cadet of Hunter Mills Academy. A student angrily complains, telling the cadet to stop wasting their time and go to the back of the line. The students continue to wait in line. One student exclaims that the rule is unfair. Silence hangs in the air as the students consider the situation. One student tells another to stop standing there and follow him in. A voice muses about the variety of cadets gathering from every corner of the country. A young man with a determined expression declares his intention to join the academy. The scene shifts to a running track, where a young man with auburn hair runs alongside others. Park Do-suk's name appears in a text box as he pants heavily. Park Do-suk reflects on his current situation. He is a cadet at a League 2 Hunter Academy. He muses that he has the ability to join the top 3 academies of Hunter Mills, Yeli, and Jeon. The scene returns to the running track as Park Do-suk continues to run. Park Do-suk wonders why he is attending a League 2 Hunter Academy. The reason is revealed: money. The tuition for Korea's top 3 academies easily surpasses hundreds of thousands of dollars, so he had no choice but to go to a League 2 academy that offered a scholarship. He didn't agree with the consolation that it's better to be the head of a snake than the tail of a dragon. The scene shifts to a room where Park Do-suk sits with others, as someone tells him to think of it positively. If you are the tail of a dragon, you can at least compete with other dragons. But if you're the head of a snake, you can only compete with other snakes. Park Do-suk runs, his face strained with effort. He thinks to himself that he has also decided to do this. He is quite satisfied by his own decision, especially because of you. Kim Seo-jun runs alongside Park Do-suk, a determined look on his face. The text explains that you need to run 3 kilometers in under 5 minutes, and continue to repeat that run. If you succeed, you run again, but if you fail, the evaluation ends. At first, Kim Seo-jun thought Park Do-suk looked dopey, but at this point, They've both run over 15 repetitions, and no one but them remains. The text explains that he has no choice but to acknowledge this man running alongside him. Park Do-suk huffs and puffs, pushing himself, thinking that he needs to go a little bit more, a little bit further. He grits his teeth, a fierce determination burning in his eyes. Park Do-suk vows to beat that guy, needing to win against him. His legs pump, each stride a testament to his unwavering resolve. This is it, he thinks, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The heavy and difficult breathing contrasts with the feeling of satisfaction that fills his body. A beep echoes as his hand makes contact with the sensor, marking 5 minutes and 12 seconds. He continues to run, his shadow stretching long behind him. He who has overcome his own limits by competing against dragons instead of snakes. A smile creeps across Park Do-suk's face, a glimmer of triumph in his eyes. He's here, a voice echoes in the distance. His hand reaches out, fingers outstretched. You won, a voice whispers, as Park Do-suk realizes he has completed the test. Kim Seo-jun clenches his fist, a look of determination etched on his face. Still, he was able to receive a good score due to. Park Do-suk reaches out, a wide grin on his face. This is weirdly easy. Was he the only sincere one? 1. Park Do-suk strains under the weight of the barbell. 2. 3. Park Do-suk continues to lift the heavy barbell. No way this is real. Look at the way the bar bends. Is that actually a human being? He finds this a lot easier than he thought. Even if he claims that he trained his endurance because of his daily tasks, it wasn't to this point. It was similar when he was running before. Maybe after completing Xiangyu's lectures, he'll be able to instinctively use PTUM. PTUM is already at this level, so how crazy will it be if he completes Heracles' lecture? Someone thinks it's so cool. With this one exercise, anyone can rep 3 sets of 500 tons. Lecturer. Heracles, when you complete this lecture, you will obtain God Strength S. Someone thinks, I need money. Cadet. Kim Gangchul, good work. We will take a quick break before proceeding to the next subject. Someone says, wow? As expected. Kim Gangchul. Kim Gangchul walks away. Truthfully, to those with abilities above a certain level, the mock exam doesn't mean much. These 3 people's participation in the mock exam was basically a performance to show the fame and superiority of Korea's top 3 academies. Kim Gangchul, Lee Doan, and Jin Dongmin. To be exact, it is even closer to being a fight for honor between the 3 academies. However, Mr. Kim Gangchul does not have to do anything. You only have to watch what sort of actions Kim Seo-jun takes. So far, the Order of Truth did not make any significant requests of me while they were sponsoring me. If I told them what I needed, they just supported me without a word. But what is with this sudden request, and who the fuck is Kim Seo-jun? About a month ago, I think I heard his name linked with the dungeon distortion incident. And when I coincidentally met him in the hall, he looked like a normal, useless guy. What? Is that real? Did the results get posted? 1. Basic endurance. Kim Seo-jun, 100. Lee Minul is shocked, thinking to himself, what bullshit is this? There's a whole 11-point gap. He fumes, the thought bubble swirling with dark energy. And I'm not even second place, but third? Lee Minul's expression hardens. Lee Minul. Who the fuck is that bitch? If he's skilled enough to beat me, there's no way that I haven't heard his name before. But it's my first time hearing this name. A voice booms with anger. Where the fuck did that bitch pop out from? Kim Seo-jun stands calmly, his sword slung over his shoulder, seemingly unfazed by the commotion. The shadows of the cadets loom large, their attention focused on the rankings. A cadet attempts to calm the situation. Let's calm down for a bit. There tends to be a couple cadets that excel only at specific subjects. Another voice shouts, on the next subject, it won't be like this. The combat proficiency ranking for monsters is displayed, showing Kim Seo-jun in first place with a score of 100. The ranking continues, showing Kim Gangchul in third place with a score of 94. 2 men stand close, their expressions serious as they discuss the situation. Mr. Kim Gangchul is told, Mr. Kim Gangchul does not have to do anything. You only have to watch what sort of actions Kim Seo-jun takes. He glances to the side, a flicker of thought crossing his face. I don't need to do anything. The third subject is mana proficiency. The method of calculating your impact power when you strike the barrier generator will be used to complete this evaluation. All cadets should use as much mana as they can to try and shatter this barrier. A crowd of cadets watches from the stands. I'm not too confident in mana. I mean, I do understand the basics of mana due to Merlin's lectures, but I don't know how to properly control that mana. Will this be fine? The barrier remains untouched after the first attempt. He looks down, lost in thought. Oh, it's Lee Doan. Lee Doan of Aeli Academy steps forward, wand in hand. The barrier shatters as Lee Doan succeeds, drawing excited cries from the crowd. I'm a total fan. The scoreboard blazes with Lee Doan's name at the top, her score a perfect 100. Whispers ripple through the observing students. One muses on Lee Doan's ability to even change the form of her mana. Another remarks that, as expected, no one can compete with Aeli when it comes to mana proficiency. A third suggests that this is more because of Lee Doan than the academy itself. One student, eyes wide, breathes, so that is magic, because of Aeli Academy. A figure congratulates Lee Doan, telling her she has 2 more attempts if she wants to retry. She assures someone that she is alright. Kim Seo-jun is announced as the next participant. Kim Seojun walks forward, a determined look on his face. He continues his walk, his footsteps echoing in the arena. Lee Soyeon watches Kim Seojun with a slight smirk. Kim Seojun walks with his weapon, thinking to himself, is she saying my best won't matter? A voice booms, once you are ready, please begin. Kim Seojun thinks to himself, I'm not confident, but I should at least try my hardest. His hand grips the weapon tightly, ready to begin. Kim Seojun stands poised, the weapon glowing with a faint blue light. Lee Soyeon observes Kim Seojun, her expression unreadable. Kim Seojun resolves, I don't need to use the power of PTUM, so I just have to draw out all of the mana using what I learned from Merlin. His eyes glow with determination, ready to face the challenge. He extends his hand, a surge of blue energy crackling around his palm as he begins the mana proficiency test. Focusing his mana, Seojun Kim's eyes glow with an electric blue intensity, his expression one of intense concentration. The energy intensifies, swirling around his hand in a vortex of pure, azure power. A hexagonal barrier shimmers into existence around him, the air crackling with unseen force. The skill manifests, a large, glowing symbol emblazoned in the air before him, pulsing with raw magical energy. The energy explodes outward, a blinding flash of blue light illuminating the testing area. The wave of power washes over the surrounding environment, distorting the air and shaking the very foundations of the testing ground. The energy slowly dissipates, leaving behind a faint, lingering glow and the scent of ozone in the air. The last vestiges of the skill fade away, leaving the testing area silent once more. Lee Soyeon stares, her eyes wide with surprise and a hint of confusion, muttering WTF. The hexagonal barrier remains, a testament to the power of Seojun Kim's skill. Kim Seojun's standardized score is revealed to be 100. The man wonders what is happening. He questions why this is happening. The man stands with a spear in hand, seemingly confused. The text bubble reads, no way. After the mana barrier generator was destroyed, there was no choice but to pause the test. One person asks when another will arrive, while another questions how it was destroyed. The narration states that as no one had expected for it to be destroyed, they had not prepared a spare, and after all the twists and turns, the final results. The mana proficiency results are displayed. Kim Seojun with a score of 100, Lee Min-yeol with 90, Lee Do-eun with 85, Kim Gang-chul with 83, and Jin Dong-min with 82. The crowd wonders what the hell is going on, as the top 3 academies are being pushed back. A disembodied voice wonders if the results are real, while another asks who the hell Kim Seojun is. One of the observers remarks that if it's the Kim Seojun they've been witnessing, the results are within expectations. Murmurs of agreement spread through the crowd. Someone identifies Kim Seojun as the same cadet who solved the dungeon distortion incident a month ago. The speaker continues, recalling that Kim Seojun hunted the 6-star Nercula alone. Another voice notes that even if Kim Seojun was only performing at that level, he could still take first place. At his level, there is no meaning to attending the mock exam. A woman in a pink suit pauses, seemingly recognizing someone. Someone admits they didn't think Kim Seojun would be so overwhelmingly ahead of everyone else. The speaker continues, stating that because of Kim Seojun, no one will have an idea in what direction the Pro Hunter exam will go this time. An official muses that the levels of the cadets this time are quite formidable, and they will have to adjust the difficulty for this year's Pro Hunter exam. Another official states that he will schedule a meeting with the association president soon. The woman in the pink suit thinks to herself that Kim Gang-chul would be this far behind, and at a Hunter Mills mock exam to boot. If they knew it would end up like this, they should have sent out Lee Hae-eun instead of Kim Gang-chul. No way you think Hunter Mills would send out Lee Hae-eun? From what I saw, they are completely focused on raising her as an ultimate weapon of sorts. Then, does Hunter Mills have a cadet that can go toe-to-toe with Kim Seojun? Well, even if Lee Hae-eun were to come out, there are no guarantees she could win. The ranking list shows Kim Seojun at the top with a mana proficiency score of 100. Wow, now that I look at it like that, Kim Seojun is absolutely monstrous. Why did it become like this? The Holy Lance rumored to have pierced Jesus as he was crucified. Just the legend is enough to see that this item would have an extraordinary ability. The problem, Kim Seojun mused, was that he didn't know the Lance of Longinus' ability. The only thing he knew was the legend. Like this, he couldn't tell if the Lance of Longinus had an ability that let it ignore the mana barrier. Or if he was able to pierce it purely from a simple difference in mana, he couldn't tell at all. Growing mature meant that he was growing accustomed to this world for his own convenience. Kim Seojun wondered if he should buy another weapon and compare the difference as a test. He wouldn't grow mature at all. Who was this free spirit that was singing before? Only through love and trust will the shut open. Ah, those weapons on his back. He thought his face looked familiar, but he was that weird guy that was arguing with the staff members in the hallway. To the end. With your friends until the moment we shine? Huh? Someone called out. Nice to meet you. You are Kim Seojun, right? The student asked if he knew him. I do. How could I not know the superstar of this year's mock exam? The student introduced himself as Lee Min-yeol. He introduces himself as Lee Min-yeol. Kim Seojun acknowledges him, surprised that he is the current second place. Seojun finds it uncanny that he is in second place. Seojun wonders what kind of person Lee Min-yeol is. Min-yeol assures him that he doesn't need to be wary, explaining that he came over out of curiosity. Seo-jun apologizes for being informal, explaining that he mistook Minhyul for someone his own age. Lee Minhyul clarifies that he didn't come over due to a petty grudge or to pick a fight, adding that his personality is just naturally weird. Meanwhile, an announcement rings out, reminding everyone that the dungeon raid will start soon and to finish their preparations. Kim Seo-jun gazes around, a question forming on his lips. Is this dungeon truly made with augmented reality? The Hunter Mills mock exam's fourth subject is a dungeon raid. The main point of evaluation is how quickly one finishes the dungeon raid. Seo-jun faces a towering monster, his expression thoughtful. He muses, I think anyone would believe that this is just reality? The hunter engages the monster, his spear a blur of motion. Blood splatters as the monster is struck down. One of the monsters exclaims, it just so happens to be Nerkuris. A surge of adrenaline courses through him, marked by an explosion of energy. Even if he could lower the difficulty by 1 or 2 stars because this is augmented reality, is this a crazy level of difficulty? Kim Seo-jun stands over the defeated Nerkuris, his spear dripping with monster blood. The hunter's expression hardens, a flicker of determination in his eyes. The air crackles with anticipation. With a furious roar, Nerkuris lunges, its claws extended, seeking to tear the hunter apart. Reacting instantly, Kim Seo-jun intercepts the attack, his spear meeting the monster's claws in a shower of sparks. The monster's claws, razor-sharp and stained with blood, glint menacingly. I'm different from back then, he thinks, steeling himself. With a surge of power, Kim Seo-jun thrusts his spear forward, aiming for the monster's heart. Of course, there is quite the difference from the real Nerkira, he muses as he continues his assault. But even if he takes that into consideration, Kim Seo-jun can feel that he's at a completely different level from back then. Just 3 months ago, he was absolutely nothing. Kim Seo-jun walked down the street, a normal person living day to day, barely holding on. However, after becoming a cadet of the Transcendention Academy and meeting with Miss Seo-yun, his life began to change. A monstrous presence loomed. The monster towered over the city. Its shadow cast a pall over everything. It's not that he wanted to be prideful. Kim Seo-jun gasped, sweat beading on his brow. But, maybe, even slightly, although the journey to become a transcended is long and arduous. He stands atop a pile of defeated monsters, letting out a triumphant roar. The announcement declares Kim Seo-jun in first place with a standardized score of 100. 2 figures look on, their expressions a mix of surprise and disbelief. One of them notices the intense stares directed their way. Everyone is staring really hard. A close-up reveals the crisp tie of Kim Seo-jun, a symbol of his achievement. Seo-jun sits casually on a stool, seemingly unfazed by the attention. One of the onlookers wonders, where did this trivial guy pop up from? The rankings are displayed, showing Jin Dongmin in 5th place and Lee Do-in in 4th. Jin Dongmin scoffs. Another character thinks to himself, damn, they're bloodthirsty. Well, unless I'm disqualified or I forfeit, I'm guaranteed first place. Who would want to compete when the winner is already decided? A close-up focuses on another tie, a symbol of the competition. A disembodied voice muses. Rather, this sort of response is more unusual. One of the competitors laments, so close. I could have won it this time. The scoreboard displays Lee Minhyul in 2nd place and Kim Gangchul in 3rd. A thought bubble notes that Kim Gangchul, despite his initial high pride, is unusually quiet. Kim Gangchul stands with his arms crossed, lost in thought. Lee Minhyul thanks Kim Gangchul, acknowledging that he was quite impressive as well. Lee Minhyul suggests that Kim Gangchul should speak informally, as it would be unfair if only he did so. Kim Gangchul agrees, if Lee Minhyul says so. Lee Minhyul laughs, saying it's great that Kim Gangchul is quite chill. But he was wondering about something. Does Kim Gangchul use all those weapons on his back? Lee Minhyul asks Kim Gangchul if he uses all of the weapons on his back. Kim Gangchul confirms that he does. He explains that he hasn't learned properly from anyone and just uses whatever there was, so he ended up not having a specialty. Kim Gangchul is surprised. Kim Gangchul confirms that if self-taught cadet means he trained all on his own, then yes. Self-taught cadet. Literally a cadet who did not attend hunter academies and are self-taught. In general, they have neither money nor talent. Lee Minhyul is confused. However, occasionally, every once in a very long while, there are self-taught cadets that are born with special talent. It is understood that even after training by himself, he has the talent to beat all of the hopeful cadets from the top 3 academies. Why? At your level, any hunter academy would want to pick you up. I don't like being entangled in any one place. And truthfully, I do have a master. The student points forward, a look of surprise on his face. I do have a master, but he doesn't know I'm his disciple. The man looks confused, question marks floating above his head. What is that? Cadets. The back of the man's head is shown. Problem has occurred. The back of the man's head is shown. An unexpected problem? Peeking over an unseen barrier, the top of Seo-jun Kim's head is visible. Seo-jun Kim, wearing a white shirt, appears to be in a vehicle. The people assigned to evaluate the exam were unable to make it due to unforeseen circumstances. A group of people stand around, waiting for news. One of the students wonders what that means. The lecturers had no choice but to personally get involved, as the situation occurred at a 10-star dungeon. One of them wonders what's going on. An announcement is made that they are currently in the middle of an emergency meeting, and they ask for more time until they come to a decision. The students wonder if they're just on indefinite standby. Based on the circumstances, he is almost certain this situation was caused by the Order of Truth. He doesn't know how they made the 10-star dungeon break, but if it's the Order of Truth, they definitely have the ability to do it. The student looks off into the distance, contemplating the situation. The problem is that the mock exam is in danger of being adjourned prematurely. If that does happen, Kim Seo-jun will end up becoming the winner without a struggle. Someone doubts that this is the end that the Order of Truth wants, even with all the effort they've put in. A man with spiky blonde hair asks, "What do you think about changing the testing method?" The discussion takes place in a large, open room. The question of the testing method hangs in the air. Kim Seo-jun remarks, "Oh, not bad." Another voice responds, "What you said makes sense, but realistically, that would be a bit difficult." The speaker appears concerned. A narration box explains, "There are too many people participating in the Hunter Mills mock exam to proceed with the tournament. It would take too much time, and we do not have much time left. More importantly, if we do proceed with that method, there will be issues on how to give scores to each person, which affects the results of the mock exam as a whole." Two men review documents, their expressions thoughtful. The blonde man looks off to the side, a worried expression on his face. A voice questions, "Proper examiners, don't they have to be at least A-rank hunters? Would you be able to find such people immediately?" The group murmurs in agreement. Mention, "We can't just be standing here waiting around." Still, proceeding with the tournament is. Then, what about making it into an event format? Not every cadet has to participate. We can have a method where only the cadets that wish to participate can request to do so. An event format? Currently, this mock exam is being live-streamed nationally, and in the audience waiting for us out there are members of the Hunter Association and the government. If we end the mock exam early due to some accident, wouldn't it reflect poorly on everyone? If we let it end like this, the honor of a top 3 academy, Hunter Mills, will be tarnished. Because of the successive test results that already came out, there have been a lot of words flying about. Although most of it is about Kim Seo-jun, from the people's perspective, they will only see it as inadequate preparation on Hunter Mills' end. Since it's already come to this, why not turn their attention to something else entirely and give them a show to focus on instead? And in addition, when I beat Kim Seo-jun out there, the blonde-haired cadet stands over the fallen figure with a sword. The cadet smirks. All of Kim Seo-jun's previous achievements effectively become mine. Of course, Kim Seo-jun is still confirmed to win first in this mock exam. However, the people will know me as the cadet that cut down Kim Seo-jun. The man in the cap agrees, stating that it's a great idea and a very good suggestion. 3 figures stand together, listening intently. The figure wonders if they caught on to his intentions. A voice exclaims that it seems fun. A character with a bow and arrows expresses excitement. Another character addresses Kim Seo-jun, asking if he will also participate. A voice booms, questioning how one will get out of this situation. Silhouetted figures watch from the shadows, their eyes gleaming. A figure's face is obscured, their expression unreadable. The character states that if they look at it that way, this is an extra test, so they should have additional prize money on the line. A surprise event match is revealed. 15 participants have registered, each of the Hunter Academy hopefuls participating. The students react with excitement to the announcement. The crowd is amazed. Hunter Mills, Jaein, and Ale are participating. That's not all. Kim Seo-jun and Lee Min-yeol, who wiped the top 3 academies, are also in it. The hype on the internet is going wild. 2 people watch the event on a device. This is crazy. Someone is glad they came to watch in person. The winner is Jaein Hunter Academy's Jin Dongmin. One figure stands triumphantly over another, who lies defeated on the ground. Flame magic crackles intensely. The announcement rings out. Lee Doan is the victor, consumed by the flame magic. A figure stands tall, a massive sword strapped to their back. The announcement declares that Kim Gangchul is the winner, proving to be too much of a match for his opponent. The mage vows to show that they are different in a real fight. Someone declares that they will make their opponent regret agreeing to participate. The figure gazes intently, their expression unreadable. A voice booms, declaring that Kim Seo-jun is going down. A figure sits, clutching a spear, their posture radiating confidence. The figure muses on the $1 million prize. The figure thinks to themselves, already guaranteed first place in the mock exam. They will be sweeping up a combined $2 million if they win this event match. With $2 million, even if he takes out the $500K he needs for the free pass, Lee Min-yeol calculates he'll have $1.5 million left. Of course, this is assuming he wins the event matches. He smiles, considering his chances. Honestly, he's not. Lee Min-yeol worries about the Kim Gangchul, Jin Dongmin, and Lee Doan trio. He doesn't think he'll lose against them, ever. But just one person. Exactly one person doesn't seem to be an easy opponent. What just happened? Cadet Lee Min-yeol tossed away his sword and took out a bow. He thinks that even if you can use it occasionally as a sidearm, common sense says you shouldn't use more than 3 different types of weapons. A spear, sword, and shield are displayed. More weapons are shown. The opponent is shown with a bow. Lee Min-yeol wonders, from what he's seen just on his back, he has roughly over 8 different weapon types. Does that mean he can use all of them? The opponent is shown in action. The opponent exclaims, "The fuck is this? At first I thought this bastard's main weapon was a sword, but it was actually a bow. The bow is drawn. The opponent asks, "Do you think I'll just sit there and take it all?" The opponent is shown with a sword and shield. A close-up of the opponent's feet. The bow is shown again. He takes a stance, wielding both a sword and a spear, ready to unleash a flurry of attacks. Lee Minhyul's opponent is taken by surprise by the sheer number of weapons. The onslaught continues, each weapon finding its mark. He leaps into the air, bringing the spear down with tremendous force. The attack lands with a resounding impact. Meanwhile, Lee Minhyul sits, observing the fight. He charges forward, now wielding a knife, his movements swift and precise. A figure stands, observing the battle with a knowing gaze. The observer wonders if he is a cadet of transcendence. A figure sits on a stool, back to the viewer, contemplating the academy and someone similar to him. Heaven's great sage explains that among the countless dimensions using their transcendence academy, the dimension with the most cadets has 4 of them. The figure from the first panel thinks that he can't assume Earth is the one with multiple cadets, but he can't rule it out either. Another character admits that he has a master, but his master doesn't know he's his disciple. The character from panel 4 thinks that if he learns by watching lectures, what he said makes sense. It is stated that the lecturers don't know which cadets are watching their lectures. The winner is announced as Lee Minhyul. Lee Minhyul stands over someone. The character from panel 4 celebrates winning. The figure from the first panel thinks that there is a higher probability that he isn't one. It is stated that there is a clear reason to at least suspect it. It is stated that this was to be expected from the second-place contestant of the entire mock exam. It was a unique and overwhelming match. The announcer's voice booms, ready to reveal the next contenders. Now the next match is, ooh. The crowd is excited for the next pairing. Everyone has waited a long time for this pairing. The moment you've been waiting for. The audience murmurs with anticipation. The contestants for the next match are about to be revealed. The talent that the apprentice to the magic saint acknowledged. The future of Korea's mages is bright because she exists. The announcer reveals, Ale Hunter Academy's Lee Doan. The crowd cheers for Lee Doan and the opponent she's facing. The announcer continues with the introductions. The cadet that made his appearance like a supernova. The first ever to earn a perfect 100 points on the Hunter Mills mock exam. The holder of a never before, never after record. This may happen only a single time in history. The announcer shouts, Academy's Kim Seojun. Holla at ya boy. Lee Doan is a genius. Lee Doan stands bathed in a soft, ethereal light, a halo of potential shimmering around her. This isn't an exaggeration. Her talent makes even the word genius seem inadequate. She is easily one of the top 5 cadets at Ale Academy, one of the top 3 Hunter Academies. Lee Doan is a talent acknowledged by the magic scholar, following in the footsteps of the magic saint and genius mage, Young Jimin. In Lee Doan's life, the concept of impossible did not exist. Pushed down in the rankings because the Hunter Mills mock exam is disadvantageous to mages, she still shines. If it were the ALE mock exam or the actual Pro Hunter exam, the results would be different. Lee Doan's magic crackles around her, a testament to her innate skill. Was what she thought. Lee Doan exhales softly, a quiet confidence radiating from her. She tilts her head, a question forming on her lips. Doan's eyes widen in shock. Meanwhile, a figure stands ready, a surge of power emanating from him. He unleashes a torrent of fiery energy. The flames engulf the arena. The heat intensifies, distorting the air. The man with the spear stands amidst the inferno, seemingly unfazed. Back in the office, Lee Doan watches the scene unfold, a mix of confusion and concern etched on her face. Yo, what's up? She mutters. This makes no sense. Doan's expression shifts to one of alarm. Nonsense. He cut apart magic? The fact that he negated the magic light, that means one of 2 things. He either used overwhelming mana to suppress the laws that the mage implemented, or he used Dispel to destroy the laws that mage implemented, which needs his complete understanding of said laws. But how is a person that isn't a mage supposed to completely understand the magical laws? And even if he were to understand them, Dispel isn't something you can cast in a moment. A figure stands, holding a staff. I was wondering what would happen to magic, so I just tried swinging it. It really just split apart. EK. Using the $1.5 million, do I need to purchase a spare weapon too? Start comparison testing? Like I thought, there must be some special ability attached. A figure stands amidst swirling magical energy, staff in hand. Lee Doan raises her spear, orange energy swirling around the weapon as she prepares to strike. Her brow furrows, a fierce determination burning in her eyes as she focuses her energy. She swings the spear with practiced force, the orange energy intensifying as the weapon cuts through the air. Doan's expression is one of intense concentration, her gaze fixed on the unseen target. With a grunt, she brings the spear down, the force of the swing evident in her strained muscles. The spear slams into the ground, sparks flying as the strike misses its mark. Frustration etches itself onto Lee Doan's face, her teeth gritted in annoyance. Doan shouts, her voice laced with anger. I said, hit. Damn it. Again, the spear strikes the ground, another missed attempt fueling her rising anger. A man with dark hair looks down, a troubled expression on his face. The spear flashes through the air, a blur of motion. Lee Doan stands in the arena, surrounded by an orange aura. An exclamation point hangs in the air. The spear continues its rapid movement. Lee Doan kneels on the ground, defeated. She thinks to herself, I can't win. Lee Doan's thoughts spiral. I can never win th. The man's eyes widen. What did I just think to myself? Lee Doan stands with her spear, ready to strike again. She walks forward, determined. The man looks up, a hopeful expression on his face. With this, I won. Right. She looks on with concern. A monster appears on the field. Someone is knocked down in the arena as the crowd watches. The winner is Dream Hunter Academy's Kim Se-jun. A weapon is swung with great force. The following is the contest between Lee Min-yeol and Jin Dongmin. Breaking everyone's predictions, it's close quarters combat. It's an intense battle. He thinks that the situation is close. Is something wrong with his eyes? This situation itself means I'm completely in the lead. A close-up of a determined face. He lunges forward, a flurry of blades aimed at his opponent. The air crackles with the speed of the assault. The man in black is caught off guard, his eyes widening in surprise as the swords close in. Reacting swiftly, the man in black swings his mace, the heavy weapon arcing through the air to meet the incoming blades. With a guttural shout, the man in black raises his shield, preparing to meet the next wave of attacks. Se-jun Kim continues his assault, the swords dancing around the shield, seeking an opening. The hunter's eyes widen in disbelief as something unexpected emerges from his opponent's sleeves. The man in black retaliates, drawing his own swords and meeting Se-jun's attack head-on. Damn, he thinks, I can't get a read on him. The man in black swings his mace again, the heavy weapon aimed at Se-jun's head. There's a limit to how variable your fighting style should be, he muses, his eyes narrowing. The man in black presses his advantage, his swords blurring as he drives the protagonist back. The mace crashes down, the force of the blow threatening to overwhelm Se-jun. The clash of steel echoes as a figure stands victorious, shield raised high. A sharp intake of breath pierces the air, a silent acknowledgement of the battle's conclusion. His opponent lies defeated, sprawled on the ground, the weight of the loss heavy in the air. The announcement booms. The winner is Lee Min-yeol. A nervous chuckle escapes someone's lips. The fallen fighter is helped up, his expression unreadable. A voice cries out, accusing the victor. This is cheating. The speaker questions the fairness of the competition, demanding, why is he allowed to compete in this manner? Another voice erupts in disbelief. I can't accept this. This match is invalid. One of the spectators remarks, well, I guess you could say that it's a form of tactics, but it really isn't pretty to look at. Another voice retorts, what do you mean? This is supposed to be a real fight. Whoever wins, wins. A second voice adds, still, it seems a bit. From Jin Do-min's perspective, he must be fuming. Another voice admits, honestly, I can see why he feels like this is cheap. The initial protester shouts, let go. This match is invalid. If that punk wasn't using cheap tricks all the time, I would. He sits, holding a long, ornate weapon. The man seems confident, stating that his opponent would still lose, even then. A voice declares that even if Lee Min-yeol didn't swap weapons between every clash, his victory would not have changed. A close-up of a character with dark hair and intense eyes is shown. The blonde-haired man curses under his breath. He realizes why the Order of Truth went so far. It is revealed that the Order of Truth wasn't only watching Kim Se-jun, but also Lee Min-yeol, keeping an eye on both of them. Two figures stand back to back, one with dark hair and the other with brown hair. Mr. Kim Gangchul doesn't have to do anything, according to the text. He only has to watch what sort of actions Kim Se-jun takes. The blonde man states that he really didn't need to do anything. The Order of Truth's ultimate goal in this mock exam was to have Kim Se-jun and Lee Min-yeol fight each other. Even if he didn't step up, the event matches would have been proposed and set up. A figure with glowing orange eyes is shown. The text suggests that Lee Min-yeol is a person linked with the Order of Truth. The text explains that it makes more sense that Lee Min-yeol is linked to the Order of Truth. It's unlikely someone self-taught could crush the top 3 Academy's cadets. The event matches are finally reaching their final stages. The next match is one that you definitely cannot miss. He's got the power and force of steel, and he will protect the pride of Hunter Mills. A figure walks forward, carrying a large sword. Hunter Mills' Kim Gangchul is introduced. A voice says they were asked to just watch. And his opponent is the main character of an overwhelming sweep. From the beginning, they were planning on using him as a foil. Kim Se-jun stands opposite Kim Gangchul. Dream Hunter Academy's Kim Se-jun is revealed. The Order of Truth is mentioned. The speaker has no plans on letting things go their way. Kim Se-jun's eyes narrow, a determined glint in them. Kim Gangchul remains calm, a slight smile playing on his lips. Now the event matches are finally reaching their final. The next match is one that you definitely cannot miss. He's got the power and force of steel. He will protect the pride of Hunter Mills. Someone walks forward with purpose. Hunter Mills, Kim Gangchul. And his opponent, the main character of an overwhelming sweep. Aside anything in his path. From the beginning, they were planning on using me as a foil. Dream Hunter Academy's Kim Se-jun. Order of Truth. I have no plans on letting things go your way. The crisp white of a dress shirt is bisected by a dark strap, hinting at the conflict to come. Kim Gangchul, eyes narrowed. prepares to unleash a strike, his blade crackling with azure energy. The blue energy intensifies, coiling around the steel like a living thing. Seojun Kim mirrors his opponent, his own sword alight with a similar, vibrant power. The steel of Seojun's blade gleams, ready to meet Gangchul's attack. Blurring through the air, Seojun's sword cuts a swift path. The clash of steel rings out, a deafening explosion of force that splinters the very ground beneath them. The earth cracks and heaves, a testament to the raw power unleashed in their duel. Gangchul prepares another strike, his stance firm, the blue energy around his blade unwavering. Seojun meets his gaze, his own sword poised, ready to parry the incoming blow. The tension hangs heavy in the air, the next clash promising to be even more devastating. The air crackles with unseen energy. The atmosphere vibrates with an unknown force. A wave of pressure washes over the battlefield. The air shimmers, distorted by immense power. A palpable tension hangs in the air. Kim Gangchul grips the hilt of his sword, its blade gleaming with an unnatural light. Gangchul's eyes narrow, a flicker of unease crossing his face. He thinks, that weapon. Kim Seojun stands bathed in a blue aura, his own weapon radiating an otherworldly glow. Seojun observes, his mind racing. Even at first glance, that weapon seems abnormal. Kim Gangchul watches Seojun, his expression a mixture of concern and determination. Gangchul's thoughts swirl. It's most likely that the mock exam results were because of that weapon. Seojun steels himself, resolving, if I just be careful about that weapon, there is no way that his skills can match up to mine at all. Blades of blue energy crackle through the air. Kim Gangchul strikes with his broadsword, a surge of blue energy emanating from the blade. His opponent defends against the relentless assault. The opponent grits his teeth, declaring, I will win this. The clash of steel echoes as Kim Gangchul's relentless attacks continue. The narration states, Kim Gangchul is continuously striking to prevent his opponent from making a move. Kim Gangchul continues his assault, the broadsword leaving trails of blue energy in its wake. The narration observes, to be able to attack so quickly, despite wielding the relatively heavier broadsword. What monstrous strength. As expected of contestant Kim Gangchul, this is such incredible skill. Kim Gangchul's broadsword flashes with blue energy as he presses his attack. A voice notes, compared to all of the other cadets I've faced so far, he is clearly better. Kim Gangchul is seen carrying his opponent, the fight's intensity evident in their postures. The air crackles with residual energy. He grips the spear tightly, blue energy crackling around the weapon as Kim Gangchul prepares to strike. The spear descends with tremendous force, the blue energy intensifying. The impact shatters the ground, sending dust and debris flying. Kim Gangchul advances, his eyes fixed on his opponent. He raises the spear once more, the blue energy surging around it. It seems that him being in the top 3 of Hunter Mills was not a bluff. Kim Gangchul unleashes another powerful strike with the spear. In that case, the opponent flinches, bracing for the impact. He declares that he'll actually try, his eyes burning with an intense blue light. Kim Gangchul lowers his stance, preparing to unleash his full power. He takes a step forward, the ground trembling beneath his foot. His opponent's eyes widen in disbelief. What's this? Kim Gangchul's foot slams down, pinning his opponent beneath him. Raising his spear high, Kim Gangchul brings it crashing down with devastating force. The opponent barely manages to raise his sword in time, the clash of steel echoing through the training area. Kim Gangchul's gaze is intense, focused solely on his opponent. The two warriors collide, a whirlwind of steel and determination. Kim Gangchul stands ready, his spear poised for the next strike. Suddenly, his aura changed. His previous aura was like calm waves. The aura intensifies. The aura burns. An energy blade forms. The aura now feels like the fiery eruption of a volcano. Kim Gangchul is pushed back. Kim Seojun pushes forward against Kim Gangchul. Participant Kim Seojun is now pushing forwards against the retreating Kim Gangchul. Kim Seojun continues to push forward. The pressure mounts. It's rough, rigid but forceful. In other words, it's too simple. Kim Seojun prepares himself, his stance low and ready. He launches himself into the air, spear leveled for attack. Compared to the sophisticated swordplay and mana cultivation techniques, it's basically just simple swings of his spear. However, the spear glows with power as Kim Seojun descends. The spear strikes, sending debris flying. Kim Gangchul grits his teeth, feeling the force of the blow. Why are these? He swings, finding the simple motions burdensome. The swings continue, each one carrying immense force. The observer notes that this isn't just about the weight of the swings. The thought continues, wondering if Kim Seojun is actually able to use an aura spear. The man's expression is unreadable. Kim Seojun continues his relentless assault. This doesn't make sense. This is just like. The observer's gaze remains fixed. A woman wonders if that's all there is. Is this all you amount to? The aftermath reveals a broken weapon, the battle concluded. The man's face contorts in disbelief as he thinks about how his paltry skills were enough to put him in the top 3 of the academy. How could he forget about that? The nightmare of when he first saw Lee Hae-eun replays in his mind. It wasn't like he expected anything, though. The overwhelming hopelessness washes over him. There is no way that's true, he thinks. How could something as lowly as you? A hand grips a sword tightly, knuckles white with strain. This bitch. That bitch. They dare look down on me. Me. Kim Gangchul. A figure stands alone, surrounded by swirling energy. Arcing bolts of blue energy crackle through the air, the sound like tearing silk. The electric discharge intensifies, the air shimmering with heat. The energy surges, coalescing into a visible force. Kim Seo-jun plummets from the sky, a determined glint in his eyes. He braces himself, preparing to unleash his power. His eyes ignite with an electric blue glow, a sign of the magic about to be unleashed. Raw energy gathers around him, a swirling vortex of power. The hunter stands poised, a conduit for the surging magical force. The built-up energy explodes outward, a wave of pure force. The air crackles and pops as the energy is released. Fragments of shattered reality drift in the wake of the unleashed power. The onlookers gape in stunned silence, witnessing the display of raw power. A defeated contestant collapses to his knees before Kim Seo-jun, who stands tall, his spear planted firmly in the ground. Seo-jun's expression is unreadable. He holds his spear with a firm grip. The defeated contestant lies prone, utterly spent. The announcer declares, the winner is Kim Seo-jun. Seo-jun lets out a soft sigh. The text proclaims, contestant Kim Seo-jun moves on to the finals. A figure sits in a chair, their back to the viewer. He grins, a wide, almost manic expression stretching across his face. Someone asks, hey, did you see? A spectator exclaims, yeah, I'm so glad I came here in person. Is this for real? Another spectator comments, honestly, I thought that Kim Seo-jun was overgeared and no skill, but wow, he was as crazy as his gear. The crowd buzzes with anticipation, wondering, who do you think Kim Seo-jun will face in the finals? With Kim Gangchul, Lee Do-eun, and Jin Dongmin already eliminated, the question hangs in the air. Who at this point can stop Lee Min-yeol from reaching the finals? Now, the moment you've all been waiting for. It's finally the finals, and someone asks, questions for me. Have you the finals, which everyone has been excited about? Could anyone have anticipated this? Having surpassed Hunter Mills, Jaein, and Ale, the two supernovas that appeared like shooting stars will soon begin their match. Someone declares, I wanted to try fighting you once. I guess we were able to match up in the finals. The other person responds, why does it seem like you have a lot of questions for me? The man acknowledged something, then added that he still had a master. He scratched the back of his head, admitting that his master didn't even know he was a disciple. Then could you tell me who that master is? Why? Are you curious about that? The man's eyes glowed with a golden light. That your master is someone I know. What? You know my master? Liar. A strange pressure emanates from an unseen source. He wonders if he should just directly mention the Transcendention Academy. No, that's definitely not it, he thinks. If Lee Min-yeol isn't a cadet of the Transcendention Academy, he could just play it off as a misunderstanding between them. But the story truly changes if he is a cadet of the Transcendention Academy like him. We attend the same academy, but that doesn't mean that we are comrades. It would actually be better to see us as competitors instead. At this point, when he doesn't know how Lee Min-yeol will react, it would be foolish to show my hand first. Should he try giving a hint? There is no need for introductions at this point. It's a name that has been firmly engraved through the mock exam and the event matches. Lee Min-yeol asks, if your master really is the person I'm thinking of, he should have power that transcends our imaginations. Isn't that right? Seo-jun stammers. How did you know that? But now the results of the match are unpredictable. Lee Min-yeol barked. You. What the fuck are you? Kim Seo-jun smirked, ready for the final match. With everyone's applause, Seo-jun wondered what the winner would think. Lee Min-yeol wondered where the guarantee was that the answers they gave were the truth. Seo-jun's eyes narrowed as the match was about to begin. Lee Min-yeol stated that the person that loses must answer the questions of the winner, adding that Seo-jun would have to decide for himself. The final match between Kim Seo-jun and Lee Min-yeol was about to begin. Seo-jun prepared to fight. He stands ready, his sword and shield prepared for whatever Lee Min-yeol has planned. Oh. The crowd murmurs, confused by the lack of action. What is this? Why are they both just standing there? One spectator asks. They're both just glaring at each other. Another replies. From the outside, Lee Min-yeol knows this may look very awkward. But now that Kim Seo-jun is trying to look for a way in, there are no openings. Kim Seo-jun remains on guard, searching for any weakness in his opponent's stance. Lee Min-yeol shifts his weight, his eyes never leaving Kim Seo-jun. Like he thought, Kim Seo-jun is tough. Kim Seo-jun circles, looking for an opening. Right now, Lee Min-yeol has a sword in his hands. But considering Lee Min-yeol's battle tactics so far, he can't think of it as a simple sword. Lee Min-yeol will go full power from the start. A surge of power manifests, the word pierce emblazoned across the energy. He unleashes a piercing strike with his spear, aiming to break through Kim Seo-jun's defenses. Kim Seo-jun meets the attack head-on, blocking the spear with a resounding clash of energy. Determination hardens his features as he prepares to counter. The barrier shatters, the protective field unable to withstand the force of the ongoing battle. They collide once more, a furious exchange of blows echoing through the arena. The force of Kim Seojun's strike lands squarely, sending Lee Minhyul reeling. Staggering backward, Lee Minhyul loses his footing, the momentum carrying him toward the ground. With a frustrated grunt, he abandons his spear, backing away from the relentless assault. Had his decision-making been even a fraction slower, the match would have ended here. Kim Seojun's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his face at the sudden shift in strategy. A blur of motion indicates the speed of the next attack. He is immediately met with a barrage of spears, launched with deadly precision. Raising his weapon, Kim Seojun prepares to meet the incoming assault. With a series of sharp, metallic clashes, he deflects the spears, sending them spinning away from their intended target. Each parry is a testament to his skill, the weapon a blur in his hand. The spears continue to rain down, but none find their mark. The air is thick with the sound of steel on steel, a symphony of destruction narrowly averted. Lee Minhyul, eyes wide with disbelief, exclaims, "Wow, that's crazy." Kim Seojun continues his defense, a whirlwind of motion against the relentless assault. Lee Minhyul, intrigued, says, "That weapon that you're using, I'm also very curious about it. If I win, are you also going to answer my questions about your weapon?" Bracing himself, Kim Seojun prepares for another volley of spears. With a confident smirk, Kim Seojun replies, "Of course." The battle continues, a dance of destruction and defense. The man states, "Obviously, that hinges on you winning." Lee Minhyul laughs, declaring that he should work harder to win. Lee Minhyul runs forward, closing the distance between them. The expression on Lee Minhyul's face is unreadable. Kim Seojun appears to be questioning something. The voice booms, "Really are incredible." A voice wonders what this sense of incongruity is. Despite using methods that border on cheating without blinking an eye, I don't see his desperation to win. So close. Whether it's the occasional booing heard from the crowds. Fight properly. Lee Minhyul, you're cheap. His targeted attacks are easily blocked. It feels like he doesn't even care. This is as if, you want to win? Then why don't I feel the desperation to win in you? I have no idea what you're talking about, but I want to beat you the most. Kim Seojun stands across from Lee Minhyul, who seems confused by his statement. He thinks to himself that it's all right if he loses. Someone smugly states that he is just trying his best to beat him, and asks if that is something bad. Kim Seojun is told that he may think he is trying his best, but in other people's eyes, it doesn't seem that way. A man with a bat asks what is all right for Kim Seojun to lose, then questions why he is using all of the cheap tricks in his books to try and win. Kim Seojun's eyes narrow. Kim Seojun is shocked by what he hears. Kim Seojun smirks. Kim Seojun turns away from the man with the bat, who looks confused. Kim Seojun's expression hardens. Kim Seojun grips a weapon. He gazes down, a slight smirk playing on his lips. "I hope you don't take my actions just now as me looking down on you. What kind of world is the one you currently see?" A hand holds a phone, the screen reflecting a figure. "Actually, our world is not as wonderful as it seems. The strong prey on the weak, survival of the fittest. The laws of nature itself emphasize that those that are not strong will be eliminated. Therefore, we must always whip ourselves, so that we are not weeded out, so that we do not fall behind others. Today, we need to improve from yesterday, and tomorrow, we need to improve from today." A figure stands tall, a spear held firmly in hand. Listening to Lee Minhyul's words, I suddenly remembered some of Siddhartha Gautama's lecture from a while back. This Tathagata wishes to ask. The rustling of leaves whispers through the air. A question echoes in the void. Have you ever once escaped from your own thinking? A close-up reveals a face in contemplation, the eyes reflecting a deep inner search. A voice answers, soft as the breeze, just one time. Beneath the shade of a sprawling tree, a figure sits in quiet meditation. Another question arises, challenging the very nature of perception. Have you ever transcended your own thoughts and looked at the world from even a slightly different perspective? The Tathagata speaks, revealing a glimpse into his past. This is an anecdote from when I was training in a realm called Earth. The story continues, unveiling a forgotten name. The following anecdote is when the Shakyamuni had the name of Siddhartha Gautama as a human on Earth. It was a story from before he became enlightened as the Buddha and was training. A distant, mocking laughter echoes. One day, Siddhartha Gautama encountered some children racing. One of the children laughed as he ran. For some reason, they would repeat their race several times. "Let's go another round," one of them exclaimed. "Sure," another replied. And every time, the same child would come in last place. The children continued to race. But for some reason, the smile would not leave that child's face. Siddhartha Gautama suddenly became curious about this. He approached the child and asked. The Buddha walked towards the child. He asked, "Child, why are you running?" The child replied, "Because I like it." The heaven's great sage inquired, "Do you enjoy running?" The child responded, "Yes, of course, but I can always walk for a bit, too." The boy wonders what would happen if the others caught up to him. The child exclaims that his finish line and the other children's finish lines are all different, so how could they catch up to him? A close-up shows the child's legs as he runs. He asks what the finish line is that he can see over there. The camera focuses on the grass. That may be the finish line decided by other people. But to him, it's just a checkpoint. The child continues running. The child and Siddhartha Gautama are seen from a distance. The child continued to get last place. But in the far future, in the largest race held by this Tathagata's country, that small child won with the most amazing record ever recorded. At that time, Tathagata believed that life was about raising a single tower with all your effort. As each piece was carefully placed, block by block, he believed that life was being constructed. The tower, made for himself alone, drove Tathagata to intense training, all to raise it to perfection. However, after calmly digesting the child's words, Tathagata suddenly had a thought. It was all right to collapse the tower as well. Why was it that he could never think of that, as well? Two figures stand poised, each holding a spear, ready to engage. It was an enlightenment that a small child instilled into Tathagata. Tathagata reflects on the nature of society, seeing it as a society of conflict. Every day, if you do not improve, you will be weeded out. Behind, you will disappear. Survival of the fittest. The strong prey on the weak. Therefore, he worked hard every single day. He looked at the image of himself improving. All Kim Seo-jun thought was that he wasn't falling behind. As this continued, Kim Seo-jun started to fret about it a lot more. He found himself obsessing more and more about the Transcension Academy. Kim Seo-jun was swept away by the pressure of needing to work even harder, in order to not be weeded out. It doesn't matter, even if the finish line is decided by others. Insults from others don't lower my own worth, but to me, it's just a checkpoint. Finally, he's starting to understand Siddhartha Gautama's lecture from that time. Why was it that he had never thought about things from that perspective? A spear is held at the ready. The observer wonders why the spear he usually uses was put away. And he took out a different spear? The figure hopes that his actions aren't taken as him looking down on his opponent. The spear is held by a figure in the distance. The observer doesn't think like that, but wonders why. If he used that other spear, he would definitely win. Definitely. If he used the Lance of Longinus, he would clap him very easily. Since no matter what tricks Lee Mingyul plays, he could just break through them all. Lee Mingyul's goal to win did not change at all. He understands that the difference in equipment is also a type of skill, but for some reason, in this match specifically, he listened intently, absorbing the words spoken to him. You said that insults from other people don't lower your own worth. Then, on the flip side, the thought occurred to Lee Mingyul. Doesn't that mean that applause from other people doesn't raise his worth either? Lee Mingyul's resolve hardened. He just didn't want to do that. He decided his own worth. A smirk played on his lips, a hint of newfound confidence. He stared ahead, his gaze unwavering. Lee Mingyul realized he was a better friend than he thought. He stood tall, the spear a natural extension of his arm. Discarded weapons lay scattered at his feet, a testament to his past struggles. Just like you said before, he thought, I hope you don't take my actions just now as me looking down on you. This is the only thing he learned from his master, Lee Mingyul thought, and it's the thing he's most confident in. Discarded weapons lay scattered on the ground, their straps broken, hinting at a recent struggle. The air crackled with tension as two figures locked eyes, their expressions grim. Feet shuffled, the sound barely audible over the heavy silence, each step a prelude to the coming storm. The ground shattered, a testament to the raw power about to be unleashed. Debris rained down as the impact reverberated through the air, a silent promise of pain. A voice, laced with desperation and resolve, echoed, since I just have to win. The two stood face to face, their eyes burning with a fierce determination, ready to collide. The air crackles with tension as Kim Seo-jun locks eyes with Park Do-suk, each poised and ready to unleash their skills. Seo-jun Kim grips his weapon, his gaze hardening as he prepares to strike. Do-suk mirrors his opponent, his own weapon raised, a fierce determination etched on his face. Park Do-suk's eyes narrow, a predatory glint shining within them. The clash is imminent. The staff wielder's eyes narrow, his grip tightening on the wooden weapon. He swings the staff down with brutal force, the air whistling as it descends. Kim Seo-jun braces himself, the impact imminent. He manages to raise his arm, the staff connecting with a sickening thud. The staff wielder grins, undeterred by the block. Continuing his assault, the staff slams down again, the force behind it immense. The edge of the staff grazes Kim Seo-jun's arm, drawing a thin line of blood. A searing pain shoots through his arm as the staff cuts deeper. The staff wielder prepares for another strike, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The staff wielder thinks to himself, if I were using the Lance of Longinus, a casual swing would be more than enough to split apart his attacks. His attacks are actually dangerous now. He swings the staff once more, aiming for a decisive blow. Kim Seo-jun grits his teeth, managing to block the attack again, but the force is taking its toll. He tenses, preparing to strike with his staff. But Lee Mingyul intercepts the blow, blocking the staff with practiced ease. Lee Mingyul's specialty, his ever-changing attacks, are notoriously difficult to respond to. The impact of the block reverberates through the air. The force of the collision is palpable. The sound of the block echoes through the training area. Mingyul moves with blinding speed, preparing his counterattack. He stands ready, his posture radiating confidence. The staff is locked in place, unable to move. Mingyul thinks, but for some odd reason, thinking that it's fine if I lose makes my body feel light. His feet are planted firmly on the ground, ready to move. Kim Seo-jun is sent flying, the thought echoing in his mind. It's okay to lose. He grips the staff tightly, knuckles white. Kim Seo-jun vows to work his hardest to pull out the win. The young man smiles. It's true, the voice says, that this weapon was the only one he learned to use from his master. Lee Minhyul sends Kim Seo-jun flying through the air. It's too early to be surprised, Lee Minhyul thinks. Surprised though? The hunter continues to hurl Kim Seo-jun through the air. Again, Lee Minhyul throws Kim Seo-jun. Lee Minhyul stands amidst the dust. His eye twitches, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as Kim Seo-jun struggles to keep up. A collective gasp echoes through the arena. He explodes into motion, a blur of speed that kicks up dust and shatters the remaining ice. The air crackles with displaced energy. The remnants of the ice formation collapse into jagged shards. Lee Minhyul reappears, staff in hand, his movements too swift to follow. He vanished. A collective thought, stealth arts? Lee Minhyul's skill is undeniable, a voice observes, marveling at his mastery of such difficult techniques. Another voice notes that it seems he can't use it perfectly yet. Kim Seo-jun grits his teeth, realizing that if he doesn't concentrate, Lee Minhyul will continue to slip from his grasp. It's thought that this is Lee Minhyul's final trump card. Lee Minhyul decides that he will use Merlin's mana. A surge of blue energy crackles. The energy intensifies. The power continues to build. Lee Minhyul's hand grips a staff. He stands ready, the staff planted firmly on the ground. Blurring into motion, Lee Minhyul prepares to strike. His eyes narrow with determination. The air crackles with anticipation. Lee Minhyul raises the staff, ready to unleash its power. A flicker of surprise crosses his face. He wonders if he's doing it the right way. It wasn't that his belief in himself had wavered or anything like that. Lee Minhyul realizes his fighting style, so far, has been too rigid. A newfound determination hardens his gaze. Learning is truly a great thing to do, he muses. But if you make learning everything a habit, it can become an impediment to your self-expression. How long will he display the way others express themselves, yet claim he is doing well? Beware. It's not Merlin's mana that he should be dragging out, but his own mana. From a certain point onward, you must not be satisfied with mere learning. Use my methods. Blue mana begins to swirl around him, a visible manifestation of his resolve. The words echo in his mind. You need to accept that learning is just a method to discover your own way of self-expression. One more time. He calls upon Merlin's intelligence, a surge of blue energy coursing through him. Channeling Xiangyu's power, a spectral spear materializes in his grasp, crackling with blue energy. Siddhartha Gautama's imperturbable mind settles over him, a golden light washing away doubt. Golden sparks dance around him, a testament to the power he is drawing upon. Something that doesn't belong to anyone. His eyes ignite with a fierce determination, the mana swirling around him intensifying. The power gathers, focused and ready to be unleashed. But myself. The spear glows with an intense light, ready to strike. The air crackles with anticipation as he prepares to unleash his full power. He focuses his energy, a golden light emanating from his hand as he prepares to strike. Blurring into motion, Lee Minhyul explodes forward with blinding speed. A golden aura flares around him as he continues his relentless assault, the air itself seeming to shatter around him. Maintaining his incredible momentum, he becomes a streak of pure energy. He slams his fist into the ground, the impact sending tremors through the earth. Leaping into the air, Minhyul leaves a trail of golden light in his wake, poised to deliver the final blow. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he prepares to unleash his full power. Sweat glistens on his brow, a testament to the intensity of the battle, but his eyes burn with unwavering resolve. He brings his weapon down with earth-shattering force, the ground cracking and splintering beneath the blow. The attack continues, a whirlwind of motion and raw power. The stadium around him becomes a blur as the full force of his attack is unleashed. Dust settles, revealing the devastation left in the wake of Lee Minhyul's attack. The announcement rings out. Kim Seo-jun has won overall first place. A woman with braided blonde hair sips from a teacup, her expression thoughtful. She lowers the cup slightly, her eyes narrowing. Is that so? She wonders. The woman looks towards a figure standing in a doorway. Did you notice any distortions? She asks. A hand rests on a table, fingers slightly curled. That is. The hooded figure stands in a room, a table and chair nearby. We did something that seemed like a distortion, but whether or not it actually was one is difficult to determine, the figure says. What does that mean? A voice narrates. Kim Seo-jun suddenly swapped the weapon he was using, and in the middle of the match, he used an aura blade. The blonde woman's eyes widen slightly. That wasn't something that we originally expected, she muses. The woman stands near a window, a figure kneeling before her. Understood. For now, please continue to monitor him. I will report this occurrence to the apostle, she instructs. A disembodied voice asks. Do you have a reason to go this far? A hand clenches tightly, knuckles widening. Lee Soyeon asks what the cloaked figure is trying to suggest. The cloaked figure understands that Kim Seo-jun is an individual worthy of scrutiny. The plans they've been preparing for so long have been set back. The cloaked figure admits they are not sure there is a reason to go so far for just a single cadet. Lee Soyeon exclaims, questioning what the Apostle of Temperance said for them to. Lee Soyeon stands before the cloaked figure. The cloaked figure remains silent. Lee Soyeon apologizes. Lee Soyeon looks down, a troubled expression on her face. Her hands are clasped tightly. Meanwhile, Kalia, standing before a grand gate, is asked if it is true that a distortion occurred in Korea this time. Kalia confirms that it is true. Lee Soyeon wonders who resolved the distortion. It was Kim Seo-jun, a man she knows. It's strange, she thinks. She recalls that he heard the news that the distortion was resolved, yet he still called her. That means that he has a grasp of this situation. A hooded figure with glowing red eyes is shown. The figure wonders why he is asking who was the one to resolve it. Lee Soyeon is shown again, as the hooded figure thinks to keep watch over the actions of Kim Seo-jun. The hooded figure is kneeling. Lee Soyeon asks if she may. The hooded figure wonders why she would ask for the reason. Lee Soyeon is shown. Lee Soyeon is kneeling and groaning. Kalia, I know that, among the successors for the Apostle of Chastity, you are the most likely candidate. The hooded figure is standing over Lee Soyeon. However, a disembodied voice reminds her that being an Apostle of Temperance does not mean she is the Apostle of Chastity. Kalia begs for forgiveness. An exclamation mark punctuates the heavy silence. The hooded figure remains silent as Kalia kneels before them. The hooded figure states that it is not their will. Kalia's expression is one of deep concern. The hooded figure realizes something. Kalia looks up, her face etched with worry. The voice continues, explaining that the Apostle of Temperance exists in the most important location of the Order of Truth. Kalia's eyes widen in alarm. The voice concludes that even in terms of global presence, the Apostle of Temperance is one of the 7 apostles that no one would ever dare to treat with disrespect. A cloaked figure states that if they consider the other person's status as successor, they may allow something to a certain extent. However, anything involving Kim Seo-jun must be reported, with no exceptions and with nothing left out. Kalia wonders if someone is using the Apostle of Temperance to pass on an order, like a mere messenger. The Apostle of Temperance symbol is prominently displayed on the person's attire. Even if they search the entire world, there are very few people that can do that. Actually, there is only one person. Only that person. The logo for Transcension Academy is displayed. Someone thinks this is crazy, and even if they died today, they think they would have no regrets. They're going to go home cleanly and attain Buddhahood. Who would have thought Kim Seo-jun was this good? How long until the Pro Hunter exam? Should they try to get in touch ahead of time? The thought crosses Kalia's mind. Is it just her, or is she gradually becoming more and more of a monster? Kalia hums, a sly smirk playing on her lips. Kim Seo-jun stands with Lee Soyeon. He asks what she means by monster, finding her words too severe. A voice suggests that anyone watching would agree, especially considering Lee Soyeon used an aura blade. Kim Seo-jun looks awkward. He asks where in the world she learned to use aura blade. Lee Soyeon replies that she was lucky. A chibi version of her appears, with the text again. You're trying to gloss things over. Kim Seo-jun suggests they head home for today. Lee Soyeon responds that she has someone she has to meet with before that. Kalia's eyes narrow as she asks who Lee Soyeon has to meet with. Lee Soyeon says she already said she doesn't want to. A voice promises the best treatment and that the scholarship is also a given. A voice states that their academy is a League 1 Hunter Academy with the best facilities and impressive lecturers. It will be difficult to continue preparing for the Hunter exams while only being self-taught, so don't. A voice says not to be like that, and to just come and visit them once. It asks if Lee Soyeon was the person she was supposed to meet with. Lee Soyeon stands with Kim Seo-jun as he expresses his frustration. At least, that was the plan. Kim Seo-jun thinks to himself that no matter how much money or how many perks they give him, he won't go to an academy. Kim Seo-jun thinks that, like he thought, they are all clinging to him. Someone nearby is impressed. Someone thinks that Kim Seo-jun may have lost to them in the finals, but he was able to get his share of the spotlight. They add that he is self-taught, meaning that he has no affiliated academy, which makes him an extremely attractive person from the other academy's perspectives, and they must be drooling from the temptation. Someone nearby thinks that he is a tempting person and is making them salivate. 2 men approach Kim Seo-jun, one of them saying that he must come to their academy. Kim Seo-jun screams. Kim Seo-jun is still being chased. He thinks to himself that even so, if they're going to come here with all those people chasing behind him, what are they supposed to do? He recalls that Lee Soyeon had thought that this might happen, which was why she said they should meet up in secret. Kim Seo-jun shouts that he didn't want to, so why are they still? Someone says, oh. Someone calls out Mr. 3 men approach Kim Seo-jun and Lee Soyeon. Kim Seo-jun shouts that he is going to Dream Academy. Someone asks if it is fine, right? Kim Seo-jun shouts what? Kim Seo-jun thinks that anyway, that's that. Someone tells him to run away quickly. Kim Seo-jun shouts what? What the hell is this? Where did he go? Damn, we lost him. He thinks they gave them all the slip. What were you thinking when you said that? Kim Gangchul apologizes. Meanwhile, Seong-yu says it wasn't that Seo-jun had no thoughts of joining a Hunter Academy. Kim Gangchul denies having thoughts of joining the same Hunter Academy as Seo-jun. Kim Gangchul has no idea how he should respond to this. He's the one that said he was joining, so he has no grounds to argue for or against it. And if we think about it, he's just a cadet at Dream Academy himself. Elsewhere, Lee Soyeon says that if she's vehemently against it, she's sure Seo-yun won't accept him. However, she doesn't want to interfere with Seo-yun the way the Sword Saint does. Kim Seo-jun and Lee Soyeon are seen walking away. Seong-yu says, well, Let's talk about that a bit later. He asks if Kim Gangchul remembers their promise. The character with rabbit ears replies, of course. A voice booms, declaring the need to resolve the issue at hand. The man in the dark blue sweater asks, the person that you called your master, who is that person? The character with rabbit ears sighs, who? The character with rabbit ears stares intently. The character with rabbit ears shouts, I don't know. The collar of the character's jacket is shown in close-up. The character with rabbit ears looks to the side, a question mark floating above his head. A voice booms, you fucking with me? The character in the dark blue sweater stands over the character with rabbit ears, declaring, all right, I'll just beat you until you tell the true dash. The character with rabbit ears cries out, no, that isn't it. I really don't know. Trust me, I already said it before. My master doesn't know I'm his disciple. The character in the dark blue sweater says, when you were using daggers before, you said that you received his teaching. That is. Seojun Kim gestures with his hands as he explains, not to mention, you stated that your master is someone whose strength transcends the imagination, yet you don't know who he is? The man responds, no, so what I mean is. He continues, I didn't learn from him directly, it's something like over-the-shoulder learning. Seojun Kim states, I've never received direct teaching from anyone. The scene shifts to an exterior shot of the building. The narrator explains, however, Minhyul's case was different. The perspective shifts to a low angle, focusing on the legs of two individuals. The text reads, self-taught cadet. A landscape is shown in the background. The narrator continues, normally, they are referred to people who wish to become hunters despite having neither ability nor money. The narrator states, he wasn't lacking in money or ability. The narrator concludes, he didn't want to be tied down anywhere. He chose to be self-taught on his own. He recalled training by himself in the mountains. Although Kim Seojun didn't receive anyone's teachings. Since he didn't need to adhere to any academy's stifling curriculums, he enjoyed it. But one day, Kim Seojun was going to train as usual when he suddenly felt the presence of someone else. The hunter paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. An exclamation of surprise echoed through the forest. A figure lay sprawled on the grassy ground, unmoving. Kim Seojun approached cautiously. Hey, are you all right? The young man's eyes widened slightly. It was his first meeting with his master. The figure remained prone, his face obscured by his silver hair. From off-panel, a voice calls out, asking if someone is all right. A figure lies prone on the ground, another kneeling beside them, their expression unreadable. A bloodied hand reaches out, the severity of the injuries becoming clear. The air crackles with unspoken urgency. The injuries are extreme, and time is running out. Kneeling beside the injured figure, the other man urges, wait just a moment, I'll take you to the hospital right. A desperate thought echoes in the injured man's mind. If he goes down the mountain, he can't. The uninjured man's voice rises in panic. What do you mean? You have to go to the hospital immediately, or else you'll die. A single, resolute thought. I can't. The two figures are close, their faces etched with desperation and resolve. The injured man's thoughts are firm. If he goes down, he could feel the desperation in his grip as he was carried. Words were exchanged, and so Kim Seojun had no choice but to give up on the hospital. With no other options, Kim Seojun treated that man in an abandoned house in the mountains. The sound of the spoon against the bowl echoed in the small room as Kim Seojun ate. Kim Seojun could feel the desperation in the old man's eyes as he was fed. At first, his condition was so severe that it wouldn't have been unusual for him to die right away. Kim Seojun could feel that he was recovering steadily. Has it already been a month since Kim Seojun started nursing that grandpa? It would be great if he regained consciousness today. Kim Seojun thought, we thought you would die, but now I see that you survived and went into hiding. To think you would come all the way out here because of one old dying geezer. I guess becoming an elder made you incredibly free. A group of figures, cloaked and armed, advanced through the forest. One of the men asks if the old man just woke up today. The other man responds that he doesn't need to know, wondering what sort of situation this is. A figure in a dark hood chuckles, finding amusement in the situation. A man wonders if the greenhorn is hiding over there. An exclamation mark appears, signaling a sudden realization or danger. A figure is suddenly attacked, the force of the blow sending blood splattering. Several cloaked figures surround a central point, their intentions unclear. A figure slashes with a glowing blade, the attack swift and deadly. The figure stands poised, energy crackling around them as they prepare for the next attack. The figure unleashes another strike, the blade cutting through the air with deadly precision. The scene fades to black, leaving the outcome uncertain. A figure looks down, a gasp escaping their lips as they witness the aftermath. A disembodied voice echoes with murderous intent, kill him. A lone figure stands defiantly, surrounded by shadowy enemies in a dense forest. One of the shadowy figures lunges forward, its attack imbued with dark energy. Meanwhile, a man watches with wide eyes, his expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. A hand clenches into a fist, knuckles white with suppressed fury. The observer's gaze remains fixed on the unfolding battle, his brow furrowed with concern. The man swallows hard, his thoughts racing. It was the first time he'd seen someone fight so well since he was born. This wasn't a part of their plans. The lone figure is overwhelmed by the onslaught, blades flashing in the dim light. The figure lies prone on the ground, defeated but not broken. The man's eyes widen further, his expression hardening with resolve. Immediately, a figure, wreathed in dark energy, issues a chilling warning: never come back here. A surge of power emanates from Kim Seojun, causing him to wince in pain. He groans in discomfort. He disappeared, leaving Kim Seojun to wonder what had happened. But instinctively, Kim Seojun thought he needed to listen to his grandpa's words, so before he left, he packed the items he had. Kim Seojun looks back, a hint of surprise on his face. There was a manuscript that the grandpa seemed to have forgotten to bring with him because he was in such a hurry, so Kim Seojun packed that too. Kim Seojun had planned to return it to him if they ever met again, but he hasn't seen him since. Kim Seojun stands with Lee Soyeon and assistant manager Kim. Assistant manager Kim asks if the old man was anything to Kim Seojun's master. Truthfully, once Kim Seojun looked at that manuscript, he found out it was his most sacred text. Most sacred text? It contained his dagger arts and stealth arts, but Kim Seojun ended up seeing it. He feels embarrassed. No way. So, by saying that he doesn't know that you're his disciple. Arts written in the manuscript. But since master doesn't know I have his sacred text, or that I learned his sacred arts. Kim Gangshul exclaims that it's hard to believe, but it's all true. Seojun Kim remains skeptical. Kim Gangshul admits that there is a high probability that what he said isn't true, but he really isn't a fellow cadet of the Transcension Academy. Kim Gangshul swears on the heavens that it's true. Kim Gangshul wonders if Seojun Kim really doesn't know who that old man is at all. He explains that he participated in the mock exam because he thought that if it was a large competition, master may be able to find him. Lee Leon simply says, Seojun Kim asks if Kim Gangshul thinks that the person he calls master is Sir Dark Saint. The Dark Saint. The image of the Dark Saint is revealed. Just like the Sword Saint, he is one of the 5 heroes that represent Korea. Among them, he is the one who is most hidden behind a veil. He is said to be a rare genius of assassination, and the reason that nothing about him is known besides his name is due to the way he can hide himself away. But if it's something that the Sword Saint's granddaughter, Miss Seoyun, is saying, things are a bit different. Miss Seoyun is asked if she has seen Sir Dark Saint before. She replies that she has seen him a few times when she was young, as he used to come by to meet her grandfather occasionally, although they always argued with each other. Then, Miss Seoyun is asked if she could ask Sir Sword Saint about the sacred text that Minyeol has. Kim Seojun wonders if the Sword Saint would be able to tell whether or not it belonged to the Dark Saint. Lee Soyeon says that if it's her grandfather, he should be able to tell if the sacred text belonged to Sir Dark Saint, and that she can make the request, asking if Kim Seojun is alright with that. Kim Seojun looks surprised. A voice questions, "Grandfather?" The scene shows a building. Next day, the sun shines brightly over the Dream Hunter Academy. Someone is visibly frustrated. A screen displays, "Copy Gungnir and $500,000. A voice exclaims, "Fuck it. How is it that this academy is made so that no matter how much money I earn, there's no end to the costs?" A man checks his phone, looking annoyed. Kim Seojun remarks that it's not as if he urgently needs a backup weapon. The prize money of $1 million for being first on the mock exam was wired to his account without any issues. The prize money for the event matches will probably take more time to settle. As for Lee Minyeol, someone exclaims in surprise, realizing that this pretty sister is the Sword Saint's granddaughter. The character expresses shock at the revelation. A voice pleads for help to find their master, and another voice agrees to try speaking with their grandfather. At first, he was wary of showing the sacred text to others. However, he was okay with showing what he had comprehended himself, so he decided to come back to the academy today so that they could visit the Sword Saint together. Someone says goodbye, promising to see them tomorrow. Someone wonders why Lee Minyeol is speaking so formally to Miss Seoyun, noting that he was immediately casual with them. While he waits, Kim Seojun decides he should purchase the free pass. A hand reaches out to purchase the free pass. The screen displays lecture progress rates for Chiron and Siddhartha Gautama. Kim Seojun is confused, wondering why it's doing that, and realizes that even if he didn't purchase the free pass, the lecture. His phone displays the Chiron lecture progress rate reaching 100%. Seojun's eyes widen. Wait, with this. He mutters, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. The phone screen declares the completion of the lecture and the acquisition of metamorphosis. A burst of light erupts, bathing the surroundings in an ethereal glow. He is enveloped in a shimmering blue aura, tiny sparks dancing around him. The transformation ripples downwards, energy coursing through his very being. A gasp escapes his lips, a mixture of surprise and dawning realization. Seojun stares at his phone, his expression a mask of bewilderment. Oh, he breathes, his voice barely audible. He stumbles back, his eyes wide with confusion. His feet remain planted, as if rooted to the spot. Seojun's brow furrows. What the fuck changed? He wonders aloud, his voice laced with frustration. He reflects, a frown deepening on his face. When I completed Xiangyu's lecture, I could feel the power of PTUM flow within me. This time, there isn't anything like that. From what he'd seen in Murim's stories, metamorphosis would be something like bones twisting and realigning, or some sort of impurity oozing out of the body. Seojun scratches his head. He thinks that fiction is just fiction. Well, he guesses it's a bit of a shame, but since he's completed it, he's sure that. Seojun's eyes widen. He turns around quickly. Sia-jun wonders what that was. He could suddenly sense a chill run down his spine. Sia-jun looks to his left. It's as if someone has a cold blade placed right against his throat. He can't believe it, despite seeing it with his own eyes. How is someone able to notice his existence? It doesn't seem like they can see his form. Sia-jun looks down. Is it their natural senses? How surprising. A voice echoes, telling him there's no need to be so wary, as they didn't come here to kill him. He demands, "Who are you?" The figure stands silently. The figure is definitely a burdensome opponent for that stripling. Sia-jun's eyes widen. The figure thinks, could it be? The figure's eyes glow with an eerie light. Sia-jun asks if he is Sir Dark Saint. Sir Dark Saint remains silent. This person is the rare genius of assassination and the master of the stealth arts. The Dark Saint. The Dark Saint remarks, I see you're also quick on the uptake. The Dark Saint wonders, no matter how much I think about it, it's really surprising. How in the world were you able to notice my existence? Lee Minyo responds, no, I'm also curious about that. Lee Minyo thinks, if it's like this, isn't this more in the range of superhuman senses than metamorphosis? Maybe it also has some additional abilities? I should check it out later with the epilogue lecture. Lee Minyo says, let's just say it was on the way. A voice thinks, just like I thought. You left the sacred text behind on purpose. Is that what that stripling told you? Nothing good will come of him telling others that he received the sacred text from me. Tisk. The Dark Saint reveals, nope. Minyo had no idea you were the Dark Saint. Lee Minyo asks, did you come and find me because of Minyo? He then exclaims, wait, what? That imbecile? The two figures stand in silence, the air thick with unspoken thoughts. A voice echoes, declaring that Berserk did not fall that day. A close-up reveals a face etched with scars and determination. A voice wonders what he was trying to say, noting that the monster didn't fall. One of the figures states that it was never a monster that could be killed. The man wonders why there is no picture, video, or record of any kind remaining. No matter how chaotic the cataclysm was, that was ridiculously unnatural. The text declares that Berserk suddenly disappeared. His eyes widen, a flicker of realization crossing his face. He asks if the Order of Truth saved humanity. It's certain that they did something. To be exact, the Grand Voice did something to Berserk, but Berserk didn't die. At first, it was just a small inkling that I had. But a few years ago, due to a certain incident, I became certain. No, I can't even call it an incident. Have you ever wondered why the spot for the Apostle of Chastity is empty? Maybe. That's right. The Apostle of Chastity suddenly disappeared, just as the great monster Berserk disappeared. Xiangyu states that they are investigating them. Die of old age. What bullshit. The 7 apostles were people that were together for a long time, but only the Apostle of Chastity died of old age? Do you think that makes sense? I think that there is a correlation between the two. In order to discover this, I was tracing the Order of Truth steps, and I ended up learning 2 things. And second is that the 10-star dungeon break that happened recently was a scheme of the Order of Truth. And the reason why they did it is because of you. Sia-jun appears shocked by this revelation. He wonders why the Order of Truth would be involved. Xiangyu explains that he doesn't know the exact reason, but it's certain that the Order of Truth is keeping an eye on Sia-jun. He then asks why Xiangyu is telling him these things. Xiangyu states that he came to ask a favor. Xiangyu asks Sia-jun to take care of that stripling in his stead. Sia-jun asks if by that stripling, Xiangyu means Lee Minyo. Xiangyu clears his throat. Xiangyu says that's right, and if he could, he would nurture Lee Minyo himself. However, as long as the Order of Truth is on the lookout, that is impossible. Xiangyu explains that he's not completely certain, but when their target does an action, they can see all of the results of that action. That's why the Order of Truth bastards call it watching. Xiangyu continues, saying that he's one of the people those bastards wish to watch, and whoever he comes in contact with, a trace will be left behind. That's why Sia-jun will have to be the bridge that connects him and that stripling. Sia-jun looks surprised. Sia-jun asks if that doesn't mean that Xiangyu left a trace behind on him. A voice declares that Sia-jun is the exception. As mentioned, the Order of Truth is already keeping an eye on you. However, it seems that, like me, they can't watch you. So even if you and I meet, those bastards can't feel anything different. At the same time, if I were to act through you, they would think that it was you who did it and not me. Xiangyu continues to explain the situation. So ignoring that they can't watch the Dark Saint, why is it that the Order of Truth can't watch me? Sia-jun replies, no idea. Sia-jun appears confused by the explanation. Xiangyu continues, I could escape their watching because I can step into a state of non-existence. But how you could escape it, even I don't know. This is just a fiesta full of questions. Xiangyu wonders if it could somehow be related to the reason that the Transcendence Academy didn't have his information. Xiangyu states that he really has no time. A hand places a book down. Sia-jun looks surprised. The book is shown in more detail. Xiangyu says, please hand this to that stripling. Since I was in a rush at that time, I could only record my dagger arts and stealth arts. This has more detailed information. Now, how do you trust me and leave me with something like this? The only thing I can't interfere with are people who they aren't keeping a watch over. In other words, don't go pulling any bullshit, or else. He is told that it is much to be called compensation, but to take it. Xiangyu extends a hand, offering a book. Xiangyu explains that it's a different art that he recorded and that it should be quite helpful. Jun replies that he doesn't need anything. Jun asks if he can have something else instead of the book. Jun looks expectantly at Yu, a question mark hanging in the air. Yu thinks to himself that if it's an art offered by the Dark Saint, it's a treasure that would light the eyes of even S-rank hunters and have them running in this direction. He wonders if Jun does not know that. He asks what Jun means by something else. Jun states that it's not really anything special. Yu asks if Jun has heard of child support. Jun holds out his hand, a glowing light emanating from his palm, as if expecting something. Yu looks on, utterly bewildered. Yu wonders if he heard it wrong, if Jun is asking for money. He thinks that there would be no way that Jun would just straight up ask for money, especially from him, who was one of the 5 heroes. Yu wonders if Jun would really choose money over his sacred arts. Jun states that if Yu doesn't give him any, he won't do it. It seems that Jun really asked for it. He really asked for money. He asks how much Yu wants. Yu explodes, calling him a crazy motherfucker. The Hegemon King Yu questions the $3 million price tag. Yu thinks to himself, wondering if it's something only he can do, and if it follows what Sir Dark Saint was saying, it can only be done by someone who the Order of Truth can't watch. Yu continues to muse, thinking that Minyo must also have some familiarity. He considers that if someone he doesn't know suddenly shows up and tosses him a manuscript, saying it's something his master gave him, would Minyo go, "Oh geez, thanks"? Or would he think that it's suspicious? Yu admits that is true. The Hegemon King Yu wonders if Jun may accept it one time, but will he be doing that 2, 3, or more times? Or is he saying that he'll help him just this one time and end it all, even though he's his disciple? Yu thinks that if he sees Minyo, he should already know that he has a personality where he doesn't like being held down by anything. If he just sends him off like this, he'll just go up a mountain and train there. What will he do then? Yu asks, most importantly, if he isn't also putting himself at risk for this. He reminds Jun that he stated that if he acts through him, it won't look like his actions, right, Sir Dark Saint? But doesn't that mean that they will look at the results of his actions? Then the Order of Truth may look at him much more suspiciously. Yu asks if that isn't so. Jun objects, stating that he believes that he should be receiving at least $3 million. He confirmed that $3 million would be enough. Yu agreed. Yu thought to himself that if he knew Jun would agree so quickly, he would have asked for $10 million instead. He quickly dismissed the thought, realizing he might get stabbed by Jun's daggers. Yu assured Jun that he would wire the money soon, then asked to make sure that Jun wasn't asking for $3 million every month. Jun replied that he wasn't that shameless. Yu chuckled, thinking that Jun's sense of shame was at the level of true non-existence. Yu explained that the money would be deposited using the name of the association, which would take care of all the tiresome stuff, so Jun should be able to use the money without much worry. Another man approached, asking Yu if he was going now. Yu stated that it didn't matter, as the Order of Truth couldn't watch him. Yu told Jun to tell that stripling not to mention his existence or their relationship to others. Yu walked away. The man asked if he was allowed to tell Minyo about Dark Saint, announcing his presence. The other character's eyes widen in surprise. Really was the Dark Saint. He thinks to himself, Order of Truth, but of course he's shocked over the identity of his master. Of course, I made no mention of child support at all. The two stand in the hallway, facing each other. The other character explains, Sir Dark Saint left right away because of an urgent matter. He asked me to hand you this in his stead. He holds out a thick, bound book. The other character thinks to himself, now, I finished handling all of the things requested of me, and the money's coming in soon. I should think over whether I should buy more weapons or enroll in more lectures. The protagonist pauses, considering. Kim Jun holds the book, looking up with a questioning gaze. Why are you giving me this? The other character replies, didn't I tell you that the Dark Saint asked me to hand it over to you in his stead? He thinks, honestly speaking, you could have just hidden it away and kept it. He's asking why I gave the Dark Saint's arts to him instead of stealing them. The protagonist looks down at the book. That's... The other character thinks, how should I answer this? If I say it's useless to me, it'll sound like I'm looking down on the Dark Saint too much. But that doesn't mean I can reveal the existence of the Transcendence Academy. He appears troubled, his gaze fixed downwards. A voice echoes, seemingly trying to brush off a previous statement. Right, doing something like that is mean. Lee Minyo stands before Kim Jun, a determined look on his face. His lips are set in a firm line, ready to deliver his next words. Lee Minyo declares, I've decided. With sparkling eyes, Lee Minyo exclaims, I want to go to this Dream Hunter Academy together with you. Lee Minyo's expression shifts to surprise. Stars fill Lee Minyo's eyes, overwhelmed with emotion. Starting today, I'm so moved. The light of infinite trust shines from Lee Minyo. Lee Minyo's face is illuminated, his expression one of utter sincerity. The glow intensifies around Lee Minyo, his confusion evident. A chibi version of Lee Minyo floats in the sky above the Dream Hunter Academy, questioning the misunderstanding. He declares that he is planning to enroll in this academy. She doesn't mind, to be honest, that's actually good news to her. He expresses his excitement. He was right. Even Ms. Seiyun doesn't mind Minyo enrolling here. This is great, right? The two are happy. He was surprised at first, but actually, this isn't bad at all. He will train with the secret book that the Dark Saint gives him. And every time he gets favors from the Dark Saint, he doesn't have to waste his time looking for Minyo. Wait, wouldn't he be able to rip off more money from Dark Saint if he keeps hanging out with Minyo? He is determined. A towering figure stands before the class. The figure's presence cracks the ground. A voice booms, declaring that introductions are boring, but since this is the first class, it will be kept short. The figure grins, introducing himself as Hercules. A voice declares that most students come here right after finishing Chiron's lectures, and insists that any student who hasn't finished Chiron's lecture should do so first. Ahem. A small narration box clarifies that Hercules is actually an apprentice of Chiron. Hercules states that for a combat-type warrior, their physical body is most important, including strength, reflex, and speed. Hercules emphasizes that what he is about to teach is strength, specifically the bursting strength of muscles. A voice anticipates that some students might be thinking that getting stronger would only make them slower. The voice declares that if you get bigger, you get slower, and if you get stronger, you get slower. A disembodied voice booms, dismissing something as mere prejudice and declaring it untrue with a hearty laugh. Hercules' eyes ignite with a fierce, blue energy, a subtle crackle of power dancing around him. The voice continues, now a lecture on the source of true strength. Muscle power, the foundation of speed and reflexes. Muscles visibly expanding, Hercules is enveloped in a surge of blue energy, lightning arcing across his form. Kim Seojun stares, eyes wide with disbelief, muttering a stunned, what the? A voice muses, acknowledging that Hercules has only exerted a fraction of his true strength. The voice emphasizes the dramatic increase in Hercules' muscle size as lightning continues to crackle around him. Hercules stands, his hand gripping his chest, the surge of power evident in his stance. Blurring with motion, Hercules demonstrates his lightning speed. The voice reiterates the incredible speed, emphasizing the lightning-fast movement. Hercules stands, his hand resting on his chest, a blue wristband visible on his arm. He emphasizes the importance of the lower limb muscles. Hercules moves with incredible speed. The movements are a blur of motion. Hercules' muscles ripple as he demonstrates his power. He then highlights the upper limb muscles. Hercules' reflexes surpass instincts and thoughts. His stamina seems endless. Hercules explains that all these abilities come from the muscles covering the body. Kim Seojun watches in awe, sparkling effects surrounding him. Kim Seojun is amazed by what he has seen. Wow. He realizes that strength is the basis to get stronger. Kim Seojun wonders if he can become like that. A daily personal mission has arrived, computing to give the right assignment to the current user. He stands with a cup in his hand, listening to the woman sitting across from him. The woman explains that he used to work with her father, who once told her about him. Suk Suyin, daughter of Manhwa Jusi, asks if he has contacted her father recently. Kim Seojun recalls that he thinks he did when he applied for the hunter exam. Suk Suyin looks concerned, wondering why. She explains that she suddenly lost contact with her father and wondered if he knew something. Kim Seojun listens intently to Suk Suyin's concerns. Kim Seojun, surprised, asks what she means. Suk Suyin asks when he last contacted Manhwa Jusi. She clarifies that it was yesterday, after he went to work, that she couldn't contact him. Suk Suyin hopes that he just got drunk and slept somewhere nearby, as that used to happen before. She asks if something else happened. Kim Seojun sits across from Suk Suyin, holding a cup of coffee. He fidgets with the coffee cup in his hands, admitting he had a fight with his dad yesterday. Kim Seojun explains that he told his father he wanted to become a pro hunter. Suk Suyin questions his career choice, pointing out that he doesn't have any powers and asking if he plans to use technology to become a pro hunter. Kim Seojun states that he already got his power about a month ago. He continues, saying he told his father he wanted to go to Hunter Academy instead of college, which his father disapproved of. Suk Suyin looks concerned. Kim Seojun reassures her, saying that since she doesn't know, it's okay, and that he's sure her father got drunk and is sleeping somewhere. He explains that nowadays, one can earn a lot more by doing hunter's work instead of working in a corporation. Kim Seojun understands that Suk Suyin wanted to get a job as soon as she can to help her dad, but the text expresses concern about children working in danger, and since Manhwa Jusi has been hearing a lot of stories regarding the hunters, he probably doesn't like the idea. The scene shifts to an exterior shot of a building. Kim Seojun tells Suk Suyin to be careful and contact him if something happens. He receives words of encouragement. Okay, good luck, even though I think you are doing fine already. Suk Suyin offers a supportive smile. Kim Seojun waves goodbye. Leaning against a wall, he tries to make a call. He won't answer. Kim Seojun stares at his phone, a worried expression etched on his face. He thinks, what's this old man doing? Suyin is worried about him. Kim Seojun hums, lost in thought. The call goes unanswered. Kim Seojun sighs, scratching his head. Well, this isn't the first time this happened. He decides, I guess it won't be a problem to wait for another day. A mysterious voice thinks, I think, the evil star has noticed. Two figures stand in a dimly lit room, the city sprawling outside the window. Kim Seojun is mentioned as the blonde-haired man questions, Evil Star and Dark Saint. Huh? What about Kim Seojun? The hooded figure stands silently as Kim Seojun looks on. The man with blonde hair grimaces, admitting, "We still can't locate him." He continues, his voice firm, "We should not reveal the truth about the 10-star dungeon break, no matter what." The hooded figure remains still, listening intently to Kim Seojun. A voice commands from the shadows, "Proceed with the plan." Kim Seojun's expression hardens, a resolve settling in his eyes. Kim Seojun sits on the floor, regretting his past decisions. If he had known this would happen, he would have never sold the monster carcasses. He also can't go on any raids right now. Seojun thinks to himself that he's lucky he bought the kibisis, even though he never intended to use it like this. Kim Seojun holds the kibisis in his hand, the orb radiating a soft, blue light. With a grunt, Seojun feels the immense weight settle upon him. The kibisis pulses with power, its blue light intensifying as Kim Seojun grips it tighter. A surge of energy emanates from the orb, enveloping Kim Seojun in a vibrant, blue aura. Seojun strains against the crushing force, his face contorted in effort. He grits his teeth, thinking that it should weigh more than a ton. The weight of the kibisis presses down, the strain visible on his face. Kim Seojun sits, legs splayed, the weighted bag resting between them. He thinks, if I add more power using mana, I should be able to do it. He grunts, the effort showing. Damn it, I didn't think I'd have to go to such lengths just to exercise. Is this supposed to be an exercise or torture? Seojun clenches his fist, determination hardening his gaze. Should he go all out? Then, a system message appears, daily missions. It lists 30 kilometers run, 0 kilometers per 30 kilometers, 1,000 squats, 0/1,000, 300 push-ups, 0/300, 300 sit-ups, 0/300, 150 pull-ups, 0/150. The current mission will only consider reps performed with added weights of at least 1 ton. The weight will change depending on the current level of the student. Blue energy flares around Kim Seojun's legs as he prepares to lift the weight. He steps onto the weight bag, the leather creaking under the pressure. Seojun's eyes widen, a surge of power coursing through him. Elsewhere, a figure lies prone on the floor, their face obscured. A woman kneels beside the fallen figure, asking, "What are you doing?" The injured figure gasps, "Save me, Miss Seojun." Seongyu stands with arms crossed, the weight bag resting near her feet. This is a little. Get this off me, or I'll die." She stands over the fallen figure, struggling to maintain her balance. Her legs wobble, threatening to give way. Her eyes widen in pain. A blue aura flares around her, a desperate attempt to regain control. The energy crackles, unstable and wild. Panting, she nearly collapses, but a hand reaches out to steady her. Her gaze is unfocused, pain clouding her vision. Clutching her chest, she struggles to breathe. The man supports her, his expression a mix of concern and determination. "I seriously thought I was going to die? Thanks." He calculates the height of the building. 5 floors, so he guesses it's about 15 meters tall. 15 meters isn't quite enough, he thinks. He wonders why he suddenly asked about that. "I want to jump off the roof." To jump off the roof. He mumbles, wondering if jumping down from a height of 15 meters is enough. He's not sure if he can do it in his current condition, though. Miss Seojun, he asks her to wait there for a moment while he goes to try it out. He extends his hand. He screams. He falls. A thud echoes as he lands. He stands. Oh, so he could do it. He wonders. He decides to try it again. A heavy thud echoes. A sigh escapes, followed by the thought of what the new students would think if they saw him like this. Confused, someone walks away. The situation is perplexing. Understanding seems impossible. A nervous twitch betrays the character's unease. Someone exclaims, "Nunam, what happened here? I just went outside for a bit to search for a new place to stay." Frustration mounts as someone declares, "Don't ask me. I'm the one who wants to know that." A question hangs in the air. Is this normal? Did he eat something weird? A memory surfaces. Well, he was also like this when I first saw him. Concern deepens as someone laments. "I still can't get in touch with Uncle. I've already lost contact with him for 4 days." This had never happened before in the 10 years Kim Seojun had known Manhwa Juicy. On XX day of the month, Soyeon messaged, "Appa, have you heard from Dad yet? I'm going to call the police. Please inform me if he calls you." He needed to confirm it personally. Someone exclaimed, What? Are you going to jump off the roof again? Again?" Had he forgotten about the police reports? Someone claimed that they saw a zombie, and another wondered if the underground subway line had exploded. Kim Seojun looked thoughtful, tapping his finger to his chin. Miss Seojun stated that she was heading out for a bit. Someone asked, Manhwa Juicy? Did something happen to Manhwa Juicy? Ow. Kim Seojun said he wasn't sure yet, so he would tell them after he confirmed it. The sound of footsteps echoed. Someone exclaimed, "No way, who is that? Isn't he the superstar Kim Seojun?" The city skyline stretched into the distance. He greeted the group. The men were cool during the mock hunter exam. They have worked hard for 9 years to become a hunter, and they will be successful. One of the men warned Kim Seojun not to get cocky and to be safe, as he is not even a licensed hunter yet. Another man chimed in, saying that Seojun is already good enough to go pro. He knew Seojun would succeed from the time he saw him doing crazy things while carrying those corpses. The man chuckled. One of the men asked why Kim Seojun came there all of a sudden, wondering if he was going to hire their company to help him transport a monster carcass. Kim Seo-jun said that he just wanted to visit them and asked how everyone was. One of the men responded that nothing has changed. Thanks to Kim Seo-jun getting rid of that horrible supervisor, they're doing great now. The man smiled. The man continued, saying that Manchul told them that Kim Seo-jun was the one who got Kim Tae-soo fired. He added that asking Miss Seo-yun for help was the right call after all, though she was the one who did the actual work, not him. He then asked if anyone had seen Manchul Ajusi lately. Kim Seo-jun responded, saying, Manchul? Him? I haven't seen him. What about you guys? One of the men added that now that he mentioned it, he also hasn't seen him in a long time. One of the men wondered if Manchul couldn't have collapsed somewhere after getting wasted again, as he does that occasionally. The man said that no one knows anything. Kim Seo-jun wondered if they were following that person. He asks, he followed someone? What do you mean? The man begins to explain. He continues, about that. It was about 3 or 4 days ago. A strange person visited our monster transport company. At that time, wasn't it Manchul who served him? The man adds, you're right. I heard that he was offering a large commission. Even I was tempted. The man exclaims, He asks, did anyone else go with him? The man explains, I thought it was suspicious. That person made a personal request instead of going through the official procedure of our company. Usually, that's because the task is either dangerous or illegal. Seriously, money isn't worth risking one's life for. Kim Seo-jun listens intently. The man continues, he desperately needed money to pay for his daughter's tuition or something like that. Kim Seo-jun's expression hardens. He asks, can you tell me where he went? The message relays that contact was lost with Manchul Ajusi right after he left with a suspicious person. 2 figures walk away in the distance. Kim Seo-jun sits, deep in thought. The message continues, stating that there is no evidence of Manchul's disappearance, but an ominous feeling persists. A hand exchanges something with another. Manchul Ajusi is shown. However, as the association, a hand holds out a white bag. The bag is handed to someone in a hospital bed. The person is wearing a hospital gown. The person in the hospital bed wonders what the bag contains. He stood beside Manchul's hospital bed, contemplating the envelope. Manchul, lying in the bed, offered it to him. What else could it be but an envelope? It only contains 3 million Korean wons, but I would like you to have it. Seo-jun refused the offer. He explained that Manchul had worked really hard too, and Soo-yeon also needed to go to college, so he couldn't accept it. Manchul held the envelope out. Manchul insisted that he take it. If an adult gives you something, you should accept it and thank them. Manchul placed the envelope in Seo-jun's hands, telling him to get well again quickly, little brat. Seo-jun thought that as for money, all he had to do was save up again, right? Manchul looked on with a gentle smile. It was Manchul Ajusi who comforted him and cared for him. Even though he didn't have much, he gave Seo-jun 3 million Korean wons without hesitation. Seo-jun spent that money on the entrance fee of the Transcendence Academy, when he lost all 9 years of his savings due to an accident, which made him who he is today. He clenches his jaw, a visible sign of his inner turmoil. He can't sit still any longer. Turning away from the window, he resolves to act. Seo-jun speaks into his phone. Miss Seo-yun, could you help me with something? His pace quickens as he walks. Each step is deliberate, filled with purpose. His thoughts crystallize into a single, driving imperative. He has to take action. Into the phone, Seo-jun asks, can I meet with the Sword Saint right away? Seo-jun stands before an older man, awaiting a response. The tension hangs heavy in the air. The older man's gaze is intense, scrutinizing. A voice echoes, stating that they've heard about his situation. The question hangs in the air. Do you want my help? The offer is met with a firm, no. An older man with a neatly trimmed white beard looks on, a question mark floating beside his head. A voice booms, challenging the Sword Saint to a duel and demanding to know if he accepts. Seo-jun's expression is one of shock and disbelief. The Sword Saint is approached by a woman, who asks if he would like to have a duel. The Sword Saint walks away, seemingly unfazed by the challenge. A woman looks on, her expression a mix of surprise and concern. A man in a suit appears shocked. The Sword Saint pauses, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. What? The man's tie is visible. The woman continues, stating that if she wins, she wants him to actively intervene in this incident beyond just helping. On the other hand, the woman declares that if she loses, she'll quit Dream Academy. The woman looks shocked, muttering, Seo-jun. The Sword Saint admits that he cannot win against his opponent fairly. Kim Seo-jun listens intently. A voice echoes, revealing that something happened to Mr. Manchul after he followed a suspicious person. The organization isn't providing information, claiming it's personal. Kim Seo-jun's expression hardens. Representing Korea, the Sword Saint stands tall. The Sword Saint's feet are planted firmly on the ground. A desperate thought surfaces. It's a gamble, but the only way to save Manchul Ajusi. The Sword Saint's gaze is resolute. The Sword Saint agrees, telling Kim Seo-jun to follow him. A voice cries out, calling someone grandpa. A door stands closed. The Sword Saint raises his arms. He stares at the sword, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. Another man stands silently behind him. The Sword Saint holds the Azure Dragon sword, its power resonating in his grip. There's only one situation when the headmaster brings out the Azure Dragon sword. He stood with his back to the other man, the catastrophe officially over. The man asked, what are you planning to do with him? The Sword Saint's expression remained unreadable. The man continued, "If something goes wrong, the young lady will." The Sword Saint thought to himself, "No matter how much that guy flies, runs, or crawls, he is still a student." The man added, "I'm sure he didn't." The Sword Saint turned his head slightly, thinking, "So, shouldn't I at least entertain him properly?" The man was cut off. Enough. The sound of something breaking echoed. Suk Suyin exclaimed, "Seojun, you don't have to do this." The scene focused on her chest. Suk Suyin thought, "I'll try asking Grandpa. If I personally ask him, he might." He shakes his head, a silent no escaping his lips. Suk Suyin stands beside Kim Seojun, listening intently as he says, "I appreciate your sentiment, but this is necessary for the future." The camera focuses on their feet as Kim Seojun continues, "There's no guarantee that such a thing won't happen again." Seojun's internal monologue surfaces. "I don't know why Manchala Juicy has disappeared, but what if I am the reason?" He clenches his fist, resolving, "If that's the case, something like this will keep happening." Seojun's fist tightens further as he thinks, "I don't have the strength or authority to protect those around me yet. And for that." A warning echoes in his mind. "The Sword Saint will personally act if you touch anyone close to Kim Seojun." Suk Suyin looks at Kim Seojun, a plan forming in her mind. "I'll return after winning." Kim Seojun's expression hardens with determination. Suk Suyin's face shows a hint of worry. A hand stops abruptly, the action hanging in the air. A sharp sound echoes. Another sound reverberates. The Sword Saint's form crackles with blue energy as he warns, "If by chance you believe I'll go easy on you because of Seojun, you better stop, right now." Seojun Kim replies, "Not at all. I just hope that you'll keep your promise." Blue energy crackles around Seojun. The Sword Saint declares, "I acknowledge your spirit." The Sword Saint stands ready. The Sword Saint stands opposite Seojun, a spear resting against the wall behind him. The Sword Saint is surrounded by blue energy. The Sword Saint's power intensifies. The Sword Saint offers, "I'll give you the first move." Seojun Kim lowers his head, his expression unreadable. He adjusted his stance, preparing for the upcoming battle. Even if he's the Sword Saint, the current me should be able to endure for a while, Seojun thought. He shifted his weight, grounding himself. Energy began to crackle around him. The air shimmered with power. Seojun gripped his spear, his eyes fixed on his opponent. His feet were planted firmly on the ground, ready to move at a moment's notice. The energy intensified, swirling around him. "I'll go all out from the beginning," Seojun vowed. He braced himself, ready to unleash his full power. The energy surged, a torrent of raw power. The air crackled with anticipation. He explodes with power, his eyes burning with electric blue energy as he unleashes a devastating strike. A searing blue arc of energy tears through the air, aimed directly at the Sword Saint. The energy slash hurtles forward, a beacon of destructive force. With a casual flick of his wrist, the Sword Saint deflects the oncoming attack, sparks flying as the energy dissipates. The sound of the impact echoes through the training room. The Sword Saint's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. The Sword Saint effortlessly parries another strike, his blade a blur of motion. The Sword Saint seems almost bored by the assault. "Is that?" he muses. The Sword Saint adjusts his stance, preparing for the next exchange. The Sword Saint's voice drips with disdain. "All you got." The Sword Saint prepares to unleash his own attack, the air crackling with anticipation. He continues his assault, bringing his glowing sword down in a powerful slash, the blade humming with energy. The enchanted blade descends, a streak of blue light cutting through the air. Seojun grits his teeth, channeling his energy into the strike, determined to break through the Sword Saint's defenses. The glowing sword continues its arc, a concentrated beam of power aimed at its target. Seojun presses forward, the blue light intensifying as he nears the Sword Saint. With a swift, almost imperceptible movement, the Sword Saint deflects the attack, a shower of sparks erupting as the blades meet. The force of the deflection sends Seojun staggering backward, his eyes widening in surprise. The impact reverberates through the training hall, the air crackling with residual energy. Seojun is sent flying, the Sword Saint's counter sending him hurtling away. The deflection continues, a testament to the Sword Saint's skill and power. The clash echoes, a clear indication of the power differential between the two combatants. A flurry of strikes descends, each movement a blur of steel and light. The Sword Saint's silhouette flickers amidst the storm of blades, a dance of death unfolding at impossible speed. The sword itself becomes a mere extension of his will, each arc a whisper of lethal intent. He's serious, Seojun realizes, a cold dread creeping into his heart. The Sword Saint is a whirlwind of motion, his blade an impenetrable barrier against any counterattack. Each of his attacks, every movement, is tying me down like it's the final blow, Seojun thinks, sweat beading on his brow as the relentless assault continues. Bathed in an ethereal glow, the Sword Saint prepares to unleash another devastating strike, his presence radiating an almost unbearable pressure. The Sword Saint's eyes narrow, his grip tightening on the hilt of his blade, a storm of power gathering within him. Sword dance. The air crackles with energy as the Sword Saint's final attack is unleashed. He continues his relentless assault, the blue energy of his sword slicing through the air. The sound of the attack echoes through the training room. The air crackles with energy as the Sword Saint's attack intensifies. Seo-yoon watches with growing concern, her expression a mixture of worry and determination. "Cook," she mutters. Her voice laced with anxiety. Seo-yoon cries out, "Kaya!" Seo dash. The sound of the attack reverberates, a deafening roar that drowns out all other noise. Seo-jun. The Sword Saint's blade continues its dance, a whirlwind of blue energy that threatens to overwhelm Kim Seo-jun. The sound of the attack is like thunder, a constant reminder of the Sword Saint's power. The Sword Saint stands tall, his presence commanding and unwavering. A voice booms, "This is the hero of Cataclysm." The Sword Saint's image is emblazoned with the words, "Sword Saint." The Sword Saint's figure looms large, a symbol of power and skill. Kim Seo-jun is seen wielding a sword, his expression intense. Seo-jun's name is shouted. He is the hero of. The Sword Saint stands ready, a cataclysm brewing around him. An S-class among S-classes, an elite among the elites. Sword Saint. The Sword Saint prepares to strike. A sword gleams with power. Blades of light dance, a whirlwind of motion. Kim Seo-jun moves with blinding speed, the air itself seeming to crackle with energy. The sword cuts through the air with impossible precision. The Sword Saint watches, his eyes narrowed in concentration. "This rascal," he mutters, impressed. Kim Seo-jun recalls his past, remembering when he was nothing but an immature brat a few months ago. He reflects on the Sword Saint sensing his potential during their last encounter, though it was only outstanding at a typical student level. Witnessing. Kim Seo-jun's gaze is intense, focused on the task at hand. The blade sings as it moves, a testament to his skill. Right now is that. The sword continues its dance, a blur of motion and light. A close-up reveals the Sword Saint's piercing gaze, his eyes radiating an intense focus. Kim Seo-jun stands opposite the Sword Saint, the air crackling with anticipation. The sound of steel echoes in the dojo, a prelude to the clash about to unfold. A surge of blue energy emanates from Kim Seo-jun, a testament to his growing power. With each passing moment, Kim Seo-jun strives to develop himself, pushing his limits in the face of the Sword Saint's challenge. The air shimmers with the intensity of their combined power, a visual symphony of martial prowess. He swings his sword downwards with practiced precision, a blue arc of energy following the blade's descent. The Sword Saint deflects the blow with a casual flick of his wrist, the impact sending sparks flying. A gasp escapes Kim Seo-jun's lips as he realizes the Sword Saint's immense power. His eyes widen in shock, the force of the counterattack far exceeding his expectations. The impact sends Kim Seo-jun hurtling backwards, a cloud of dust erupting as he struggles to regain his footing. The force of the blow reverberates through the dojo, a testament to the Sword Saint's overwhelming strength. The air crackles with residual energy, the aftermath of the Sword Saint's devastating counterattack. A surge of blue energy erupts around Kim Seo-jun. The air crackles with unseen power. The Sword Saint shifts his weight, adjusting his stance as if preparing for a more serious engagement. His eyes narrow, a glint of determination hardening his gaze. Kim Seo-jun grips the weapon, his knuckles white. He thinks, that weapon. The weapon glows with an ethereal blue light, reflecting in the polished floor. The Sword Saint muses internally. It did feel unusual from the beginning, but to my surprise it can hold out well against my aura. The Sword Saint's expression hardens, a hint of challenge in his eyes. This fight, Kim Seo-jun thinks, would have ended earlier if not for that weapon. The camera focuses on the weapon, its intricate design shimmering with power. The Sword Saint considers, should I put in a little effort? The two warriors clash, their weapons meeting in a blinding explosion of blue and white energy. The Sword Saint's blade hums with building power, a vibrant blue aura beginning to emanate from its surface. The air crackles with unseen energy. The blue light intensifies, the aura solidifying into a visible shockwave that distorts the air around the Sword Saint. A low, resonant hum fills the air. The shockwave expands outward, a wave of pure energy that threatens to engulf everything in its path. The sound intensifies, becoming a deafening roar. The aura reaches its peak, a blinding white light that washes over the scene, promising untold devastation. The air smells of ozone and raw power. The sheer force of the Sword Saint's power slams into Kim Seo-jun, his face contorting in a grimace of shock and pain. A faint blue aura flickers around him, a desperate attempt at defense. A strangled cry escapes Kim Seo-jun's lips as the Sword Saint's energy bears down on him. The pressure is immense, threatening to crush him. Blown backward by the overwhelming force, Kim Seo-jun is sent hurtling through the air like a ragdoll, struggling to maintain his footing. The wind screams past his ears. The Sword Saint's sword continues to pulse with raw energy, the blue aura now a constant, unwavering presence. The air shimmers with heat and power. The energy intensifies, crackling and sparking as it builds to a critical point. The ground trembles beneath the Sword Saint's feet. The energy reaches a crescendo, distorting the very space around the Sword Saint. The air is thick with anticipation, the silence broken only by the crackling of power. The Sword Saint unleashes the full force of his power, a massive burst of blue energy erupting from his sword. The light is blinding, the force palpable. The weapons collide, a deafening crash echoing through the air as red and blue energies meet in a cataclysmic explosion. A shockwave rips through the surroundings, promising untold destruction. He recoils, blood splattering from his face as the force of the blow sends him staggering back. The sound of the impact echoes through the air. Damn it, he thinks, I was being too cocky. Kim Seojun reflects, I thought I would be able to do it just because I managed to beat a few prospective students. The Sword Saint stands firm, his grip tightening on his weapon. However, students are mere students. They haven't experienced the hardships of the real world yet. The Sword Saint looks down at Kim Seojun, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. I failed to see the reality, he thinks. The Sword Saint's presence is overwhelming. Kim Seojun realizes, I couldn't notice this enormous difference between the Sword Saint and me. The Sword Saint's power radiates around him. The Sword Saint's sword glows with an ethereal light. A bead of sweat trickles down Kim Seojun's face as he stares up at the Sword Saint. He is immediately met with the Sword Saint's relentless assault, the blade arcing towards him with blinding speed. The sword continues its descent, a blur of motion that seems to defy the very air around it. The air itself seems to crackle as the Sword Saint's blade cleaves through it, a testament to the sheer force behind the blow. The strike lands, a deafening impact that sends tremors through the training room. The Sword Saint's blade hangs poised, ready to deliver another devastating blow. The sword crashes down, the force of the impact echoing through the room. The Sword Saint's voice booms, laced with disdain. How come you challenged me when this was all you got? Kim Seojun is struck by the Sword Saint's blade, the force of the blow sending him reeling. A strength that could suppress all enemies with just a mention of the name. Seojun couldn't help but acknowledge it. He looked up to the Sword Saint and wanted to become like him. He respected his strength, but more than that, revered the method he used to gain it. However, Kim Seojun was arrogant. The Sword Saint's power was undeniable. He was too absorbed in the empty title of Transcendent and unconsciously looked down on him. Arrogance clouded his judgment. The Sword Saint's strength was absolute. Arrogance blinded him. The Sword Saint's power was overwhelming. He is still weaker than the Sword Saint. Kim Seojun grits his teeth, a fire igniting in his eyes as he acknowledges the Sword Saint's strength. He takes a step forward, the sound echoing in the silent space. Seojun finally has the chance to evaluate his level objectively. He continues forward, his resolve hardening with each step. He envisions himself surpassing the Sword Saint, reaching heights previously unimaginable. He wants to go beyond him. His gaze intensifies, a burning determination etched on his face. The desire to surpass his idol consumes him. The sound of his determination reverberates through the air. Kim Seojun's eyes burn with unwavering resolve. He is determined to reach new heights. The Sword Saint's legs move forward, but something feels off. His hand grips the sword, but the sensation is muted. Something's weird, he thinks. The steps he is taking forward feel awkward. They feel awkward. The Sword Saint raises his sword towards Kim Seojun, his expression unreadable. His grip tightens on the hilt, knuckles white against the dark metal. A strange feeling washes over the Sword Saint. The blade begins to glow with an eerie blue light as the Sword Saint prepares to strike. He swings the sword, the blue light intensifying. The blade cuts through the air, leaving a trail of shimmering blue energy in its wake. The sword finds its mark, slicing across Kim Seojun's body, sending a spray of blood into the air. The sound of the blade cutting through flesh echoes in the air. He reels from the sudden blow, a visible shockwave rippling outwards. The sound of the impact echoes through the room as onlookers turn to witness the unfolding scene. Someone shouts, Seojun, as the dust settles. A woman gasps, her hand flying to her mouth in disbelief. A man in the background thinks to himself, as expected, but he was splendid. He held out against the headmaster for this long. The Sword Saint recalls, that promise. The Sword Saint thinks, I hope you will keep it. The Sword Saint's attack lands with brutal force. Kim Seojun lies prone on the floor, defeated. The polished floor reflects the scene in a distorted mirror image. The Sword Saint's face is grim, his expression unreadable. A murmur sweeps through the crowd, a wave of hushed speculation. He lies prone on the floor, the Sword Saint standing over him, his blade still drawn. A woman watches with a look of shock. The Sword Saint's expression is unreadable, his gaze fixed on the fallen Seojun Kim. Suk Suya kneels beside Kim Seojun, her hand hovering over him, concern etched on her face. Kim Seojun's face is turned away, his expression hidden from view. Close up on Kim Seojun's face, still unmoving. Elsewhere, a cavernous space, lit by an eerie blue glow, seems to pulse with unseen energy. The air crackles with an unnatural energy. A voice, strained and ragged, breaks the silence. Shit, I wouldn't have followed you if I knew this would happen. I was stupidly tempted by your money. Footsteps echo through the dungeon, the sound sharp and desperate. The same voice continues, laced with regret. Would be a sudden distortion. I'd have come alone if I knew it. I am so sorry. The man, agitated, exclaims, come on. What are you talking about? Stop worrying too much. People must have noticed it already and are probably. A voice declares that someone is heading there for the rescue. The man from before insists that won't happen. A voice expresses regret, admitting it was stupid to make it a secret process, which has caused such severe damage. The speaker reveals they specifically asked the association president not to disclose information about this under any circumstances. The sound of footsteps echoes through the dungeon. A voice suggests that it might be hard for them to make it out. Footsteps continue to echo as a man carries another person on his back through the dungeon. A man's face is shown in close-up, a slight smile playing on his lips. One of the men remarks that guy would have somehow struggled his way out. Someone asks who they are referring to, and another voice responds that there is someone. A close-up reveals the face of a man, his expression unreadable. One of the men calls someone a silly guy. His eyes snap open, a sudden intake of breath filling his lungs. He lies in bed, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow. Kim Seojun sits up, startled. Suk Soo-yeon watches him with concern. Seojun asks, "How long was I out for?" His voice is raspy with sleep. Soo-yeon looks at him with a worried expression. A voice booms, "Been long. However, I am afraid that you don't have time to leisurely lie down anymore." The Sword Saint stands in the doorway, his presence commanding attention. The Sword Saint's gaze is stern, his expression unreadable. Kim Seojun stares at the Sword Saint, a mixture of confusion and apprehension on his face. The Sword Saint's eyes narrow, his gaze intense. Seojun stares back, his expression hardening. Is this the Azure Dragon sword? The blade gleams with an otherworldly light. Kim Seojun looks up at the Sword Saint, who stands tall, presenting the weapon. Suk Soo-yeon watches with concern. "Master," she exclaims. "Grandfather." Suk Soo-yeon questions, "Why are you giving me this?" The Sword Saint dismisses her concern. "Stop making a fuss. I'm simply upholding my promise." The Sword Saint continues, "If you take that sword as a token, the association people will figure out what to do. I'd rather let you do whatever you want than deal with it myself." Kim Seojun looks down at the sword. "So do your best." Kim Seojun stares at the sword, his expression unreadable. A voice echoes, "Are you really giving this to me? Bring it back after you're done." 4 days ago, a man named Suk Manchul went missing after entering a dungeon at someone's request. A tense silence hangs in the air. To enter a dungeon, one must first notify the association. Please tell me which dungeon he entered and who he entered it with. Why does it have to be this? Please don't tell anyone about this. Before answering your question, I think we need to verify the authenticity of the Azure Dragon Sword first. You're free to do so, but I'd appreciate it if you quickly answer my question. I still think determining its authenticity takes priority. If things go wrong due to the delay, will you be able to take responsibility for it? Damn it. Frustration etched on his face, the man clenches his jaw. If it's the will of the Sword Saint, it can't be helped. A voice echoes from the past, questioning if the Magic Saint took Manchul Ajusi with him. Kim Seojun's expression hardens, a flicker of concern in his eyes. The Sword Saint confirms that the Magic Saint was investigating the 10-star dungeon break at his request, and recently went to a 6-star dungeon secretly after finding a lead. The Azure Dragon sword rests on a table, its presence a silent reminder of the stakes. Seojun Kim's eyes narrow. He recalls the Dark Saint's words. The Order of Truth was behind the 10-star dungeon break. Something smells fishy about this, he thinks. The Sword Saint bows his head slightly. Thank you so much for letting me know. A hand reaches for a door handle, the metal cold against the skin. Ah, by the way, Seojun Kim is asking this. Just in case, the Sword Saint sits calmly. Seojun Kim wonders if he can use the Azure Dragon sword as collateral for a loan from the association. The Azure Dragon sword gleams in the dim light, its potential power a tempting prospect. The sound of a phone call echoes. Suk Soo-yeon speaks into her phone, her voice tinged with worry. "Ah, Appa, did my father contact you?" The view shifts to a cityscape as Kim Seojun responds. "No, but I got a rough idea of where Ajusi is." Seojun holds the phone to his ear, his expression serious. Soo-yeon's voice wavers as she continues. "I think there was a problem with the dungeon he entered at someone else's request." A close-up of Soo-yeon's hoodie reveals the word KITH printed on it as tension mounts. Seojun's brow furrows with concern. Then what should we do now? Is he going to die? A narration box reveals a tragic history. Soo-yeon's mother passed away 11 years ago due to a dungeon break. She died while sacrificing. Tears stream down Soo-yeon's face as she whispers, what about me?" A narration box explains Soo-yeon's motivation. Because Soo-yeon didn't want to lose her precious people to monsters again. Soo-yeon sobs, her face contorted with grief. A close-up of Soo-yeon's hoodie as she thinks, how am I going to live by myself? A voice assures, don't worry. She clutches her phone, tears streaming down her face as she speaks. Seojun, his expression resolute, declares into his own phone, because I will definitely bring him back. The phone screen displays the name, Suk Soo-yeon, as the call ends. According to the association president, the Magic Saint and Manchul Ajusi entered a dungeon sided with 6-star dried monsters. Footsteps echo on the pavement. A theory emerges. Maybe it was a trap set up by the Order of Truth to get rid of the Magic Saint, since the Order of Truth is keeping a close eye on. Seojun stares intently at his phone, keeping a close eye on this case. They will immediately notice and take action if someone intervenes. A voice declares that no one else can help them with this. Except for him. A notification sound emanates from the phone. Seo-jun's eyes widen in surprise as he sees the deposit notification, 500 million won from the Korean Hunter Association. The deal goes through. He recalls when he first tried to put the Azure Dragon sword as collateral, the president refused and told him not to joke around. When Seo-jun said he was serious about putting the Azure Dragon sword up as collateral by writing a memorandum, the president was very flustered and finally took it after saying that he should come to look for him later. Seo-jun thinks to himself that rather than a loan, he's giving the Azure Dragon sword up to reduce the price using causality. An employee thinks to himself that he's selling it and asks why the Sword Saint gave the Azure Dragon sword to someone like him for exactly 500 million. Seo-jun smiles, remembering the Sword Saint's words. He recalls the Sword Saint telling him to do whatever he wants with the Azure Dragon sword anyway, so it should be alright. Seo-jun considers it a bargain considering how precious the Azure Dragon sword is, but this should be enough for him to buy a piece of equipment at the Transcension shop. He's heading to a place even the Magic Saint can't escape, so he must prepare adequately. The system determines a fair price by calculating the causality. The purchase is confirmed for 500 million Korean wons. Seo-jun thinks to himself that this is what he's been keeping an eye on since last time. The Azure Dragon sword is processed. Seo-jun stands before the processed Azure Dragon sword. A holographic display materializes, showcasing a copy of Gungnir, the legendary spear. Seo-jun exhales, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he prepares for the upcoming battle. A swirling vortex of azure energy crackles to life, beckoning him forward. Shall we go? He finds himself in a dense forest, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and ancient trees. Seo-jun surveys the surroundings, his expression hardening. Seriously, there are so many of them, he mutters, a hint of weariness in his voice. What again? The narration box reads, Dryads. Although they are just 6-star monsters, hunting them is difficult because they look no different from an ordinary tree. Seo-jun's gaze sharpens, a flicker of determination in his eyes as he remains vigilant. A thought bubble warns of the danger. I'll be in danger if they suddenly attack or surround me in large numbers. And I just can't go around poking them one by one. He muses, Seo-jun's eyes narrow, his senses on high alert. Should I try to sense them? A shimmering barrier of blue energy flares to life, crackling with power. Gungnir materializes in his grasp, its tip glowing with ethereal light, ready for the impending battle. A strange, ethereal light permeates the area. He pauses, a thought forming in his mind. A subtle but indescribable sense of foreignness hangs in the air. The forest stretches before him, the trees casting long, eerie shadows. From the outside, it looks no different from the trees around it, but Seo-jun grips his weapon, considering its use. Shall I test it out? He thinks to himself, the need to assess his new weapon's power growing. I also need to check the power of my new weapon. The weapon glows with an otherworldly light, its power palpable. Seo-jun stands ready, his stance firm. The weapon hums with energy, ready to be unleashed. From above, Seo-jun prepares to unleash the weapon's power. The forest awaits, silent and expectant. He focused his energy, the air crackling with anticipation as a brilliant blue light began to coalesce. The energy intensified, compressing into a searing beam of pure power, ready to be unleashed. The beam shot forward, a blinding streak of azure light cutting through the dense forest. The forest held its breath, the silence amplifying the tension as the attack hurtled toward its unseen target. A beat of silence stretched, thick with anticipation, before the inevitable impact. The beam narrowly missed, the near miss creating a shockwave that distorted the air and sent ripples through the surrounding trees. A monstrous roar echoed through the forest, the sound a guttural expression of fury and frustration. Red eyes blazed with primal rage, fangs bared in a silent snarl as the unseen entity registered the near-fatal miss. The beam continued its path, leaving a trail of scorched earth in its wake as Seo-jun Kim realized his attack had been dodged. It dodged my attack. A figure watched with wide eyes, a silent witness to the raw power on display. The beam slammed into the ground, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion that sent debris flying in all directions. The forest floor was scarred and smoking, a testament to the sheer force of the attack and the narrow escape of its intended target. A beam of pure, concentrated blue light pierces through the air, a harbinger of unimaginable power. The light solidifies, taking the form of a massive, ornate cylinder, etched with glowing runes that pulse with arcane energy. The cylinder expands, its radiant blue glow intensifying, casting long, ethereal shadows that dance across the landscape. The air crackles with raw energy as the magical construct reaches its zenith, a swirling vortex of power ready to unleash its fury. The beam slams into the earth, detonating in a cataclysmic explosion of blue light and force, sending shockwaves rippling outwards. The landscape is ravaged, the air thick with dust and the lingering scent of ozone, a testament to the sheer destructive force unleashed. He stares up, his expression a mixture of shock and disbelief as the magnitude of the attack dawns on him. Debris rains down, a silent testament to the devastation wrought by the unseen force. Gungnir emanates a soft, ethereal glow, its power palpable even at rest. Kim Seojun grips the spear, a frustrated sigh escaping his lips. He exhales heavily. That was tough. Seojun thinks to himself. For now he's learned that there's a recalling function, but it takes up quite a lot of mana to use it. At this rate, he can only recall it twice. No, he thinks he can only recall it once in battle. Kim Seojun reflects. It's said that Gungnir can return on its own in the legend. As expected, it seems there's no way to avoid the limitations of a copied item. He continues his internal monologue. I can only recall it once at my level, but one day I should be able to freely wield it. Kim Seojun turns away, the spear held loosely in his hand. He mutters, glad that I sold Dash. He corrects himself. I meant putting the Azure Dragon sword as collateral. Seojun thinks to himself, well, if the Sword Saint tries to kill him, he should be able to throw the Gungnir and buy himself some time to run away. The dungeon floor stretches out before him, an ominous path leading deeper into the unknown. The spear hums with contained energy, a silent promise of power waiting to be unleashed. Crimson energy flares around the spear, a visual echo of its destructive potential. The spear pulses with a cold, blue light, a stark contrast to the crimson energy that surrounds it. He unleashes a storm of energy blades, the air shimmering with blue and white light. The barrage intensifies, the energy blades blurring into streaks of pure white. Leaping forward, Kim Seojun maintains the relentless assault, purple energy trails following his descent. An energy blade strikes, the impact echoing with a sharp crack as purple energy explodes outwards. The attack continues, a relentless stream of red energy blades tearing through the air. Focusing his power, he channels the energy into a single, devastating blade, a fusion of red and blue light. Driving the blade downward, the force behind it immense, pink and white energy trails marking its path. Landing with a resounding thud, Kim Seojun continues the onslaught, energy blades carving deep furrows into the ground. The assault shows no sign of stopping, the energy blades a whirlwind of destruction. A voice cries out, desperate and echoing in the cavern. Where are you, Ajusi? Two figures are being attacked by monsters, their faces contorted in fear. The monsters unleash a cacophony of roars, their menacing presence closing in. One of the figures carries the other, desperately trying to escape the onslaught. A surge of energy erupts, a beacon of hope against the encroaching darkness. A figure races towards the monsters, determined to protect their companions. The sound of an attack echoes through the forest, a testament to their resolve. Energy crackles in the air, a tangible force against the monstrous threat. The figure strikes with unwavering force, their movements a blur of power. Each blow lands with devastating impact, pushing back the encroaching darkness. The figure's determination burns bright, their every action fueled by a fierce protectiveness. Another resounding strike echoes, a testament to the figure's unwavering resolve. The energy attack intensifies, a final stand against the monstrous onslaught. The figure lies prone on the ground, the world around him a blur of motion. Purple energy crackles to life, a surge of power building around an unseen source. An old man stands firm, bathed in the violet glow of his own power. The old man's voice echoes, a desperate cry in the face of overwhelming odds. Old man. He pleads, his voice strained with effort. Leave me and run. I will hold them here. Raising his hands, the old man unleashes a torrent of energy. About you then? He thinks to himself, a grim acceptance in his tone. I'm just an old man who doesn't have much time to live anyway. His face contorts in a mask of pain and determination. The old man grits his teeth, a wave of regret washing over him. This would have never happened if I hadn't brought you here in the first place. He looks back, urging them to flee. What are you doing? Quickly run away. His eyes narrow, a fierce resolve hardening his gaze. Now, the purple energy intensifies, a final surge of power unleashed. A surge of energy explodes outward, accompanied by a desperate cry of denial. The force of the blast sends a figure hurtling through the air. The figure tumbles, a trail of displaced air and dust marking their uncontrolled descent. With a pained grunt, the figure slams into the ground, the impact echoing with a frustrated curse. A voice echoes, filled with remorse. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Suyin's face contorts in anguish, his fist clenching tight enough to whiten his knuckles. His jaw tightens, a muscle ticking in his cheek as he fights back a surge of emotion. A flicker of confusion crosses his face, a silent question hanging in the air. His gaze drops, focusing on something unseen below. A figure stands silhouetted against a backdrop of swirling energy. The figure looms over another, who kneels on the ground, seemingly defeated. A voice calls out, Ajusi, do you know how much Suyin has been looking for you? A man with gray hair looks back, a slight smirk playing on his lips. He mutters the word, punk. His expression hardens, a glint of determination in his purple eyes. He states that they can talk about this later, and to please hurry. Meanwhile, Kim Seojun sits in a forest, the moonlight filtering through the trees. Elsewhere, Kim Seojun lunges forward, his sword a blur of motion. Swinging the sword downwards, Kim Seojun cleaves through the air, scattering debris. He slashes the sword horizontally, the blade singing through the air. A voice declares that for now, it has succeeded in drawing its attention. He thought, I just need to find its main body quickly. Kim Seo-jun's eyes narrowed. The sound of a blade slicing through the air echoed. A blue energy trail followed the sword's path. Sparkles flew as the cut began to regenerate. The sword continued its assault, cutting through the regenerating mass. The blue energy trail persisted, a testament to the blade's power. Damn. No matter how many times I cut it, it's constantly regenerating. The sword continued to slice, but the regeneration persisted. He knows he can't get any closer to the entity in his current state. Kim Seo-jun resolves to use Gungnir and aim for its main body. Seo-jun mutters the name of the weapon, Gungnir, as he prepares to use it. The legendary spear materializes, its gleaming point aimed directly at the regenerating entity. Kim Seo-jun steels himself, preparing to unleash the power of Gungnir. Seo-jun's eyes narrow with determination as he focuses on his target. Meanwhile, a voice filled with frustration echoes, damn it. Ajusi and the magic saint haven't gotten away yet. A shadowy figure, its form indistinct, carries the old man and the sword saint away from the chaos. With a surge of power, Gungnir is unleashed, tearing through the air. The spear hurtles forward, leaving a trail of destructive energy in its wake. Gungnir continues its relentless flight, a beacon of destructive force. The legendary spear streaks towards its target, promising devastation. The old man and the sword saint are whisked away, shrouded in a swirling vortex of blue energy, their forms indistinct within the shadowy embrace of their rescuer. He grits his teeth, a guttural sound escaping his lips as the strain of wielding Gungnir courses through his body. A voice cries out, I feel like my whole body is getting ripped apart. Seo-jun glances towards the receding figures, a flicker of concern in his eyes. A voice echoes, filled with relief, finally, they have gotten far enough. The shadowy figure continues to carry the old man and the sword saint away, the blue energy intensifying around them. Kim Seo-jun winces, his expression a mask of pain and determination. Gungnir streaks through the forest, a blur of light against the dark trees. The spearhead of Gungnir glows with an intense, ethereal light, illuminating the path ahead. A hand grips the shaft of Gungnir, knuckles white with exertion. The spear continues its flight, cleaving through the air with unstoppable force. The spear hurtles through a dimension of swirling blue and white energy. Gungnir continues its flight, leaving a trail of shimmering light in its wake. The spear streaks onward, undeterred by the strange, ethereal landscape. The weapon pierces through the otherworldly dimension, its destination unknown. Gungnir flies through the void, a beacon of destructive force. A shattering sound echoes as the spear meets its mark. A piercing shriek tears through the air, a testament to the weapon's power. A shockwave of crimson energy erupts from the point of impact. A figure is engulfed in a blinding flash of red light as Gungnir strikes. The force of the impact sends fragments flying in all directions. A sharp intake of breath escapes the man's lips. His eyes widen in shock, the impact of the blow registering on his face. A dark surface is speckled with white particles, like distant stars in the night. Surrounded by swirling blue energy, Kim Seo-jun is suspended in the air. A resounding crash echoes through the dimension. A figure plummets downwards, streaks of motion blurring their form. An exclamation mark punctuates the air as the spear comes into sharp focus. The voice booms, declaring, found it. The tip of the spear pierces the ground, sending tremors through the unseen landscape. Kim Seo-jun's eyes widen, a surge of blue energy erupting from his outstretched hand. The spear glows intensely, a disembodied voice commanding, come. The spear trembles, responding to the unseen force. The spear ascends, bathed in ethereal light. The dark surface reappears, the white particles swirling in the void. He stares upwards, his expression hardening with resolve. His hand tightens around the shaft of the spear, knuckles white with the force of his grip. Kim Seo-jun slides across the ground, searching for something in the dimly lit area. A weapon is discovered, its presence marked by a sudden exclamation. Kim Seo-jun realizes he has found what he was looking for. Found it. The weapon pierces the ground, anchoring itself in place. Kim Seo-jun extends his hand, a blue aura emanating from his palm as he prepares to summon the weapon. The weapon seems to respond to his call. Come. Visual effects streak through the air, indicating the weapon is in motion. The weapon floats towards Kim Seo-jun, drawn to him by an unseen force. A burst of energy fills the space. Kim Seo-jun looks up, his eyes fixed on the approaching weapon. His hand closes around the weapon, grasping it firmly. He crept forward, muttering, "Oh-ho, look at these bastards." Sneaking through the forest, the sound of snapping twigs echoed in the silence. The tree-like creatures began to stir, their wooden bodies creaking as they registered the intruder's presence. Mr. It-all-know. A resounding dong reverberated through the woods, signaling the alarm. One of the tree creatures shrieked, "You, Kiki." Another tree creature cackled, "Am I sick?" "Yep, Kiki." A towering tree-like creature looms, its form vaguely humanoid, yet undeniably alien. A cacophony of rustling leaves and creaking wood heralds the arrival of more of the tree-like beings, their presence punctuated by an ominous exclamation. The forest floor trembles as another of the arboreal entities makes its presence known. A gnarled, wooden hand extends, its purpose unclear but undeniably threatening. He pauses, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. One of the tree creatures speaks, its voice a low, resonant rumble. Are they trying to stop me from picking Gungnir back up? The tree-like creatures stand as silent sentinels, their wooden forms radiating an ancient power. Another of the tree creatures speaks, its tone laced with a strange gratitude. The branches were the most annoying, so I should thank you for coming to me on your own. Gungnir, the spear of legend, hums with latent energy. A surge of blue energy crackles around the spear, illuminating the surrounding forest with an ethereal glow. The spear pulses with power, its surface shimmering with an otherworldly light. Gungnir stands ready, a beacon of celestial energy in the heart of the darkened woods. A surge of blue energy crackles through the air. The energy intensifies, coalescing into a brilliant light. Kim Seojun reaches out, his hand glowing with a similar blue energy as he calls out, Gungnir. He grasps the spear, its form shimmering with power. Isn't the only legendary weapon I have, you know? The weapon pulses with light in his grasp. A close-up reveals the intricate details of Gungnir's design, glowing with ethereal energy. The weapon is now fully in his possession. A voice calls out from the forest. Ah Juicy, over here. Kim Seojun stands in a forest clearing, Gungnir radiating a soft light. Two figures stand in the background. An unseen figure demands to know what took so long and why they are only arriving now. Kim Seojun and Seongyu arrive at the scene. Seongyu asks why. If they were going to do that in the first place, did he fight with her? An unseen figure retorts that it is none of Seongyu's business and asks how the magic saint is. He kneels beside the injured man, noting that he doesn't look so good. The man's condition was critical from the beginning, but he's been pushing himself to protect him. The injured man looks horrible. Kim Seojun thinks that he should use the emergency medicine that he usually carries around with him. Kim Seojun prepares the potion. The injured man groans. Seongyu asks if he has come to his senses. The injured man begins to speak. The unseen figure states that it's the punk he told them about last time. He asks if the old man means the student who attends the Hunter Academy. The old man questions if they really came to save them, wondering how they even knew they were here. He then asks what happened to those dryads. Seojun Kim states that he has taken care of them. The old man questions what in the world happened here and why Seojun Kim brought Manchulajusi to a place like this. The old man explains that to study the monsters, he needed someone to help him transport the corpses. Due to personal reasons, he had to move discreetly, but he couldn't handle it alone with his old body. Seojun Kim is surprised. The old man was afraid that would draw unnecessary attention. As he said, they had to move in secret, which is why he needed someone as discreet as possible. The two continue their conversation. The old man wonders if they are being discovered by the Order of Truth. Seojun Kim is shocked, thinking about how he didn't even tell the association president about that. A sound effect is heard. Another sound effect is heard. A stylized symbol blazes into existence, radiating an ominous energy that seems to vibrate through the very air. The sudden tremor throws the assembled group into disarray, their faces etched with shock and confusion. One of them exclaims, his voice laced with disbelief, "What the? An earthquake?" The group exchanges worried glances, the implications of this sudden quake sinking in. Another voice cuts through the tension, filled with a simmering rage. "It's that bastard." The speaker continues, his tone hardening with each word. "The monster who turned the magic saint into this state." A close-up reveals a face contorted with worry, the gravity of the situation weighing heavily on him. A disembodied voice echoes, a somber warning hanging in the air. "Even though it might have been a trap from the Order of Truth, I had my doubts when someone like the Magic Saint got stuck in dungeon. But if there is one thing in this dungeon that even the Magic Saint can't deal with." The group's expressions darken, a shared sense of dread settling over them as they realize the danger they face. One of the figures speaks, his voice tinged with both gratitude and apprehension. "I'm thankful that you came to save us, but..." The unseen speaker finishes the thought, a chilling finality in his tone. "You shouldn't have come here." A young man's face fills the frame, his eyes wide with a dawning horror as the full weight of the warning crashes down upon him. "The mountain? What could be the matter with it?" "No, that is a deformed monster." The creature looms, its form twisted and unnatural. The monster's presence radiates an unsettling aura. Its grotesque silhouette dominates the landscape. "No, can that thing even be called a monster in the first place? It's also my first time seeing that thing. I think it's some kind of mutation, but I'm not sure." "A mutant? Still, except for its size, it doesn't look very different from the other dryads I just saw." The mutant's form continues to shift and writhe. "Fortunately, it doesn't seem like it has noticed us yet. Get out of this dungeon. We already." Somehow, when we tried to leave the dungeon, it could instantly catch on and chase after us. That's why the Magic Saint is in this state. The voice declares that while the others weaken the monster, it will break its core. He grips his golden sword, determination etched on his face. A question hangs in the air, unanswered. A diagram illustrates the plan, showing the three figures and the spear. The voice admits that a normal attack won't be enough to break the monster's core, but he will do his best to weaken it, not incapacitate it. The old man sits, listening intently as Kim Seojun stands nearby, ready to act. Seongyu stands behind them. The old man's expression is grave as he considers the situation. The old man thinks that Kim Seojun may be able to talk like this with his emergency medicine, but it wouldn't be strange if he were to collapse right now. He continues, stating that if they're going to do this, they will only have one chance. Seongyu says he'd rather draw its attention, so the two of them can run away. The voice declares that it's completely possible. The old man looks on, his expression unreadable. The old man asks what this is. Seongyu explains that it's a spear that will help him land a powerful hit on him and asks him to take a look. A disembodied voice warns that if someone other than the owner touches the spear intending to take it away, there may be a rejection reaction. Another voice wonders if the item can recognize its owner, finding the concept incredible. Bathed in golden light, the old man stares intently at the spear. He murmurs that this is. Seojun Kim and Seongyu look on, both surprised. Seojun stammers, how? A voice questions how such complex magic circuits can exist without intertwining with each other, especially on a weapon. It is further noted that there are magic circuits that even the speaker can't interpret. Seojun and Seongyu stand side by side, observing the spear. Someone remarks that they've never seen the old man talk that much. Another voice adds that young Jimin was like that too. A voice pleads to be allowed to research subspace pockets. A voice wonders if it's possible. The old man exclaims that it's already enough and totally over the top. He doesn't think his weakening magic is even necessary. A voice asks where he got something like this. Seojun looks at Seongyu, who says, about that. He states that the sword saint bought it for him. A slight smile plays on Seojun Kim's lips. He wonders, not remembering the sword saint being so kind. He thinks that if he says he sold the Azure Dragon sword to save the magic saint, somehow it'll work out. Seojun Kim says, now then. He declares that they should start hunting this boss monster. Another person is with him. At that time, Seoyun is at an event Mr. Seojun can participate in. Memories of that time. The plan is simple. When the magic saint weakens him with the spell, he will stab his core with this spear. Discussing their strategy. Magic saint, would you be able to cast a weakening spell on him right away? That's possible, but it wouldn't be as powerful. But don't worry, even if I have to risk my life. No, there's no need for that. Please prepare a weakening magic spell. I'll lure him away. This is the plan. I'll entice that bastard and buy some time. During that time, Magic Saint will put all his might into preparing a weakening magic spell. When the bastard's weakened, I'll destroy his core using Gungnir. The end is near. Seojun Kim contemplates, two variables weighing heavily on his mind as the plan unfolds. First, he thinks he might get killed by that bastard while luring him away. For the first variable, it won't pose a problem as long as he does a good job, but the second variable, Magic Saint can't do anything while casting the weakening magic spell. Seojun Kim tells Seongyu that he'll try to divert his attention. How the situation will play out. Seongyu states that if that situation happens, they'll have no one but Seojun Kim. He reassures them not to worry, he doesn't want to die and leave Seon behind. If an unavoidable situation arises, Seongyu tells the old man that if he heard it too, and doesn't want to die, he should hold tight and not fall off. The old man says that he is shameless, but he'll be in Seongyu's care. He adds that he's the one who will be carrying him on his back, so he should just believe in him, and that he'll never forget this debt. Seojun Kim smiles. A voice echoes, urging action. Then, let's get moving. The sound reverberates, a deep resonance that seems to shake the very air. The echo continues, a haunting presence in the silence. The sound intensifies, a palpable force that presses in from all sides. The resonance deepens, a vibration that seems to penetrate bone and marrow. A lone figure stands silhouetted against the light, the sound swirling around him like a tangible storm. The figure remains still, the echoing sound a constant companion in the vast wilderness. A voice cuts through the silence. Well then, he's stupidly big, so it isn't difficult to find him. Kim Seojun stands with the old man, listening intently. The old man speaks. When he's preparing his magic spell, this will be more dangerous for you. We should rather dash. A determined voice responds, no. Even if I have to risk myself, there is no other way. I'm the one. The old man looks on, concern etched on his face. Freely here. He agrees, acknowledging the plan. Kim Seojun notes that they will proceed according to plan, and that they must be fed up with the past few days, so they should get out now. The old man wishes them good luck. The old man tells Kim Seojun to take care, and Kim Seojun responds, wishing the old man the same. Kim Seojun and the other figure are seen from a distance. The pair continues through the forest. They continue their journey. The two make their way through the forest. Kim Seojun stops. Kim Seojun's hand rests on the hilt of his sword. Kim Seojun glances to the side, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. He thinks that the figure was big when he saw him from afar, but he's huge now that he sees him up close. Kim Seojun stares up at the figure. He felt it more than anything else, an enormous energy emanating from his surroundings. I can definitely understand why Magic Saint struggled. Fortunately, I don't see any dryads, as he's been going around destroying everything. At least I won't be disturbed. Let's be calm. I'll die from a single mistake. Kim Seojun's eyes widened, a gasp escaping his lips as he saw a figure in the distance. Hey! A dark presence looms, its form obscured by shadow. The air crackles with unseen energy. The oppressive atmosphere intensifies. His eyes widen, a cold dread gripping his heart. Kim Seojun senses something terrible approaching. The ominous energy pulses. The air vibrates with an unnatural resonance. A figure descends from above, bathed in an eerie light. A figure with striking blue hair looks up, their eyes glowing with an otherworldly power. A voice, filled with rage, spits out a curse. "Ha! This motherfucker dash." The sound echoes with violent intent. The air shimmers with chaotic energy. The oppressive force intensifies, a storm gathering on the horizon. A resounding crash echoes through the air, the force of the impact shaking the very foundations. The air distorts with raw power, the unseen blow carrying immense weight. A figure plummets from above, a spear clutched tightly in their grasp as they descend towards the unseen ground. Another deafening impact reverberates, the sound waves carrying the force of destruction. The ground trembles as another strike lands, the air thick with the scent of ozone and pulverized earth. A blinding flash erupts, the shockwave tearing through the landscape with unrestrained fury. Jagged projectiles streak through the air, each carrying the momentum of a devastating attack. The ground rushes up to meet the falling figure, the impending collision promising a brutal end. The final impact shatters the silence, the force of the blow echoing across the ravaged landscape. Debris rains down as the dust settles, the aftermath of the cataclysmic event painting a grim picture. The air crackles with residual energy, the lingering power a testament to the devastation wrought. He stares wide-eyed, a gasp escaping his lips as the full weight of the unseen event crashes down upon him. The sound of impacts echoes. He flies through the air, questioning why his attacks aren't working. Giving the stems, he falls. A voice wonders if he will ever rest. Kim Seojun continues to run. His attacks were more violent than he thought, so he strayed quite far away from where Ajusi and Magic Saint were. Someone wonders if the weakening magic spell is not ready yet. Kim Seojun falls. The building groans, its structure giving way under immense force. He is sent hurtling through the air, a ragdoll tossed by an unseen hand. Kim Seojun crashes to the ground, the impact jarring his bones. A swift kick sends a figure flying. The figure plummets downwards, a dark silhouette against the fading light. Seojun grits his teeth, a surge of adrenaline coursing through him. He spins, the spear a blur of motion as he unleashes another attack. A wave of energy erupts, tearing through the air. Another figure falls, defeated. The spear flashes again, a beacon of defiance in the gloom. An attack is launched, a desperate gamble against overwhelming odds. The armored figure descends, spear pointed towards the ground, impacting with a resounding crash. He grunts in pain, the unseen pressure intensifying. The armored figure stands tall, surrounded by swirling red energy. The red energy intensifies, distorting the very air around the figure. Damn it, this pressure is no joke. Even the air around me is trembling. Seojun grits his teeth, struggling against the overwhelming force. At this rate, I wanted to avoid it as best as possible, but did I have no other choice? A hand clenches tightly around a staff, knuckles white with strain. The staff erupts with power, a blinding flash of energy illuminating the surroundings. The old man stands firm, staff in hand, determination etched on his face. A signal. The weakening magic spell must be ready. He strides forward, the staff held firmly in his grip. A sharp, cracking sound echoes through the air. Kim Seojun continues his advance, seemingly unfazed. A voice calls out, "Magic Saint, nice timing." Another, more violent crackle rips through the silence. Energy explodes outward, centered on an unseen point. Dark tendrils writhe, the source of the unseen assault. A guttural groan escapes Kim Seojun's lips. He roars, "Here, you bastard." Spinning around, Kim Seojun faces the unseen enemy. A surge of anger emanates from him. His face contorted in fury, Kim Seojun glares at the unseen threat. The air crackles with his rage. A surge of unseen power crackles through the air, the energy coalescing into a tangible force. The unseen energy intensifies, its form becoming more defined, as if responding to an unseen command. He roars, "Bring it on," his voice echoing with defiance against the encroaching power. Kim Seojun's hand clenches into a fist, knuckles white with contained fury, ready to meet the challenge head-on. A figure sprints forward, legs pumping, boots pounding against the ground. The world blurs as the figure moves with incredible speed. A crimson energy surges, tearing through the air. The crimson energy intensifies, leaving trails of destruction in its wake. A monstrous form emerges from the shadows, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. Screaming, a figure charges forward, spear in hand, ready to confront the darkness. The ground shatters as the force of the impact reverberates through the air. A dark tendril writhes, seeking to ensnare its prey. The crimson energy explodes, sending shockwaves in all directions. A desperate cry echoes as the figure is thrown into the air. A blur of motion shows legs moving rapidly across the ground. A polearm slams into the ground, the impact sending tremors through the earth. Two figures clash, their polearms meeting in a shower of sparks. One of the combatants is sent flying backward, the force of the blow staggering him. The polearm glows with a crimson energy, its power intensifying. Gripping the polearm, the figure prepares to strike, determination etched on his face. A hand tightens around the shaft of the polearm, ready to unleash its power. Eyes narrow, focusing on the target with unwavering intensity. A grim expression settles on his face, a silent promise of the battle to come. A monstrous visage appears, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. A blurred figure lunges forward, the polearm a streak of silver in the chaos. He declares, "I will soon be at the rendezvous point." He thought to himself that he just needed to lure it to that place. The ground crunches beneath something massive. He runs forward, determined. His expression is grim. The ground is broken and cracked. Chains materialize, glowing with an eerie blue light. The magic chains pulsed with an eerie, electric blue light. The stylized depiction of the chains glowed with an otherworldly luminescence. They wrapped tightly around the figure, binding them in place. A silent scream of surprise and confusion echoed in their mind. With a surge of power, they shattered the chains, sending fragments of magical energy scattering. Breaking free, they launched themselves forward, a blur of motion. A voice exclaimed, "Finally! Its movements are dulled and its power has been reduced significantly. The Magic Saint's magic is quite effective." A voice declared, "If we can destroy its core like this." The chains tightened around the figure, their red eyes glowing with suppressed rage. A single, crimson eye burned with intense focus. They remained bound by glowing blue chains. One of the figures wonders if the decision was made to target the Magic Saint, who used the debuff magic. Kim Seojun raises his spear, readying himself. Seojun Kim lunges forward, the text reading, "Only chance." Kim Seojun vows to pour every last bit of his strength into Gungnir. With a calm mind, he begins to channel a brilliant blue energy, the light coalescing around his hand like captured starlight. The energy contorts, taking on the shape of a complex, segmented chain, each link shimmering with raw power. The chain solidifies, its form becoming more defined, the blue light intensifying as the energy is compressed. In precision, the completed chain radiates an intense blue aura, crackling with contained force, ready to be unleashed. With meticulous control, he guides the chain, each movement precise and deliberate, the air humming with anticipation. The chain's form is further refined, the energy flowing smoothly through its links, a testament to his mastery. A crimson energy begins to swirl, a stark contrast to the cool blue, pulsing with a volatile heat. The red energy is compressed into a sphere, a contained inferno radiating outward, threatening to erupt. Seojun Kim's eyes blaze with an unwavering intensity, his focus absolute, the power building within him. Now, he unleashes the accumulated energy, a concentrated beam of blue light piercing through the forest canopy. The beam intensifies, widening as it gathers momentum, the surrounding air shimmering with displaced energy. Descending further, the energy scatters into a myriad of particles, each one glowing with potent power. A hazy orange glow envelopes the core of the beam, adding another layer to the already overwhelming display of energy. The energy crashes into the ground, erupting in a blinding explosion of light that washes over the landscape. The beam continues its descent, carving a clear path through the environment, a testament to its raw power. The energy is now contained within a barrier of chains, pulsating with restrained force. Spreading outwards, the energy forms a wave-like pattern, rippling through the air with visible intensity. A close-up reveals the intricate structure of the energy, interwoven with glowing symbols. The energy intensifies, the symbols glowing brighter as the power reaches its peak. Finally, the energy dissipates, leaving behind trails of lightning-like sparks that fade into the air. A sword pierces through a barrier, the impact sending shards of energy scattering. The barrier shatters, releasing a wave of raw power. The shattered barrier begins to close. The remnants of the barrier fade, leaving a distorted landscape in its wake. He stumbles, using Gungnir to keep himself upright. He collapses to the ground, gasping for air. Sweat beads on his brow, his eyes wide with exhaustion. Kim Seojun struggles to catch his breath. He sits heavily, his body trembling. Seojun wonders aloud, his voice strained. "I'm super out of strength, and it's all dizzy. Is it perhaps an after effect of pouring all my power into Gungnir?" He hunches over, his body racked with exhaustion. He reflects, at least he destroyed its core. In his current state, he wouldn't be able to retrieve Gungnir. Someone thinks, "Phew. I hope Ajusi and Magic Saint are fine." Someone calls out, "Hey Ajusi, Magic Saint, are you both alright there?" The Sword Saint says, "I'm good, but..." Xiangyu shouts, "Ajusi." He continues, "I'm fine. Just a flesh wound." Someone says, "Let me take a look at it." Someone thinks, "I guess even with all those debuffs, a normal human like Manchal Ajusi would have had trouble avoiding that bastard's attack entirely." Someone says, "Phew. At least the good thing is that it's not a fatal injury. You would be fine with proper treatment, but I think we should still hurry up and get you treated." And as expected of Magic Saint to be unscathed, the Sword Saint says to Xiangyu, "What did I tell you? It was just a scratch, wasn't it?" The Sword Saint says, "If only I were about 5 years younger, I could have even carried 2 people on my back and run for at least 2 to 3 days." Someone replies, Only your mouth would survive in a crisis. Someone says, they got really close after getting trapped together for the past few days. Someone says, well, that's that, but is getting out of here the only thing left to do? Someone replies, yes, there shouldn't be any problems since the core. He stands, seemingly recovered, with the Sword Saint and another man behind him. Do you think you'll be able to get up? Kim Seo-jun looks forward, the Sword Saint and the other man still behind him. Huh, worry about yourself. Meanwhile, a strange, organic structure pulses with an ominous energy. The red-tinged landscape stretches into the distance, hinting at a vast, unknown domain. A voice echoes through the cavernous space, laced with confusion. Huh. The strange structure continues to pulse, its energy intensifying. The voice, now tinged with disbelief, echoes again. How on earth? Two figures are seen falling through the air, the red landscape below. A frustrated thought echoes through the space. I should have hit the bullseye with Gungnir. A chilling realization dawns. Perhaps the core wasn't destroyed at all? The voice, now laced with a hint of desperation, questions the situation. What kind of a joke is this? Crimson light floods the vision, focusing into a pair of intense, red-rimmed eyes. A voice echoes, distorted and distant. There were two cores. Core dash. Two figures stand close, their expressions unreadable in the dim light. A burst of raw energy explodes outward, the sound of graph AW ripping through the air. The world dissolves into streaks of red and black, a chaotic swirl of sensation. Sharp, angular shapes pierce the void, accompanied by a jarring, metallic screech. The screech intensifies, morphing into a high-pitched whine that grates against the mind. The whine gives way to a guttural groan, a sound of immense strain and suffering. The chaos recedes, and Kim Seo-jun finds himself standing in a dimly lit space, two figures looming behind him. Another wave of energy washes over him, the sound of shattering glass echoing in his ears. The shattering intensifies, becoming a cacophony of destruction that threatens to overwhelm his senses. Seo-jun's face is etched with a mixture of confusion and pain, his eyes wide with a dawning horror. A hand grips a source of brilliant blue light, the air crackling with energy as something shatters around it. Streaks of red and white flash across the vision, a chaotic display of force unleashed. Crimson lines cascade downwards, like a curtain of blood drawn across reality. The impact echoes with the weight of finality, the Korean characters stained with the color of spilled blood. A dark void is pierced by a streak of red, a lingering trace of the devastating blow. The scene fades, leaving only the faintest traces of debris in the aftermath. Something pierces through the surface, a sharp, decisive strike that shatters the calm. A resounding crash echoes as something falls, the sound reverberating with the cheers of unseen observers. It's fallen. Stick figures celebrate, their simple forms radiating joy. Right, with this arc is finally done. The celebration is cut short by a sudden realization, their expressions shifting to concern. Debris floats in the air, a sign that the battle is far from over. There's still more? The simple figures stand against an abstract background, their journey far from complete. The team behind the series, including the artist, colorist, background artist, and author, offer their apologies. The author, UHAGODA, explains that Season 1's final arc was important for Kim Seo-jun's character development and growth, which led to it being longer than expected. They hope the audience understands that it was all for the bigger picture. The artist expresses their frustration, exclaiming that they want to stop drawing forests and apologizing profusely. Kim Seo-jun stands with a staff in hand, flanked by two men. A dark, undefined shape hangs in the air, surrounded by streaks of light. A swirling mass of purple energy crackles with contained power. A man stands with his hands raised, surrounded by geometric shapes of light. The man grips a staff, channeling a surge of energy. A voice cries out, "Sir." A man grimaces in pain, blood trickling from his mouth as he gasps. Keek. Magic Saint has already used up all of his mana. He won't be able to last long. To defeat that bastard, we must destroy. Seo-jun's eyes narrow, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. That other core. A monstrous, tree-like creature looms, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. Gungnir. A figure stands amidst a chaotic scene, the ground littered with debris. Where did it go? A voice filled with frustration echoes. Damn, I can't find it because it's entangled in the branches. He is surrounded by a dark aura, his eyes burning with an unnatural light. Is that bastard hiding it on purpose because it knows how powerful Gungnir is? Still, since I still have Longinus Lance with me, if I could give him a direct blow, it is possible to destroy his core. Sir, can you use weakening? The old man raises his hands, preparing to cast a spell. Magic one more time. He grits his teeth, determined. I'll try my best. But as things stand, the old man focuses his energy. Let me draw its attention. The old man stands firm, ready to assist. But, you will. Seo-jun Kim's face is etched with worry. There's no time to waste. We have to do what we can now. The old man unleashes his magic. W8. Seo-jun. Seo-jun Kim grits his teeth, struggling against the dark energy. Crimson energy claws through the air, seeking to tear him apart. A barrage of blue energy follows, each strike carrying the force of a battering ram. The onslaught continues, the air crackling with raw power. Each blast of energy threatens to overwhelm any defense. He grits his teeth, bracing for the inevitable impact. The attacks close in, and Seojun thinks, I'm dead if it hits me even once. He manages to block the attacks, but the strain is visible on his face. However, he's reached his limits. There's no one else who can do this but me. Another wave of blue energy crashes towards him. The magical assault continues unabated. He is surrounded by a swirling vortex of blue energy, bracing himself for the inevitable onslaught. Raising his hands, Xiangyu conjures a complex array of magical symbols, the air crackling with raw power. The magical energy coalesces, forming a blinding wave of destructive force. The raw power surges forward, an unstoppable tide of arcane energy. The magical onslaught intensifies, the air shimmering with heat and distortion. The force of the magic is overwhelming, a cacophony of arcane energy unleashed. Seojun is sent hurtling backwards, the magical assault tearing through his defenses. The impact craters the ground, a shockwave rippling outwards from the point of collision. He is engulfed in the aftershocks of the blast, struggling to regain his footing amidst the chaos. Seojun lies prone on the ground, battered and bruised, the taste of blood filling his mouth. Xiangyu stands tall, the magical assault complete, a guttural sound escaping his lips. Cook! The lingering energy dissipates, leaving behind a scene of devastation and ruin. The ominous red glow of the core casts long shadows, illuminating the cavernous space around it. He advances, Longinus held firmly in his grasp, each step echoing in the oppressive silence. The cavern walls seem to pulse with an unnatural energy, the air thick with anticipation. Seojun grits his teeth, a silent determination hardening his gaze. To stab Longinus into its core, I have to keep going further in, but I can't find an opening to get any closer than this. Sliding forward, Seojun attempts to close the distance, the tip of Longinus scraping against the cavern floor. Seojun's brow furrows, his eyes narrowed in concentration. This is on an entirely different level than simply luring it. The air crackles with unseen energy as he pauses, his resolve wavering for a fraction of a second. A bead of sweat trickles down Seojun's temple, the weight of the task pressing down on him. He continues forward, the echoing steps a metronome counting down to an unknown confrontation. A curse escapes Seojun's lips, the word echoing in the vast space. Shit. Bathed in the crimson light, Seojun stands defiant, Longinus held ready, a lone figure against an overwhelming power. The air shimmers with an unseen force, a silent promise of the battle to come. He faces the chains, the magical restraints beginning to weaken. The magic saint's weakening magic is evident. The chains continue to weaken, their energy flickering. Now, Seojun prepares to strike. His expression is determined as he focuses his power. The chains are visibly thinner, their magical energy dissipating. The weakening continues, the chains losing their hold. The chains are fewer in number. They are thinner than before. As expected, it must have placed an enormous strain on his body to activate this again when he didn't have enough mana. The chains are barely holding, their power almost completely gone. The chains are almost completely gone. He grips the glowing blade, determination etched on his face as he prepares to strike. An opening. The words echo as the opportunity presents itself. Seojun launches forward, the glowing blade held high, ready to exploit the weakness. The attack streaks forward, a blinding ray of energy. The energy intensifies, cutting through the air with unstoppable force. The enemy is sent hurtling backward, a silhouette against the blinding light. The sheer force of the blow leaves trails of displaced energy in its wake. Seojun stands firm, his gaze fixed on the aftermath of his devastating attack. Energy discharges in a chaotic display, illuminating the surroundings. The air crackles with power as the energy continues to surge. The energy intensifies, creating a dazzling spectacle of light and force. The final burst of energy dissipates, leaving a lingering sense of immense power. He swings his sword, the blade a blur of silver. The sword connects with a resounding crash. The force of the blow sends the enemy reeling. The impact echoes through the chamber. A ragged cough tears through the air, followed by a splatter of blood. A guttural groan escapes the enemy's lips. Chains erupt from the ground, ensnaring the wounded figure. A pained grunt is heard. Blood trickles from the corner of the enemy's mouth, staining his chin crimson. The crimson stain spreads, a testament to the ferocity of the attack. That's why I thought all I needed to do was to get closer to it. But what a blunder. The sound of a devastating blow echoes through the air. The force of the impact sends shockwaves rippling outwards. Another strike lands with brutal force. The air crackles with destructive energy as the attacks continue to rain down. Seojun grits his teeth, realizing the need to evade. He thinks to himself, I have to dodge it, but my body is. The relentless barrage continues, each impact resonating with immense power. The sound of another blow reverberates through the surroundings. Seojun's eyes narrow with determination as he prepares to counter the onslaught. Xiangyu begins to gather energy, preparing for another attack. He thinks to himself, I'll run away. The air shimmers with purple energy as Xiangyu focuses his power. Xiangyu thinks to himself, I can't believe a student like him has achieved such an outstanding level of martial arts at the age of less than 30. Xiangyu trembles, thinking to himself, how long has it been since my whole body trembled at someone else's martial arts? 5 years. No, in just a year, there will be no one in Korea who wouldn't know the name of that young man. That young man has the potential to surpass Korea's hero someday and become the hero of the whole mankind. However, he isn't strong enough right now, and that is why he has to live, even if I have to die in his stead. The old man's face contorts in anguish, his eyes squeezed shut as he grits his teeth. He shouts, urging someone to run away. The old man's expression softens, a hint of sorrow in his eyes. He doesn't want to. The old man carries Seojun Kim away from danger. The old man's eyes widen, a desperate plea etched on his face. He warns someone not to get carried away. He clutches a sword, his grip tight. He insists that the other person has to live, as he doesn't have much time left anyway. The old man's voice booms, commanding someone not to be foolish and to face their reality. He struggles to stand, leaning heavily on his spear. Seojun asks, his voice strained, why the old man isn't running away. The question hangs in the air. Why didn't he abandon them and run away? The question echoes, why didn't he abandon Manchulajusi? He could have. The old man raises his hand, his expression grim. Seojun continues, questioning why the old man is trying to sacrifice himself now. A flashback shows Seojun, younger, standing with the old man. The scene blurs, showing a dark and indistinct landscape. Back in the present, Seojun's face is etched with pain and confusion. A sharp intake of breath escapes him. The spear sinks into the ground, supporting the old man's weight. The air crackles with unspoken tension. He raises his staff, a swirling vortex of energy crackling around its tip. The staff is lowered, the energy dissipating. The old man's voice echoes in Seojun's mind. Like he said, running away is the best option. The old man's voice continues, leaving this place to the magic saint. Seojun remains still, contemplating the words. Manchul's voice echoes, taking Manchulajusi and getting out of here. The old man's voice continues. On the other hand, the worst option is to fight that bastard in this terrible condition. Seojun thinks to himself, I already have my answer. But for some reason, Seojun's internal monologue solidifies his resolve. I don't want to run away. He grits his teeth, a sudden resolve hardening his gaze. A sudden memory surfaces. Xiangyu smirks, a glint of amusement in his eyes. What do you guys think strength is? What is power? Heracles. In Greek and Roman mythology. During the orientation lecture, he emphasized the importance of muscles. Teach. He is the most famous of all those who are known as heroes of myths and legends. Suddenly, it is recalled. The words Heracles said to me during my first lesson. Power doesn't refer to physical force. A voice muses that the power being taught is nothing like the daily quests, which are so hard. The voice continues, anticipating the question of what this power is. A figure wonders? The figure questions if the lesson ended and why the speaker stopped talking. The answer echoes, it's atonement. The voice continues, speaking of doing it with their own hands. Tormented by guilt, the voice thought of taking their own life. Fortunately, a good friend, Theseus, persuaded the speaker to do the 12 labors of atonement. The impossible trials. The Nemean lion was slain, and the Lernaean hydra's heads were severed. The Ceryneian hind was captured, as was the Erymanthian boar. King Augeas' stables were cleaned, and the Stymphalian birds were driven away. The Cretan bull was captured, and the man-eating horses of Diomedes were subdued. The belt of Hippolyte was seized, and the red cattle of Geryon were fetched. Cerberus, the gatekeeper of hell, was kidnapped. As the trials were completed, my reputation increased day after day. However, people suddenly started laughing. They mocked, saying, "You wish for glory? There is no glory for a man who murdered his wife and children." They were right. Too many sins had been committed to be a hero. Just like that, people kept coming up with reasons why. I could never atone. Their insults were so hurtful, I once again thought about committing suicide. But a declaration echoes. I refused to give up. He lived for others, sacrificing himself to the point where others thought he was a fool. He just hoped that in the distant future, he would one day see altruism as a natural part of life. Only then could he forgive himself for that fateful day. And so Heracles completed the 12 labors and became known as a true hero. In addition, he saved the gods of Olympus during the Gigantomachy, which nearly brought an end to Roman and Greek mythology. Heracles, who had lost his mind and killed his family, at the end of his path of atonement, became the greatest hero of them all. The power that drove him on his path was the will to atone. When you're trying to do something or become something, people will often tell you that it's impossible. Well, as a person who has gone through the hardest of trials, let me tell you this. I've heard people say that stuff all the time while I was going through my trials. However, I want you all to know that such things don't matter. A figure stands tall, holding a staff. Another figure kneels. Again and again, they'll tell you it's impossible. Over and over, they'll say that you can't do it. Kim Seojun grits his teeth, sweat beading on his brow. I won't tell you to just get over it. You won't. Just one. You only need one reason. One personal reason why you must succeed. That alone is enough to become a hero. Seojun Kim struggles, gasping for air. His face contorted in pain. Seojun Kim's breath comes in ragged bursts. A voice cries out, "Stop. That's crazy." The voice continues, "You know you can't win. That's not a monster you can handle at your level." Seojun Kim thinks, "I don't deny it. No, I can't deny it. I understand better than anyone that I can't win." Another voice shouts, "Stop it. It's futile." A whisper in his ear tells him to back down, as fear clings to him like a weight upon his heart. At the same time, Heracles' voice resounded in Seojun Kim's mind yet again. "Remember, when the whole world tells you that you can't do it, there are 1,000 reasons why I can win." His mind screams that he's at his limit, offering thousands of excuses to run away. To the old and experienced magic saint, a 28-year-old like him must seem reckless. Exhaustion threatens to overwhelm him. However, he must move onward. Keep going, even if these 28 years are nothing to the magic saint. Foolishly, he must make up his entire life. He doesn't want to give up and ruin his future. That is his true power, a power that wells up from within his body and soul. Drawing upon that power, he feels a surge of energy. The power radiates around him. Divine power. The divine power explodes forth. He plummets through the air, a blinding light erupting around him. The energy intensifies, a searing wave of power. A strangled cry echoes from the depths. The force tears at his skin, a searing pain that threatens to overwhelm him. The energy slams into him, a crushing blow that sends him reeling. The impact reverberates through his body, a shockwave of pure force. An overwhelming force, one that destroys all obstacles. The energy swirls around him, a vortex of destruction. Kim Seojun struggles against the onslaught, his body straining against the immense pressure. The light intensifies once more, threatening to consume him entirely. A silent pressure begins to build, the air thickening with an unseen energy. Tendrils of light, like grasping fingers, reach out from the void, converging on a single point. The light intensifies, forming a vortex of raw power that seems to warp the very space around it. He braces himself, his knuckles white as he clenches his fist against the encroaching force. The pressure mounts, a crushing weight that threatens to buckle him under its immense power. Swirls of orange energy dance around him, like flames licking at his skin, promising immolation. The world fades to white, a blinding flash that threatens to consume everything. The light pierces through him, a searing pain that burns away at his very essence. The force continues to bear down, an unstoppable tide threatening to drown him in its immensity. Seojun grits his teeth, his face contorted in a silent scream as he fights against the overwhelming power. The light intensifies, the pressure reaching a crescendo that threatens to shatter him completely. He reaches out, his fingers outstretched as if trying to grasp something just beyond his reach. A faint, ethereal glow surrounds his hand, hinting at the power he's attempting to control. A guttural scream tears from Seojun Kim's throat, a raw expression of the agony coursing through him. The sound echoes with the weight of an unbearable burden. Darkness descends, tendrils of shadow wrapping around him, a visual representation of the unseen force consuming him from within. Bright lines cut through the darkness, like lightning in a storm. The swirling chaos intensifies, colors fading as the force tightens its grip. He is at the epicenter of a storm he cannot control. His face contorts in a silent scream, a mask of pain etched onto his features. The light intensifies, threatening to overwhelm him completely. The darkness and light clash, a final surge of power before everything fades. The air crackles with energy, the smell of ozone filling the air. Elsewhere, a sharp, echoing sound pierces the air, a sonic boom that reverberates through the landscape. Sunlight filters through the dense canopy of a forest, dappling the ground in shifting patterns of light and shadow. The air is thick with the scent of pine and damp earth. Another sharp sound cuts through the tranquility of the forest, a discordant note in the symphony of nature. The forest stretches on, an endless expanse of green and brown, the trees reaching towards the sky like ancient sentinels. Light streams through the leaves, illuminating the intricate network of branches and the delicate dance of the leaves in the gentle breeze. The forest floor is a tapestry of fallen leaves and decaying wood, a testament to the endless cycle of life and death that plays out in this ancient place. Seojun Kim is pulled violently, his body contorting against an unseen force. His face contorts in a silent scream, eyes wide with terror as he's wrenched from his reality. The world around him dissolves into swirling darkness, the air thick with an alien pressure. He plummets through a blinding vortex of light, the sensation akin to being torn apart and reassembled. The sensation intensifies, a deafening roar echoing in his ears as the light consumes him. The swirling chaos gives way to a glimpse of vibrant green, a stark contrast to the previous void. He falls through the open air, the ground rushing up to meet him as he tumbles through the forest canopy. The wind screams past him, a symphony of impending doom as he hurtles towards the unknown. The world spins, a dizzying kaleidoscope of green and brown as he loses all sense of direction. He braces for impact, the forest floor looming closer with each passing moment. A voice cries out in alarm as a hand reaches for him, a desperate attempt to break his fall. Eek! A figure extends their hand, a surge of energy emanating from their palm as they attempt to grab him. Sunlight pierces through the clouds, illuminating the forest. A muscular man stands tall, gripping a staff. He seems to be on alert. The man's voice booms through the forest, calling out, "Seo Jun." Two figures lie sprawled on the ground, a spear resting nearby. The scene is littered with small rocks and sparse vegetation. The muscular man and an older gentleman stand over Seo Jun Kim, who is lying prone. The older man asks, "Is Seo Jun okay?" The older man observes, "His wounds are severe, but at least his life is not in danger. He probably lost consciousness because he used a power that his body couldn't withstand." The older man muses, "Understandable, since the power he just used was abnormal. When did that sickly kid grow up so much?" The older man's expression is one of concern and contemplation. The older man admits, "To be honest, I was terrified." The older gentleman asks, "What are you talking about? Wait, were you afraid of the giant tree?" The old man, known as the Magic Saint, can also experience fear. "Huh?" A voice responds, "Haha, I'm not fearless, you know." A voice laments, "Damn it. Even though I always call myself an old man who doesn't have much longer to live." The old man reflected on his past fears. It wasn't death itself that he feared, but what would happen to the world after he was gone. The thought had scared him. The old man wondered what that meant. He recalled the weight of his responsibilities. The world, he thought, wasn't as safe as everyone believed. That was why, the closer he got to death, the more he worried about it. He remembered lying in bed, consumed by his anxieties. The world still needed him, he thought. He wondered if that was why he had accepted a disciple. He thought that Jinan had done a much better job than he expected. Still, he couldn't. He wanted to escape from the darkness in his heart. In retrospect, his worries were just him being paranoid. It was a wake-up call for him. The old man looked up at the sky. Even if he died, his students would continue his legacy, he thought. The fabric of a dark jacket and a light-colored shirt are visible, along with a brown strap across the chest. A younger old man's face is filled with anger. He grits his teeth, demanding, "If that's the case, then why aren't you running away, Magic Saint?" Kim Seo-jun stands with his hands raised, a magical circle forming around him. The old man's voice echoes, "I saw it in this tenacious young man." Seo-jun Kim and the old man stand side by side, bathed in a radiant light. A text box declares, "The beginning of a new generation of heroes." The light obscures Seo-jun's features, leaving only his silhouette visible. Seo-jun's legs move forward, his boots stepping into the light. A close-up of the old man's face shows a slight smile. The old man's expression softens, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. A close-up of Seo-jun's chest reveals the details of his clothing. A voice muses from a bubble floating in the sky, "Time really flies, doesn't it?" A serene landscape stretches out, mountains rising in the distance. A sharp intake of breath shatters the silence. Seo-jun's eyes snap open, the sterile white of the hospital room assaulting his senses. He thinks to himself, "The hospital, so I made it out of the dungeon safely." The hospital looms, a beacon of healing against the city skyline. A tranquil garden offers a moment of peace. A voice calls out, asking if everyone is all right. Seo-jun lies in his hospital bed, a flicker of concern crossing his face. He thinks to himself, "I didn't have anything serious happen to me. The wound was a little deep, but I'll be all right with proper treatment." Manhwa Juicy stands beside another bed, a reassuring smile on his face. He says, "I'm all right as well. I don't know if it was thanks to the first aid you gave me, but as long as I rest I should be fine too." Manhwa Juicy seems to be all right, but the Magic Saint. Seo-jun watches as the Magic Saint rests in his bed. Aside from that, Kim Seo-jun, Mr. Manchal asks if he is okay, noting that he was passed out for a quarter of the day. Seo-jun, still in his hospital bed, is surprised to hear he was out for a quarter of the day. He asks if Mr. Manchal contacted Suyin. Mr. Manchal confirms that he did. Mr. Manchal sighs, relieved that it looks like everything was resolved without any issues. He also contacted Miss Seo-yun. Seo-jun is confused, wondering why Mr. Manchal contacted Miss Seo-yun. Mr. Manchal explains that Suyin said she looked really worried about Seo-jun, and that they probably ran into each other while looking for him. He adds that it seems like they are coming here together right now. Mr. Manchal then thinks to himself that from Miss Seon's perspective, it looked like he said he was going to look for Manchal Ajusi, who went missing and just lost contact with everyone and disappeared together with him. Mr. Manchal recalls that Seo-yun also disappeared with her grandpa's sword, as Seo-jun remembers her saying goodbye to everyone, and that she was going off to find Manchal Ajusi. Mr. Manchal suddenly remembers that he mentioned having a daughter named Suyin. Mr. Manchal acknowledges that Seo-jun is correct, and that he got into this pickle trying to earn money to send her to the Hunter's Academy. He reminds Seo-jun not to forget to double his pay as promised. Mr. Manchal thinks to himself, and then accuses Seo-jun of thinking about not paying him now, reminding him that he has a lot of money. Seo-jun assures Mr. Manchal that he will definitely make sure to pay him. Mr. Manchal asks Seo-jun what he thinks about him mentoring his daughter, if it's alright with him. The sterile hospital room hummed with the quiet beeps of machines, a symphony of life support. An old man sat in his bed, while another patient rested in the bed across the room. The other patient's eyes widened, a silent wow escaping him. He stared, his expression a mix of surprise and disbelief. The patient questioned, "Old man, what did you just say? Have you finally gone senile?" The old man retorted, What do you mean senile? I may not have long to live, but I definitely haven't gone senile. Then are you crazy? The patient replied, I'm not crazy either. The two patients sat in their respective beds, a tense silence hanging in the air between them. The old man continued, well, you haven't gone senile, and you aren't crazy, so why all of a sudden? The patient responded, didn't you say you had a lot of things to do as well? The old man looked away, a thoughtful expression on his face. Yes, I did, but I was just wondering if there. The patient questioned, was any need to do that anymore? Shouldn't I pass down my? The old man smiled faintly, a hint of mischief in his eyes. Great knowledge to keep it going? The old man explained, I don't have long to live. I don't think I'll live past this year. I don't have anything to do until then, so I was thinking of living my last moments while mentoring your daughter. Consider. The patient looked back, his expression thoughtful. Unless she doesn't want to become a magician, then there's nothing I can do. Ho ho ho. He sits in the hospital room, offering, you also saved my life. I can also mentor you if you want as well. A sign is posted requesting money, stating, no, thank you. If you want to give me anything, please give me money. The old man waves his hand, smiling. He continues, all right, I'll give you as much as my life is worth. How much would you like? My life isn't worth so little, so don't hold back and ask for as much as you'd like. The hospital hallway stretches out, empty. A close-up of a face is shown, with the text, then how Abu dash. A foot kicks open a door in the hospital, with the text, what the dash. Seojun Kim exclaims, gee grandpa, I think there must have been a misunderstanding. Ah, I almost forgot. Contacting Miss Seoyun also means that. A close-up of a face is shown. The text reads, what do you mean by misunderstanding? Get out of my way. I won't let it go this time. I will not leave you. A fist clenches, with the text, this guy will be coming along as well. A character with horns is shown. An unseen figure shouts, calling someone a punk and telling Mr. Seojun to run if he wants to live. A voice attributes the situation to a brain malfunction, but insists that the sword saint is wrong and pleads to be heard. The voice wonders if they should jump out the window, but then remembers they are talking about the sword saint. A man in a hospital gown exclaims that he won't let someone go so easily this time. Another voice remarks that it is indeed the sword saint. The man in the hospital gown looks confused. The sword saint stands with a young girl. A voice notes that it has been a while. A voice wonders why someone is here. The city stretches out before them. The sword saint reflects that he didn't expect to meet someone like this after so many years. He thinks it seems like just yesterday when the five of them were running around every day when they were still young. The sword saint is asked how he has been. The sword saint replies that he has always been the same. An unseen figure asks the sword saint why he is here and what state he is in. He resided in the hospital, having almost died while trying to be brave. A voice questioned if he almost died. The sword saint was told that they were jealous that he was still so full of energy and asked what his secret was. The speaker told him not to keep it to himself and share it with them. They then asked where Suk Suyin was. The sword saint was informed that she should be on her way right now. Another voice said that they came first trying to stop Grandpa because he was freaking out. Since he kept speaking nonsense, it looked like he was faking his illness. The sword saint stated that he really almost died. The sword saint thought that if that youngin hadn't come to save him, he truly would have died. The sword saint's hospital gown rustled. The sword saint was called a punk. The sword saint's face was contorted in rage. Someone screamed, saying that they didn't mean to do that and that they really had no choice. The sword saint demanded silence, saying that he didn't give it to them so they could just sell it off. He added that it seemed like they had no sense of boundaries since they'd been getting away with everything thanks to Seoyun. Someone stated that they weren't sure what this was all about, but asked if he couldn't forgive that youngin this one time. The sword saint stated that it didn't concern them. He lies in the hospital bed, and 4 lines snaking into his arm. A man in a dark suit stands nearby. The man speaks. It seems like that youngin made a huge mistake. I'm sure he didn't do it on purpose. He must have done it because he was in a situation where he had no choice. The man continues. You're able to speak such words? The sword saint thinks to himself. Time takes away many things, but also teaches us a lot at the same time. The sword saint replies. Still, this punk crossed the line. The man questions. Sword saint, just what did that youngin do to you that is making you go this far? The sword saint thinks. That punk sold off my azure dragon sword. The man's eyes widen slightly. What? The man continues. Wait. Sword saint, so that amazing weapon you gave that youngin was bought by using the money from the azure dragon sword. The man presses. What did you say? That youngin said that you bought him his spear. Did you not? What? Are you insane? When did I do that? The sword saint's expression darkens. Fuck. A blue aura flares around the sword saint, energy crackling around him. Kim Seojun, desperate, insists. I didn't sell it. I left it as collateral for the time being. He continues, his voice rising in panic. I can go look for it. The collateral wasn't even much. If you go to the association president. Elsewhere, 2 figures stand in an office, observing the unfolding events. The sword saint, his face contorted with rage, thinks to himself. Do I still have to forgive that punk after that? Seojun pleads. Just don't kill him. The sword saint responds, his voice cold. Since you didn't sell the sword, and the magic saint requested at least that much of me, I won't kill you. A flashback shows the sword saint standing over a defeated figure, the air crackling with energy. The defeated figure lies prone, seemingly unconscious. A disembodied voice declares, "You go after one hit, no more no less." The Sword Saint's eyes glow red with fury, his power surging. He continues, his voice laced with menace. "I don't think you're going to let me go with one hit. I think you're planning on finishing me off with that one hit." Seo-jun, desperate, cries out, "Wait. I can go find it. So please." The Sword Saint sits, his expression unreadable. The Sword Saint declares, "That's why I said I'll finish it in one hit." The Sword Saint prepares to attack, his eyes glowing with power. Kim Seo-jun lies on the ground, looking up. The Sword Saint continues to prepare his attack. Seo-jun Kim looks up, his expression a mix of fear and determination. The Sword Saint continues to prepare his attack. The Sword Saint continues to prepare his attack, energy gathering around his fist. The Sword Saint continues to prepare his attack. The Sword Saint continues to prepare his attack. The Sword Saint continues to prepare his attack. The Sword Saint continues to prepare his attack, the energy around him crackling with power. The force of the blow sends Seo-jun reeling, a surge of blue energy dissipating around him. The Sword Saint's fist, still clenched, looms large. Kim Seo-jun grits his teeth, pain etched on his face. Staggering, Seo-jun struggles to maintain his balance, the room tilting around him. The Sword Saint watches, his expression unreadable. He took it head on. Seo-jun clutches his arm, a strangled cry escaping his lips. A disembodied voice echoes, disbelief lacing its tone. On top of that, his arm is fine. Normally, it should have been broken. No, it should have shattered. Seo-jun examines his hands, flexing his fingers in disbelief. He looks up, shock and anger warring in his eyes. "You?" Seo-jun's voice rises in protest. "Hey, you said you'd only hit me once. You said I could block it, dodge it or die. You said I could do anything. No takebacks now." With a frustrated sigh, Seo-jun turns and strides away. "I'll head out for some fresh air then." A voice calls out, wishing the two a nice reunion. Another voice calls out to Mr. Seo-jun, wanting to be taken along. The Sword Saint stands near Kim Seo-jun's hospital bed, his expression unreadable. A heavy silence hangs in the air between them, punctuated only by the soft hum of the hospital equipment. The Sword Saint tisks, breaking the silence. The Sword Saint chuckles, remarking that he seems to have gotten older as well, even controlling his strength because he could have died. The Sword Saint takes a few steps, his thoughts heavy. It would be inconvenient if he actually died, but who would have thought this would happen? Kim Seo-jun responds, stating that he was surprised as well. The Sword Saint asks him to be honest, questioning if he actually dislikes that youngin that much. The Sword Saint scoffs, calling him an eyesore and stating that if he could get rid of him, he would gladly do so. The Sword Saint is asked if it's not because Seo-jun favors that youngin a lot. The Sword Saint suggests leaving the small talk there. The leg of a hospital bed stands silently. The Sword Saint sits at Kim Seo-jun's bedside, his hands clasped tightly in his lap. A stern expression hardens the Sword Saint's face. The Sword Saint asks, his voice low, just what exactly happened at that place? Kim Seo-jun lies in his hospital bed, his expression unreadable. It's hard to believe. A sterile hospital room stands ready. A monstrous entity lurks. A mutant appeared in the dungeon while trying to find the order of truth. The Sword Saint stands, listening intently. That punk. The Sword Saint chuckles, then sighs. You should have seen it with your own eyes. The man in the suit stands with his arms crossed. It seems that you're still unable to acknowledge that youngin, the Sword Saint is told. The Sword Saint listens. He replies, that's right. Even if what you said was true, I won't acknowledge him. Honestly. A voice declares that the current pro-hunters are not to be trusted. The Sword Saint listens intently, his expression unreadable. The voice continues, stating that even the overly stretched S-classes are nothing. Another voice agrees, stating that they were thinking the same. The Sword Saint sits in a chair, listening to the old man who is lying in a hospital bed. The narration states that when it comes to the heroes of Cataclysm, both the Sword Saint and the Magic Saint would be thinking the same. The narration continues, stating that being a pro-hunter now is nothing more than a lucrative job. The narration states that they weren't denying the arrival of the new era since they looked forward to peace more than anyone else. However, the Sword Saint's expression is serious as he listens. The narration states that the meaning of a pro-hunter was different in that. The narration asks, once all the heroes disappear and the body of that thread is awakened, will the world even have the power to fight against it? The Sword Saint states that he doesn't know, but that may be the goal of the Order of Truth. But, Sword Saint, someone who was believed to be nothing achieved the impossible. Our era is passing. A woman points towards a sword floating in the air, her expression intense. The man beside her looks on with a concerned expression. Someone walks down a hallway. Well, it might have even already passed, we just haven't realized it yet. The man looks on with a concerned expression. What are you saying? The Sword Saint's face is shown in close-up, his expression serious. The Sword Saint's face is shown in close-up, his expression serious. A lot of time sure has passed, Sword Saint. The man stands, a stoic figure amidst the aftermath, as the woman buries her face into his chest. Tears stream down her face, a torrent of relief and gratitude. She whispers his name, Seo-jun. A crutch lies discarded on the floor, a testament to the recent struggle. Clinging to him, she says, thank you for saving me, really. He dismisses her gratitude with a simple phrase, it was nothing. He stands in a hospital gown, a faint smile gracing his lips as a woman watches him from behind. It was said that the best scenery in the world is the scene of everything going back to the way it was. As time passed, the three of them were discharged from the hospital one by one, and everyone was able to return to where they originally were meant to. However, there are a few things that I'll do it. I'll definitely do it. The first change was that the magic saint took on Suyin as his disciple. Seo-jun stands with two other men in hospital gowns. The next was receiving the promised payment for saving the magic saint's life, 10 billion Korean wons. A voice asks, are you sure? Seo-jun stands with another man in a hospital gown. I told you, the price of my life isn't so cheap. I was going to give it back to society anyways. Don't feel burdened and use it wherever you need. A figure is bathed in a blinding light, their expression serene. Someone gasps, shielding their eyes from the intense glow. That light! They exclaim, seemingly awestruck. A voice reflects, mentioning returning the Azure Dragon sword to the Sword Saint after using 500 million Korean wons. The speaker admits they almost died in the process, but a shadowy figure declares, I will. A figure screams in terror, pleading with a headmaster as they are attacked. Kill you, a voice shouts. I returned it as I promised, the figure cries out. Anyways, a screen displays Heracles' lecture progress at plus 47.3%, total 49.3%. It wasn't the intention, but thanks to the situation, the speaker was able to obtain the Gungnir and a large sum of 9.5 billion Korean wons. Holding a phone, a character wonders how they withstood the Sword Saint's punch. With those items, the speaker was able to increase the progress in Heracles' course by 47.3%. Someone exclaims with joy, oh, friend, you're finally back. A voice asks, hey, were you even worried about me? How could you not visit even once? Someone replies, no, I was really worried. But Nunim said that you were doing fine, so I assumed you were well. A character gives a thumbs up, saying, and on top of that, you're an awesome friend, so I believed you'd be fine in no time. A small figure responds with a casual agreement. A woman in a pink blazer stands with a neutral expression. The woman is asked if she is all right, while two men stand in the background. A voice assures that there are no issues. Two figures stand together, one pointing a finger. A man offers to get something right away for someone. The text reflects on the consistency of the Dream Academy despite many changes. A character looks surprised and questions how many they counted. The text describes a place that feels like home. A street scene is depicted. The text mentions God power from the last lecture. A task. Once in a while, there are students like that. That student is probably surprised. Probably surprised about the lecture progress that suddenly went up, right? There's nothing to be surprised about since this lecture was made with the intent to teach you God power in the first place. To put it simply, you just realized what you wanted to learn in this lecture, so that's why your progress rose by that much. Kim Seo-jun looks at his phone and says, I see. However, are you thinking that this means you don't have to listen to the lectures anymore? That's ridiculous. That's lousy. A muscular man throws a punch. God power is a power close to its source. A muscular man lifts weights. A muscular man lifts weights. Therefore, unless you have a body that's been trained to its limit, then you won't be able to withstand the power of God power. For the purpose of building a body capable of handling God power, Hercules flexes his muscles. The muscles bulge. With that said, the real lecture starts now. However, Kim Seo-jun thinks his body is in a state where it won't be able to keep up with that power, so the only answer is muscle training. Still, was it because his progress in the lecture was 49.3% done? He finished Hercules' daily assignment faster than usual, so he even has time left over. If it's like this, then he can probably apply for another lecture. So, to sum it all up, he is currently able to use God power, but there's still no sight of the heavens equal Great Sage's course. Should he just buy an elixir instead? Kim Seo-jun's eyes widen. If he has enough mana to retrieve the Gungnir, that's no different than being a walking calamity. On top of that, the Transcendent Shop is overflowing with elixirs to supplement that lack of mana. Purification oil, freshener, nectar, elixir. Gesturing slightly, it seemed better to Kim Seo-jun to listen to a lecture. Kim Seo-jun held his phone, considering the options. Aside from everything else, he wouldn't be able to completely absorb the energy from the elixir as of now. Even though he had Merlin's lecture, strictly speaking, it wasn't about mana cultivation, but instead about mana understanding. In order to completely absorb the energy from the elixir, he'd have to learn more about mana cultivation. If it was a lecture he had to learn anyway, then the time to learn it was probably now, especially since he also had 9.5 billion Korean won saved. Kim Seo-jun texted his mentor. Mentor, I happen to have enough causality, so if you can recommend me any good lectures relating to mana cultivation, please let me know. He pressed send. Kim Seo-jun looked at his phone. Huh? He replied right away. Lectures that deal with mana are key cultivation and mana cultivation. If you want to pursue safety, then select key cultivation. If you want to pursue efficiency, then select mana cultivation. If you want to choose key cultivation, Zhang Sanfeng and Lu Dongbin's lectures are great. And if you want to choose mana cultivation, Arthur and Siegfried's lectures are great. But it's different for each individual, so I recommend listening to the sample lectures first. He recommended quite a variety. It seemed like something changes based on safety or efficiency. Kim Seo-jun stared intently at his phone. He wondered if he should check out the prices first, since he had 9.5 billion Korean wons. There had to be a lecture he could take with that. A woman looks up, her expression unreadable. So, she murmurs. The woman in the pink suit remains silent. A disembodied voice echoes, the words glowing with an eerie light. Since you need money, you want me to tell you if there are any contests soon? A woman stands over Kim Seo-jun, her face obscured by shadow. A voice responds, dripping with sarcasm. Yes, Mr. Seo-jun. Seo-jun looks up, his expression a mix of weariness and resignation. The unseen woman's voice rises in pitch, laced with frustration. Just where are you spending all your money that you're always asking for it? Money, money. Are you singing a song? The woman in the pink suit explodes in anger, her face contorted with rage. Are you raising some kind of cash-eating pet? The voice continues, dripping with sarcasm. Or does your money just evaporate on its own? System windows appear, advertising meditation courses. First step towards the heaven ascension. Anguish in one's heart. Meet your full self, each costing a staggering sum. Seo-jun's eyes widen in shock as he sees the registration costs. Seo-jun Kim laments that it's not just that. The registration fee for every one of them is all 10 billion won, and he's just 500 million won short. Two figures react to the news, one stating that they are going crazy as well. Another figure mentions that there is one contest at a closer date. A woman asks how much the prize money is. The winner gets 3 billion won. However, there's an issue. A man looks on with a questioning expression. A woman states that you can only enter this contest as a team. A woman is shown holding money. A woman explains that they can only enter the competition if they are in a team with at least 3 members of the same academy. The man with green hair states that this is a big problem. Kim Seo-jun exclaims that he knows how to do it. The narrator explains that right now, there are only 2 students in the Dream Academy, Minhyul and Kim Seo-jun. It's stated that if it's the Minhyul they know, he should be able to do his part without a problem. The man with green hair wonders if there is anyone interested in joining the Dream Academy. He asks what the other person thinks. The woman apologizes. The narrator explains that besides the new recruit being trustworthy or not is also an issue. The man with black hair wonders if there is anyone worth contacting. The narrator explains that they need someone who is trustworthy enough to be able to enter the contest together with them. He is described as a wannabe hunter who hasn't enrolled in an academy yet. Seo-jun Kim asks if there is anyone present. He thinks to himself that he won't expect much, just one person. The woman with pink hair tilts her head, a curious expression on her face. Meanwhile, a man in a black jacket runs a hand through his hair, looking stressed. He calls out the name, Suyin. A woman in a pink blazer asks, what? Another woman asks what they would say if Suyin wanted to enroll in their Dream Academy. Are they perhaps planning on recruiting Suyin and then? Yes, he's going to head out for a bit. Wait a moment. Suyin is already a disciple of the Magic Saint. An academy just for a contest? Suyin? Who's that? It doesn't only have to be for the contest. Magic Saint's residence. Please wait here for a moment. The Magic Saint will be out shortly. Few to be able to meet the Magic Saint with just a call. How comfortable. Ho ho. The Sword Saint sits, his expression thoughtful. He speaks. It's only been a few days since you met this old man. What would you need to see me for? The standing man observes a cane resting against the Sword Saint's chair. He wonders, a cane? The Sword Saint's residence is quiet. A thought bubble appears. Is his body unwell? It seems we're meeting sooner than I thought, Magic Saint. The Sword Saint sits across from the man. He states, if it's you, it's always a. The Sword Saint asks, how is Suyin? The man standing speaks, his tone surprised. The man exclaims, she has been all over the place since she was trying to demonstrate elemental magic. Once she starts focusing on something, she doesn't let it go until she figures it out. The man questions, what? Elemental magic. A thought bubble appears. Already? Hasn't it only been 2 days since she became the Magic Saint's disciple? A narration box reads, the first thing they teach you when you enter a hunter academy is mana proficiency and mana cultivation. And if it's your first time learning mana proficiency for the first time, I'm sure it would take 2 to 3 weeks to learn. The Sword Saint is shown in the background. A narration box reads, I was also astonished. Not just astonished. I almost blacked out. Learning mana proficiency took her less than a day. The man sitting on the couch wonders if it has been less than a day. He continues, saying he was surprised, and even Jimin would have taken a whole day. The Sword Saint chuckles. The Sword Saint exclaims that he has decided to dedicate the rest of his short life to helping that child grow, and he didn't know it could be so fun. The man looks surprised. He asks what brings the Sword Saint here, but his mouth won't move. The Sword Saint begins to explain. The Sword Saint's hands rest on his cane. The Sword Saint chuckles, saying that's why he disappeared. He muses that the Dark Saint's disciple was in Sion's academy, and this is also his first time hearing that he had a disciple. The Sword Saint explains that the Dark Saint is being wary of the Order of Truth, so he isn't even contacting his disciple directly, and he has asked him to pass his words on. He adds that he is already being watched by the Order of Truth, and wonders if Seoyun will also eventually become a target. He gestures with an open palm, his expression serious. The Sword Saint warns, besides, even if Seoyun is just a student, who knows when the Order of Truth might go after you, Magic Saint. The Sword Saint rests his hands on his cane, his expression unreadable. Kim Seo-jun replies, however, if Seo-jun, someone they can't see, is involved, They won't be able to mess with anyone easily. Seo-jun clenches his fist, determination etched on his face. The Sword Saint responds, so you're saying you want her to enroll in the same academy and move in together? The Sword Saint continues, of course, if that happens, the time you can train Suyin will have to decrease, but... The Sword Saint's expression is contemplative as he strokes his chin. Kim Seo-jun thinks to himself, Manchul Ajusi's daughter and is like my sister. Seo-jun thinks, to be honest, even if it wasn't for this fact, I was going to make this proposal anyways. The Sword Saint takes a sip from his glass, his gaze intense. The Sword Saint muses, even the Dark Saints like that. It's not something I can impatiently think about just because I don't have much time. Kim Seo-jun exclaims in surprise. Seo-jun considers something, then agrees. The Sword Saint smiles faintly. The Sword Saint reflects. For Suyin's sake, I can't hold on to her for so long. Seo-jun thinks, and now that I think about it, building up experience from fighting here, and there is an incredible training plan. Meanwhile, Suyin greets someone with a polite, hello. Someone exclaims, oh my, Suyin, I'm glad you're here. A young man asks, are you Suyin? Nice to meet you. The young man introduces himself as Minhyul Lee, adding, I heard you were the Magic Saint's disciple. Minhyul Lee silences someone with his hand. His hand presses firmly over her mouth, stifling any sound. Minhyul Lee's eyes narrowed. He told her not to say that to anyone other than him. Suyin's eyes widened in surprise as she was silenced. Minhyul Lee spoke, identifying himself as the Dark Saint's disciple. He silences her again. Minhyul Lee questioned why she was saying it, since she was told not to tell anyone. He added that it's fine when he does it. Suyin was confused, asking how that makes sense. She was told not to take it up with him and to go talk to her mentor. Minhyul Lee identified Suyin Suk as the Magic Saint's disciple, but the two stood close together. Minhyul Lee warned her not to get any funny ideas even if she thinks she's pretty, because she's still a high schooler. Suyin was flustered, saying that she's graduating soon and asking until when he's going to keep. The introductions are complete. It seems everyone is up to speed. Lee Minhyul states his presence. Minhyul's hand gestures as he speaks. Kim Seo-jun leans back, his hands behind his head. Suk Suyin stands by, listening to the conversation. Minhyul declares that the three of them will enter a team contest. The three stand together, ready to take on the challenge. Seo-jun Kim expresses his excitement about the three of them being on one team. Suyin wonders if she will be able to do well. Minhyul assures her that there's no need to be overwhelmed since he and Minhyul are there. Seo-jun agrees, stating that he's pretty good, but their friend is really something else. Seo-jun thinks to himself that they probably aren't even needed. He sighs, a small smile playing on his lips. The woman in the pink suit states that now that they've decided to enter, they need to decide on a team name. Seo-jun looks surprised as he hears the suggestion of a team name. A voice asks if he has a name in mind. Suyin hums thoughtfully, her finger to her chin, as Minhyul looks on. All eyes turn to Seo-jun. Seo-jun wonders why everyone is looking at him. A voice declares that he should decide, since he's their leader. Another voice agrees, saying that Seo-jun should decide, since he's the leader. Seo-jun asks what they mean by leader. A voice explains that he should be the leader since he basically created the team. Even Miss Seo-yun agrees. Seo-jun thinks to himself that he was only focused on entering the contest and didn't think about anything else, like a team name. The group continues to look at Seo-jun, awaiting his decision. He pauses, looking up at the building. The sign reads, Dream Hunter Academy. Suk Suyin asks what he thinks about Dream Team. The others look on, awaiting his decision. The group seems to like the name and its meaning. Lee Minhyul expresses his approval. Suk Suyin suggests Dream Academy's Dream Team. Seo-jun smiles. Seo-jun says all right. The team name will be the Dream Team. The only goal is to win, so let's work hard until the contest. Wow. And with that, we expanded past Korea. Kim Seo-jun is seen in action. Our name was brought up everywhere. And that's how the Dream Team was formed. Bonus Comic Corner. Suk Suyin looks surprised. Lee Minhyul is focused on his device. A Magic Saint's disciple is startled by a sudden burst of energy. The disciple's outburst causes a nearby woman and a man taking a picture to react in surprise. A screen displays a countdown, warning that the hunter exam is getting closer. A cloaked figure stands before a computer, working diligently. Someone wonders if this is the mentor's plan to fuse all the dimensions. A large, looming figure with glowing eyes appears. A hand places a white card on a wooden surface. A voice echoes, filled with disbelief. Tage, this is? Someone offers assistance, stating that if what they have isn't enough, they'll give as much as needed. A threatening message appears, so get away from my. Sion's name is displayed prominently. A sound effect reverberates. The question hangs in the air, what will Seo-jun choose? The message urges readers to look out for Season 2. A message reads, just kidding. A small figure comments that this guy lies every time he opens his mouth. A message expresses gratitude. Thank you for. The message states that they are staying through Season 1's first 10 months and asks readers to look forward to their return with Season 2. The series will return with Season 2 in 3 weeks. A stylized figure is shown. The illustrator, Kyujanu, expresses gratitude for the reader's support and looks forward to Season 2. The words, Raid Battle, are emblazoned across the screen in golden letters. The competition is organized by private organizations, not the government or the association. In simple terms, it's a competition sponsored by large guilds. The reason why large guilds hold such competitions by using a huge amount of money in the form of sponsorships was simple. It's to call dibs on exceptional students. There are pro hunters that work alone too. But most pro hunters belong to a guild and work as a team. As such, their intention is not just to judge individual strength, but also how they perform with a team and what kind of potential they have. A hunter faces a large wolf-like monster. A hunter stands ready with a sword. They then recruit students with promising talents in advance. This intention was hidden in this raid battle. Two men shake hands in front of a large emblem. As a result, large guilds began lobbying the government and associations under the pretext of sponsorships. Smelling the scent of that money, several broadcasting stations and various organizations came together. Thus, the current competition was born. Only the cadets of League 1 and League 2 Hunter Academies can participate. Therefore, this raid battle competition can be said to be where all the money and attention are focused on. It's a competition for the elites. One of the men looks confused. The other man wonders if that is Young Siwoo of Jan. A sense of awe fills the air. One voice wonders if Park Eun-young and Do Min-jun are also present. The Jan members appear determined. The Jan Academy's class team consists of 3 of Jan's top 5 members. Someone exclaims that it's crazy if that's the extent of Jan, questioning who will come from Hunter Mills and Ale. The speaker is shocked that not only Young Siwoo, but even Park Eun-young and Do Min-jun are participating. The speaker wonders if those academies send their best cadets too. One of the men speculates if Lee Hae-eun is coming from Hunter Mills. Lee Hae-eun, the cadet said to be the greatest talent in the history of pro hunters, is the topic of conversation. One man wonders if it's time for him to come out. Someone mentions that the disciples of the 5 heroes are participating as well. Another dismisses this as nonsense. The man scoffs at the idea of the disciples of the 5 heroes participating. One of the men questions why those kinds of people would take in mere cadets as their disciples, noting that the country is overflowing with S-class pro hunters who want to learn from them. Another wonders why their captain isn't being talked about, since he's famous too. 3 figures stand together, their expressions unreadable. A close-up reveals the torso of a figure wearing a dark jacket. A voice wonders why they would be famous. A web of silk shimmers, ready to ensnare its prey. A monstrous spider lurks, its multiple eyes gleaming with predatory intent. Hunters clash with the arachnid horde, blades meeting chitin in a shower of sparks. The spider's legs, tipped with razor-sharp points, move with deadly speed. A massive spider leg descends, poised to crush anything beneath it. Lee Do-hyun, a B-class hunter belonging to the Ares Guild, adjusts his tie, a thoughtful expression on his face. Sudra Academy's hunter team failed after 37 minutes and 12 seconds. One of the observers wondered why so many teams were failing in the first round. Another observer commented that the difficulty of the dungeon set this time must be quite high, adding that Young Jimin's research was also a factor. The observer mused about mutants and how they were applied to the artificial dungeon this time. It was thought that this must be why the student teams were failing one after another without being able to clear it. Someone concluded that this must be the reason. The master would be surprised at these results. A beep sounded as someone wondered if they should look at the teams that were still holding on. The first team cleared round 1. Jane Academy's class team cleared the dungeon in 30 minutes and 12 seconds. Someone wondered about Jane, Hunter Mills, and Ale, noting that they must not have cleared it yet and that there must be a time difference. Another beep sounded as someone realized that someone else must have cleared it too, noting the difference because the entry order is different. A man rests his chin on his hand, deep in thought. A voice wonders who is responsible this time, mentioning Hunter Mills. The sign for Dream Academy flickers overhead. Someone wonders aloud about the academy and the time. A sharp sound echoes. 2 men stand side by side, question marks floating beside them. A voice expresses disbelief. 9 minutes? It seems impossible. Someone shouts, believing there's an error in the machine and ordering someone to check it. The electronic display shows a clearing time of 9 minutes, doesn't it? The group gathers for a meeting, discussing a possible error in marking. A voice says they will confirm it in a second. 2 men stand together, one asking if his assumption was correct. It's no wonder 9 minutes and 34 seconds doesn't make sense. The meter malfunctioned for a moment, delaying the measurement by 30 seconds. 2 men stand in what appears to be an office. The man in the foreground is bald and wears a purple shirt with question marks on it. The bald man is asked what he said. He replies that it was delayed, not accelerated. The rectified time will be displayed right away. The Dream Academy Dream Team cleared in 9 minutes and 4 seconds. A close-up view of a monster's face. The monster is identified as a 7-star monster named Arachne. The monster Arachne is shown again. If Instructor Arachne hears about the name of this monster, she'd be horrified. The real Arachne is currently teaching sewing skills to nurture freshmen and familiarize them with the industry at the Transcendence Academy. Let's save Gungnir for unexpected situations. A barrage of spider webs shoots towards Seojun. More webs close in, their sticky strands whistling through the air. The webs continue their relentless assault, seeking to ensnare him. He is completely surrounded, caught in a dense thicket of sticky threads. Spiderweb, which is said to boast incredible strength and elasticity. However, Seojun grips his weapon, preparing to strike back against the encroaching webs. Is this Arachnes? With a powerful swing, he cleaves through the webs, shattering their fragile structure. He swings his sword, a blue arc of energy cutting through the air. The blade picks up speed, the dungeon air whistling as it gains momentum. It's a mere strand of thread in front of the lance of Longinus, Seojun thinks. Keek. The spider questions. The sword connects, a flash of light erupting as it strikes Keek. The blade continues its path, slicing through Keek's defenses. Sparks fly as the sword tears through the spider's exoskeleton. Seojun continues his assault, his expression grim. The sword continues to cut through Keek. The blue energy intensifies as the sword finds its mark. The sword continues its relentless assault on Keek. Suk Suyin watches the ongoing battle, her eyes wide with amazement. The fight unfolds before her, and she thinks, they're both amazing. She observes the monsters falling with ease. The majority of these monsters are falling down without even putting up a fight, aren't they? Clenching her fists, Suk Suyin resolves, I can't stand by either. Meanwhile, Seojun Kim focuses his energy, thinking, I haven't learned a lot of magic spells yet. He stands within a glowing magic circle, raising his staff, preparing to unleash his power. The air crackles with energy as the spell begins to take shape. Tendrils of blue energy erupt from the circle, swirling around him. The magical energy intensifies, arcane symbols glowing brightly. The spell reaches its full potential, a vortex of raw power. With a surge, the energy is unleashed, a torrent of blue magic. The spell hurtles towards the battlefield, ready to strike. Tendrils of dark energy writhe around Seojun Kim as he smirks. The Dream Team has cleared the challenge with 9 minutes and 4 seconds to spare. An admirer exclaims that the captain amazes him every time. The admirer continues, stating that he sees him every time. Someone wonders how this could be. Someone is told to shut it. The admirer is acting shy. Someone is asked what happened to all his weapons. Seojun Kim nonchalantly admits that he threw them all away. Someone questions his actions, and Seojun Kim explains that the master didn't like him using a lot of them. The group continues to discuss the situation. Seojun Kim is seen with twin daggers. A voice questions why the arrows weren't used earlier, instead of the daggers. Kim Seojun stands with another individual, explaining that he needed to protect Suyin, and using the arrows would require him to deal damage from a long distance. He adds that he would have had to leave her alone otherwise. Silence hangs in the air. Someone calls out, addressing someone as Appa. A man expresses his confusion. A voice whispers that people are looking at them. Murmurs ripple through the crowd, questioning if 9 minutes is even possible. Someone wonders if it's an error, then recognizes Kim Seojun. The crowd buzzes with recognition. Kim Seojun, the one who won Hunter Mill's mock exam, stands nearby. Another voice questions if Lee Minyul is beside him. Kim Seojun's expression hardens. Light flares around Kim Seojun. Lee Minyul stands beside Kim Seojun as they are observed by others. The intensity of the stare felt like a physical sting. A palpable tension filled the air as onlookers whispered amongst themselves. Was that Young Saiwoo? The thought echoed in the observer's mind. A hushed conversation rippled through the crowd as people took notice. A voice squealed with delight. They're finally recognizing us. Another voice, laced with embarrassment, pleaded, both of you are so embarrassing. Someone chuckled, observing, it's quite noisy, isn't it? The announcement boomed. At the greatest Hunter Mills Academy, the sacred team cleared in 31 minutes and 11 seconds. A group of onlookers watched with rapt attention. A voice declared, now watch all you want. This is what you call a true elite. No, Kim Seojun. As expected, Young Saiwoo. The murmurs spread through the crowd. Surprisingly, no one paid any attention as a student muttered, excuse me, let me pass by. The screen displays the results. Ale Academy, Leona team, cleared in 32 minutes and 24 seconds. Round 2 begins. The challenge, collect all the magic crystals in the dungeon before time runs out. Task clear speed is the scoring criteria. Hunters race through the dungeon, question marks floating above their heads as they search for the crystals. The Dream Academy team clears the round in 4 minutes and 23 seconds, securing first place. Round 3 commences. This time, the objective is to eliminate the artificial monster, Link Bell. Raid duration will determine the score. Energy beams crisscross the arena as the hunters engage the massive mechanical monster. The Dream Academy team clears the round in just 19 seconds, once again claiming first place. Round 4 begins. The scene shifts to a mystical forest, ancient trees twisting towards the sky. Hunters battle amidst the glowing flora, energy crackling through the air. The Dryad Forest. The scoring criteria, endurance time. A team member shouts, reporting that he has no arrows left for the captain. Seojun Kim narrows his eyes, a steely resolve hardening his gaze. A voice booms, declaring that they will take care of the place, urging the captain to eliminate the enemies. Seojun Kim responds with a determined, okay. Drawing his sword, he prepares to strike. The blade flashes upwards, gathering momentum. The sword descends, wreathed in blue energy. The arc of the blade intensifies, now crackling with red energy. The swing continues, the energy shifting to a vibrant green. The blade accelerates, the blue energy intensifying. The sword slices through the air, leaving a trail of blood. The strike lands with brutal force, eliciting a monstrous scream. The echoing roar of Keek reverberates through the dungeon. The monstrous sound continues to fill the air. He glances upward, his brow furrowed in concern. Seojun Kim stands amidst the remnants of the battle, his gaze drawn upwards. He pauses, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. A luminous sphere hangs suspended in the air, radiating an ethereal glow. The orb pulses with an otherworldly light, casting long shadows across the dungeon floor. Seojun Kim wonders if it's some kind of medium that regenerates monsters. Keek's face contorts in rage, a silent scream of fury. He stands ready, the spear glowing with an ethereal blue light. The spear flashes, leaving trails of blue energy in its wake. The tip of the spear crackles with intense power, ready to strike. Seojun Kim wonders aloud, shall I test it out? The spear hurtles forward, a streak of blue against the darkness. An explosion of energy erupts as the spear finds its mark. The moon hangs silently in the sky, an indifferent witness to the unfolding events. The night is still, save for the distant sounds of the battle. The moon casts an eerie glow over the landscape, illuminating the scene. The force of the impact shatters the air, energy discharging in a violent burst. Seojun Kim leaps forward, spear in hand, ready for the next strike. He wonders aloud if Gungnir simply passed through the air. Seojun questions if he made a mistake thinking something was there in the first place. The air hangs heavy with uncertainty. His senses definitely showed him something. Seojun grips the spear, his brow furrowed in thought. The lance of Longinus gleams faintly in the dim light. Come to think of it, unlike Gungnir, he hasn't fully understood Longinus' powers yet. Though maybe. A flicker of determination crosses Seojun's face. The air crackles with unseen energy. From above, the lance of Longinus descends, aimed at an unseen target. A blinding light fills the space. The spear pierces through the darkness, creating a shockwave. Kim Seojun, bathed in a blue aura, prepares to unleash the spear's power. A voice echoes, filled with determination. Let's just give it a try. Seojun Kim's expression is one of grim resolve as he grips the lance of Longinus. A surge of energy emanates from the spear. The light intensifies, obscuring everything. The air crackles with raw power. Elsewhere, figures stand within a protective green circle. The spear once again pierces through an unseen barrier. A desperate cry rings out. Du Minjun, you must stay in the center. Don't worry. He is being praised for holding up well. The team cleared the dungeon in 44 minutes and 51 seconds. This should be enough to overwhelm the other team. They didn't make any mistakes this time, right? The team walks forward, having cleared the dungeon. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Jung Saiwa must be happy too. It's literally the best possible result they could achieve by overcoming their limits. It's the dream team. One of the observers admits he is going to give up trying to comprehend the captain. How in the world did he do that? Seeing how they came out first even though they entered at the same time as us, they think they won this time. Let's check the time. As expected, was everything. They did up until now a fluke? What's wrong with the record? He felt a jolt of surprise. What could the reason be? His eyes widened, a surge of disbelief washing over him. A furrow deepened between his brows, a silent question forming on his lips. A murmur rippled through the crowd. No way. Is that even possible? A voice echoed in his mind, questioning the very nature of reality. No one should have been able to see through the true nature of the dungeon's core, though. He looked up, a flicker of understanding beginning to dawn in his eyes. His thoughts drifted back to the Hunter Mills mock test he had participated in less than a month ago. A disembodied voice wonders how someone could get so much stronger in such a short time. Another voice contemplates what would happen if those individuals could enter the professional hunter world as soon as the pro hunter exams end in a few months. The voice continues, stating that even 1 year would be needed, and that there will be substantial ripple effects. A character, unseen, declares that they have to recruit them no matter what. Someone refers to another as Master, wondering how many funds are available in their guild if they keep going at this rate. A man with a name tag looks up, a determined expression on his face. An unseen character states that they didn't bring it up because they wanted to nitpick. A character's face is shown in close-up, with a look of annoyance. A spear is shown, gleaming with power. A voice wonders if it's serious. Seojun Kim, holding the spear, smirks. He speculates that Longinus might have an effect of ignoring the mana barrier. The same goes for something else, as a demon-like figure appears. The text reads, for Gungnir. In the end, he settled down with their differences. He had a feeling that it wouldn't uniquely be the Longinus' effect, but Kim Seojun raises Longinus, a concentrated power gathering around the spear. The text reads, let's just give it a try. Determination etched on his face, Kim Seojun prepares to unleash the spear's power. Longinus hums with contained energy, ready to be unleashed. With a mighty swing, Kim Seojun unleashes Longinus' power, a trail of blue energy following the spear's arc. The ground trembles beneath the force of the unleashed power. A swirling vortex of energy manifests, a testament to Longinus' destructive potential. The air crackles with the sound of raw power. Fragments of energy dissipate, leaving a lingering sense of immense power. He muses that Gungnir didn't work, but the lance of Longinus did. The tip of Longinus rests on the floor. A voice wonders if Longinus's ability can deliver a direct blow to the target's very existence. The lance of Longinus glows with power. Kim Seojin thinks he still needs to do more tests for comparison. Another person observes that the Dryads suddenly disappeared, and they thought the captain wiped them all out. Someone thinks that no matter how much they think about it, it makes no sense, and Kim Seojin certainly didn't have the power to collapse a dungeon. A voice demands to know what tricks he used. The tip of Longinus is shown. Several people stand observing. Jang Saiwoo is mentioned. Someone notes that his team members are surprised and wonders if he is not there as their representative. Seojin Kim asks what the other person means by tricks. Park Seoyun retorts, questioning if he is going to make excuses. An angry voice exclaims, "This son of..." A voice asks if the other thinks they cheated. A voice declares that there is no other explanation for their current situation. A distant view shows several figures standing in a large room. Kim Seojun admits that Kim Seojun is outstanding. A voice recalls hearing about what happened during the Hunter Mills mock test a while ago. However, an unmeasurable record for this fourth round is absolutely impossible. If it's Lee Hae-eun, then maybe. A character's legs are shown. Park Seoyun and Kim Seojun are seen together. One of the students exclaims, questioning if they are running away after messing with them. Another student walks past. Someone walks by, thinking they were more upset than they thought, to think they would compare. A voice comments on the idiot with that girl, stating that she is in a completely different class compared to them. More students walk by. One of the students questions what the hell, stating that the guy just says whatever he wants. Another student tells him that they are angry too, but to calm down, as the last round is going to start soon. A pack sound effect is heard. One of the students asks if their victory isn't already decided. One of the students says that they know right, since they were placed first in all the rounds so far. Another student thinks that it's easier than they thought, so they are a little disappointed. One of the students thinks that they still have to work hard. A student approaches the group, asking, "Excuse me, Dream Team." The student is now standing in front of the group. One of the students asks if he can help. Another student responds, hesitating. The group of students stands together, listening. The approaching student declares that he is there to give them all an offer. The student scratches the back of his neck. Kim Seojun looks up, questioning the offer. The student awaits their response. A voice declared that they were there to give everyone an offer. One of the students questioned the offer. The voice confirmed, stating that if they agreed, they would be given the competition's 6.5 billion won prize pool, which was all of the prize pool. The students looked shocked. The voice continued, stating that in return, there was one condition. There would be a 9-star monster in round 5. One of the students confirmed that they had heard a 9-star monster would be the boss. The voice explained that although it wouldn't be as strong as a real 9-star monster as it was conjured by sorcery, it was definitely not a monster that a few cadets could subdue. A monstrous creature with glowing eyes and sharp teeth was shown. The voice stated that the goal of round 5 wasn't to defeat the boss. A man with short gray hair looked on. The voice explained that the goal was to evaluate how students attacked powerful monsters and how fast they adapted to their surroundings. The terms of the challenge are being laid out, and the students are taking it all in. The challenge will be evaluated comprehensively to measure their score. The voice continues, explaining that defeating the boss will give them the highest possible score. However, no team has ever succeeded in doing so in the annual raid battles. The man considers the terms, perhaps the condition. The voice responds, agreeing with the man's assessment. He's right. The voice booms, demanding that they defeat the boss. The students stand together, contemplating the challenge. The voice explains that if the boss is not defeated, the Dream Team must forfeit all of their prize money. The man's expression hardens as he considers the stakes. The texture of his jacket is visible. One of the students wonders what would happen if they refused. The students stand together, considering the implications of the challenge and the potential consequences of refusal. A man stands alone in a large room, seemingly addressing someone off-panel. The voice assures that there will be no disadvantage, calling it just an offer. They can proceed with round 5 according to the existing rules and receive the contest's prize money if they win. The voice clarifies that they aren't the ones giving the offer. A man with dark green hair laughs. The voice states that the 3 great academies must have used their influence, as they got pushed out of the rankings. The voice emphasizes the importance of taking Jung Saiwa's reaction into account, as the other academies must have thought they cheated as well. A woman with dark hair and a stern expression considers that the academies must have thought she cheated as well. The voice suggests that the 3 great academies must be trying to destroy the Dream Team and restore their lost pride through this offer. 3 figures stand together, listening intently. The group stands in silence, their footwear visible. The man with dark green hair says he doesn't care and that they can make the decision, Captain. He gestures with a smile, but admits, me neither. I haven't done much, so? From the perspective of the organizers, they are actually looking forward to the Dream Team accepting this offer. A man with a name tag looks on, his expression unreadable. Since there's no tension in this raid battle. Someone clears their throat. Well, from broadcasting to searching for sponsors, they must have it rough. What should I do? If they fail, they will lose the 3 billion won that they were supposed to receive. A man leans forward, saying, May I present a counteroffer? What's it? The total prize pool for this tournament is 6.5 billion won. Please use your influence to tell the offeror to increase the prize money to a total of 10 billion won. The group stands together, awaiting the response. Then we will. The offer hangs in the air as the group listens intently. A voice expresses disbelief at the sum. 10 billion won? Kim Seojun stands with his arms outstretched, seemingly in the middle of a discussion with the others. A voice argues that there's no merit in accepting the offer if it means putting themselves in danger. Another voice points out that they will still receive 3 billion won in prize money, even if they do nothing. Kim Seojun glances to the side, a thoughtful expression on his face. A calculation is presented, 500 million won right now, and if they divide 6.5 billion by 3, they will each receive a little more than 2 billion won. The screen displays a warning. After spending the 500 million, the remaining 1.5 billion won won't be enough to cover the ever-increasing causality. The screen continues to display information about the situation. A close-up of a face, shadowed and determined, reveals the thought. He needs the prize money increased to 10 billion won. A voice declares that with that amount, he will be able to buy both the lectures and elixirs. Kim Seojun's eyes narrow, a determined glint in them. The man in the suit declares that the situation is reason enough to take risks. The man simply says so. A disembodied voice asks if they will accept the offer. Someone expresses their surprise that the dream team would make such a counteroffer. The man with green hair looks concerned. Someone thinks that they clearly saw through the organizer's intention and that only their fighting sense was good. One of the figures thinks that they thought they would refuse and that there's no need for the dream team to take on such a risk. The man with short black hair states that it just shows how confident they are. The man with green hair wonders if they will really be able to do it, noting that they are all talking about the dream team. The bald man thinks it's possible. Manchal Juicy startles, nearly spilling his drink. The monster that will be conjured this time would be a revenant, right? The revenant looms, a grotesque figure of stitched flesh and malevolent intent. The revenant, an undead type 9-star monster, feels no pain and needs to be killed twice to truly die. Nothing special, my ass. Hello? It's a 9-star monster. Excuse us, passing through. Still, if it's the dream team, I think it's possible. They are doing great so far, but... Kim Seojun listens intently. Well, now that we're here, let's wait and see. Seojun Kim watches the arena. The camera focuses on a pair of feet walking on a patterned floor. Inside the dungeon of the Q-star monster. The camera focuses on another pair of feet wearing sneakers. Suyun asks if the captain was always like that, possessed by a money ghost. Seojun Kim stands with the group. He thinks to himself that the captain was always obsessed with money, but it wasn't this bad. These brats. Someone says, seriously, don't you think our captain is possessed by? The group cheers, oh yeah. Anyway, this is the last round with 10 billion won on the line. Let's do our best. Someone thinks, Shadowy tendrils writhe in the darkness, their forms outlined by a sinister red glow. The air crackles with an unseen energy. The tendrils coalesce into a vaguely humanoid shape, a hulking figure wreathed in shadow. A malevolent presence emanates from the darkness. The shadowy tendrils continue to swirl, the red glow intensifying as the figure solidifies. A sense of dread permeates the air. A young man looks up, his eyes wide with terror. Beside him, another figure watches with a mixture of fear and apprehension. His face is etched with fear, sweat beading on his brow as he stares into the encroaching darkness. The air grows heavy, thick with an unspoken threat. The shadowy figure speaks, its voice a guttural rasp that seems to claw at the mind. That is. The darkness resolves into a grotesque visage, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. A cruel smile stretches across its face, promising pain and despair. Elsewhere, the scene shifts abruptly, the oppressive darkness replaced by a stark, almost clinical light. The air is clean, devoid of the previous dread. The background is an abstract canvas of pale colors, a stark contrast to the previous scene. A sense of unease lingers, a ghost of the darkness that was. Droplets of liquid fall, suspended in the air like tears. The silence is broken only by the faint sound of their descent. More liquid falls, tracing ephemeral paths through the air. The sense of unease deepens, a premonition of something broken. A glass falls, its contents spilling across the surface. The sound of shattering glass echoes in the silence, a final, decisive break. A cacophony of noise erupts, filling the air with a sense of impending danger. One of the men cries out in disbelief, Draugr, his voice laced with fear and confusion. The man's expression is one of utter shock as he stares at something beyond the railing. Behind him, another man's bald head glistens with sweat, his face a mask of worry. A strange, reddish light pulses, casting long, distorted shadows. A voice booms, filled with disbelief. That's insane. That's not a 9-star monster. The narration explains, Draugr is a 10-star monster. It boasts extreme difficulty among all the 10 stars. Fists clench in anticipation or fear. A voice wonders, are they planning to kill them all? Moreover, the narration continues, mind-type monsters are forbidden. Why is it here? The man's face contorts in a scream of frustration or terror, his eyes wide with disbelief. A voice cries out, damn, was it an error? Someone is sent flying backward, arms flailing as they lose their balance. A voice calls out in alarm, Lili Do Hyen. She plummets downwards, the ground rushing up to meet her. The appearance of a tin-star monster is actually not a big problem. It's explained that there's no way a student would die just because they received damage from a monster conjured by sorcery. However, there is one exception. There is one case of death by a monster conjured by sorcery. It's a mental attack from a mind-type monster. A grotesque, shadowy figure looms, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. After all, mental damage means that your brain will be damaged. She continues to fall, the air whistling past her ears. In the past, the conjured mind-type monster that caused the casualty was around 5 to 6 stars. A chilling presence fills the air. She continues her descent, the shadows below growing larger. A towering, ominous figure looms over a group of individuals, bathed in an unsettling red light. The narrative explains that the mind-type monster before them is a Draugr, a formidable 10-star threat, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary students. A voice, laced with panic, vehemently denies any involvement. Desperation etched on their face, the figure insists it wasn't them. Tears stream down a face contorted with fear, eyes wide with terror. A desperate plea echoes, begging for their father's life to be spared. The figure's expression is obscured, but the tension is palpable. At this rate, the gravity of the situation hangs heavy in the air. A grim prediction is uttered. The dream team will meet a dog's death. In a control room, figures react with alarm to the unfolding crisis. A voice commands that the team be ordered to evacuate immediately. One of the students explains that they've already sent someone, but due to overload, access is impossible. The order rings out, demanding someone break the mana core or cut off the mana supply. Hesitation hangs in the air as a voice questions the cost of implementation. A fist clenches, knuckles white with tension. A furious voice explodes, questioning if they'd rather let people die than spend a few billion won, especially when children with bright futures are at stake. His face contorted in rage, the man's eyes narrowed to slits. A voice, laced with fear, whispers that they understand. Frustration boils over as someone curses under their breath. Damn it. Young Jimin's research comes under scrutiny as someone demands to know what kind of work he even did. A figure hunches over a phone, the receiver pressed tightly to his ear. A collective gasp fills the room as the staff react in stunned disbelief. An older man looks up, a puzzled expression on his face. A younger woman, standing with others, also seems confused. A dark figure emerges, its eyes glowing with an eerie red light. The dark figure looms closer, its form still shrouded in shadow. A cloaked figure stands before a gate, seemingly questioning something. A figure stands with a sword, its back to the viewer. A figure looks down at another, the scene shrouded in mystery. A hand reaches out, its purpose unclear. A man smiles, seemingly trying to reassure someone. A shadowy figure looms, its form indistinct against the darkness. Kim Seo-jun and his party cautiously advance through the dimly lit area. Glowing red eyes pierce the darkness, belonging to an unseen entity. The eyes of Kim Seo-jun and another figure glow with an ominous red light. A close-up reveals the intensity in Kim Seo-jun's eyes, now glowing red. A guttural scream echoes as the hooded figure appears, its face obscured by shadow. The hooded figure cries out, denying responsibility for an unknown act. And no, I didn't do it. It wasn't me. Do not kill him. Don't kill. A desperate cry rings out. No, oh, oh, oh. Another voice calls out. Hey, what's wrong? Are you guys all right? The hooded figure's expression is obscured, a sinister question mark hanging in the air. Kim Seo-jun, looking distressed, is urged to come to your senses. The hooded figure stands menacingly over Kim Seo-jun and another figure, a dark presence looming over them. Min calls out to Suyin, remarking that she must be on a winning streak. Seo-jun looks down, a shadow crossing his face. A disembodied voice wonders how long that will last, implying that the good times are fleeting. The voice continues, expressing a sense of shame. The voice questions whether something will last even after becoming a professional. The other character groans, clearly annoyed by the conversation. A voice insists that everything is totally fine, though the tone suggests otherwise. The character's eyes widen in surprise, a question mark hovering over his head as he mutters, ugh. Meanwhile, a hooded figure with glowing red eyes appears, an ominous presence in the darkness. The character looks up, startled by a sudden sound. He spots the hooded figure in the distance, a sense of unease washing over him. He looks off into the distance, his expression shifting to one of surprise. Kim Seo-jun voices his shock, simply asking, what? A pained grunt echoes as someone is struck, the sound carrying the weight of a sudden, brutal attack. Gray. A lone figure stands in a graveyard, spear in hand, seemingly unaware of the danger lurking nearby. A blade flashes, arcing through the air with deadly intent. The victim plummets downwards, caught in the throes of a violent assault. An exclamation mark punctuates the scene, highlighting the suddenness and severity of the attack. A figure cloaked in darkness stands amidst swirling purple energy, the attacker's identity still shrouded in mystery. A cacophony of distorted sounds fills the air. Truthfully, if the Transcension Academy didn't exist, would you be nothing? You are nothing but an empty shell. These aren't the Draugur's whispers. Cook, my unconscious thoughts are being eroded by the Draugur's whispers. Evil thoughts. Do you think you are doing well? Useless bastard. Hypocrite. That's all. These are the seeds of doubt and anxiety I have harbored. You amount to nothing. Don't tie yourself up. My unconscious thoughts are being eroded by the Draugur's whispers, with your imagination. A close-up of the man's face reveals a deep sense of unease. Since coincidence eventually leads to a connection, he stands, a staff held loosely in his grip, bathed in an ethereal light. And connection eventually leads to destiny. Your coincidences will eventually lead to forging your destiny. The weight of destiny settles upon his shoulders. Coincidence? That one word will make everything accounted for. What, or now? If you were not a student at the Transcendence Academy? What if the ad didn't come to you? Would be nothing at all. A monstrous visage looms, its red maw agape. A voice booms, laced with challenge. You can't achieve anything on your own, huh? A monstrous visage looms behind a figure with blue hair, its expression a sinister grin. A depressed person talks about the past, while an anxious man speaks of the future. The person who is at peace with himself talks about the present. If the painter becomes greedy and indiscriminately puts too many colors on the canvas, in the end, the whole canvas will be dyed black. Sometimes, you need to let go of the burdens in your heart. A golden figure pours a dark liquid, seemingly dyeing the world. If you are confused, accept the present you have. Climb up the green mountain and lie down. The world is a swirling torrent of blue, with leaves drifting through the currents. Hear the sound of water, and watch the clouds float around the sky. Just like the mountains, water, and land surrounding you. In the end, aren't you also a child of the universe? You deserve to be where you are, even if you don't feel it. Buddha lectures progress rate plus 2.5%, 24.4%. A surge of energy pulses with an echoing resonance. The energy intensifies, its form shifting and swirling. The resonating energy continues to expand, filling the space with its presence. Shadows coalesce, forming a distorted landscape of jagged edges and swirling darkness. A voice echoes, posing a question. The abundance of the present? Peace of mind. The disembodied voice continues. They sound great, don't they? Kim Seojun floats in the air, a faint glow surrounding him as another figure stands below, holding a spear. A voice questions, but do you think you deserve to have something like that? The voice continues. Can you really say you've lived doing your best? What does Tathagata look like in your eyes? The words resonate. To the living beings who remember. The text continues. Maybe they will say it's an omniscient existence. Upon recalling the venerable appearances of Tathagata, they will probably say so. A golden figure stands bathed in light, radiating serenity. A golden light descends, illuminating the darkness with a promise of hope and guidance. However, the path to enlightenment is not always clear. A serene face emerges, embodying the peace and wisdom that can be found within. Tathagata is not made of only the great moments that the world remembers. A figure carries children on their shoulders, a symbol of love, support, and the passing down of knowledge. In fact, we accept and learn something new at every moment of our lives. A man shares food with a child, a simple act of kindness that nourishes both body and soul. Laughter fills the air as people enjoy each other's company, a reminder of the joy and connection that can be found in community. If you don't accept a moment of life, you have nothing to give. If you have nothing inherent in you, you won't have anything to share. The great images that the world remembers is nothing but the giving away of something that it has accepted in life. All these moments between our breaths make us who we really are. A surge of power begins to manifest. The strength in critical moments is about to be unleashed as Kim Seojun's eyes glow with intense yellow light. Elsewhere, a suited figure clashes with a spear-wielding opponent. A dark figure with a single, menacing red eye watches from the shadows. The power intensifies, giving strength. Raw energy explodes outward. The suited figure continues to fight, spear blurring through the air. The energy continues to build. The power is about to be unleashed. The cloaked figure stands in a pool of dark energy. The figure remains still, shrouded in mystery. The red eye glows brighter, a silent threat. Raw energy crackles, purple streaks tearing through the air. The energy intensifies, now laced with vibrant green. The surge reaches a fever pitch, a chaotic explosion of red and green. The chaotic energy begins to coalesce, resolving into streams of pure white. All the nerves in his body are tingling as if he had been electrocuted. But Kim Seojun's gaze hardens, a golden light illuminating his face. Ancient symbols of power manifest around his outstretched hand, glowing with celestial energy. The seeds of anxiety and doubt harbored in his heart have already withered, consumed by the rising tide of his resolve. I'm not swayed by any evil thoughts. In other words, I am in a state of unwavering heart. Kim Seojun stands bathed in golden light, a testament to his unbreakable will. He stares forward, his expression unwavering. A hand grips a blue sword, ready for battle. The air crackles with energy. His hand glows with divine power, the words God's strength emblazoned across his skin. A surge of energy erupts. Power radiates outward in blinding waves. A figure stands silhouetted against the light, a sword held high. The energy intensifies. His eyes begin to glow with an ominous red light. The red glow intensifies, filling his eyes with raw power. The power reaches its peak, a blinding flash of light. He grips his sword, the blade gleaming in the light. A guttural roar echoes through the air. KKIKKKK. A voice declares, "It's too late to dodge now." A close-up reveals Kim Seo-jun's determined expression. A voice expresses gratitude. "Thanks. You are the best lecturer." Kim Seo-jun points his sword forward, ready to strike. He faces two skeletal warriors, their bones rattling as they advance. Someone says, "No, no way." A voice wonders how the Draugr. The narrative states that Draugr is a 10-star mind-type monster. The narrative reveals that, to be honest, not a single cadet can withstand a Draugr's mental attack. The narrative adds that physical attacks do not work on it, since it's a ghost without a physical body. The narrative explains that only the Soul Saint could handle the 8 Draugr dungeons that appeared in Korea in the past. But it was. The man reels, the news of Kim Seo-jun's single-hit victory clearly weighing heavily on him. He pauses, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he considers the implications. Seriously, he mutters. Another man leans back, a nervous laugh escaping him. He isn't someone our guild can handle, huh? Elsewhere, figures work diligently at their computers, the atmosphere tense with unspoken concerns. Meanwhile, a sign indicates the location, player's waiting room. A television screen flickers with static, the air thick with anticipation. Elsewhere, a group of men murmur amongst themselves, their expressions a mix of concern and speculation. A figure stands, clad in a red and black tracksuit, their expression unreadable. Suddenly, a pair of eyes widen, reflecting a deep sense of unease. The narration speaks of the insurmountable challenge posed by 9-star monsters, stating that only an S-rank hunter could even attempt to face them. The possibility of Lee Hae-eun changes the equation. If it's Lee Hae-eun, then maybe? A figure stands silhouetted, their identity obscured, but their presence hinting at a potential solution. She reels back, her eyes wide with disbelief. And no, this is. One of the observers watches the screen intently. There's no way. I can catch up to him. Clutching the staff, she breathes a sigh of relief. Still, I'm glad I didn't pass out like I did with the Dryad. She stares at her phone, the screen displaying the Siddhartha Gautama lecture progress rate at 31.7%. During the 90-day free pass period, the progress rate went up to just 17.5%, but it's already at 31.7%. It went up by 14.2% in that short time. Kim Seo-jun holds his phone in one hand and a long staff in the other, a slight smile playing on his lips. A voice echoes, reflecting on the Draugr, stating that in many ways, it was the best lecturer. Kim Seo-jun stands amidst a shower of sparkling effects, a my progress rate booster machine at his feet. A male figure gasps, his eyes wide with shock. Lee Hae-eun clutches her head, looking pale and unwell. A voice booms out, questioning if they both came to their senses. Two figures lie sprawled on the ground, one calling out to Captain. A character exclaims in disbelief, questioning if the Draugr was defeated alone. Kim Seo-jun smiles, still holding the staff. A voice urges, "Let's get out of here first." 3 figures stand together, supporting each other. A voice calls out, "Over there." The guilds are out in force. A voice calls out, offering Cadet Kim Seo-jun a place in Biko's guild. Another voice shouts over the crowd, promising Kim Seo-jun anything he wants if he joins the Libero Guild. The crowd begins to push forward. Yet another voice promises the guild master position if he will only lead the Ruble Guild. Hands reach out, grabbing at Seo-jun Kim. The Leon Guild promises to exempt him from all future raids fees, begging him to lead the Ruble Guild. The crowd surges, their hands still reaching for Kim Seo-jun. A man groans as he is pushed forward. "What is going on this time?" he asks. A desperate plea echoes. "Please take our business." The crowd continues to surge, each person vying for Kim Seo-jun's attention. "Get lost. I am first," someone shouts. A voice calls out, demanding to know what everyone is doing. Someone shouts that the Dream Team just suffered from mental attacks, and that they need to check their conditions, ordering everyone to get out of the way. The crowd seems relieved. One person says they are saved, while another insists on having a few words with someone. An angry voice booms, filled with resentment. The unseen speaker demands to know if they understand how much their guild has sponsored them, pleading for the listener to become their guild's master. A man gestures, inviting the Dream Team to follow him. The group moves forward, their footsteps echoing in the sterile environment. A voice calls out, urgently seeking Kim Seo-jun. A woman's face registers shock, her eyes wide with concern. A man acknowledges Park Seo-yeon's presence. A disembodied voice asks if everyone is all right, the question hanging in the air. A man reassures everyone that, fortunately, none of them suffered from trauma. 2 figures lie still, sleeping soundly. A voice notes that their condition was checked, and no significant abnormalities were found. Someone asks if Kim Seo-jun is all right. A voice responds simply, "Yes." Kim Seo-jun sits on a hospital bed, talking to the woman who had been looking for him. Kim Seo-jun admits that although he feels a little sluggish, he is fine. He looked concerned as he listened to Park Seo-yeon. She admitted she was scared because she thought something terrible would happen to him. Park Seo-yeon thought to herself that Mr. Seo-jun hadn't taken the professional hunter test yet, but she couldn't see him as a student anymore. Kim Seo-jun opened a bottle, using too much force. In just a few months, Park Seo-yoon thought about what a waste it would be. Kim Seo-jun stated that this had already been decided from their first meeting, introducing himself. Park Seo-yoon thought that she also had something to gain from Mr. Seo-jun. It will naturally happen and is something worth celebrating. Park Seo-yoon gripped the fabric of her clothing. Park Seo-yoon wondered what this complicated feeling she was feeling in her chest was. Kim Seo-jun looked at Park Seo-yoon, a questioning expression on his face. Park Seo-yoon smiled. Kim Seo-jun heard a knock. He thought it was nothing. A voice cuts through the silence, requesting attention. Excuse me. A man in a dark suit stands in what appears to be a hospital room, two figures blurred in the background. The man's face is shown, a question forming in his mind. Association president? A close-up reveals the sharp lines of his suit, the tie a muted contrast. A figure, silhouetted against the light, poses a direct question. Why are you here? Another man bows respectfully, acknowledging the man in the suit. It's been a while, sir. The question hangs in the air, laced with suspicion. You personally came here because of the Draugur's accident? A subtle smile plays on the man's lips, unreadable. A memory surfaces. The man who wielded the Azure Dragon sword, a weapon the Sword Saint had entrusted to no one else. The man stands resolute, the Azure Dragon's sword held firmly in his grasp. A voice crackles over the phone, disbelief coloring every syllable. I thought whoever was involved would have died when I heard that the Draugur had appeared. What? An accident in the raid battle? And Kim Seo-jun was inside. A voice muses, a hint of admiration in its tone. He took care of it all by himself, huh? The pieces fall into place. The reason for the Sword Saint's interest in him becomes clear. The Sword Saint understands it now. The Sword Saint feels a sudden chill. His companions suggest it's due to the weather. It's also worth considering that the Sword Saint's beloved granddaughter is with him. A woman asks the Sword Saint how he knows Kim Seo-jun. The Sword Saint corrects himself, admitting he entrusted Kim Seo-jun with the Azure Dragon sword before. He's glad he came in person, wondering if Kim Seo-jun has a special relationship with Seo-yoon. Someone notes that the Sword Saint sold the Azure Dragon sword to the association president back then. The Sword Saint's blood pressure rises, and he complains about the back of his neck killing him, calling for the headmaster. Kim Seo-jun is asked how he's feeling. He replies that he's fine and it's nothing serious. Since he's there, Kim Seo-jun is asked what in the world happened. Someone wonders why a Draugur was there as the boss instead of a revenant. The Sword Saint stands with Kim Seo-jun. The man's eyes widened, a gasp escaping his lips. What? The dungeon's mana core overloaded? He exclaimed. His face contorted in shock, the news hitting him hard. Young Jimin confirmed the information with a simple, yes. The discussion turned to the application of research on mutations. The man stroked his chin, a thoughtful expression on his face. Does this mean you can artificially create a distortion? He wondered. His eyes narrowed, the question hanging heavy in the air. Then, was the cataclysm a distortion too? A voice filled with remorse echoed, I am truly sorry. I will make sure that this kind of accident will never happen again. He bowed deeply, conveying his sincere apology. The man spoke, his tone earnest. Of course, I'm not just trying to express my apology through only words. Someone considered letting it slide for his sake, though. A voice offered to do their best to satisfy the other party's wants. A voice suggested settling the matter with 3 billion won. A man held up 3 fingers, emphasizing the amount. A voice stated, as much as you want. While another voice mused that the young man must really like money. An older man nodded in agreement. A voice clarified that it was 3 billion won per person. A man asked, right? A voice declared the offer so cheap. Mr. Manshul, wearing a suit and tie, looks directly forward with a slight smile. A text bubble floats against a backdrop of a vibrant sunset sky. The words inside read, of course. And the overwhelming abilities could bring shame to the elites. 3 great academies have come to light. Due to the 9-star monster Draugur incident caused by the mana core overload. From the guilds. Someone says, I don't care who they are. Try contacting the dream team. To normal people, a message reads, hey, have you read the article about the raid battle? Shouldn't they give Kim Seo-jun his pro hunter license already? The reply is, agreed. Korea was on fire because of the dream team and Kim Seo-jun. Someone says, Appa, I will just take the 3 billion won. Someone says, me too. You can have the rest, Captain. But he is thanked for his efforts in the tournament, along with Minul Appa. It's mentioned that the speaker did nothing but join to fill the spot. The speaker downplays their own contribution, emphasizing that the other person took care of the Draugur by themselves, referring to them as Captain. The character agrees, but expresses concern about whether it's all right for them to take 3 billion won. The individual holds a phone, the screen displaying text. The character declares, I love you. A group of people are shown, one giving a thumbs up. The text states that they didn't care about anything at all. The text describes the 3 billion won prize, along with additional money offered to other places and sponsored by organizers and big guilds. It also mentions the 9 billion won promised by the association president. From a total of 19 billion won, Minul and Suyin only took 3 billion each. The phone screen displays an account balance of 22 billion 500 million won for Kim Seo-jun. It also shows payments to Suk Suyin and Lee Minul of 3 billion won each. Combined with the 9.5 billion he had, The total is 22.5 billion won. A thought crosses Kim Seojun's mind. He could take Heaven's Great Sage's lecture with just 4.5 billion more. Kim Seojun, holding his phone, beams with excitement. Suk Suyin asks if they can now raid the 6-star dungeons. An affirmative response echoes. Suk Suyin looks back, a hint of concern in her eyes. Kim Seojun is told that they can only raid the dungeons as long as they have at least one A-rank hunter in their party. Kim Seojun expresses his surprise. It's explained that Ms. Seoyun is still a B-rank hunter, and at this rate, they won't be able to get permission to raid the dungeon. Suk Suyin clasps her hands together, a worried expression on her face. Lee Minyul bows deeply, apologizing profusely to someone off-panel. The unseen person responds, telling Lee Minyul not to worry about it, as it was thanks to him that they could participate in the tournament. Kim Seojun turns away. He regretted asking her that. Kim Seojun wondered what he should do now. He couldn't go to a 6-star dungeon, so there was no way he could make that much money. Kim Seojun walked through the apartment. Kim Seojun pondered whether he should just wait a little longer to gather the 4.5 billion won, or if he should take the mana lecture first. It'd be better if he could learn them both. Kim Seojun wondered if he should ask his mentor. He sent a message, asking for advice and suggesting a meeting. A neon sign reads, "Summon mentor." A voice booms, asking what he needs. Kim Seojun jumped back, startled. "Whoa, that scared me," he exclaimed. The mentor appeared, remarking that Kim Seojun seemed surprised this time. The mentor questioned if he could show up in a different way. The mentor asked where the fun was in that. The mentor asked what Kim Seojun wanted to see him for. The mentor waited for Kim Seojun's response. He is asked if he's wondering about which lecture to take first. The small figure confirms his statement. Kim Seojun pauses, considering the options. The small figure remarks that it should be all right at Kim Seojun's level. Seojun Kim asks what the figure is talking about. The small figure explains that he can take both lectures if he gets a causality discount, and asks if he wants to give it a try. Seojun Kim asks, puzzled, what a causality discount is. The small figure explains that it's a special event where Kim Seojun can get a discount on the causality assigned to him. The small figure elaborates, stating that something like the price discount events exist at the Transcension Academy. Kim Seojun confirms that it's not common. Seojun Kim ponders this new information. The small figure states that he can receive up to 100%. He gaped, his eyes wide with disbelief. A thought bubble appeared, revealing his desire to attend Heaven's Great Sage's lecture for free, if only he could get a disc. Kim Seojun recoiled, his expression a mask of shock. A chibi figure materialized, its words cutting through the air. Discounts weren't simply handed out for doing nothing. A thought bubble confirmed his suspicions. He knew it. He wondered what he needed to do to get the discount. A figure stood in a grand hall, a speech bubble explaining that there was an ongoing support event at the academy for students with the highest grades. Kim Seojun questioned if it was a support event for the students with the highest grades. He grimaced, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. The words mock exam grade hung in the air, a looming question. Kim Seojun slumped, his expression sullen as he recalled his horrible mock exam grades from the last time he took it. A screen displayed Kim Seojun's mock exam grades, a dismal collection of failures across various categories, totaling a mere 29 points. Still, unlike that time, he knows he has Zhang Sanfeng's footwork and Hercules' power. He also has Buddha's unwavering. Although it's impossible to get grades good enough to be one of the students with the highest grades. Kim Seojun sighs, realizing he made a mistake. He guesses instead of students with the highest grades, it's more accurate to call them students with the highest grade improvement. Students with the highest grade improvement? Yes, to put it simply, it's about how much your grades have improved compared to the previous mock exam grades. The discount rate is equal to the grade improvement rate. Say your grades are 50% higher than the previous exam's grades, then you will receive a 50% discount. For example, if the last mock exam's grades were 40 points, and the current mock exam's grades are 60 points, that's a 50% increase and a 50% discount rate. Then, Kim Seojun is surprised. It means that you don't have to get the highest grades since the mock exam grades that you received last time will be used as the standard. You just need to improve them by more than 50%. In other words, his grades just need to be better than before. Kim Seojun's heart pounds. I think it's possible at your current level, Kim Seojun. Would you like to give it a try? Kim Seojun looks up, hopeful. He stood, contemplating the challenge ahead. If he could raise his old grade by 14.5 points, it would be 50%. 17.4 points would be 60%. He thought, he could not miss this golden opportunity. Of course, Kim Seojun thought with a smile. A fake gold bar was ready. A romanticized memory surfaced. He knew how Fafner was crazy about gold because he'd seen it before. Please wait. Kim Seojun realized he had to pay a fee for the exam. 1 billion? The mock exam was only free for first-time test takers. He considers his finances, a complex equation swirling in his mind. If he passes, Kim Seojun will have 21.5 billion won remaining. Brain usage at full capacity, he calculates the necessary discount. Kim Seojun needs at least a 60% discount to get the lectures down to 10.8 billion won, allowing him to take both. On top of that, accounting for the 2 billion won cost of elixirs, he'll need a 70% discount. Converting this into grades, the protagonist realizes that it amounts to a total of 20.3 points. Since there are 7 subjects in total, he only needs to increase each subject's grade by 3 points. His eyes glow with a fierce determination, the calculation's complete. A satisfied smile spreads across Kim Seojun's face. Sweet. He reaches out, his hand hovering over a holographic interface. The system prompts, "Would you like to take the Transcendence mock exam?" The mock exam is starting. Kim Seojun waits for a moment. The screen displays information about the exam. This mock exam is based on past questions from the Transcendence exams. The difficulty level is formed based on the Transcendence exams and does not reflect the student's personal causality. It consists of 7 subjects, and scores are measured based on questions and points for each subject. A disclaimer appears. Please note that this is only a mock exam and may differ from the actual exam. The first subject appears, Combat Proficiency. Q1. Please give the correct answer to a 15-stage question. Commencing Stage 1's problem. Kim Seojun waits for a second. It's coming. Kim Seojun prepares to face the Dragon of Destruction, Fafnir. The system notified that the problem has been set. The perspective shifts rapidly through the building's interior. The perspective continues to shift rapidly through the building's interior. Seojun Kim's eyes widened in surprise. "Oh no," he exclaimed. A gleaming gold bar is held aloft. Seojun Kim launched a swift kick. He gripped the hilt of his sword, ready for battle. Seojun sprinted forward, thinking, "Good," while it is distracted by the gold bar. A monstrous roar echoed through the air. The monstrous roar intensified. Seojun attacked the monstrous figure. The monster stood in the middle of a park, a question mark hanging over the scene. He stares, eyes wide with disbelief. Kim Seojun wonders, "Hydra?" A voice muses, "There's no way. Fafnir must have gained weight, so he now has 9 heads." Elsewhere, someone watches Kim Seojun's progress on a phone. Kim Seojun plummets downwards. A notification appears, "Defeat the time limit. 30 minutes. The system message blares, "Please defeat the 9-headed Hydra within the time limit. Time limit, 30 minutes. The Hydra unleashes a barrage of fiery attacks. Kim Seojun clenches his fist, determination etched on his face. A voice calls out, "Kim Seojun, hang in there." A chibi version of Kim Seojun gives a thumbs up, a blue screen beside him displaying the challenge. The 9-headed, the time limit, 30 minutes. A chibi character exclaims, "Hold on, you never told me the problem would be different." A voice cries out in surprise, exclaiming that the problem is different than expected. The character's eyes widen in shock, mouth agape. Another voice responds, surprised that the other didn't know, assuming they did. A phone screen displays a quest notification. "Please defeat the 9-headed Hydra within the time limit." Below, a message explains that the test questions won't be the same as before, forcing people to rely on memorization. A voice wonders if that's why the gold bar was brought, expressing curiosity about the purchase. A figure is surrounded by glowing orbs, a voice saying, "Then you." Someone shouts that they should have been told in advance as they run away from the glowing orbs. A glowing symbol appears. A character is shown with an exclamation point above their head. A visual effect indicates a powerful strike. A character is engulfed in energy. A circular object pulses with a vibrant, otherworldly purple glow. The air crackles with building energy, a silent promise of escalating power. Seojun Kim is suspended in midair, a faint purple aura beginning to emanate from his form. He thinks, "I just need to increase each subject's grading by 3 points." Seojun declares, "No more, no less." His eyes burn with a focused intensity, a will of iron hardening his gaze. Seojun's expression hardens, a silent vow etched onto his face. He bursts into motion, a staff materializing in his grip as he sprints forward. The words "Cloud Ascending Ladder" appear, emblazoned across the scene as Seojun Kim charges ahead. His foot strikes the ground, unleashing a surge of raw, untamed energy. The title "Void Pain" looms above. Seojun exclaims as a monstrous, 3-headed beast appears before him. He is surprised by the monster's foot technique. He wonders when it mastered it, as it hasn't been long since he recommended it. For now, Seojun can only barely avoid its attacks. The monster looms, its maw agape, ready to strike. A close-up reveals the monster's terrifying teeth and glowing red eyes. Seojun narrowly dodges another attack, the force of it whipping past him. He looks up, his expression a mix of determination and concern. The monster's attack grazes him. He grits his teeth, acknowledging that it only grazed him a little. His eyes widen, a flicker of pain or realization crossing his face. Seojun screams, the sound echoing through the void. He stumbles, his legs struggling to maintain his balance. Darkness descends. The figure finds himself surrounded by menacing shapes, their red eyes glowing in the gloom. A wave of agony washes over him. He gasps, his face contorted in a silent scream. What is happening? The pain intensifies, a searing fire that threatens to consume him. It's so painful. It hurts, the sensation overwhelming his senses. He begs for release, for an end to the torment. "Kill me. Anything is better than this." He'd rather die. A stark notification flashes, Stage 1 failed. Time left, 28 minutes, 47 seconds. He lies sprawled on the ground, gasping for air. A figure looms over him, concern etched on his face. Does it hurt a lot? He thought, what the hell was that? The Hydra's poison hurts a lot, huh? Hydra is a top-ranked monster in terms of poison, so it must have been quite painful. Seo-jun wonders if that was all there was to it, almost dying from that pain. Come to think of it, in Greek and Roman mythology, when Chiron was poisoned with the Hydra's poison, Chiron couldn't overcome the pain, and didn't he say he no longer wanted to be an immortal anymore and begged to be killed? He also said that in his lecture. Seo-jun understands why Chiron had to beg now. Zhang Sanfeng lecture's progress rate is at plus 2.1%, 21.8%. Maybe it's because it's his first try, but the lecture's progress rate is still going up. If he continues like this, he will be able to receive causality discounts and training at the same time, but Seo-jun grits his teeth. Would you like to retry? Remaining chances, 10. Silent. He wondered if they could just stop right now. Kim Seo-jun looked at the screen in front of him. The system warned that it couldn't guarantee his points would be enough. Beep. The screen asked if he wanted to continue with the Dragon Academy's mock test. A monstrous Hydra loomed. Kim Seo-jun stood before the beast. The system informed him that this subject was related to his combat proficiency. That meant he could only get a good score if he somehow managed to damage the Hydra. The Hydra snarled. In that case, he prepares to strike, a blue aura emanating from his blade. The blade aura intensifies, crackling with energy. The blade glows with a fierce, blue light. The blade aura slams into the Hydra. The blade continues its assault, tearing through the Hydra's defenses. The blue energy rips through the air, a relentless barrage. The Hydra is pummeled by the force of the blade aura. The Hydra recoils, a surge of red energy erupting from its form. The monster writhes in pain, its shadowy form flickering. The Hydra's body convulses, struggling against the relentless assault. Kim Seo-jun prepares for another strike, his expression determined. He thinks to himself that if he can snipe the rest of its heads like this. A severed head of Keek begins to regenerate, dark energy swirling around the stump. The massive form of the Hydra looms, its severed heads pulsing with dark energy as they begin to reform. Kim Seo-jun's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he witnesses the impossible regeneration. He mutters in disbelief, "What the hell?" A close-up reveals the gruesome process of a Hydra, head growing back, dark veins pulsing beneath its scaled skin. The Hydra's heads continue to regenerate, the darkness around them intensifying. The regeneration process is a chaotic burst of energy, the air crackling with dark power. Another head bursts forth, the Hydra's regenerative abilities proving to be a terrifying spectacle. Kim Seo-jun stands amidst the carnage, the regenerating heads of Keek surrounding him like a nightmarish halo. He wonders, his voice barely a whisper. What do you want me to do? Stage 1 failed. Less than 30 minutes remained. Kim Seo-jun's face contorted in disbelief, a strangled groan escaping his lips. He knew he was in trouble. He recalled his previous exam, where he managed a score of 4.2 by striking Fafnir once with the Lance of Longinus. Kim Seo-jun realized he didn't know how the score was measured. If it was based on effective hits, he was certainly screwed. How many heads did he need to shoot down to get a higher score than last time? His billion-1. If he was having a hard time, he could refer to the commentary lectures. All right, those things. But he knew that his score would be deducted if he watched the commentary lectures, right? Even if his score is reduced, the system informs him that he may be able to get a high score based on the strategy of the commentary lectures. The decision is his, Kim Seo-jun realizes, as he mutters a curse under his breath. Kim Seo-jun curses his luck. The system prompts him. Would he like to retry? Remaining chances, 8. The monsters roar, a cacophony of challenge. The monsters roar, a cacophony of challenge. The monsters roar, daring him to bring it on. Kim Seo-jun's face is a mask of frustration. A chibi figure cheers him on, a visual representation of support. The chibi figure continues to cheer, declaring that their team has got this, and that their team is so cool, while someone screams that they hate them. He is sent flying through the air. The system declares, our team. The system continues to display the same message. Stage 1 is marked as failed, with 28 minutes and 32 seconds remaining. A notification pops up. You have completed the exam for the first subject, combat proficiency. The system informs that the exam for the next subject will be held in 3 days, and it is now measuring grades. Kim Seo-jun is seen looking at his phone, muttering, please, please. The system displays, user Kim Seo-jun's combat proficiency grade is 8.8 points. Seo-jun exclaims, yes, as he sees that his score went up by a whopping 4.6 points. Someone comments, wow, Kim Seo-jun nim. Every time I see you, you seem to become a completely different person. The person continues, putting foot technique aside, didn't you use divine power in your last try? When did you learn that? The person concludes, judging from the growth rate alone, you are the student with the fastest growth rate I have ever been in charge of. He wonders, a touch of sarcasm lacing his thoughts, if that's really the case. It would have been better if he hadn't said that, he muses. He thinks to himself, chuckling, that it's true though. Kim Seo-jun reflects that the person who pretends to be nice to you on the outside, but slanders you on the inside, is more hateful. He considers that he successfully achieved his goal of scoring 3 more points in the first subject, noting his combat proficiency grade is 8.8 points. Kim Seo-jun steels his resolve, thinking, I can do this. Kim Seojun smiles as he looks at his phone. His gaze lowers, a shadow passing over his face. He looks at his phone again, a small smile playing on his lips. Kim Seojun walks forward, his steps measured. He pauses, lost in thought. Kim Seojun's eyes widen in surprise. He hangs his head, a wave of self-reproach washing over him. The words burst from him, raw and laced with frustration. I screwed up. The ground rushes up to meet him. His face contorts in a grimace of pain and frustration. A voice echoes, filled with self-reproach. I screwed up. Meanwhile, he glances back, a flicker of concern in his eyes. He plummets from the sky, a desperate plea echoing behind him. Kyuk, please wait. He races forward, urgency etched on his face. Wait. A voice cries out, laced with panic. Time. What's with this crazy exam? The system displays the third test, reaction speed. The system prompts, please win in a staring contest against Argo's incarnation. A stone statue stands in the distance. The statue thinks to itself, first closing one eye, then opening the other. A close-up shows the statue's torso. Kim Seojun is asked how many eyes the statue has. He answers, 100. Cadet Kim Seojun's reaction speed grade is 4.2 points, an increase of 1.9. 3 days ago. The system warns that the Arch-Lich will not take damage from any attacks. The time limit is 10 minutes. A skeleton figure looms, demanding that someone kneel before it. A stick figure is startled by an attack. The skeleton figure asks if that is all the stick figure has. The skeleton figure laughs, saying that it hasn't taken any lectures on mana yet. Cadet Kim Seojun's mana grade is 1.6 points, an increase of 0.4. Present day, Kim Seojun realizes he screwed up. His face contorted in frustration, Seojun's eyes narrowed. So far, his total grade is 9.1 points, which is 11.2 points less than his target of 20.3. A small figure kneels in the background, seemingly disappointed. A disembodied voice explains that his grade improvement rate must go over 50% for him to receive the event benefit. A manic grin stretched across Seojun's face. Screwed. He thought of throwing the 1 billion won he spent on this mock test right out the window. Holding a tablet, Seojun's expression shifted to determination. Now, let's begin today's exam, he muttered. The fifth subject, mental. A system message appeared. Level 1. Please listen to Arch-Lich's Requiem for a limited time. Time limit, 30 minutes. Seojun stood before a shadowy figure, the air thick with anticipation. The shadowy figure's voice echoed. I hope you won't disappoint me this time. Seojun gulped, his resolve hardening. I must get a high score here, he thought. He steels his gaze, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as the mental exam begins to take its toll. A surge of mental energy erupts around him, a silent explosion of will. Get it together. A voice echoes in the distance, filled with awe. Incredible. Dark tendrils writhe and coil, a shadowy presence encroaching upon his mind. A system notification flashes, level 1 completed. He breathes a sigh of relief. A figure observes, hand clasped to his chest. Luckily, I passed the first level, but I also managed to do the same last time. This is where it starts for real. He advances to the next stage, a new notification appearing, level 2. A new challenge arises. Please get rid of the 9th level Hell's Demon possessing your mind within the time limit. Time limit, 1 hour. The pressure mounts, the air around Kim Seojun shimmering with an eerie energy. A sinister voice echoes, laced with malice. You are with me now. You will never be able to get rid of me. You will be my puppet. Another observer watches with concern. What the hell is he saying? A system message appears, indicating that level 2 has been completed. Level 3 is now active, according to the floating notification. A new system message warns, please resist Goddess Aphrodite's temptations. Goddess Aphrodite stands amidst a backdrop of roses, her golden hair cascading down her shoulders. The scene is adorned with blooming pink and white flowers. Kim Seojun faces Aphrodite, who asks if he isn't cold. Andy. A chibi character expresses confusion. Seojun Kim looks at the chibi character, wondering how it was bearable to him. Level 4 begins, with a time limit of 30 minutes. The system message urges him to endure the screams of the infinite hell during the time limit. Kim Seojun is surrounded by shadowy figures in a dark, swirling vortex. A monstrous figure with glowing red eyes cries out, "Save me." Another grotesque monster, its eyes burning with crimson light, screams, "Kill me." It's because the grotesque figures, their eyes burning with crimson light, shriek, "Of you. You killed us." Their voices, a chorus of tormented souls, echo with accusation. You made us like this. The figures, desperate and alone, cry out for salvation. Take responsibility. Let's go together. I'm lonely. Save me. The accusation intensifies, the figure's rage palpable. This is all your fault. A skeletal hand reaches out, the red glow of its eyes piercing the darkness. Kim Seojun raises his hands in a gesture of apology, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. Sorry, but we have never met before though. A figure stares blankly, question marks swirling around its head, a silent plea for understanding. The situation grows increasingly awkward as the figures press closer. Do you know me? A blue screen flashes, announcing, level 4 completed. Seojun can only manage a quiet, "Oh." A disembodied voice echoes, laced with disbelief. H, how in the world are you doing this? Another message appears, a stark warning against the encroaching darkness. Please resist the pleasure offered by the Demon King's incarnation Mephistopheles during the time limit. Time limit, 1 hour. A surge of violet energy erupts, the air crackling with unseen power. He stands, the light catching the back of his dark shirt. Even Faust couldn't endure this pleasure, the text declares as Kim Seojun looks down. The 7 sins will soon become a heaven that reflects your 7 desires. Lust. The hell of lust is a heaven that doesn't reject any desire. Greed. Falling through the air, he is surrounded by money. In this hell of greed, you can have everything, a heaven where there is no shortage of anything. Gluttony. He sits at a table laden with food. The hell of gluttony, where food doesn't run out no matter how much you eat, is a heaven full of abundance. Sloth. The hell of sloth unfolds, where even angels are seen lounging. A figure plummets downwards, further into the depths. A heaven of negligence appears, filled with nothing but rest and idle angels. The hell of wrath awaits, a place to torture those who have tormented you to your heart's content. A heaven especially for avengers is depicted, a figure crucified amidst the flames. Torture devices surround a figure, promising endless torment. Envy manifests as a swirling vortex of desire. The hell of envy fulfills your jealousy of the things you couldn't get, a figure gazing upwards and longing. A heaven where you can accomplish anything beckons. He grits his teeth, the memory of the temptations still fresh. Kim Seojun thinks, I was able to resist it somehow. Kim Seojun's eyes narrow with determination. If I can, just hold on a little longer. Lastly, a dark, swirling force, labeled pride, descends upon him. The force intensifies, engulfing Kim Seojun in a crimson aura. His eye glows with a malevolent red light as the temptation takes hold. Seojun grits his teeth, sweat beading on his brow. Isn't this dangerous? He wonders. Seojun's eyes widen in shock, a strangled cook escaping his lips. The screen flashes. Level 5 failed. Time left, 22 minutes. Damn, I failed. Kim Seojun stares at the screen, contemplating his next move. He mutters, compared to the previous levels, that was no joke. Seojun selects again, but the result is the same, failed. The game interface prompts him once more. Would you like to retry? The system prompts Kim Seojun to retry the level, offering him 5 remaining chances. He vows to succeed this time, but the system declares that he has failed. The system informs Kim Seojun that he has completed the exam for the 5th subject. Kim Seojun is mentally exhausted. The system informs Kim Seojun that the exam for the next subject will be held in 3 days. The system begins measuring grades. Kim Seojun reflects that he couldn't stand the pleasure of the hell of pride until the end. Kim Seojun is shocked. He wonders how he reached level 5. A miniature Aphrodite thinks to herself that Kim Seojun probably endured it, and that his unwavering heart's progress has increased a lot. She wonders how much he could increase it in such a short amount of time, and what the progress rate on his unwavering heart's lecture is right now. The system informs Kim Seojun that it's 31.7% right now. Kim Seojun is surprised by the system's announcement of 31.7%. He asks the system to repeat itself. Aphrodite says no. Aphrodite exclaims that it wasn't 15.5% the last time she saw Kim Seojun. Aphrodite tells Kim Seojun that he managed to increase it by 16.2% in such a short time. Kim Seojun responds that it just happened. Aphrodite demands to see what's happening. He holds out his phone, showing her the screen. The phone displays a list of lectures and their progress rates, with Hercules' lecture showing a significant increase. Aphrodite is shocked, her mouth agape. The goddess is still reeling from the sudden change. Kim Seojun explains that it's because he was just lucky. Aphrodite, unconvinced, asks if he's kidding her, that expression of his hurting her a little. The numbers are unbelievable to Aphrodite, wondering how Kim Seojun managed to increase Buddhanim's lecture rate by that much. Kim Seojun repeats that it's also because he was lucky. Aphrodite stares intently at the phone screen. Cadet Kim Seojun's mental grade increases by 13 points. A few days later, the announcement of the results finally arrived. Kim Seojun's mock exam grades appeared on the screen, revealing a series of failures in combat proficiency, basic endurance, reaction speed, mana, mental fortitude, and weapon utilization. Kim Seojun stares at his phone, a look of disbelief etched on his face. If it wasn't for unwavering heart, he would have been in great trouble. He wonders how this is even possible. A chibi figure calls out to Kim Seojun, informing him that something has happened. Seojun sits on a bench, looking at his phone. He realizes he just needs to score more than 60 points in each subject. The chibi figure explains that even if his total score exceeds the passing score, if he has a subject's grade that is less than 60 points, he will automatically fail. Seojun wonders what score he needs. The chibi figure asks if he needs to get to pass. Seojun looks at his phone, seeing 630 points. Seojun sees his total score is 52.2 points and curses. He scrolls through the lectures on his phone. A voice calls out, asking if he's going to listen to Instructor Heaven's equal great Sage Nim's lecture right away. Kim Seojun replies that he hasn't decided what mana lecture he wants to listen to yet. The phone screen displays information about the basics of spearmanship and staff technique, including deflecting, grasping, and piercing, taught by instructor Heaven's equal great sage. Kim Seojun wonders about the cost of the meteor staff. He wonders if he should check it out. An error message pops up, stating that in order to attend this lecture, Heaven's equal great sage techniques, deflecting, grasping, piercing, is required. Kim Seojun sighs. Kim Seojun thinks to himself that one day, he should also be able to learn the heavenly meteor staff. He decides that for now, he'll listen to the lecture that he can take first. The phone beeps, displaying the basics of spearmanship and staff technique, including deflecting, grasping, and piercing, taught by instructor Heaven's equal great sage. The system calculates a new causality rate and measures the appropriate lecture fee. A system message displays the lecture fee, 5,400,000,000 Korean wons, which is 80% off. The message asks if he would like to register for the lecture, stating that upon completion, he will obtain Heaven's equal great sage's techniques, deflecting, grasping, piercing, He sits on a bench, contemplating the offer. Kim Seojun stares at his phone, the screen displaying $5.4 billion, $4.2 mil. A small chibi character comments that it's gotten so much cheaper. A system message appears. WL, at least it's not 27 billion anymore. A button prompts him to click to play. Kim Seojun looks at his phone, thinking, did the lecture freeze? He mutters to himself to do something about his 5.4 billion. Kim Seojun's eyes widen in surprise. Golden energy swirls around a forest clearing. Chiron stands ready, a staff resting on his shoulder. Chiron's expression hardens, his teeth gritted. Chiron explains that he had to go somewhere because Master Tripitaka suddenly called him. He wonders if he is late. Chiron thinks that Monk can't seriously do anything by himself, and he's no different from a kid. If it wasn't for Shakyamuni, he would have taught him a lesson. Kim Seojun looks at his phone, thinking it's really the Heaven's equal great sage. He laughs, thinking he can. Chiron declares he will finally take his lectures. He apologizes for being late, but promises to give a proper lecture. Chiron explains that he will teach the basics of staff techniques and spearmanship, the deflecting, grasping, and piercing technique. He reminds them that he already explained what deflecting, grasping, and piercing technique was in the last orientation. Chiron states that when it comes to spears and staffs, there are 3 forms. Chiron thinks that all the spear techniques and staff techniques start from them. He seems to be thinking. Chiron thinks it looks like they have some cadets who forgot about it. Someone groans in the background. Chiron says there's no helping it. Since it's his fault for being late, he will show it to them one more time. He is told to open his eyes and look carefully. Chiron begins the demonstration, explaining that the first technique is deflecting and outward movement. The energy of the deflecting technique crackles in the air. The staff blurs as Chiron executes the deflecting maneuver. The energy of the deflecting technique continues to radiate. Kim Seojun watches, amazed, even though it's his second time seeing it. Chiron explains that the next movement involves pulling the staff inwardly. The movement of the staff is fluid and precise. The energy of the pulling technique intensifies. Chiron demonstrates the pulling technique with practiced ease. Lastly, Chiron demonstrates the piercing technique. Energy crackles and splinters, the force of a blow shattering stone. The technique is to stab as if piercing through a single point, concentrating all force into one strike. The energy explodes outward, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. These are the most basic techniques of the spear and staff, deflecting, grasping, and piercing. If you want to learn the heavenly meteor staff that I will teach later, you have to master these movements first. A lone figure stands at the edge of a precipice, the world bathed in golden light. What's more, these techniques don't apply to just my heavenly meteor staff. They are also absolutely indispensable if you want to learn other spear or staff techniques. Chiron stands with his hands clasped, the picture of a patient instructor. In that sense, remember what I just showed you and practice deflecting until our next lecture. Kim Seojun's phone chimes. Seojun Kim stares at his phone, a look of disbelief on his face. How am I supposed to perform that? Basic lectures for beginners until now, but starting with the immediate lectures, everything you take will be considered transcendention lectures. Seojun Kim sits on a bench, deep in thought. What? Is there any difference? It will be on a completely different level. Kim Seojun wonders what is happening. A voice echoes, stating it will be faster for him to feel it himself. He begins to practice the technique, faint blue energy swirling around him as he takes measured steps. Kim Seojun wonders if this is how Chiron did it. The spear vibrates with power, lines of blue energy crackling around its form. He is now surrounded by a vortex of blue energy, the air crackling with unseen power as he focuses his intent. Kim Seojun expresses his surprise. The blue energy intensifies, forming complex patterns and emitting a low hum. He stands at the center of a massive burst of blue energy, the culmination of his practice. The energy surges, filling the air with a palpable force. The spear glows intensely, the blue energy coalescing around its tip. Kim Seojun seems to have mastered the technique. A stylized scene unfolds, the ethereal energy swirling around a figure as they question, "What the?" A man with dark, spiky hair stands with a small, floating figure beside him. The figure declares, "Didn't I say so?" A voice echoes, "Whoa." A traditional Korean building stands bathed in sunlight. Inside a room adorned with traditional decor, several figures sit around a table. A nameplate identifies one of them as Cha Hyan. Cha Hyan is seen with Li Jinxiang, another representative, as they engage in conversation. So Jinhyun, Hunter Mills Academy's representative, takes a sip from his glass. A hand grips a glass as a voice declares, "The status of our top 3 Hunter Academies these days is not good." The disembodied voice continues, "The community is saying that the 3 of our academies together can't even be compared to one Dream Academy." Li Jinxiang stands beside So Jinhyun, the conversation continuing. "So what are you?" Li Jinxiang exclaims, "What are you talking about? I mean, we should at least break his fighting spirit." He sits at the table, picking at the food. Someone wonders if the other is crazy, considering that bastard has the Sword Saint's support. The man warns that if something goes wrong, not only will their neck be on the line, but even the Hunter Mills itself may disappear. The woman crosses her arms, listening intently. A man stands behind another who is seated, listening to the conversation. The woman states that she will take her leave as well. The man and woman walk away from the table. The words "exchange tournament" are displayed. A man sits at a table laden with food. A close-up of the man's face reveals a serious expression. Someone asks if the exchange tournament is going to be held soon. A woman wonders if they are thinking of sending Li Haeyun out. The woman looks concerned. A man smiles faintly. A voice cuts through the air, posing a question. "What do you two think?" A man with slicked back hair and glasses clasps his hands together, a sinister smile playing on his lips. The figure stands alone on a vast, rocky landscape, seemingly overwhelmed. No way. Energy crackles around the figure, a visual representation of the power required. All this from just a simple swing with minimal movement. It's as if he used God's strength while swinging. This drains a considerable amount of his energy. Of course, the Heavens Equal Great Sages course is an intermediate level 1 after all. You took the beginner transcension lecture for strength. In other words, you just attended a lecture that is beyond your limits. The current Seojun Kim would, of course, have no choice but to struggle. A grimace tightens his features. Of course, we don't plan out the curriculum for no reason. At this rate, even doing 10 reps seems impossible to do, let alone 1,000. Still, you need not worry too much. If it really was impossible, I would have urged you not to take it. Is there another method? A chibi figure asks if he wasn't planning on taking the mana lecture as well, since Mr. Seojun Kim has a high progress rate in Heracles' lecture. If you take the mana lecture along with it, you'll be able to roughly do it. Seojun Kim contemplates the information. The thing you mentioned before, if I prioritize stability, then ki cultivation. And if I prioritize efficiency, then mana cultivation, that's what you told me before, right? Yes, you just have to choose based on your preference. It's good to listen to a sample lecture. Actually, while we're on the topic, you should try listening to it. Seojun Kim holds his phone, considering the suggestion. Then should I give it a listen? The screen displays a list of instructors and their respective courses, including Ascension Ki Cultivation by instructor Sanfeng Zhang and Heaven's Escape Cultivation by instructor Swordmaster Dongbin Liu. The lecture explains that growing your ki is like increasing the size of a bowl. A diagram illustrates the concept, showing a man in traditional Chinese clothing. The lecture continues, stating that the bowl is known as Dantian, or the elixir point. Sword's Master Dongbin Liu is credited with this explanation. He looks at his tablet, absorbing the information. The lecture states that Dantian is the most crucial part of the body, defined in 3 major parts. The lecture outlines the 3 parts of Dantian: the upper, central, and lower. Another diagram shows a man in traditional clothing, representing the lower Dantian. The lecture explains that the upper Dantian can turn a human into a god through transcendence. It uses the central part of one's head, the realm of an Iwan Gong. A close-up of a man's face is shown. The lecture concludes that out of the 3 Dantian, the upper Dantian is the most important. However, the lecture won't cover anything related to the realm of the upper Dantian. He thinks, wow, what is he saying? He sits on a bench, lost in thought. Then since the brain is the great part of the upper Dantian, does that mean the mind's domain? Seojun's expression darkens as he contemplates the lecture. Something's off. A boiling power like that of a dragon aura, instructor Siegfried. What is it? He searches for mana lecture. The results returning 945 hits. It's weird. What does he have to take a mana lecture for? He wonders if he should be deciding on a lecture or if he should take the recommended mana lecture. Seojun Kim wonders if he misunderstood something. What's the issue? Seojun Kim contemplates the issue. A chibi version of Aphrodite appears, telling him that she has something she wants to ask. Seojun Kim wonders if he is unable to take these 2 together. A chibi character reacts with surprise, wondering what's going on. According to instructor Liu Dongbin, the upper Dantian is the mind's domain. Wouldn't that mean that Siddhartha Gautama's unwavering heart can play the role of the upper Dantian? The text explains that this unwavering heart is a subject that must be learned in the process of transcendence. You can say that all the transcendent beings taught themselves the upper Dantian. A visual representation of Siddhartha Gautama's unwavering heart is shown. That means whether it's the central Dantian or the lower Dantian. If you take a mana lecture, you can use 2 Dantians at once. Then that means using all 3 isn't impossible, right? Seojun Kim sits on a bench, wondering if it works that way. Does it not? Seojun Kim wonders if he can know the details if he just looks through the lecture's contents. He sits, scrolling through his phone, a thoughtful expression on his face. The Merlin lecture's progress rate went up. A voice in his head declares that he is definitely taking it. Another voice wonders if the other students have said anything about it. Seojun Kim sits with a small doll, listening to the lecture. He hears that the students picked according to their preference. Seojun wonders if there wasn't a different story until now. Doesn't that mean it doesn't work? He wonders if he can ask the instructors. Seojun Kim stands up from the bench. He wants to ask the community, but he can't leave anything on the bulletin board. Seojun Kim wonders if it's because it's an internet lecture, not an in-person one, or if it's money again. He thinks it's not that, but a voice in his head says that students usually ask about the contents of the lecture too. He thinks he will go ask. Seojun Kim walks outside, thinking it would be nice if he could learn both, but the problem is issue again. Hyuk. He sighs, deciding to think about it again later once mentor returns. A woman acknowledges Kim Seojun's presence. Someone thinks about timing. A man wonders what could the reason be. Someone wonders who these people are. A woman gestures, stating that they should introduce themselves as they are the representatives for Hunter Mill, Ale, and Jan. A voice says it's nice to meet them, identifying themselves as Hunter Mill's representative, Jin Hyun-so. A woman introduces herself as Hyun Cha from Ale. A man stands next to another person. Someone wonders what the top 3 academies representatives are doing here. The man from panel 3 looks surprised. The words exchange tournament hang in the air. A group stands in a spacious room, the topic of conversation seemingly serious. The speaker explains that it's usually an unofficial tournament between Hunter Mill, Ale, and Jan. However, if Dream Academy is involved, they would be more than qualified to join the exchange tournament. 2 figures stand together, seemingly discussing the implications of the tournament. The hope is expressed that Dream Academy and Mr. Seojun will participate in the exchange tournament and shine brightly. A young man adjusts his collar, a thoughtful expression on his face. A woman assures him that she is all right and will go with whatever he's comfortable with, Mr. Seojun. The young man's eyes widen as he asks about the prize. He is told that there is no prize. The young man is visibly surprised by the revelation of no prize. He questions the lack of a prize, as it's just an exchange tournament where the only goal is competing with other geniuses to grow one's skills. Someone asks Ms. Seoyun if their attendance will benefit the Dream Academy in any way. Ms. Seoyun responds that there isn't anything like that necessarily. Seojun Kim states that since the exchange tournament is an unofficial tournament, it wouldn't matter if he participated or not. Seojun Kim says that he's fine and doesn't want to participate. A group of people stand in a large room, a question mark hanging in the air above them. Someone asks what they should do. Another person responds that it's a place where they can compete with geniuses like Seojun Kim. Someone asks if Seojun Kim is saying he's going to refuse this incredible opportunity. Someone asks what the point is, as they don't get anything for winning. Seojun Kim is asked to please think it over one more time, as he is so persistent. Someone calls out to Minhyul, who responds with a simple yeah. Someone asks if he has any plans of attending the exchange tournament. He held a microphone, asking, "The exchange tournament? Me? Why not you, leader?" Seojun Kim responded, "I have something I'm busy with, so it's a little difficult to make time." Minhyul replied, "Oh really? Well, I didn't really care about it." He thought to himself, should I? I mean, I did want to try out the new skill I learned. I wanted to try it on leader, but it's pretty obvious that I wouldn't pass. The group looked on with surprised expressions. A voice declared, "That's great, then it's decided. Minhyul will be going out. Then, I'll 20,000 asterisk." Someone shouted, no. Wait, please wait." Another voice called out, "Just wait. Mr. Seojun Kim." Someone yelled, "Hey Seojun Kim." The 2 figures consider their next move. What shall they do about this situation? A few moments ago, the question was posed, what do you want? The answer, 6 billion won prize money. The man with the glasses remarks on how much of a lunatic Seojun Kim is when it comes to money. 6 billion. So he's saying that the reward has to be at least 6 billion won for him to participate. If Seojun Kim is out, isn't there no point in this exchange tournament then? They initially made a plan to beat Seojun Kim. Still, a reward in an exchange tournament. That is a ridiculous statement. Boss, why do you need money? Again, right? I think I'm going insane because of that too. Ahem. They apologize for taking so long. The man with slick back hair asks if everything ended well after a conflict in the discussion. To be honest, the man with glasses admits they wanted an exchange with Seojun Kim. The man with glasses continues, explaining that since Seojun Kim said he wouldn't participate without a reward, it's not a big enough issue for him to worry about, a voice says. They have no choice but to think about what to do. However, at the end of their discussion, they've decided to give a reward. Seojun Kim listens intently. Then, instead, however, the man with glasses states, "There are a few conditions," a voice declares. The man with glasses hopes that if their students could compete with Seojun Kim, then they would be less conceited and improve their skills. A figure stands surrounded by blue energy. Blue glyphs shimmer in the air. He is surrounded by a vortex of blue energy as he trains. A disembodied voice instructs, "Compress your mana a little bit more." A figure watches from afar. The figure exclaims, "Yes, master." Seojun Kim's brow is furrowed in concentration. He unleashes a kick, sending a training dummy flying. The air crackles with energy. The force of the blow sends shockwaves through the room. Dust billows as the dummy crashes to the ground. Seojun Kim's kick is imbued with blue energy. The impact resonates with power. He expresses his surprise. Everyone is working hard. A figure is blasted away by a powerful force. The reward was decided at 6 billion won, as initially suggested. Plus, it will be paid differently, with second place getting 4 billion won and third place getting 2 billion won. So the total reward will be 12 billion won. The method is not a team match, but an individual match, so if I win, I can get 6 billion won. There's nothing really special about it up till here, but wouldn't us giving out a reward be too one-sided? A group of people stand together. Well, since they're giving a reward, they can at least ask for that much. Instead, however, there are a few conditions, and we would like everyone from the Dream Academy to participate in this exchange tournament. Well, for me, like I said before, I don't mind. He thinks to himself, me too. I've been training a lot these days, and I was wondering how strong I've gotten. Someone asks if there are any other conditions besides those already mentioned. Another person responds, yes, however. It seems like one person hasn't agreed yet. Kim Seojun wonders what is being talked about, thinking that other than the three of them, there's no one else in the Dream Academy. Someone gasps. Someone exclaims, no way. A woman looks confused. A woman trains, surrounded by a green aura. He watches as Seoyun practices, her movements swift and precise, a vibrant green energy emanating from her form. A disembodied voice wonders why Ms. Seoyun is being asked to join the tournament, given that it consists of individual matches. Seoyun continues her training, her expression focused. Ms. Seoyun pauses, glancing back as someone asks if she's all right. Kim Seojun tells her that if she's doing all this because of him, there's no need to overwork herself. Seoyun plants her sword into the ground, responding with a firm no. Seoyun explains that she's always only received help from him and given nothing in return, so she needs to be helpful at least once. Seojun asks what she's talking about, saying she's helped him more than he could. Seoyun's hand rests on Seojun's. Seoyun assures him that she's all right, so he doesn't need to concern himself. She then excuses herself. Seojun looks at Ms. Seoyun with concern. Seoyun, with a cheerful expression, tells Mr. Seojun not to worry. Seojun thinks to himself that she should focus on herself and do what she needs to do. He considered the upcoming exchange tournament. He had things he needed to prepare for as well. Ms. Seoyun walked with purpose. Come to think of it, why had there been no? Seojun's phone rang. Had he received word from the mentor when he said he'd come back soon? Seojun stared at the message on his phone. Mr. Seojun, stop taking the mana lectures for a while. He was confused. He wondered, stop taking the mana lectures for a while? The text message read, this is a little complicated to send through text, so to make it more clear, I put in an inquiry to the director just now. I'll hear his answer and come find you soon. Seojun looked at his phone, wondering if something had happened. He thought, then shall I raise all my existing progress bars for now? A few days later, he and the others watch with wide eyes. The group seems impressed by what they see. The camera focuses on the legs of the people. Someone mentions that the unofficial competition is as big as the raid battles. An unseen figure doesn't think it's just a normal exchange tournament. The top 300 academies aren't called top 3 for nothing, someone states. The group continues to observe. One of the students asks if they can even digest a rice cracker at this time, to which another replies that there's nothing they can't eat. Someone asks if the people over there are journalists, pointing towards a group of people. A woman wonders who they are. It seems like they're planning on showing it to the journalists as well this time, someone says. A woman looks at a document, stating, let's see, the first round of the exchange. The tournament is among the students. He watches as two figures walk away, a question mark hanging in the air. A voice pleads to be matched with someone other than the boss, preferring a match against Suyin instead. Another voice chimes in, requesting to be matched with Seojun and Minyul. The request draws a confused reaction. Two figures stand with their hands together, seemingly in prayer or anticipation. Seojun sighs, recalling the boss's practice session from the previous day. He wonders about the swing of a spear. Someone remarks that it seems like he saw heaven's equal great sages DGP. A crowd gathers, various figures present. Someone exclaims, pointing out Lee Haeun. A foot clad in a boot steps forward. A woman in a red dress stands amidst a flurry of activity. Legs and feet move through a crowded space. A woman's face is shown, her expression intense. He gazes off into the distance, his expression unreadable as the sunlight glints off his dark green hair. Flanked by suited men, Lee Haeun walks with purpose, her expression unreadable. A reporter shoves his way forward, his voice rising above the murmuring crowd. He identifies himself from Hampyeong Daily, asking for a moment of her time. Another reporter shouts, desperate to be heard. He asks if she knows why the exchange tournament is specially made partially public this time. Lee Haeun is escorted away by a man in a suit, ignoring the barrage of questions. A reporter asks if the reason she didn't participate in the other tournament was because of Seojun Kim. He presses, asking if that is true. Lee Haeun stands in a room with a man, the tension palpable. A group of men watch, their expressions unreadable. A man stammers, claiming he didn't mean it like that. The camera focuses on a person's leg. A disembodied voice asks, who is Seojun Kim? Lee Haeun smirks, a hint of amusement in her eyes. So she's Hunter Mill's Lee Haeun, one of them remarks, adding that they've only ever heard of her. Someone sighs, declaring that she's so pretty. Another asks why they would say that out of nowhere. Someone else explains that the situation's not right, that's why. One of them pouts, complaining that they've never been told they were pretty once. Another retorts that they're still a high schooler. One of them asks what being pretty and being a high schooler has to do with anything, adding that of course it matters. Someone shouts, demanding that they stop teasing them. The group is seen from a distance, the sound of footsteps echoing. Someone gasps, asking if that isn't Seojun Kim, wondering why he would be here. A voice wonders if they will be participating in this exchange tournament. The reason the exchange tournament is partially public is revealed. The group discusses whether they will be going against Lee Haeun in this tournament. A woman says it's because of Seojun Appa, and another person congratulates Seojun. A man smiles. A voice says, let's go in. The group stands in the Dream Academy's waiting room. Footsteps echo through the hall. A man reminds everyone that using personal equipment is strictly prohibited in this exchange tournament, as he stated before. It's stated that Mr. Seojun Kim has a spear, Mississippi Seon Park has a sword, and Mr. Minyo Lee has dual daggers and a bow. Miss Seon Suk is asked if she has any equipment she needs. The figure in the green hoodie insists that he's all right. The woman with the ponytail says that the quality isn't bad, but she's not used to it. The man with the jacket hums in response. A craftsman never blames their tools. The figure in the green hoodie smiles. That's all just lies. Have you seen those craftsmen use good tools? The woman with the ponytail says she knows. He was just joking. Are you teasing me because you're the only one who doesn't need a weapon? This is revenge for earlier. The man with the spear asks if that is fine for the boss. He guesses it is. The man with the jacket looks surprised. It looks like Seojun isn't picky with his weapons. Well, no, he didn't really mean it like that. Two figures react to someone speaking, one asking if they're even listening. A man thinks to himself, a look of contemplation on his face. A character holds a spear, the details of the weapon catching the light. A voice asks if something would be fine. Chiron maintains a neutral expression, his gaze steady. Someone wonders who would prohibit personal equipment. Chiron stands with two other figures, one of them speaking about understanding the rules. A voice adds, on top of that. Someone declares they don't plan on participating in the exchange tournament. A character looks down, a pensive expression on their face. A voice expresses surprise, mentioning a rumor that Lee Haeun is participating, and that even Siwoo Young is afraid of her. A voice states that something is barely the reason. A woman with dark hair looks on as Seojun Kim stands with his hands on his hips, a determined look on his face. The reason for the excitement is because Seojun Kim is participating. Someone looks dazed. A man exhales, his expression grim. Someone says that Siwoo Young backed out because he was afraid of this guy. Someone thinks that they'll take this chance to show who the real super rookie is. A voice asks if they are both ready. Then, the match begins. Someone is shocked. An opponent thinks that they lost his movement. An opponent is surprised by Seojun Kim's speed. A warning flashes, danger. He strikes, his sword a blur of motion. Heek cries out, the force of the blow staggering him. His sword scrapes against the ground, dragged along by the impact. What kind of strength? Kim Seojun raises his sword, preparing to strike again. A surge of power erupts around him, crackling with energy. Heek reels, his eyes wide with shock. The energy intensifies, a blinding flash of light. Kim Seojun swings his sword with incredible speed. The blade connects, tearing through Keek's armor. Kim Seojun stands his ground, his sword gleaming in the aftermath. The force of the blow sends Keek hurtling backwards. The impact distorts Keek's face as he recoils from the attack. The sound of the strike echoes through the air. Keek is sent flying backwards from the sheer force. His face contorted in pain. Keek can only manage a confused, huh? Keek's eye widens in disbelief as the reality of his defeat sinks in. Another resounding crash. The sound reverberates, a final declaration of the blow's power. Defeated, Keek lies prone, whispering a desperate, and no. Meanwhile, a flashback begins. Seojun Kim trains with a spear, honing his skills. An observer watches, stunned by the outcome of the battle. Seojun Kim is declared the victor. The camera focuses on a spear, revealing cracks along its shaft. One man asks if there are cracks on the spear. Another admits he knew this would happen and was uneasy about it. The man with the spear states that if the duel had lasted any longer, the spear would have shattered. Another man demands that the spear be replaced with something more sturdy. The spear wielder explains that he couldn't use his full strength because he was worried the spear would shatter earlier. A staff is raised high, ready to strike. As he thought, it couldn't withstand that. The staff is replaced. The staff shatters. To be honest, from the moment he got the staff, he was a bit uneasy, but to think it cracked with just 3 swings. This is troubling, Kim Seojun thinks to himself. If it's like this, then he might have to replace his staff for every round of the competition. Kim Seojun is surrounded by onlookers. Wow, boss, so what you showed during training wasn't everything. Everyone's going insane because of what just happened with you. An article already came up as well. What? An article? XX Daily Report. Dream Academy has entered Hunter Mills, Ailes, and Jans. Exchange Tournament. Kim Seojun versus Lee Haeun. Who will be the victor? There really is an article. He thinks the reporters. Someone mentions that they saw what was written at the entrance. Lee Minul states that the response is insane, noting it's even on the recommended search. He continues, explaining that the top 3 guilds will pay for all the expenses spent during the exchange tournament, implying they just wanted Kim Seojun to notice them. Someone exclaims that Lee Haeun must be amazing. Another voice vehemently disagrees, insisting that it's Kim Seojun who is amazing. Lee Minul wonders who Lee Haeun is for Kim Seojun to be comparing himself with her. He then agrees that it's because Kim Seojun is amazing. The text states that whether it's internally or externally, people had a strong image of Lee Haeun as a wall that cannot be overcome, and that people are bound to go crazy since Kim Seojun. Someone says that Lee Haeun is breaking that wall. Another voice agrees, stating that people are going crazy and calling her an out-of-touch irregular. Someone states that if they were to choose between Kim Seojun and Lee Haeun as their next opponent, they would go with Lee Haeun without any hesitation. Another person says they would choose Minul Appa. Lee Minul wonders why he is being brought up suddenly, laughing. Seoyun Park appears contemplative. Lee Haeun is seen with another character. Someone wonders how it was, stating that there's definitely a reason why he's been mentioned so much. Seoyun Park is asked if she thinks she can win against Kim Seojun. A figure speaks to someone, telling them not to feel too burdened, even if they lose, because being second is. A woman with piercing red eyes declares that no matter how much he tries to fly or crawl, a cloaked figure wonders if, in the end, he is just an irregular at the level of a student. A person sits in a chair, their back to the viewer. Someone says that's true, and asks the other person not to mind what they said out of concern. A figure stands tall, facing forward. A person sits in a chair, the sound of something hitting the floor echoing. A close-up of a person's face, their expression unreadable. 2 figures are seen from a distance, one sitting and the other standing. 2 people are engaged in conversation, one holding a shattered spear. A close-up of a person's face, saying something out of concern. As expected, Minul climbed a considerable amount. And even though it was thought that Suyin was going to struggle, she's been putting up a good fight. The winner is Suyin Suk. Kim Seojun, victory. Excuse me, could you replace my spear? Did it shatter again? I keep trying to control my strength, but since my opponents are extraordinary cadets, it's a lot more difficult than I thought. How many weapons has he replaced until now? Including this one, 9. Considering that one weapon is tens of millions of won, roughly calculating the replacement of all those weapons, the costs easily surpass 1 billion won. At this rate, the weapon costs are going to surpass the prize money. This situation is like, where the... A translation note explains that a belly button being bigger than the belly is a metaphor for something being bigger or more than it should be. Kim Seojun raises his hand. He excuses himself, stating that it's not like they can replace something that is clearly broken. Another character wonders if it would be better for him to use his own spear if things are going to be like this. The character continues, wondering if the CEOs don't have any plans on changing the rules, and if it wouldn't be safer to be safe since it's flexibility and not special treatment. Kim Seojun decides that he will go ask about something. Kim Seojun walks away. Someone is sure that they'll figure it out. Kim Seojun continues to walk away. Suyin Suk asks, huh? Suyin, is the next match yours? Suyin is startled. She responds, The other character asks Suyin why she is trembling so much, noting that her face has gone pale too. Suyin hesitates. Suyin stammers, because my next opponent is Lee Haeun. Seojun stands before Suyin, a concerned expression on his face. Suyin, surrounded by a swirling purple aura, realizes something. She understands her reaction now. Seojun notes that the burden must be heavy on Suyin, especially since she hasn't been learning from the magic saint for very long. Suyin wonders if she will be able to do well. Seojun reassures her that it's not like she's going to a dungeon raid or anything. Seojun smiles warmly. He tells Suyin that it doesn't matter whether she loses or wins, she just shouldn't be stressed. It's a good thing to be competitive, but being too obsessed with it isn't so good either. But, Suyin reflects, she wasn't really helpful in the raid battle last time. The sense of accomplishing something together. Everyone looking at them. Being acknowledged by people. Let's give it their all. And a sense of accomplishment felt after improving her abilities. The 2 of them walk together. So that's why Suyin can feel that gap more than anyone. 2 figures stand in the distance, one with a pink aura around them. The other figure, Seojun, watches them. Suyin's face is shown in close-up, her expression determined. She clenches her fist, resolving, I have to show that I can do something as well. Seojun and Suyin are seen together. A message appears, stating that I'm worthy of standing side by side with you guys. Dream Academy student Suyin Suk, once you're ready, please come up to your spot. Seojun gives a thumbs up, wishing her luck. Suyin responds with a determined, yeah. Suyin walks forward, her resolve hardening. I want to get my worth checked. Suyin takes a deep breath, steeling herself. Her expression is serious and focused. A woman in a dress stands tall, awaiting the challengers. Suyin's face is shown in profile, her eyes narrowed. Are you both ready? She stands in profile, a determined look on her face. Then, the challenge begins. A figure raises a sword, ready to strike. Kim Seojun powers up, a blue aura surrounding him. Suyin stands opposite Kim Seojun, a silent anticipation hanging in the air. Kim Seojun challenges, try it. A voice echoes, try out everything you can. Suyin crosses her arms, her expression unreadable. Two figures stand far apart in a large room. Blue energy crackles around Kim Seojun. He wonders aloud, what does that? He continues, stating that by doing it this way, the other will realize how insignificant they are. The figure across from Seojun Kim prepares to draw their sword. A close-up reveals the intense gaze of the figure. The figure stands silhouetted against a looming shadow. The text states that her weapon is touching the floor and she hasn't even gotten into a combative stance. The figure stands with their sword. The figure's face is contorted in anger. Kim Seojun is surrounded by blue energy. He vows that he'll make sure the other regrets saying that. A woman smirks, her eyes gleaming with amusement. How does every single person always manage to say the same thing, she wonders. Focusing intently, a mage crosses their arms, purple energy beginning to emanate from their hands. The mage unleashes the spell, Fear, magic that creates a thick skin and puts pressure on the opponent. The magical energy expands outwards, distorting the space around it. Activating a presence block, a figure braces against the oncoming magical assault, green energy crackling around them. The magical attack slams into the presence block, the force of the impact creating a visible crack in the energy shield. The magical energy continues to surge, a torrent of power unleashed. A figure is sent hurtling downwards, lightning crackling around them as they fall victim to the magical assault. A man and woman stand in shock, witnessing the unfolding events. The woman from before observes the scene, a frown creasing her brow. A mage fighting at close range, she wonders. The announcement rings out, and with Haeun Lee as the opponent? Two figures clash, unleashing torrents of magical energy. The battlefield erupts in a chaotic storm of spells and counterattacks. A mage weaves intricate patterns of light, conjuring a powerful spell. Another mage unleashes a surge of raw magical force. Arcane energies collide, creating a blinding flash. The air crackles with untamed power. A figure channels their energy, firing a concentrated beam of magic. A figure plummets through the air, a victim of the intense battle. She's just a student, but she's already capable of casting magic while moving so turbulently. It hurts my pride, but I can see why our students had such a hard time. If a mage plays in the back and casts powerful magic, they have done their job as a party member. Two armored figures stand guard as a blonde woman raises her staff, energy crackling around her. The scene shifts, the figures now bathed in a blue light. A question hangs in the air, but is that really the case in an actual battle? The text poses a series of hypothetical questions. What if your mana gets messed up? What if you're in a state where your mana is constrained? What if there is a mana explosion and the world has no more mana anymore? What if there aren't any hunters too? The text continues, asking, protect you, before declaring, the reality is that it can be ruined at any time. A mage, thoroughly focused on her own performance, stands in profile. The text explains that after the Magic Saint, that method basically disappeared. In a brightly lit room, a man exclaims, yeah. Another replies, yes Suyin, pressure her more. The hero of Cataclysm and the peak of mages, the Magic Saint used that battle method. At the prime of Cataclysmic era, the Magic Saint was known as a disaster. Silhouetted figures stand against a backdrop of swirling energy. With that in mind, other countries call the Magic Saint. She begins to channel a surge of magical energy, blue lightning crackling around her hands as she prepares to unleash her power. The unleashed energy erupts in a blinding flash of blue, the air crackling with raw power. The force of the blast sends Cha Haiyan hurtling backwards, the magical energy slamming into her with brutal force. Suk Suyin, unfazed, taunts her opponent, a cruel smile playing on her lips. Is this all you can do? Another blast of magical energy slams into Cha Haiyan, the impact radiating outwards in a wave of crimson light. The force of the blow leaves Cha Haiyan reeling, blood trickling from her mouth as she struggles to maintain her footing. A figure rushes to support Cha Haiyan, catching her as she stumbles. Do you get it now? Suk Suyin watches with a predatory gleam in her eyes. Cha Haiyan, battered but unbowed, whispers, you. Gathering her remaining strength, Cha Haiyan unleashes a counterattack, a torrent of blue energy surging towards her opponent. The magical blast slams into Suk Suyin, the impact erupting in a vortex of purple lightning. A surge of raw magical power erupts, the air crackling with unseen energy. Suk Suyin's crimson eyes narrow, her expression a mask of intense focus and simmering rage. A voice echoes, admitting, I only managed to rip her clothes. Cha Haiyan's face is etched with frustration, a whisper escaping her lips. A bit. I didn't make a single scratch on her. A hand reaches out, touching a smooth, cold surface. The speaker thinks, I didn't think the gap would be this big. Suk Suyin lunges forward, her movements a blur of lethal intent. Cha Haiyan's eyes widen in alarm, her body tensing in anticipation of the incoming attack. Suk Suyin pauses, a flicker of confusion crossing her face. Huh. Meanwhile, two figures sit in a waiting room, while two others stand nearby, their expressions unreadable. A figure stands silhouetted against the darkness, his gaze intense and unwavering. She lies prone on the floor, a dark-haired woman standing over her, the click of her heels echoing in the room as she approaches, a glint of metal in her hand. A hand roughly grabs at Suk Suyin's clothing, pulling her up. The fabric of her green jacket is pulled taut. The dark-haired woman looms over her, a cold, predatory look in her red eyes, the blade held ready. Meanwhile, a door slams open with a resounding crash. A woman watches, hands clasped over her mouth in shock, as a figure sprints past her through the doorway. A hand clenches tightly around a staff, knuckles white with strain. A voice, strained with desperation, pleads, "Oh, Appa, don't. Pause." The staff is gripped even tighter, ready for action. Suk Suyin lies on the ground, a figure standing over her, a question mark hovering above her head. The dark-haired woman reaches out, offering a comforting hand. It's okay." His eyes widen, a surge of fury contorting his features. A man's voice booms, demanding, Student Haeun Lee, what are you doing right now? Stop immediately." Lee Haeun's eyes narrow. She remains silent. Haeun Lee stands over the fallen Suk Suyin. Haeun Lee gazes down at Suk Suyin. Suk Suyin gasps, "Yuk!" A man shouts, "Wake up, Suyin." The man grits his teeth, thinking, she was nothing special. Haeun Lee looms over Suk Suyin. The man's expression hardens. The man's hand reaches out, grabbing Suk Suyin's arm. His eyes narrow. Tears streamed down her face, each drop a testament to her anguish. From above, the scene unfolded. Lee Haeun and Suk Suyin were surrounded by several figures in a mad dash. Right after Haeun Lee's fight, the scene is one of aftermath. There were healers assisting Suyin, and thankfully, there weren't any major injuries. The only punishment given to Lee Haeun for committing such a violent act was a mere warning. The air hangs heavy with unspoken tension. A voice, laced with self-deprecation, echoes, "Sorry, I was trying to avenge Suyin, but I ended up losing as well." A warning is issued. "Boss, be careful. There is a reason people call her the best." The group remains, a silent tableau of concern and contemplation. "Suyin, and now Mr. Minyul," she exclaims, her voice rising with determination. "This won't do. I'm going to go out there myself and protest more strongly." The two figures stand, their posture reflecting a shared resolve. She wonders why this is happening. Suk Suyin tells someone to just leave it be. With a worry-filled expression, Miss Seayun stands with Kim Seajun. The number of times he had to replace his spear is on his mind. Student Seajun Kim is ready. From Dream Academy, Kim Seajun is told to head up to his spot if he's ready. Student Haeun Lee from Hunter Mill is also ready. If you're ready, then please head up to your spot too. Kim Seajun and Suk Suyin are present. The match everyone's been looking forward to is about to start. Kim Seajun and Lee Haeun face each other. Suk Suyin looks at a screen. Two people stand and talk, while two others walk up the stairs. Two people stand and talk. Kim Seajun and Suk Suyin stand far apart. Kim Seajun asks Suk Suyin, "Let me ask you one thing." A voice wonders, was it really necessary to go that far? A voice declares, "You're the most talented amongst all the pro hunters." Suk Suyin thinks, "So you've probably never experienced the frustration of playing around with an uncertain future and the reality and despair of working hard and yet not being able to move forward." A voice asks, "But did you know? That despair is the proof of one's effort." A voice states, "And you trampled on that effort." Suk Suyin walks away. She states that even with his well-rounded skills, it's nothing he can dare disregard, a slight smile playing on her lips. The silence hangs heavy as the question lingers in the air. Is she done with her speech? Kim Seajun stands silently, listening intently to Suk Suyin. The man's expression remains unreadable as he asks if Kim Seajun doesn't understand what she's saying. Seajun Kim is asked to try it, a question forming in his mind. The man says that Kim Seajun should try everything he can. The words echo in the air, "Try everything you can." Suk Suyin's expression hardens, a palpable tension radiating from her. A surge of emotion rises within Kim Seajun, a silent scream of frustration. The words hang in the air, a challenge and a threat. You should see how it feels, too. Suk Suyin stands with her arms crossed, a silent declaration of intent. Kim Seajun's eyes widen, a realization dawning as he understands just how shitty it feels by himself. Suk Suyin's words dripped with condescension. She accused him of thinking too highly of himself due to the praise he received, and questioned why he wouldn't quit bluffing after climbing up by trampling on insignificant people. The crimson glint in her eyes intensified as she stared down at Kim Seajun. Kim Seajun gripped his spear, his expression hardening. He thought to himself that it seemed like it still hadn't gone through her head. A voice, seemingly from an unseen observer, stammered, asking if they were both ready. Then, a booming voice declared the start of the match. A surge of energy crackled around Suk Suyin. Suk Suyin drew her sword, a determined glint in her eyes. Her gaze burned with intensity, focused solely on her opponent. Kim Seajun stood his ground, a question mark hovering over his head as he gripped his spear. The unseen observer watched from a distance, wondering what they were doing. He already told them to try everything they can. Kim Seajun's face contorted in frustration. He wondered how every single person always managed to say the same thing. She launches a swift kick, her leg a blur of motion as she closes the distance. The kick connects with a sickening thud, Seajun's face contorting in pain as he reels from the blow. The force of the impact sends Kim Seajun flying backwards, his body a ragdoll against the unforgiving air. Despite the brutal assault, Kim Seojun's expression hardens with resolve, his eyes burning with unwavering determination. Suyin's leg flashes out again, a crimson streak cutting through the air. The impact reverberates through the arena, a testament to the sheer power behind her strikes. A blade descends, a silver arc slicing through the air with deadly precision. The sword bites deep, drawing a pained grunt from Kim Seojun as the crimson stain spreads across his armor. The blade continues its relentless assault, each strike carrying the weight of Suyin's fury. The impact sends tremors through Kim Seojun's body, each blow chipping away at his defenses. The sword descends once more, a harbinger of pain and destruction. The final blow lands with brutal force, leaving Kim Seojun battered and bleeding, struggling to maintain his footing. Suyin swings her sword with a determined expression. Kim Seojun yawns, seemingly unfazed by the attack. Suyin continues her assault, her sword arcing towards Kim Seojun. The impact of the sword echoes through the training room. A shockwave of energy erupts from the point of contact. The force of the blow sends splinters of energy flying in all directions. The air crackles with residual energy. Suyin faces Kim Seojun, her expression intense. This can't be the best. Kim Seojun summons a spear, its tip crackling with energy. You can do, or is it? Suyin prepares to strike again, her eyes narrowed. Kim Seojun grips his spear, ready to meet her attack. Blue energy surges around the spear, empowering Kim Seojun's weapon. The energy intensifies around the spear, crackling with raw power. He is briefly silhouetted against the blinding light, a figure wreathed in arcane energy. Kim Seojun stares at the blade of pure aura, a question forming in his mind. Aura blade. The energy blade hums with contained fury, its edges sharp and unforgiving. If I don't do anything, it looks like it might get me. The blade pulses with an inner light, a testament to the volatile power it holds. Kim Seojun prepares to strike, the aura blade poised to unleash its devastating force. The energy blade collides with Suk Suyin's defenses, the impact echoing through the training area. A shockwave erupts from the point of contact, sending debris flying in all directions. The explosion continues to expand, a testament to the raw power unleashed in the clash. Lee Mingyul recoils in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief at the sheer force of the attack. The onlookers are stunned into silence, the intensity of the battle leaving them speechless. Suk Suyin grits her teeth, feeling the force of the attack, pushing her back. I'm getting pushed back. She grits her teeth, feeling the relentless pressure. I'm getting pushed back. Kim Seojun's expression hardens, his eyes filled with determination. Me? The aura blade intensifies, its blue light pushing against Suk Suyin with overwhelming force. Suk Suyin struggles to maintain her stance, the energy of the blade threatening to overwhelm her defenses. Suk Suyin's eyes widen, a gasp escaping her lips as she feels the full brunt of the attack. Lee Mingyul watches intently, his hand gripping the hilt of his weapon. Kim Seojun's gaze intensifies, a fierce resolve burning in his eyes. I'm going in for real this time. The hunter raises his sword, the aura blade crackling with power as he prepares to strike. The walls around them begin to crack, the dungeon unable to withstand the force of their battle. Seojun Kim's eye glows with an intense light, the power of the aura blade reaching its peak. Deflect. A crimson gaze pierces the veil of mediocrity. Even without bone-crushing efforts, the hunter easily made it to the top. In other words, an overwhelming ability. True talent greatly overwhelms efforts. At some point, when people started saying that she was the most talented hunter in all of history, she didn't feel the least proud or pleased about it. Since it's the truth, the hunter thinks, she is going in for real this time. Suyin's gaze hardens with resolve. A man's voice echoes, what? The man grips a long, dark staff. Xiangyu narrows his eyes, a silent question forming in his mind. That just now wasn't all of his power. A blade flashes, arcing towards him with lethal speed. Dark hair whips through the air, a fleeting glimpse of the attacker. A single eye, burning with intensity, locks onto its target. Deflect. With a surge of power, Xiangyu meets the attack head-on, his own blade a blur of motion. The clash of steel echoes through the chamber as he deflects the blow, sparks flying from the point of impact. Suk Suyin grits her teeth, her grip tightening on her sword as she prepares to strike. A gasp escapes her lips as blood wells up, the taste of iron bitter on her tongue. What's? She was struck by a sudden, unseen assault. A spear of pure force materialized, hurtling towards Xiangyu with lethal intent. Debris exploded outwards as the attack commenced. What's happening? All he did was lightly swing his spear. A crimson aura flared around the weapon as Xiangyu moved to intercept the incoming strike. The word grasp materialized in the air, a testament to the power he was channeling. The unseen attack continued, undeterred. Fragments of shattered stone and earth sprayed outwards, a chaotic dance of destruction. The force of the blow threatened to overwhelm even Xiangyu's defenses. A spray of blood marked the grim reality. Suyin cried out, a sharp, pained sound that cut through the din of battle. Cook! The assault intensified, the unseen spear now a relentless torrent of energy. Each strike carried the weight of mountains, threatening to shatter Xiangyu's guard. All he did was defend. Xiang Yu's spear danced, a blur of motion deflecting the relentless onslaught. His movements were precise, economical, each parry a testament to his mastery. The red aura around his spear pulsed with power. The unseen attacker pressed their advantage, the barrage of strikes showing no sign of abating. The air crackled with energy, the very ground trembling beneath the force of the assault. Each block was a struggle, each parry a victory hard won. Xiang Yu's face was a mask of concentration, his eyes narrowed as he anticipated the next strike. The red aura intensified. The unseen spear continued its assault, a relentless storm of force and energy. The very air seemed to vibrate with the intensity of the battle, the world around them fading into a blur of motion. Suyin's face contorted in pain, her eyes squeezed shut against the agony. A thin sheen of sweat glistened on her brow, each drop a testament to the severity of her injury. Her breath hitched, a ragged gasp that echoed in the brief lulls between the attacks. The world swam before her eyes, the edges of her vision darkening as she fought to remain conscious. The unseen spear continued its relentless assault, each strike a hammer blow against Xiang Yu's defenses. The battle raged on, a desperate struggle against an invisible foe. A figure raises a spear, its tip aimed towards a colossal form of light looming above. The light coalesces, its form both radiant and ominous. A single eye reflects the blinding light, a silent scream trapped within. The word pierce blazes across the scene. A beam of pure energy erupts, engulfing a figure in its searing embrace. The light intensifies, the figure plummeting through its core. Tendrils of energy writhe around the falling form, each pulse a searing brand. The light continues to burn. The beam solidifies into a lance of pure energy. The figure crashes into the earth, a cloud of dust and debris exploding outwards. A strangled gasp escapes, the sound of agony echoing in the aftermath. The hegemon King Xiang Yu stood, sword in hand, the metallic clang echoing his rising disbelief. The shock rippled through him, a physical tremor accompanying the mental denial. His eyes widened, a silent scream building in his throat. How could this be? Xiang Yu's voice trembled, a desperate refusal to accept the impossible. There's no way he can be stronger than me. The words echoed in his mind, a mantra against the encroaching reality. He couldn't be stronger. His eyes narrowed, a flicker of defiance igniting within the storm of disbelief. It wasn't over yet. Xiang Yu's face contorted in rage and denial, the veins in his neck bulging. I can't accept it. The back of Xiang Yu's head is visible. Seojun Kim's fist connects with Xiang Yu's face. The force of the blow sends Xiang Yu reeling. Xiang Yu, enraged, curses his opponent. Seojun Kim stands his ground, facing Xiang Yu. Lee Haeun watches from the side. Someone wonders aloud what they should do, questioning if they should stop the fight. Looking at the situation literally, Haeun Lee, who's holding a weapon, is in a more advantageous situation compared to student Seojun Kim without one. On top of that, student Haeun Lee doesn't seem to have any plans of quitting. Seojun Kim strikes Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu cries out as the blow lands. The force of the punch sends Xiang Yu flying. Someone exclaims, questioning what bullshit is being spouted. Seojun Kim stares ahead, lost in thought. Life is incredibly hard, he muses. The young man continues, reflecting that others weren't gifted with an overwhelming talent like him. Meanwhile, a sword attack is prepared, the attacker frustrated that their strike isn't reaching. The unseen swordsman slashes with their blade, the attack accompanied by a shout. Back in the room, Lee Haeun looks at Seojun, asking what's more surprising. A voice echoes, stating that those people don't care much about fighting back or winning. The unseen swordsman stands silhouetted, a dark aura emanating from them. A sharp sound echoes. A figure gasps, seemingly reacting to a blow. A voice continues, stating that even though they've lived their entire lives getting beat up, they care more about moving forward than fighting back. Lee Haeun looks on, her expression unreadable. The voice concludes that no matter how strong of a punch they receive, they don't fall down, and they go forward little by little. When those people receive strong hits again and again, they still get up repeatedly. For a moment, they might stay down, but eventually, they move forward. Lee Haeun states that the only way to win a battle that is impossible to win is to keep on fighting. That's what true talent is. Seojun Kim looks up, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. Seojun Kim thinks it's bullshit that something so insignificant can be talent. His expression hardens. Seojun Kim thinks he's the most talented. Lee Haeun scoffs, telling Seojun Kim not to be ridiculous. Seojun Kim asks what kind of greatest talent Lee Haeun is if she's shaking just from a few hits from his fists. Lee Haeun retorts that they're not people that someone like Seojun Kim can dare trample and belittle. The air crackles with energy as the words, God's strength, blaze into existence. A blinding light erupts, engulfing both Kim Seojun and the dark-haired woman. The effect intensifies, the air shimmering with raw power. The dark-haired woman's eyes burn with an intense, crimson light. A symbol of immense power manifests, radiating heat and energy. The light continues to intensify, the transformation reaching its peak. Standing atop a mountain of fallen bodies, a figure is silhouetted against the radiant light. Darkness writhes, a canvas for the display of overwhelming strength. The figure stands in a doorway, a silent testament to the carnage left behind. The dark-haired woman's gaze is unwavering, her eyes burning with newfound power. The air shimmers once more, the aftereffects of the unleashed power still lingering. A close-up reveals a face contorted with determination, the power now coursing through every vein. A man throws a punch towards a woman wielding a sword. The punch connects, creating a powerful shockwave. The shockwave expands outwards. The force of the impact shatters the surrounding area. Debris flies as the shattering continues. A woman's face is shown, her expression intense. The man continues his attack. A group of people watch with concern. The group continues to observe the situation. A figure asks, "How is it?" Two figures stand facing each other. A man with glowing yellow eyes looks on. The title card for Transcendence Academy is displayed, posing the question, "So, what should we do now?" Three figures sit around a table, the weight of the situation heavy in the air. Chiron speaks, "To be honest." Seojun Kim admits, "I'm not really confident in winning if I fought against Seojun Kim right now." The tension is palpable as hands clench on the table. A voice explains, even though it had been some time since he retired, he was once an S-rank hunter and is the representative of Jaen, one of the 3 great academies in Korea. But he's saying that he doesn't think he could win. Chiron groans, confessing, "I don't want to admit it, but I feel the same way." A flashback shows a fight scene, the memory sharp and vivid. A voice muses, "That wasn't the level of a student." The group sits around the table again, the speaker stating, "He wasn't at this level during raid battles back then. It seems like, after the raid battle, something happened to Seojun Kim." The speaker concludes, "Well, the exchange." Seojun Kim gestures emphatically, asking, "What's the point of saying that now?" A voice declares that Seojun Kim is already out of their reach and that they can't beat him. Another voice agrees, stating that they should accept the truth. There's no way to beat Seojun Kim. Someone suggests that they can use something against him. An off-screen voice calls out to Mr. Seojun Kim, asking for a word. Someone asks if the rumor that he's the Sword Saint's disciple is true, while a figure walks away. A voice wonders what to do after the hunter exam. Someone is running midair, and a voice exclaims in surprise, while another urges someone to take photos. Seojun Kim wonders why they are blocking his way, as a voice says they were defeated by him. A man with glasses smirks, his expression unreadable. A voice declares that they weren't defeated by the Dream Academy. A sound effect echoes. Soo Suk glances back, a question hanging in the air. Seojun Kim bursts back into the room, announcing his return. Seojun wonders why they were blocking the way, finding it frustrating. He adds that being trapped was also why he was there. Seojun Kim looks at his phone. Soo Suk glances at Seojun Kim, noting the insane amount of comments regarding her. Soo laughs, seemingly amused by something. The man with messy brown hair says that aside from that, they should think of how to go about the second round. The second round, that means. Someone states that they are correct, a team dungeon raid is scheduled with the participating members, a team match. It is mentioned that Suyin and Minul are in the hospital right now. The man with messy brown hair says that a team match is impossible. What do? He was going to ask the people associated with the event, but they were trapped by all the reporters. Suk Suyin thinks everything's slowly wrapping up outside. A man says that they can't do this here. The lower half of 2 people are shown. Suk Suyin tells Mr. Seojun to rest for a bit. Seojun Kim waves. Someone says that they are so worn out. Someone says that they'll be back, so please. This is all because they used God's strength at the last minute. Should they have just made her faint? They slide down in a chair. He thought back to his actions, realizing they might not have been necessary. Kim Seojun's eyes widened. Suddenly, Aphrodite announced her arrival, addressing him as Mr. Seojun Kim. The shock was palpable. Aphrodite looked around, confused. Aphrodite asked if he was so shocked, as Kim Seojun fell from his chair, surprised. Aphrodite apologized. Even though he looks extremely sorry in the moment, he'll probably do it again in the future. Is this a habit of his? Aphrodite sighed, deciding to forget it, and asked how the thing went. Aphrodite explained that she brought his question to many instructors, and just to make sure, she also asked the principal. All the instructors said it was impossible and shook their heads. Kim Seojun realized that in the end, it's not possible. He sits in his chair, listening to Aphrodite. The goddess says, "Well, to be fair, there's no way other transcended didn't think of the same thing as me." Aphrodite continues, "Hey, you have to listen when someone talks until the end." Kim Seojun's eyes widen as he hears that the principal said if it's Seojun Kim, then it might be possible. Kim Seojun asks, "What does that mean?" Aphrodite explains, "Well, all the principal said was that it might be possible. She wasn't too sure about it. Since the beginning, she said that using the middle and lower dantians at the same time is impossible." Kim Seojun wonders why it has to be him. Aphrodite clears her throat. Aphrodite states, "From here on, everything I say is official from the principal. So it's the principal's opinion." A screen displays text about mana. First, every being has a set amount of mana they can take in and use. Mana is the source of the essence of existence, so it cannot exceed the quota of existence. Kim Seojun sits, listening intently to Aphrodite. The screen continues, "The limitations of source that existence can bear, so the limitations of causality can be middle dantian or lower dantian. Just." The screen concludes, "One of these is enough." and a being that is able to escape this allocated quota of the causality might dash. A structure collapses, disappearing altogether. Aphrodite's chibi form floats before Kim Seojun, a faint glow emanating from her. Aphrodite explains that even if Kim Seojun uses both middle and lower dantian, there's a chance his existence won't collapse or disappear. A close-up shows Kim Seojun's mouth as he asks why that is. Aphrodite states it's because Kim Seojun's causality hasn't been measured. Aphrodite continues, explaining that no matter what the situation was, Kim Seojun's causality has never been measured. A silhouette shows Kim Seojun sitting and listening intently. Aphrodite asks if he remembers what happened last time, recalling a time when she didn't have an ID, so she reported it to the principal. Kim Seojun, looking concerned, wonders what's going to happen to him. Aphrodite claps her hands together, ready to continue. Aphrodite explains that he doesn't have an assigned limitation. Following that, keeping the two dantian's usage into account, it's possible to not collapse or disappear. Aphrodite concludes that this is what the principal officially said. He listens intently as Aphrodite explains that there are a few points to keep in mind when using the two dantians at the same time. The goddess elaborates, emphasizing the immense burden of causality. Kim Seojun shrugs, considering the weight of her words. Aphrodite continues, explaining that if one opens two types of dantians, the mana needed to fill those dantians needs to rise along with it. Aphrodite clarifies that the mana requirement doesn't simply double, it rises exponentially. She admits that it's possible to use such incredible power, but she had heard it was impossible to make up for it using just simple training. Kim Seojun smiles, a glint of determination in his eyes. To put it simply, it means that he has to pour an insane amount of money into this. Aphrodite throws her hands up in exasperation. How can she give up even more like this? Aphrodite's face contorts in frustration, the weight of the situation pressing down on her. Thanks to that, she's still living a one-bedroom life. Kim Seojun offers his perspective. This is just his personal opinion, but he believes that it's worth giving it a go. Kim Seojun notes that the principal doesn't use the words, "it's possible," lightly. If the principal said that, then he can see it as being possible. A vision appears, depicting a transcended being that uses all three dantians, radiating power and light. Aphrodite, in chibi form, smiles knowingly. If by chance that is possible, unthinkable things would start happening. Kim Seojun reflects on what Aphrodite said. It seems like the principal was really looking forward to it. She even said that she would need to leave her spot as principal for it to be possible. The principal of the Transcendence Academy. What kind of person is she? What kind of person is she? To take precautionary measures. A blinding light fills the space. The second transcended. That's all I can tell you. A woman with long blonde hair stands with her back to the viewer. A close-up reveals the texture and color of her blonde hair. Seojun Kim sits alone, pondering a question. The second transcended? Seojun speaks to a small, fairy-like creature. Yes. Did I not tell you about the history of our Transcension Academy? The creature responds, yeah, this is my first time hearing about it. The fairy-like creature exclaims, that won't do. I can't believe I didn't tell you such an important and entertaining story. Then on that note, I'll tell you the story. Our Transcension Academy is. Seojun Kim announces, I'm back. A small oops bubble appears as a puff of smoke dissipates. The fairy-like creature exclaims, back. It wonders, huh? I could swear you were just talking with someone. It then dismisses the thought. Why you must be imagining things. A voice asks, aside, are the talks about the second round over? Another voice responds, that's. A woman and Seojun Kim stand before another person, who states, I will inform you about. A man with glasses states, because the meeting just finished. Since the exchange tournament has students, it is a very important opportunity for them to compete to do their best along with other students. All the host representatives of the academies have gathered and had a meeting, and in the meeting most of the votes shifted to continuing with the second round. But we can only send out Mr. Seojun. Suk Suyin looks on, a question forming on her face. What do you think about proceeding with the dungeon raid with teams of one student and one instructor, not just all students? If it's like that, then it's possible for Ms. Seoyun and I to be a team and enter. Seojun Kim listens intently. But Ms. Seoyun is a B-rank hunter, and if we're talking about the other team, the instructors from the top 3 hunter academies are A-rank hunters at least. There's already enough going around about Ms. Seoyun in the community, if the gap is shown this way then. Suk Suyin groans. There must be additional prize money, right? A voice calls out, excuse me? Chiron, Kim Seojun, Suk Suyin, and Seongyu stand together. Seoyun Park is surprised by the changes to the original rules and methods, which were changed suddenly and one-sidedly. Chiron wonders if they can also request something. Chiron sighs, wondering how much they were. Suk Suyin stands with Kim Seojun and Chiron. A voice reassures someone not to worry about them. Seoyun Park states that as the director, she has never been helpful to anyone, so she needs to help at least one time. A voice states that what people say about them means nothing to them. Grit. Chiron states that before the prize money, he'll give a counter-proposal. Instead of instructors in the team, someone suggests switching it to representatives. It is stated that Ms. Seoyun is the Dream Academy's representative. Then, someone asks if the representatives of the top 3 hunter academies should come out as well. A taller figure speaks to a woman with a ponytail. But, instead, a man with glasses speaks. If you were to give us the 6 billion won tournament prize. Money first, whatever rules and methods you make, we'll comply with all of them, Seojun Kim declares. If not, then I'm not doing it, a figure states. Well then, a figure smirks. I guess there's no choice. This is how the second round's rules ended up being. The representatives and representative students of Dream, Hunter Mill, Jaein, and Ale form their teams and are going to perform a dungeon raid. A group of students are seen in a hallway. A character walks with purpose. The dungeons are split into Dungeon 1, Dungeon 2, and Dungeon 3. Students go into Dungeon 1. Stylized images of monsters are shown. Representatives enter Dungeon 2 and solo raid it. A shadowy monster lurks. The round ends when the student and representative eliminate the boss monster together. The time to clear Dungeons 1 and 2, and the time to slay the boss monster in Dungeon 3 combined, determines the victor. A hand presses a button to take the related course. A system message appears. Anguish in the heart. Meet one's complete self. Heaven's escape cultivation. Instructed by Sword Master Dongbin Liu. Instructor Siegfried stands holding a staff. A system message appears. A boiling power like that of a dragon's aura. Instructed by Siegfried. Mr. Seojun Kim is asked if he is ready. He replies that he is coming. Ms. Seoyun is called out. She responds with a simple ah. The Dream Team's round 2 testing grounds are prepared. The question is asked, what were they doing there alone? Something amuses an unseen observer. Below, a table sits with 2 indentations, as if waiting for crystals to be placed. A woman stands with her hand on her chest, looking concerned. Behind her, a man leans on a mop, his expression unreadable. A narration box explains that there's nothing that can be done about Ms. Seoyun falling behind compared to the representatives of the 3 top hunter academies. However, the requirement for the second round is not based on individual time, but time added up as a team. A figure stands with a sword at their side, light glinting off the blade. The amount he manages to shorten his time is the key to this second game, Seojun thinks, a blue aura surrounding him. Seojun stands, legs braced, ready to enter the dungeon. He opened up the upper dantian for now, but he doesn't know if he can make a difference against the former S-class hunters. A text box reads, Dream Hunter Academy. If you're ready, then please enter. A man calls out, Ms. Seoyun. The man says, I'll see you in a bit. The man smiles, waving goodbye. The woman waves, a small wave written beside her hand. Seoyun enters the dungeon, a blue light enveloping her as she descends. A hulking, wolf-like monster stands silhouetted against the misty forest. Seoyun grips his staff, preparing for battle. The weapon glows with a faint, ethereal light. A pack of the wolf-like monsters surrounds him, their red eyes gleaming in the darkness. He leaps into the air, the staff radiating a brilliant energy. From below, Seoyun thinks to himself, first, let's go lightly. Energy crackles around Seoyun's feet as he prepares to strike. The staff glows with intense power, ready to unleash its force. Seoyun's expression hardens as he focuses his energy. One of the monsters wonders, huh? Another monster cries out, W8. With a mighty swing, Seoyun unleashes the staff's power, sending the monsters flying. The force of the blow reverberates through the air. He is surrounded by wolf-like monsters, their red eyes gleaming in the dim light of the dungeon. Kim Seojun prepares to strike. Seojun misses his attack. The monsters close in. The pack advances, their claws scraping against the stone floor. A scream echoes through the dungeon. A voice shouts, You little, don't run away. A crystal glimmers, catching the faint light. A voice wonders why the monster implementation is so detailed. Kim Seojun rides atop one of the wolf-like monsters, using it as a mount. A figure stands, observing the scene. The figure asks if Ms. Seoyun is not finished yet. The figure resolves to hurry up and put their crystal in to record their time. A sharp beep pierces the air, the sound echoing in the room. He looks up, a flicker of confusion creasing his brow. Huh? Kim Seojun scans his surroundings, his grip tightening on the weapon in his hand. A voice announces, they are announcing the clear times on live. A close-up reveals a widened eye, reflecting shock and disbelief. The screen displays the shocking news. Hunter Mill Academy, Dungeon 1 clear time, 35 minutes. Dungeon 2 clear time, 11 minutes. A figure stands before it, muttering, the hell? The atmosphere grows heavy with disappointment. We lost. Despair contorts the character's face, the weight of defeat settling in. A figure stands silhouetted against the screen, the glowing numbers displaying the latest dungeon clear times for Hunter Hill Academy. The gap between Dungeon 1 and Dungeon 2's clear time is huge, a voice observes. Dungeon 1 was cleared by a student, while Dungeon 2 was cleared by a representative, which makes sense. The issue, a man thinks, is that their situation is the opposite. If he were to put in the mana crystal like this, there would be no issue with their victory, a voice laments. But if he, a student, has a lower time than Ms. Seoyun, she wouldn't be able to avoid the criticism. She's freeloading off Seojun, someone thinks. How did she get so lucky to find an irregular like Seojun Kim? Another voice knew this would happen. She's just a B rank after all. But if he matches Ms. Seon's tempo and puts in the shard at the same time, they won't win, Kim Seojun thinks, standing next to Seongyu. A man adjusts his glasses, his expression unreadable. On top of that, the difficulty of Dungeon 2 is an 8-star dungeon, a man thinks. It's possible that Ms. Seoyun might fail the raid. Damn it, someone thinks, I'm so desperate for money that I can't judge the situation appropriately. A screen displays the Jain Academy's boss clear time, 12 minutes 254 seconds. It also shows the dungeon clear times. Dungeon 1 clear time, 36 minutes 1 second. Dungeon 2 clear time, 11 minutes 18 seconds. Final combined record, 59 minutes 43 seconds. Don't worry about me, a woman says. As the director, I've never been helpful to you even once, a woman thinks, so I need to be of help at least once. A hand grips a large, purple object as a beep sound effect rings out. A muffled sound, thud, is followed by a questioning, and what? A figure stands silhouetted before a screen. The words those people say about me means nothing to me floating above. The screen displays dungeon clear times from Jain Academy. Legs stand on a reflective surface, their reflection mirroring their form. A woman, her hand pressed to her forehead, pants heavily. A figure stands with a sword held before them, the blade gleaming in the fiery light. A lone figure stands atop a rocky outcrop, surrounded by a desolate landscape. A dragon-like creature descends from above, its form wreathed in fire. The woman looks up, her expression a mix of fear and determination. The dragon-like creature continues its descent, fire erupting around it. The woman watches as the dragon-like creature approaches, the air shimmering with heat. The air crackles with anticipation as the battle intensifies. Kim Seojun slashes at Keek with his sword, the blade glowing with ethereal energy. A close-up reveals Seojun's focused gaze, his determination unwavering. The sword bites deep into Keek's exoskeleton, drawing a spray of crimson blood. Seojun's expression hardens as he witnesses the impact of his attack. The wound on Keek's hide oozes, a testament to the power of Seojun's blade. The attack lands with explosive force, sending shockwaves through the battlefield. Debris rains down as the force of the blow rips through the air. Keek is sent hurtling backward, the impact of the attack throwing him off balance. A guttural roar of pain echoes as Keek struggles to regain his footing. Seojun watches intently, his eyes narrowed as he anticipates Keek's next move. With renewed determination, Kim Seojun prepares to strike again, his sword blazing with power. Blazing energy crackles in the air. Seoyun steels her resolve. If she can just clear this. The fiery energy continues to swirl. She thinks to herself that Kim Seojun is probably waiting for her outside, and even if she isn't faster than him, she needs to at least clear it. The energy intensifies. The swirling energy descends. Seoyun pauses, a look of surprise on her face. A monstrous roar echoes as a creature emerges from the depths. The camera focuses on Seon's legs. Seoyun grunts as she is struck by something. The sound of impact reverberates. The sound of impact continues. Crimson and gold energies swirl, a chaotic dance of raw power. She hangs suspended, the world tilting around her as she grapples with her own limitations. Objectively, her skills weren't outstanding. As the granddaughter of the Sword Saint, one of the heroes of Cataclysm, the rank she got after studying under the Sword Saint was mere B. The air crackles with heat, the ground scorched by her efforts. The energies roil, a tempest of potential. Power spirals outward, a vortex of destruction and creation. She respected her grandfather, one of the heroes of Cataclysm. But at the same time she resented him for being compared with someone who was unskilled. She resented herself. With a scream, she unleashes the full force of her power. A younger Seojun Kim calls out, "I'll see you in a bit." The scene fades with vertical lines. The woman reflects, "I thought I didn't really want to be a hunter." A hand grips a sharpened stake, blood dripping from its tip. A lone figure walks through a fiery landscape. The woman thinks, "When I first met Mr. Seojun." She continues, "I thought if we used each other, that would have been it." A flashback shows Seojun Kim smiling, followed by the woman smiling back. She reflects, "I thought using a cute-looking student to spread the Dream Academy name would have been it." The scene shows the two of them shaking hands. She thinks, but now that the Pro Hunter exam is just around the corner. She concludes, "This exchange tournament should be the end of our relationship." The magical energy fades, leaving behind the aftermath of the dungeon raid. A faint, crimson glow emanates from a hand, then vanishes as quickly as it appeared. Even just that. Phew, the dungeon was so hard. "Oh, Ms. Seoyun, did you just come out too?" A figure stands tall, a spear held firmly in hand, the blue light of the dungeon exit illuminating his form. "Huh, I was just coming out as well." The sound of something heavy hitting the ground echoes through the chamber. Why did you do that?" Two figures stand in the aftermath, the tension palpable in the air. I didn't do anything." A close-up reveals the extent of Seon's injuries, her face marred with bruises and scratches. He pauses, considering something. Kim Seojun admits to Ms. Seoyun that he needs a lot of money. But it's not everything, he thinks. He reflects on being able to collect it again anytime he wants. However, a once-broken heart can't be returned to how it originally was. A hand holds a red crystal. Kim Seojun says thank you. Ms. Seoyun and Kim Seojun stand in a large room. In the path of becoming a pro hunter. In the path of being transcended. He yearns to stand in it not alone, but together with people like this. A screen displays the results of the Dream Academy dungeon runs. Dungeon 1 clear time, 29 minutes 3 seconds. Dungeon 2 clear time, 29 minutes 18 seconds. Final combined record. The screen continues to display the dungeon clear times, the green text glowing against the dark background. The green text pulses, a digital echo of past victories. Hunter Mill's final combined record is 58 minutes and 53 seconds. If they want to win, they need to find and defeat the boss within 48 seconds. Ms. Seoyun, he's really wanted to tell her this. One day, if he was alone, he would have never made it this far. So, he'll leave it to you. No, he'll leave it to you moving forward, Miss Suk-Suyeon. Tears streamed down Miss Suk-Suyeon's face. What was that for? To be honest, the only person he can really trust is you, Miss Suk-Suyeon. She touches her chin thoughtfully, a question mark floating above her head. So if I pass out, please take care of me, all right? A strange, glowing pattern fills the room. What? A figure stands with a staff, looking up. Seo-Jun Kim stands ready, a faint golden aura emanating from his form. He glances back, a hint of determination in his eyes. Approximately 30 seconds remain. It's impossible to find and take down the basilisk. In 30 seconds. So instead, he'll give the dungeon so much shock to the point it won't be able to take it anymore. And make it collapse. Seo-Jun Kim prepares to unleash his power. Oh. A surge of power crackles in the air. He activates Aura Blade and God Strength, a golden aura enveloping him. The air vibrates with raw energy. Seo-Jun Kim stares intently at his phone. This isn't enough. He purchases a key elixir, the holographic interface flashing before him. Seo-Jun Kim gulps down the elixir. The dungeon trembles. A blue energy field surrounds him, crackling with power. A surge of energy explodes outward. Seo-Jun Kim feels the power coursing through him. The air around me is shaking. His legs brace against the force. Energy radiates from Seo-Jun Kim, his eyes glowing with power. How is this kind of energy? He focuses on his lower dantian, a red sphere of energy coalescing within. The energy shifts, now concentrating in his middle dantian, a swirling vortex of blue. A voice echoes, instructing him that when using Disperse from DGP, it's important not to exceed the range of the end of his spear as he moves it around. The blue energy intensifies, emanating from within, flowing through his arm. The red energy bursts outwards, expanding from his hand. As if pressing on it gently, he waves the energy around, shaping it. The energy disperses, breaking apart into countless shimmering particles. The dispersed energy continues to spread, filling the space around him with a vibrant, ethereal glow. He grasps the internal war, the red energy intensifying once more. The blue energy swirls around him again, a protective aura. He takes in the blow that is now spread out, absorbing the energy. And as if twisting it inwards, he pulls the energy back towards himself, concentrating it. He begins by forming a precise hand gesture, channeling his inner energy. Visualizing the technique, grasp, he focuses his intent. And finally, he prepares to pierce, the energy coalescing at the tip of the spear. He connects his body and the tip of the spear, striving for perfect unity. The energy erupts in a blinding flash, the culmination of his focus. His eyes burn with golden intensity, the power of the technique surging through him. The spear glows with an ethereal light, ready to strike. He thrusts the spear forward, the energy building to a crescendo. The spear pierces through, the technique complete. The energy coalesces, bending the light around it. The energy explodes outward, a blinding flash of power. At the heart of the eruption, he stands, the spear a conduit for the surging force. The spear's shaft glows with an inner light, the wood humming with contained energy. The spearhead gleams, a polished point ready to pierce through any defense. Seo-Jun Kim's expression is one of intense focus, his body coiled like a spring. His eyes burn with a golden light, reflecting the power coursing through him. The intensity of the training is etched on his face, a mixture of determination and strain. Meanwhile, someone looks up, their expression unreadable. A muscular figure stands, their posture suggesting readiness. Elsewhere, two women walk down a hallway, their destination unknown. A man in a suit stands in what appears to be an office, looking up in disbelief. He mutters in disbelief, unable to comprehend what he's seeing. The screen displays Dream Academy attack time. The screen shows a time of 41 seconds, an impossible feat. The screen displays detailed statistics from Dream Academy, showing the boss attack time and dungeon clear times. Meanwhile, abstract lines indicate a transition to a different scene. A young man lies in a hospital bed, seemingly unconscious. He wakes up with a start, gasping for air. A woman asks if he's awake. The camera focuses on his feet, showing the hospital bed and the sterile environment. He asks what happened, his voice filled with confusion. The woman looks at him with concern. He sits up in the hospital bed, looking around. The woman sits beside him, a relieved expression on her face. He assures her that he's all right, stating that his body and mind are really tough. Her mind is tough as steel. She resolves that passing out a few times won't stop her. The woman smiles faintly, bandages adorning her face. The man looks at her, concern etched on his face. What's wrong? He asks. Kim Seo-Jun sits in a hospital bed, a woman seated beside him. Thank you. Truly, he says. The woman offers a small, tired smile. The man's expression remains troubled. He clenches his fist, a determined look on his face. It was nothing. I'm the one who's thankful. A voice booms with urgency. Move. I said move. I will surely meet Seojun Kim this time. Another voice protests. No. Mr. Seojun Kim needs to rest. A furious voice shouts. That's why I just want to check if it's true. I will just check, you fucker. And we're just here to cover Seojun Kim's side of the story. A voice declares that if that's the case, the listener should go to the Dream Academy some other day. Reporters snap photos, questioning if they're crazy and what will happen if they run into the Sword Saint there. A voice demands just one word on how the dungeon was made to collapse, questioning if it was really done with just strength or if there was a method to destroy it. A voice questions just what happened inside. A man shouts that the top 3 hunter academies are denying their victory. A man states that they have lost to Seojun Kim alone, but haven't lost to the Dream Academy, asking for thoughts on this. A character glances towards someone. A voice states that they are just a student of Dream Academy. A group of people are seen. A man shrugs, stating that he did that. A character states that they just did what their director told them to do, and another character responds with yes. A voice echoes with surprise. A woman questions someone with a stern expression. She is bombarded with questions about the Academy's potential and any unique training methods she might have imparted to Seojun Kim. A voice demands specifics, urging her to focus her attention on the speaker. The reporters press her to offer words of wisdom for aspiring students and to reveal the secrets to success. A voice questions the very notion of becoming a pro hunter. The woman's eyes widen as she vehemently denies something. A voice erupts, calling out to Mr. Seojun in a frantic tone. A polite announcement directs all inquiries to the director. Faithful TV declares that they are here to deliver the shocking truth. The broadcast will discuss the truth of Kim Seojun and the Dream Academy, which has been a hot topic recently. The Dream Academy's participation, including Kim Seojun, drew national attention to the exchange tournament. It stated that Kim Seojun defeated Haeun Lee, the greatest talent in pro hunter history. The discussion mentions that Kim Seojun even blew up the dungeon, leading to widespread discussion on hunter forums and other sites. Some question if Haeun Lee actually lost. The situation is described as beyond insane, with some arguing that calling him a hero instead of a hero-rank student would be an understatement. Faithful TV questions whether Kim Seojun's actions, even if amazing, are justified. Faithful TV announces that they will wrap up the controversy. The Dream Academy's director is mentioned. The Dream Academy's director is shown. It's revealed that the director is the Sword Saint's granddaughter. The second round was a combined raid with the student and the director, a shocking truth that is now revealed. A notification bubble prompts viewers to like, subscribe, and turn on notifications. A social media user exclaims that everything should be shut down today, while another expresses their desire to attend Dream Academy, even if the Sword Saint beats them to death. One user shares that their light bulb broke, so they put up a picture of Kim Seojun, making their room brighter. A bright light shines behind Kim Seojun, who is smiling as he looks at his phone. A decorative frame surrounds the words MS. Seojun is just a light. Seojun also gave him her share of the 6 billion won in prize money, as Kim Seojun looks on. A figure walks away, thinking that they should go back to the academy and completely absorb the wonder elixir they had earlier. The figure continues to walk, their face obscured. Haeun Lee adjusts her cap, her expression unreadable. A man asks Haeun Lee to have a talk, but she apologizes, stating that she is busy right now. Haeun Lee yawns, seemingly uninterested in the conversation. A figure looks on with a question mark floating above their head. Haeun Lee's expression darkens. A voice calls out, "Wait." Haeun Lee covers her face, seemingly unamused. Kim Seojun stands silently, watching her. The two stand together, a heavy silence hanging in the air. Haeun Lee declares, "If you have nothing to say, I'm leaving." Kim Seojun's expression is unreadable. Kim Seojun asks, "If I really was the Sword Saint's disciple, then wouldn't I be using a sword instead of a spear?" He retorts, questioning why Lee Haeun didn't even consider that. The thought of the Sword Saint comes to mind. Haeun declares that if that's all, she's leaving, prompting Kim Seojun to call out to her to wait. The topic shifts to what they usually teach at the Dream Academy, and whether Lee Haeun learned anything from the Sword Saint. Kim Seojun wonders if there's a specific training method and what she normally eats, his tone laced with annoyance. The conversation continues, with someone asking if there are other students, which Lee Haeun finds annoying. Kim Seojun leaps across the city rooftops. He continues his high-speed traversal. The sounds of his movements echo through the night. Kim Seojun pauses, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes. He realizes someone is following him. Kim Seojun thinks to himself that she followed his steps and almost caught up to him. He is pushed back by the woman, who declares that the greatest talent doesn't go anywhere. The woman expresses her annoyance. She asks Kim Seojun what he is so curious about. She questions if he wants to make excuses about how he lost to her, using the Sword Saint as an excuse. The woman claims she was just curious. Kim Seojun wonders what the hell is going on. Before this, the woman seemed colder and more arrogant. She asks where his director is, wondering why they aren't together. Kim Seojun asks if she is looking for Ms. Seoyun, stating he has something to say to her. The woman replies that if he's looking for Ms. Seoyun, she said she had some things to take care of, So she headed out first, and she doesn't know where she is either. The woman warns Kim Seojun to stop following her, or else. Kim Seojun flinches at her glare. The two stand apart in the courtyard. He wondered where Ms. Seoyun went in such a rush after the exchange tournament. Lee Minhyul thought he should be able to see her while training at the academy. The Sword Saint stood in the dojo. A person kneeled before him. What's with the sudden visit? The Sword Saint stood with his arms behind his back. I wish to wield the sword again. The Sword Saint looked off to the side. Not once did Ms. Seoyun ask to wield the sword by her own will. The Sword Saint stands tall, his expression unreadable. The Sword Saint's granddaughter asks what the reason is, stating that she wants to go together. The Sword Saint's brow furrows, his gaze intense. He asks if she is talking about abandoning her dreams. The Sword Saint inquires if she is saying she wants to abandon her dreams to follow that man and become a pro hunter. The Sword Saint's granddaughter kneels, her head bowed. The Sword Saint states no. The Sword Saint's granddaughter declares that she is not abandoning her dreams. She thinks to herself that her dream isn't to become a pro hunter. Lee Minhyul looks surprised. Lee Haeun asks if she isn't training and earning all this money so that she can become a pro hunter. Lee Minhyul stands beside Lee Haeun. The Sword Saint's granddaughter admits that's true, but becoming a pro hunter isn't her dream. He asks what she means by that statement. Lee Haeun explains that a high-ranking person once told him something. Lee Haeun says it's hard to say who it is, but it's someone the Sword Saint knows. She seems confused. The Sword Saint recalls that the person once said something to him. The person said that a dream is a verb and a job is a noun. Lee Haeun explains that the person said that your job can't become your dream. Lee Haeun states that the job of being a pro hunter isn't her dream. The Sword Saint smiles. A woman thinks to herself that she wants to walk her path in a different way. The woman clenches her fist. She thinks that a dream is a verb. The woman declares that she wants to wield the sword again. The woman is determined. The Sword Saint stands in a dark suit, his white beard neatly trimmed. Kim Seojun gazes at a screen displaying the words, Transcendence Academy, above a cityscape. He then looks down at his empty wallet, realizing, I'm totally broke now. At the time of purchasing the Clear Dookie elixir, the cost due to causality was 2 billion. The Clear Dookie elixir is purchased on a phone screen for 2 billion Korean wons. He thinks that if the causality increases, it would be at best twice as much, but it's not twice, but 3 times. The Clear Dookie elixir now costs 6 billion Korean wons. Seojun sits on the floor, thinking to himself, this is insane. Where would I get this much money? Seojun looks off to the side, a thoughtful expression on his face. Someone asks, do you always have to show up like that? The words Dark Saint appear. A man with white hair stares intensely. The man with white hair stands with his arms crossed, a contemplative expression on his face. In the distance, Kim Seojun is seen with another figure. Seongyu muses that his age must be catching up to him. He then asks if something happened and inquires about the tracking of the order. Seongyu states that he has something to tell Kim Seojun about that. The white-haired man asks if Kim Seojun is all right. He mentions that he heard that Kim Seojun has been discharged already as there were no major injuries, but that his matchup wasn't good. The white-haired man clicks his tongue, calling someone a foolish punk. He states that's why he told him to focus on just one weapon. Minhyul has his own style, after all. The white-haired man hands Kim Seojun a book, saying he wrote down a few more things so he wouldn't get beaten up so easily next time. A voice promises to give someone the 3 billion promise soon. Kim Seojun's eyes widen in surprise. The white-haired man asks if the Dark Saint knows that Magic Saint's disciple is also here at Dream Academy. The white-haired man asks if they are talking about young Jimin and if she is here. He then states that besides Ms. Jimin, he has taken in a new disciple. Seojun wonders if Seongyu has found a new disciple. Seongyu seems to be thinking about something. He explains that the Magic Saint gave him 10 billion in addition to the 3 billion he already had, without hesitation. He had tried to refuse, but the Magic Saint insisted. Seongyu continues, saying that while entrusting his disciple to him, the Magic Saint gave him 10 billion. Seojun is surprised by the amount of money. Seongyu asks him not to worry too much about it, just stating that it happened. Seojun wonders what is going on. The scene shifts to a man standing in a hallway. The man is seen from behind. The man is revealed to be the Sword Saint, who wonders what the hell is going on here. The Dark Saint is shown. He walks away, his back turned, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the room. 2 figures stand watching the Sword Saint depart. The Sword Saint's voice booms, laced with anger. I asked what you were doing here. Kim Seojun's expression hardens, a flicker of defiance in his eyes. Kim Seojun retorts, don't you think that I came here only because I had a business with him? Kim Seojun's eyes widen slightly, a hint of surprise crossing his face. The Sword Saint's voice drips with scorn. For someone who betrayed us using the order of truth as an excuse, you're still running your mouth, huh? Can you stop fighting? Think of after betraying our trust. Kim Seojun's voice rises in defense. It wasn't a betrayal, but a warning. You were the one who didn't listen to me or believe me. Kim Seojun sighs, a hint of weariness in his tone. Well, I guess you want to fight, but can you please take your fight somewhere else? The Sword Saint stands surrounded by golden energy, the other figure watching intently. The Sword Saint's voice thunders, laced with fury. So how did it turn out? Didn't you get tricked by the order of truth? In return, you shut your mouth. Kim Seojun gasps, his eyes wide with shock. He declares that there's no other way. The protagonist stands, his hands in his pockets. A vision appears, showing Kim Seojun surrounded by a swirling vortex of blue energy. The Sword Saint is shocked by what he sees. Kim Seojun is equally surprised. The Sword Saint observes, wondering about Kim Seojun's fighting spirit. Kim Seojun wonders how he became so much stronger in such a short time. The Sword Saint reminds him that the building almost collapsed because of the two of them. The Sword Saint asks what Minyo will do if the academy collapses, questioning if Kim Seojun is planning on throwing him into the mountains again. The Sword Saint is warned that the same goes for him. If he destroys the academy building, what excuse will he use to see Ms. Seoyun in the future? The Sword Saint and Kim Seojun continue to argue, their voices rising. Kim Seojun states that he doesn't know what happened between them, but if they're going to fight, they should take it elsewhere. He sighs, the sound heavy with unspoken thoughts. The Sword Saint continues, anyway, to finish what I was talking about earlier dash. The Sword Saint asks, Dark Saint, didn't you say you had something to tell me? He continues, there's no use in staying here any longer, so I'll just get to the point. Kim Seojun exclaims. A text bubble reads, it seems that the Order of Truth is plotting something related to Berserk. A text bubble reads, that huge monster, Berserk? Another text bubble reads, it hasn't been confirmed yet. However, a text bubble reads, apostles have begun to make their move. The Sword Saint asks, to connect Berserk to the apostles' movement? Kim Seojun says, properly from now on. So, he asks, could you help me out? The Sword Saint asks, pardon? You need my help. The Sword Saint says, as I said last time, I can't do it by myself. The Sword Saint asks, don't you think it's too? A text bubble reads, according to what I have found out so far, those bastards have been repeatedly conducting certain experiments targeting specific dungeons. A text box reads, stealth mode. He is told that he just needs to look into those places. The man with gray hair states that he is still a student though. Kim Seojun is asked if he isn't going to take the Pro Hunter exam soon, and that he can do it after that. The Sword Saint asks if Kim Seojun will help him. The gray-haired man questions why he is asking him that, and the Sword Saint asks if there is a need for him to say it. It is stated that since he's the only one capable of doing it. Someone asks what they are talking about. The Sword Saint says that even if he told them, it's obvious that they wouldn't believe him, just like what he did back then. The red-eyed man is angry. Someone asks if they are trying to fight again, and asks them to please take it outside this time. Kim Seojun sighs. It is stated that they aren't even kids. He asks, putting that aside, why are you here, Sword Saint? The Sword Saint replies, you perhaps looking for Miss Seoyun? She said she had something to do, so she already left. I don't know where she went either. The Sword Saint's expression remains unreadable. A woman declares, I want to wield the sword again. A man wonders, what is so great about this bastard? Why are you acting like that? The air crackles with unseen energy. The Sword Saint stands with Kim Seojun and another man. The woman from the flashback wields a sword with deadly grace. The Sword Saint's eyes glow red. Kim Seojun looks on, concerned. Footsteps echo in the distance. The sound of a sword being drawn fills the air. Seojun Kim delivers a swift kick, the impact echoing through the room. He pauses, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. A figure lies prone on the ground. The question hangs in the air, Lee Hae-eun? Lee Hae-eun's eyes widen in shock, her expression a mix of pain and disbelief. Yes, this is still Transcension Academy. By chance, really by chance, Lee Hae-eun was taking a walk and ended up near the Dream Academy. Lee Hae-eun felt a great amount of energy, so she decided to take a peek inside. A voice booms, demanding to know who she is. A figure shakes, trembling with fear. One man asks if they know this person. Another replies that he doesn't know her, and they can throw her out. The figure can only stammer, wait. Another man states, of course, I'll do it. Lee Hae-eun kneels, as one of the men asks if she's taking care of the money after the Pro Hunter exam. Someone thinks that if it's like this, then the price will get higher. Someone wonders what's going on, and if he's ripping off money. Lee Hae-eun is asked about the 10 billion Korean won she mentioned earlier, and someone wonders about the Dark Saint. Someone questions how this makes sense, while another says it sounds good if it's 10 billion Korean wons. Someone states that they'll take care of it sooner or later. Someone mentions the 3 billion Korean wons for child support is separate, making it a total of 13 billion Korean wons, and wonders if the other person's conscience is truly selfless. Someone asks again, but instead of money, if she really doesn't need his sacred arts, offering to teach her himself. Lee Hae-eun states that she doesn't need anything like that, and someone is surprised that she refused to be a hero's disciple. The Sword Saint wonders how useless she has to be for him to ask for money instead. Someone asks if she thinks it'd be any different with him, noting that he was cut off last time. The Sword Saint looks displeased. A woman yells at two figures, telling them to take their fight outside. She wonders who she was messing with. The Sword Saint states that he will come find someone again after the Pro Hunter exam. A voice says to send the sacred arts well, and another voice responds that they will not forget to deposit. The Sword Saint stands with another man, while Lee Hae-eun kneels on the ground. Kim Seojun asks, Saint? The Sword Saint thinks that he wouldn't really say it's a relationship, but if he had to name it, he guesses he'd say it's a business relationship here and there. Kim Seojun asks why Lee Hae-eun is there. Lee Hae-eun is asked if she followed Kim Se-jun, who remembers telling her not to follow him. Lee Hae-eun stammers, denying that she followed him. Kim Se-jun asks why Lee Hae-eun is there, and she stammers. The Sword Saint tells Kim Se-jun to speak clearly, or who knows what the Sword Saint might do to him. Kim Se-jun thinks that the Sword Saint is looking at him with disapproval and that he is scarier than the Sword Saint. Lee Hae-eun is on the ground, breathing heavily. She sits on the ground, looking up at Kim Se-jun. He remarks that she still can't think straight. Lee Hae-eun is taken aback by the question. She wonders why he would ask if she wants to enroll in Dream Academy. Kim Se-jun and the Sword Saint stand over Lee Hae-eun. The Sword Saint points out that there isn't much time left until the Pro Hunter exam, so what's the point? Lee Hae-eun's eyes widen as she is asked if she is. The Sword Saint's eyes glow red as he wonders if she is a Hunter Mills spy. Kim Se-jun looks down at Lee Hae-eun, his expression unreadable. A desperate thought echoes in her mind. Save me. Lee Hae-eun insists that it's nothing like that. She asks why he is acting so weird. Kim Se-jun thinks to himself that it's because she really wants to be in it, finding her behavior suspicious. Kim Se-jun asks if she was just going to leave. The Sword Saint asks if there is any reason for him to stay longer. A voice wonders what to do with her, suggesting to just get rid of her however they want. The word "get rid" is displayed prominently. Someone begs, pleading not to be left alone. A figure, seemingly desperate, asks another not to leave him alone with someone. The other figure asks if he wanted to join their academy. A voice states they don't know if it's genuine or fake, but that it's something for Ms. Seo-yoon to decide, not them. Se-jun Kim stands with another figure, who states that she's out right now. A character thinks that since the director isn't here, they'll make an excuse to run away and come back next time. A voice states that until Ms. Seo-yoon comes back, they should hold this and wait. A character struggles, stating that something is so heavy. A voice thinks that they can barely hold it up even when they draw out all of their mana, but he was just holding it like it was nothing. Se-jun Kim tells someone to hold on, stating that he's going to train, so don't bother him. Footsteps echo in the hallway as a man in a dark suit strides forward, his pace measured and deliberate. The ornate ceiling of the traditional Korean building stretches above, a testament to history and power. He continues down the hallway, the light filtering through the windows, illuminating his path. The sound of his footsteps grows louder as he approaches his destination. The man stands tall, his shadow looming over a younger woman kneeling before him, her posture submissive. The older man's voice cuts through the silence. Have you still not changed your opinion? He asks, his tone demanding. The younger woman remains kneeling, her head bowed, a picture of quiet resignation. She offers a silent nod, her response a subtle acknowledgement of his authority. His face is etched with stern disapproval, his gaze unwavering as he awaits her answer. The room is decorated with traditional Korean symbols, including swords and the national flag, hinting at a place of discipline and tradition. The older man towers over the kneeling woman, the power dynamic palpable in the air. Her hands are clasped tightly, a silent display of her internal struggle and the weight of her decision. The Sword Saint stands with a younger man, a large sword displayed prominently between them. The Sword Saint stands in a room lined with sword displays, a faint glow emanating from the blades. The sword displays shimmer with an ethereal light. A lone figure stands in the center of a room, surrounded by the radiant glow of the sword displays. A voice narrates, the fast sword is the sword that seeks speed. It's a sword that pushes the opponent with a quick attack. The Sword Saint holds a sword, the blade catching the light. A voice narrates, the sharp sword is the main sword for. A voice explains, it's a weak spot to opponents who seek out close range in a battle. However, stabbing is often done in parallel with the fast sword, which is also the fastest attack method of the sword. A figure falls, silhouetted against a bright light. The Sword Saint stands with a sword, his eyes glowing with an inner light. A voice narrates, the changed sword is a sword that reveals the opponent's loopholes with ever-changing sword techniques. That's why speed is important, but the key to this is invariant attack. A sword gleams, its edge sharp and deadly. A voice narrates, it is a sword that causes unexpected fatal injuries to the opponent due to sudden focus. The dull sword is a slow sword, but just because it's slow doesn't mean you can't use it. A figure stands with a sword, their form wreathed in shadow. A voice narrates, the polar opposites are alike. It is a sword that slowly walks into the opponent's territory and gradually erodes. The strong sword is one where you put weight on it while wielding it. The heavy sword is the next stage of the strong sword, adding more weight. In a sense, the fast sword is on the opposite side of the fast sword, and is the most destructive of all. The magic sword is one that misleads the opponent's eyes. The running sword gently attacks and seeks to counterattack. The defeat sword is a combination of the fast and strong swords, making it fast and heavy at the same time. Unlike the ever-changing change sword, you can overwhelm the opponent amidst a sword fight. He stands in the dojo, trophies gleaming behind him. The Sword Saint grips a sword, his expression stern. These are the basic tricks of the Sword of the Breaking Gods. The Sword Saint holds the sword, ready to demonstrate. He declares that he will give her a deadline to complete the swords he has shown her. The deadline is before this year's Pro Hunter exam ends. The Sword Saint warns that if she can't complete it within that time, he will not allow her to hold a sword ever again. The student exclaims that the headmaster's demand is impossible. If she thinks she can't do it, She should give up now. The student kneels, her expression unreadable. She whispers that she will try, then resolves that she will do it. Another student calls out to her. The headmaster watches the student with a stern gaze. The student kneels, her dark eyes fixed on the floor. The headmaster commands her to hold the sword. The student looks up, determination etched on her face. A figure stares out, a question etched on their face. What the hell? A voice echoes, filled with concern. What's this bone-chilling energy swirling around his body? Energy crackles around a figure, the air shimmering with an unseen force. A voice cries out, laced with alarm. Oh, your arms are dropping. Lee Minhyul gestures impatiently, his brow furrowed with concern. When will the director be here? A voice calls out, oh, hey Suyin. A close-up reveals a face, a soft sigh escaping their lips. A voice muses, filled with a sense of endless capacity. My energy vessel is so big that no matter how much I pour into it, it never seems to be. A figure stands bathed in a soft, ethereal glow, energy swirling around them. The figure scratches his head, a puzzled expression on his face. How many elixirs should I drink? A figure is engulfed in a torrent of energy, the air crackling with power. From a darkened corner, a figure peers out, questioning why someone is still present. He demands to know why he was told to hold something. Lee Minhyul reflects on his nervousness and wonders what Suk Suyin just said. Suk Suyin is surrounded by a pink aura. Lee Minhyul observes that she still hasn't come to her senses and tells her to keep it up. Lee Minhyul raises his hand, seemingly in acknowledgement. Suk Suyin calls out to Lee Minhyul, questioning how he is still fine. Lee Minhyul and Suk Suyin face each other, the latter looking concerned. Suk Suyin asks if Lee Minhyul thinks she looks fine. She thinks to herself that she would beat the hell out of him if she could. Suk Suyin demands that Lee Minhyul give it back to her. Suk Suyin reaches for something in Lee Minhyul's hands. Lee Minhyul thinks it's odd that it's working just fine and tells Suk Suyin to try holding it again. Suk Suyin looks surprised and questions what is happening. Lee Minhyul observes that the seal isn't activating and wonders why. She recalls that the seal definitely activated when Young Jimin held it. She wonders if it has something to do with others not being able to touch it. Lee Minhyul thinks back, remembering that Ms. Seoyun helped him pick up Kibisis when it was crushing him back then. The same thing happened after he lost consciousness in the dungeon after using God's strength against the giant tree. He couldn't retrieve the weapons himself, but Manchalajusi and Sir Magic Saint brought them out for him instead. He wonders if the seal only activates when someone tries to steal or use his items. Lee Minhyul tells Suk Suyin to try putting this in that pouch. A disembodied voice says, alright. A blinding light erupts as the seal activates. Lee Minhyul exclaims that it's just as he expected. Kim Seojun is greeted by someone who says, oh, you're here too, Seojun Appa. Another person calls out, hey Captain. Kim Seojun wonders how both of them are here at the same time. Someone thinks, we met in the front. By the way, why is that person here? Someone says that she wanted to join their academy. Another person asks if the captain is thinking of accepting her. Someone asks why they are asking him that, and that they should ask Ms. Seoyun about it. Another person says that's true, but Lee Minhyul acknowledges something, responding with a simple yes. An unseen figure hands Minhyul a book, relaying a message. His master instructed him to deliver it and warned Minhyul to stop getting beaten up by nobodies. Suk Suyin expresses her gratitude, thanking the captain. Minhyul waves it off, saying that he's the one who should be thankful. Kim Seojun appears distressed, questioning why. Minhyul reflects on his reasons for following Seojun, primarily to understand how he achieves such overwhelming strength. He also considers this a great opportunity to observe Seojun's training regimen. Minhyul resolves to use this opportunity to get to the bottom of things. Kim Seojun's eyes narrow, a determined look on his face. Kim Seojun tells himself to endure. He then tells Seojun Appa that if he is going to jump around, can he do it later when it's dark because they're getting complaints? Kim Seojun questions something with a simple really? Kim Seojun demands that someone give him something, stating he needs to finish Hercules' daily task. Someone stammers, asking to be excused. Another voice suggests that they can go help Suk Suyin with her training. Suk Suyin looks surprised. An unseen figure orders someone not to interfere with Minhyul's training and to train with her. Minhyul asks what Kim Seojun should do. Seojun wonders why he should do anything. Minhyul asks why he doesn't want to, but Seojun says that's not it. Kim Seojun overhears that instead of Minhyul, he should ask Suk Suyin to help him from now on. He wonders if he can really do that. Minhyul thinks that person is strong and training with her will definitely help him a lot, since she wants to join their dream academy. Minhyul tells Seojun that he can go all out while he is at it. Suk Suyin silently agrees. Suddenly, a fiery explosion erupts. The flames engulf everything in a blinding inferno. Suk Suyin is caught in the blast, pleading for someone to take care of her. The heat intensifies, the world a swirling vortex of fire. Suk Suyin cries out, telling herself to wait. She grits her teeth, hating this situation. Suk Suyin wonders when on earth the director is coming. She counts, her voice strained, reaching 43. The scene cuts to the Pro Hunter Association, Soul Branch. A towering skyscraper pierces the sky, its glass facade reflecting the city below. Inside a bustling office, workers sit at their desks, the air thick with the hum of computers and hushed conversations. A man yawns widely, his mouth a cavernous opening as he fights off sleepiness. One man complains, "The meeting is so long." Another replies, "That's what I'm saying. Has it been almost a day since the meeting started?" One man says, "I think so. I mean, it's understandable since something like this has never happened before in the history of pro hunters." But another replies, "Seriously, who would have thought all of this would happen because of one person, Kim Seojun?" Korea is currently in an uproar over the upcoming pro hunter exam. The cause of this uproar is the unapproachable, irregular Kim Seojun. Kim Seojun stands in a contemplative pose, the weight of the world seemingly resting on his shoulders. Starting with the community, the entire Korean society began to argue over Kim Seojun and the pro hunter exam. A man's foot steps forward, the sound echoing in the tense atmosphere. A man with slicked-back gray hair says, "Have kept you waiting for so long." A close-up of a man's torso reveals a neatly buttoned suit jacket and a glimpse of a white shirt and dark tie. Is the meeting about the pro hunter exam over? How will the pro hunter exam be conducted this year? Is Kim Seojun exempt from the pro hunter exam? The Pro Hunter Association states they are fully aware of the concerns. To address the issue, their first priority was to exempt Kim Seojun from the pro hunter exam. As such, there were suggestions that a separate exam should be given only to that cadet. The association couldn't overlook the excessive burden their decision may put on someone who is still a student. However, it is clear that there are problems in proceeding with the pro hunter exam only for the purpose of fairness. The association would like to inform everyone of some changes in this year's pro hunter exam. First, this year's pro hunter exam will be conducted using an absolute evaluation method, not a relative evaluation method. The reason there was an issue in the first place was because of the pro hunter exam's relative evaluation method. The Sword Saint states that the difficulty of the exam has increased significantly. There is also a risk of complications in dividing the initial pro hunter rating by the applicant's exam scores. Hwang Dong-soo from Hunter newspaper raises his hand. Hwang Dong-soo asks how much the difficulty level of the exam has increased to be specific. The plan was set. Ensure that no one would be able to achieve a perfect score on the pro hunter exam. Hwang Dong-soo's brow furrowed. Did that mean Kim Seojun was also included in this scheme? From the podium, the speaker declared, "That's our plan." A low murmur rippled through the crowd. The voices rose in concern. Wasn't the difficulty level of the exam already too high? If so, what was the reason to use the absolute evaluation method? Another voice chimed in, questioning if the exam was even testing the applicant's qualifications anymore. A third voice lamented that the exam was being changed for the public's interest, but it was ultimately just downward standardization. According to the original regulations, only the first placer could receive an A rank. A man's face contorted in disbelief. What would happen now that the scoring method was changed to absolute evaluation? Hwang Dong-soo stated that if no applicant got a perfect score, there would be no A-rank pro hunters this year. In the existing relative evaluation method, first place always received 100 points. However, in absolute evaluation, first place did not mean a perfect score. The Sword Saint reviewed the documents in his hands. The speaker explained that they had tried to change that rule as well, but it was impossible due to the lobbying of the large guilds. The Sword Saint's face darkened. Those damned bastards. A voice declares that one must be at least an A rank or higher to create a guild, the words echoing around a group of silhouetted figures. The large guilds are planning to prevent Kim Seojun from receiving an A-rank hunter license, intending to bring him into their own ranks. An unseen speaker believes that those bastards don't know that Kim Seojun is a great dragon that they can never contain. A voice muses that they must have thought they could reign on the throne forever. A man stands at a podium, addressing an unseen audience. The moment Kim Seojun enters the world of pro hunters in Korea, Hwang Dong-soo states that the whole world will enter a new era, adding that they have decided to open this year's pro hunter exam to the public. Seojun stands in the hallway, a bandage visible on her cheek. A voice echoes, criticizing the simplicity of her attacks and questioning who would stand still to be hit. Seojun speaks to Hwang Dong-soo, asking if it would be alright to lower the power and add some changes. Seojun is greeted by Hwang Dong-soo and Seojun Kim. Someone asks what happened while she was gone. Seojun is asked if she has taken care of all the urgent matters. Seojun remains silent, a slight smile playing on her lips. Hwang Dong-soo questions why Seojun is going to the academy so frequently. She asks him to repeat himself. A voice expresses uncertainty about being able to come, but promises to stop by sometimes, noting that there won't be any competitions to participate in before completing the pro hunter exam. Minul states that the pro hunter exam means there won't be any major inconveniences. Minul thinks that means he won't be able to meet Ms. Seojun anymore, and he doesn't want that. He calls out to her. Minul's words still hang in the air as Seojun asks if, even as a pro hunter, he can still come to the academy. Seojun explains that even if she becomes a pro hunter, she still has to train, and her house is too small for that. She adds that she doesn't have any suitable place to train. It feels comfortable here, she thinks. Seojun reveals that he also has something he needs to talk about. He asks what her opinion would be if he wanted to turn the Dream Academy into a guild instead. The question hangs in the air between them. Seojun imagines the academy as a raid team rather than a guild, waiting for a moment when the academy will. Seojun asks if he doesn't remember that it has always been his dream job to raid dungeons. She chuckles, asking if he still remembers his hunter license from the exam. She states that she has a condition. Seojun is shocked. asking if she wants him to be the guild leader. A text bubble explains that one can only create a guild after reaching A rank or above, but as he knows, he is still a B rank. For now, he must first. A chibi version of Seojun wonders if he can use their Dream Academy's building as the guild base, as Seoyun asks him to hold on a moment. Seojun Kim raises a sword in agreement, declaring, "I agree." Seojun continues, explaining that he also wanted to talk about the guild positions, but Seoyun Park already beat him to it. Another member of the academy, in a green tracksuit, pleads with Seojun, "Ah, right. Captain, you're going to take me in, right? You won't abandon me, right?" Seojun agrees enthusiastically. Another student asks if they can be the vice guild master if Seojun is the master. Seojun dismisses the idea, stating that the vice guild master is obviously Seojun. Seojun, considering the matter, says, "Come to think of it, that's true. Then what will our positions be?" He suggests they pick their positions. Seojun addresses the group, calling out, "You guys." Seoyun tells Seojun that he must do well on the exam, adding that she believes it won't be a problem since it's him. Another student mumbles that they will do their best too. Seojun asks Seoyun if she said something. Seoyun smiles, stating, "No, I just said let's do our best together." The narration states that the short-lived relationship between these two has come to an end. The student in the green tracksuit suggests that he should be the intelligence department head and be in charge of collecting information. Another student asks if he is the intelligence department head, should he be the research director? Seojun asks why they think he will give them any position. Seoyun laughs, thinking that the research director sounds good. However, the end of that relationship marked a new beginning. New connections were forged, and new stories began to unfold. The pair continued their studies, walking through the academy halls. The end of their relationship wasn't the end of everything. It just continues into a new life and a new beginning. As time flew by, the day of the long-awaited Pro Hunter exam had finally approached. There were so many people. One of the students wondered if he would be able to do well. His friend reassured him, telling him to just do what he's been doing. It would have been great if big sister Seoyun had come with them. Unfortunately, Miss Seoyun couldn't come with them. She could only apologize while saying that she's not done with what she was supposed to do yet. Although one of them wanted to ask her if there was something going on. There must be a reason Ms. Seoyun is quiet about it. For now, let's focus on the exam in front of us first. More importantly, Lee Minhyul speaks with a serious expression. Startled, Suk Suyun is asked why she is here. The conversation shifts to Ms. Seoyun, with one character mentioning that she didn't gain Ms. Seon's approval to become a cadet at their academy. The academy does not plan to accept any more cadets. Lee Minhyul mentions that Lee Haeun has helped them a lot. He suggests that they can just go to the exam center together. Lee Minhyul explains that the good relationship is because of how cold he has been treating her, and that she also came to the academy and helped him with his training every day, as long as Suk Suyun is alright with it. Lee Minhyul wonders if that is Kim Seojun. The question is asked, where is he? It is mentioned that Kim Seojun will take his exam at this exam center. Lee Minhyul wishes them good luck with their exam and says he will see them later. The group is noisy, and someone wonders what the commotion is about. Lee Minhyul remarks that he disappeared all of a sudden. Seriously, Captain? Kim Seojun is running. Inside the exam center's VIP room, a group of pro hunters gathers around a table. Lee Sung-min, the mythical guild leader, takes a sip from his cup. He remarks that there are a lot of useful talents this year. A red-haired hunter leans forward, questioning why Lee Sung-min doesn't give up this time, implying that the mythical guild is running low on funds. The narration box highlights Jong Yunmi, the Garam guild leader, who holds the third place in Korean hunter rankings. Do Min-sik, the Hibiscus guild leader, expresses his frustration, stating that they are still doing better than the Garam guild. He questions why he is being dragged into the conversation. A hunter with gray hair states that in terms of financial resources, the Sarabi guild should be the poorest among them. Han Manchiol, the Sarabi guild leader, declares that his guild only looks for honorable cadets. One of the hunters comments that the association president has pulled quite the trick, implying that he thought Kim Seojun would definitely get a perfect score. Do Min-sik calls someone stupid, stating that's why he's calling him that. He questions who among them doesn't know about Kim Seojun's. A hunter hopes that everyone has made thorough preparation and used all the connections they have at their disposal. A hunter with short black hair states that they will be in trouble if Kim Seojun acquires an A-rank hunter status. A text box declares Ryu Jinchul as the first place in Korean hunter rankings and the Dark Dragon Guild leader. A woman with red hair says, "So you just have to worry about recruiting Kim Seojun." Another man asks what she plans to do if Kim Seojun refuses her offer. The woman's associate replies that even if Kim Seojun can acquire A-rank hunter status here, it's only a matter of time before he becomes an A-rank hunter. He asks if she doesn't know his method by now. A man standing over a fallen figure thinks to himself that he doesn't like having competitors. The red-haired woman states that they should focus on preventing Kim Seojun from getting an A-rank hunter status, since that will bring them more trouble than him refusing her offer. The air smells of expensive perfume and subtle malice. One of the men at the table says that they are worrying for nothing. Another man agrees, saying that his mouth slipped. A man with glasses states that Kim Seojun will still be in first place. A text box states that the difficulty of the first subject, the written test, is extremely high. The camera pans over a room full of exam takers, each focused intently on their papers. The air is thick with concentration and the scratching of pens. A man instructs the exam takers to hand around the exam papers they received. The text explains that the level of difficulty would even make pro hunters shake in their boots, and that it was not designed to be solved by cadet-level hunters in the first place. A man looks shocked, realizing that he will never get a perfect score. Han Manchiol takes a sip from his cup, a slight smirk playing on his lips. The results of the written exam are displayed. Kim Seojun takes first place with a perfect score, followed by Suk Suyin, John Sihu, Lee Doan, and Han Si-min. Kim Seojun's perfect score of 100 is highlighted. A tense silence fills the room as the implications of the results sink in. One of the figures remarks, "He did it, didn't he?" The results of the written exam are posted. Kim Seojun scored 100 points, placing first. Suk Suyin scored 87 points, placing second. John Sihu, Lee Doan, and Han Si-min followed. One of the examinees is shocked by the results. He thought he could at least beat the captain. Suk Suyin asks Kim Seojun if the exam was with him. Kim Seojun thinks to himself that he could figure it out just by looking at it. Suk Suyin and the other examinee look at Kim Seojun. The examinee tells Kim Seojun that he's so lame. Kim Seojun is relieved that he had the insight skill, otherwise he wouldn't have gotten the perfect score in the written exam. He thinks that after reading the questions, he can already tell the answers. Two figures approach Lee Haeun. One asks what she got on her exam, while the other declares he will definitely beat her in the next subject. Haeun stands with another woman, who asks how many points she received. The woman responds, stating she received 3 to 32 points. The group stands in the hallway, the tension palpable. A narration box states that Kim Seojun is the greatest talent ever born in all of Pro Hunter history, but it looked like her talent in other aspects hasn't bloomed yet. A voice questions how Kim Seojun could ever get a perfect score. A group of people sit around a table, their expressions unreadable in the dim light. A narration box states that Kim Seojun has received a perfect score in both the written exam and basic endurance. One figure asks how they are going to explain this, leaving the written exam aside. The text states that major guild leaders gathered here, and questions if Kim Seojun's perfect score means he is at the same level as them in terms of basic endurance. One of the figures says not to worry, there's a setback in their plan, but it's not over yet. Another figure responds that there are still 2 days left until the Pro Hunter exam is over. A man states that the Dream Academy will convert into a guild after the Pro Hunter exam is over. Another man says that the director of the Dream Academy, the Sword Saint's granddaughter, will probably join that guild too. A man at the table declares that no matter how stupid they are, they should understand what this means. A fist clenches, symbolizing the power and influence of a guild with the Sword Saint's support. The man continues, talking about the birth of a new guild that will put their positions in jeopardy, together with the dungeon raid priority for the next 5 years, which would be given thanks to the association president's trickery. The man slams his fist on the table, his face contorted in anger. Xiang Yu stands up abruptly, declaring that what happened today will not be repeated on the second day. A voice explains that they have made it possible to alter the type and difficulty of the questions by referring to the records of all the competitions Kim Seojun has participated in so far. Xiang Yu's expression is serious as she contemplates the situation. Xiang Yu states that unless Kim Seojun suddenly gets better overnight, it's absolutely impossible for him to get a perfect score again. A beep sound effect rings out. A group of people watch a screen, perhaps monitoring Kim Seojun's progress. The rankings for the third subject, Mana Proficiency, are displayed. Kim Seojun takes first place with 100 points, followed by Lee Haeun, Suk Suyin, and Lee Minyeol. The rankings for the fourth subject, Dungeon Raid, are shown. Kim Seojun again takes first place with 100 points, followed by Lee Haeun, Lee Minyeol, and Suk Suyin. The atmosphere in the meeting room is tense as the participants remain silent. A man asks if anyone is on Kim Seojun's side. Another man, flustered, insists it's a misunderstanding and questions what benefit they would have by siding with Kim Seojun. Han Manchiol declares that betrayal is dishonorable and that he is a man of honor. Han Manchiol wonders how this could have happened. Someone asks if they should prepare for the remaining subjects. A man gulps, explaining that there are only 2 subjects left, combat proficiency with a monster and another with a person as an opponent. He adds that if they fail again tomorrow, Kim Seojun will become an A-rank hunter. A woman asks them to completely revise their plans, urging them not to worry and that they will definitely get him this time. Han Manchiol asks to pardon him, but wonders if they should revise it all of a sudden like this. The woman stares intently. The woman continues to stare, a silent command hanging in the air. He sits at the table as the others discuss the PvP examiner. They wonder who the examiner of that subject is. The response is a firm no regarding the examiner's potential. A man states that they are replacing the examiner. Same day at night. A man walks outside at night. The man continues to walk, his expression unreadable. A voice commands, just leave them be. Another voice questions how they can do that, even though they know that the 5 major guild leaders will interfere. He asks how he can be asked to just leave them be. The voice continues, stating that if something goes wrong with Kim Seojun, their young lady will be in danger. He adds that if Seojun were to break down from something like this, then that's all he amounts to. The man states that if he had been that weak to begin with, he wouldn't have been able to come this far. The voice responds, but headmaster. He continues, stating that more importantly, There's no way only the 5 major guilds were involved, and those punks don't have the guts to do that. The Sword Saint, his back turned, tells someone to leave them be. The Sword Saint thinks about a young lady. Someone thinks that even if that's what the headmaster said, they can't just sit back and do nothing. Someone yells, Kim Seojun, are you here? Someone asks Elder Seo what brings him here. Kim Seojun wonders if something happened to Ms. Seoyun. Someone thinks that it's not that, so don't worry. They also think about Kim Seojun's energy and how it's on a completely different level compared to before. In just a few months, he managed to reach this level. Someone sighs in relief. Did the headmaster know about this from the beginning? The man in the suit asks if something is wrong, stating that he has something to tell him. The examinee waits. The next day, it is the 3rd day of the exam. The Pro Hunter exam is on its last day. The 5th subject is combat proficiency, specifically monster subjugation. Kim Seojun is in first place with 100 points, followed by Lee Haeun and Lee Minyul, also with 100 points. Suk Suyin is in 4th place with 92 points, and Jong Sai-woo is in 5th place with 91. One of the examinees exclaims that he finally got 100 points. In the examinee's waiting room, one of the examinees tells Kim Seojun that he got 100 points again without a problem. Another examinee says that it just happened the way it was supposed to. The examinees are surprised. The examiner asks if something is wrong. Another examinee asks if they heard that the examiner for the PvP subject has changed. The examinees are shocked and ask who the examiner is now. One of them thinks something has definitely changed, noting that the exam this time has been extremely difficult, so it's the same no matter who the examiner is, it's going to be hard either way. It's the same no matter which examiner it has been changed to? No way. The 4 major guild leaders have come as examiners. A group of people stand around a seated figure. The seated figure remains silent. A figure stares intently. A scream pierces the air. A figure collapses to the ground, defeated. The scoreboard updates, showing Suk Suyin with 43 points and Lee Haeun with 34 points. The voice comments that even Lee Haeun's score is considered pretty high. The narration states that Han Manchiol is the master of the ultimate truth sword, whose power is acknowledged even by the Sword Saint. Han Manchiol stands tall, his gaze unwavering. His hand grips the staff of the ultimate truth sword. Han Manchiol observes that the skills of the examinees this time are really good. Han Manchiol admits he doesn't feel comfortable nipping these talents in the bud, but this is also the path of the ultimate truth seeker. The voice calls for Kim Seojun to come forward. Kim Seojun steps forward, ready to face his trial. He stands, a determined look etched on his face. Whispers spread through the exam room. The word is that the 5 major guild leaders will be the examiners for this hunter exam. At the exam room where Kim Seojun is, Han Manchiol from Sarabi is the examiner. The murmurs continue. Will Kim Seojun be able to win? How can an examinee beat the examiner? In the history of professional hunters, something like that has never happened before. The students watch the screen. Han Manchiol observes the scene. The crowd watches. 2 figures stand in a hallway, each holding a spear. Your performances on this pro hunter exam have been incredible. Honestly, I'm impressed. Seojun Kim's expression hardens, his gaze fixed on an unseen point. A day before, Han Manchiol's voice echoes, declaring that a perfect score will never be achieved in this subject. Seojun acknowledges the harsh reality with a quiet, I know. Han Manchiol hums, a thoughtful sound escaping his lips. He wonders if Seojun already knows. Seojun's face is set with determination. Han Manchiol questions if the 5 major guilds are keeping him in check because they don't want him to become an A-rank hunter. Seojun's expression is one of frustration and worry. Han Manchiol's thoughts race, considering what will happen if Ms. Seojun doesn't master the sword by the end of the hunter exam. He gulps, knowing that although Seojun has managed to get perfect scores so far, the problem is tomorrow's PvP match. The right to decide the score in the PvP match tomorrow entirely lies in the examiner's evaluation. Han Manchiol declares that no matter how great you are at sparring, it would be impossible to get a perfect score if they decide to say your performance was incredible enough to get 99 points, but it still fell short to get a 100. He thinks to himself, of course. Seojun is shocked, realizing there will be some backlash, but he's sure they will suppress it with their influence. He thinks to himself how shameless. He listens as Elder Seo expresses his disappointment in the Sarabi Guild Master's mentality, finding it quite disheartening. Han Manchiol continues, explaining that since those individuals have enjoyed their elevated positions for so long, their desire to protect them has only intensified. He suggests that the only way to overcome this problem is for Seojun Kim to seek a favor from the Sword Saint, adding that if the conditions are set right, even the Sword Saint will have no choice but to concede. Seojun listens intently, his expression thoughtful. A moment of silence hangs in the air as he considers the implications of Elder Seo's words. Elder Seo then asks if Miss Seojun is doing well, his tone laced with concern. Seojun Kim replies, his voice firm, that he thinks it would be impossible. Han Manchiol cautions him not to even think about interfering, reminding him that it's the young lady's fight. He adds that even if she can't be with him, she must want him to get perfect scores. Elder Seo then asks Seojun for a favor, requesting that he tell Miss Seojun about his current situation. Kim Seojun questions why he would want that. Han Manchiol suggests that it's to alleviate the young lady's guilty conscience, adding that since they're both in impossible situations, It's alright for her to fail. Seo-jun Kim counters, stating that it's actually the opposite. He explains that if he can make the impossible happen, Miss Seo-yun will think that she should be able to do the same thing. Elder Seo states that he will not go to the Sword Saint. A man in a suit asks if it is alright for them not to stop young lady Seo-yun. She has been swinging the sword for some time. She has been going several days now without eating or sleeping. Today is the promised deadline, which is the last day of the hunter exam. If she continues to be like this, something worse might happen. Elder Seo says that it's impossible to master the sword in just a few weeks and tells the man to leave her be. The man in the suit says, but this is something the young lady has decided upon herself, so they cannot interfere. Elder Seo looks restless. Young lady Seo-yun swings her sword. Elder Seo thinks he understands why. Seo-yun desperately wants to hold the sword again. Seo-yun continues to swing her sword. Seo-yun thinks, I'm sorry, but I must get a perfect score. There is someone waiting for me, you see. Seo-jun Kim stands with his weapon, facing Han Mancheol. Han Mancheol states that he doesn't know what Kim Seo-jun's situation is, but the world of pro hunters is cruel, and he needs to get a perfect score. Han Mancheol thinks about who will give the score if the examiner is unable to do so. Kim Seo-jun, stretching, asks what Han Mancheol just said. Han Mancheol thinks that a situation arises so that there's no other choice but to give him the perfect score and wonders what his score will be. Han Mancheol thinks that there is only one case where an examiner can evaluate. It's when they lose against the examinee, and he believes Kim Seo-jun will not. Kim Seo-jun says that Han Mancheol might have to stay in bed for 1 month. Han Mancheol thinks about what if a mere examinee dares. Han Mancheol thinks that Kim Seo-jun is arrogant, even though he has skills that surpass those of the other cadets, and that he has to get a perfect score. Kim Seo-jun stands with his weapon. Kim Seo-jun says that he will let Han Mancheol make the first move. Han Mancheol's expression hardens, a grim resolve settling over his features. Han Mancheol states that he has been trying to keep the situation from getting out of hand. The floor trembles as Han Mancheol stomps his foot, initiating a powerful skill. The air crackles with energy as the skill activates. A voice declares that he will make him regret it. A barrage of icy shards erupts around Han Mancheol, forming a deadly barrier. Kim Seo-jun prepares to counter the incoming assault, his eyes narrowed in concentration. The ice shards multiply, filling the training room with a glittering, deadly array. A blue aura flares around Kim Seo-jun as he prepares to unleash his own power. Han Mancheol grips his sword tightly, his expression a mix of determination and concern. Han Mancheol's eyes widen in disbelief, a silent question forming on his lips. Han Mancheol pleads for someone not to die. He declares that he's using the Lance of Longinus this time, hoping it will allow him to control his power. Kim Seo-jun prepares his sword, a blue aura emanating from the blade. 9 years prior, the conversation turns to the leader of the Sarabi Guild. It's noted that he shares the same name as Uncle Mancheol. Han Mancheol holds a can, his expression thoughtful. One of the men recalls being named after Han Mancheol's father as a sign of respect, having been saved by him. The other man expresses surprise. Han Mancheol is asked if he knows about the cataclysm. The scene shifts to a city surrounded by monsters. It's said that at one point, the shelter was surrounded by monsters. Back then, the government and the military decided to abandon the shelter due to the lack of manpower, likely because there weren't as many awakeners back then. Seriously, one of the men asks what about the people inside. The other man replies that they had no choice but to wait for their death, of course. The scene depicts a situation when the 5 heroes couldn't step forward to stop the monsters from attacking. The moment people thought everything was over. The scene shows a close-up of a man's face, his expression filled with fear and desperation as people are being attacked. The only person who stood against those monsters was the founder of the Ultimate Truth Sword and the father of Han Mancheol. The scene shifts to the past, showing Hunter Han Wonjae facing a horde of monsters. If you want to walk the path of an ultimate truth seeker, ask yourself these questions. Did you do your absolute best? Did you fight to the point you almost died? Did you put everything you have into defeating your opponent? Han Wonjae unleashes a powerful attack, cutting through the monsters with a blinding flash of green energy. After that, he cut through the legion of monsters in a single slash. The people celebrate, having been saved by Han Wonjae's sacrifice. He saved 50,000 people without a single casualty. Unfortunately, after saving everyone, he ended up losing his life. And my father was among the 50,000 he saved, so he decided to name me after his son. Come to think of it, you said you wanted to become a hunter too, right, Kim Seo-jun? Yes, I'm saving money to enter an academy. Although I don't know when I'll be able to gather. Han Mancheol remarks on how hard Seo-jun Kim is working, despite his young age. He tells him to do his best, but not to get hurt, as their bodies are their assets. Kim Seo-jun laughs, taking the words to heart. Han Mancheol tells Kim Seo-jun, who responds with a yes sir, to get back to work if he's finished eating. Han Mancheol watches Seo-jun Kim, a news report playing in the background. The news report details how the 10-star dungeon break in the downtown area was safely handled by Hunter Han Mancheol from the Sarabi Guild. The city bustles with activity. Han Mancheol tells Kim Seo-jun to let's go, and Seo-jun Kim responds with an enthusiastic, ah yes. Seo-jun Kim reflects on the most important thing in the Ultimate Truth Sword, which isn't simply external strength. The news report shows Sarabi Guild leader Han Manchiol, the ultimate truth seeker, speaking about the victims of the dungeon break. Seojun Kim thinks Han Manchiol is so cool. Seojun Kim vows that he will also be as cool as Han Manchiol someday. The ultimate truth sword gleams with power. The sword saint grits his teeth as a surge of blue energy slams into him, the force threatening to overwhelm his defenses. Seojun Kim stands amidst the swirling energy, his eyes narrowed in concentration as he channels the power. The energy intensifies, crackling around the sword saint as the assault continues. The sword saint manages to deflect the brunt of the attack, a surge of energy erupting around him as he pushes back. With a guttural shout, the sword saint grasps at the remaining energy, attempting to seize control of the flow. The deflected energy continues to surge, arcing away from the sword saint as he struggles to maintain his defense. Seojun Kim focuses, the blue energy around him growing more intense. The energy pierces through the sword saint's defenses, a searing beam of power cutting through the air. The piercing energy continues its relentless assault, tearing through the sword saint's aura. A strangled cry escapes the sword saint's lips as the full force of the attack slams into him. The sword saint collapses to the ground, blood staining his robes as he succumbs to the devastating energy attack. The battlefield is split open, a testament to the power unleashed. A subordinate observes, exclaiming that leader Han Manchiol is being pushed back. Han Manchiol, one of the 4 major guild's leaders, coughs up blood. Seojun Kim scoffs, finding the situation ridiculous. Han Manchiol admits that he has no choice but to concede, thinking that he would have died if Seojun had delivered the final blow. Han Manchiol acknowledges his defeat. A figure walks forward, carrying a staff. The examiner is obligated to continue the exam unless the examinee is incapacitated. Han Manchiol realizes that the person has no intention of killing him. The figure with the staff declares that if one gives up simply because defeat is imminent, then they aren't a seeker of the ultimate truth. Han Manchiol speaks, but his words are obscured. Seojun Kim is asked if he did his absolute best and fought to the point he almost died. A voice booms, questioning if everything was put into defeating the opponent. Seojun Kim stands in a room, gripping his spear as energy crackles around him. The sword saint, surrounded by the words, ultimate truth sword, declares that he will never lose his consciousness. A voice echoes, stating the only time they lose consciousness. A beam of light pierces through the scene, accompanied by the declaration that death is the only time they lose. The word Kasha is displayed as a figure is being attacked. A voice trails off, simply saying so. Seojun Kim is being held by the sword saint. The sword saint, his face flushed, asks if he should surrender to the dark dragon. Seojun Kim, suspended in the air, questions if that is why the sword saint is pulling this stunt on him. The sword saint yells for him to shut up. He demands to know if Seojun Kim doesn't want to let go of what he is desperately trying to hold on to, for his own benefit. Seojun Kim stares intently. Seojun Kim wonders if that is the ultimate truth that his father, Hunter Han Wonjae, was talking about. The image of the ultimate truth sword is shown, representing an indomitable spirit. Seojun Kim recalls that at one point, he admired Sarabi's Han Manchiol. The scene fades to black. Seojun Kim admits that he admired that indomitable spirit. He asks if the sword saint isn't embarrassed to face Sir Han Wonjae. The sword saint demands to know what Seojun Kim knows to mention his father's name. The sword saint asks how Seojun Kim dares talk about his father, and reminds him that he asked him to kill him. Seojun Kim says he'd love to, but Seojun Kim declares that he won't kill him. Seojun Kim continues to charge up his power. The sword saint tells him, "No, please lie in your bed for 2 months." A surge of green energy erupts from the sword saint. The sword saint declares, "Don't look down on the spirit of." The sword saint unleashes an attack, shouting, "The ultimate truth." Kim Seojun exclaims, "I dash," as he is engulfed in orange energy. A voice booms, "You who is looking down on it." The attack intensifies, the room bathed in orange light. The force of the attack sends debris flying. Kim Seojun grits his teeth, bracing against the onslaught. Chunks of the room crumble and fall. Kim Seojun stands over Han Manchiol, who is on the ground. Han Manchiol wonders what he is being hit with. Han Manchiol wonders if he is being hit with a fist. Han Manchiol is struck by a spear. Han Manchiol is angry and calls Kim Seojun a bastard. Kim Seojun is surprised. The spear moves quickly. The spear moves quickly. Kim Seojun punches Han Manchiol. The force of the blow sends tremors through the air, a blinding flash of red and white energy erupting from the point of impact. The energy intensifies, a cataclysmic burst of power that distorts the very space around it. The unseen attack continues its relentless assault, each strike carrying the weight of a collapsing star. The radiant energy burns brighter, a searing inferno that threatens to consume everything in its path. Launched backward by the sheer force, a figure is sent hurtling through the air like a ragdoll. The relentless barrage continues, the air shimmering with the aftershocks of each devastating blow. Coughing up blood, Han Manchiol struggles to his feet, the taste of iron bitter on his tongue. Cook! Han Manchiol's thoughts race, a chilling realization dawning on him. I knew Kim Seojun was strong, but I thought he would still be weaker than me. Han Manchiol's inner turmoil intensifies. Asterisk, I can't reach him. I can't touch him. Asterisk. The crushing weight of reality settles upon him. Asterisk, this overwhelming difference in our strength. Asterisk. A dark silhouette looms, the figure's face obscured by shadow, a hand outstretched in silent challenge. Han Manchiol grits his teeth, a surge of defiance coursing through him despite the overwhelming odds. He winds up his fist, golden energy coalescing around it. Stop. The punch connects, sending Han Manchiol flying backward. Jay, just kill me instead. Kim Seojun stands over the fallen Han Manchiol, his expression unreadable. God's strength. The force of the blow radiates outward. Han Manchiol crashes to the ground. Gasping for air, Han Manchiol struggles to speak. Cook. His hand trembles on the ground. Han Manchiol begs for mercy. Spare me. How unsightly. Kim Seojun's expression hardens. No, not just unsightly, it's repulsive. I will give you 100 points, so please. Han Manchiol's words echo in Kim Seojun's mind. This isn't the attitude of someone who walks down the path of an ultimate truth seeker. Perhaps he also surrendered to Ryu Jinchul in this manner. Kim Seojun wonders if Han Manchiol will turn around and go back on his words. Still, even though he's a fake ultimate truth seeker, the ultimate truth he's seeking still has its merit. A voice muses that he doesn't even faint easily. The figure with crimson eyes thinks that if he has to kill Han Manchiol in order to get a perfect score, it could be a serious violation which could lead to his license getting revoked. A voice states that Ryu Jinchul even considered the worst situation. The voice continues, stating that from the beginning, it was impossible for him to receive an A-rank hunter license. However, golden energy begins to emanate from a hand. The beings that transcended all impossibilities just lied down for 2 months, a voice says. The golden energy intensifies around a fist. 3 dantians are mentioned as the golden energy continues to build. A voice cries out, waiting a moment and calling out. The golden energy illuminates a face. The golden energy continues to surge. The figure is completely engulfed in golden energy. A surge of golden energy pulsed, resonating with an inner resolve. An unwavering, unyielding, indomitable mind before anything else. The pain etched on his face was a testament to the trials endured, a reflection of the path he had chosen. He began, a hesitant breath escaping his lips. How? If one wants to walk the path of an ultimate truth seeker, they must ask themselves these questions. Carrying the weight of responsibility, he pressed onward, each step a testament to his unwavering commitment. Did you do your absolute best? Did you fight to the point you almost died? Did you put everything you have into defeating your opponent? The figure reminded him of his father, a figure of strength and unwavering resolve. Only then will you not be ashamed of yourself. Please think carefully again if you haven't done anything you feel shameful about. This is the true essence of the ultimate truth. No, it's even far beyond it. Transcendence. The aftermath of a devastating attack is visible. Ryu Jinchul screams in anger. The destruction continues. A man watches the scene unfold on a screen, remaining silent. A man points forward, declaring, "You're next." Another man looks on with a grim expression. People celebrate Kim Seojun's victory, exclaiming that he did it. A man states, "Let's go." Below, an elderly woman recalls seeing that young man in the same hospital a few months ago. Grandma is told not to lie. The speaker wonders why Kim Seojun would be in a hospital. People are running. The question hangs in the air. How did he do it? The man from before asks, how did it go? A meeting is underway. The topic centered on mobilizing all forces within the guilds. The conversation shifts to the association. The president showed up himself, one of the men states. The reporters had been prepared for in advance. One of the men asks about the method to wake Han Manchiol up. The other responds that they looked into it first, but the result is as expected. The maximum amount of mana his body can handle has far exceeded. His life isn't in danger, but it will take him at least 2 months to recover. The man remains silent. One of the men states that they completely lost. Whether it's in skills, in public opinion, or in justification. One of the men states that they lost to a mere cadet, a young chick who just broke out of his shell. The men look on with intense expressions. The man mumbles under his breath, "Cocky bastard." A man stands with his hands clasped behind his back, his posture rigid. A girl exclaims, overwhelmed by excitement, declaring that Seojun Appa is truly insane. Now, a man clutches his head, seemingly in distress. A girl mutters to herself that he goes easy on her. The man from the previous panel is shown with a serious expression. The girl with purple hair wonders if he was treating her kindly. Another girl questions if he is even human. Someone shouts at the man, demanding to know where her Appa is and accusing him of being a doppelganger. The man responds, annoyed, that they are all too noisy. The girl continues to yell, demanding her Appa back. The man walks away. The man pauses in his walk, a thought bubble appearing above his head. A girl comments that the place no longer looks like an academy. Another girl says it's a bit unfortunate, even if they only changed their name. One man asks if the captain is getting an A-rank hunter certificate. The other man replies that it's not confirmed yet, but it's practically the same as confirmed. The man with spiky brown hair listens intently. Indeed, since the association president himself stepped in and said it. The woman with straight brown hair wonders what that means for them. being beer ranks. They'll find out once the passing cut line is announced, but maybe? The woman smiles, seemingly unconcerned. A figure stands in a large, empty room, seemingly confused. The woman with long black hair states that Seo-yoon isn't here today either. The man with spiky brown hair agrees, but still, he thought she would be. The woman with straight brown hair asks if anyone has heard anything from Seo-yoon. The man with spiky brown hair and the woman with straight brown hair stand side by side, both looking puzzled. Someone recalls that she was just right here not too long ago, though. A figure runs through a futuristic cityscape. The deadline given by the Sword Saint to Seo-yoon is until the end of the Pro Hunter exam, he thinks. In other words, the fact that Seo-yoon did not come to the academy. Seon SSI? A futuristic cityscape with a glowing path. The headmaster's orders echoed in the air. No one was to be let in. Councilman Han Mancheol stood firm, his expression unreadable. Kim Seo-jun pressed him. But still, can't you do something about it? Han Mancheol simply replied, no. The councilman recalled giving his word in advance, knowing that Kim Seo-jun would come to visit him. Kim Seo-jun thought to himself, he had no plans on heading back just like this. He couldn't recklessly and rudely barge in. Kim Seo-jun's expression hardened with determination. Councilman Han Mancheol coughed, drawing Kim Seo-jun's attention. Councilman Seo stated, it's fine, so send. Han Mancheol acknowledged that the headmaster told him not to let anyone in, but he would take responsibility. The gate creaked open. Councilman Seo turned to Kim Seo-jun, instructing him to follow. He walked alongside Councilman Seo, the air thick with unspoken questions. The pair continued deeper into the restricted area. Suk Soo-yeon turned, her expression a mix of surprise and disapproval. Say Seo-jun SSI? She questioned. Councilman Seo and Kim Seo-jun stood before Suk Soo-yeon, the tension palpable. Said not to let anyone in. She trailed off, her gaze sharp. A voice boomed, laced with fury. Are you ignoring my words? The two continued forward, undeterred. Kim Seo-jun grimaced, a hint of regret in his eyes. The Sword Saint stood tall, his gaze unwavering. I apologize, Sword Saint, a voice echoed. Kim Seo-jun explained, but I had to visit you because I had something to tell you, despite my rudeness. Han Mancheol considers the situation. He thinks that the brat has grown again within that short amount of time. Kim Seo-jun is no longer the immature brat that he was in the beginning. He is now a brat that Han Mancheol has to deal with seriously. Even more so at that. There's nothing else to do. Someone says to listen and go back. The deadline is already over. Han Mancheol stands with a sword at his side as a woman kneels before him. He thinks about what he offered being the minimum qualification. The kneeling woman remains on the floor. If she doesn't have even the minimum qualifications, she'll get swept away and end up blaming herself and suffering. Someone thinks that's worse than not going together. The kneeling woman looks down, bandages covering her face. Someone says it's not over yet. Someone asks if the deadline that Han Mancheol gave Seon SSI until the Pro Hunter test is over. The Pro Hunter test isn't over yet. Kim Seo-jun stands in the background as Han Mancheol looks down at the kneeling woman. Han Mancheol says it's not over yet. He questions the kind of nonsense he is hearing, stating that the Pro Hunter test is over. Kim Seo-jun argues that his presence should be proof enough that the test is over. He reminds Han Mancheol that the deadline he said is approaching. Seo-jun states that his score hasn't been confirmed yet. In the background, a woman kneels, a katana resting beside her. Kim Seo-jun believes the end of the Pro Hunter exam should mean that all the test scores for the test takers have been announced. Han Mancheol clarifies that the personal combat proficiency has not been announced yet. He thinks about Seon's fight. The kneeling woman remains still, a bandage visible on her cheek. Kim Seo-jun stands before the kneeling woman, his expression unreadable. Kim Seo-jun glances at Han Mancheol, a slight smile playing on his lips. Han Mancheol remains silent, his eyes narrowed. Kim Seo-jun states, very well. The kneeling woman's hand rests near the hilt of her katana. Kim Seo-jun walks alongside a woman, both carrying swords. The air crackles with tension. He clenches his fist, determination etched on his face. The woman thinks to herself, it was something impossible. A hand grips a sword tightly. So I thought everything was over. But right now, the impossible situation has turned upside down once again. Kim Seo-jun's expression hardens. Impossible? That word is nothing. A voice commands, look at me. Another chance. The woman stands with her sword, facing an elderly man. She pleads, please do it one more time. The woman stands ready, sword in hand. An elderly man with a white beard demonstrates a sword technique, followed by a younger woman mirroring the movement. The swift sword is described as a sword that pursues extreme speed. A foot taps lightly on the floor. The technique is to swiftly attack at a single spot. The thrust sword rapidly changes the targeted point. The variant sword is shown in action. The creeping sword encroaches on the opponent's territory and oppresses it. A close-up of hands gripping a sword hilt. The sword stacks weight on its one blow. The mighty sword is displayed. Seo-jun Kim reels, his vision blurring as he struggles to maintain his footing. A sword that maximizes destructive power by adding more weight to its stacked weight, the heavy sword. Kim Seo-jun clashes against the Sword Saint, the impact sending shockwaves through the training hall. The Sword Saint observes the fight with a stern gaze. The Sword Saint continues his relentless assault, each strike carrying immense force. Seojun Kim cries out, staggering from the force of the blow. The Sword Saint wonders if it's over. Seojun Kim thinks that his sword flow is supposed to be connected, but the Sword Saint's attack sends Kim Seojun flying backward. Seojun Kim realizes he can't take on his grandfather's sword. The swords clash once more, a blinding flash of light erupting between them as Seojun Kim cries out in defiance. Seojun Kim, battered and bruised, struggles to rise as the Sword Saint stands over him, an imposing figure of mastery. His expression is grim. A sword is swung with incredible speed. A woman's hair falls. The woman holds a sword, ready to strike. The text describes a counter-attacking sword technique. The Sword Saint appears surprised. The Sword Saint thinks that compared to his senses, his comprehension is slower. The feeling of his hand holding the sword feels unfamiliar. The woman reflects on growing up around great people and meeting countless others who would never have thought they would be able to meet at least once in their lifetime. Amongst those great people, her mediocrity was truly a curse. But if she had met ordinary people instead, could she have lived a little differently than she is doing now? She was busy running away from that reality. However, she met Mr. Seojun. A sword that dazzles the opponent's eyes, the Phantom Sword. She no longer wanted to give up. She didn't want to settle for mediocrity ever again. A blinding flash of light. Next to him. She wanted to stand next to him. A figure stands tall, clad in a black and white jacket. A gust of wind was blowing in her heart, but she didn't know what this feeling was. Was this what enlightenment was? Is this how her grandfather did it? No, a little more than this. Certainly, she could feel a clear sensation. An unconscious act, not a conscious one. That desperation. Golden light erupts, a visual representation of a fast and heavy sword technique. The light intensifies, the energy coalescing into a focused beam. The technique reaches its apex, explosive power radiating outwards. The golden energy begins to dissipate, leaving trails of light in its wake. The young Sword Saint, panting heavily, struggles to catch her breath, her face bruised and bandaged. The tyrannical sword technique is displayed as she holds her sword. I completed it, she says, her voice filled with exhaustion and triumph. Her grandfather looks on in shock, muttering. The Sword Saint's grandfather is in disbelief. How? He stammers. The Sword Saint stands silhouetted against a bright light, her sword held firmly in her hand. However, what on earth am I seeing right now? Her eyes widen with a newfound determination. I can now go together with him, right? A disembodied voice echoes, demanding, you will give me your permission, right? The Sword Saint's gaze is stern, his expression unreadable. A younger woman, sword in hand, declares her success to Mr. Seojun. The Sword Saint thinks to himself that he succeeded. The Sword Saint praises Seoyun Park, acknowledging her achievement. There are existences in the world who run towards a certain goal, hardships and trouble that they will go through. However, in some rare cases, there are those whose limits cannot be seen. A young man smiles, his expression confident. And then, there are those who can make others surpass their limits and move forward together with them. The Sword Saint thinks to himself that he couldn't do that. You know, Sword Saint. Sometimes, the person who thinks he's nothing can achieve something no one else can accomplish. The Sword Saint's era is passing. Perhaps it has already passed. The Sword Saint's granddaughter apologizes for disobeying his orders, wondering what he meant back then. The man in the suit dismisses the apology. He was the one who allowed it. A lot of time has passed, Sword Saint. For some reason, it feels even more cruel today. The Sword Saint's granddaughter stands with her arms crossed, listening to the man in the suit. Mr. Seojun is seen in a close-up shot. On their way back to the Dream Academy, the woman asks what he was planning to do if she had failed. Seojun replies that he would have probably gone to find the association president. The woman looks surprised, questioning why. No matter what he had to do, he would have had him postpone the declaration of the end of the Pro Hunter exam. The woman stares intently. A ding sound is heard as Seojun walks down the street with the woman. Seojun sent a message to Seojun, asking where he went without answering the phone. She also informs him that the association president has come to the academy and is waiting for him and Seojun. A man calls out, pointing towards the sky. He needed Ms. Seojun to come quickly, but she didn't know why he was calling her. Seojun is told that many people are waiting for her right now. Seojun's expression is unreadable. Seoyun Park runs towards the man, calling for him to wait. Two voices call out, one exclaiming, Big sis Seoyun. A woman expresses her worry, saying, Where have you been? We were so worried because we thought something had happened to you. Another person replies, Sorry, I just had something that I had to do. A man acknowledges Kim Seojun's presence, stating, You're here, Mr. Kim Seojun. A character wonders aloud, No, should I call you Hunter Kim Seojun now? A man in a suit smiles. Someone congratulates Kim Seojun, saying, Congratulations on passing the Pro Hunter exam, Hunter Kim Seojun. Two figures stand together, one in a suit and the other in casual attire. A voice explains, You received a perfect score in your last subject. Therefore, for having received perfect scores in all the subjects, an A-rank hunter license will be issued to you. Everyone else also passed without a problem and are now B-rank hunters. He admits that he would honestly love to give him an S-rank hunter license if he could, but he thinks that might be a little too hard. It's okay, he says, he can start working towards it from now on. He adds that if it's Hunter Kim Seojun, he's sure there will be no problem at all. Yep, they agree with a nod. A-rank hunters are subject to special management by the association, he explains. In particular, a dungeon raid priority pass has been issued for him. The man received a perfect score in this pro hunter exam. And the reason he came here is because he would like to ask if he is thinking of establishing a new guild. Yes, of course, the man replies. Then, he asks to be allowed to take care of the guild establishment himself. You will do it yourself, association president? Establishing a guild is quite complicated, he says. It takes a considerable amount of time to process various documents and forms, as well as to obtain permits. But if he takes care of it himself, it won't take long at all, he insists. Now, please write down the names of those who will join your guild here. There's one problem. The guild establishment application lists Kim Seojun as the guild leader, with Park Seoyun, Lee Minyeol, and Suk Suyeon as guild members. He looks at the man in the suit, questioning what he is holding. The man explains that it is to establish a guild. The man in the suit explains that they need 5 pro hunters with a B-rank hunter license or higher, but they are short one person. The man in the suit continues, stating that if they can't find anyone, he can process it with his authority, but if the 5 major guilds catch on, it's going to be a bit troublesome. The man in the suit adds that even now, they're still trying to find fault with them, so who knows what other schemes they might have. Kim Seojun thinks to himself that it's not like he can include just anyone in his guild. Kim Seojun appears thoughtful as he stands next to Suk Suyeon. Kim Seojun continues to ponder the situation. Kim Seojun seems to have an idea. Kim Seojun and Suk Suyeon stand together. The name Lee Haeun is displayed. A group of people celebrate, noting that they now have 5 people. One person expresses their excitement, while another seems less enthusiastic. The man in the suit asks what the guild name will be. He states that they have already decided on the name a while ago. The words Dream Team are displayed as the group of people stand together. He states, that's our guild name. A voice declares that Kim Seojun will establish a guild soon. One of the figures asks if there is no way to stop him. Another responds that there isn't, but they should at least stall for some time, as the problem is his dungeon raid priority pass. A voice states that it's also what the association decided upon. A group of people express their surprise. One of them notes that they haven't seen each other for a while, but everyone seems to be doing quite well. The Sword Saint is asked why he is here. The Sword Saint walks forward. A close-up reveals the Sword Saint's stern expression. Han Manchiol laughs, stating that he can already tell what they're planning by the looks on their faces. 2 figures stand together, their expressions unreadable. The Sword Saint is told that there is no particular reason why they just let them be. A voice adds that it's just that if they take matters into their own hands. A voice concludes that it would be no different from the disgusting things they are doing. The Sword Saint stands firm, his gaze unwavering. He thinks to himself, because we didn't end the cataclysm, to rule above others like you. A voice echoes, laced with disdain. Huh. Anyone who heard that would think you were the one who put an end to the cataclysm. The camera focuses on the Sword Saint's face, his expression unreadable. A man steps forward, his presence commanding. He is Ryu Jinchul. The Sword Saint's eyes narrow slightly. He thinks, you've grown quite a bit in the time we haven't seen each other, huh? Ryu Jinchul's expression hardens. He retorts, on the other hand, you've grown older, old man. A woman's voice cuts through the tension. Let's stop right there. The woman continues, her tone sharp. Even if you're the Sword Saint, it's not nice of you to wave around your sword in someone else's house. The Sword Saint's gaze intensifies. He says, you finally crawled out. The woman is revealed to be Kalia. Kalia's voice drips with sarcasm. You don't look surprised. Did you know we were involved? The Sword Saint thinks to himself, to think these small fries would try to take my Azure Dragon sword to play a trick on him. How ridiculous. If they had the guts, they should have come at me and cut off my head themselves. Nevertheless, considering the fact that they attempted to do so, it must mean that they had someone who would take care of them even if he intervened. If it's not you, who else could it be? Kalia states that they came to see him in the first place, and she understands what brought him here. The Sword Saint listens intently to Kalia's words, a long time having passed since their last encounter. Ryu Jinchul warns that they will be in quite a bit of trouble if that punk creates a guild. And I guess that's why you guys have gathered here to plot a plan to prevent it. Ryu Jinchul, his eyes glowing red with intensity, warns that whatever it is, they better not do it. Kalia asks what if they refuse. Ryu Jinchul warns that as long as they can handle the consequences. A sense of unease permeates the room as the gravity of the situation sinks in. A wave of shock washes over one of the onlookers. Ryu Jinchul's expression hardens, his gaze unwavering. Footsteps echo, hinting at an impending decision. The Sword Saint stands with Ryu Jinchul, his expression unreadable. The Sword Saint's granddaughter questions Ryu Jinchul's intentions. She thought he would have turned everything upside down already. The Sword Saint scoffs, asking why he would. A distant view shows the Sword Saint's granddaughter and others in a room. The Sword Saint's granddaughter is told to cancel all plans. A voice mocks, questioning if the heir of the Apostle of Purity is scared of the decrepit Sword Saint. Ryu Jinchul is warned not to misunderstand. The Sword Saint's granddaughter is told not to look down on the Sword Saint. Ryu Jinchul is letting his pride run wild. Ryu Jinchul is told that he is fully aware of his skills, and that he is close to the level of a Cataclysm hero. The Sword Saint's granddaughter is shown with a determined expression. Ryu Jinchul is warned that he is close, but can never get there. Ryu Jinchul's expression hardens, his eyes narrowed. Ryu Jinchul pauses, surrounded by a faint magical aura. The Sword Saint sits across from him at the desk. Ryu Jinchul thinks to himself that even if they can't mess with Kim Seojun directly, it's not. Meanwhile, two figures stand in a dimly lit room. One, cloaked and hooded, asks, "What do you mean?" The Sword Saint's granddaughter, cloaked in a hooded garment, smirks, stating that since fate will not change. Elsewhere, Kim Seojun walks down a brightly lit hallway. Seojun Kim stares intently at his phone, his expression unreadable. The Dream Team Guild building stands tall, bathed in the soft glow of the morning sun. A question hangs in the air. Is everyone here? Park Seoyun, a B-rank hunter affiliated with Dream Team, declares, "First rate, let's do our best." Her voice rings with determination. Vice Guildmaster. A hunter exclaims, "On a dungeon raid the moment we get our pro hunter license." I love it. His enthusiasm is palpable. Lee Minyul, a B-rank hunter affiliated with Dream Team, walks down the street, ready for the upcoming raid. Suk Suyin, a B-rank hunter affiliated with Dream Team, wonders, time going into a real dungeon. Will that be alright? Lee Haeun, a B-rank hunter affiliated with Dream Team, thinks to herself, to think we would go. It's not much different from a dungeon implemented through sorcery. Well, the only differences I can think of are that its difficulty is higher and you might actually die. The team members stand together, discussing the upcoming raid. One of them asks, doesn't that make them totally different? A foot steps forward with determination. A voice declares, of course, it's totally different. Kim Seojun, an A-rank hunter and the guild master of Dream Team, exclaims, the sorcery-made dungeons, we can make money. His eyes gleam with avarice. The team members observe Kim Seojun's obsession with money. One of them wonders, what's wrong with Captain? Another replies, although I know he's been obsessed with money, I feel like it has gotten worse now. I don't know. He became so. He recalled a brief phone check from the previous day, the realization hitting him hard. The free pass period was over, and he'd forgotten he was running out of money because of the medicine purchase. The phone screen confirmed his fears. The free pass had ended, costing him 2 billion won. His account balance was a mere 98 million won. He internalized, how could he not even have 100 million won? This is insane. A figure lurked in the shadows, red eyes gleaming menacingly. A sinister voice echoed, did you say something? A close-up revealed a character's face, their expression unreadable. The Dream Team Guild waited, the sounds of footsteps approaching. Seoyun Park exclaimed, that's right, I am. So, looking forward to it, too. So, let's go. Quickly, Captain. Lee Minyul added, just wait a moment. He isn't here yet. Lee Minyul wondered who wasn't there yet, adding that Ms. Seoyun should know him too. Seoyun Park exclaimed, there he is. A man waved his hand, calling out, Uncle, over here, here. Seoyun Park looked surprised, uttering, huh? A smaller figure below exclaimed, Dad? A man walked down the street, thinking to himself, seriously, I'm only here because he asked me to come. Seoyun Park scolded, Dad, why didn't you tell me you were coming? The man replied, do I have to report everything to you? He then declared, huh? Now that everyone is here, shall we go? Lee Minyul asked, so which dungeon are we going to this time? A close-up of a character's face, their expression unreadable. A smirk plays across a man's face as he declares they're going to a very nice place. The destination remains a mystery, marked only by question marks against a bright sky. The location is revealed to be a suburb not too far from Seoul. Modern buildings rise against a backdrop of distant mountains. A man is confronted outside a building marked as the Dark Dragon Guild's exclusive area. Hey, mister. Who gave you permission to be here? A voice booms. A red-haired man shouts. This is our Dark Dragon Guild's exclusive area. Tell all the bastards who went inside to come out right now. A woman beside him says, don't shout. I'm not deaf. The man thinks, by the way, this is different from what I heard. I heard that Kim Seojun could use his priority pass here, though. A man nervously asks, and may I ask for the name of the guild that went in there? The man from panel 7 remains silent, his expression unreadable. A circular emblem glows with the words, it's Dream Team. A man stares intensely, surrounded by swirling blue energy. A figure stands in a grand hall, enveloped in a surge of blue energy. A resounding clang echoes amidst the radiant blue energy. Blue energy crackles and surges. The blue energy intensifies. The blue energy continues to flow. A man exclaims, as the words all clear appear behind him, amidst the fading blue energy. Two women plead, please leave it to us. One laments, at this rate, I won't even be able to sell the corpses. A chaotic fight scene unfolds, with figures shouting, Grarg. A woman falls backward, exclaiming in pain. A guttural whimper echoes through the air. The multi-headed dog monster roars, its multiple maws opening to unleash a cacophony of sound. The monster's form looms large, a hulking mass of fur and teeth. Lee Minyul, with Lee Doan by his side, focuses his energy. I got it, he declares, as Doan shouts, Minyul Appa. The multi-headed dog monster whimpers as the first beams of energy strike its hide. More beams slam into the monster, each impact eliciting a pained cook. The barrage continues, the energy beams tearing into the monster's flesh. The multi-headed dog monster shudders violently, the force of the attack threatening to overwhelm it. The monster collapses, its massive form crashing to the ground. A man wipes sweat from his brow. Did you wait long, uncle? A voice asks. Not at all. It hasn't even been a few minutes since you went in there. A man with a determined look says. Now, shall I also get to work? Another man responds. Let me help you. A man's voice says. Mister, doesn't this remind you of the good old days? Another voice replies. Fuck, what's good about those days? One of the men suggests setting up a transportation company that works exclusively for their guild. By the way, Kim Seojun wonders what's with those people who have been staring at them. The man with red eyes says he's not sure, but they said they are members of the Dark Dragon Guild and want to do some kind of business with them. The two men from the guild apologize. As expected, someone asks Kim Seojun if he deliberately chose the Dark Dragon Guild's area. The cleaning is complete. One of the people says that it was manageable. Someone asks how much all of this is. Another person says that they don't know about the 8-star monsters, but it should give them at least 100 million won per person. The group celebrates earning hundreds of millions in one day and decides to have a party and get something delicious. Kim Seojun looks confused. Someone asks what they are talking about, saying that they are just getting started. A voice calls out, next. Another voice calls out, next. Now let's go to the next one. The atmosphere hung heavy as the group stood together, a palpable sense of weariness radiating from them. One of the members questioned, Captain, how much longer are we going to raid? Another member declared, I'm not going to do it anymore. No, I can't do it. This is clearly exploitation. Exploitation, I say. Can you not do it by yourself, Captain? Keek scoffed, oh ho. Haven't you seen me having trouble controlling my strength? To get the full price for the corpses, you guys must be the ones to catch it. The captain continued, and you need experience to become A-rank hunters too. We can just gradually build up experience. Keek's expression twisted in agitation. What do you mean? How much longer? We should earn money while. What? What kind of nonsense are you saying? You must become A-rank hunters for our guild's ranking to go up. One of the members pointed out, don't you know that tax and commission benefits differ depending on your guild level? That's all money you know. Money. Keek insisted. Besides, you guys should all become A-rank hunters. As our guild's fame increases, won't there be more ways to make money? The captain's eyes gleamed with avarice. You can earn experience, and I can make money. Captain, even if it's not for that, our guild is all ready. One of the members, clearly fed up, cried out, shut it. If you don't want to do it anymore, quickly become A-rank hunters. Wicked employer. No, wicked master. I don't want to. I'm going to stop. Big sister Haeun, help us. Seojun observed, a sense of unease creeping into his voice. Gone? He walked alongside Minyul, the air crisp and cool against their faces. A man's face contorted in anger, thinking of the traitor. A woman beside him looked concerned, feeling as if she was going to be hit. Stick figures walked down a street, their laughter echoing in the night. A woman, seemingly enlightened, was called out by name. Big sister Seojun, aren't you the vice guild master? Please stop him. A voice declared that their grandfather went through a lot, so they should also. Big sister. A group of chibi characters flew through the air, shouting, let's go make money. A graph showed a sharp decline in guild performance. This is crazy. A man sat at his desk, contemplating the performance of the newly established guild. Not only were they raiding 7 to 8-star dungeons, but it seemed they were deliberately doing so. A voice declared, let's go. Areas were being monopolized by the Dark Dragon Guild. The Dream Team had the dungeon priority pass, so there was nothing the Dark Dragon Guild could do. The Dark Dragon Guild's funds were being dried up. Still, even if there's no way to deal with the current situation, the Dark Dragon Guild was too quiet. Were they scheming something again? President, we have a... The Draugr dungeon has formed, the man realizes with a start. The man in the suit explains that they contacted Kim Seojun right away, but as usual, they don't know when he will answer. He laments that there is no choice but to wait for his reply. The question hangs in the air. Is Kim Seojun still in the middle of his raid? The man in the suit asks for clarification, saying, pardon? One of the men mumbles about whether Kim Seojun will help them, noting that as a hunter, he always has to be ready to put his life on the line. Another man mumbles that he'll probably do it as long as he gets enough money. The question lingers, is Hunter Kim Seojun still in the middle of his raid? The man in the suit looks concerned. Two girls noticed Kim Seojun walking down the street. One asked if that was him, and the other confirmed. Kim Seojun muttered about only making 9 billion, wishing he could reach 10 billion. He seriously couldn't understand why they hated making money so much. Kim Seojun checked his phone, revealing an account balance of 2,121,000,000 won, which was 1/5 of the 9 billion he earned from solo raids. A notification popped up. Would you like to purchase a free pass? Kim Seojun cursed under his breath, seeing that 2 billion would be deducted. His account balance would then be 121 million won. He thought that since he had to do this every 3 months, there was truly no end to it. Kim Seojun reasoned that the reason he took the free passes every time was because of the Buddha's lecture. He wondered if this meant the progress of Buddha's lecture was not going up at all. The Buddha's lecture progress rate was at plus 0.1%, 33.8%. He considered that it'd be better to spend his money on individual lectures, but then thought never mind. He wondered what would happen to his causality if he did that. He thought this was truly troublesome since there were a lot of other lectures he wanted to take, and he also had to keep taking the elixirs as well. Kim Seojun thought that Sir Dark Saint still owed him 13 billion won, and there had been no news from him yet. He wondered if there was any way to quickly increase the progress rate of Buddha's lecture and earn tens of billions of won at a time. Hunter Kim Seojun is greeted upon his return. The association president looks on. The association president asks if coffee will be all right. Kim Seojun is handed a can of coffee. He expresses his gratitude. The association president apologizes for the late meeting, stating he has something important to tell Kim Seojun. The association president urges him to speak comfortably. He asks what's going on. The association president explains that they received a report that a Draugr dungeon manifested in Korea. He wonders if Draugr is the mind-type monster they saw in the previous tournament. With all due respect, the association president asks if Kim Seojun could help them take care of the Draugr dungeon. Kim Seojun replies that it's all right. Kim Seojun asks them to hold on and wait a moment. He considered the offer. Now that he thought about it, when he defeated the Draugr the last time, didn't Buddha's lecture progress rate increase significantly? He also knew they weren't asking him to take care of it for free. The association president listened intently. The association president stated that they planned to provide some financial support as well. The association president fidgeted, asking how much Kim Seojun was expecting. Seojun Kim thought about 30 billion won. Only 8 Draugr dungeons had manifested in Korea over the past few decades. If this one was included, there had only been 9 such dungeons. Inside Seojun Kim's head, he celebrated. Wasn't this a golden opportunity to significantly increase the progress of Buddha's lecture? He held it in, unable to smile right now. He would be receiving 30 billion won. He was talking about something serious, so Seojun Kim couldn't laugh. The association president thought that, as expected, that was too little money. The Draugr dungeon just had to manifest at a time when they had already spent all their budget preparing for the Pro Hunter exam. But now that they couldn't get in touch with Madame Soul Saint, except Hunter Kim Seojun, they had no one else to ask. The association president waited. Draugr are intangible specters, haunting the edges of reality. If the Draugr dungeon breaks and the Draugr come out, the consequences will be unimaginable. The association president insists they must get rid of them while they're still inside the dungeon. That's not all, he adds. If Seojun Kim takes care of this, he'll get the profits earned by Dream Team. The association president continues, stating that he will also issue an S-rank hunter license for this Draugr dungeon. The association president explains that this satisfies the requirements for a promotion in authority. The association president continues, stating that from then on, various taxes and fees will be significantly reduced. A muffled sound escapes someone's lips. Seojun Kim thinks to himself that he was just going to beg them to leave it to him. However, they will give him 30 billion won. They are even considering promoting him to an S-rank hunter? The association president asks if Seojun Kim can not help them. Seojun Kim, trying his best to remain calm, asks if they don't usually ask Madame Soul Saint for this kind of work. The association president replies that actually. He looks concerned as he thinks about the situation. They haven't been able to get in touch with Madame Soul Saint. The association president agrees to try. He asks if Kim Seojun is serious. The association president states that they will raid tomorrow at the latest. The association president thinks to himself that it isn't possible yet and that he needs to prepare. The association president looks touched, stating that the matter is so urgent and that it needs to be taken care of as soon as possible. The association thanks Kim Seojun, stating that the Hunter Association will never forget his hard work. The association president thinks about the safety of the country and its people. The association president says that there's no need to thank him. The association president thinks that no matter how talented one is, this is a life or death matter. The association president thinks about Kim Seojun, a young, talented man who is at least an S rank, someone who can even surpass a hero and would willingly sacrifice himself and jump into danger. Kim Seojun is shown with the association president's filter. The association president laughs, thinking that Kim Seojun is a true hunter, no, a true hero. He wonders if Sir Sword Saint thinks the same. Kim Seojun stands before his team, declaring that other than himself, no one else is immune to mental attacks. He believes that for the sake of progress, it would be better for him to go alone this time. The team is taken aback by the news. They are surprised that he is going on the raid by himself, and worry that Seojun won't be here. The team expresses their desire to rest, but their faces betray their concern. The team members wish Kim Seojun a safe trip and ask him to come back safely. Kim Seojun reassures them, stating that he will take care of things and that they shouldn't worry about anything, urging them to take their time. The team celebrates, but one member still seems worried, asking if he's worried about the Draugr. Kim Seojun, holding a maraca, is asked if there is anything in this world that can make him worry. He responds that if anything, it would probably be the end of the world. One of the team members notes that there's something he's worried about, and another agrees, stating that it's money. Kim Seojun's expression shifts to one of annoyance as he hears their comments. He thinks to himself, these bastards. A team member offers to help Mr. Seojun prepare. He insists that he's all right and doesn't need any help, leaving right away. Seong-yu expresses concern, noting that since it's a Draugr dungeon, there's a lot to prepare. She realizes that if she wastes any more time, the association might contact Madame Soul Saint, so she must leave immediately. A guard watches him depart. Kim Seojun waves goodbye, stating he will be back. Seong-yu slams the door, prompting the children to suggest they rest while they can, as they don't know when this kind of opportunity will come again. Someone suggests ordering some fried chicken. Meanwhile, news spreads that Kim Se-jun, not the Soul Saint, will handle the Draugr dungeon. It's also mentioned that someone at the association said Kim Se-jun will be taking care of the Draugr dungeon, and compared to him, Ryu Jinchul is nothing. Hunter Kim Se-jun is likened to the cataclysmic heroes of the past, with a plea for him to take care of things. Hunter Kim Se-jun has to do well. The association president states he'll have to see if they have any additional budget to give to him. An assistant responds with, "Sir." The association president is asked what happened. The association president is informed that they received a call from Madame Soul Saint, and he asks what. The association president questions the call from the Soul Saint and asks when it occurred. A voice, seemingly out of breath, explains that they arrived immediately after taking. The association president, on the other end of the line, wonders what she said. He dismisses it, deciding he must call her right now. The association president's assistant tells him that he doesn't think that's necessary, sir. The president asks what. A figure stands amidst a swirling purple aura, a sword resting on their shoulder. She said she's nearby? Another voice explains that she would go take care of the Draugr dungeon right away. The figure from before walks away, their destination unknown. A disembodied voice questions, Madame Soul Saint? A close-up reveals the face of Madame Soul Saint, her expression unreadable. The camera zooms in further on Madame Soul Saint's face, her eyes holding a depth of untold stories. The ruins of a city stretch into the distance, a desolate landscape that marks the entrance to the Draugr dungeon. It's as dreary as one would expect from a gravekeeper's domain. Death chi permeates the air, a palpable energy that clings to everything. It might not be enough to significantly increase his progress rate, but it's certainly present. A flicker of surprise crosses his face, a subtle shift in expression as he senses something unexpected. He grips his staff, the weapon glowing with an ethereal blue light, ready for whatever lies ahead. A mystical and peculiar feeling washes over the area. The overflowing death chi is nowhere to be found around her, isn't it? The air shimmers with an unseen energy, distorting the light around her feet. Could it be? The thought flashes through his mind, a mixture of hope and apprehension. Long white hair cascades down her back, almost glowing in the dim light of the dungeon. Her face is etched with wisdom and a hint of weariness, her eyes holding a depth of untold stories. A hero of Cataclysm, one of the 5 heroes. Holding a lantern aloft, Soul Saint warns, "Child, I don't know why you are here, but you should go back. This isn't a place where you can recklessly enter." She really was Madame Soul Saint. Minhyul thinks to himself that he would meet her in this place. Kim Se-jun tells Minhyul to wait, holding on to the fact that Madame Soul Saint is. A voice booms out, "Please wait. You are not trying to clear the Draugr dungeon, are you?" Soul Saint stands in the dungeon, holding a lantern. She responds, "I am, though." Minhyul exclaims, "My gosh. No, you can't do that." He asks what she is talking about. Soul Saint says that it's just how it is. Anyway, Kim Se-jun can't clear this Draugr dungeon. Kim Se-jun asks Madame Soul Saint to listen to him for a moment. Soul Saint pauses, thinking. She thinks to herself that it's her way. She must take care of the Draugrs while they're still in the dungeon. That terrible death spirit must not be released into the world. Kim Se-jun shouts, "No, you can't kill it. If someone has to kill it, it must be me." Soul Saint says that he is not going to get out of her way. Soul Saint tells Kim Se-jun to get out of the way and tells Minhyul to stay behind her. A gurgling sound echoes. A looming figure stands in the distance, its presence casting a long shadow. The figure is revealed to be a Draugr, its glowing red eyes piercing the darkness. Soul Saint urges Kim Se-jun to leave this place quickly. Soul Saint questions if the Draugr is a child. The Draugr demands more sinister thoughts. The Draugr stands with its arms outstretched. A close-up of the Draugr's menacing face fills the frame. The Draugr tells someone to keep it. The Draugr is hesitant and makes a gurgling sound. The Draugr stands motionless in the dilapidated street, flanked by Kim Se-jun and Soul Saint. The air crackles with unseen energy. Se-jun Kim's eyes widen, a flicker of unease crossing his features as he senses a shift in the atmosphere. A wave of distortion washes over the Draugr, its form momentarily blurring as an unseen force takes hold. Kim Se-jun takes a step back, his expression hardening with concern. Soul Saint's face is etched with worry as she witnesses the Draugr's transformation. A voice booms out, declaring, "That's a possession." Kim Se-jun grips his weapon, ready to strike. Soul Saint cries out, "Hang on." Her hands glow with a faint blue light. Kim Se-jun grits his teeth, declaring, "I will drag that Draugr out immediately." A disembodied voice echoes, stating that the possession is on a completely different level than the bastard that was materialized by sorcery. Kim Se-jun and Soul Saint stand side by side, bracing themselves for the battle ahead. Soul Saint's eyes widen in alarm, a silent question forming on her lips. The sensation is overwhelming, the man thinking this is the best, so fun, at last, and his sweet progress rate. The feeling is so sweet. The sensation intensifies. Meanwhile, inside Kim Se-jun's mental world, something stirs. A hooded figure floats in the ethereal space. Keek is present. Keek muses about what a pitiful being he is. Elsewhere, Kim Se-jun wonders aloud. Kim Se-jun stands over a defeated foe. The hooded figure laments that all his death chi is gone, confessing he's lived a shameful life. Kim Seojun asks if he is dead or what, as the hooded figure says he's entering nirvana. He thinks to himself that he has squeezed it dry. Kim Seojun checks his phone, noting that before entering the dungeon, the progress rate was 33.8%. The calculation reveals that if they assume at least 10 draugrs are left in the dungeon, that's a total of 43%. The calculation leads to the conclusion that he can increase the Buddha lecture's progress rate to at least 80%. Kim Seojun shivers, expressing his excitement. Kim Seojun crosses his arms, looking to the side. Soul Saint stands in the dungeon, another figure behind her. She thinks there's no use pretending to be fine. Kim Seojun tells Soul Saint that he will take care of this, asking her to go back. Soul Saint thinks that he needs soul power to completely destroy the draugr, and an incredible amount at that. Soul Saint thinks that he managed to let the monster enter nirvana. Kim Seojun thinks that throughout the Cataclysm era, he has never heard of a case like this. He thinks that this is his dungeon, and even if it's Madame Soul Saint, there is a certain order to do things. The association president asked him to handle it. Soul Saint thinks that no matter how much she tries to look through his mind, she can't see anything and can't figure him out. Heeding Kim Seojun's progress, Soul Saint declares that the child's soul level is at least equal to or higher than hers, resolving not to touch the draugrs. Kim Seojun wonders if it's possible that his soul power is comparable to hers, setting aside the other heroes. Kim Seojun states that he has something to check, so he can't leave this dungeon. Soul Saint asks what it is that Kim Seojun needs to check. She admits she doesn't know the details either, but Dark Saint only said some incomprehensible things, so she only knows some vague information. Kim Seojun wonders if what Dark Saint said is related to the Order of Truth or Berserk. Kim Seojun asks how. Kim Seojun states that they are in a business relationship, Madame Soul Saint. Soul Saint wonders if it is possible to create a dungeon artificially. Soul Saint states that even if that were possible, there's no way to even confirm it. Kim Seojun says that still, whether it's possible or not, they thought it was necessary to confirm it. He states that the only one who can enter the draugr dungeon is Madame Soul Saint. Soul Saint wonders if Dark Saint suspected that the Order of Truth may have created the draugr dungeon and that Dark Saint would have had no choice. She wonders where he went after taking her money. Kim Seojun asks if this isn't an opportunity to get the money that Dark Saint owes her, a mischievous glint in his eyes. He wonders why she is acting like that all of a sudden. Soul Saint believes she can help Kim Seojun with his work. Meanwhile, inside the peaceful dungeon, there is a group of wild draugrs. A draugr is a 10-star mind-type monster and is a dangerous being that can cause. Kim Seojun, the draugr handler, notes that they are currently his supply of progress rate. The draugrs float through the dungeon. Kim Seojun thinks to himself that Madame Soul Saint is on the same page, and if things go well, all he has to do is tell Sir Dark Saint that he was a big help. Soul Saint wonders if she should not have given him her permission. The draugrs continue to float through the dungeon. The scene shifts to what is labeled as the Dark Saint's hideout, a dense forest bathed in dappled sunlight. A surge of purple energy erupts, shaking the very air. A shadowy figure stands amidst the chaos, cloaked in darkness. The Dark Saint remarks, his voice echoing slightly, that it has been a while. The Apostle of Temperance is seen, his expression unreadable beneath his hood. The Apostle of Temperance turns and walks away, his cloak billowing behind him. The Dark Saint reflects on the fact that one of the 7 apostles came all the way to this shabby place just to catch one old man, lamenting that he can't take him out by himself now because he's been such a nuisance. The Dark Saint declares that it was their mistake to look for the Soul Saint. The Apostle of Temperance's face is shown in close-up, revealing scars and a grim expression. The Dark Saint questions what the Apostle of Temperance is talking about, as the Apostle explains that a draugr dungeon suddenly manifested in Korea, and regardless of whether it's true or not, he decided it was necessary to investigate. The Apostle of Temperance, his face contorted in anger, exclaims that it's obvious who they would look for, cursing under his breath. Then, from the beginning, their target was none other than. The Dark Saint remarks on someone's carelessness. A figure reacts with a pained grunt, surrounded by dark energy. A voice wonders why they are trying so hard to get rid of. The figure in the hood asks about the Cataclysm heroes, stating that there is no special reason, they are just carrying out God's words. The Dark Saint reacts with a choked sound, seemingly amused by the statement. The hooded figure asks, "Do you enjoy living, Dark Saint?" A flicker of a moment? The hooded figure states that although they have worked so hard to delay the inevitable, they will not survive this endless war. The Dark Saint declares that no matter how hard they try, they won't be able to stop them. The Dark Saint chuckles softly. The hooded figure and the Dark Saint face each other, a question hanging in the air. The Dark Saint remarks that the brat must be invisible to them. He is struck from behind, the force of the blow causing him to question his attacker's identity. "What are you?" A blade flashes, the unseen assailant pressing the attack with a swift, precise strike. The Dark Saint staggers, the attack landing with a sickening thud. Dark energy surges from him, a visible manifestation of his power and pain. Holding his ground, the Dark Saint prepares to retaliate, a swirling orb of purple energy forming in his hand. "You're still using these petty tricks, huh?" The dark energy erupts outwards, a wave of destructive force unleashed upon the unseen attacker. The energy continues to spread, consuming everything in its path. A moment of silence hangs in the air, the aftermath of the Dark Saint's attack. Standing in a clearing, the Dark Saint is joined by another hooded figure. Did he run away? The figure asks. The hooded figure continues. No wonder we had a hard time locating him. His stealth art has almost reached the selflessness realm, huh? Should we keep chasing after him? The Dark Saint, his face partially obscured by his hood, replies, let him be. A figure with gray hair is shown, with a statement that no matter how hard he struggles, he cannot change her fate. Another figure stands in the background. The figure yells, Soul Saint. Another character is shown in the background, with a thought bubble. The Soul Saint stands silently, overlooking a dark, swirling abyss. A dark, abstract scene unfolds, resembling a ruined city consumed by shadows. A close-up reveals a menacing mouth filled with sharp, jagged teeth. A declaration echoes, the Soul Saint will die today. A cloaked figure with glowing eyes stands amidst a shower of sparks. A hand clenches tightly, surrounded by an ethereal glow. A man holding a phone wonders aloud. The phone screen displays a message. Buddha's lecture progress rate, plus 0%, 49.9%. A thought bubble reads, oh, why isn't the lecture's progress going up anymore? She watches as a HUD displays, Buddha's lecture progress rate, plus 0%, 49.9%. The HUD remains unchanged. What could this mean? Kim Seojun, holding a staff, wonders if the lecture progress rate has already reached its maximum amount. Seojun realizes that he felt a big difference every time the other lecture's progress rate went up by 10%, but the unwavering heart wasn't like that. He wonders if he needs something in particular to increase it to 50%. What a waste. The Soul Saint asks if Seojun is done with his crass. Done with what? The Soul Saint laughs, stating that she didn't really find anything. She then asks if Seojun discovered something. Anyway, this is so. Seojun thinks it's odd that even though he's messing around like this, they haven't encountered any problems. Seojun looks concerned. The Soul Saint says not really. She wonders if there's nothing wrong with the dungeon itself. Seojun asks what she means. The Soul Saint states that since neither she nor Seojun feel anything wrong with the dungeon itself, she was wondering if they should think more flexibly, for example, distortion. She adds that she's thought about that too. However, there are no traces of distortion. He asks if the Soul Saint has looked into other types of distortion. The Soul Saint replies that it is actually similar to Sir Magic. The Soul Saint recalls being trapped in a dungeon related to the Order of Truth. But at that time, there was a different kind of distortion, a mutation, if she may say. Kim Seojun states that what the Soul Saint said makes sense. He adds that he'll have to check it himself, so she should just wait a moment. A surge of energy emanates from Kim Seojun's hand. Kim Seojun can feel a completely opposite energy to that of Sir Dark Saint and Sir Sword Saint that he felt before. It's as if it is embracing everything it touches. A radiant, ethereal form begins to materialize. Kim Seojun expresses his surprise. A voice echoes, declaring that it is the noblest and most sacred of all spirits. The divine spirit fully manifests, its form radiating celestial light. Kim Seojun stands before the divine spirit, its presence both awe-inspiring and mysterious. He tilts his head, a question forming on his lips as he gazes at the luminous spirit beside him. Kim Seojun smiles, the divine spirit nuzzling him affectionately. I don't know either. The Soul Saint observes the scene, explaining, divine spirit is the noblest and most sacred spirit. Therefore, if one's personality isn't upright, the divine spirit won't even pay attention to him. What's more, a disembodied voice echoes. It hasn't reacted much even when it saw the other Cataclysm heroes. The unseen speaker continues, their tone laced with disbelief. So why is it so friendly towards that crazy bastard? Kim Seojun looks down at the divine spirit, a faint blush rising on his cheeks. The Soul Saint watches them, her expression unreadable. A dark presence stirs, whispering, sinister thoughts. The divine spirit continues to circle Kim Seojun, its ethereal form radiating a gentle light. The Soul Saint's eyes narrow, a hint of concern in her voice. What's with this energy? It's on a completely different level from that of the Draugr. I couldn't even feel anything until a moment ago, so why all of a sudden? A voice wonders, could it be that it's targeting Sir Divine Spirit here? The presence is enormous, frighteningly so. The unseen figure admits to never encountering this level of malice, not even during the Cataclysm. The Soul Saint warns someone, telling them it's dangerous and to quickly get behind. A voice muses that if it's strong, that means they can gain a lot of experience points. The Soul Saint says that she will take care of it, asking Madame Soul Saint to stay as close as possible to Sir Divine Spirit. A sinister chuckle echoes. A voice shouts that they are coming for the progress rate. You bastard. Kim Seojun yells, child. Kim Seojun walks through the desolate landscape, the only sound the echo of his footsteps. He muses to himself, the current situation feeling similar to what happened with Sir Magic Saint, but still strange. Seojun continues his trek through the ruined city. Seojun wonders why it would target Sir Divine Spirit instead of Madame Soul Saint. Kim Seojun thinks that whatever the reason is, he just needs to take care of it before it approaches Sir Divine Spirit, while raising his lecture progress rate at the same time, of course. Seojun stops, sensing something ahead. He grips his weapon, ready for a fight. A mythical level, absolute god-defying existence, and a resident of the sixth heaven, the highest level of the world of desire. Seo-jun comes face to face with a towering demonic figure, its red eyes burning with malevolent intent. He prepares to strike. A monstrous visage fills the frame, its red eyes gleaming above a wide, toothy grin. Above the creature, the word devil glows with an ominous neon light. The demonic figure leans in, its voice a guttural growl. Hey. Kim Seo-jun glances up from his phone as Keek booms. Is this all you are capable of? My progress rate isn't going up at all. A thought bubble filled with question marks floats above Seo-jun's head. The demonic figure continues, and move your dirty face away from me. Without warning, Kim Seo-jun strikes out, a burst of speed carrying him towards the towering demon. Seo-jun recoils, a look of disgust twisting his features. Yua, your face be so ugly. The demonic figure looms, shrouded in shadow. Hey, you aren't dead, right? Keek's form flickers, question marks swirling around him. A small, chibi-like figure watches from above, muttering, don't die, all right? A dark, swirling mass emanates a shuddering sensation. Keek. The demonic figure's form wavers, its fate uncertain. The demonic figure roars in pain, his monstrous face contorted in agony. Kim Seo-jun, frustrated, yells, hey, stop using physical attacks. Use your mental attacks, seriously. Keek roars again, the sound echoing through the dark alley. Seo-jun attacks again, a surge of energy crackling around his fist as he closes the distance. There you go, using a physical attack again. Son of a bitch, this won't do. The alleyway is shrouded in shadow, the only light reflecting off the wet pavement. Keek prepares to retaliate, a blinding light emanating from his core. This calls for a beating. The light intensifies, casting long, distorted shadows. A guttural growl rumbles from Keek's throat, a promise of violence. The scene is obscured by a blinding flash of light. Seo-jun's attack lands, sending shockwaves through the air. The aftermath of the attack leaves the alley shrouded in a crimson haze. Meanwhile, a figure in a white robe stands in a dimly lit corridor, their voice echoing with a chilling cry. Child. Soul Saint, holding a lantern, senses a terrifying dark magic power encroaching on the entire area. Keek, trapped within the encroaching darkness, thinks that if he doesn't get him out of there quickly. The dark magic intensifies, a flash of light illuminating Keek's panicked expression as he emits a distorted, echoing laugh. Elsewhere, a surge of energy crackles through the air, the symbols of power glowing with an eerie light. The energy intensifies, the symbols pulsing with a blinding light. The symbols continue to glow, the air thick with magical energy. Soul Saint's eyes widen in shock, realizing the gravity of the situation. Keek is in danger. Meanwhile, a figure emerges from the light, his expression determined as he prepares to act. The figure moves with incredible speed, a blur of motion as he races towards his destination. Keek's red eyes glow with a desperate intensity, the darkness closing in around him. Cloud ascending ladder void path runs, a determined look on his face, as he asks where he is going. Blinding beams of light descend, striking with furious intensity. The assault continues, each strike accompanied by a pained cry. The concentrated energy of the attack intensifies. A deafening bang echoes as another beam slams into the target. The relentless barrage shows no sign of stopping. Another beam of pure energy pierces through the darkness. The onslaught continues, each hit eliciting a desperate shriek. Kim Seo-jun arrives, observing the scene with a concerned expression. Phew, stop making a fuss. Madame Soul Saint appears beside Seo-jun, her gaze fixed on the unfolding events. Ah, Madame Soul Saint, when did you get here? Soul Saint raises a hand, her expression firm. Please hold on for a moment, I still have some unfinished business with this guy. It's dangerous, so please stay back. The speaker is revealed to be a greenhorn A-rank hunter. He is telling one of the Cataclysm's heroes to stay back, huh? Keek lies prone, battered and weakened. Hey, you aren't dead yet, right? A monstrous face looms, its red eyes burning with an unholy light. Kim Seo-jun stands, the monstrous visage a haunting presence behind him, a chilling reminder of the question that plagues his mind. There's only one true question in life. Is it Buddha's voice? The ultimate question. Is life really worth living? This is the ultimate question of life. The rest are just details. Then, let me ask you. What's the reason why you haven't ended your life yet? Kim Seo-jun's mind races, the question echoing in his thoughts. Standing amidst the ruins of a forgotten city, Kim Seo-jun grapples with the weight of existence. Kim Seo-jun wonders is that it? Did my progress rate go up? Keek screams in agony, his progress stalled at 49.9%. The question echoes in Kim Seo-jun's mind. What's the reason why you haven't ended your life yet? It's that question again. Kim Seo-jun wonders if he has to answer that question to get his progress rate to hit 50%. He thinks to himself that he will wait. There for a second, Kim Seo-jun needs to think and keep that sinister thought going. Keek screams his own name. Keek thinks, why don't you die? What kind of question is this? He continues to scream his own name. Kim Seo-jun hums to himself. Kim Seo-jun is with Soul Saint. An exclamation point appears. Keek screams. Keek is present. Kim Seo-jun is surprised. Kim Seojun hears Madame Soul Saint's name being called. Soul Saint says that she is all right. Keek says that this bastard was told to give him some time to think. He asks how dare he attack Madame Soul Saint. Kim Seojun is confused. He watched as the figure ran away, a hand flying to his head in disbelief. Seriously, he thought, never imagining the devil would run away. Still, since it's inside the dungeon, finding him is only a matter of time. Soul Saint spoke, explaining that she came here by herself because she didn't want the divine spirit to be consumed by those sinister thoughts. She then asked if he was a child. Damn it, Kim Seojun thought, breaking into a run. He didn't know why, but the devil had been targeting Sir Divine Spirit from the beginning. If the devil had briefly encroached into Madame Soul Saint's mind earlier, he would have found out Sir Divine Spirit's location. Kim Seojun continued his pursuit. His boots pounded against the cracked asphalt. Seojun Kim stares in disbelief, the impossible unfolding before him. A voice cries out, questioning what has happened to the Divine Spirit. The form of a red, glowing beast looms, its presence radiating an ominous energy. Madame Soul Saint screams, a sound of pure agony tearing through the air. A voice shouts, identifying the target, Madame Soul Saint. A barrier shatters, the sound echoing like a death knell. Someone wonders aloud why the devil was targeting Sir Divine Spirit, while another voice urgently calls out to Madame Soul Saint, asking if she is all right. The reason why the devil targeted Sir Divine Spirit is revealed. A voice declares that from the beginning, it wasn't Sir Divine Spirit that the devil was after. The truth is revealed. Its target has always been Madame Soul Saint. The scene descends into chaos as Madame Soul Saint is attacked. She is spiritually connected to Sir Divine Spirit, according to the narration. Was it the devil's intention to directly invade Madame Soul Saint's mind through Sir Divine Spirit? Madame Soul Saint will be in mortal danger if this continues. Progress rate or whatnot. Kim Seojun thinks he has to get rid of the devil as quickly as possible. The problem is, how? Is it possible to only attack the devil while Sir Divine Spirit and the devil are intertwined with each other? There's no time to think. For now, let's just go. Kim Seojun prepares to attack the deer-like spirit. Kim Seojun runs towards the deer-like spirit. A close-up of the deer-like spirit. A visual effect. Kim Seojun attacks the deer-like spirit. He is surprised. Kim Seojun stands over the deer-like spirit. Damn it. The Dark Saint, his red eyes gleaming, declares that Madame Soul Saint is also under the devil's influence. Seojun Kim, spear in hand, unleashes a torrent of energy towards the Dark Saint, grunting with effort. Kim Seojun, his face etched with concern, pleads for Madame Soul Saint to regain her senses. The Dark Saint, his face contorted in rage, retorts, "Aren't you the same, you bastard?" Kim Seojun continues his assault, channeling more energy into his spear. The Dark Saint is sent hurtling backwards, a blur against the chaotic backdrop. Kim Seojun watches, his expression a mix of shock and determination. He sprints forward, his brow furrowed in determination. Bathed in hellfire, Seongyu stands his ground, his eyes burning with resolve. He struggles, unable to close the distance. "I can't approach thee." A voice echoes, questioning the fate of the speaker and the remaining evil spirit. Seongyu prepares to strike, declaring, "It's a checkmate." A close-up reveals a scarred face, etched with pain and determination. Kim Seojun is hailed as the hero of the cataclysm, the savior of the world. A voice echoes, urging restraint from sinister thoughts. Kim Seojun reflects on having saved the world. A figure with long white hair recalls dreaming of saving the world for a long time. The memory of a world where no one gets hurt and no one is unhappy surfaces, followed by the question of how the world is now. The voice is no longer the devil's. The memory is of Madame Soul Saint's. The days of cataclysm were terrible. A child is asked if they have ever seen a situation where people have nothing to eat and have to exchange their children for food. The figure asks if the listener has seen the corpses of children hanging on every street corner. The figure asks if the listener has ever had to sacrifice others to live. The figure asks if the listener was relieved that they weren't the one to die that day. A time when the cataclysm was said to be the end of the world, a world that went mad beyond destruction, the law and order that controlled people collapsed, and the ethics and morality were torn apart. The figure says they struggled all. The figure says they struggled by themselves to change that world. However, in the end, nothing has changed. Hunger seems everlasting, and the pain remains unchanged. A figure stands amidst a fiery landscape, declaring that they are in pain because they are alive. Monsters can't speak, but we can. Mute monsters, talking beasts. We're living in a world where the only difference between monsters and humans is just that. That's why he once again wanted to change the world. However, his comrades stopped him. They said that his comrades, just like everybody else, also turned away when they could clearly see how people were suffering. In the end, the Soul Saint left them. She stayed in a place that no one knew about and used spiritual training as an excuse to calm herself down. However, the more she trained, the more she could hear the resentment of the world, the wailing of the dead souls. So much. There was so much pain in the world. There were so many screams that were drowned in silence. They asked why they couldn't be happy. They asked the Soul Saint why they were left in that state. Those who suffered in the world created by her, those who haven't been supported by her, those she couldn't care for. Tears streamed down her face, the crimson of her eyes mirrored in the droplets. She loathes herself. Therefore, she will no longer ignore their sorrow, for which she is responsible. One death is always regarded as a tragedy, while the deaths of 100 people are only accepted as numbers. Through their deaths, she will give everyone equal rest. Can't save me. Madame Soul Saint's corruption isn't simply caused by the evil spirit's sinister thoughts. The evil spirit has simply initiated it. The seeds of doubt, the anguish of being a hero of cataclysm. What's the reason why you haven't ended your life yet? He finally understands it now. A primal scream tears from her throat. The reason Buddha asked her such a question. The realization dawns, a heavy weight settling in his chest. A swirling vortex of magical energy crackles with power. Madame Soul Saint extends her hands, her expression unreadable. Sia Jun's eyes widen, a question forming on his lips. He asks, why do you only look at those people? Madame Soul Saint appears, her presence commanding attention. Sia Jun Kim looks on, his expression thoughtful. Sia Jun states, as you said, the world isn't a pretty place. He continues, however, the world does not consist of only powerful people that you need to win against. Sia Jun adds, or only the weak who must be helped. Sia Jun concludes, people in that way isn't wisdom, it's arrogance. They are simply too tired to afford to suffer for other people's sake. The Soul Saint speaks, her voice echoing with ancient wisdom. That's because they can't say they have lived today if they haven't gone through the torment of today. The background pulses with crimson energy as the Soul Saint continues, her expression unwavering. But we are the Cataclysm's heroes. The Soul Saint's voice resonates with conviction. I don't know about other people, but my comrades should not ignore the world's pain. Sia Jun retorts, his voice tinged with frustration. Even though you are the Cataclysm's heroes, in the end, aren't you still human? The Soul Saint's expression softens slightly as she continues her explanation. Of course, there are many people in the world who died unjustly, and people who ended their lives due to misfortune. I know there are. Sia Jun stands before the Soul Saint, his expression troubled. Many, and it's really unfortunate. Let's just say you grieve for them, Madame Soul Saint. The Soul Saint's eyes narrow, her gaze intense. But do you think you can carry all of their sadness for the rest of your life? Sia Jun's face contorts in a mix of pain and defiance. What? Even if you can. Sia Jun's expression is pained, his eyes wide with a mix of emotions. The Soul Saint's gaze is unwavering, her eyes filled with a deep understanding. Everyone lives for today. Live tomorrow as you did today, and live the days after that as you did the previous day. Only by doing so again and again can one say they've truly lived. Yet, we live in fear of not knowing when tomorrow will fall apart. That's life, a life to survive. Even though it may seem insignificant, people find joy in it. A very small happiness, if you will. Gathering with friends, eating delicious food, and chatting loudly. Singing upbeat songs at karaoke. Quietly watching the sunset with your loved one. After enduring a difficult and tiring day, a faint hope that you will be able to endure it all over again tomorrow. That is the very happiness that you created, Madame Soul Saint. They got their daily lives back after you ended the cataclysm. So how is it that the very person who changed the world where they could worry about nothing but surviving to a world where they could live their normal lives, only looks at those who are sick and suffering? A single tear streaks down a pale cheek. A surge of raw energy pulses outward. The energy intensifies, swirling with chaotic force. The world seems to warp and distort under the immense power. Scars mark a face hardened by experience, a testament to battles fought and survived. A radiant space envelopes Kim Seojun and Soul Saint, the light pulsating with an ethereal energy. Blurred streaks of light cascade down, creating an abstract tapestry of brilliance. Soul Saint clutches her chest, recoiling from an unseen force. A pained groan escapes her lips. The words echo in the air. Don't turn your eyes away from that happiness. Soul Saint's expression twists in anguish, her red eyes burning with intensity. A silent question hangs in the air. The message continues, a stark warning. Don't turn your eyes away from that happiness and deny life. Soul Saint stands tall, her white hair flowing around her like a halo. Her gaze is unwavering, resolute. The words resonate with a profound truth. By the same goodness, not evil. Goodness is corrupted by the contradiction in which the same goodness fails to protect itself. A poignant reflection. Life is like taking a walk backward on a flower path. Only after you pass by will you be able to realize how beautiful that path truly was. Soul Saint gasps, her eyes wide with a sudden realization. A wave of emotion washes over her face. A gentle reminder. Don't forget that path became full of flowers. The final message, a comforting affirmation, because you walked on it. She stands in the distance, her gaze fixed on Keek. A system notification appears. Buddha's lecture progress rate increases by 13.7%, reaching 63.6%. Keek rasps, K Keek. Keek continues, his voice strained, K Cook. Keek asks, you know that too, don't you? Soul Saint lies back, exhausted. Kim Seojun asks, Madam Soul Saint, have you come to your senses? Soul Saint replies, longer. The devil has disappeared, so there is nothing to worry about. The devil has disappeared? Kim Seojun says, yes. As you can see, Sir Divine Spirit is also perfectly fine, right? Keek says, You can lie down a little. Kim Seojun states, I can manifest unwavering heart externally now. What's more, the effectiveness of my 3 dantians seems to have improved significantly. Soul Saint thinks, SSS rank for nothing, seriously. This child's strength is comparable to that of the heroes of the Cataclysm. He listens as a voice declares that in less than a year, someone will surpass them. The voice continues, wondering who will be able to stop this child if his strength flows in the wrong direction, and he turns his spear tip towards the world, hoping the child will forever keep that will. The white-haired individual sits across from a glowing deer. Kim Seojun considers the words. Even though the world seems unreasonable, he wants the speaker to know that it is something that cannot be helped. Seojun states that he doesn't know what the white-haired individual is talking about, but it's not that unreasonable. He adds that people are becoming more considerate towards one another, and he thinks it's getting better. The white-haired individual responds that the child also knows that such things are nothing more than hypocrisy, and he's afraid Seojun might feel pessimistic. Kim Seojun admits he doesn't know. The white-haired individual asks what is the difference between now and the era of Hong Gil-dong, who couldn't overcome the difference in status and eventually became a thief. Seojun states that he believes that is not the case. Kim Seojun looks determined. The white-haired individual states that even if it was, he would do everything to change it. The white-haired individual laughs. He sits, listening intently as the white-haired individual exhales softly. A question hangs in the air. Why am I worrying? The white-haired individual wonders about the bent shadow when the tree is straight. Kim Seojun listens as the white-haired individual reflects on spending too long in grief, blaming themselves for their weakness. The question echoes. What's the reason why you haven't ended your life yet? The white-haired individual considers that perhaps this is a question not only for them, but for all of us who go through life. The white-haired individual admits that although they do not have a complete answer to this question right now, the day when they fully complete Buddha's lecture will come. The white-haired individual thinks of the child, for giving them the strength and reason to live again. The white-haired individual wonders if it wouldn't be possible to properly answer that question then. 2 cloaked figures stand in a room, one kneeling and the other standing by a large window. The shock is evident on Kim Seojun's face, his eyes wide with disbelief. The cloaked figure recoils, whispering, the devil was killed. That's impossible. The text explains that death is not a word used with the devil, because even if it disappears physically, it's something that cannot be killed. The text continues, stating that in this world, there is only one being who can destroy the devil. The figure wonders who could have done it, exclaiming, wait, there's no way that person would show up. Then who on earth? The answer appears below, Kim Seojun. Kim Seojun's eyes widen further, a visible tremor passing through him. A cloaked figure demands, I told you to report everything related to him. Why didn't you do it? The 2 figures stand in the shadows, their conversation tense. The text declares, Kalia, this is a serious matter that can't be ignored. The cloaked figure reveals, that person is personally involved in this matter. He is informed that he and Kim Seojun know each other, and that Korean guilds are being used to keep Seojun in check. The man confirms this. A cloaked figure stands before Kim Seojun, stating that he needs him to make his move. The cloaked figure's feet are visible as he awaits a response. A man declares that he is talking about putting this twisted fate back onto its intended path. Madame Soul Saint is asked what she is planning to do from now on. Madame Soul Saint replies that she is not sure, stating that she has been living her life secluded from the world, but there's no need to do that anymore. A man stands beside her. A young man says that if possible, he would like to go out into the world again. The man is asked about his guild. The young man is told that since they are planning to do many things, they must have a lot of things they need to prepare, and that they will need a place to stay in the meantime anyway. He is also told that someone needs to testify about the incident to Sir Dark Saint. Someone says to forget it. He insists that Madame Soul Saint shouldn't say such a thing, stating that it's not troublesome at all and would be their honor. Soul Saint offers to teach Kim Seojun her spiritual art to make up for his trouble. Kim Seojun declines, saying it's all right. Soul Saint wonders who she is to teach him, a question mark hanging in the air. Kim Seojun asks what she just said. The young man seems to reject the offer, thinking it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to learn spiritual arts from Soul Saint. Even S-rank hunters are doing whatever they can to change their class to spiritualist. Soul Saint wonders who she is to teach him, considering the basics of spiritual arts. Kim Seojun asks if she is really trying to help him for nothing in return. Clearing his throat, Kim Seojun says he doesn't mind that. Soul Saint asks if he will really be alright with money. If she says so, including the cost of his life, Kim Seojun will make sure to take good care of it, his hand clenching at the thought of money. Now then, let us go. If you stay at our guild, some of your old friends will visit occasionally, so you won't feel lonely at all, Madame Soul Saint. A spirit deer stands in the background. A character with scars on their face looks on. And so, they arrive at the Dream Guild. Madame Soul Saint will be staying at our guild for a while. Nice to meet you all. Friends, please don't worry about us and make yourself at home. Thank you. I will never forget this favor. Hee, this is no big deal. By the way, Captain, you are not thinking of going on a dungeon raid right now, are you? Don't worry. I'm also tired today. Now then, everyone, disperse. Go back to what you've been doing. Akiki, I was so scared that he would ask us to go on a dungeon raid today. Me too. A woman stands, her gaze lowered, as she grips the hilt of a sword wreathed in flame. A woman and a man are bathed in a purple glow, the air crackling with energy. A man, brow furrowed in thought, holds a phone to his ear, the silence punctuated by the faint sound of tapping. A woman stands, her hand resting on the hilt of a sheathed sword, her expression unreadable. The man remains silent, his expression unreadable. The man gestures, a blue aura emanating from his hand as he speaks. Pardon? Ah, yes, it should be. The woman's eyes widen in realization. Then, is that not the magic saint's magic technique? The woman is surrounded by a purple glow, the air shimmering with arcane energy. Ah, yes, it should be. The man looks on, his expression thoughtful. The text reveals, Minhyul is the dark saint's disciple, and Jimin is the magic saint's disciple. The man's face contorts in disbelief. The descendants of the dark saint, the magic saint, and the sword saint are all here in this one place. The man stares in disbelief, his mouth agape. The woman beside him grips her sword, her eyes narrowed. What on earth? The man with white hair appears shocked, his eyes wide with disbelief. Don't tell me, you two? He wonders. A figure stands tall, a sheathed sword visible at their side. The air crackles with tension. The white-haired man stammers, his voice barely a whisper. I'm not. He adjusts his hair, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. Seojun Kim stares intently at his phone, oblivious to the presence of the white-haired man and the figure with the sword behind him. The phone screen displays text. With this, I can take one more lecture. Seojun's expression is conflicted as he reads the information on his phone. Since each lecture costs a whopping 40 billion, I thought I wouldn't be able to take one for a while. Seojun sits alone, contemplating his options. Now I want to take both lectures. Should I ask Madame Soul Saint for 40 billion? Including the cost of her life, that should be all right. He thought to himself that 40 billion was a bit too much. Kim Seojun called out, asking Madame Soul Saint to please wait. Soul Saint responded with a hum. Seojun asked where they were going. Soul Saint was asked if this wasn't the back alley behind her guild and why she brought him here all of a sudden. Soul Saint expressed her relief that they were still alive. Seojun and Soul Saint were surprised by something. Saint stated that judging from their reaction, it seemed like there was nothing wrong with his stealth arts. Saint was asked how on earth that bastard kept seeing through his technique. He was then asked if he was saying he didn't intentionally let him. Soul Saint was told to calm down and was asked what's more, where she had been and what's with those injuries. It was then asked about her disciple and the magic saint's disciple. A voice asks to hear what happened inside the dungeon, adding that they will tell everything later. Soul Saint states that this child saved her life. Soul Saint recalls receiving a call from Taebum and going to the Draugr dungeon, asking to hold on a moment. Seojun asks if they mind if he explains that. Kim Seojun recounts that at the request of the association president, he went to deal with the Draugr dungeon. Seojun pauses, considering something. Kim Seojun exclaims that Madame Soul Saint entered the same dungeon as him, and he realized it right away. He knew there was something in the dungeon, related to the case for which Sir Dark Saint promised to give him 10 billion. Seojun continues, explaining that he decided to investigate the dungeon with Madame Soul Saint, but the strange thing was, no matter how much they searched, they couldn't find anything. Right from that moment, he could smell the order of truth. He felt that those bastards must have done something to the dungeon. Seojun asks Madame Soul Saint if he is right. Kim Seojun continues, saying that when he told her about the distortion, she agreed with him and summoned Sir Divine Spirit. Seojun corrects himself, saying that as soon as Madame summoned Sir Divine Spirit, some kind of devil appeared and targeted Sir Divine Spirit, meaning Madame Soul Saint. The mention of a devil inside the Draugr dungeon causes a stir. Seojun states that he is serious, and Madame Soul Saint is the witness. He asks if he is right. Seojun says that there's no way he would lie, and that he is speaking the truth. He admits it is a little different from what he remembers though. Seojun exclaims that that's why the 10 billion won. He means the 10 billion for uncovering the fact that the Order of Truth was targeting Madame Soul Saint. Kim Seojun exclaims that there's something like that, and that he will give 10 billion won as promised. He pauses, a thought striking him. Kim Seojun wonders why the Order of Truth was targeting him and what it means. The gray-haired man explains that, just like the punk said in the Draugr dungeon, the Order of Truth was targeting Soul Saint. The man continues, clarifying that it seems like they are trying to eliminate not only Soul Saint, but also all the other heroes of the Cataclysm, one by one. Soul Saint expresses her shock, questioning why on earth the heroes of the Cataclysm are being targeted. The gray-haired man seems to be thinking about something. The gray-haired man explains that the Order of Truth is actively trying to eliminate the heroes, even moving its upper echelon, the Apostles, to do so. He wonders why. The gray-haired man states that the reason the Order of Truth wants to eliminate heroes. Soul Saint wonders if Berserk could have something to do with it, asking what the gray-haired man means. Kim Seojun says that this is just his assumption, so it may not be correct, and asks them to take it into consideration and hear him out first. Kim Seojun recalls that Dark Saint himself said last time that Berserk had just simply disappeared, but wasn't dead, right? Soul Saint wonders how strong Berserk was at that time. She states that the monster was so terrible that even with all the heroes in the world fighting against it, victory was not guaranteed. Kim Seojun realizes something. Seojun Kim wonders if Berserk would collapse first in that fight. Soul Saint wonders what the deciding factor was if the Order of Truth knew. Seojun Kim asks what nonsense she is talking about. Soul Saint says that if the Order of Truth can see the future. Kim Seojun thinks that perhaps it's not perfect, but if they can see it, even imperfectly, that's going to be a different story. Perhaps the Order of Truth's observation may also be a part of this. Soul Saint shudders. The Order of Truth saw a future in which Berserk would be defeated, even though the heroes would suffer serious losses, and that must be how they made there. The decision has been made. They know that Berserk shouldn't come out now. In other words, could it be that the Great Voice and the Seven Apostles intentionally made Berserk disappear? Kim Seojun wonders why on earth the Order of Truth would do something like that. More importantly, what does eliminating heroes have to do with that? Soul Saint explains that it's because only heroes can stand against Berserk. Seojun Kim realizes that's why. Instead of releasing Berserk right away, the Order of Truth wants to take the time to eliminate the heroes who could fight it. And when there is no one to stand against Berserk, if Berserk is released into the world again, Soul Saint declares that will be the end of the world. The Soul Saint continues, stating that they only need to stall for time, right? That's true. As time passes, the heroes will reach the end of their lifespan and die. Kim Seojun adds that this is also his assumption, but he thinks even the Order of Truth will not be able to contain Berserk forever. In short, they don't have much time left. The conversation continues, with one of them asking if the other doesn't find it strange that the distortion is occurring so suddenly. The question is posed, what if the distortion occurs as the result of Berserk's sealed power being released? There are three possibilities Kim Seojun can think of right now. First, as Berserk's seal weakened, its power may have been spread into the world and caused distortion. Kim Seojun holds up a finger, his expression serious. Or the Order of Truth has recently found a way to utilize Berserk's power. Soul Saint considers the possibilities. Or maybe it's both. The young hunter scratches his head, admitting, but like I said, I'm not sure. Kim Seojun continues, the ideas I just told you are based on the fact that the Order of Truth's goal is impure. To be more precise, these are possibilities based on the assumption that the Order of Truth aims to bring about the end of the earth. If they really had such impure intentions, in the era of Cataclysm, all they had to do was sit back and watch instead of having to sacrifice and save people with the heroes. Seojun Kim furrows his brow, stating, there are so many things that don't add up. Since we know so little about the Order of Truth, I can't come up with any more. The gray-haired man with the scar across his face crosses his arms, declaring, what he just said is simply ridiculous. If what this child said is really true, if Berserk is freed again someday, will this world really have the power to stop that apocalyptic monster? The scarred man stands beside Soul Saint, listening intently to Kim Seojun. He grimaces, a flicker of annoyance crossing his features. The thought bubble above him reads, if it is this child, if it is this punk. Kim Seojun's expression hardens, his gaze fixed on some unseen point. A figure asks what he is planning to do now. Kim Seojun replies that he is not sure yet, but he has been focusing his investigations on Berserk or the heroes all over the world. Kim Seojun states that after hearing what Soul Saint said, he thinks it is more important to figure out what kind of organization the Order of Truth is first. He adds that he is thinking of going abroad, prompting Soul Saint to ask if he is going to leave Korea. Kim Seojun says that as long as the Apostle of Temperance is aware of his existence, it will be difficult for him to be active in Korea. Kim Seojun states that they need to find out what the Order of Truth is doing, and if they are only targeting heroes in Korea or the heroes all over the world with this child's help. Soul Saint is asked what she is going to do. Soul Saint admits that she doesn't know. The text bubble reads that because he has lived so disconnected from the world, he is still at a loss. For now, he is thinking of going out into the world. The group stands together, the tension palpable in the air. The text bubble reads that although they don't know what the Order of Truth is after, there's no doubt they want to eliminate heroes. The scarred man states that it's not that he doesn't know why he turned away from the world, and that he may dislike it. He listens as Soul Saint suggests it would be a good idea to let the world know about his existence. The Soul Saint finishes, stating, all right. Kim Seojun thinks to himself that this is probably why the Sword Saint is not threatened by the Order of Truth. Dark Saint speaks, saying, and you. Dark Saint continues, you will need to be especially careful. Kim Seojun asks, pardon? Me. Dark Saint states, I on you, but they probably didn't pay much attention. He continues, I guess they just regarded you as some invisible variable. Dark Saint says, however, because of this incident, there is a high possibility that they will think of you as a threat. Dark Saint declares, I've said everything I intended to. Dark Saint thinks to himself, I don't know when it will be, but I will come find you again when I acquire new information. Lee Minul reacts in shock as Dark Saint startles him. Lee Minul exclaims, oh my god, you scared me, you bastard. He pleads, Sir Dark Saint, please wait. Dark Saint demands, please give me 13 billion before you leave Korea. Don't forget it. Lee Minul begs, please, please. He thinks, could it be that he sensed my presence through? A voice wonders, the smell of money? An unseen figure questions the decision to grant an S-rank hunter license to someone without any notable achievements. The unseen figure continues, pointing out the arbitrary allocation of 30 billion won from the association's budget, roughly 22 million US dollars. They demand to know how the people's tax money could be used so carelessly. The unseen figure declares this an abuse of authority. The unseen figure questions how Kim Se-jun could instantly become an S-rank hunter, calling it nepotism. The unseen figure expresses disbelief that a rookie who just became an official hunter could become an S-rank, stating they can never accept this, and questioning the fairness of it all. The unseen figure implores the man to say something instead of just standing there, noting that people who are usually not interested in anything but their own interests are busy criticizing both of them. The man at the podium thinks to himself that it's not difficult to guess why these assemblymen are so angry. Ryu Jinchul thinks to himself, so this is how they want to play it. Ryu Jinchul asks if this hearing is a joke to them, stating that's what he wants to say. Ryu Jinchul asks if they all think he's just joking because he's bored. Ryu Jinchul acknowledges that they're right about the special treatment part. Ryu Jinchul asks, so what? A tense atmosphere fills the room as the assemblymen gather for what promises to be a contentious meeting. The man at the podium, his voice laced with incredulity, demands, what did you just say? He presses, his tone hardening. What are you talking about all of a sudden? Just answer my question. Would you stop me then? Clearing his throat, the man prepares to address the assembly. An assemblyman questions, do you think an S-rank hunter license is worthy of Sir Sword Saint? Another suggests, maybe a higher rank license would make more sense. He then adds, Sir Sword Saint has not officially raided a dungeon since the cataclysm ended though? The man at the podium retorts, that's because Sir Sword Saint is. He continues, his voice rising with indignation. Sir Sword Saint has absolutely nothing called achievements that you, the assemblyman, are demanding from Hunter Kim Se-jun. However, the reason you don't stop me is because everyone is well aware of his skills and the sacrifices he has made. The man emphasizes, the same can be said about Hunter Kim Se-jun. He declares, his voice booming, hero-ranked hunters must be treated accordingly. If you call it special treatment, then, so be it. The assemblymen murmur amongst themselves, a palpable tension filling the room. The man, his expression hardening, challenges, and did you say that I wasted the people's tax money? One of the assemblymen states that the money should be used for the people. Another assemblyman agrees, stating that's exactly why he used it. An assemblyman questions how giving Kim Se-jun 30 billion benefits the people. The assemblyman asks if they are aware of what would have happened if the Draugr dungeon had broken open. The assemblyman explains that the damage alone would amount to hundreds of billions of won, and there would have been an unimaginable amount of human casualties. He asks if they can handle that. The assemblyman continues, stating that they invested 30 billion won in exchange for the safety of the people. He questions what the problem is, as people gave them their precious tax money to spend that way. An assemblyman exclaims about fairness. The assemblyman states that he has no idea what the other assemblymen mean when they talk about fairness. He points out that their salary is much higher than that of other public officials. An assemblyman questions if it's unfair. He explains that what they are doing is a little more important. He asks if what Hunter Kim Se-jun is doing isn't important, and if it only applies to them and not Kim Se-jun. An assemblyman exclaims that this is a totally different case. He adds that even then, he thinks it's still too early for Hunter Kim Se-jun to become an S rank. An assemblyman pauses, seemingly deep in thought. It's not like they are unaware of Kim Se-jun's skills. They are also aware that they are being unreasonable. An assemblyman states that one needs to be a hunter for at least a few years. He is right. The speaker questions if the association president's job is to prevent young hunters from becoming conceited about their power. The reason for their actions is attributed to Ryu Jinchul's political control and the kickbacks he provides. Someone believes the assemblymen are the ones wasting taxpayers' money. One of the assemblymen states that as government employees, they should at least feel ashamed. Another demands if he is done talking. The speaker declares that from this moment on, Hunter Kim Se-jun will be an S-rank hunter. Still, it's obvious. Someone asks if they think they can do anything they want just because they are the association president. The man in the suit walks away, thinking they are pathetic bastards. A close-up reveals the man's stern expression as he contemplates the situation. Elsewhere, someone wonders about Lady Kalia. The camera focuses on the details of Lady Kalia's attire. Kim Se-jun is greeted, and it is stated that it is nice to meet him, now that he is an S-rank hunter. He stood, waiting. Park Yuman, a member of the Dungeon Management Department of the Pro Hunter Association, introduced himself, offering a business card. Kim Se-jun asked why he was there. Se-jun inquired if this was something unrelated to what the association president had promised. Park Yuman explained that the association president couldn't come right now. Park Yuman addressed Kim Se-jun. The man's face contorted, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. He hoped it wasn't something along the lines of not being able to give him 30 billion won, or that the budget wasn't enough. He wondered if they wanted him to reduce the amount. The man stammered, denying that was the case. He confirmed that the 30 billion had already been approved. Park Yuman assured him that he should be receiving it today or tomorrow. Kim Se-jun stood silently. He admits he was too excited. Despite the strong opposition to him becoming an S-rank hunter, the association president is pushing strongly for it. The association president is pushing strongly, so it will be okay. The man scoffs, remarking that when it comes to important things, Kim Se-jun doesn't even care about them. He quickly adds, of course not. The man muses that Kim Se-jun is different from the Cataclysm heroes, but somehow the same. He then states that the association president said he would visit again soon, to which the other man replies, I understand. The man smiles slightly. The man remains silent. The other man, holding a document, admits that he honestly doesn't understand. He asks what the other man means, who replies that he always takes care of matters regarding Hunter Kim Seojun himself, sir. The man continues, stating that he somehow managed to take care of the matters regarding the Hunter exam and the creation of the Dream Guild. But this S-rank Hunter license won't be easy. The man acknowledges that Hunter Kim Seojun is exceptional and has a heroic quality. However, he adds that at this rate, even his position as the association president. The man says that he often said this every time he had a drink with the other man. The man states that he has no choice but to accept it. The man declares that the current pro-hunter world in Korea is sickening. The man states that a big cartel called the Five Guilds has ruled for decades. A group of people stand together, their expressions unreadable in the dim light. The speaker believes that they are corrupting not only the pro-hunter world but the entire Korean society. The man in the suit admits he tried to make it right, but all they could do was maintain the status quo. All this time, he has been forcing himself to believe that an individual cannot stand up to the current of times. But for some reason, he thought it might be possible with Hunter Kim Seojun. Someone who can plant a seed of hope in a mind that is full of doubts and denial. Isn't this what a true S-rank hunter is all about? Sir, I finally understand what you mean. Hunter Kim Seojun is asked if he understands. He doesn't know if he has the right to say this, but on behalf of the people of Korea, he would like to express his sincere gratitude. Kim Seojun smirks slightly as he walks away. A voice muses about the potential of a true S-rank hunter, expressing a growing sense of hope. Two figures stand in front of a building, one bowing slightly. Kim Seojun's expression hardens, a silent intensity brewing within him. A notification flashes on a phone screen. A deposit of 30 billion won has been made to Kim Seojun's account. The Dream G building stands tall against the sky. The elixirs have been absorbed, but the cost of another one is 15 billion won. Kim Seojun checks his account. He currently has 43 billion won on hand. He realizes he needs 52 billion won more. He wonders what the use is of becoming an S-rank hunter, increasing the rank of his guild, or even a tax exemption. Kim Seojun realizes all of the money he made will be gone. Kim Seojun wonders if causality is something this shitty, or if it's just him. He searches for causality and sees the results. The search results continue to show frustration with causality. Kim Seojun sees more search results about causality scams and fraud. He mutters, karma. He sat alone, contemplating his situation. So it wasn't just him who felt that unwavering heart was a required subject. A knock echoed through the room. Ryu Jinchul entered the room. He stated, "Association President, please come in. My apologies for coming so early in the morning." Ryu Jinchul looked around. Kim Seojun replied, "She's upstairs. I prepared a separate room for her to rest comfortably." Ryu Jinchul asked, "Could you be looking for Madame Soul Saint, not me?" "Of course not." Ryu Jinchul continued, "I have something to tell you. That's why I took the liberty to visit you. Of course, I must pay a visit to Madame Soul Saint as well." Kim Seojun asked, "Do you have something to tell me?" Ryu Jinchul responded, "It's nothing much, but Lady Kalia visited me yesterday." Kim Seojun looked surprised. "Kalia did?" he wondered. Ryu Jinchul hesitated. "Forgive me for asking." Ryu Jinchul asked, "But do you know anything about the situation in Europe?" The lower halves of two figures are visible, their dark attire blending into the shadows. A city lies in ruins, monstrous creatures crawling through the debris. People flee in terror as a massive serpent looms over them, its jaws wide open. Amidst explosions and chaos, figures battle against monstrous foes, energy crackling in the air. A child cries out in fear, surrounded by the devastation. Kim Seojun and Ryu Jinchul stand in a stark room, the gravity of the situation etched on their faces. "What on earth?" Seojun Kim murmurs, his voice laced with disbelief. Ryu Jinchul wonders how something like this could happen. He thinks that in this day and age where even artificial awakening is possible, there shouldn't be a shortage of hunters though. A close-up reveals a man's face, his expression troubled as he thinks about the dungeon distortions on the rise in Europe. Ryu Jinchul notes that the Italian government tried to calm the situation by mobilizing professional hunters, but it seems that it wasn't enough. Kim Seojun asks if Andrea is there. Madame Soul Saint appears, a look of grim determination on her face. She thinks that the situation has become too dire for Andrea to handle alone. The question hangs in the air. If it's Andrea, are they talking about Sir Andrea, the Italian hero of the Cataclysm? Ryu Jinchul confirms the topic. Yes. The news breaks. He passed away recently. The Soul Saint's eyes widen in disbelief. Ryu Jinchul explains that they say it was a dungeon accident. The man admits he hasn't heard the details, but it seems like a distortion occurred when he was handling a dungeon. The situation is not just in Italy, but similar situations are also being observed in other European countries. The Soul Saint listens intently to the unfolding information. Many heroes of the Cataclysm are fighting on their own, but given the gravity of the situation, the European Union eventually asked the Order of Truth for help. A man asks why he's being told this, as Lady Kalia has asked for help from there. The man wonders if the situation in Europe is so serious that even the Order of Truth can't solve it. Ryu Jinchul responds that yes, but for Italy, that's not the sole reason. Seojun Kim asks for clarification. The Soul Saint states that it must be because of Andrea's death. Not only was Andrea a hero of the Cataclysm, the Sicilian Mafia, He was the first to unify the Mafia, a global criminal group. Andrea was a crazy bastard who was always yelling that he would rehabilitate that criminal group. The rehabilitation of a worldwide. I obviously thought he was speaking nonsense. But he really did it in the end. Of course, there was opposition within the Mafia, but none of it could possibly trouble the hero of the cataclysm. Now that their leash has been broken, isn't it obvious how those crazy dogs would react? Italy is probably in a state of anarchy right now. The Italian government is said to have secretly requested help from the Order of Truth, but they said they had their own problems. So are you. Asking this child to do something that even the hero of the cataclysm could not do? Do you think that makes? Of course I refused. However, Lady Kalia asked me to convey thee, so he's simply delivering it. There is no need for you to make a move, Hunter Kim Seojun. The speaker also doesn't think there's a need for Kim Seojun to go to a foreign country, where danger is lurking all over the place. Kim Seojun crosses his arms, a loam, escaping his lips. The man in the suit begins to speak. The group stands together, their intentions unclear. He wants money? Does Kim Seojun know about our goal? About that? I don't think so. Then why? I don't know if it's right for me to say this. I think he's just crazy about money. How much did he ask for? 100 billion won. He's crazy. Indeed. In return, he said that he would go with the members of the Dream Team this time, not by himself. Give him what he asked for. A hooded figure asks for pardon. The hooded figure wonders why they should stop Kim Seojun if he says he'll go himself. Kalia is told that there isn't much time left until the apostolic ceremony, and that if she becomes an apostle of chastity, she will understand everything. The hooded figure hesitates, asking if they have anything. The distorted monster that swallowed Andrea is still in Italy. The figure asks if there is anything else left to report, noting that Kim Seojun wants them to deposit the money in advance. Two figures stand in a grand hall, their conversation hanging in the air. It is stated that for roughly that reason, their dream team will go to Italy. Someone states they are not forcing the others to go, and another exclaims that it's an overseas trip. It is stated that Italy is quite dangerous right now. Someone mentions Italian pizza and pasta, while another reminds them that they aren't going there to have fun. Another asks when they are leaving. The sound of a yellow brick street fills the air as Madame Soul Saint takes a sip from her teacup. The Soul Saint notes that the shaking is even more intense today. The clinking of the teacup echoes as the Dream Team's trip to Italy is confirmed. Out of the 100 billion won given by the Order of Truth, it seems that Seojun took 60 billion, while the rest of them received 10 billion each. One of the group members wonders if 20 billion is too much, and asks if he can give 10 billion each. Another member agrees that 10 billion is enough to change equipment. Someone else admits they are afraid of how much they will exploit if they receive that much money. Another member brings up the topic of money with the Dark Saint, wondering how much money he has. He needs. There are 2 weeks left until the Dream Team leaves for Italy. Madame Soul Saint wishes everyone a good morning. Two figures greet Madame Soul Saint with a good morning, while another says hello. A figure wishes everyone a good morning with a drawn-out tone. The source of the tremor. Madame Soul Saint admits she is a little worried. She wonders what on earth someone is holding while exercising to make the whole building shake like this. The Soul Saint pauses, lost in thought. The Sword Saint's disciple stands ready, a blade gleaming in her hand. The Magic Saint's disciple raises her hands, energy crackling around her. The Soul Saint stands in the background as someone checks their phone. The Soul Saint's expression is unreadable. The Soul Saint stands with her arms crossed, while another woman thinks to herself that she feels out of place. A close-up reveals glowing blue eyes, radiating spiritual energy. Souls usually take on different colors depending on their inclinations, but this dark color of her soul only means one thing. The Soul Saint asks why the other woman is here, noting that her personality is poor. The woman responds with a pardon. Lee Hae-eun's face flushes as she is told she isn't being honest. Originally, it would have been normal if her soul was completely black, but if so, it would have been corrupted in a different sense. Lee Hae-eun stands with the Soul Saint, who thinks to himself that her soul is more twisted than that of Ryu Jinchul. However, the degeneration of Seojun Kim's soul has stopped. Perhaps Seojun has broken down the narrow world she once knew. A child who doubts herself and tries to change, but remains isolated because she doesn't know how. The Soul Saint mumbles that even the gods of heaven and earth cannot control human affairs. The Soul Saint tells Lee Hae-eun that they should start working on her personality first and asks her to follow him. Lee Hae-eun asks for pardon, but the Soul Saint asks why she doesn't want to. Flick. She cries out in pain, her face contorted in anguish. The Soul Saint looks at Lee Hae-eun, a question hanging in the air. Lee Hae-eun's agony intensifies, her face a mask of suffering. Kneeling on the floor, Lee Hae-eun is asked if she is still being dishonest. A disembodied voice declares that it's time to root out her rotten character. The unseen interrogator presses Lee Hae-eun, demanding an answer. Her face is a study in torment, every muscle strained with the effort to endure. Lee Hae-eun responds with a strained, "P.S." The voice booms, declaring that her answer is too slow. Lee Hae-eun sits on the floor, a question mark hovering over her head, lost in confusion. 2 weeks later, news of the Dream Team's departure for Italy quickly spreads throughout Korea. Online comments buzz with anticipation and concern as the world watches the Dream Team's mission in Italy. Leaving behind the worries and expectations of many, the Dream Team departed for Italy. The wheels of the plane touched down on Italian soil. The Dream Team arrived in Italy. A team member exclaimed in awe, "Whoa." The team's excitement bubbled over. "Let's grab some pizza first. Pasta too." Someone scoffed, "Heh." A group of people waited. One of the team members remarked, "What a mess." One of the team members asked, "Mr. Seojun, what should we do now?" They said that someone from the Italian government would come pick us up. "Are you the Dream?" A voice announced, "Nice to meet you. My name is Elena, a member of the Italian Pro Hunter Association, and I am in charge of hunter management." Elena stood tall, her expression welcoming. Kim Seojun greeted her. "Ah yes. Nice to meet you. My name is Kim Seojun, and they are my team members." He gestured to his companions. She reflects on the hunters who have arrived, noting that she expected an S-rank hunter since the Order of Truth was sending someone. Elena states that she looks forward to their kind. Elena tells them that they must be tired after coming all the way here, so she will guide them to where they will be staying first. Two men react with amusement. Kim Seojun wonders what they are saying. Elena assures him that there's no need for him to worry about them and asks him to come this way. A medium-sized, glowing orb appears in front of Kim Seojun. Seojun asks what this is. Elena explains that it is a medium for spiritual connection, but she is still learning. A voice thinks that even though she learned directly from Madame Soul Saint, they can't believe she managed to do this in just 2 weeks, adding that she's truly talented. Kim Seojun wonders if those cuties are here to sightsee. Someone thinks that those weaklings would probably piss themselves if they knew whose area this belongs to. A group of men laugh, saying that they would be glad if they even had it. Kim Seojun thinks that these scoundrels are simply looking for a fight, and that they are running away, calling them fucking cowards. A voice declares to leave them be, adding that even if they don't touch them, they'll all soon die anyway. Another voice muses that it'd be a waste for those beauties to die, then asks why they don't go hit on them before that happens. The man listens intently, his expression unreadable. "Ah, they are running away, fucking cowards. Just leave them be. Even if we don't touch them, they'll all soon die anyway." A group of people stand in what appears to be a hallway. A man with dark hair excuses himself for a second. The blonde-haired man turns, surprised. "Hunter Kim Seojun," he exclaims. The blonde-haired man looks troubled. Trouble. The opponents aren't the usual gangsters. They are mafia gangs with many A-rank talents among their forces. Two men stand among their forces. They are vermins that our government had no choice but to leave alone because we couldn't handle them. A voice cries out, "I have to stop him." Another voice pleads, "PL, please wait. You are not their opponent." The blonde-haired man is grabbed by the shoulder. Two people in suits stand side by side. A woman with her hair in a ponytail says, "It's all right." The blonde-haired man looks surprised, thinking, "What's this?" A hand rests on the shoulder of the blonde-haired man. A woman in the crowd wonders why everyone is acting like it's nothing. One of the men asks if Kim Seojun is Mao. Another man jokes that Seojun may have already pissed himself and is asking where the bathroom is. The man with the cigar comments on how much garbage is lying around at the airport, concluding that Italy must really be in a complete mess. The man with the cigar expresses his confusion. Kim Seojun is kicked while on the ground. He wonders what they did to him. Kim Seojun groans in pain. One of the men orders someone to crush Kim Seojun. The group of people from earlier react to the violence. Kim Seojun thinks that what's happening is impossible. He wonders if he is really just an A-rank. Kim Seojun lies on the ground, defeated. A man smiles confidently. Miss Elena is asked where they are going. She responds that they are heading to Naples. It's revealed that the people Kim Seojun dealt with were not the mafia, but a gang that broke away from their faction. The question is posed whether they are part of a gang that broke away from their faction. Sir Andrea suddenly passed away, and the mafia group split up into 3 factions. The factions are represented by Agnes of the Moderates, Francesco of Manliness, and Antonio, the official successor who inherited Andrea's legacy. Although they call themselves the Moderates and Manliness, except for Sir Antonio, the other factions are essentially criminal groups. Even though dungeon breaks occur frequently, Italy's professional hunters have to delay their response to the dungeons as they try to stop the rampaging mafia. As such, although this may be a shameless thing to ask, they hope the Dream Team can help them take care of the distorted dungeons. A group of people bow in unison, expressing their gratitude. The formal atmosphere shatters as chaos erupts. Someone falls to the ground, eliciting shocked reactions. Panic sets in as the group struggles to understand what's happening. A bandaged face peers out, the expression unreadable. The cry of alarm rings out. "Run away. Everyone run. The monsters are coming." Elena's eyes widen in disbelief, a silent scream trapped in her throat. A surge of energy pulses through the air, announcing, "A dungeon break." A colossal monster looms over the city, its presence a harbinger of destruction. A figure walks away from the unfolding horror, their purpose unknown. Elena grips a weapon, her voice trembling as she whispers, "And no, the city. The fate of the city hangs in the balance." A beam of light pierces the sky, as winged creatures descend upon the city. Another monstrous form emerges, solidifying the city's nightmare. A shard of ice glints in the light. The hunters move with purpose, readying themselves for the task ahead. One of the hunters remarks, "Looks like Naples has to wait." The team advances, their footsteps echoing in the sterile environment. A tap echoes in the room. The team prepares to move out. Let's start with this place first. The hunters stand ready, weapons drawn, anticipation hanging heavy in the air. The hunter adjusts his gear, a grim determination etched on his face. Meanwhile, the Italian parliament building stands tall, a symbol of a nation under siege. Inside the Italian parliament, whispers fill the air. A mafia faction has taken over the city of Catanzaro. Negotiations have failed. They are maintaining a strong stance, saying they will not accept any other conditions. Marcello, the Italian Pro-Hunter Association president, stands firm, his expression unyielding. The man on the right, holding a document, asks which faction occupied Catanzaro. The word manliness hangs in the air. Samuel, the Prime Minister of Italy, rubs his forehead, clearly stressed. He wonders aloud about the president position, dismissing it as nonsense. The discussion turns to Sir Antonio, who is currently working with the pro-hunters to stop the bastards from leaving Sicily, though it's not going too well. The man recalls that those bastards never dared to go on a rampage when Sir Andrea was alive, a throbbing pain evident in his temple. The man in the suit sits at the table, head in his hand. He thinks that he never thought the absence of a hero would be this disastrous. He says that they are in trouble. Samuel hears that the dungeons manifested in Latina have now distorted, causing him to exclaim in frustration, fearing they will be sacrificed again. Marcello is asked how many pro-hunters can be dispatched. The report indicates there are about 500 C-rank hunters, 150 B-rank hunters, and 20 A-rank hunters available. The man asks about hunters from other countries, shaking his head. Samuel grits his teeth, a vein throbbing in his forehead. Marcello is instructed to first mobilize the available pro-hunters and to tell them to save the civilians. The man with the glasses adjusts them, excusing himself to the association president. The association president looks up, demanding, "What? Is that true?" The man named Marcello wonders what's going on. Marcello states, "Latina." It's reported that there were no casualties in Latina. A figure focuses, their hands glowing with an intense, fiery light. A colossal figure stands wreathed in white flames, the words "Prominence Flame" emblazoned across the scene. The flames intensify, burning with a fierce, crimson heat. A secret technique is about to be unleashed. Dark energy crackles around a shadowy figure, hinting at immense power. The words "Dual Swords Dance" appear amidst a flurry of purple energy. A figure with dark hair executes a swift, swooping motion. A lone figure stands before two towering, monstrous beings. The words "Heaven-Breaking Divine Sword" first are displayed. The words "Thunderchord Dance" appear amidst flashes of light. A figure stands poised with a sword, ready to strike. The ground is cracked and scorched, hinting at the destructive power unleashed. Elemental spiritual art manifests as a glowing orb, a wind element taking shape in a hand. A figure unleashes an elemental attack, the energy crackling as it strikes an unseen target. An elemental energy blast erupts, the energy swirling with ominous skull-like shapes. The elemental energy continues to surge, a display of raw power. A man with blonde hair attempts to reassure those around him. "It's all right, so everyone stay calm and evacuate," he shouts. A woman with pink hair thanks him. A woman's voice trembles, "Oh my gosh." A blonde woman with a concerned expression wonders, "Who are those people?" Amidst the chaos, a figure stands amidst the destruction, elemental energy swirling around them. Dark, tree-like structures twist and writhe, glowing with an ominous purple energy. A blinding elemental attack slams into a building, the impact shaking the very foundations. The aftermath of the attack leaves the building scarred and smoking, the elemental energy still crackling in the air. A man in a white shirt speaks to Elena, mentioning the Korean hunters who came to Italy to help. A site that should have involved dozens of hunters is being cleared in an instant by only 5. Elena's phone rings, causing her to react with surprise. The caller ID displays the name Marcello. A text bubble indicates that it's the association president. Elena introduces herself as team leader, in charge of hunter management for all the hunters from Asia. Elena answers the phone, a look of concern on her face. The voice on the other end asks if it's the Prime Minister himself. Lee Hae-eun is asked how she is able to use spiritual arts like that, considering she hasn't been learning from Madame Soul Saint for very long. At any rate, she doesn't think she. A woman with dark hair laughs, asking if they are complimenting one another now. Lee Minyo laughs, stating that he is used to training alone since a long time ago. The thought echoes, a silent question hanging in the air. How is it that all the people around me are this talented? Seo-Yun Park, arms crossed, raises an eyebrow. She wonders what that means, and reminds the speaker that she was the one who wiped out this area. A voice muses that they have been training for so much longer, though. 3 men stand together, their expressions unreadable. Someone notes that he's dismantling monsters. Another wonders if the captain really has to do that even after coming all the way here. A third thinks to himself that he should just throw it away, even if it's all money. The thought bubble reveals that money makes him feel like throwing up. Elena, arriving on the scene, is greeted warmly. Ms. Elena, you came at the right time." One of the men states that he was going to ask what he had to do to sell those corpses. Another replies that it's not like they don't have ownership over them, right? The third man says that's not the problem here. A man gestures to 2 figures behind him. He announces that he will introduce them. Marcello, the president of the Italian Pro-Hunter Association, internally questions why the prime minister and the association president are here. He hopes he doesn't have to be told. Stick figures express embarrassment. One wonders if they need to file a separate customs declaration. Another admits that they don't know what he's talking about. A man extends his hand, stating that he would like to formally introduce himself. Marcello, the president of the Italian Pro-Hunter Association, stands beside Samuel, who introduces himself as the Prime Minister of Italy. Kim Seo-jun introduces himself as the leader of the Dream Team. Hands clasp in what appears to be a formal agreement. A voice asks if they are a believer in the order of truth. A character laughs, while another looks displeased, perhaps at the absurdity of the situation. Marcello asks why he was suddenly asked to meet. Kim Seo-jun stands beside Marcello, who seems to be considering something. He wonders if they can. The Prime Minister asks if they can help Italy through a sole medium. Ryu Jinchul states that they came all this way to help Italy in the first place. He acknowledges that he is making a shameless request, but promises they will do their best to accommodate whatever is needed. The unknown redhead states that if they want money, he will give them as much as they want. A hunter thinks that someone with his level of skill should have so much money that he must be sick of it. It is stated that Italy is in a chaotic situation. The only thing he can offer is money. In addition, they will not charge any fees for the monster corpses they process. Additionally, they will cover all costs related to dismembering and processing of. They will also give them the best treatment, so please, help us. The offer is incredible. No, we will help. You ahem. Really? Then, can they entrust the situation in Lazio to the Dream Team? Lazio is an administrative region in Italy with Rome being. Just Lazio? They said they would give him everything that comes out of the dungeon. As expected, asking them to take care of the whole region must have been an unreasonable request. Ryu Jinchul considers the offer. A helicopter? Marcello notes that they were filming something with the helicopter earlier. He asks if they can use that. If they need it, they can provide it to them. A group of people exclaim in surprise as a figure's eye glows with power. The scene shifts to Campobasso, Italy. The view changes to Basilicata City, Italy. The tour continues, now showcasing Taranto City, Italy. A man urges others to quickly move to the next city, confirming that the dungeon crisis in San Marino City has ended. The view shifts to Pescara and Chieti, Italy. A man in a suit wonders when his heart last trembled like this, even after reaching his current position. He reflects that it only happened once. The man recalls when Andrea, the hero of the Cataclysm, came and declared that he would rehabilitate the Mafia a long time ago. Andrea smiles grimly. Andrea thinks that Italy was doomed because of his absence. Andrea resolves not to miss the opportunity that the Eastern Hunters created. Marcello is instructed to leave the safety of the citizens to the Dream Team and recruit all pro-hunters. The man's expression hardens as he exclaims, an exclamation point punctuating his intensity. He means. He declares that they will draw those Mafia bastards out. A hand clenches into a fist, knuckles white with suppressed rage. Documents on the table highlight the hunters from the East who saved Italy, questioning who the Dream Team is and stating that the Dragon of Asia will sweep all over Italy. The subordinate addresses Francesco, calling him Albano and asking if he's been summoned. Francesco muses that perhaps it's time to meet Agnes, that lioness. The subordinate responds affirmatively, then asks what they should do with the hostages in Catanzaro. Francesco asks what else. Francesco orders them to kill them all, his expression cold and ruthless. A spread of delicious food is displayed. The group stands before a grand building, ready to celebrate. To avoid any inconvenience, the entire hotel has been rented, eliciting surprised reactions from the group. Ms. Elena is asked how much they have been paid so far. Approximately 42 million euros, which in Korean won, would be about 57 billion. Even if divided by 5, it is still 11.4 billion won per person. Hunter Kim Seo-jun is asked if he is alright, and if there is a problem. Please leave him alone. The captain acts like that sometimes whenever money is mentioned. It's normal, he thinks while eating pizza. This isn't the time to be like this. Impervious to 10,000 poisons. Impervious to heat and cold. Unbreakable body. The ultimate physical training. Purchase. He holds up his phone, ready to make a purchase. The man throws his arms wide, exclaiming about 80 billion Alex. The character laments that their 80 billion has evaporated, but consoles themselves with the promise of future earnings. The captain, holding his phone, asks Elena what Italy's total annual budget is. A voice responds, stammering a question about 1,100 trillion won before confidently stating trillion. A character laughs maniacally, their face obscured by shadow. One of the characters remarks that the captain seems to be in a good mood, but another thinks he's just the same as usual. The text describes Atlas, a gigantic titan known to hold up the sky in Greek and Roman mythology. The text states that in terms of pure strength, even Hercules is one step behind, and asks what the most important thing in holding up the sky is. The text poses the questions, bursting muscles? Overwhelming strength? The character shouts that those are all wrong, and that it's perseverance. The lecture begins, emphasizing that the most important thing in holding up the sky is perseverance. It's stated that strength is nothing without the perseverance to back it up as Kim Seo-jun sits in meditation. The lecture continues, presenting the idea of holding up the sky while being hit in the stomach. The lecture continues, presenting the idea of standing in the numbing cold or being engulfed in terrifying heat. The lecture asks if one is going to make excuses for all of that and say they can't hold it up as Kim Seo-jun continues to meditate. The man on the phone reacts with anger, exclaiming, "Nonsense." The lecture continues, stating that they are all excuses and that one must be able to endure and hold up the sky in any situation. The lecture emphasizes that under no circumstances should one let the sky go. The lecture states that there are 3 basics of perseverance that will be taught. The man's face is contorted in anger. The lecture presents the idea of an unbreakable body to withstand any physical blow. The lecture presents the idea of being impervious to 10,000 poisons. His daily task has arrived. The tasks will continue to change depending on the progress of the lecture. The daily task includes staying in horse stance for 1 hour while carrying a weight of 500 tons, taking Jormungandr's deadly poison once, withstanding heat of 1,000 degrees for 10 minutes with his whole body, and withstanding the cold temperature of minus 100 degrees for 10 minutes with his whole body. The system message details the task of taking Jormungandr's deadly poison once. The message explains that Jormungandr is the giant serpent that appears in Norse mythology and possesses the god-killing poison. Leaving everything aside, Seo-jun wonders what's with this task of taking Jormungandr's deadly poison. He wonders how he is supposed to acquire that. Seo-jun is shocked to see that the replica Jormungandr's deadly poison costs 2 billion Korean wons. Seo-jun realizes that means he has to spend 2 billion every day. He thinks that it's okay because once he finishes all this, he will get money in trillions. The system reminds him that it did not say anything about giving him money in trillions. Now, Seo-jun prepares to take Thialf's lecture. A clicking sound echoes. A man sits cross-legged, holding a device. The man is seen from the back. A man in a suit runs through a building. Did a dungeon break happen or something? He wonders. A man with red hair stands with 2 other men. I heard there was a guy named Kim Seo-jun here, he says, chuckling. The red-haired man is told, please go back. A close-up of the red-haired man's chest is shown. A woman with blonde hair says, this is not a place for you to come in. The woman walks forward. The red-haired man says, look, miss. Don't get hurt by stepping forward for no reason and just get low stash. The woman kicks the red-haired man. The woman says, I warned you. An attacker descends, blade flashing, and snarls, bitch. A man shouts, demanding, what are you all doing? Kill her. Kalia pivots, drawing her weapon as she prepares to face her attackers. Blades descend upon Kalia, a storm of steel aimed at ending her life. Kalia cries out in pain as the attacks land, the force of the blows staggering her. Another man barks, you idiots. Don't rush in together and attack. The onslaught continues, each strike pushing Kalia closer to defeat. Another blow lands, the impact echoing through the room. Kalia realizes, too late, that she's let her guard down. She thinks, good, if I can buy time like this and call for reinforcements. Kalia collapses, her body hitting the ground with a thud. Blood trickles from her mouth, a grim testament to the ferocity of the attack. Albano gripped Elena's throat, his voice laced with accusation. I was wondering who was running wild. It turned out to be you, Elena. The grip tightened. Albano's face contorted with rage. Cook, Albano, how did you get to Rome? Sicily must have been blocked, though. A man watched with narrowed eyes. Albano's grip remained firm. That's none of your business. If you want to keep your pathetic life intact, just answer the question. Elena gasped, struggling against the chokehold. Where is Kim Seo-jun? Did you think I'd just tell you that? Cook. A man looked on, concern etched on his face. Wait, what's going on here? Big sister Elena suddenly ran out. A group of people ate, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding drama. One asked, the Asian man over there, are you Kim Seo-jun? A man responded, me? No, I'm not captain. Are you here for the captain? If you're looking for him, he's right behind you. A group of people stood together, one asking, who are you? Suddenly, a figure was struck with immense force. What the? Someone loomed over Elena. Albano's eyes widened, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he raised his arm in a defensive gesture. Kim Seo-jun moved with such speed that it left a visible blur in his wake. When did he? He thought. The observers, mid-meal, watched with growing astonishment. Whoa, Captain. Somehow he seems to have become faster. One of them commented, chewing thoughtfully. Agnes, leader of the moderates, leans against the table, a glass in her hand. She asks if a truce is possible. A taller man stands over a body, suggesting that Agnes temporarily join forces with him. Francesco, standing over the same body, wonders aloud what someone is scheming. The man states that he went to see Kim Seo-jun a little while ago. Someone asks if they are talking about that Asian hunter from Korea, Kim Seo-jun. The man with the glass says that the idiot doesn't even know his place, wondering if Albano had gone there. There's no way he could have survived. A voice declares that Kim Seo-jun, who was the talk of the town as a hero, will die a sudden death. Then, Antonio and Marcello, as well as the Italian government, will fall into a state of panic and chaos. Francesco smirks, a cigar clenched between his teeth. Someone asks what would happen if the news spread that 90,000 citizens of Catanzaro were also massacred. Agnes, looking at Francesco, asks if he is serious. The figure on the ground is told that he is insane and underhanded. He responds that he has always been insane. The man standing over him asks if he is underhanded. He replies that as long as he can achieve victory, it doesn't matter, and that he will do whatever it takes to win. The man on the ground is told that they are beasts, and that rules and morals don't apply to them. He is told to just follow his instincts. And instinctively, the man stands in a room, drinking. The man with the cigarette in his mouth states that they are cruel creatures. The man's legs are shown next to the body on the ground. A hand covered in blood is shown, as the man says that this is the Italy of the new era. He continues, stating that if you want to fight, fight, and if you want to kill, kill. The man with blood on his face declares, let's go to war. Two men are shown, one with a concerned expression. The man thinks to himself, wondering when he admits that he indeed let his guard down, but still, he couldn't see his movements at all. One of the kneeling figures coughs, offering a strained, "Teach, thank you." Albano stands with a blonde woman, identified as an executive from the manliness faction, and his subordinates. Albano muses, wondering how Sicily could have been under lockdown by the association president and Sir Antonio. Albano remarks that what one sees isn't everything. A figure appears in the hallway, asking, looking for me? Albano asks why else he would be here, explaining he heard that an Asian was interfering with their plans, so he came out of curiosity. Albano tells the figure that now that he's seen him, it's fine. Albano orders the figure to take his subordinates and get lost. A sinister grin spreads across Albano's face as he says, how kind of you. Albano declares that the figure dared to turn his back on his speed. He contorts his face in rage, screaming, die. A figure stands amidst a blinding burst of energy, the force radiating outwards. The man's tie hangs loosely as he stands, seemingly unaffected by the chaos around him. A figure crashes to the ground, the impact sending tremors through the floor. One man, seated, shouts, what are you doing? Kill them all. Another responds with a hesitant, why yes. The figure's legs are planted firmly, ready for action. The group stands poised, ready to engage in the unfolding conflict. A surge of green energy erupts, crackling with raw power. Two figures stand side by side, observing the unfolding events. A voice echoes, I haven't even finished eating yet. The group discusses their next move, their expressions a mix of annoyance and determination. Mafia or whatnot. Let's beat them all up and go back to finish our meals. Two women stand ready, swords drawn. One asks, kill them. Legs walk forward, a voice declaring, let's just make them lose consciousness. A man cries out in pain, questioning what's with those bastards. He recalls hearing there were only some B-rank and A-rank small fries. The man's face is contorted in shock and pain. A figure walks forward, carrying a glowing spear. Someone wonders if he is an A-rank, dismissing the possibility. A man orders someone to kill that bastard first, while another pleads to be protected and for the target to be killed. A hand clenches tightly. A powerful impact explodes outward. A red beam shoots across a cityscape. A red impact violently erupts. A face is shown in close-up, mouth agape. One man comments that guy is so good at running away, while another exclaims in surprise. A figure raises a spear, preparing to strike. Well, I will go catch him. The spear wielder unleashes an attack, creating a powerful explosion of energy. Whoops! A figure sprints away, desperate to escape. Kyarf. The escape attempt is cut short as the fleeing figure is caught. Here. The captive grits his teeth, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow. The captive groans, bound and helpless. A voice echoes, have you finally come to your senses? Albano is questioned about his escape. Albano, how on earth did you get out of Sicily? Sicily must be completely sealed off by Marcello and Antonio, though? The interrogator presses, why are you curious about that? The interrogator warns, don't try anything funny and tell me. The captive chuckles softly, a sinister sound. Kakik. He is asked if he really thinks this is over. What are you talking about, Catanzaro? Kalia shudders, a chill running down her spine as she realizes the gravity of the situation. Catanzaro states that it's too late. Kalia explodes in fury, calling him a son of a bitch. The unseen questioner demands to know how he could do such a thing, asking if he is even human. Another voice asks what he is talking about. Kalia's eyes widen in horror as the pieces begin to fall into place. Kalia reveals that these guys were threatening to take the 90,000 citizens of Catanzaro hostage and force the president to resign. Catanzaro, tied up and seemingly defeated, reveals that the order had already been given before he came here, and the magic bomb must have been activated by now. Soon, the 90,000 citizens will go. Boom. A sinister smile spreads across Catanzaro's face, revealing his rotten teeth as he anticipates the impending chaos. A voice booms with fury, questioning the target's humanity and drawing a comparison to monsters. Catanzaro is confronted by a man with long blonde hair, their expressions suggesting a heated argument. A voice questions whose fault something is, stating they provided a negotiation plan that was ignored. A man with slick back hair declares that someone shouldn't have gotten involved with the outsiders, implying that 90,000 citizens will suffer as a result. Ryu Jinchul and a woman with gray hair look up, seemingly reacting to a disturbance. Two men in suits stand over a prone figure, assessing the situation. A man lies on the ground, tied up, suggesting he has been captured. A voice orders everyone to get ready. As a group of people, some armed, prepare for action. Ryu Jinchul states that they are leaving for Catanzaro immediately. A close-up of a hand suggests someone is preparing for action. The helicopter cuts through the sky near Catanzaro, its rotors a steady thrum against the distant cityscape. Inside the helicopter, a voice asks, Suyin, can you do it? The speaker looks expectantly at her. The voice continues, a magic bomb that I know of. I should be able to disarm it. Minyul, you will go with Suyin to locate the bomb's position. The voice explains, you should be able to do it without being detected because of your stealth skills. Once you find it, let me know right away. Kim Seojun nods, a determined glint in his eyes. Don't worry, Captain, he assures. The voice instructs, Ms. Seoyun, please find the people who are being held captive and evacuate them to a safe place. And Lee Haeun, help her out. Seoyun responds, I understand. Hunter Kim Seojun prepares for action, a determined expression etched on his face. Lee Haeun exclaims, this is too reckless. Not only is there not much time left. Seoyun Park looks concerned, pleading, please don't worry. Kim Seojun declares, because I won't let it happen. Hunter Kim Seojun leaps into action, a surge of power emanating from him. The words Godspeed streak across the sky in a flash of blue light. He moves with incredible speed. The world blurs around him as he pushes his limits. A system message appears, displaying the remaining time for Godspeed, 0 minutes / 5 minutes. Kim Seojun grunts, feeling the strain. Kim Seojun grits his teeth, thinking, this is no joke. It feels like my whole body is being ripped apart. He continues to push forward, thinking, fortunately, Atlas' unbreakable body makes it bearable. The city blurs beneath him. He thinks, still, there's no time to relax. He races against the clock, thinking, I don't know when the magic bomb will explode, but seeing how it hasn't detonated yet. A voice echoes in his mind. Either the Mafia haven't left Catanzaro, or they've already left, but the bomb's countdown hasn't run out yet. Another voice chimes in, but if those bastards haven't left yet, until my team members arrive at Catanzaro. The team's objectives are clear, until Minyul finds the magic bomb, and Suyin disarms it, until Seoyun and Lee Haeun evacuate the people to a safe place. 2 individuals are seated on a couch, their conversation unheard. An unseen figure resolves to buy them time, hoping to make it in time. A blinding light streaks through the city. The light continues its descent, illuminating the cityscape. A face contorts in a grimace, teeth bared in a silent scream. A hand grips a small, black device. A man smirks, a low hum escaping his lips as he considers his next move. Francesco Gang's executive, Cesare, holds the device, the city visible in the background. Cesare inquires about the citizens of Catanzaro, his expression unreadable. The city lies unaware, the impending explosion a secret held by those in power. Cesare plots to deliberately let a few people escape, needing survivors to spread the word of what happened there. He wonders how many he should let out. He muses that there are about 10 people. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to an aerial view of the city, the text declaring a return to Sicily. Cesare warns his men not to blame him if they get blown into smithereens by the bomb after accidentally falling asleep. One of the men laughs, agreeing that dumbass like them deserve to die, sir. Cesare orders his men to move. Elsewhere, a man expresses relief that he is not too late. The man asks if they are the Mafia that took over Catanzaro. One of the Mafia members asks who he is, and the man apologizes, stating that he'll be there. The Mafia members question who the man is, and if he is one of the 10 people they were told to release earlier. Another voice questions who the man is. The man states that he doesn't know who they are, or why they are here. Cesare scratches his head, looking at the man. One of the men states that if the other wants to die, they will grant his wish. The man orders to kill him. One of the men is kicked away. The tall man stands as the others are thrown around. The man thinks that if he had known this would happen, he would have listened to Instructor Zhang Fei's lecture too. The man orders the others to get rid of him and follow him. The man cries out in pain. The man is on the ground, looking surprised. One of the men attacks with a sword, calling the other a ditch. The man gasps. One of the men is falling. The man continues to fall. A blinding beam of light slams into Xiangyu. The force of the impact sends a jolt of agony through him. What the? He groans, the pain almost unbearable. Staggering backward, Xiangyu struggles to maintain his balance. What on earth is going on? He cries out, his voice laced with confusion and pain. A primal scream tears from Xiangyu's throat as the unseen force continues to assault him. Damn, where the fuck did that bastard come from? Xiangyu grits his teeth, resolving to escape. He must quickly leave this place, press the trigger, and return to Sicily. He hesitates, his fingers hovering over the trigger. I can't just press the trigger here. A figure stands, back turned, a staff resting against his shoulder. His eyes narrow, a flicker of determination in their depths. Xiangyu's eyes widen, a sudden realization dawning on him. The figure begins to walk, each step measured and deliberate. He stumbles, momentarily losing his footing, but quickly regains his balance. He looks up, a shout escaping his lips as he sees something above. A figure sprints through the forest, moving with incredible speed. Xiangyu's eyes widen in disbelief as a barrage of swords descends upon him from above. He cries out in pain as the first strikes land. The relentless assault continues, the swords slashing through the air with deadly precision. A voice echoes, filled with desperation. Why is this crazy bastard chasing me? The man walked forward, the sunlight dappling through the trees. He paused, glancing upwards with a confused expression. Continuing his trek, he seemed unaware of the danger lurking nearby. A desperate voice cried out, "Wait!" He broke into a run, his face etched with fear. His voice cracked as he shouted, "The—" A blur of steel descended, the glint of a blade cutting through the air. Panic rising, he screamed, "Why is this crazy bastard chasing me?" His face contorted in a primal scream, arms raised in futile defense. He throws a punch, closing the distance with lethal intent. The blow connects with a sickening thud. A hand grabs his leg, attempting to impede his pursuit. Voices cry out, urging the others to hold on with all their strength. The group struggles to restrain the attacker, their combined strength barely enough to hold him back. Damn, why is he so strong? Suddenly, the attacker is enveloped in a cage of shimmering blue energy. The energy intensifies, crackling with contained power. The blue energy begins to pull him upwards, away from the ground. He is lifted higher, the blue energy now intertwined with streaks of fiery orange. The orange energy flares, a burning aura surrounding the blue. The attacker is pulled further away, a red trail marking his ascent. The man who had been running stares in disbelief. Seriously, why is he chasing after me so persistently? It definitely wasn't like this until a while ago. The man holds a device, surrounded by others. The back of the man holding the device. A man's face shows concern. The man holds a device, surrounded by others. Huh, as expected, you knew about the trigger device. If you take even one step towards me, I will press this. You know what will happen if I press this, right? If you press that, you will die too, you know. It won't be a bad idea if we all die together. Make the slightest move, I'll press it right away. To be honest, your movements just now surprised me, but I am also an S-rank hunter, you know. If you move even the slightest bit, I might accidentally press it, alright? Well, if you want to turn to ashes together with the citizens of Catanzaro, I won't stop you. He holds a knife to Kim Seojun's throat, an exclamation mark punctuating the threat. Kim Seojun's expression is unreadable, his eyes narrowed as he considers his options. The man holding the knife demands the spear, his voice laced with impatience. A woman tells someone not to look so anxious, while the other asks what is going on. The man holding the knife has a device in his hand. Kim Seojun is spun around, caught in a whirlwind of motion. The world blurs as Kim Seojun is violently thrown around. The man holding the knife is stabbed with a spear, a look of shock and pain contorting his face. The man holding the device declares that someone wants them all to die together. The device in the man's hand emits a loud beep, signaling impending danger. Kim Seojun stands over the man, the spear pointed downwards in a display of dominance. The man looks up, a surprised expression on his face. He wonders if he pressed it wrong. Someone says, "Good job, Suyin." A man is shocked. He thinks to himself, "Ugh, this place is." A flashback shows a scene with the man who is shocked, and someone says, "That's true. I was captured by those bastards." Someone stands over a tied-up person. Cesare is called out. Someone thinks, "Kiki, that's it. That's how it should be. I knew this would happen." It is said that no matter how strong Kim Seojun was, it would have been impossible to deal with so many of the mafia members by himself. Cesare says, "As expected, Cesare, did you come to save me?" Someone replies, "Nah, he got me too." A man with slicked back hair appears to be contemplating a question. One of the captives looks up, surprised. Another begs for his life, pleading not to be killed. A man informs Ms. Elena that she also has a few questions to ask. It's impossible. Cesare was also defeated by Kim Seojun. The interrogator demands to know how they escaped. The slick-haired man scoffs, asking why they would reveal that information. The captive reveals they escaped through a secret passage. The man with the neat hair exclaims that they have a secret passage, and that's how they were able to get out of Sicily. Cesare is mentioned. An expletive is uttered. The man with the messy hair tells the captive to be quiet and go back to sleep. The slick-haired man realizes there's a secret passage. The captive begs to be spared. The slick-haired man reminds the captive that he tried to exterminate 90,000 citizens and tells him to keep talking. A man's face is shown, his expression intense. A man is tied to a chair, surrounded by several figures. One of them says, "You're up." Several figures stand, their backs to the viewer. A man asks, "Did he confess everything?" A man lies on the ground, seemingly defeated. A man looks shocked, saying, 70 million euros. What? A man offers, "If you spare us, I will give you 70 million euros. A man questions, 70 million euros? You have that much money? Who do you think we are? One of the figures states, "We aren't just normal criminals, but mafia." It's the same thing. A man tied to a chair is shown again. The panel shows gambling chips, money, and a syringe, with text stating, "Gambling, drug trafficking, loan sharking. Through various illegal activities, we can earn a whopping 53 billion euros. The panel shows money and gambling chips, with text stating, 53 billion euros a year. The voice stated that the 78 trillion won was just the tip of the iceberg of what they did right under Andrea's nose. The man's face contorted with a sinister grin as he emphasized the amount. 78 trillion. The man continued, explaining that after all the talk about being a hero, it all came down to money. He offered 100 billion won in exchange for freedom. Kim Seojun's eyes widened in disbelief. He muttered, "Wait." Seojun Kim, bound and captive, questioned the offer. "Didn't you say 78 trillion? Yet you want me to free you with only 100 billion won." The camera focused on the feet of the mafia members. The man with slick back hair tilted his head, a question mark hovering above him. The man stated that the offer wouldn't do, demanding to know where his boss was. A smaller figure responded with a confused what. The man asked where the bastard who calls himself Francesco was. He then dismissed it, assuming he was in Sicily. He inquired if they also bought and sold people. The man with slick back hair stood before Kim Seojun, who asked, "Why?" The man grinned, licking his lips. "I'm going to sell you guys for some money, of course." The man with slick back hair's face was shadowed, a sinister smile barely visible. The sound of a brutal impact echoes. A voice cries out, "What?" Someone remarks, "Seriously, that bastard just has to open his mouth and get beaten up for no reason." Someone muttered that the bastard just had to open his mouth. One of the men wonders if he should get beaten up for no reason. Another replies that he knows, and that he's experienced it before. Hunter Kim Seojun is asked if he is really planning to meet Francesco. Kim Seojun replies, "Of course." Another man warns that it's too dangerous. It is said that Sicily is the mafia's main base, and that as many as 150,000 mafia members are gathered there. The woman states that they are there. It is said that Francesco is a high-ranking S-class hunter, almost at the level of a cataclysm hero. Even if it's Kim Seojun, that's still. Someone says that the situation will never end unless they take care of the mafia. The woman states that this incident in Catanzaro has taught them that. The problem Italy is facing now is not the distortion, but the mafia. He pauses, adding that it's not like they will be going there without a plan. The blonde woman wonders if there isn't a secret passage these guys used. The blonde woman states that she is going there to make a deal on human trafficking. She then asks for a pardon. A man smiles sinisterly. Messina, a city adjacent to Sicily, is home to numerous pro-hunters and connects Sicily and mainland Italy. Francesco and Agnes's movements are odd. Francesco sits with his hands clasped, a scar visible on his face. One of the men in the meeting says that he thinks they have joined forces. Another asks what he is talking about. It seems that Francesco and Agnes are preparing for an all-out war. Antonio is Andrea's official successor. The members we planted inside as spies have all stopped sending us updates. Perhaps their cover was blown. The man in the suit states that they can't just keep watching like this, and that they need to prepare as well. The situation is getting worse, he thinks. The Dream Team is now responsible. He reflects that they had finally achieved balance, but it seemed like they were hastening the fuse of a bomb for ensuring the safety of the entire Italy. The man in the hat explains that if the mafia groups belonging to Francesco and Agnes join forces, their number will be as many as 150,000 people. A war will break out if they fight them with their 200,000 strong force. There will definitely be huge casualties, he thinks. He considers that in this situation, 90,000 citizens are already being held hostage. As Marcello said, they must prepare for war before they run out of options, he thinks. Knock, knock. The sound echoes through the room. A woman apologizes for interrupting. Elena? The man wonders why she is here, as he thought she was in charge of the Dream Team. She explains that Hunter Kim Seojun would like to meet him, Sir Association President. She addresses him as Sir Antonio. Antonio stands abruptly. Something must be up. He is told that Seojun Kim is outside. Someone comments that they should have told him they would come to him soon, and wonders where he is right now. Another person laughs, remarking that they would see each other again like this. The association president beams, his expression radiating a disarming cheerfulness. Antonio steps forward. "To meet you, Sir Antonio," he greets. An automatic translation system displays a question. "Are you a believer of the Order of Truth?" A voice declares, "No, this is a spirit." The association president turns to the newcomer. "I heard you wanted to see us," he says. "Ah, yes." The spirit responds, "It's nothing much, but I'm trying to do some business. However, I don't know the prices in Italy very well." One of the men behind Antonio wonders about the nature of this business. The man corrects himself. A man gasps, discovering two unconscious figures. Albano, even Cesare as well. The association president stands in the doorway, listening to the conversation. One of the men wonders, why are Francesco's two executives here? He continues, "They said they pay a ransom of 70 million euros or 100 billion in Korean won, you know?" The men stand behind the association president, looking at something in the room. The association president leans against a large, glowing purple orb. "I want to ask you about how much I should charge in ransom for 150,000 people," he says. The unconscious Albano and Cesare lie on the floor as the men look at the orb. A man asks, "What are you talking about all of a sudden? What about the Italian dungeons we requested?" The spirit raises a hand. "Allow me to explain," he offers. The room is filled with tension as several figures stand around a large, glowing purple orb. An unconscious man lies nearby, seemingly affected by its power. Kim Seojun is thanked profusely by a man with slicked back hair, who bows deeply in gratitude. A man with short, gray hair expresses his guilt, lamenting that his actions as prime minister were akin to turning a blind eye to the suffering of innocent citizens. The man continues, stating that if Kim Seojun and the Dream Team hadn't intervened, he would be facing news of a massacre instead of their survival. Kim Seojun, with a hand behind his head, acknowledges the gratitude, wondering how much he should ask for. One of the men asks if they are referring to the mafia's ransom. Kim Seojun explains that the purple orb is the magic bomb that was installed in Catanzaro. A woman explains that the bomb hasn't exploded because a team member discharged the magic power inside it, but it can be used again once recharged. Kim Seojun mentions using the secret passage that leads to Sicily. He thought it would be a good idea to recycle the bomb and repay those bastards for what they were trying to do in. Kim Seojun states that they can call this his Sicily clearing operation, but another man says that he can't. He states that sacrificing himself is the only option. Another man agrees, saying that it's like committing suicide and dying with them. He confirms that's right. A man says they can't ask someone who came all the way from a foreign country to do something like that. A voice insists not to worry, stating that they have their own plan. Someone asks why they are willing to go this far. A man states that someone has nothing to do with Italy. A voice says that no one could say anything even if they turned a blind eye, and no one could blame them for not coming in the first place. Someone asks why they are risking their life to help them. A man wonders what reason a person needs to help others. A voice declares that you just do it. A close-up of an eye reveals a determined gaze. The crisp lines of a tailored suit suggest a meeting of importance. A disembodied voice echoes, "Remember this, Antonio." The voice continues, its words carrying the weight of conviction. "People don't follow you because of your power, they follow your beliefs." Kim Seojun stands before a looming figure, a purple orb radiating power at his side. The polished floor reflects the gravity of the moment. Antonio's face is etched with determination, a silent promise hanging in the air, "A face I can." Kim Seojun clutches the glowing orb, a sense of finality in his voice. "I thought I'd never see him again. Then, let's go with that. Please get ready, everyone." The name hangs in the air, a declaration of intent. Kim Seojun. A man in a suit bows his head, his voice thick with gratitude. "We will do everything possible to repay you for this favor, so please." Antonio's gaze is fixed, resolute. The older man's expression is a mask of concern. Kim Seojun stands ready, surrounded by those who believe in him. A final plea echoes, "Come back alive." He gazes forward, a flicker of resolve hardening his expression. Kim Seojun's eyes widen slightly, a spark of defiance igniting within them. "I'm not going there to die, though," he thinks, steeling himself for the trials ahead. Still, for some reason, he feels like he shouldn't ruin the mood. His colleagues bow deeply, their respect palpable in the air. A hand rests on Kim Seojun's shoulder, a gesture of camaraderie and support. Whatever, he thinks, trying to downplay the gravity of the situation. He lowers his gaze, a moment of quiet contemplation washing over him. The weight of responsibility settles upon his shoulders, a burden he carries with unwavering determination. Kim Seojun walks away, his back straight and his purpose clear. His colleagues remain bowed, their silent respect a testament to his character. A voice whispers, filled with admiration, "A true hunter. His back reminds me of Sir Andrea." Andrea nods in agreement, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "Huh, I think so too." The scene is set in Sicily, within a mafia stronghold. A hand grips the handle of a heavy hammer. As instructed, a man relays, "I've sent 100,000 people to Messina, which connects Sicily to mainland Italy." The woman with the hammer responds, "Really? That means we can attack at any time now." Footsteps echo through the halls. The woman observes the city through a window, the hammer resting on her shoulder. Francesco asks, "Is there a need to move this quickly, Francesco?" The woman holding the hammer states, "In terms of power alone, we are at a disadvantage." She continues, "Even more so now that 50,000 of our elite forces have been set aside." Francesco dismisses her concerns, "You worry for nothing." He stood silently as Agnes expressed her frustration, stating that they were never able to escape this frustrating Sicily. Agnes predicted that in a little while, chaos would sweep all over Italy. She wondered if it wasn't obvious how the panicked Congress would react. Elsewhere, a smiling man looked on as a city burned. The smiling man stated that all they had to do was take advantage of that time, adding that it was very simple. Agnes considered that since war was bound to happen anyway, it was better to seize their chance when the situation was most advantageous for them. The subordinate addressed her, calling her Ms. Agnes. Agnes received news that most of Antonio's forces had withdrawn from Messina. The subordinate sat silently, listening to Agnes's plans. The smiling man's grin widened. Agnes asked the subordinate what she had just told him, emphasizing that it was obvious that Congress would react this way, right? Agnes stated that they had their 100,000 standby force that was in Messina advance. She added that those bastards must already be panicking, and if they had to fight a war against their 100,000 forces, they would panic even more. Agnes concluded that if they led 50,000 elite soldiers and wiped out Antonio's forces, they would have drained all their strength by then. She swings the axe down with a sharp whistle. The blade gleams, poised to strike. The axe slams into the map with a resounding thud. Italy will be in their hands. Agnes asks, "Does that mean the first 100,000 people are just cannon fodder?" She continues, stating that using them that way is the most efficient. Agnes asks Francesco, Don't you think so, Lioness of Sicily? Francesco's eyes narrow. You're truly out of your mind. Agnes lets out a soft laugh. Her laughter grows, echoing through the room. Agnes declares, Italy will now enter an era of great revolution. Francesco points a finger to his head, his expression incredulous. What a huge load of bullshit. A man with gray hair points at another figure, a question mark floating above the second man's head. Kim Seojun's name appears in a speech bubble. A figure in a uniform stands with a baton. Kim Seojun stands in a room with another figure, who says he said something without realizing it. Francesco asks if the other is the one they call Francesco or whatnot. A voice asks how the other got in here. Kim Seojun asks what the other means. A figure falls to the ground, and another figure pleads for someone to run away. Two figures on the ground beg to be saved. It's understandable how Albano is caught since he was sent to assassinate Kim Seojun, but it's surprising that Cesare, who left to detonate the bomb in Catanzaro, has been caught as well. A voice says they heard the others make a lot of money. Francesco asks if Kim Seojun can communicate without an interpreter. Francesco wonders if he is perhaps a member of the Order of Truth. Seojun expresses his annoyance. How is it that everyone he meets asks the same question? Francesco scoffs, stating that it can't be possible. How could he be a member of the Order of Truth? The air crackles with tension as the conversation continues. Francesco asks what Seojun means. Francesco accuses Seojun of knowing something. Francesco admits he was just trying to extort money, but this won't do. A surge of energy emanates from Seojun. Francesco is shocked, exclaiming, How do you have that? Seojun asks if Francesco recognizes it, implying that he must also know how powerful it is. Francesco realizes it was the magic bomb installed in Catanzaro. He thinks to himself that if that thing explodes, they, as well as this entire area, will turn to ashes. Kim Seojun stands beside a massive, purple orb, a staff in his hand. He wonders aloud if he should detonate it. Francesco scoffs, declaring that he cannot be threatened by a dismantled bomb with no magic power. He asks if Seojun thinks he is stupid. Kim Seojun retorts, questioning what a bomb without magic power can do. He then concedes that Francesco is right. Kim Seojun channels energy into the orb, causing it to glow with increasing intensity. The orb pulses with power as Kim Seojun continues to charge it. A surge of energy emanates from the orb. A hand reaches out to touch the orb, feeling its immense power. Francesco and Agnes watch with growing alarm. Kim Seojun smiles, the orb now fully charged. Francesco warns that Kim Seojun won't make it out of there alive. Francesco admits he doesn't know what trick Kim Seojun has, but he sounds confident. He asks what Kim Seojun wants. Kim Seojun grins, stating that he heard Francesco made a lot of money. The man's annual earnings are 78 trillion won, they had said. It was all about the money. Kim Seojun, holding the magical orb, asked how much Francesco wanted, offering a blank check. A voice mused about the ransom of 70 million euros and the presence of 50,000 elite soldiers. Francesco stood with another man, discussing how Kim Seojun knew about their plan and couldn't be left alive. The man prepared to take advantage of the moment when Kim Seojun was distracted, planning to combine their efforts. Kim Seojun, with a cheerful smile, proposed 700 billion euros. Francesco's face contorted in rage. Francesco roared, demanding what Kim Seojun had just said, calling him a money-crazed son of a bitch. Lee Minyul, holding a staff, asks about 700 billion euros. Xiangyu's face contorts in anger. Xiangyu yells, calling the other a money-crazed son of a bitch. Lee Minyul stands in a room with a large, glowing purple orb. Minyul thinks back to the conversation, realizing he blurted out the amount without thinking. Xiangyu, with a sinister smile, agrees to give it to him. However, Lee Minyul stands before the orb, staff in hand. A bloody scene unfolds. Minyul looks down, his expression unreadable. Xiangyu declares that it will be at the price of Minyul's life. Red energy crackles around a spear. He holds the spear, purple energy swirling around him. Xiangyu asks, Aren't you being too reckless? What if I blow this up? Xiangyu, surrounded by a crimson aura, challenges, Try it. Xiangyu thinks, I don't know what you're scheming, but there's no way you can blow it up that easily. I think we would be scared if you said you would blow it up that blatantly. Xiangyu's expression hardens as he recalls, You asked for 700 billion euros, right? Red energy intensifies around Xiangyu as he declares, Let's see if you can get it. A beam of red energy streaks forward. The red energy intensifies. Blue energy crackles as Lee Minyul launches his attack. The blue energy surges forward. Lee Minyul's attack intensifies, a sphere of blue energy forming in his hand. Lee Minyul, eyes narrowed, thinks, he saw through me. It's true that he can't detonate the bomb thoughtlessly. In the worst case, he thinks, he can try to quickly leave before being caught in the explosion using Thialfi's divine speed. It would be impossible to do that if those two interfered. Agnes is questioned about her actions, with someone yelling that the bastard won't be able to detonate it that easily anyway. He smirks, noting that someone is quite quick when it comes to things like this. He wonders if it's because they have experience with bomb terror attacks. Lee Minyul grips his weapon tightly. Magical energy crackles around Lee Minyul as he prepares to use his power. He gathers his power, a torrent of blue energy swirling around him. The magic power he's giving off is incomparable to what it was before. Lee Minyul, bathed in the azure light, remarks, I didn't expect you to give me the money so easily either. The force of the unleashed energy sends Agnes flying backward, a desperate cry escaping her lips. Minyul declares, let's not waste time and put an end to this. An unknown figure watches from the shadows. The word disperse flashes ominously. A cataclysmic explosion erupts, consuming everything in its path. The aftermath is a scene of devastation. Streaks of light pierce the smoke-filled air. Coughing, Agnes struggles to her feet, blood trickling from her mouth. A figure lies amidst the rubble, muttering, that didn't hit me. I definitely avoided his attack. He continues his assault, a torrent of blue energy surging around him. Focusing his power, Lee Minyul prepares to unleash another devastating blow. The energy coalesces, ready to grasp its target. Agnes is engulfed in a blinding explosion of blue energy. Struggling against the overwhelming force, she grits her teeth. The attack slams into her, her head snapping back from the impact. Agnes cries out, the pain searing through her. A crimson aura flares around her, a sign of her own power rising to meet the challenge. The red energy intensifies, swirling around her hands like a gathering storm. She grits her teeth, a fierce determination burning in her eyes. Do you think we will lose like this? Agnes raises her hammer, ready to strike back with all her might. The hammer crackles with raw power, a surge of energy waiting to be unleashed. Lightning crackles and energy surges through the air, the raw power of the unseen attack filling the space. The energy intensifies, explosions of red light tearing through the environment. The relentless energy attack continues its assault, the air thick with the smell of ozone and burning earth. A sharp doke echoes as the attack finds its mark, the sound reverberating through the battlefield. A piercing screams out, a testament to the force and pain inflicted by the unseen assailant. A series of emphatic punctuates the air, highlighting the intensity and danger of the ongoing barrage. Explosions continue to erupt, the battlefield now a chaotic landscape of destruction and raw power. Jun steps forward, his gaze unwavering amidst the chaos, a silent promise of retaliation in his eyes. A voice cries out, laced with disbelief, impossible. He simply dodged the attacks from us, who have reached the level of cataclysm heroes. Another voice whispers, it's like. Jun prepares to unleash his own power, blue energy coalescing around his outstretched hand, ready to strike back. No, this is. Andrea's eyes fluttered open, confusion clouding his gaze. He found himself sprawled on the ground, the cold earth pressing against his cheek. A voice echoed from above. You woke up earlier than I expected. The realization dawned on Andrea, a chilling wave washing over him. A looming figure stood over him, radiating an oppressive aura. Even Andrea, the hero of the cataclysm who crushed the entire Sicilian mafia, was not like this. Overwhelming strength. He isn't someone who I or Agnes can do anything against. It's completely over, huh? The man in the suit reflected, his plan having been flawless in its conception. First, he would exploit the dungeons of distortion, consuming Antonio's forces within their depths. Second, chaos would engulf Italy as he systematically exterminated the citizens of Catanzaro. Third, he would sacrifice 100,000 of his own men, using them as bait to weaken Antonio and Marcello. Eventually, he would lead his elite forces to conquer Italy, but there was one reason for his ultimate defeat. The man lay defeated, the weight of his failure pressing down on him. It wasn't Antonio, nor the powerful pro-hunter association, nor even the Congress that brought him down. It was all because of a single Asian hunter. The man asked, "Are you done laughing?" Kim Seojun smirked, a glint of anticipation in his eyes. He asked, "Shall we start talking then? So, what are you planning to do now?" "What else?" "Of course. There's no way I'd leave 50,000 elite mafia gangsters be. Well, anyway, back to where we left off. How much money can you give me?" "Huh, how ridiculous. If I give you money, will you let me live?" That depends on how much you are willing. Take it. Even if I say I'm not going to give it to you now, Antonio will find it for you when he takes control of the mafia. But, will you really be able to take it? Do you know what happens if you use that bomb? The 50,000 elite mafia gathered here are going to be exterminated? No, I'm talking about that bomb's real purpose. The disembodied voice speaks of a bomb with the power to turn an entire city to ashes. The question lingers. Who did he get that magic bomb from? The character questions if they could even build such a bomb. The character asks if the other means that he can communicate without an interpreter. The character wonders if he is perhaps a member of the Order of Truth, lamenting that everyone he meets asks the same question. The character states that it can't be possible, questioning how he can be a member of the Order of Truth. The question lingers. Is it the Order of Truth? The character stands over a fallen body. A smirk spreads across a face. The character wonders if it is the Order of Truth, standing over a fallen body. He stands over the fallen figure, a sinister chuckle escaping his lips. The man muses, knowing about the Order of Truth's mask and the hypocrites who wear it. A man with a sinister grin spreads across his face. He reveals that he instigated the Order of Truth to kill him. A close-up of a man's face shows a look of shock. Under the moonlight, he stands over the body, stating that they killed him very cleverly and made it look like an accident. A man stands before a large, glowing orb, stating it was a dungeon accident. The orb pulses with energy as the man explains that the bomb was originally a means of dealing with the monster that killed Andrea. The plan was to kill Andrea and plant that bomb in the dungeon to eliminate the monster, since that terrifying monster could only be killed that way. He stands over the body, claiming he didn't do that. The fallen man thinks it was a waste. The man exclaims, questioning the use of such a terrifyingly beautiful and powerful bomb to kill a mere monster. A purple orb pulsates with an unknown energy. Kim Seojun states that he decided to use it in a better way. Kim Seojun stands over a body, a glowing staff beside it. He confirms something with a yeah. The unknown voice giggles, expressing disappointment that he couldn't see 90,000 citizens disappear to ashes. Kim Seojun calls someone a crazy bastard. The man states that he has always been crazy. The man's body lies still. A voice asks if something seems strange. The man wonders why he is suddenly obediently telling someone this. A red explosion erupts. The man's body is shown amidst the destruction. Kim Seojun swings a weapon. The unknown voice trails off with an ellipsis. The Draugr grins, his eyes gleaming with malice. Kim Seojun strikes the magic bomb with his staff, purple energy crackling around the point of impact. Seojun's expression hardens with concern. He had more than one blade, he wonders. From the beginning, the Draugr was aiming for the magic bomb. Not me, he thinks. The magic bomb pulsates with dangerous energy. The Draugr's voice booms, filled with maniacal glee. Even though I lost, in the end, there will be no winner. Seojun delivers a swift kick to the Draugr. The Draugr coughs up blood, his face contorted in pain. Kahook! The Draugr's neck strains as he reels from the blow. Seojun stands his ground, determined. He grits his teeth, realizing the urgency of the situation. I have to get out of here before the magic bomb explodes. Seojun prepares to move, focusing his energy. He channels his energy, a surge of power beginning to manifest around his feet. His eyes narrow, pupils constricting as the divine speed skill activates. The words divine speed flash across his vision as the skill takes hold. A torrent of blue energy erupts, crackling with raw power. The air shimmers with a violet hue, electricity dancing in the space around him. Kim Seojun is enveloped in a brilliant aura, the embodiment of speed and power. A man sits on the ground, defeated. Figures stand around him, their expressions unreadable. The light intensifies around Kim Seojun, preparing to unleash the skill. The energy coalesces, ready to be unleashed. A voice cries out in frustration, damn it. A cataclysmic explosion erupts, consuming everything in its path. A blinding flash of light erupts, consuming everything in its path. The force of the explosion sends shockwaves rippling outwards. Blazing tendrils of energy sear the air, leaving a trail of destruction. Footsteps echo through the ruined landscape. The air hangs heavy with the stench of ash and decay, as figures emerge from the shadows. A foot crunches on shattered stone, the sound amplified in the eerie silence. A figure stands amidst the devastation, their voice echoing through the ruins. Why are you lying pitifully in a place like this? Where has all that ambition and spirit gone? A name is spoken, Andrea. The Apostle of Temperance addresses the Apostle of Patience. Apostle of Patience, ma'am. The Apostle of Patience speaks. In the end, it's said that the magic bomb exploded on the island of Sicily. The Apostle of Temperance replies, Sicily, not Catanzaro, huh? It doesn't matter, since fate already foreshadowed the magic bomb exploding. He muttered, clearly frustrated. That crazy bastard Francesco ended up making a mess. Andrea tilted his head, a question forming on his lips. Huh. The Apostle of Temperance sighed. Fine, I'll take care of the rest. Ah, and the Apostle continued, his voice taking on a serious tone. Sir Apostle of Temperance told us to be especially careful, because Kim Seojun has made his move. He muttered under his breath, his expression darkening. The Apostle of Temperance acknowledged, Kim Seojun, the unseen variable. Andrea responded, his voice barely audible. Well. Heavy breaths filled the air, a figure panting with exertion. A surge of dark energy crackled, illuminating a shadowy figure. I don't know. The energy intensified, the figure seemingly at its epicenter. If he can still say something like that after looking at this guy. The magical energy reached a fever pitch, purple lightning dancing wildly. A blinding light pierces the night sky, illuminating the surrounding forest. The light intensifies, a searing flash that threatens to consume everything. Seojun Kim coughs, struggling to his feet. The explosion's force has left him reeling. Seojun thinks, divine speed, I was also hit with the shock wave from the explosion. This isn't the time to be lying here. Kim Seojun checks his phone, his expression grim. He purchases something, the screen displaying a confirmation. Purchased. Seojun Kim retrieves a vial filled with a glowing purple liquid. He kneels, catching his breath. Seojun Kim's thoughts race. If what that crazy bastard Francesco said is true, this isn't over yet. What's more, the magic bomb that was meant to get rid of that monster has exploded. He steels himself, thinking, I'm the only one who can deal with it now. Messina, Italy, is under siege as magical attacks rain down upon the city. A man in a suit declares that those who tarnish the name of the mafia must be punished according to the laws of the family. Another man shouts that they are insects eating their homeland away. The man in the suit orders that they should not be spared. It was the opportunity Hunter Kim Seojun sacrificed himself to give them. They must restore order to Italy no matter what. Chaos erupts as sword fights and explosions tear through the city. Sir Antonio's factions are sweeping the east, a woman is told. Pro-Hunters and Association President Marcello are chasing the escaped enemies. The mafia is being destroyed, a man thinks, remembering Hunter Kim Seojun. A report comes in that a major explosion occurred in Sicily, and 50,000 mafia elites were eliminated. A massive explosion erupts, its fiery tendrils reaching outwards. The narration states that Hunter Kim Seojun was caught up in it. A fist clenches tightly, knuckles white with strain. The narration reveals that someone chose to sacrifice himself for the people of Italy, despite having no connection to them. A voice declares that they will never forget this favor. At the same time, they cannot let the opportunity he gave them go to waste. They are told not to let a single one escape. Marcello stands in a wide office, barking, "Bastard, get away." His subordinates respond with a resounding, "Yes, sir." A man sits at a desk, his face obscured by shadow, focused on the monitors before him. Andrea types furiously at a keyboard, the clatter of keys echoing in the room. A close-up reveals the intensity in Andrea's eyes behind his glasses. A man stands with a sword, reporting that all remnants of Francesco and Agnes's gang have been eliminated. A crowd erupts in celebration, shouting, "We won! We did it!" Marcello stands with another man, who remarks that it's finally over. He adds, "Yeah, who would have thought this was even possible?" A voice expresses that they owe Hunter Kim Seojun such a great favor that they will never be able to repay. Two men stand among a crowd, their swords held high, surveying the scene. He winces, his face contorted in a grimace of pain and disbelief. His eyes widen, reflecting the sheer shock of whatever he is witnessing. Sir Prime Minister Marcello is informed of dire news, his expression shifting to one of grave concern. "Sir Prime Minister, we're in trouble." Panic erupts in Messina as the distortion manifests. The distortion is happening in Messina. What? Ryu Jinchul analyzes the situation, his brow furrowed in concentration. The measured magic power is extremely unusual. This figure, the analyst continues, his voice laced with urgency, is on a completely different level from the figures that have been observed in recent years. No, decades. Chaos descends upon the city as a gate tears open the sky, lightning crackling around the fissure. What the? A gate? What on earth is going on all of a sudden? A colossal, malevolent eye materializes, pulsing with raw magical energy. Seojun Kim watches the unfolding events, a chilling realization dawning on his face. It won't end with just one city. Marcello's face is etched with dread as he grasps the full scope of the crisis. The entire Italy. Two figures stand silhouetted against the ominous glow of the gate, their purpose unknown. A gnarled, shadowy hand claws its way out of the gate, promising untold horrors. A man's face contorts in a mask of fury and terror, his mouth agape in a silent scream. The words echo with impending doom. "Will be destroyed." A towering figure materializes amidst crackling purple energy, its grotesque form a nightmare made real. Recognition dawns on another man's face, his voice a mere whisper of dread. A Demogorgon. The Demogorgon's face fills the vision, its red eyes burning with malevolent intent, rows of jagged teeth promising only pain. A blur of motion and indecipherable symbols fills the air, a chaotic prelude to the horror unleashed. Screams erupt as the Demogorgon's presence shatters the illusion of safety, blood splattering as the first victims fall. The world descends into a maelstrom of terror, the cries of the dying mingling with the guttural roars of the monster. A desperate plea pierces the din, a man's voice cracking with fear as he begs, "Save me." Two figures flee in blind panic, one shouting a desperate warning, "Run away." Frozen in place by sheer terror, a man's mind races, a silent scream trapped within his paralyzed body. He thinks, "I must move. I should do something, but I can't move." The words burn into the mind, a stark declaration of the inevitable, the terror of death. The Demogorgon stands tall, its form outlined in a menacing red glow, a silent promise of destruction hanging in the air. In the distance, a crowd of onlookers watches the unfolding chaos, their silhouettes stark against the backdrop of the city buildings. A face emerges from the shadows, the features obscured, but the glint of determination is unmistakable. The Demogorgon unleashes its power, the words "freeze blast" emblazoned across the sky as an icy aura emanates from its form. A massive counterattack erupts, a wave of ice shards and explosive energy surging forward, leaving a question hanging in the air. A figure stands within a circle of light, preparing for the next onslaught, their resolve unwavering. The figure grips their sword, ready to unleash the demon's soul-killing pursuit, a technique promising swift and decisive action. The Demogorgon responds with a secret technique, a surge of purple energy crackling around it, promising a devastating blow. The figure counters with a lightning slash, electricity arcing around them as they prepare to strike. The impact of the attacks shakes the very ground, red energy pulsing outwards from the point of collision. The Demogorgon's face looms closer, its red eyes burning with malevolent intent, a terrifying visage of destruction. The figure stands defiant before the monstrous Demogorgon, ready to face the onslaught, their determination unwavering in the face of overwhelming power. Legs move forward. Legs continue to move forward. Heaven-breaking divine sword, second movement. A sword is swung. Chaotic fire blood slash. A sword is swung. Three figures stand together. Yin-yang spiritual art, spirit fox. Demon spirit detoxification. One of the figures says, "Tage, this is." Another figure says, "The poison is being purified." A third figure says, "Look. The dream team. The dream team is here." A figure stands. He stands amidst swirling purple energy, his expression unreadable. Behind him, two women stand guard. One holds a sheathed sword, her gaze sharp and focused. The other, in a police uniform, watches with a stoic expression. The camera focuses on a pair of black shoes stepping forward, the surface beneath them reflecting a faint, ethereal glow. The dream team has arrived, a figure crackling with blue energy announces. The team stands ready, their faces grim with determination. An earth element attack is unleashed, the ground trembling as the character shouts, "Quake." A monstrous figure emerges, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. Energy coalesces in the character's hand as they command, "Pierce it." A blinding beam of light erupts, piercing the darkness. One of the observers gasps, oh my God." The crowd erupts in cheers, exclaiming that they lived and survived thanks to the dream team. The man states that it is not over yet, and that they must run away. A monstrous figure appears, emitting a guttural roar. The monster's grotesque face fills the space, its red eyes burning with malevolence. One of the onlookers exclaims in disbelief that the creature is still alive after the explosion, noting that its hands should have been severed. A massive, clawed hand drips with an unidentifiable fluid. A figure, wreathed in purple energy, lunges towards the monster. The monster's hand is shown again. The severed hand begins to regenerate. Someone questions the nature of the situation. The monster looms over the city, a terrifying presence. Two figures stand in shock, witnessing the monster's power. A person screams in terror, begging for someone to save them. The man collapses to his knees, the rain plastering his hair to his forehead. A strangled gasp escapes his lips. Another man claws at his throat, his face contorted in a silent scream. Tendrils of dark energy writhe around a figure, who cries out, "Big Brother Minion." A woman clutches her bleeding arm, her eyes wide with terror as a monstrous figure looms behind her. A lone figure stands defiant, battling against a horde of shadowy monsters. A man, his face etched with desperation, pleads, "Please run away." Kneeling before a towering, grotesque creature, a figure declares, "This is enough. You've sacrificed enough for us." For the sake of this country, a young foreign hunter who had nothing to do with us, fought and died, taking down 50,000 mafia elites along with him. Italy already received a favor from Hunter Kim Seojun, of the Dream Team, that it could not repay. His voice cracking with emotion, the man begs, "Please don't risk your lives for us any longer." Tears streaming down his face, another man cries out, "We cannot sacrifice our benefactors like this. Now is the time for Italy to make sacrifices for our benefactors, even if hundreds of thousands of us become bait." A desperate voice echoes, "Please run away. Heyun." Amidst the chaos, two figures fight back to back. One shouts, "All right," while the other wonders, why aren't they running away? Could it be that they are waiting for Hunter Kim Seojun? If you are waiting for Hunter Kim Seojun, it's no use. He won't be coming because he's already dead. Hunter Kim Seojun. No, how can Captain die? He isn't dead. He can't die. The only thing that can kill Big Brother Seojun is world destruction itself. There's one more thing. Money. Hee. Ah, you're right. Let me say it again. The only things that can kill Big Brother Seojun is the Great Depression and world destruction itself. Elena, please hang in there, sir. Association President. If you hang in there, Hunter Kim Seojun will come. Even you. What kind of faith is this? He is dead. There's no way he could have survived that big explosion. This is an undeniable fact. Even if he survives. A figure stands before a monstrous entity, the air crackling with unseen energy. The figure declares that nothing will change when he arrives, but Francesco stands with his back to the viewer, a sense of unease emanating from him. He wonders why. Francesco's face is etched with worry as he asks why on earth this is happening. He wonders if he wants to believe what they said. A hand rests on Francesco's shoulder, offering a silent reassurance. Francesco stands alongside another man, both looking determined. The man's hand remains on Francesco's shoulder. The other man wonders if it's not their benefactor. Who else can it be? Tears stream down Francesco's face, a mixture of grief and resolve etched in his expression. The Draugr is struck by a powerful attack, energy exploding around it. Francesco and the other man declare that they will help too. Francesco states that no matter what they have to do, that monster must be stopped here. Until Hunter Kim Seojun gets here, don't die, everyone. The call to action rings out. Don't fall back. Don't run away. Fight. If we fall, it's over for Italy. A blast of red energy erupts. Two figures plummet through the air. A figure crashes violently into a wall. Another figure is hurled against a wall with tremendous force. A man cradles Suyin, desperately trying to rouse her. he shouts, urging her to come to her senses and protect Italy with their own hands. The man's face is etched with shock and disbelief. A voice declares that this is the absence of a hero. A monstrous figure materializes, radiating an ominous aura. Another body slams into a wall, the impact echoing through the surroundings. The force of the impact shatters the wall, sending debris flying. A figure coughs, blood splattering from their mouth. A figure, standing tall, lets out a chilling laugh. She thought she could hold on a little longer. A lone figure stands with a sword, facing the darkness. She won't scold Mr. Seojun so much, she thinks, a smile playing on her lips. A bright light shines in the night sky. A blue symbol glows intensely. The figure raises their sword, ready to strike. A monstrous figure with glowing orange eyes and sharp teeth appears. A woman with glasses looks on, her expression unreadable. She exhales softly, a hint of a smile on her face. The figure is surrounded by blue energy. A close-up of a determined face, bathed in blue light. A woman in a suit stands ready, a sword held in her hands. A figure is surrounded by a torrent of blue energy. The woman from before smirks. A monstrous figure looms, its form shrouded in shadow. A man with a sword stands tall as another man cowers before him, whispering that Hunter Kim Seojun is here. The monster's eyes glow with malevolent intent. Kim Seojun is engulfed in blue energy. Kim Seojun grits his teeth, surrounded by a swirling vortex of power. He is no ordinary opponent. A voice echoes, declaring that they must go all out from the beginning. The monster looms, ready to strike. Kim Seojun prepares to unleash his power. Raw energy coalesces, crackling with untamed power. The energy erupts in a blinding beam of pure force. The beam streaks forward, an unstoppable torrent of destruction. A man watches with wide eyes, muttering in disbelief. Kim Seojun grits his teeth, a look of grim determination hardening his features. No. A voice booms, echoing with dark intent. Not yet. The energy slams into a distant structure, the impact shaking the very foundations of the city. The force of the blast sends shockwaves rippling outwards. The beam continues its relentless path, carving a swathe of destruction. Seojun Kim prepares to act, his eyes blazing with blue energy. A blinding surge of blue energy erupts, tearing through the air with violent force. Kim Seojun grits his teeth, bracing himself against the unseen onslaught. A monstrous figure looms, its crimson eyes burning with malevolent intent. A voice echoes, acknowledging the Demogorgon's rapidly increasing regeneration speed. Seojun Kim remains focused, his expression unwavering as he assesses the situation. A wave of red energy explodes outward, a stark contrast to the previous blue. The crimson energy slams into the monstrous figure, engulfing it in a fiery blast. A figure coughs violently, spewing a stream of viscous black liquid. The monster, though battered, still stands. It acknowledges that this is the first time it has encountered something that could withstand heaven's equal great sage's DGP. Kim Seojun stands alongside another figure, their faces etched with concern. There's no need to take it on by yourself, the other figure says. Voices call out to Kim Seojun, urging him to speak the words. Captain, just say the words. A group of figures stands ready, their faces a mixture of determination and apprehension. One asks, what should we do? The figure's expression is grim, a silent acknowledgement of the gravity of the situation. He is escorted by two women down the street. A near-immortal existence plagues his thoughts. Even the heavens' equal great sage's disperse grass pierce doesn't work on it. With his current level, there is no way to deal with that thing. It's literally impossible, he thinks, gripping the weapon tightly. Kim Seojun acknowledges that he is aware of the situation. Some time passes, and a voice echoes, speaking of the path they want to walk and the transcended they want to become, until they gather enough strength. Those who create a way when there is no way, these people are the ones who transcend the impossible. A voice urges them to hang on until then. The women ask if he needs them to buy time. A woman with a ponytail confidently states that they will handle it. The woman from before begins to cast a spell. Two figures clash amidst swirling energies, one wielding a gleaming sword, the other a crackling, whip-like weapon. A chaotic melee unfolds as figures leap and fall, surrounded by violet energy. A warrior grips a massive blade, lightning dancing across its surface. A figure is consumed by a torrent of raw power, their form barely visible within the radiant glow. A voice cries out, declaring that Italy will not be taken over by the monster. Another voice shouts to protect Hunter Kim Seojun. A desperate plea echoes, urging the protection of Italy. The battle rages on, energy crackling and illuminating the scene. A scream pierces the air, a sound of pure agony. Panting heavily, two figures watch the unfolding chaos, their faces etched with concern. A somber voice declares the fight meaningless, that it is over and they are finished. A man observes the scene, his expression a mask of grim contemplation. The two men in the office look up, startled by an unseen event. A hand slams down on a desk, the force of the impact echoing through the room. Go and inform the people, Italy is finished, the Prime Minister orders. Three men walk away, desperately seeking support from neighboring countries. Beg them not to ignore the fleeing citizens, one pleads. A figure kneels, the sound of their action heavy in the air. If you have to kneel, kneel. If you have to smash your head on the ground, do so, a voice commands. A man stands defiantly before a monstrous entity, a swirling vortex of red energy surrounding them. Beg them not to ignore our people, the monster booms. Two figures look up, their expressions unreadable in the dim light. What about you? A voice asks. Two men stand together, resolute in their decision. I will stay here with them, one declares. The narration continues. 200,000 Italian pro-hunters and the mafia are still fighting to protect Italy. A man stands with his back to the viewer, his shoulders squared with determination. They are also citizens of Italy. I can't abandon them and run away, he thinks. A man with a stern expression declares, I'll leave it to you. A group of figures stand together, surrounded by swirling magical energy, preparing for battle. A figure stands poised with a sword, a red aura emanating from their body, ready to strike. A hand reaches out from the darkness, surrounded by swirling energy, its intent unknown. The Draugr lunges, its grotesque form a blur of crimson and bone as it closes the distance. Its claws descend, tearing through the air with savage intent. The attack continues, the force of its blows creating a shockwave. The Draugr presses its assault, heedless of the chaos around it. The monster's relentless barrage shows no sign of stopping. Seo-jun focuses, a surge of blue energy coursing through him as he prepares to retaliate. His eyes blaze with power, the air crackling with anticipation as he channels his skill. A beam of pure energy erupts, the word disperse emblazoned upon its core. The beam strikes the Draugr, its form momentarily solid before the energy begins to unravel it. The monster's essence begins to break apart, its cohesion failing under the force of the skill. Its form dissolves further, the energy tearing it asunder. The Draugr is no more, its essence scattered to the winds, leaving only the fading echoes of its power. He is enveloped in a surge of blue energy, preparing to unleash a devastating technique. The Draugr looms, its monstrous form radiating a menacing red glow, ready to grasp its prey. The energy intensifies, blurring the world around them with raw speed. Streaks of light tear through the air, a visual representation of the hero's escalating velocity. The world distorts, the very fabric of reality bending to accommodate the sheer force of the impending strike. The blue energy crackles, a symphony of power building towards its crescendo. The air shimmers, the atmosphere charged with an almost palpable tension. The world becomes a blur of motion, a canvas painted with streaks of pure speed. Seo-jun Kim declares, his voice ringing with determination, that he will use Thialfi's divine speed. A piercing technique, honed to the absolute limit of velocity, is about to be unleashed. Seo-jun grits his teeth, a fierce resolve burning in his eyes. He must overcome that limit. Even if his whole body is broken, he is willing to pay the price to achieve this ultimate speed. He considers the Demogorgon's ability, wondering if it's super regeneration instead. Then, he resolves to go beyond that limit. His power surges, exceeding its super regeneration. He uses the power of the true transcended. The power continues to build, reaching beyond. The energy intensifies, a blinding light. The limit is transcended, the power now absolute. The energy spirals, a vortex of pure force. The light engulfs everything, a radiant explosion. Suk Suyin's eyes widen, a mix of awe and concern etched on her face. Her expression remains troubled, the scratches on her face a reminder of the ongoing battle. From above, the scene reveals several figures scattered on the ground, the aftermath of a fierce struggle. A man stares at his laptop in disbelief, his mouth agape. Another man stands behind him, a concerned look on his face. The man's eyes widen, a look of shock spreading across his face. The magic power reaction, he exclaims. A man in a fedora looks up, his expression grim. The monster, he mutters. The city is gone, replaced by a swirling vortex of light and energy. A voice echoes, is gone. Seo-jun Kim turns, his expression unreadable as he stares at the devastation. A close-up reveals a sinister smile on the man's face. Ah, he breathes. Seo-jun Kim grips a weapon, ready to fight. A figure stands before a grand, ornate building, its architecture reaching towards the heavens. Young Jimin, looking visibly shaken, gulped. He asked, say that again. What happened to the Demogorgon? The Dark Saint stated flatly. The Demogorgon was eliminated. The Dark Saint asked, do you think that? The Dark Saint continued. Makes any sense? A disembodied voice urged. They want you to hurry. Young Jimin turned to the Dark Saint, stating, back to the headquarters. Young Jimin gasped, his eyes widening in shock. A figure in a dark hood recoils, muttering, in no way. That is the apostle of patience. Kim Seo-jun's name is called out. A disembodied voice echoes, my mind is floating. The same voice continues, as if I'm swimming in water. A new voice groans, ugh, what's this musty, familiar smell? The voice continues, sounding confused. Seriously, how strange. This can't be happening. Is it because these are Euro bills? Suyin? It's Suyin's voice. Someone asks, does anyone have Korean bills? Another voice responds, I exchanged all my money before coming to Italy, so I don't have any. A third voice pipes up, I have 10,000 won. Finally, a fourth voice demands, Big Sister Haeun, just hand that over immediately. Eyes widen in shock or realization. The group gathered around the hospital bed, murmuring in confusion. Seojun Kim, looking back at the group, asked what they were all doing. Suk Suyin exclaimed that she had told them so, her tone smug. One of the men looked shocked, realizing that even his spiritual power was useless in this situation. The man's expression intensified, his eyes widening in disbelief. Suk Suyin declared herself a genius, a wide grin spreading across her face. The group remained gathered around the bed, their expressions a mix of confusion and amusement. A disembodied voice declared that he had come back to life the moment he smelled money. Seojun Kim, with a bewildered expression, realized that was why he had a bill stuck up his nostril. Seojun Kim and Suk Suyin exchanged a few words, but nothing of substance was said. Suk Suyin burst into laughter, finding the situation hilarious. A hand held a rolled-up bill, the source of the commotion. Judging from everyone's moods, it seems everything ended well. Seojun Kim thinks to himself that he should thank the causality that entered his nostril too. He reflects that if he hadn't listened to Thialfi's lecture, it would have been dangerous. It would have been impossible for him to survive the great explosion in Sicily in the first place. Seojun Kim realizes he must have relied too much on dispersed grass Pierce. He looks at his phone. Seojun Kim wonders if he can take care of this other thing he has first, then chuckles to himself, guessing his mentor is busy now. Suk Suyin asks how long he has been unconscious. She tells him he's been lying for 3 full days. Seojun Kim is shocked to hear he was out for 3 days, thinking it would be about half a day or a day at most. Suk Suyin tells Mr. Seojun not to even get her started. After using that power, he was in such a severe condition. They said that almost all the bones in his body were broken, and his whole body was crushed, literally. Suk Suyin exclaims that she really thought he was dead, Captain. Even though she used all her spiritual power, there was no sign of anything happening, but just by smelling the money. Suk Suyin clears her throat. Seojun Kim wonders if the smell of money could really have brought him back. He thinks that nothing is certain, but it must have been the residual power of the elixir that healed his body for 3 days. The situation felt unfair, probably. A knock echoed from the door. Elena announced her presence. Elena exclaimed, relieved that Mr. Kim Seojun was finally awake. She greeted Elena. Just then, the Prime Minister, the Association President, and Sir Antonio arrived for a visit. Elena looked surprised. Not only did they want to check on his condition, but they also wanted to talk about the compensation. Seojun asked them to please let him rest. Hunter Kim Seojun? The men exclaimed, surprised that he was up. The men asked how Seojun was feeling and if he was alright. Seojun responded that other than feeling a little stiff, he was completely fine. A flashback showed Seojun using overwhelming power that destroyed the Demogorgon and brought him to the verge of death. It was said that all he was feeling was a little stiffness. One of the men expressed his relief, stating that he was glad. He added that he wasn't a hunter, so he didn't know what was wrong. Seojun cleared his throat, stating that he heard they had something to tell him. Elena added that since he hadn't completely recovered yet, they shouldn't waste his time. A voice cuts through the air, declaring the intention to get straight to the point. Elena stands poised, ready to deliver the information. An envelope is presented, containing the profits from processing the corpses of the monsters he eliminated. The officials explain that they haven't been able to process all the corpses yet due to the sheer number, but they are expected to generate approximately 90 million euro in revenue. The amount is displayed, 90 million euro, equivalent to approximately 135 billion won. A mafia boss reveals that they have prepared a reward to thank him for his hard work. The man continues, explaining that even though they don't know when Francesco and Agni started, they have made quite a lot through illegal activities. The mafia boss states that the money was earned illegally, but the way he uses it is what matters. They wouldn't have gotten that money if it weren't for him anyway, so they have decided to give it all to him. Seojun Kim's eyes widen in disbelief as he hears the staggering sum. 7.5 billion euro, approximately 11 trillion won. The officials believe that they have more assets hidden in Sicily, but as he knows, Sicily. He isn't listening. An official wonders if it would be right to compensate him with money at first, stating that for him, Italy would have fallen. He considered another reward, but the Dream Team members thought money would be best. The Dream Team members give their approval. An unknown person offers their sincerity. In return for saving Italy from the crisis, the reward is 30 billion euros. The amount leaves Seojun in shock. He thinks about the total rewards he received through this job. The total is 56.135 trillion won. That's approximately $40 billion. That amount of money is the same amount that Jesus, who worked as a carpenter, could have earned if he was still working to this day, while making 70 million won per day. Or the amount of money that the last Neanderthal, who went extinct 30,000 years ago, could have earned. Mr. Seojun. He could earn if he was paid 1.6 billion won a year every year until now. Compensation. So they had a little discussion among themselves. A wave of shock washes over him, his mouth agape at the unbelievable news. The captain is informed that the mafia-related work was done by him alone, and it's only proper that he receives all the money Sir Antonio gives. Honestly, the Demogorgon too. His colleagues, clad in hospital gowns, insist they only helped out, though he wonders since when they've become so considerate. The thought echoes in his mind. He's about to receive about 52.135 trillion won. Seo-jun stares at his phone, realizing he now has the required causality for the next transcendent shops item. A system message displays the amount, 35 billion won, which is just 35 billion won. He muses that at this rate, not only will elixirs be no problem at all, but he can also freely buy other things. He imagines himself surrounded by money, enough to buy equipment from the transcendent shop and leave hundreds of reviews in the community. Tears well in his eyes, overwhelmed by the sheer amount. Someone comments that it's really nothing compared to his hard work, but it's still the best they could do. The speaker laments that the problems were taken care of in the end, but Italy has suffered too much damage. This incident has severely paralyzed the country, and for the time being, Italy will be busy recovering from this damage. The fact that Prime Minister Samuel took out this budget means that he already did his best. Seo-jun Kim is addressed as Hunter Kim Seo-jun. The man in the suit asks if he could ask a favor. The man in the suit responds, stating that he feels like he can even defeat another Demogorgon at this rate, and asks Seo-jun to say it. The man in the suit asks if it's all right with Seo-jun. Seo-jun asks if the man could take a walk down the streets of Rome just once. A helicopter flies over Rome. A group of people stand outside a building. Italy has suffered so much from this incident. So, can you give our people hope once again? A car drives down a street. People lie injured on the street. More injured people are scattered on the ground. Meanwhile, Kim Seo-jun stands, lost in thought. A young girl approaches Kim Seo-jun, tilting her head. She asks. The girl holds up a drawing. Here, she exclaims. Kim Seo-jun smiles, patting the girl on the head. Thanks, he says as the girl giggles. He waves goodbye to a young girl. A group of people walks towards a building. A man adjusts his tie. A group of people stands together, ready to swear an oath. A man raises his fist, a symbol of determination. Following Hunter Kim Seo-jun's spirit, we, the Mafia, hereby swear. We swear to respect and protect the weak. We swear to protect our honor and glory with bravery and justice. We will abominate the unfairness, underhandedness, and deceit. We will always be sincere and will not turn down any challenge that comes our way. Your pain will soon become our pain. Happiness will be our happiness. The man in the white shirt and tie declares, no matter where you are, we will respond to your call. And your enemies are our enemies. A close-up reveals a man with slicked back hair, his expression intense as he vows, we will remember everyone on the dream team, including Hunter Kim Seo-jun, as our heroes. Another man with slicked back hair pledges, we will regard you as the father of our entire family and pledge to be your children. Standing tall among his subordinates, a man states, Tutti Capi. The text explains, Tutti Capi, a term that refers simultaneously to the Mafia's godfather and Italy's representative hero of Cataclysm. A man asks, what are you doing, Mr. Seo-jun? You have to say something. Everyone is waiting. Kim Seo-jun appears contemplative, a slight furrow in his brow. A woman with blonde hair pulled back expresses, the series of experiences I've had so far, I finally understood. A man with blonde slicked back hair smiles confidently. Kim Seo-jun stands before a crowd of silhouettes. Kim Seo-jun reflects, people say that results are everything in life. They aren't wrong, because that's what I used to think too. However, through Kim Seo-jun thinks, the series of experiences I've had so far, I finally understood. That's just something you say when fighting enemies. Even if the results are bad, people will remain by your side as long as you put in the effort. The destination isn't everything. We become narrow-minded because we think that the destination is more important than the effort, and efficiency is more important than experience. Maybe our real reward is this very moment. I hope everyone who is watching this scene is happy. Of course, far from happiness, what they went through was hell. There will be those who suffer as they survived, as well as those who despair at the uncertainty of what to do in the future. For those who are struggling, comforting them by telling them to cheer up is worse than not doing anything at all. Happiness may be nothing more than a simple deception for these people. Even so, I hope that they are happy. It's similar to a caterpillar living each. No matter how hopeless the situation is, even when faced with an inevitable fate, as long as we don't give up on finding the meaning of life, we will always be able to rise again. Please be happy, everyone. 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 Heh. Cook. Hop. Laughter echoes through the air as a group of people celebrate on the steps. The crowd erupts in joyous laughter. Suk Suyin laughs, her eyes crinkling at the corners. I was wondering what you would say after acting all serious, Appa. Kim Seo-jun glances back, a small smile playing on his lips. The crowd cheers, their voices rising in unison. No matter what, we will be happy. Kim Seo-jun looks on, a determined glint in his eyes. We will do our best and be happy. A man smiles knowingly, his expression filled with warmth. A man throws his head back in laughter, a woman beside him playfully wiping away a tear. A man tips his hat, a wide grin spreading across his face. Kim Seo-jun's eyes reflect a deep sense of resolve. The sound of laughter fills the air. A butterfly flits through the sky, carrying the echoes of laughter with it. Suk Suyin asks if he is really not going. Lee Hae-eun mentions that Elena said she would show them some good pizza and pasta restaurants. Someone suggests to let him be, maybe his body is still sore. A voice calls out, saying that they will be back for Mr. Seojun. Kim Seojun looks shocked, stammering that she is here. A sharp intake of breath pierces the air. So, are you starting to feel your limits right now, student Kim Seojun? The voice echoes in the room. Seojun replies, well, I guess you can say so. What do you think? Seojun asks. Indeed, there is a problem, the voice responds. Is there a problem with my eyes? A childlike voice wonders, rubbing at their eyes. Me? Looks like this error has occurred again. Please give me a second. Let me destroy this erroneous device, the childlike voice declares, punctuated by maniacal laughter. Instead of this broken junk, let's get something new while we're at it, the voice exclaims. Let go of me. Things that blatantly spread the causality error, like that metal piece of junk, must disappear from this universe. Let go of. A piercing scream echoes through the town, startling a flock of birds into flight. A childish grin spreads across Kim Seojun's face. The smile fades as disbelief washes over him. It can't be right, he mumbles. A figure approaches from behind, politely requesting attention. Excuse me. Seojun's eyes widen in disbelief. Is this some kind of joke? Are his current level and limits being tested? His face contorts in rage, veins bulging. Is someone faking this? He scoffs, realizing the truth. Oh, I didn't do well on this test. I accidentally got one wrong. That's not it. Seojun's mind races, trying to understand. Then what on earth is it? Putting everything else aside, what on earth did he do with Instructor Buddha's lecture? Seojun screams in frustration. He sighs, defeated. So, he asks what the limits are that the instructor is referring to. Kim Seojun adds that he would like to learn Heaven's equal great sage heavenly meteor staff. An error message appears, stating that in order to take this lecture, one needs Heaven's equal great sage disperse, grasp, pierces. The instructor explains that when he tries to take heavenly meteor staff, a notification pops up saying that he must complete disperse, grasp, pierce to learn it. The instructor Heaven's equal great sage's lecture progress is very slow. The instructor's lecture progress rate is at 14.3%. The instructor asks if Kim Seojun realizes that he's progressing at such an unbelievable rate. Kim Seojun responds, asking if that's really the case. The chibi instructor says that it doesn't have to be the heavenly meteor staff. He's accumulated a lot of causality this time, so any technique is fine. He asks Kim Seojun to recommend the best method to surpass his current level. The chibi instructor says that it looks like Kim Seojun really saved up a lot. He adds that Kim Seojun might really be surprised when he hears about it. The chibi instructor muses that if there are no limitations on causality, there are two methods he can recommend for Kim Seojun's current situation. The instructor says to increase the total amount of magic power. The instructor asks about magic power. Unlike other cadets, he can use the magic power from all three of his energy centers. The chibi instructor states that just by increasing the total amount of magic power, one can easily break away from their current limitations. The instructor says that to put it simply, it's like using all the causality one has collected to purchase elixirs. Kim Seojun is surprised. He wonders about the second method. The second method, he is told, involves learning the heavenly meteor staff from Instructor Heaven's equal great sage. Young Jimin asks if he's pardoning him, but to learn that, he has to complete Disperse Grasp Pierce first. That's if he goes through the lecture system of their Transcension Academy. Young Jimin exclaims that it's a different story if he learns it directly from Instructor Heaven's equal great sage. The instructor explains that he will literally be learning from Instructor Heaven's equal great sage himself. He can think of it as a similar concept too. The words private tutoring appear. Kim Seojun wonders if 1:1 tutoring is even possible. Young Jimin clarifies that it is closer to single-course lectures rather than private tutoring. The instructor asks if he has ever heard of Spartan training. Young Jimin explains that it doesn't last forever, but recently, as their academy updated its curriculum, the single-course lectures were also updated. He believes that Instructor Heaven's equal great sage's lecture is among them. The course progress is at a standstill. Endless self-doubt as to whether you are doing a good job. The man feels a bit like a marshmallow. Even extreme loneliness and solitude. How hard must the journey to become a transcendent be? For the freshman, it has been. The advertisement begins by showcasing the preparation for the so-called Spartan single-course training. The advertisement highlights all the problems that freshmen are struggling with. The advertisement explains that professional transcendent instructors will visit and teach in a one-on-one environment, solving the problems. The advertisement promotes getting rid of your sick tooth. The advertisement promotes becoming transcendent. The advertisement encourages viewers to apply now, stating that it's fun. The advertisement shows that one's rank has changed after listening to the Sparta single-course training. The advertisement reassures that this is just an advertisement. The advertisement searches for Heaven's equal great sage's lecture. The advertisement has found it. The advertisement asks who wants to fight one-on-one with Instructor Heaven's equal great sage. The advertisement asks if one applies for this. Instructor Heaven's equal great sage will teach directly, just like how they're talking to Sir Minter. The advertisement states that since the instructor is invited directly, the cost of the causality is enormous. Although he will be in a spiritual form that cannot have any influence on this dimension, his mere existence imposes a huge causality burden, so your causality will be consumed on an hourly basis. It is so tempting. Seojun Kim asks how much it will cost. A voice from off-panel calculates Cadet Kim Seojun's current causality, estimating the cost at 1,000,000,000,000 per hour. Kim Seojun appears excited. A small figure declares that he will do it. He groans, realizing that receiving direct teachings from heaven's equal great sage is worth more than 1,000,000,000,000 won. Kim Seojun insists that 1,000,000,000,000 is still cheap, asking to be given a second to contact someone. He adds that if it isn't good, he can stop after listening to the lecture for an hour. Kim Seojun is told that he's coming right now. He wonders aloud. A voice asks if he is the freshman who wants to fight with him. Kim Seojun is shocked. A voice states that it couldn't even feel his presence, adding that no entity has managed to escape Chiron's senses until now. The victorious fighting Buddha Heaven's equal great sage asks if he was the freshman who wanted to fight him. Kim Seojun is sweating. Young Jimin exclaims to his mentor, asking why Heaven's equal great sage would teach him directly. He continues, asking why he wouldn't point out each problem one by one and pass on his know-how, and why he can't learn other skills besides Heavenly Meteor Staff. A screen displays the text, "Where on earth is the teaching part?" Below, it reads, "Who wants to fight one-on-one? Instructor, Heaven's equal great sage." A character reacts with shock, exclaiming, "Huh." A speech bubble reads, "Did he mean we will really be fighting one-on-one?" A chibi-style figure of Heaven's great sage is shown on a phone screen, feigning ignorance while whistling. One character angrily asks, "Well, aren't you answering me? I asked if you were the one." The text reads, "What on earth is this nonsense?" It is revealed that Heaven's equal great sage is Sun Wukong. The text asks, "Who is he?" The panel shows a figure holding a staff. The text explains, Heaven's equal great sage literally means a sage as great as the heaven, and is a title given by Sun Wukong himself. The text states that he caused a mess in the heavenly realm to have his nickname acknowledged. The Rui Jingu staff is mentioned, noting that he stole it from the Dragon Palace. It is mentioned that the Jade Emperor was unable to stop his disturbance and approved it. Instead of taking care of them, he ate the precious peaches. In the end, the angry Jade Emperor sent the best generals from heaven to deal with him, but the Jade Emperor was unable to stop him. They all lost. In the end, he was sealed for 500 years by Buddha, who couldn't stand his sight any longer. After being rescued by Tripitaka, he was recognized for his contribution in helping him get to India and was called the victorious fighting Buddha. Well, anyway, a fighter among fighters who chewed gum once in the past has become a scoundrel among scoundrels. If I fight against someone like him, I will definitely die. Hey, are you ignoring me? I asked if it's you. Ah, well, yes, that's right, Sir Instructor. All you have to do is fight with him. There's no need for you to go, yup. Sir Mentor, what kind of nonsense are you saying? Oh, yup. Is that 50 million? Shudder. I see. Then shall we let loose for the first time in a long time? Pluck. A cascade of objects plummets from above, scattering across the floor. Falling, Kim Seojun tumbles through the air, the ground rushing up to meet him. A blur of colors and symbols fills the space, a chaotic swirl of the unknown. The world shifts, resolving into a vast, verdant field where two figures stand silhouetted against the horizon. Seojun's eyes dart around, confusion etched on his face. Look around. A close-up reveals the knot of his tie, a stark reminder of the world he left behind. Sun Wukong stands firm, his staff planted on the ground with a resounding thud. Heaven's great sage declares that this is it. He states, don't worry. I just used Taoist art to create a fantastical space. Seojun Kim thinks to himself, because the space we were in was too small to fight. Seojun Kim wonders what's with this impact. He thinks to himself, didn't Sir Mentor say it is only a spiritual form that can't affect my dimension at all? Heaven's great sage swings a log. A chibi-style drawing explains that Sir Instructor's attack can influence Cadet Kim Seojun. A text bubble declares that Kim Seojun is the one who paid the causality. Another bubble asks why he is only being told something so important now. He lies on the ground, coughing. A chibi-style drawing of Heaven's great sage asks why Kim Seojun is so weak, stating it's boring. Kim Seojun attacks with Longinus. Heaven's great sage looks surprised. Kim Seojun is hit by an attack and dispersed. Heaven's great sage expresses surprise. Kim Seojun is confused. Heaven's great sage states that Kim Seojun was one of the cadets taking his lecture, grabbing Longinus with his bare hand. A close-up of Kim Seojun's face shows his determination. Kim Seojun prepares to attack with Longinus. The words, 3 energy centers appear, highlighting the source of power. He unleashes a torrent of blue energy, crackling with lightning, as he taps into the power of the 3 energy centers. Heaven's great sage, with a hand to his chin, muses, oh ho, that isn't bad at all dash. Blurring into motion, Kim Seojun continues his assault, the blue energy intensifying around him. The word grasp appears amidst a burst of green energy. Kim Seojun strikes, the power of the 3 energy centers unleashed in a concentrated blast. Heaven's great sage raises a hand, thinking, even though you only used a small amount of magic power, the efficiency it has is really amazing, right? He then says, wait. Kim Seojun's attack intensifies, his face contorted with effort as he pours more energy into the strike. The blue energy crackles and surges. The attack continues to press forward, the blue energy a tangible force. The blue energy intensifies further. Heaven's great sage's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he says, "That's a little dangerous, though." Even if his body breaks, Kim Seojun vows to take the smug look off his opponent's face, blue energy crackling around him. He focuses, the blue aura intensifying as he prepares his attack. Heaven's great sage screams, bracing for the impact. A pierced attack launches, a blinding light cutting through the air. The piercing light continues its relentless assault. The piercing light continues its relentless assault. The piercing light continues its relentless assault. Elsewhere, a figure swings a staff with incredible speed. The staff wielder stands ready, radiating power. The staff wielder stands ready, radiating power. Heavenly Meteor Staff, first technique. Heaven's great sage's eyes widen in shock as the new attack descends. Azure Sky Soaring Flow. The energy surges. The flow intensifies. The power continues to build. The energy hurtles forward. The attack connects in a blinding flash. He lies on the ground, eyes wide with shock. Heaven's great sage struggles to comprehend the attack. He thinks, I couldn't see it. I couldn't even react to it. I can't even fathom what realm he is in right now. Heaven's great sage reflects. This is the strength of a transcendent. Ugh, maybe it's because it's been a while since I used my strength. I couldn't control it properly. Kim Seojun states, that's because you even used Taoist art. Most of your power was already sealed due to the causality restrictions, but since you even used Taoist art in the fantastical world, the restrictions must have become more severe. The revelation hits Kim Seojun hard, his eyes widening in disbelief. Wait a moment, he stammers. Did you say most of your powers are sealed? A disembodied voice explains the nature of the beings. Why are you so surprised? Hold on, don't tell me you don't know who the transcended are. Another voice chimes in, questioning, hey mentor, didn't you teach him what kind of beings the transcendents are? The Heaven's great sage throws his head back, roaring with laughter. Haha, I told him that they are people who have overcome the limitations of their race. A text box declares, TSK. How superficial. The Heaven's great sage, still chuckling, turns to Kim Seojun. Listen carefully, he instructs. Kim Seojun's throat bobs as he swallows hard, the word transcendence hanging in the air like a looming threat. Confusion clouds Kim Seojun's face, a large question mark materializing beside him. The Heaven's great sage continues to laugh, a text box reading. Ha ha ha. Look at his expression. He thinks to himself, I want to flick him so badly. The Heaven's great sage's laughter intensifies, tears welling in his eyes. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. You are pissed, right? He asks, before pausing. Wait. 1 hour. Kim Seojun, still reeling, wipes his brow. I passed out just now, right? How much time has passed? There aren't any additional costs, right? The Heaven's great sage lies prone on the ground, a message appearing above him. Please be rest assured. Since you only signed up for 1 hour, Sir Instructor will go back after 1 hour has passed. No additional cost will be incurred without your approval. Kim Seojun places a hand on his chest, trying to calm himself. And since this is a fantastical space Sir Instructor created, there is nothing wrong with your actual physical condition. As a result, recovery is quick. He muses, You can simply think of it as a mental world. Kim Seojun looks down at the Heaven's great sage, a determined glint in his eyes. Excuse me, since we fought once, can you stop laughing and teach me now? The Heaven's great sage questions why he wants to be taught instead of fighting. He finds no fun in teaching. The Heaven's great sage admits he set up the single course lecture, but it's too boring. He spent a huge amount of causality to learn from Kim Seojun, though. The Heaven's great sage picks his nose, uninterested. Kim Seojun is annoyed, thinking he really wants to flick the Heaven's great sage once. The Heaven's equal great sage's lecture progress rate increased by 13.5%, 27.8%. Kim Seojun recalls that Sir Minter said it's Spartan training, but it was just a fight. Kim Seojun smiles, thinking this is it. The Heaven's great sage asks how about doing it like this, wondering if it will be fun. Kim Seojun asks if the Heaven's great sage will obediently teach him then, saying it's kind of like a bet. He adds that it sounds fun, but what if he can't even hit him once? Kim Seojun says that either way, he has nothing to lose because he can increase the lecture progress rate. The Heaven's great sage agrees, saying all right. Kim Seojun is surprised, asking what kind of condition it is, since it's no fun if they do just that, so the Heaven's great sage wants to put one more condition on it. He looks up, listening intently to the Heaven's great sage. The Heaven's great sage's condition is revealed. If Kim Seojun succeeds in touching even a single strand of his hair on his body, by any means possible, as long as it doesn't violate the causality restrictions, the Heaven's great sage will teach him everything he asks him to. Kim Seojun realizes that the Heaven's great sage will teach him not just the Heavenly Meteor Staff, but also the Taoist art if he asks. The Heaven's great sage sits calmly, awaiting Kim Seojun's response. Of course, if you can learn them, that is. Kim Seojun's expression hardens. Are you serious? The Heaven's great sage leans back, a mischievous glint in his eye. Of course, even though I love playing pranks, I don't lie. The Heaven's great sage grips his staff tightly. Kim Seojun declares, I will definitely hit you once, Sir Instructor. Kim Seojun takes a wide stance, preparing to strike. Kim Seojun's eyes narrow, determination etched on his face. No. The Heaven's Great Sage smiles confidently. Not hit, he stated. As I said, you only need to touch a strand of my hair. A character reacts with shock. He crashes to the ground, admitting to himself that he thought he could do it. The impact sends a spray of saliva and frustration into the air. The force sends Seo-jun Kim flying backwards, a cloud of dust erupting around him as he slams into the ground. Heaven's Great Sage watches, amused. Ha, this is awesome. Staggering, Seo-jun Kim reflects on his luck. He's fortunate this is a fantastical space created by the sage's Taoist art. Otherwise, he would have died a long time ago. Damn it, he thinks, sprawled on the ground. The money I earned through blood, sweat, and tears is being wasted away, he thinks. The text highlights Zhang Sanfeng's footwork plus divine speed. Heaven's Great Sage scratches his head, observing Seo-jun Kim's progress with a curious expression. At this speed, Seo-jun Kim thinks, pushing himself to the limit. Seo-jun Kim coughs up blood, acknowledging that his movements aren't bad. Heaven's Great Sage stands holding a wooden board, remarking, "But you're too slow." Heaven's Great Sage wonders what could be the reason. An unseen force unleashes a blinding beam of energy. The energy surges forward, a destructive wave. The beam intensifies, a concentrated burst of power. The energy continues its relentless path. The beam streaks through the air, unstoppable. Heaven's Great Sage lies sprawled on the ground, seemingly struck by the attack, a look of surprise on his face. Seo-jun Kim, standing with his spear, declares, "Gungnir's skill, dead shot." A voice echoes, "There's no use in avoiding it." Heaven's Great Sage remains on the ground, unmoving. Seo-jun Kim smiles, exclaiming, "It reached high dash." Heaven's Great Sage's eyes are wide with shock. Seo-jun Kim stands with his spear, ready for what comes next. The force of the blow sends dust and debris flying. The energy from the attack dissipates, leaving a lingering glow. The staff clatters to the ground, a sign of the apparent defeat. Heaven's Great Sage, standing behind another figure, expresses surprise. "What the? You made me use 2 of my clones, huh?" Seo-jun Kim stands over the fallen figure. A text bubble explains, "For your information, my clone is also my hair. I really made it using just a strand of hair." Seo-jun Kim reels back, realization dawning on his face. "I've been fighting a mere clone." A close-up of the clone's face reveals a blank, almost numb expression. Seo-jun Kim's eyes widen in disbelief. The clone struggles to move, whispering, "I can't move." The words "clone art transform" are displayed prominently. Seo-jun Kim is now surrounded by multiple clones, each wielding a staff. Heaven's Great Sage, flanked by his clones, laughs. "Let's go, my children. Yahoo!" He is immediately assaulted by a barrage of attacks, each blow landing with a sickening thud. More strikes rain down, the force of the impacts causing his lecture progress to increase. This is crazy. Heaven's Great Sage swings his staff with blinding speed, each strike carrying the weight of a mountain. The staff continues its relentless assault, a whirlwind of motion and destruction. Another devastating blow connects, sending Seo-jun Kim reeling from the force. He cries out in pain. Heaven's Great Sage taunts, "Wait a moment, Keek. Kiki, can you feel it? Kiki, I'm going to kill him no matter what." The shadows seem to whisper, "No matter what." A hand clenches, the knuckles white with tension. Heaven's Great Sage looks down at Seo-jun Kim, a hint of exasperation in his expression. A text box floats nearby, stating that it's only been 3 hours, yet Seo-jun is already exhausted. Heaven's Great Sage urges Seo-jun to stand up, insisting that they can't fight like this. He taps his foot impatiently as Seo-jun lies prone. Seo-jun Kim weakly apologizes, explaining that he can't even move his fingers. Heaven's Great Sage dismisses his apology, stating that it's understandable since he's been losing and gaining consciousness for the last 3 hours because of the beatings. He then says he will come back later. A figure approaches the prone Seo-jun Kim, asking if he is okay. Seo-jun groans in pain, lamenting that if things continue like this, his remaining 43 trillion will be wasted as well. Heaven's Great Sage remarks that it's not like he's wasting them for nothing. A holographic display shows Heaven's Great Sage's lecture progress rate increasing. Seo-jun wonders if it doesn't seem too bad if he can complete the course while getting beaten like this. Heaven's Great Sage chuckles, stating that no matter how strict the causality limitations are, the power of the transcended isn't something to be taken lightly. He adds that Sir Instructor Heaven's Great Sage is someone who competes for the highest rank among the transcended. Seo-jun, visibly annoyed, tells Heaven's Great Sage to be quiet if he's done teasing him. A small figure nearby responds with a cheerful yes. Seo-jun asks Heaven's Great Sage what exactly makes the transcended who they are. Heaven's Great Sage reflects on how he thought of them as incredibly strong existences, but when he actually met and got beaten up by one, it was on a completely different level than he thought. He wonders how he should explain it. Heaven's Great Sage offers to give Seo-jun an example, asking him to imagine there is an incredibly strong ant in the world. He then asks if it's just a regular small ant. A voice responds with a yes. A text box explains that if you are wondering how strong that ant is, then it's so strong that even if thousands or tens of thousands of ants attack at the same time, they aren't its opponent. He observes an ant, a tiny speck against the grand backdrop of the world. That's really strong. Seojun Kim looks up, a question forming on his lips. But can even the strongest ant defeat a dragon? The great sage purses his lips. That would be impossible, right? That's exactly it. Cracks spiderweb across a dark surface, revealing the silhouette of an ant trapped within. The voice continues, explaining the race limitations. The strongest ant that can slaughter tens of thousands of ants. It is still an ant in the end. Never in a million chances can an ant beat a dragon. That's the race limitations I mentioned. A swirling nebula of colors illustrates the concept of transcendence. And transcendence means going beyond those limits. A massive, crimson dragon looms over a tiny ant, the disparity in their power evident. To be precise, it is about overcoming the limitations of class. Therefore, it is true that the higher the race, the easier it is to rise to the rank of transcendence. The starting point itself is different. Ants and dragons can't be the same, right? The great sage stands before a grand, ornate wall. But that only goes so far before the wall of transcendence. The moment you overcome the wall of transcendence, that starting point becomes meaningless. The great sage's words echo as the image shifts back to him and Seojun Kim. There is no difference in rank among the transcended. For those who are combatant transcended, we only discuss them in the realm of martial arts. The great sage leans in, his expression serious. Do you understand why Sir Heaven's equal great sage can produce such power even though most of his power is sealed? The great sage gestures with a smile. And this is another story, but Cadet Kim Seojun is a bit of an exception. The image shifts to a close-up of Seojun Kim. If you become a transcended, you may become the first transcended in the history of transcended with a class difference. The great sage sits cross-legged, explaining the protagonist's unique abilities. Because you are the only one who can use the magic power of the three energy centers. Heaven's great sage beams, his small form radiating encouragement. So, do your best until then. Let's go. Seojun Kim sits, listening intently as the sage speaks. Well, in order to become a transcendent, you will first have to take a beating, Heaven's great sage states matter-of-factly. Seojun thinks to himself, that's easy for you to say. Seojun Kim looks up, a thought forming. Is there any explanation lecture on Heaven's equal great sage, like the Transcendental Trial exam? The text bubble reads, explanation lecture. If it's someone who defeated Sun Wukong. Seojun Kim sits in contemplation, the weight of the challenge settling upon him. Heaven's great sage sits cross-legged, responding to an unheard question. Sir Minter, does Instructor Buddha also teach private classes? The sage replies, no, he doesn't. Seojun Kim listens, absorbing the information. The text bubble reads, and even if he does, you probably won't be able to take them. The required causality will be insane. Would it be more than 10 trillion per class? The text bubble reads, no, even the unit will be different. Per hour, too. Seojun Kim slumps slightly, the cost seeming overwhelming. Seojun Kim sits, legs spread, hands on the floor, deep in thought. The text bubble reads, in the end, all I can do is to make up for our differences with items. Seojun Kim glances at his phone, a determined look on his face. Seojun Kim holds his phone, the screen displaying information about elixirs. The text bubble reads, buying a lot of elixirs also increases the causality requirement, so it's actually burdensome. Seojun Kim considers his options, the phone screen displaying an item. The text bubble reads, if there's one thing I can buy without accumulating causality. Replica, Jormungandr's deadly poison, 100 million Korean wons. Causal accumulation apply to. He scrolls through the item list on his phone. A bottle of Jormungandr's deadly poison sits on display. Several bottles of the deadly poison are lined up. Heaven's great sage looks on. Clicking sounds fill the air as Kim Seojun finalizes the purchase. Heaven's great sage wonders, oh, is this Sir Jormungandr's deadly poison? Why did you suddenly buy this? A sinister smile creeps across the face of Cadet Seojun. There's madness in his eyes. Heaven's great sage returns, a wide grin on his face. Hey, I'm back. Seojun Kim lies on the ground, wiggling slightly. Heaven's great sage looks down at him. What the? Why are you still lying around? Seojun replies, that's because you beat me up, Sir Instructor. The sage asks, beat you up? When did I? Seojun grimaces, thinking, tsk. How pathetic. So pathetic. Seojun thinks, I would be able to move again if I rest a little more. Heaven's great sage says, yeah, it wouldn't be fun to fight in your current state anyway. The sage stands over Seojun, who is now chewing something. He asks, wait, what are you eating? Seojun chews on a banana. Seojun thinks, still, I think bananas are good for recovery. The sage's mouth waters. Heaven's great sage offers Seojun something. I will give you one too, he continues. If you have something like that, you should share it. Seojun sits cross-legged, looking up at the sage. Heaven's great sage says, I haven't eaten one since I started living on Huagwa Mountain. Heaven's great sage smiles. But now that I am here, I get to fight and eat a banana. How nice. He takes a bite of the banana, a distinct chomp echoing in the air. A shudder runs through Heaven's great sage as he chews, a look of discomfort spreading across his face. The victorious fighting Buddha squints, a puzzled expression forming. Why does it taste so? A burst of energy erupts around him, a visual representation of the potent poison taking effect. The force of the poison slams into Heaven's great sage. The instructor's eyes widen in disbelief. What did you do to my banana? Jun smirks, holding his weapon at the ready. What do you think about the banana, sir instructor? Didn't it taste potent? Heaven's great sage clutches his stomach, his face contorted in pain. Of Jormungandr's deadly poison, so please savor it. Jun continues, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Since my poison is messing up your intestinal villus, isn't it considered my win? Huh, this is food, so it's invalid. Heaven's great sage grits his teeth, a surge of power emanating from him. Besides, poison like this can be detoxified in mere seconds. Clone art. Transform. A wave of energy washes over the area as Heaven's great sage initiates the multiple shadow clone technique. It's the concentrated taste of hundreds of bottles. The clones of Heaven's great sage surge forward, each wielding a staff, ready to attack. Erg, my stomach hurts. He knew that Jun would use that. The clones of Heaven's great sage launch their attack, spears aimed directly at Kim Jun. The spears fly, leaving trails of shimmering blue poison in their wake. The poison projectiles hurtle towards their target, closing the distance with terrifying speed. Heaven's great sage's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow as he watches the attack unfold. One of the clones declares, the banana is ambiguous, but this poison is definitely part of my attack. Have you never heard of poisoning art? The clones advance, their spears poised to strike. Jun's eyes narrow, a flicker of determination in his gaze. Heaven's great sage thinks, no matter how great Heaven's equal great sage is, he won't be able to avoid all the poison in the air. A close-up of one of the clones, ready to strike. The poison spears continue their deadly flight. Jun leaps back, barely dodging the incoming barrage. So what? All I have to do is recall my clones, kek. What the? That doesn't count. Why not? It's part of my abilities too. Heek. How dare you mess with my food? You shameless bastard. Look who's talking. Why can't you just pretend to lose? Would it kill you to teach me? What's wrong with these two? Heavenly Meteor Staff, first technique. Azure Sky Soaring Flow. Duck. Ha ha ha. Seeing how you can't touch me. The banana must have been very potent. It would have been dangerous if I had used divine speed a little. You son of a bitch. He stands, panting, sweat dripping from his brow. Jun is tired of being constantly beaten up. Jun's eyes narrow, a fierce determination burning within them. Let's end it with this, he shouts, gathering a swirling vortex of blue energy around his hands. The blue energy surges forward, slamming into Heaven's great sage with explosive force. The magical barrage intensifies, each strike carrying the weight of a thunderclap. The air crackles with raw power as the relentless assault continues. The blue energy engulfs Heaven's great sage, a maelstrom of destruction. The onslaught shows no sign of stopping, each blast more devastating than the last. Heaven's great sage is sent hurtling backward, a helpless figure caught in the storm of energy. Jun grits his teeth, channeling every ounce of his remaining strength into the final, decisive blow. Heaven's great sage is struck again, the force of the impact visible in his strained expression. The energy coalesces, building to a blinding crescendo of power. The final attack, star-breaking thousand thunders, erupts, consuming everything in a cataclysmic explosion of light and force. The lingering energy of star-breaking thousand thunders crackles in the air. The attack slams into Heaven's great sage. His face contorted in rage, Heaven's great sage grits his teeth against the pain. His spear clatters to the ground, the sound echoing in the sudden silence. His spear, a voice wonders. Jun continues his assault, a grim determination etched on his face. Don't tell me, he thinks. The attack connects, sending a shockwave through the area. You prick, Heaven's great sage roars, his voice laced with fury. Did you throw away your spear while pretending to rush at me? A wave of sickly green energy washes over him, and Heaven's great sage's eyes widen in disbelief. The great sage's face twists in fury. This crazy bastard. The energy crackles, a deadly poison spreading through the air. Jun's attack spreads deadly poison all over Heaven's great sage's body. The poison takes hold, a dark shadow falling over Heaven's great sage's face. He lets out a strained breath, the poison taking its toll. Jun stands nearby, acknowledging the situation. He thinks he has no choice but to admit it. A figure is covered in the viscous green liquid, gasping for air. The figure coughs, expelling a mouthful of the toxic substance. The green liquid coats a hand, glistening ominously in the dim light. The poison drips, each drop a testament to its potency. Heaven's great sage grits his teeth, realizing this is the first time in his life that he's met someone crazier than him. The Order of Truth's headquarters stands in Greenland, a stark fortress against the icy landscape. A chorus echoes, we greet the great voice. Cloaked figures stand in silent reverence. A figure in a dark cloak declares, we're advancing with our plans. The figure continues, we will be holding an apostolic ceremony. A pregnant silence hangs in the air. The cloaked figure reveals, the location is Korea, so prepare thoroughly. The figure pauses, then inquires, are you planning on making an appearance at the apostolic ceremony? The silence stretches, thick with unspoken intentions. Steps echo through a grand hall, leading towards an altar. Seo-jun thinks to himself that he is meeting someone crazier than him in this life, and that he has just realized that himself. Seo-jun asks what happened, and if he won. Heaven's great sage responds that Seo-jun managed to touch a strand of his hair in the end. Seo-jun is excited, thinking to himself that it was kind of fun and that a promise is a promise. Seo-jun laughs, thinking to himself that this is how the Jade Emperor felt when he saw him, and that he feels sorry for no reason. Heaven's great sage asks if Seo-jun knows how to feel sorry, sir. Heaven's great sage wonders what he should teach Seo-jun. Seo-jun asks what he can teach him. Heaven's great sage states that besides Heavenly Meteor Staff, he can teach Seo-jun a lot of things, of course. Heaven's great sage describes the clone art that summons clones with similar abilities to one's own and the spell that commands low-level earth gods. Heaven's great sage describes earth warping art, the technique of folding space on the ground and moving long distances at once, and the art of riding clouds in the sky, flying nimbus art. Heaven's great sage describes various transformation techniques, fire manipulating arts, water manipulating arts, wind arts, etc. He thinks to himself that it's annoying to explain every single one of his arts, so just know that. Seo-jun is surprised, thinking to himself those, and exclaiming whoa. He thinks to himself that he can learn all of it. The question hangs in the air, Heavenly Meteor Staff? Heaven's great sage stands, ready to elaborate, stating that the Heavenly Meteor Staff can be said to be the essence of his techniques. To put it simply, Heaven's great sage explains, the Heavenly Meteor Staff is an art comprising 9 techniques and 3 forms. Each of the 3 techniques forms one form, and each form. Annoyed, Heaven's great sage declares that explaining is bothersome, so he'll just show Seo-jun. He takes a step forward, staff in hand. Heaven's great sage states that he will go right on to the 3rd technique and first form. He holds the staff ready. Heaven's great sage begins the demonstration. The staff glows with power as he prepares to execute the technique. A close-up reveals the intensity in Heaven's great sage's eyes as he focuses on the 3rd technique. The technique is revealed, Grand Net Prosperous Heaven. Energy crackles around the staff. The power of the technique begins to manifest, the ground trembling under its force. Cracks spread across the ground, a testament to the immense energy being unleashed. The ground shatters as the full force of the Grand Net Prosperous Heaven is unleashed. Seo-jun, caught in the area of effect, cries out as he is sent flying backwards by the sheer power of the technique. The aftermath reveals a large crater, a clear demonstration of the destructive potential of the Heavenly Meteor Staff's 3rd technique. Heaven's great sage prepares to demonstrate the Heavenly Meteor Staff technique. The first form of the Heavenly Meteor Staff technique is unleashed. Falling Meteor. The energy surges through the training area. Heavenly Meteor Staff. He is struck by the force of the technique. The impact of the technique shatters the ground. Seo-jun is sent flying back, a look of shock etched on his face. My gosh, the fantasy world couldn't withstand that, Seo-jun thinks to himself. Seo-jun wonders if this is Heaven's great sage's strength in a weakened state, and what it would have been like if he hadn't eaten the poisonous banana. Heaven's great sage muses that if he was completely free of causality restrictions, then, anyway, that's what they look like. Heaven's great sage explains that he only showed Seo-jun the finished movement, and that originally, each technique contains its own mystery. Seo-jun wonders which part of what he did resembles a staff art. He scoffs, finding it difficult to even master the first technique, Azure Sky Soaring Flow. Kim Seo-jun's account balance is displayed on his phone, 41,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,0 A voice asks if he's going to learn it or not. Sia-jun, determined, declares that he will give it a try. Sia-jun looks frustrated, thinking that he was the one who kept getting beaten up. Heaven's great sage tells Sia-jun that there's no mystery to power exertion and to just learn that from him. Heaven's great sage offers to personally develop customized techniques for Sia-jun, since he uses a spear, and suggests using spear techniques used by Prince Neza and Ares as reference. Sia-jun looks bitter, thinking that in order to learn those skills, he was severely beaten by the instructor's clones until his progress increased. Heaven's great sage says he'll take his leave. A woman tells Mr. Sia-jun to let her know if he needs any help. The group mentions they've eaten a lot of Italian food and brought Sia-jun's share, adding that they even went to the Vatican Cathedral and that it was kind of fun. One of them is really glad they went. One of the women tells Sia-jun that he should have come with them. He replies that he is fine and had a pretty productive time too. The group decides that now that they've had enough rest, they shall head back to Korea. They all agree. A woman hesitantly asks Ms. Seo-yoon if she can ask her a favor. Ms. Seo-yoon asks what the favor is. Sia-jun pleads. Someone asks to lend some money. One of them says that they don't have enough money for a plane ticket. Ms. Seo-yoon says that Madame Seoul Saint still owes her some money, so once they get back, she'll go get it and pay them back right away. The group is in a dark place. The captain laughs, saying not to joke around, as they almost fell for it. Someone says that they were really surprised and asks if it's a joke and why the joke is so serious. Sia-jun asks if they know. Seon-yu asks how much money Sia-jun Kim has left. Sia-jun Kim admits that he spent all 46 trillion. Seon-yu is shocked. Two of Sia-jun's subordinates watch a movie with 3D glasses and popcorn. One asks if he bought the country instead of saving it. Seojun Kim looks embarrassed. Seongyu smiles menacingly. An unseen character wonders who Seojun Kim spent so much money to meet. Seongyu grabs one of Seojun's subordinates, demanding to know who it was so she can kill them. Seojun Kim wonders what's with this bug. Another man arrives with a pizza, saying he brought some famous on pineapple pizza. He asks Seojun not to meet that person and wonders what their relationship is for him to be so protective. An unseen character exclaims that a money ghost has attached itself to Captain Seojun. A character says that it's got to be a menacing spirit, considering how it just swallowed 46 trillion at once, and asks where it is so they can kill it. He smiles, holding a pizza box that reads, "I'm pineapple pizza." Seojun thinks to himself that this won't do, and that she should just take a beating. Seojun stands at a door, holding the pizza. He calls out, asking Miss Seojun to please wait. Fortunately, thanks to the Italian government lending a private plane, the situation was resolved peacefully. The panel advertises a website for faster updates. Korea. An airplane descends through the bright sky, approaching the city. Hunter Kim Seojun is asked to say something. The crowd wonders if it's true that he took care of a monster that even a cataclysm hero could not handle. What exactly happened in Italy? It's been a while, Hunter Kim Seojun. The man in the suit awaits a response. Sir Association President stands with two other men in suits. Move to a better place first, the man suggests with a smile. This is a small gift we have prepared for all the Dream Team's members. A black car drives down the road. Hunter licenses for Suk Hyun and Lee Minyul, both A rank. Park Seo-yoon and Lee Hae-yoon also hold A rank hunter licenses. These are, at the Italian Pro Hunter Association's request, all the dungeons cleared by the Dream Team members were included in the achievements. Although they aren't S rank hunters yet, everyone has earned the qualifications to be A rank hunters. To think the day to become an A rank hunter has come, and Hunter Kim Seojun. One character notes that it was a given, Big Sister Seojun. This is your S rank hunter license. Another character exclaims how cool the captain looks. Someone else comments that it must be made from platinum and diamonds, and worth a lot of money. Someone asks if he's going to sell it, right? The response is of course not. Why would he sell it? To think he was able to handle something that everyone was shaking their heads at. Not even a hero of Cataclysm could do what Kim Seojun did. If you're going to sell it, give it to me. The response is that he's not going to. What do they take him for? Perhaps Hunter Kim Seojun is already. Since it might be posted on eBay tomorrow, should I install the app in advance? Why are you being like this, Miss Seojun? The Dream Guild building stands tall. A replica peach of immortality is displayed, priced at 35 billion won. Kim Seojun looks up, a thoughtful expression on his face. As soon as he returned to Korea, the 35 billion won he received from Madame Soul Saint evaporated like this. His balance is 0 won. A student laments the futility of making money when the Transcension Academy is constantly draining their funds. Still, the snack tastes pretty good. Meanwhile, a man with white hair and a stern expression is addressed as grandfather. The man, identified as Sir Sword Saint, is told that he is not there to see the person in front of him. Sir Sword Saint remains silent, his gaze intense. Elsewhere, a woman with short brown hair is startled when someone asks if her name is Suyin. Meanwhile, Sir Sword Saint is informed that the magic saint is in critical condition. Suyin is surrounded by others. Suyin walks down the street. Suyin looks concerned. Suyin stands with a group of people, one of whom calls her big sister. Suyin arrives with the group. Someone asks about Master and if he will be alright. A deep furrow creases the brow, worry etched into every line of his face. A voice, laced with apprehension, suggests, "Let's go in first." The sterile gleam of medical equipment fills the room, a silent testament to the gravity of the situation. A woman, tears streaming down her face, whispers, "Master." Her voice cracks with unspeakable grief. A raspy voice, weakened but firm, cuts through the tension. No need for everyone. The Soul Saint, lying in bed, is told, "We came exactly because you are dying, you know? If you were fine, why would we be here like this?" The Soul Saint's voice, tinged with a hint of amusement, replies, "Soul Saint, I heard you came back. I thought you would never come out. If only some kid hadn't scolded me." A figure, silhouetted against the bright sky, murmurs, "I had thought so too." A voice, laced with a touch of resignation, chuckles, "Ho ho ho. Since it's him, it's only understandable." Surrounded by worried faces, a young woman cries out, "Master." Her voice is thick with despair. A gentle hand rests on a head, a silent offering of comfort in the face of overwhelming sorrow. Tears welling in his eyes, the Soul Saint confesses, "I was scared, too. I was worried whenever death drew near. I was so afraid about what would." A memory surfaces. What will happen to the world after I die? The Sword Saint recalls the past several decades, a darkness settling in his heart that he was unable to shake off. Then, he realized how useless those worries were. The Sword Saint, surrounded by Kim Seojun, heaven's great sage, and Seongyu, states that even though he will no longer be here, there are children who would succeed their will. Suk Suyin wipes away tears. The Sword Saint expresses his gratitude, thanking everyone for allowing him to leave without any worries. The Sword Saint trails off, wanting to say something. Suk Suyin, heaven's great sage, Kim Seojun, and Seongyu look on with concern. Someone asks if he is alright. The Sword Saint has fallen asleep. Heaven's great sage asks if they can talk for a moment, addressing the Sword Saint and the Soul Saint. The Sword Saint, seemingly awake again, says, "And you too." A hand opens a door. Suk Suyin, Heaven's great sage, Kim Seojun, and Seongyu stand together. Kim Seojun asks if the medical saint has looked at him. The Sword Saint replies that if it's the medical saint, he might be able to treat Sir Magic Saint. Suk Suyin says that she already contacted him and has been monitoring the condition of the disease, too. A few weeks prior, the Sword Saint overheard the medical saint's diagnosis, a glimmer of hope in the face of a grim illness. The Sword Saint learned that a spiritual elixir was needed for his treatment, and that the medical saint would personally gather the ingredients. Heaven's great sage explains that they haven't been able to contact the medical saint ever since. Seongyu pleads, asking if they can help him out a little, begging them to save his master. A clenched fist tightens, knuckles white. A voice promises compensation. Tears stream down a woman's face as she asks if anyone can help find the medical saint. Footsteps echo on the pavement. The narration reveals that from Madame Soul Saint's incident last time to Andrea from Italy, the Order of Truth is trying to eliminate the heroes of the cataclysm. This time, it's the medical saint. Kalia grits her teeth, a fierce determination burning in her eyes. Kalia vows that even if it means turning the Order of Truth's branch upside down, she will find the Apostle of Chastity. A figure stands in the distance, back turned. A voice asks what they want. The figure is approached from behind. A voice comments that their senses are as sharp as ever. Kim Seojun states that he would like to talk to someone for a moment. Kim Seojun tells them that he doesn't know what they came for, but he is busy right now, so they should talk later. He warns that they are going to regret it if they leave like this. A voice asks if he wasn't looking for the medical saint. The figure remains silent. The Dark Dragon Guild stands tall, its sleek design piercing the sky. Inside, a figure sits at a table, seemingly unaware of the impending chaos. A man's voice booms, filled with alarm. What the hell is this bastard doing here? Stop him. Do everything you can to stop him. Debris rains down, signaling a violent intrusion. The exterior of the building is bombarded with falling rubble. A voice cuts through the tension. This is our first time meeting in person, right? A figure strides forward, purpose in his every step. Another man speaks, his tone laced with a hint of amusement. It might not be the first time for you guys, right? The man's expression is grim, his eyes narrowed with determination. He stands amidst the fallen, a silent testament to his power. Not even 3 S-rank hunters could be his opponent. The figure stands in a grand hall, the aftermath of the attack surrounding him. How did you know I was looking for Sir Medical Saint? Seojun Kim states that the other party is making a fuss over nothing. The bald man demands an answer. The bald man reveals that the medical saint visited him not long ago. Seojun recounts that the medical saint asked him for a dungeon, claiming he needed it to find ingredients to cure the magic saint. He asked if there is a problem with that. Seojun Kim remembers asking how the bald man knew he was looking for the medical saint. The bald man explains that as time passed, there was no sign of the medical saint, and there hasn't been any news of the magic saint getting better, implying it was predictable. The bald man claims he was trying to tell Seojun about the medical saint's whereabouts with good intentions, but this is how he is repaid. Seojun Kim wonders why he hasn't been able to contact the medical saint until now. The bald man asks how he would know, stating that all he did was give the medical saint one dungeon. The bald man suggests that the medical saint couldn't be cured, or he's still in there. The bald man chuckles, a sinister sound. The bald man ominously states that the medical saint might have died in there already. Seojun Kim's expression hardens, his gaze intense. He asks, his voice low, "Is that so?" Heaven's great sage explains that he had nothing to do with the current situation. He then asks where the dungeon that Sir Medical Saint went to is located. The panel shows a 10-star monster, Demigate. The text states that it's quite a troublesome monster to deal with, but not enough to threaten Sir Medical Saint. Seojun Kim, holding a staff, declares, "Then, let's confirm it." Heaven's great sage asks what's going on. He then asks if Seojun Kim has ever heard of King Seongyu. Something Heaven's great sage said in his lecture comes to mind. The text states to keep this in mind when capturing a commander in war. It also says not to believe anything a guy with his limbs says. The panel shows Seojun Kim standing with a holographic display that says, "Intact says." Heaven's great sage states that it's even more so when that bastard is a son of a bitch. The panel shows the Dark Dragon Guild building. The text describes it as a giant conglomerate acting as the central figure that has dominated Korean society for decades, and an unshakable #1 ranked guild. It's a throne of absolute reign that no one can surpass. The focus shifts to the Dark Dragon Guild. A chaotic scene unfolds as someone shouts that the leader is fighting, urging others to run away. A voice wonders aloud if someone is stronger than Francesco and Agnes. A fist clenches, energy crackling around it. A figure in a school uniform stands firm, bracing for impact. Explosions erupt, consuming buildings in fire. The Dark Dragon Guild's headquarters looms, a symbol of power. From a distance, onlookers watch the imposing structure. A man declares, "I have dominated the Korean society for decades." He continues, "Been countless crises like this." His eyes narrow, a predatory glint in their depths. "And I thoroughly destroyed them every single time." The man strikes, a crimson aura enveloping his fist. "Like this." He roars. I'm not the type of person who would lose to a mere rookie like you. His face contorts in rage, a promise of violence etched into every line. The dark dragon fist, a symbol of overwhelming power. A surge of red energy erupts, filling the space with raw power. The crimson energy coalesces, forming a devastating attack, Dragon Fire Blood Wave. The Dragon Fire Blood Wave expands, a destructive force unleashed. A counterattack begins, a swing of pure blue energy. The blue energy intensifies, its form becoming more defined and lethal. The blue energy crashes into the Dragon Fire Blood Wave, a clash of opposing forces. A character recoils, his face etched with shock and disbelief. A cloaked figure stands in the shadows, a skull motif visible on their garment. The blue energy gathers, a swirling vortex of power ready to be unleashed. The character grits his teeth, a strained hyuk escaping his lips. The blue energy is released, a torrent of pure force. The blue energy strikes its target, a final, devastating blow. Seojun Kim throws a punch, his fist aimed at the face of the man before him. The punch connects with a sickening thud. The man reels from the impact, sweat flying from his brow. Meanwhile, Kalia states her name. Kalia swears in the name of the Order of Truth, affirming that everything Sir Ryu Jinchul said is true. Seojun Kim questions the oath, wondering if it's sworn in the name of the Order of Truth. Seojun Kim expresses his curiosity about what Kalia is scheming, asking if she wants to fight him now. Kalia retorts that she doesn't think he has that kind of time. Seojun Kim is seen from Kalia's perspective. Seojun Kim is silent. Seojun Kim stands with a spear. The scene is shown from a distance. A man shouts for healers, urging them to quickly help someone. A woman kneels over the fallen figure, concern etched on her face. Another figure places a hand on their face, lost in thought. The text speaks of confirming the apostle of chastity. It has been decided, and there is no going back now. The text reveals that Ryu Jinchul has served his purpose. The text states that once Kim Seojun enters the demigade dungeon, it will be like this. A woman expresses relief, stating that fortunately, someone was still there. A man looks down at the woman, his expression unreadable. A figure walks away, their destination unknown. The woman asks if they are going to save Sir Medical Saint. He states, "Of course I should go." Sword Saint asks Kalia, "Kalia, do you remember when we first met?" The Sword Saint says, "So let's do it like this. I will do the same and fulfill your request, Sir Sword Saint." The Sword Saint continues, "If you wish, I can swear in the name of the Order of Truth." Kalia is shocked. Ryu Jinchul smiles. Kalia is grabbed. The Sword Saint tells Kalia, "Fulfill your vow of truth, Kalia." The Sword Saint states, "You will also be entering that dungeon with us." Kalia looks worried. Gangnam. A dark portal hovers above the beach, dwarfing the figures standing before it. The tide rolls in, the water shimmering under the sunlight. Sword Saint, Kalia, and antagonist Kim Seojun stand before the swirling portal, its depths hinting at unknown realms. Kalia winces, a visible discomfort etched on her face. Erg. Her feet remain planted, but her posture betrays a deep hesitation. The trio remains before the portal. Sword Saint says, "You know that we can't put any more pressure on Kalia, right?" Antagonist Kim Seojun replies, "Yeah." Sword Saint states, "Kalia is the successor of the Apostle of Chastity. If something goes wrong with her, the Order of Truth won't just sit by and watch." Sword Saint continues, "On the other hand, as long as Kalia is in there with us, the Order of Truth will not be able to pull any tricks." A voice muses, "Knowing this, Kalia must also feel threatened." Antagonist Kim Seojun says, "Then, let's go find Sir." The forest path stretches ahead, shrouded in mist and mystery. Seojun Kim stands with Ryu Jinchul and the Sword Saint before a swirling, dark portal, a sense of hesitation hanging in the air. A figure in dark robes grips a sword, its polished surface reflecting the faint light. Ryu Jinchul glances around, his expression a mix of caution and curiosity. What are you trying to do now?" he asks. A surge of energy crackles in the air. The energy intensifies, forming a swirling vortex of power. The group stands before the portal. "We have to find Sir Medical Saint, right?" someone asks. The Sword Saint responds, "So." His expression is unreadable. The question hangs in the air. Where is Sir Medical Saint now? Kalia looks on, her expression thoughtful and slightly concerned. A voice muses, "I see, so it's the demigade's inner core." The group stands in a lush, overgrown forest, the air thick with humidity and the scent of unknown flora. She listens as the Sword Saint explains that they plan to isolate Medical Saint, who came to obtain the inner core, and then send in this brat who came looking for him. Ryu Jinchul stands nearby. Putting aside how they plan to isolate Sir Medical Saint, Seojun Kim stands with his arms crossed. The Sword Saint states that the chance of the inner core appearing is pretty rare, right? Seojun Kim replies that he doesn't know if there's a demigade with something like that. Ryu Jinchul says that if it's that bastard, he thinks that he probably knows how to extract the inner core. Kalia asks, "Pardon? Artificially extracting that?" The Sword Saint asks if the inner core is that possible. Ryu Jinchul replies that he doesn't know the details. The Sword Saint asks how they are going to find him. Kalia looks on. Seojun Kim says that he doesn't know either. Ryu Jinchul, the Sword Saint, and Kalia stand by as Seojun Kim prepares to do something. Ryu Jinchul asks if he has a way. Seojun Kim says that this should be good enough. Seojun Kim states that he does, but there's no guarantee it will work and asks them to give him a second. Seojun Kim begins to glow with power. Seojun Kim focuses his power. The search for Sir Medical Saint continues, the area awash in swirling colors. He detects no sign of Sir Medical Saint in the immediate vicinity. Then, the decision is made. They will search further. The search expands, the area growing larger. Further, the search intensifies, the colors becoming more vibrant. Seojun Kim decides to spread his senses. A surge of energy emanates from him. His eyes narrow, a realization dawning. He has found him, but Sir Medical Saint is so far away. The figure of Sir Medical Saint stands in the distance, bathed in light. The path to him stretches far ahead. He pauses, a look of confusion washing over his face. Seojun Kim realizes he felt a faint sensation. He exclaims that he must go find it. Elsewhere, a group of people stand in a forest. A sword is shown, glinting in the light. The sword is swung with immense force. The blade cuts through the air, leaving a trail of light. The sword continues its descent, a blur of motion. The blade is engulfed in flames as it strikes its target. Seojun Kim stands with another man, listening intently. The man tells him that he will head out first, and that Seojun should take his time and follow along. A figure is struck by a powerful blow, sending debris flying. The sword continues its destructive path, leaving a trail of devastation. A man declares that he has to stop Gungnir, the medical saint. He looks back, a sense of unease washing over him. What could the reason be? A man with a neatly combed gray hair says, "Let's talk about what we haven't been able to do." A sword is seen. The scene shifts to Seoul. An aerial view of the city is shown. One of the cloaked figures asks, "The apostolic ceremony being held in such a small country?" Another cloaked figure replies, "This has already been decided by that person, so don't make a fuss. Patience." A figure bows before two cloaked figures. This lowly servant greets the apostles. One of the cloaked figures asks, "Why are you here instead?" Seojun Kim asks, "Of Kalia?" One of the cloaked figures responds, "About that." One of the cloaked figures exclaims, "What?" Panting heavily, the man flees through the forest, his breath clouding in the cool air. The monstrous centipede, its segmented body glistening with a viscous fluid, gives chase, its many legs a blur of motion. A deafening screech tears through the trees as the creature closes the distance. Desperation etched on his face, the man continues his frantic escape, the monstrous form looming ever closer. The man, identified as the medical saint, stops abruptly, his eyes widening in a mix of fear and resolve. Kneeling, the medical saint prepares to unleash his power. A surge of golden energy erupts around him as he activates his divine medical art. The sky-filling flower rain descends upon the monstrous centipede, a barrage of light and force. The monster is bombarded by the medical saint's attack. The medical saint grits his teeth, his expression hardening with determination. A blinding beam of light pierces the darkness, striking the monster with devastating force. A blinding beam of light descends, a celestial sword accompanying its descent. The light engulfs him, and Young Jimin cries out in pain. He realizes the attack is not just a beam, but a spear of pure energy. The spear strikes him with full force, the impact radiating outwards. Young Jimin is shocked by the sudden assault. What the? He realizes with growing horror that he was the intended target all along. Was I its target all along? The medical saint knows he cannot dodge it. "I can't dodge it. My gosh." Another man scolds him. "You almost caused a big problem." A man smiles. The smiling man questions the medical saint's presence. "Who are you? No, how are you even here?" Kim Seojun and a man wearing a hat stand surrounded by giant centipedes. The man wearing the hat speaks. "Let's talk after we deal with these guys first." The man wearing the hat asks, "Who are you?" Kim Seojun replies, "Nice to meet you, sir. I'm the Dream Team's guild master, Kim Seojun." The man wearing the hat exclaims, "Ah, are you the young man whom the magic saint has been talking about?" He thinks to himself that the magic saint sent Kim Seojun here. The man wearing the hat asks, "You came here to find the inner core to treat Sir Magic Saint, right? Did you find it?" Kim Seojun states, "I have already retrieved it. However, I can't get out of the dungeon for some reason." He wonders how the man wearing the hat came in, and if they isolated Sir Medical Saint by closing the dungeon. The man wearing the hat says, "That problem has been solved. You can go out now, so let's go out together." In that case, they could extract some more of the demigade's inner cores. The man with the hat states that he has completed the extraction, but he did it in a hurry, so he is a little worried whether the amount will be enough. He knows that the magic saint is in a very critical condition right now, but he believes there is enough time to extract the inner cores. The man with the hat assures Seojun Kim that there is no need to worry. Seojun replies, "Well, if you say so." The man with the hat asks Seojun to give him a second. The man prepares his tools. Seojun asks if it's possible to extract it like that. The man explains that the inner core is ultimately a type of crystal that contains powerful mana. It's the product of condensed demigade's mana. The man makes a noise. Seojun asks if it is possible to make something like an elixir with their inner cores. The man replies, of course. The man thinks that he can create elixirs with it. The man thinks that there's no doubt that they are inferior to the elixirs sold at the transcendent shop, but since the causality won't accumulate, he can take as many as possible. The man is happy just imagining it. Seo-jun asks what's wrong with him all of a sudden. He asks if he can try extracting the inner core. The man with the hat replies that it's not difficult, but he doesn't think it will work. He adds that although it may seem simple at first glance, there are many quite complex things involved. The man with the hat thinks to himself that although he may look like this, he has been working on monster corpses for about 10 years. He is quite confident in this respect. He thinks that Seo-jun is truly passionate, as expected of a youngster. The man with the hat thinks that if Seo-jun tries it himself and it breaks, he will probably give up. He exclaims that if that's the case, he'll teach him. A golden orb glows as Seo-jun focuses on extracting the inner core. Seo-jun exclaims that he did it. The man with the hat is surprised. He thinks it's a lot easier than he expected. The man with the hat wonders why Seo-jun is better than him. Seo-jun exclaims that he got another one. The man with the hat wonders if he could be, but dismisses it as a simple coincidence. He asks Seo-jun to pardon him. Seo-jun sits, ready to extract another core. The man with the hat watches him. Chiron's superhuman senses and Merlin's insight are at play. Heaven's equal great sage power exertion, together with his monster dismantling experience, are at play. The man with the hat's eyes widen in disbelief. Seo-jun Kim asks, Sir, if you have any leftover inner cores after treating Sir Magic Saint, may I take some and use them? The man with the hat embraces Seo-jun, exclaiming, Oh, I will even teach you how to make elixirs if you want, so become my disciple. Seo-jun declines the offer, stating, No, it's okay. I also plan to try making the elixirs myself. The man with the hat wonders if Seo-jun knows how to make them. The man with the hat replies, No, not yet. An assistant urges the man with the hat to reconsider, saying, No, reconsider it. You shouldn't let your talent go to waste like that. The man with the hat insists he is fine. The man with the hat is not fine, but he asks what Seo-jun is doing. A man is kicked with considerable force. The man who was kicked yells in pain and surprise. Someone says, Late, sir. Another responds, It's a long story. The sword saint stands with his arms crossed. Below, the man who was kicked is accompanied by another man. The man who was kicked lies on the ground. The man who was kicked thinks, You are? She is Kalia, isn't she? Why is the successor of the Apostle of Chastity here? More importantly, why are there so many scars on her body? The sword saint says, I just prepared it in advance knowing you would find the medical saint. The sword saint thinks, as expected of the sword saint, to think the most powerful apostle candidate couldn't even be his opponent. The man who was kicked kneels before the sword saint. Kalia grits her teeth. The sword saint stands over Kalia, saying, There's no need to explain what's going on here, right? The sword saint says, Let's start with a simple question. How do you cause dungeon distortion? Kalia states that even if she is killed, the order of truth will not remain still, and that it doesn't matter. Kalia stands next to Seo-jun, who utters a soft "wh." The sword saint, standing in what appears to be a body of water, asks what they just said. Seo-jun reiterates that he said it doesn't matter. The figure declares that it doesn't matter. Two figures stand in a shallow, watery area. She thinks that he's bluffing. Seo-jun Kim states that they are a huge organization that spans across the entire world, and even the heroes of the Cataclysm cannot dare to mess with them. He thinks that saying it doesn't matter is just him lying to pressure him, and he scoffs. It looks like there's no other way. He will just ask the apostle directly when they visit. Seo-jun Kim grins widely. A lie. A close-up of an eye reveals the thought. A lie? He thinks that if he tells the truth, he will die. Kalia kneels on the ground, a figure standing over her with a glowing spear. Kim Seo-jun asks if it wouldn't be fine as long as one doesn't get caught. Kalia states that all believers of the Order of Truth are objects of attention and are under watch, and she is no exception. Kim Seo-jun tells Kalia that she must be well aware of what kind of existence the Order of Truth is to him, and asks if she doesn't know that her monitoring means nothing against him. A hand reaches out. A figure demands that Kalia shut up and die, or speak and live. Someone gives Kalia a last chance. Kim Seo-jun asks how one causes dungeon distortion. Kalia is visibly distressed. Kim Seo-jun states that it's about harnessing Berserk's power. Someone asks if Kalia can swear in the name of truth. Someone asks what happened to Berserk. Purple energy crackles around Kim Seo-jun as he stands his ground. One of the cloaked figures remarks that Kalia has quite the loose lips. Another cloaked figure exclaims, surprised, that one of them is an apostle of temperance. The two cloaked figures stand silently, their faces obscured by their hoods. One of the men with Kim Seo-jun wonders how the apostles are here, speculating that they came because of Kalia. Another man admits he didn't know Kim Seo-jun would come in person. One of the cloaked figures states that Kim Seo-jun must be Kim Seo-jun. The other responds that he never thought they would meet like this. The blonde-haired figure states that they will leave. Kim Seo-jun asks what if he doesn't want to. One of the cloaked figures asks if it seems like they're asking for a favor right now. Kim Seo-jun grunts in pain as the purple energy intensifies around him. Kim Seo-jun says that he guesses not. Kim Seo-jun declares that he's not asking for a favor either. He grits his teeth, a vein throbbing in his forehead as his anger simmers. The sword saint questions, what are you trying to do? We can't hand over. The Sword Saint continues. Are you going to fight an apostle just because of that? Do you know what an apostle is? The Sword Saint's expression is stern as he awaits an answer. Seo-jun retorts, but this is my first time seeing them in. The Sword Saint's eyes narrow, his expression hardening. How reckless. The Sword Saint is addressed. The Sword Saint says, expect you to go along with that brat's foolishness. The Sword Saint declares, I never liked you bastards anyway. It was quite disgusting to see you wearing those masks of hypocrisy. The Sword Saint continues, it wouldn't be a bad idea to take those masks off to reveal your true nature this time. The Sword Saint says, leave patience to me. Can you handle temperance? Seo-jun's eyes narrow, his gaze intense and unwavering. The twist of fate, Kim Seo-jun thinks, has gone beyond the expected range. He extends his hand, gathering a swirling mass of purple energy. However twisted it gets, fate is fate, he muses. The purple energy erupts, striking the Sword Saint. The Sword Saint cries out as the energy slams into him, sending him staggering backward. The Sword Saint quickly uses acupoint seals to stop the bleeding. Stop. A nearby man says, don't worry about us. Kim Seo-jun prepares another attack, purple energy crackling around his outstretched hand. He unleashes another blast of purple energy. Purple energy crackles and intensifies around Kim Seo-jun. The violet aura pulses with growing power. The energy surges, reaching a fever pitch. The built-up power explodes outward. Seo-jun Kim's eyes widen in disbelief. When did he thinks. A searing pain rips through him, and Kim Seo-jun screams. A targeting reticle locks onto Kim Seo-jun's face. The Sword Saint stands cloaked in shadow, a faint glow emanating from his form. You insist on going along with your stupid decision, huh? He thinks. The Sword Saint's eyes narrow. An explosion erupts. The Sword Saint walks forward, his footsteps echoing in the aftermath. The Sword Saint declares, your opponent is me. He grits his teeth, his eyes narrowed with a fierce determination. Kim Seo-jun is surrounded by a menacing purple aura, his expression a mask of fury. He shouts, Sword Saint. A burst of raw energy explodes outwards. The energy intensifies, crackling with power. Amidst a green-tinged environment, two figures clash, one unleashing a rapid barrage of strikes. Energy crackles and bursts. The white-haired man prepares to unleash a spell, purple energy swirling around him. The black-haired man prepares to cast a spell, white energy gathering at his fingertips. A surge of purple energy erupts. The energy intensifies, crackling with power. A surge of purple energy erupts. The energy intensifies, crackling with power. Two figures engage in a fierce exchange, one unleashing a flurry of attacks. A blinding light erupts, the air crackling with raw magical energy. Amidst the chaos, a figure with spiky white hair is briefly visible, their expression grim. The energy slams into an unseen target, the force of the impact sending shockwaves through the area. Another surge of power explodes outwards, illuminating the battlefield with an eerie blue glow. A figure is sent hurtling backwards, their body twisting in the air as they lose control. A man in a hat watches the spectacle unfold, his face etched with disbelief. My gosh, he mutters. The man realizes the scale of the battle is beyond his capabilities. There's nothing I can possibly do in a fight of that scale, he thinks. The back of a figure is visible, their posture tense as they observe the ongoing conflict. A blinding flash of light fills the air once more, the ground trembling beneath the force of the energy. The energy intensifies, the air shimmering with heat and distortion. A figure stands tall, their silhouette framed against the chaotic backdrop. Below, another figure walks forward, their determination unwavering. A figure, battered and bruised, stares in disbelief. Impossible, he gasps. I knew he was strong, but who would have thought he would be this strong? The figure in the cloak demands that Kalia be handed over. Another figure declares that this conflict will only end with the death of one of them if they continue. The man acknowledges the grim reality of the situation, stating simply, I know. The text explains that the excessive magic power of the three energy centers can produce transcendent power, but it is equally difficult to control. A hand glows with intense blue energy, crackling with power. The cloaked figure states that, to be honest, temperance is having the upper hand. The man asks, what's more? His expression strained with worry. Another man asks, his voice laced with concern, don't you care what might happen to him? The man grimaces, acknowledging, in terms of time, we're also at a disadvantage. A character relays the medical saint's warning. They must arrive within a day to completely cure the magic saint's illness. He wonders if they can completely cure Sir Magic Saint's illness. One of the women asks if they can overcome the obstacles and return on time. Another woman wonders if she can somehow subdue the apostle of. The cloaked figure states that there's still the apostle of patience left. Xianyu considered the situation. Had either of them gained the upper hand and joined forces, they could have dealt with the remaining apostle. But in this situation, it's difficult to expect any assistance. Xianyu clicked his tongue in frustration. Seo-jun Kim stood bathed in a blue aura, a silent exclamation mark hanging in the air. The cadet felt a sudden, inexplicable unease. The Sword Saint adjusted his glasses, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. A mere S-rank hunter shouldn't be able to make him feel this way. Does that mean he was going to keep fighting without? The air crackled with energy, a silent question hanging in the balance. Did he even care about what might happen to the magic saint? The sword saint raised his hand, lightning dancing around his fingertips. If that's what they wanted, then? Purple energy surged around the sword saint's hand, his expression hardening. The energy coalesced, forming a dangerous-looking mass. The purple energy intensified, crackling with raw power. The sword saint stood amidst the swirling energy, a grim determination etched on his face. He never intended to use this here. Who would? The sword saint's eyes widened slightly, a hint of surprise in his expression. He had thought he would have to use it this quickly. Raw energy coalesces, forming intricate patterns of light and power. The energy intensifies, focusing into blinding streams that cut through the air. The surge continues to build, distorting the very fabric of space around it. A shadowy figure recoils from the overwhelming power, emitting a guttural shriek. A man in a black robe stumbles backward, his eyes wide with disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. Kim Seojun's face contorts in shock. He wonders what on earth this power could be. At the heart of the energy storm, a spear of pure light materializes, its form radiating ancient power. He raises the spear high, the weapon crackling with untamed energy. The spear's energy intensifies, bathing the surroundings in an ethereal blue glow. The sword saint's face is grim, blood streaking his cheek as his eyes burn with an otherworldly light. His hand tightens around the spear's shaft, channeling the immense power surging within. With a surge of will, he unleashes the spear's full potential, creating a whirlwind of light and destruction. A hand is shown, a close-up of a character's face. What's so difficult about this? Heaven's great sage points a finger. Whoosh whoosh. After that, it will go bang. That's exactly how I feel. Heaven's great sage says, this will be the last time I'll be saying this, so listen carefully. 9 techniques and 3 forms. The basic patterns aren't much different. Do it like this for mine, but unlike me, you use a spear, not a staff. Prince Neza's spear techniques. The war gods Ares and Athena's spear techniques. Well, I mean my techniques are an improved version that incorporates the spear techniques of other transcendent beings. Seriously, I've never taught someone this diligently, you know? Beating me diligently, you mean? A voice says. Even so, you could barely manage to learn the 3rd technique thanks to us being in a phantom world made up of Taoist arts, so recovery is fast. As for the first form, you only understand the theoretical part. At this rate, you won't be able to use my techniques in the real world because of the recoil. He remains still, observing the demonstration. A sheer cliff face plunges into shadow. A voice echoes, stating that even the speaker would be in danger. The figure stands silhouetted against a backdrop of swirling energy. A figure stands in water, questioning the situation. A disembodied voice asks if the figure is really saying they are a human like them. The words transcendental art appear. The words heavenly meteor spear first technique are displayed. The spear emits a blinding flash of light. A figure is engulfed in blue energy, eyes glowing with power. The spear is thrust forward, leaving a trail of light in its wake. The spear continues its thrust, surrounded by swirling energy. A blinding light erupts, filling the space with an ethereal glow. The words annihilating under comet materialize amidst the radiant energy, crackling with power. The light intensifies, a concentrated beam of pure energy. The horrifying energy dissipates into the air, leaving a sense of eerie calm. The figure in the dark cloak wonders if that bastard overdid it. The figure staggers, exhausted from the exertion. The wind whispers through the desolate landscape. Struggling to rise, the figure thinks, my strength. Damn, if only I had increased my magic power. Heavy footsteps approach. As expected, he's exhausted. After all, there's no way he can use that much power without paying a price. Now, a man with white hair and a stern expression says, I can tell what you are thinking. The man levels a submachine gun, his eyes cold. Young man. The figure on the ground looks up, startled. Temperance still seems to be alive, but he won't be of any help. On the other hand, with Kim Seojun and the Sword Saint, having the medical saint's assistance. Young man, you all right? What about Kalia? I've hidden her. A surge of power emanates from Seojun. Let's negotiate. Taking Kalia, too. I don't think that's something you should say when you're about to die. Do you really think I'm about to die? Is he bluffing? But it would be dangerous if he could use that power again, even if it's for only a few seconds. The magic saint will be in danger if we drag this out any longer, right? And I can guarantee you this. I'll use everything I have and hang on until the magic saint dies. The tension hangs heavy in the air. The group states, all right, if you accept our demand, we will let you go. The man asks what he wants. The figure responds, you want money? He confirms, yes. Seojun thinks to himself how absurd it is, but guesses it's better that way. He states, all right, fine. I'll give you 500 billion won. Seojun declares, I'll take that as you don't want to negotiate. The group questions if he wants to give 500 billion won in exchange for the lives of 2 apostles and a prospective apostle, adding that they thought he wanted to negotiate. The question hangs in the air. Then how much do you want? Seojun's expression hardens. Seojun states, fine, I will give you 1 trillion. Seojun's expression remains stern. Seojun sighs, 10 trillion then. Seojin's expression is unreadable. He grits his teeth, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Don't tell me. Seojin's expression hardens. Do you even know how much money that is? He pauses, then declares, fine, I will give you 1 trillion. A figure, bathed in a blue aura, raises a spear. Then there's no helping it. The spear glows with intense energy, ready to strike. A voice echoes, laced with disbelief. He has regained his strength in such a short time? Seojin's eyes narrow, his grip tightening on his weapon. How is this a negotiation? This is clearly a threat. The figure, now fully engulfed in a vibrant blue aura, prepares to unleash the spear's power. The recoil from the heavenly meteor spear is immense. A character's inner thoughts reveal the strain, since I'm forcibly squeezing out the 3 energy centers' magic power when my body is already about to collapse. I feel like I'm really going to die. I can't faint even if I die. If I do, my 100 trillion will fly away. Endure. For the sake of 100 trillion, this kind of pain is nothing. That evil face. This bastard is serious. Tears well in her eyes as she contemplates the situation. It's very likely that I will lose in a fight, and if we lose 3 apostles at once, there will be a fatal setback to our future plans. On the other hand, the 100 trillion one will be a disruption to the upcoming apostolic. But that would still be better. That person will understand too. That was close. If she had said it any later, I would have fainted. Please pay the 100 trillion in advance, one of the figures demands. Another questions, how can I pay that kind of money right now? Make a vow of truth, at least. I will pay you 100 trillion. I swear this in the name of truth. Please tell me when you are going, one of the figures asks. If not, what if you change your mind later? No one will be able to scam this brat. Then, as promised, I will deposit 100 trillion won within a week. The group has vanished. A man observes, oh ho, they're gone. A man taps another on the shoulder, stating, have to treat the magic saint. The man stumbles, crying out, H.A., as he falls to the ground. A voice booms, young man, as the fallen man smirks. Within the grand hall, a figure stands before several kneeling individuals, all cloaked in shadow. A tense silence hangs in the air, broken only by the rustling of robes. The standing figure commands, voice echoing through the hall, speak. One of the kneeling figures reports, Temperance was defeated, sir. Another figure adds, fortunately, his life was spared. A third voice chimes in, but they had to pay an amount of approximately 100 trillion won. The speaker continues, as a result, we inevitably had to postpone the apostolic ceremony. A heavy pause fills the hall, the weight of the news settling upon them. One of the figures declares, the path has already been decided. Another figure muses, they must have thought they had broken away from it. A vision of cosmic energy swirls, hinting at a power beyond their grasp. When the time comes for the stars to find their proper places, they will eventually collapse without ever having achieved the power of true transcendence. That is a decided fate and a predetermined future. They will simply become an echo of darkness wandering in the endless void. We will set Berserk free. A cloaked figure stands in the shadows. Well, let's just watch. For Seojin, there is nothing better for us to do than this. Please trust us once. That's the panacea for the captain. Oh, to think he would remain unconscious. Even after being treated with medical arts, he wonders what is this pungent yet familiar smell. A man asks, oh, another asks, what the? 50,000 won is placed near his nose. Someone shouts, let's go. See, I told you he would wake up with this. Another says, you're up? Another says, I am possible. My medical arts didn't show any effect though. Someone says, there they go again. Dong-hoon sobs, wondering if his medical arts are worth less than 50,000 won. A thought bubble appears, with a chibi version of Seojin, who thinks that Suyin always chooses the perfect time to pull something like this. Dong-hoon asks how Sir Magic Saint is doing. Seojin replies that thanks to Demigade's perfect inner core, there shouldn't be any problem now, adding that it's all thanks to Dong-hoon. Dong-hoon wonders about the illness. Seojin states that it's safe to say that he's been completely treated. Suk Suyin says that Big Sister, Jimin, and Master went out for a moment with the other masters, saying they had something to do. Seojin thinks that they've been out for quite some time, so they should be back soon. Dong-hoon wonders if Seojin's condition has already recovered enough energy to go out, adding that it's as expected of Sir Medical Saint. He thinks that he didn't wake up because of the smell of money either. Suk Suyin calls Seojin Appa. Suk Suyin hits Seojin on the head. Seojin asks why she hit him. Suk Suyin replies that she didn't save him, Sir Medical Saint did. Dong-hoon says that Suk Suyin is making him feel embarrassed for no reason. Seojin replies that it really hurts, and asks what Dong-hoon means by master. He grabs Suk Suyin's arm, his expression intense. What is your relationship with my friends? Seojin continued. I'm sure you know, Miss Seoyun is the granddaughter of Sir Sword Saint. Lee Haeun here is the disciple of Madame Soul Saint. A voice exclaimed in disbelief. WH what? The man with the hat looked shocked, his eyes wide with surprise. Person. The man with the hat stood in the room, his voice laced with desperation. Where's my disciple? If you are asking me that. The man with the hat's face sparkled with a strange mix of hope and anxiety. The man with the hat pleaded. Huh? And I am the disciple of the remaining. Case. I don't want to. Ah, why? I'll teach you everything. It's definitely not a losing deal, I'm telling you. The man with the hat's voice trembled with disappointment. Be the world's greatest. I don't want to. Huh, this is so disappointing. I thought they were my most cherished friends, but they all took in disciples while leaving me out. How upsetting. Please take it up with them. The man with the hat's face was etched with sadness. Why? Tears streamed down the man with the hat's face as he wailed. Why am I the only one without a disciple? The man with the hat knelt on the floor, his voice choked with despair. Happiness has forsaken me. I don't want to. No, don't be like this and think about it again. You have what it takes to. Suk Suyin tried to calm him down, her expression concerned. Why on earth didn't you come to me before going to the other heroes? Why? Now, let's calm down. You should. Kim Seojun, lying in bed, is told to rest more. He thinks to himself that he wants a disciple and then decides to check his deposit. Seojun's eyes widen in shock. Kim Seojun exclaims that 100 trillion won was deposited into his account. Seojun thinks that 100 trillion won is the amount of money a Neanderthal who went extinct about 30,000 years ago and survived until now with an annual salary of 3.3 billion won could save. He also thinks that the transcendent shop's causality only costs 100 billion. Even if he takes private lessons from Heaven's equal great sage, he can attend as much as 100 hours worth of lessons. Seojun tells himself to calm down. He thinks there is no point in receiving private tutoring from Heaven's equal great sage right now. His current magic power is only enough to barely perform the first technique of the heavenly meteor spear. Seojun thinks his priority is to increase his magic power to at least a level where he can fully cast the first form. He thinks that taking causality into account, investing in elixirs blindly is not efficient either. Seojun wonders if this is all he can do now. A system message appears, stating that the ultimate in alchemy, the key to Amrita, is immortality, and that upon completing this course, he will acquire alchemy. Seojun receives a message stating that the sender has something urgent to ask and requests that he come quickly. Seojun is startled by the message. Someone laughs, revealing that they finally managed to surprise Kim Seojun. The miniature Buddha asks if Kim Seojun plans to learn alchemy and make his own elixirs. He confirms, adding that he would like to finish it as quickly as possible. Heaven's great sage advises against it, but concedes that there's a way if he really wants it. The sage explains that there is something called a premium lecture, and if he uses it, he can complete it quickly. Heaven's great sage reminds Kim Seojun of the Spartan course he received last time, saying that the premium lecture is something similar to that. The miniature Buddha states that the lecture, the causality Mr. Kim Seojun must pay, is about 10 billion per hour. Kim Seojun thinks to himself that it's not much at all. Kim Seojun, surprised, asks the sage to pass him the phone so he can pay. Heaven's great sage says he's not finished yet, explaining that the production department is actually not about the lectures, but all about hands-on practice. Kim Seojun responds with, is that so? There are tons of teaching materials needed for practice. Instructor Hwadwa said that there are about 100 teaching materials needed for alchemy. In Mr. Kim Seojun's standard, that amount of causality costs about 5 billion won per unit. Heaven's great sage exclaims in shock, how is that? The top of Kim Seojun's head is visible. Seojun Kim looks at his phone, which displays a purchased notification. Heaven's great sage appears in a chibi form, looking confused. A hand pushes a book off a desk. The book says, Ugh. Kim Seojun stands next to a bed, surrounded by scattered books. Heaven's great sage pokes another chibi character. Since the dawn of time, humans have dreamed of immortality. The realm of the gods, which all living beings long for, has spurred 2 studies to venture into it and explore its mysteries, alchemy. These 2 studies were born for the purpose of concoction. Hwadwa chuckled, asking if he wanted to learn to concoct pill concoctions. Elixirs, he mused. The man looked up, asking what he meant. Hwadwa guessed they should start with a basic lesson on pill concoction, then asked what pill concocting was. Hwadwa exclaimed what a great newbie he was, picking it up very quickly. Still in his pajamas, Seojun lies sprawled on the floor, a book beside him. A voice echoes, stating that they need to review what they've learned and should stop for today. A screen displays Hwadwa's lecture progress, showing a 16.5% increase, bringing the total to 34.7%. Seojun, looking pained, reaches into a box. He wonders how even insight is unable to keep up. The text describes an external pill concoction made from the inner core of Demigate. Seojun sits cross-legged on the floor, a determined look on his face. He wonders if he should give it a try. A surge of power erupts around Seojun, bathing the room in a brilliant light. The surge feels a lot more incredible than Seojun expected. The light intensifies as Seojun clenches his fist, feeling the power coursing through him. Even 1/10 of the effect would have been worth a try, but this seems like it's around 1/5. Seojun's face breaks into a sinister grin. Seojun throws his head back and shouts, exclaiming that he did it. Seojun, now dressed in his hunter attire and wielding his staff, declares that he can finally say goodbye to all his days of suffering due to causality. He is surrounded by stacks of cash. Kim Seojun thinks to himself that he can start a new life without worrying about money. As his reward, Seojun can ask Ms. Young Jimin to make him magic equipment. He can also complete Atlas daily tasks. He originally planned to ask for a reasonable amount of money, but now he has plenty. Is the dream team building too small for that? Kim Seo-jun can just buy up all the surrounding land and build a dream team headquarters. The lecture is over. Yes, the lecture was great. Kim Seo-jun looks like he enjoyed it quite a bit. Of course, how could he not? Thanks to it, he no longer has to worry about elixirs. Kim Seo-jun wonders about something. Kim Seo-jun thinks it's time for him to flex. What time? Are they saying it's finally time for him to flex? Kim Seo-jun asks if they can see this and how he looks when he flexes. A detailed spear is shown. There are cracks all over it. Why on earth? Has he used the heavenly meteor spear recently? Did you know that the items sold in our Transcendent shop are made by successful Transcendent crafters? You might think that they were created by the Transcendent, but in fact, items made by successful candidates aren't the same as those created by the Transcendent. To be precise, these are the things that freshmen who were on the verge of transcendence made for their passing assignments. The power of the heavenly meteor spear is by true Transcendent. Seo-jun asks what he means. The equipment in the Transcendent shop cannot withstand Transcendent techniques. A website address is displayed for faster updates. Heaven's Great Sage explains that the power of the heavenly meteor spear, which he personally created, is so outstanding that if Seo-jun wants to continue using it, he has to change his equipment. He adds that it is common to place requests to the Transcendent crafters. Seo-jun realizes that he can just buy the genuine product, but Heaven's Great Sage interrupts, asking him to wait a second while he checks the price for the Longina spear that Kim Seo-jun used. He notes that the original creator of this spear was not able to transcend. Heaven's Great Sage asks how much the genuine product is in terms of Seo-jun's causality. The price is revealed, 103 trillion won. Seo-jun is shocked. Heaven's Great Sage apologizes for getting distracted for a moment and asks Seo-jun to remind him how much the genuine Longinus is. He states that Seo-jun needs 103 trillion to purchase the genuine spear of Longinus. Seo-jun is speechless, his mouth agape. Seo-jun explodes in frustration, cursing his situation. Seo-jun is surrounded by a fiery aura, his frustration palpable. He exclaims, "My gosh." Heaven's Great Sage asks Seo-jun if he seriously thinks trillions are just paper. Heaven's Great Sage asks Seo-jun to please not talk nonsense, adding that if he says so, he can just buy it later. He wonders how he can say that given the spear's current condition. The cracks are so severe that it would fall to pieces if he were to hit a fly with it. The Heaven's Great Sage chuckles, agreeing that he is right. A text box explains that the genuine product is definitely different from a replica. The power of Transcendent equipment is truly beyond imagination, and he definitely won't regret changing it. It's an item that cannot be purchased even if he had all 100 trillion won in the first place. Even if he had the money, the cost itself doesn't make sense. He wonders how many people around him have trillions of won. The Heaven's Great Sage says to wait a minute. He tells his mentor not to go anywhere and just wait for him, confirming that he will. Someone calls for Ms. Seo-jun, who wonders what is happening. A man asks Kim Seo-jun if he shouldn't rest a bit more. Another man asks Ms. Seo-jun if she can try this. Seon-yu wonders if it is a piece of herbal medicine. Kim Seo-jun says it's called an external pill and asks her to give it a try. Seon-yu reaches for the pill. A bright light emanates. The light intensifies. Ms. Seo-jun and a man in a suit ask what that is. A man in a hat exclaims that it's him. The man in the hat wonders how an external pill of this level can exist. She is asked where she got it from. Seon-yu replies that she made it herself, leaving the questioner puzzled. The others clamor for the item, wanting it for themselves. They ask why she only cares about big sister Seo-yu. Seon-yu asks if they want her external pills, offering to give them to the group. The price is revealed to be 500 billion won per pill, leaving some questioning the cost. The man with the hat agrees that 500 billion is already cheap, stating that he is only selling at this price because they are on the same team. He adds that this kind of stuff is so rare that they can't find it on the market, right, Sir Medical Saint? The group is shocked, as they didn't each receive a trillion from Italy. They wonder where else they are planning to spend that much money. One of them doesn't know how to describe it, but it is really good for hunters. One of the characters shouts that they will buy it. Kim Seo-jun states that he only has 1 trillion right now, so please give him 2 of them. Seon-yu thinks that 1 trillion isn't a lot of money at all. The others shout that there are 5 left, and it's dirt cheap, so the first one to buy is the winner. They want to take their money. Kim Seo-jun is shown. He is amazing, according to one observer. The observer marvels at how Kim Seo-jun obtained the causality of a transcendent equipment in one go, when normally it would take thousands of years. The text describes the spear as a transcendent equipment called the Spear of Godslayer, a weapon of national power, and the genuine spear of Longinus. If the Heaven's Great Sage isn't trying to rub salt onto his wound, he should stay quiet. At first glance, it doesn't look much different from what Kim Seo-jun used before. The Heaven's Great Sage exclaims that he can't just swing it recklessly like that. The spear's power manifests as intense flames. The flames intensify, engulfing the area. The onlookers are shocked, wondering who is attacking. One of the characters exclaims that they are finally getting the taste of being attacked. Another character declares that he will show the upgraded prominence flame, urging to bring it on. One character remarks that this is exactly why he told them to be careful. He laments that he doesn't even have any money left to compensate for the broken house. The chibi version of Heaven's Great Sage crosses his arms, stating that what is to come would be beyond imagination. The destruction is immense. Heaven's Great Sage didn't know it would differ this much. The room lies in ruins. Xiang Yu holds his weapon, finding the situation to be worth 103 trillion won, simply too incredible. Xiang Yu explains that the surrounding area will obviously be devastated, so he won't be able to train properly. He continues, explaining that's why most freshmen take lectures on developing power exertion while accumulating the causality required for transcendent equipment. The text box explains that if you can master the secrets of power exertion, you will be able to use the transcendent equipment properly. The text box explains that in other words, one has to invest more money now. Xiang Yu says he'll be going now, and if Heaven's great sage needs anything else, he can call him anytime. He asks him to wait a moment. The chibi version of Heaven's great sage says he has a few questions, asking what Xiang Yu wants to know. Xiang Yu mentions that he actually heard the term causality from an unexpected place. The text box asks if his dimension had any other transcendent cadets, and if he is still unable. The Heaven's great sage asks if he will answer him. Xiang Yu apologizes, stating he would love to answer, but there's no helping it. Xiang Yu thinks to himself that there's no doubt that the Order of Truth and Transcendention Academy are somehow connected. He decides to try a different approach. The Heaven's great sage asks if Xiang Yu could tell him about the history of the Transcendention Academy that he was going to tell him about last time. Xiang Yu agrees. The Heaven's great sage recalls that Xiang Yu only said that she was the second transcended. The Heaven's great sage remembers that she is the second person to step into the realm of transcendence, and at the same time, she can be said to be the first freshman to attend the Transcendention Academy. The Heaven's great sage asks if Xiang Yu means the first freshman. Xiang Yu nods, confirming that's right. Xiang Yu states that there is another person, and that they were the first to set foot in the realm of transcendence in the entire universe. The Heaven's great sage and Xiang Yu stand facing each other. The Heaven's great sage pauses, thinking to himself to wait a moment. If a separate founder exists, why does someone else currently hold the director position? Xiang Yu asks pardon, stating that no one knows why. The Heaven's great sage says that no one knows how things turned out this way, not even the director. To be precise, there is no causality left for the first transcended. Xiang Yu asks if there is no causality left. The Heaven's great sage replies that he doesn't know much about this part either. However, as the director stated, it is likely that the first transcended has ceased to exist. Even the memory of his existence has disappeared, so this is the only possible explanation. He wonders if by any chance this has anything to do with his causality not being able to be measured. Someone calls out to Kim Seojun. He thinks to himself that his time has passed by so quickly. The person informs Kim Seojun that there's a problem. He thinks that he'll see them again next time. Kim Seojun is informed that they just got a call and that they need to go to the Hunter Association now. He asks what's going on. The woman replies that she doesn't know. He recalls someone saying that if he just says berserk, he will understand. The word berserk might be released soon. Someone says that's what Sir Dark Saint said in his message. Another person asks to wait a moment and questions if berserk could be the same great monster from the Cataclysm era. He asks if berserk didn't die. The woman with the ponytail responds that the Cataclysm ended with the conquest of berserk, so she questions what he is talking about. A man states that it's time for them to know the truth. The older man reveals that berserk is not dead, but was merely sealed. The Order of Truth, who performed that sealing, has. The woman with the ponytail says that someone has somehow been using the power of berserk to cause chaos. She adds that they don't know their purpose, but they aren't as pure and good an organization as the world believes. Someone asks what happened in Greenland, speaking of berserk. Another character responds, no, it's... A man asks about England and requests that they take a look at something. The man holding the document questions if it's a letter in English. The document states that it is a secret letter sent to Korea by the Queen of England. It briefly mentions unmanageable dungeon distortions in the UK. The older man says that berserk may not have been completely released yet. If that had been the case, Britain would have been destroyed long ago, without even having time to write a secret letter. The woman with the ponytail says that she's asking them for their help if possible. The man states that, for some reason, the Order of Truth is not taking any action. The man says that it's also questionable why they sent this in the form of a secret letter. It would. The document states that it would have been better to send an official document and request cooperation from the entire world. A woman says that the grandpas and she were going to go to England themselves, but there were a few problems. Kalia reveals that Ryu Jinchul has disappeared. Kim Seojun wonders about Ryu Jinchul's whereabouts. Seojun asks if Kalia is scheming something again. She responds, stating she can't tell. Seojun thinks that maybe Ryu Jinchul ran away after being found guilty of working with Kalia, but he questioned the rest of the guild executives, and they didn't seem to know anything. Seojun thinks that it seems like a lot has happened in the week he was unconscious. Seojun worries something might happen if he leaves this place with the grandpas in this situation. Kalia states that this could be said to be the biggest reason. Seojun thinks that the Queen of England mentioned him directly, not them. A woman with dark hair declares that she will go, prompting shock from the others. A voice warns that this is not something she can decide so lightly, as she might end up fighting the apocalyptic monster. Seojun wonders what's the point of staying here, stating that he has to work hard and earn money. The woman from before agrees, stating it's true. Kalia states that she is broke as well. Kim Seojun mentions needing to earn more money to buy elixirs from Kalia. He then asks if the Queen of England should have some authority over Britain's budget. An older man wonders what they are planning to do with Britain's budget. Kalia checks her phone. The older man wonders why she is looking that up. Several men express excitement about making some money, wondering what that bastard punk did to their disciples. Kim Seojun thinks to himself that he is the only one without a disciple. An exclamation point appears. A man expresses that he doesn't know how he can express his gratitude towards the medical saint. The man is told not to mention it, as he didn't do anything. He replies that he heard everything from the medical saint. He is thanked because both he and the medical saint were able to stay safe. Kim Seojun says thank you and laughs. Hands clasped together. A woman states that her master is safe thanks to Kim Seojun. Kalia, with a bright smile, declares that she'll do anything asked of her. The older man asks Kalia for a small favor, a question mark floating above his head. A younger man with spiky hair stands nearby. A house stands under a bright blue sky. Kalia explains that she only touched it a little, and it suddenly collapsed. The older man exclaims that they can live in their dream team's building while their house is being fixed, addressing someone as Sir Magic Saint. He then adds that if they want to thank him, they should help with the house repair costs, because he doesn't have any money now. A swirling magical effect fills the air. The older man tells someone to take care of it while they're in England, a small airplane flying overhead. A dungeon break has occurred in London. A man in a dark jacket sprints away from a monstrous serpent, its scales shimmering like obsidian in the dim light. Another man shoves a woman out of his path, desperate to escape the chaos. She cries out as she falls to the ground, the impact jarring her senses. The colossal serpent unleashes its fury upon the city, its roar echoing through the streets as it decimates buildings with ease. Meanwhile, a man, clad in tactical gear and wielding a sturdy shield, stands defiant against the encroaching threat, offering a glimmer of hope amidst the destruction. A grateful citizen thanks him. A woman shouts, directing people to a safer route, her voice laced with urgency. The man with the shield braces for impact as the serpent's attack crashes against his defenses, sparks flying as energy crackles in the air. He grits his teeth, his expression a mask of determination as he wonders where the reinforcements are. Sweat beads on his brow, a testament to the immense pressure he's under. A blinding explosion erupts, shaking the very foundations of the city. The man with the shield lies amidst the rubble, coughing as he struggles to rise, the aftermath of the explosion leaving him vulnerable. A massive drake towers over the buildings, its presence immediately known. The drake wonders how an 11-star monster could be here, as people cry out for help. Someone is trapped under the rubble, pleading to hang on. A blinding light erupts, filling the sky. A woman looks up, her eyes wide with shock. She glances back, a gasp escaping her lips. A man shouts, his face contorted with urgency. Someone cries out, "Your Majesty," as the light intensifies. A spear streaks through the air, aimed at the drake. A man runs, desperate to escape the chaos. A man stands ready, spear in hand, his expression grim. The man wonders if it is a spear. He wondered what all the fuss was about, as they had only just arrived in England. A voice requested that everyone step aside for a moment, promising they would handle it right away. A man walked forward, carrying a massive, ornate weapon. The man's expression hardened, his gaze fixed on something unseen. The order rang out, "Kill them all." A figure responded with a resolute, "Okay." A figure launched into action, a blade wreathed in purple energy. Another figure unleashed a torrent of flames. A man remarked that they would take care of all those monsters at once. Someone wondered if they were members of the Dream Team from Korea. Kim Seojun confirmed that he was the Dream Team's leader. Kim Seojun asked to be allowed to introduce himself. A woman declared that she was the Queen of the Commonwealth, Arya. He wondered what was going on over there. The question hangs in the air. A young girl like her? The Queen's temporary residence stands tall and imposing. A voice calls out, asking if Her Majesty is all right. Panic rises as one wonders what on earth the royal knights have been doing, arriving only now. Another voice reports that Sir Lebanon suddenly held them back. A man's face is etched with concern. The man from before stands before Arya. He assures Her Majesty that he will stay there for a while. Arya understands. Arya states that there is a way. A voice apologizes for showing such an embarrassing sight to such distinguished guests, adding that they must have many questions. The group sits around a table, discussing why the queen of a country would privately send a secret letter instead of sending an official request for help. Arya appears hesitant. A voice declares that they are just a puppet. A woman asks if the other knows the official English name for the UK, and when the other responds, "Isn't it England?" She replies that many people think so, but that's not true. The woman explains that England is one of the largest countries in the United Kingdom. The woman continues, stating that it's a union of 4 constituent countries: Scotland, Northern Ireland, England, and Wales. A voice explains that they don't have good relations between the unions. In the midst of this, the cataclysm and various other negative situations overlapped, causing even more resentment to build up. The voice continues, stating that the system that had been so precariously maintained collapsed instantly. The woman explains that she knew about the news of the former queen because it was such a big deal, but who would have thought that the next person to ascend to the throne would be such a young girl? The woman explains that her grandmother called her and said this. A voice calls out, "Horrible monster." A man thinks to himself, that should not be allowed into the world. Berserk. A voice explains that when the entirety of England suddenly fell into chaos, her grandmother left to stop the monster and never returned. The voice continues, stating that then, the prime minister suddenly passed away, and the newly elected prime minister also lost his life in an accident caused by a dungeon break. What's left after the successive deaths of those in charge of leading the country? She sat upon the throne, reflecting on how she had ascended to it in place of her deceased grandmother, without even a proper coronation ceremony. In some ways, it was only natural that the country called the UK would. Then, the two heroes of the cataclysm demanded the throne, causing shock and outrage. If they were the heroes of Britain's cataclysm, they must be Sir Lebanon and Lady Ellis, right? The group around the table seemed to agree. Lebanon of Scotland looked on with a concerned expression. Ellis of Northern Ireland appeared equally troubled. Professional hunters from each region gathered around the heroes of the cataclysm and began to ignore the distortions in other parts of the country. They even declared that, a fist clenched tightly, the character admitting to being lacking in many ways. Unlike her grandmother, who was an awakener, she had no experience, no skills, and no connections to ask for help when she needed it. She didn't even want the throne. She even thought that it would be better for the country and its people if a powerful monarch, a hero of cataclysm, ruled the country rather than someone like her, who could do nothing. And that was until she found out. Behind all of this, two shadowy figures lurked. The tension in the room is palpable. Kim Seo-jun is addressed. A woman with blonde hair states that she heard about the miraculous things he did in Italy. The man's expression is serious. The blonde woman offers to grant him everything he wants. Her hand clenches tightly. The woman continues, whether it be money or title, or more. The man looks on. A message appears, pleading for Sir Lebanon and Lady Ellis, the heroes of the cataclysm, to be stopped. The heroes are gathered around a table, their expressions unreadable. Meanwhile, a subordinate rushes towards the woman in the suit, his face etched with urgency. He stammers, "Your Majesty, there's a problem. It is said that Captain Robert and Sir Lebanon are currently in a standoff in front of the palace." The group is shocked by the news. Elsewhere, the man brandishes his weapon, his voice a low growl. "To think you would dare block my path without knowing your place." Someone lies injured on the ground, blood pooling around them. The man speaks with disdain. As expected, that puppet queen's foolishness has spread to her subordinates as well. Cataclysm hero, Dragon Slayer, Lebanon. Lebanon declares, only those with verified identities are allowed to enter the palace. He stood, staff glowing with power, and declared, "So you are not even thinking of hiding your shady intentions anymore." A man, seen from a low angle, responded, "I was going to give you a chance." Another man retorted, "But I do not need a dog that barks without recognizing its new owner." A man's face contorted in anger, muttering, "Your Majesty." Lebanon stood amidst others, his staff still glowing. The man from before looked up, his expression unreadable. The building began to crumble. The structure continued to collapse, debris falling. The destruction intensified, the building now a ruin. Lebanon, holding his staff, asked, "Are you all right?" A voice from beneath the rubble replied, "Why yes." A hand emerged from the debris. The man stood amidst the ruins, stating, "An outsider into our country's affairs. How shameless." He muses that even though it isn't English, he can feel that they are speaking directly into his mind. He asks if they are perhaps one of the Order of Truth's believers. Kim Seo-jun states that he thinks there is some misunderstanding between them. The heroes of the cataclysm fundamentally do not believe in the Order of Truth. This is because the heroes of the cataclysm knew the ugly side of the Order of Truth, contrary to the world's perception of a religious order that saves. Lebanon states that he didn't mean to interfere with their plans, and that he just wanted to take another look around the palace. Lebanon asks if he has ever heard the name Kim Seo-jun. Kim Seo-jun thinks he's heard about it somewhere. Kim Seo-jun confirms that he is Kim Seo-jun. An unseen force launches an attack. The attack connects, sending Kim Seo-jun flying. The attack continues, showing the force of the impact. Kim Seo-jun, hit by the attack, calls him an arrogant little. Kim Seo-jun is engulfed in the attack. He is immediately engulfed in a blinding explosion of energy. The force of the blast sends several figures flying through the air. Those who remain express their shock and worry. Damn, shouldn't we stop them? How are we supposed to do that when we can't even approach them? A figure grits their teeth, enduring the brunt of the assault. The destructive energy continues to surge, tearing through the environment. A voice echoes with defiance. "I will not accept it." The attack intensifies, focusing its power on a single, devastating point. A figure's eyes glow with an ominous red light. To me, fighting is hunting. It is simply an act of hunting the targeted prey and taking. But now, Lebanon reflects on the situation. You said something about Her Majesty bringing outsiders into your country's affairs. Yet here you are colluding with the Order of Truth. The red glow intensifies, as if the speaker is preparing for a hunt. Lebanon's expression darkens. "I'm being hunted. How hypocritical." A voice wonders, how does this translate? I wonder if there is an English version of the saying, "If I love someone, it is romance, but if others do, it is an affair." Kim Seo-jun unleashes a furious burst of red energy, screaming to silence his unseen foe. He then prepares to strike with a spear, a swirling vortex of blue energy crackling around the weapon's tip. Blue energy flares around Seo-jun, his expression a mask of barely contained rage. "What a temper," he mutters. His face contorted with fury, Seo-jun spits out, This bastard. Sia Jun lunges forward, a dagger wreathed in crimson energy poised to strike. He follows up with a sweeping sword attack, the blade humming with potent blue energy. Red energy crackles around Sia Jun as he challenges. Do you want to compete with me in strength? Blue energy explodes from him in a blinding wave, seeking to overwhelm his unseen adversary. Sia Jun unleashes a chaotic torrent of both blue and red energy, a maelstrom of power aimed at his hidden enemy. He continues his assault with a focused blast of red energy, pushing forward with relentless aggression. Sia Jun sneers, red energy flaring around him as he taunts. To think you would try to confront this power that has made even dragons kneel. What a dumbass. His face a mask of pure, unadulterated rage, Sia Jun roars his defiance. His eye blazes with an intense, crimson light, the power within him reaching a fever pitch. Sia Jun declares with unwavering conviction that this will be his opponent's downfall. The clash of their weapons sends sparks and energy scattering in all directions, the force of the impact threatening to shatter the very air around them. Sia Jun's face contorts in disbelief, the thought of losing a concept he seems unable to grasp. A close-up reveals the face of the opponent, their expression a mask of grim determination. The word echoes, a desperate denial of the situation unfolding before them. Impossible. The opponent swings their weapon with practiced ease, the blade a blur of motion. Sia Jun is struck, the force of the blow sending him reeling backward. A close-up of the sword reveals intricate details, the weapon humming with contained power. The two warriors face each other, the air crackling with anticipation of the next strike. The opponent acknowledges the strength of Sia Jun, admitting that he is worse than dragons. Grasping his sword tightly, the opponent admits that he cannot predict what will happen if they continue fighting like this. A voice declares that they must delay their plan. One of the figures calls out, Sir Robert. Another figure asks, Why, Your Majesty? Are you all right? A figure states, Let's call it a day here. But remember this, the more stubborn you are, the more the people around you get hurt. Two figures observe the scene. A figure, with glowing hands, wonders, how can that be? Another figure exclaims, It's still too much for me to defeat a hero of the cataclysm with bare hands. What kind of nonsense are you? A figure is surrounded by a surge of energy. A figure with energy around them says, Hi-ap. A figure with a sword says, Ah. The scene shifts to a view of a building. From above, the scale of the destruction becomes clear as figures search through the rubble. A voice wonders if they have searched over there. Another voice replies that they are still searching. Three figures stand amidst the destruction. One asks if they will have to pay for the repair costs. Another admits that they really did try to control their strength. Lying amongst the rubble, a man with gray hair tied back is discovered. A voice exclaims that he is there. Looking down at the man on the ground, a figure expresses surprise. A close-up reveals a pink, crystalline object. A hand holds the pink object, its glow illuminating the scene. The man struggles to catch his breath, his grip tightening on the sword. A monstrous shadow looms, its red eyes burning with malevolent intent. Is this the end? The sword lies abandoned on the ground. He looks up, determination etched on his face. Elma, I was going to propose to you after this fight was over, but... A blinding beam of light erupts. He sprints forward, driven by a desperate urgency. Done. Next. Quickly, quickly. Move, move, move. A question mark hangs in the air, a symbol of uncertainty. A man stands tall, a bandage covering a wound on his face. A massive monster is being dismantled. If you do that, the skin will be damaged. Please bring the dismantled parts over here. Phillips approaches. Captain Robert is asked. Captain Robert, are you feeling better now? Robert replies, I am fine. But... Two men dismember a monster corpse. What are you all doing? We're dismembering and transporting monster corpses. Hold on tight. No, I know that. Captain Robert is told. Something Her Majesty ordered herself. He responds, surprised, Her Majesty did. A voice instructs them to quickly dissect the bodies. A man looks on in shock, a question mark hovering over his head as he contemplates the cost. 30 hours equals 300 billion. A figure collapses to the ground. Another person lies prone, as someone exclaims, Me too. The man considers a glowing dragon heart, musing that he tried to ask Sir Hua Tu to decoct it for him, but it will take 30 hours. An unseen figure demands to know what they are doing, ordering them to move quickly once they're done. Someone complains about exploitation, insisting that they need a break too. A voice shouts, demanding that they realize they owe him 1 trillion won each, and questioning why they shouldn't pay for the pills he gave them in advance. Someone remarks on how petty it is, wondering if he is getting stronger as he eats more and more money. Judging from what he's shown so far, it makes perfect sense, someone thinks, before being told to shut up. The man thinks to himself that they are the Dream Team. A group of people stand in a street, looking up in awe. Two members of the Dream Team cheer. One of the members states that they don't know and to just wave their hands, while also saying nice meeting you to everyone. The scene shifts to Northern Ireland. Kalia asks if they should watch like this. The men mention that they haven't been able to get in touch with Sir Lebanon since he went to the palace. Kalia thinks to herself how annoying it is that more and more people are supporting the Queen again. Kalia tells the Scottish idiots to take nonsense in front of her. A skeleton appears. Kalia is asked to please be spared, but she says not to worry. She was planning on leaving one of them alive anyway. The man is told to go and tell this to the other idiots. The time has come for everyone to gather in London. The man falls to the ground. Kalia thinks that they don't have to be alive to do that, right? A hand reaches out, as if beckoning someone forward into the unknown. A skeleton stands silently, its bones gleaming in the dim light. The skeleton's legs are planted firmly on the ground, surrounded by a pool of dark liquid. Kalia sits on her throne, her voice echoing through the chamber. What I just said. Kalia's expression is calculating as she muses, this Kim Seojun guy, isn't all that bad, huh? Kalia continues, her gaze unwavering. Like you aren't keeping an eye on him for nothing. She declares, let's move on our own from now on. Kalia's thoughts swirl, a hint of frustration in her tone. Whether in the past or present, I can never figure out what's on her mind. Kalia rises from her throne, her resolve hardening. Well, it doesn't matter. Standing before her skeletal army, Kalia vows, I just need to kill all those who welcomed that brat as the new queen. The skeleton seems to listen intently, its empty sockets fixed on Kalia. Kalia's dark ambition takes shape as she plans to, and turn them into undead. A voice asks if they should go. Another voice responds, asking if they're going to London. A voice declares that it is completed. Kim Seojun holds the heart-shaped decoction, a soft pink glow emanating from within. Seojun thinks that the decoction made of the dragon heart isn't much different from how it used to be. The narration states that it's because the dragon's heart is perfect in itself. The narration continues, stating that in order to maximize its effectiveness, it is important not to damage its appearance. The narration states that it wants to see the process of Seojun absorbing the decoction made from the dragon's heart. Seojun wonders what's going on, realizing he's completely out of money. He thinks that if he had run out of money while it was decocting, he would have been in big trouble. The narration insists that it wants to see him absorb it. The ground rumbled with unseen force, the tremor vibrating through the very foundations of the city. Arya's eyes widened, a flicker of concern crossing her face as she glanced at Robert. The tremor intensified, causing nearby bystanders to stumble and murmur in alarm. What on earth is going on in there? One wondered aloud. Was there an earthquake? Another asked, fear lacing his voice. What's with this energy? Arya turned to Sir Robert, her expression thoughtful. In your opinion, how strong is Hunter Kim Seojun? Robert crossed his arms, his gaze distant. I don't even dare to estimate his strength. Arya's brow furrowed slightly. This is just my opinion, but perhaps there is no one in this world who can threaten Hunter Kim Seojun. Robert's eyes narrowed, a hint of doubt in his voice. Maybe the apocalyptic monster could. A flicker of something unreadable crossed Robert's face. How envious, pardon. Arya's gaze drifted downwards, a shadow of regret passing over her features. If I had that much power, I wouldn't be this helpless. A sudden resolve hardened her expression. Arya, remember this. Her thoughts drifted to a memory, a familiar face etched in her mind. Grandmother. Robert's face was etched with weariness as he stared into the distance. Asterisk, but for the useless me, this crown is too heavy. Your Majesty, asterisk. For now, they should do what they can. Let's proceed with the dismantling work. Please leave it to us, Your Majesty. You should go and rest. You always say you are weak, but it'd be great if you knew your heart and actions are touching the hearts of so many people. If someone were to ask me who'd be most qualified as the queen, I, Robert, would say it can only be you, Your Majesty. The sky has gotten dark. It might rain soon, so please go inside. Then let's finish this first. Your Majesty, there's a problem. It's said that all the Scottish pro-hunters and Lady Ellis undead army are all gathering in London. A burst of energy erupts, shaking the very foundations of the world. The energy intensifies, the air crackling with raw power. Skeletal figures rise, their bony forms animated by an unseen force. A voice echoes, filled with rage and defiance. Just get out of the way, you English pigs. A man stands, sword in hand, a grim determination etched on his face. A skeleton kneels before a figure seated upon a throne. The words, Lady Ellis, appear. The man with the sword looks back, a question hanging in the air. Why? Lady Ellis's eyes glow with an eerie red light, a sinister smile spreading across her face. A skeleton is impaled by a sword. A desperate plea rings out. Please stop. Lady Ellis raises a finger, her expression one of cruel amusement. Oh my, look who we have here. She says she'll give it to them, pleading for the madness to stop. Someone off-panel protests, questioning why she would. Lady Ellis reflects that she was planning to just accept it if they gave her the throne, but she changed her mind. Robert and Lady Ellis walk together, the sound of their footsteps echoing in the empty street. An exclamation mark punctuates the silence. A skeletal figure commands someone to kneel. The skeleton cradles Lady Ellis in its arms, demanding that someone show them who the real queen is in front of the British people gathered there. Robert's eyes widen in disbelief, a gasp escaping his lips. Robert apologizes, saying he can't stand. A voice declares that they will watch more people die. Lady Ellis recalls her grandmother's words. People can be anything they want to be. Robert thinks that what was possible in that person's world is impossible in his. Lady Ellis stands, a strange aura emanating from her. One of the guards tells someone to stop. Ellis thinks that she should have done this from the beginning, as the crown was never meant for her to have in the first place. It was a weight she could never bear. The guard continues to stand over Lady Ellis. Ellis thinks about the hunter. Seo-jun is asked a question. The guard tells Lady Ellis to keep her head up, stating that she shouldn't be doing that. Ellis is told that if she is truly the queen of this country, or if she wants to be a queen for the people, that is what she should dream of and want to become. Ellis is told not to bow down to that kind of thing. Seo-jun is told that his crown would fall off his head. One of the guards says that's right. The guards say that they are prepared to lay down their lives for Her Majesty, and if they had hoped for something different, they would have turned away long ago. Seo-jun addresses Lady Ellis, referring to her as Your Majesty. Ellis asks that they not bow their heads for her sake. A close-up of Ellis's face shows a determined expression. A figure with long black hair demands to know what is happening. Ellis's face is shown as she declares that they should show them who the real queen is. A close-up of Ellis's eye shows a determined gaze. The figure with long black hair appears angry. The figure with long black hair is called out by name, Ellis. Ellis states that she is not a hero of the cataclysm or anything, and is labeled a traitor. Seo-jun states that he can forgive anyone who has harmed him 100 or 1,000 times, but harming others is unforgivable. Seo-jun continues, stating that people are the nation, and the nation is everything, and questions what else the act of harming others could be if not treason. The figure with long black hair is called the Witch of Darkness, Ellis, and accused of being a traitor. A hand points, the unseen speaker declaring that someone must pay for the crime of treason. Ellis, dressed in a long brown coat, sentences someone to death. A woman calls out for Robert, who responds affirmatively, addressing her as my queen. Robert, bandaged and determined, vows to carry out her orders, even if it means risking his life, referring to her as the traitor Ellis. Knights are ordered to ready their swords. His eyes glowing red with fury, a man declares that from now on, they will use everything at their disposal to kill the traitor Ellis. A man responds, yes, my queen. Two figures stand before a colossal skeleton with glowing red eyes. One asks, what do we do? A man states that the true queen he mentioned is the girl next to him. A figure sits on a throne, as two others stand before them. One of the figures asks what they should do. The figure in the white shirt states that the true queen is the girl next to him. The two figures walk together. A figure sits on a throne, as another stands before them. A voice booms, declaring that the insects dare ignore their mercy. The voice continues, stating that they will see if they can still act stubbornly after this. A monster roars. Monsters are coming out of the sky, one of the figures exclaims, adding that they weren't dark clouds. A gate is so huge that it could be mistaken for dark clouds. Lightning strikes. The figure in the white shirt shouts at Ellis, asking what on earth she has done. The figure with dark hair declares that the throne means nothing when everyone is dead. The blonde-haired character, wide-eyed with fear, questions the origin of the undead legions, dreading the answer. The figure with glowing red eyes muses about the disappearance of the Northern Irish people. A scream rips from the blonde-haired character's throat. Lady Alia, desperate, asks her grandmother for guidance, recalling her words about the possibility of being anything one wants to be. Standing amidst a desolate landscape, a figure resolves to change the world. A voice declares that whatever they are trying to do is already too late, commanding to go berserk. The dark-haired figure urges someone to use their magic power and the dragon heart planted in the palace to break free. A skeletal figure walks down a deserted street. A figure observes that nothing is happening, then wonders about the dragon heart that Lebanon was carrying. A character with purple hair makes a slurping sound. The dark-haired figure questions what is happening. Heavenly Meteor Spear, first technique. The technique continues. Annihilating Thunder Comet. The technique continues. The technique is unleashed. The undead army stands before the power. The man with short black hair exclaims, what the? I was planning on wiping out the whole undead army, including Ellis, but I only managed to destroy half of them. My power was counteracted by something. Another man states that a being interfered with the power of a transcendent. A man reacts in shock. A man coughs. A scream echoes. He screams in agony, upper energy leaking from his body. An unwavering heart manifests externally. The manifestation glows with an ethereal light. Seo-jun Kim, along with others, looks up in shock. What was that just now? Sinister thoughts? A red orb pulsates with energy. Red-colored light particles gather together, gradually taking shape around the orb. No one except the heroes of the cataclysm had seen it, but everyone gathered there instinctively knew it. The most powerful life form on Earth, the dragon that reigns over all beings, and the one who ranks at the top of those dragons. A dark silhouette of a dragon looms. The ruler of all dragons. Dragon Emperor. Berserk. He clicks his tongue in frustration, muttering a curse under his breath. A monstrous maw, lined with rows of razor-sharp teeth, opens wide, a crimson glow emanating from its depths. The air crackles with raw power as the unsealing continues, the landscape warping under the strain of the released energy. Elsewhere, a figure streaks through the city streets, a blur of motion against the decaying buildings. With a sharp TSK, beams of pure energy erupt, tearing through the environment with unstoppable force. Kim Seo-jun is bathed in an ethereal light, the power surging through him as the unsealing progresses. A lone warrior stands defiant against a horde of skeletal soldiers, their weapon poised to strike. Did you think I'd let you? The command echoes, pierce through, as the attack connects, shattering bone and rending the air. A prominence explosion engulfs the battlefield, incinerating everything in its path with a blinding flash. A woman's eyes widen in disbelief, her face a mask of shock as she witnesses the unfolding chaos. What? A figure, radiating power, declares, "We are your opponent." Two figures race through the city, one marveling at the captain's incredible speed. "Captain is so damn quick. We barely caught up. Mr. Seojun, leave them to us. Go and take care of it. Then, I will leave them to you." "You're our opponent," I said. "All knights, charge. Kill the traitor Ellis. Fight, you useless bastards." But we haven't heard any stories about the people of Northern Ireland being turned into undead legions, and that dragon. We just didn't like the fact that there were Englishmen on the throne, so we wanted to dethrone the Queen and have a Scottish person on the throne. How could you do such a horrible thing to us? Dodge. Queen Alia, why? She looks down, listening to the man speaking to her. The man states that she must have been anxious and dissatisfied, and that she may not even be qualified as the queen. He continues, saying that to overcome their country's crisis, they need everyone's strength, and asks if she will forgive them. Alia kneels on the ground, asking who she is to forgive them. A skeleton with glowing red eyes declares that they are all just British citizens. Alia kneels between two skeletons. A man attacks the skeletons with a sword. Alia looks up, hearing the man's words. Two men stand side by side, declaring that they will support her. A man stands with a sword, ready to fight. A voice declares, "Our young queen," as a battle breaks out. A battle rages between humans and skeletons, with magic circles appearing. A man's face is shown in close-up, as he shouts that they are worthless insects. The air vibrates with a palpable tension. Kim Seojun, surrounded by a swirling blue aura, prepares to strike with his glowing spear. A voice booms, declaring, "You foolish being." Energy crackles around a dark, web-like structure. Danger hangs heavy in the air. That was the first thought that came to mind when he looked up. He prepares for what's to come. Fear, or terror, fills his mind. Negative thoughts cloud the figure's mind. Its existence is so overwhelming that it is hard to believe. What is in front of them is just a remnant of its true power. He can't afford to waste any time because there's a huge difference in their class. Even at this very moment, Berserk's power is growing stronger. Seojun is here. Before it can regain its power, he is called a foolish being. A surge of blue energy crackles in the air. The air grows heavy with the weight of destiny, bound by mortal fate. Seojun Kim's expression twists into a berserk grin, his eyes gleaming with manic energy. A similar blue energy surrounds a massive, dragon-like creature, its form wreathed in shadow and ancient power. A voice echoes, pondering the existence of another being wielding the power of transcendence in this predetermined world. The dragon-like creature looms, the blue energy swirling around it like a tempest. The dragon's voice rumbles, demanding, "What do you mean? You must have heard the concept of will." The voice continues, admitting curiosity as to why Seojun Kim is asking such a question, and if he is asking about the predetermined fate of this world. Seojun Kim's eyes narrow, a sinister glint in their depths. "Are you asking about the transcended? You know about the transcended." He tightens his grip, the air around him shimmering with barely contained power. The dragon-like creature observes the approaching spear. It muses, well. Infused with blue energy, he thrusts the spear forward with immense speed. The spear collides with the dragon-like creature, erupting in a burst of red energy. The spear continues to pierce through the creature's form, the energy intensifying. Seojun Kim grits his teeth, straining as he thinks. Even the spear of Longinus, a transcendent weapon, cannot penetrate it. The dragon-like creature remains unscathed, surrounded by a swirling vortex of red energy. The energy disperses outward from the point of impact, leaving the creature unharmed. The force of the impact throws Seojun Kim backward, the air crackling with energy. He is sent hurtling through the air, struggling to regain his balance. The dragon-like creature asks, "Was that what you wanted to know?" Seojun Kim, bracing himself, asks, "If I say yes, will you answer?" The seal is gradually being released. Seojun Kim thinks, "It's disadvantageous for me if this drags out. Stop wasting my time and just disappear." He is surrounded by a swirling vortex of energy, the spear of Longinus glowing intensely in his grip. A monstrous voice booms, dripping with arrogance. "How foolish. Still, this too is ultimately a decided future. I will personally make you understand." Kim Seojun unleashes a torrent of power, shouting, "Begone." A crimson eye narrows, burning with malevolent intent. A blinding flash erupts, momentarily obscuring the battlefield. The hunter prepares to strike, the spear of Longinus crackling with azure energy. Kim Seojun grits his teeth, declaring, "The space itself has disappeared." A swirling vortex of dark energy pulsates, threatening to consume everything in its path. The crimson eye flares with fury, its gaze piercing through the chaos. The monstrous face contorts in rage, its features twisted into a grotesque mask. The word explode echoes through the air as a cataclysmic force is unleashed. Another blinding flash engulfs the scene, signaling a devastating impact. He gathers power, a swirling vortex of blue energy coalescing around him. The monster recoils, its eyes widening in disbelief. This power is... Seo Kim launches himself forward, a trail of blue fire streaking behind him. Do you think I will let you go? The heavenly meteor spear plunges into the monster, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion of blue energy. The power of the attack surges, visualized as a level of 200. The heavenly meteor spear technique takes form, crackling with azure energy. Seo Kim plummets through the air, enveloped in the technique's raw power. The azure cloud descends, a storm of celestial energy. 1,000 thunders roar as the attack intensifies. A blinding flash erupts, the culmination of the technique's power. The monster crashes to the ground, a cloud of dust rising around it. The beast roars in agony, its voice a guttural cry of pain. Seo Kim continues to fall, the force of the attack carrying him downward. Energy crackles around him, a symphony of destructive power. Another flash of light illuminates the scene, the attack reaching its climax. The final burst of energy explodes outward, a wave of pure destruction. A burst of fiery energy explodes outward. The air crackles with residual heat. Skeletal remains are illuminated by the fading light. Dust and debris settle as the energy dissipates. He grits his teeth, a trickle of blood running down his chin. His power was offset again. Seo Kim thinks, I've made significant improvement with the dragon heart, but if its seal is fully released, I can't win. Red magical circles flare around him as Seo Kim considers, I can only use the heavenly meteor spear one more time, too. I have to finish it off with that one last move. The image of a dragon looms, wreathed in crimson energy. Seo Kim's voice echoes with defiance. You dare. Blinding light pulses, the air shimmering with heat. The dragon's form solidifies, its jaws agape in a silent roar. The energy intensifies, reaching a fever pitch. He stands in a vast, red-tinged space, the heavenly meteor spear radiating a faint glow in his grasp. Seo Kim's grip tightens on the spear, his knuckles whitening as he prepares to unleash its power. The spear blurs as he unleashes a devastating strike, the air crackling with displaced energy. A monstrous dragon head, wreathed in crimson energy, manifests before him, its eyes burning with ancient malice. Kim Seo-jun's eyes widen as he hears a voice. What? He's destroying every single one of those great spells where dragon tongues and spells are intertwined. The voice continues, laced with disbelief. How can a mere human of such low rank be in the same class as me? Seo Kim's expression hardens, his resolve unwavering as he continues his assault. A disembodied eye, glowing with ethereal light, declares, I can see it. The text reads, Berserk shallow, thread-like. The text reads, opening. A close-up reveals a figure's chest, the fabric of their clothing shimmering with faint, magical energy. A rhythmic thumping echoes through the space, growing louder with each beat. He leaps into the air, a faint thump echoing as Seo Kim prepares to unleash his next technique. The first technique, Annihilating Thunder Comet, contains the mystery of Disperse. The second technique, Azure Cloud Thousand Thunders, contains the mystery of Grasp. The third technique is about to be revealed. A construct of pure blue energy forms around Seo Kim. Spears of crackling energy materialize, ready to strike. The blue energy intensifies, swirling around him. The energy coalesces, focusing into a point of immense power. A blinding white light erupts, signaling the next technique. The energy shifts, now a swirling vortex of crimson power. The energy pulses, a silent scream of power. Reaching pair, the third technique, is unleashed. He channels a surge of blue energy through his hands. The energy intensifies, crackling with raw power. Dark, sharp shapes emerge, hinting at the destructive potential of the energy. The energy is unleashed in a chaotic battle, as figures clash amidst bursts of light and shadow. A blonde-haired woman looks up, her expression filled with worry. A dragon-like creature looms, its scales and forms suggesting immense power. Abstract shapes fill the frame, a visual representation of chaos and destruction. The blonde-haired woman's eyes widen in shock. He's defeated that great monster, Berserk. A figure in a black cloak walks down a deserted street, the city lights casting long shadows. A smiling face with sharp teeth emerges from the darkness, hinting at a sinister presence. A figure in black recoils, clutching their chest as dark energy emanates from their body. Kahook, they groan. Standing over a defeated foe, a voice exclaims, damn it all. Another voice retorts, haha, a hero of the cataclysm isn't anything special, huh? A floating figure declares, Appa, if you say something like that while bleeding like crazy, it wouldn't have much credibility. Another voice snaps back, shut it. These are nothing but mere scratches. A cloaked figure stands before a massive skeletal structure, thinking, to think I would be pushed around by these brats. A figure clutches their head, lamenting, those guys aren't just at the level of typical S-rank hunters. Each and every single one of them is almost at the level of a hero of cataclysm. They continue. If only those Scottish sons of bitches hadn't betrayed. Amidst a chaotic battle, a figure swings a sword with fierce determination. A figure is covered in blood, uttering, "Berserk." A figure stands in the darkness, surrounded by bats. A character exclaims, "He defeated that great monster, Berserk." A cloaked figure walks down a deserted street, the only sound the echo of their footsteps. A close-up reveals a sinister grin, the character uttering, "Ho." A woman with long, dark hair stands with her back to the viewer, a chilling laugh escaping her lips. Her face contorts into a sinister grin, a single eye glowing with purple energy as she declares, "You have no idea why Berserk was called the great monster of the end." A distant explosion rocks the city. A woman in a suit stares ahead, her eyes wide with shock. She stands ready, a determined glint in her eyes. A monstrous face looms, teeth bared in a silent roar. The monstrous figure emanates a dangerous, red aura. A man with reddish-brown hair stands firm, gripping a weapon crackling with blue energy. He thinks, "If I had been even a little bit late in twisting the axis of space, my heart would have been pierced." He grits his teeth, frustration etched on his face. "Damn, what a blunder," he mutters. "I should have been more careful and precise. It was the final third technique, but I was too hasty." He prepares to strike, his stance firm and resolute. A burst of energy explodes outward. The monstrous figure recalls, "Long ago, there were swarms of insects in this world trying to stop me. However, insects are just insects." He vows to reverse his opponent's predetermined future, promising to bring about their end. Energy beams strike Kim Seojun. A voice declares that everyone is finished. Someone wonders how many will survive the second cataclysm. A voice commands repentance and despair. A close-up reveals a face contorted in what seems to be a scream. A voice dismisses the situation as talking nonsense. A figure is consumed by a dark aura. A plea goes out for everyone to look. It's announced that Hunter Kim Seojun is fighting with his life on the line. A voice declares that their fight isn't over yet, for everyone here. Kim Seojun's body is breaking down as he laments his beautiful body. He stands over his defeated opponent, sword raised high. Kim Seojun declares, about despair. Kim Seojun focuses his energy, a crimson aura flaring around him. The crimson energy intensifies, crackling with power. The energy coalesces into a concentrated sphere of destructive force. The crimson sphere unleashes a torrent of energy beams. The attack slams into its target, erupting in a violent explosion of red light. Kim Seojun thinks, "I need to move." A figure with red hair, eyes wide with desperation, cries out, "I have no more magic power." Summoning the last of his strength, the figure erects a shimmering blue barrier. Barrier strong is displayed. Haeun, eyes widening in shock, is caught off guard by the sudden defense. "Haeun," he exclaims. The barrier slams into Haeun, the impact sending a jolt through his body. "Cook," he groans. Kim Seojun retaliates, unleashing a wave of purple energy against the barrier. The barrier groans under the relentless assault, cracks spider webbing across its surface. Purple energy crackles through the air, a devastating magical assault aimed directly at the hunter. The knights, witnessing the sheer power of the attack, brace themselves for the coming battle. A voice booms out, commanding all knights to attack. The call goes out, urging the knights to fight alongside Hunter Kim Seojun. The magical assault continues, tearing through the environment with unrelenting force. Insignificant insects, the attacker sneers. The energy coalesces into the form of a monstrous dragon, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. The dragon unleashes its power, bathing the area in a destructive wave of magical energy. A desperate cry rings out, urging Kim Seojun to stand up and fight. The force of the attack slams into Kim Seojun, sending him hurtling backward through the shattered landscape. Kim Seojun grits his teeth, resolving to squeeze out every last drop of magic power from his body. "Keep going," he tells himself. Another blast of energy slams into him, the impact echoing through the ravaged battlefield. His eyes blazing with determination, Kim Seojun steels himself, refusing to think about whether he can do this or not. Determined, Kim Seojun vows to do whatever it takes, as the word insects appears amidst a surge of blue energy. A monstrous maw filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth materializes, poised to devour everything in its path. The monstrous mouth looms larger, its terrifying presence dominating the scene. A booming voice commands, "Begone." A monstrous figure takes shape, its form shrouded in shadow and menace. The assault intensifies, the force of the attack shattering the surroundings into fragments. The relentless barrage continues, each strike carrying the weight of devastation. The attack reaches its zenith, bathing the area in an incandescent light that threatens to consume all. The dust settles, revealing a scene of utter ruin. Kim Seojun lies prone amidst the wreckage, his sword cast aside. The camera focuses on Kim Seojun's face, his expression unreadable amidst the devastation. A hand clenches into a fist, a silent testament to the struggle. Seoyun Park stands tall, a glowing staff held aloft, her gaze fixed on the fallen Kim Seojun. A close-up reveals a face, shadowed and indistinct. A voice echoes, declaring that the listener is an existence worse than insects. A monstrous, dragon-like creature, wreathed in red energy, vows to finish the unseen opponent. Tears stream down a face as the speaker proclaims they can finally become the person they always wanted to be. Lady Kalia states that the true queen is the girl next to her, questioning if it's impossible for a person to be anything he wants to be in her world. Then, Kim Seojun is thanked for telling her that, as he states they just need to change that world. Her eyes narrow, a hint of determination flickering within. Kalia stands beside Kim Seojun, a silent understanding passing between them. Kim Seojun's expression is unreadable, shadowed, and intense. A text box appears, questioning how powerful the first form is, expressing curiosity. A figure is told to still not use it if possible, questioning why not, and if it's because their body can't handle it at their current level. Even if he can resist the recoil with his magic power, if his body and spear aren't united, there's too great of a risk that his existence might collapse, so he should use it later. A finger touches a face, as a voice emphasizes, and most importantly, Heaven's great sage touches his nose, a serious expression on his face. The text reads, probably won't be able to handle its power. A close-up of the back of someone's head, the hair glowing with an inner light. Kim Seojun's face is shown in close-up, his expression intense. The words, first form, are displayed prominently. The first technique, Annihilating Thunder Comet, contains the mystery of Disperse. The second technique, Azure Cloud Thousand Thunders, contains the mystery of Grasp. The mysteries of the Disperse, Grasp, and Pierce are contained in those three techniques. Make up the complete form. A burst of orange energy erupts. The orange energy intensifies, swirling with power. A surge of red energy emanates from the figure. The red energy solidifies, taking on a more defined shape. Red energy begins to swirl around Seojun Kim, coalescing into complex patterns. The energy intensifies, briefly revealing Seojun's silhouette within the blinding light. Seojun's heart pounds in his chest, feeling as if it's about to explode from the sheer force coursing through him. An unbearable force surges through Seojun's body, threatening to tear him apart from the inside. Seojun acknowledges that this isn't a power that was granted to him, but one he's forcing into existence. It's a power that is far, far away from his current level. However, Seojun doesn't care. Even if he dies here, even if he can never get up again, even if his very existence collapses, Seojun is determined to do this, no matter the cost. Heavenly Meteor Spear. Seojun Kim prepares to unleash the technique, his stance firm and resolute. The energy around him intensifies, crackling with raw power as he focuses his intent. Seojun's hands glow with golden light, ready to unleash the Heavenly Meteor Spear. He grips the spear, a golden aura beginning to emanate from its surface. The golden light intensifies, swirling around the spear's intricate design. Energy converges at the spear's tip, forming a blinding point of light. Shadows dance across Seojun's face, highlighting his unwavering focus. His eyes narrow, a glint of lethal intent shining within them. The word annihilation blazes across the scene, a promise of utter destruction. The spear is unleashed, blurring through the air with impossible speed. It leaves a trail of shimmering energy in its wake, distorting the very air around it. Shockwaves ripple outward, the raw power of the attack threatening to tear reality apart. The spear's energy reaches a fever pitch, erupting in a blinding explosion of light and lightning. A monstrous visage materializes amidst the chaos, a terrifying manifestation of the spear's destructive force. The words space and time hang in the air, hinting at the attack's ability to transcend the boundaries of reality itself. A voice echoes, encompassing all things and everything. They are all collapsing. This bastard. Seojun Kim plummets downward, a question hanging in the air. Did he use a power he couldn't handle? At any rate, what inexplicable power. It looks like that bastard will also disappear alone with me. A cloaked figure stands amidst the chaos. The cloaked figure extends a hand. You. A monstrous visage grins, teeth bared. You are. The light intensifies. A hooded figure emanates a dark and ominous presence, their intentions shrouded in mystery. A fist clenches with immense power, a surge of energy crackling around it, hinting at the force about to be unleashed. The crowd roars in celebration. The landscape lies in ruins, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. The survivors rejoice, declaring, "We survived." A woman looks up, relief washing over her face. "He really did it," she says. The woman expresses her gratitude. "Thank you so much, Hunter Kim Seojun." A gasp escapes her lips as she sees Kim Seojun lying prone on the battlefield. Another woman cries out, "Hunter Kim Seojun." The woman rushes towards Kim Seojun, fear etched on her face. "Can't," she says, seeing him lying still. Kim Seojun lies motionless, his eyes closed. His eyes snap open, revealing a look of shock. His heart isn't beating. Lady Arya, her face contorted with worry, shouts, "Lady Arya, please call for a healer." Hands pressed down, attempting to revive him. The woman desperately pleads, "Mr. Seojun, you can't die." He lay defeated, the cold ground pressing against his cheek. The sounds of battle faded into a dull ringing in his ears. A voice, dripping with disdain, echoed in the air. Useless. A figure cloaked in shadow stood silently, their presence radiating an unsettling power. The figure loomed over Seojun Kim, an ominous silhouette against the fading light. The figure's hand reached down, a gesture that could mean salvation or finality. The voice, cold and resolute, cut through the silence. Out of my way. A face, etched with determination and a hint of sorrow, stared down at the fallen cadet. A faint whisper escaped Seojun Kim's lips. Did I die? His thoughts drifted, a detached observation of his own failing body. Well, since I took on all that recoil after exhausting all of the energy in my 3 energy centers, it'd be stranger if I was still alive. A flicker of defiance ignited within him, even as darkness threatened to consume him. Still, I don't regret it. Since I was. He plummeted through the air, the thought echoing in his mind that he had been able to save the people and his team members. Kim Seojun muttered to himself, planning to call Heaven's equal great sage with the money and use the heavenly meteor spear on him. He wondered if he had transcended. A voice echoed, finding it odd that he seemed too lousy to be a transcended being. The voice questioned if he was the new. Seojun's eyes widened in surprise. Wait, don't tell me, he thought. The voice continued, you. A surge of blue energy pulsed around him. The voice pressed, questioning his relationship with the first transcended. Seojun asked, may I know who you are first? A voice echoes, simply stating, you. The entity inquires, what's your relationship with the first transcendent? Seojun Kim's brow furrows, a question mark hovering beside his head. He wonders, what the? I thought I was dead, but what's with this black and white space? The entity responds, how odd. Seojun Kim exclaims, he hasn't transcended, so why can't I see it? He continues, this can't be happening. The entity interjects, wait, please hold on a moment. You've been talking by yourself until now. May I ask who you are first? The entity presses, and what do you mean by my relationship with the first transcendent? You don't know the first transcendent. The observer states that it doesn't look like Seojun Kim is lying. Seojun Kim asks who the observer just asked who he was. Seojun thinks to himself that the observer is talking to himself again. He wonders how a cadet from the Transcension Academy would know the observer. The observer knew right away that Seojun was a transcendent cadet. He wonders if Seojun is perhaps related to the Transcension Academy, stating that there is no name that defines him. Seojun Kim is told that the transcended ones call the observer the observer. Seojun Kim asks what exactly the observer does. The observer states that at any rate, Seojun Kim really doesn't know the first transcendent. The observer asks why Seojun Kim keeps asking him that, as he already told him he doesn't know. The observer states that he can feel that bastard's energy from Seojun Kim. The observer asks which dimension Seojun Kim exists in, asking for the name of the world he lives in. The observer asks if Seojun Kim is talking about Earth. Seojun Kim remains silent. He states that every dimension flows properly because of him. Seojun Kim realizes something, but is also confused by the entity's statements. The unknown voice denies Seojun Kim's question and asks who he is. Seojun Kim asks what the unknown voice manages, annoyed that he can't get a word in. The unknown voice gestures with its hand. The unknown voice explains that it manages things that go against the laws of the world, which is commonly known as the law of causality. It adds that beings that violate that law are very rarely born. The unknown voice reiterates that it is the one who manages all dimensions so that they flow properly. Seojun Kim asks if the unknown voice is talking about the transcended. The unknown voice confirms Seojun Kim's question. The unknown voice explains that it isolates the transcended from the law of the world. The unknown voice states that the Transcension Academy is a thorn in its flesh. Seojun Kim thinks about the observer and how it is comparable to the transcended. The unknown voice explains that its role is to manage each dimension so they all flow properly. Judging from the story, it seems like the existence of the transcended is a threat rather than being something that helps the world. In that case, the unknown voice wonders why the Transcension Academy trains others to transcend. Seojun Kim wonders if he is not also a thorn in the way, as he dreams of becoming a transcendent. He asks why the unknown voice is telling him that. The unknown voice states that there are beings in Seojun's dimension who have given up their transcendence. To put it simply, they could have become transcended, but they chose not to. Seojun Kim wonders why they would do that. Meanwhile, a cloaked figure declares their intention to destroy. The figure reveals the target, Seojun's dimension, of course. Elsewhere, a figure runs desperately. Someone yells to save Hunter Kim Seojun. The figure continues to flee. A figure raises a glowing sword, preparing to strike. The cloaked figure's eyes glow with malevolent red energy. A guttural scream tears through the air, the sound raw with anguish. A cloaked figure strides away, leaving a trail of unanswered questions in their wake. The cloaked figure pauses, looming over a body sprawled on the ground. A crimson light pulses from within a man's chest, the orb a macabre substitute for a beating heart. He wasn't dead. A voice echoes, a lament for a future twisted and overturned. Originally, Berserk would have been set free under London's skies and forced the Earth to face another era of cataclysm. The voice continues, tinged with regret. Because of this one person, this one unthinkable variable. A foot takes a step forward, the promise of more to come hanging heavy in the air. The end isn't over yet. The cloaked figure's robe, embroidered with intricate patterns, hints at a power both ancient and terrible. Tears stream down the woman's face as she gazes upon the fallen figure, her heart breaking with each silent sob. She collapses to her knees, her voice cracking as she cries out, "No, Mr. Seojun." Desperation fuels her scream. Stand up and run." A close-up of Mr. Seojun's face reveals the extent of his injuries, his eyes closed, his fate hanging in the balance. A voice explains that once someone becomes a transcendent, they can't interfere with their current world. Seojun Kim confirms indirectly, adding that it requires a corresponding payment of causality by that transcendent. The voice continues, explaining that by giving up transcendence, that being has gained the authority to interfere with dimensions, although not entirely, in order to destroy a dimension. Seojun is instructed to isolate that being. The voice explains that the reason they are being told this is to find that existence. And Seojun is then instructed to kill him. A hand reaches out, tendrils of black energy swirling from its fingertips. A cloaked figure stands silhouetted against a desolate landscape. The cloaked figure's hand descends. The cloaked figure looms over a man lying prone on the ground. "I guess we'll have to postpone our meeting a little longer," the figure states. The cloaked figure is told that if they can stop it, they should try their best. He states that he understands. The cloaked figure declares that he will find the person Seojun spoke of and stop him from destroying his dimension, addressing him as Sir Observer. The figure adds that Seojun is missing one important thing. Kim Seojun asks how much he will be given if he does that. A close-up shows Kim Seojun and the cloaked figure. A man laughs maniacally, his hands clasped together. A figure in a hooded cloak stares blankly ahead, its face a swirling galaxy. The cloaked figure stands silently. The cloaked figure says, "If you can pay me in advance, that would be even better." The man thinks, "This crazy bastard." The cloaked figure asks, "Aren't you protecting the world you live in anyway?" The cloaked figure stares silently. The man thinks, "So what would money?" Sir Observer says, "Ask me to do it because it helps you as well, Sir Observer. Your job is to make sure the world flows properly." The man thinks, "That's true, but..." He continues, "More importantly, the being that is trying to destroy my dimension is someone who has given up transcendence. Then you should help me out a little, too." Sir Observer says, "That means they are still comparable to an actual transcendent, right?" The man thinks, "That's also true, but..." He continues, How can I win against that being right now? Even Berserk, who was barely released, gave me a lot of trouble, you know?" Sir Observer says, "That is." The man thinks, "But now you're telling me to find that being and kill them. How does that even make sense?" He thinks to himself that he can't tell the other character that his job is to make sure the world flows properly. The other character retorts that he knew it, and that Sir Observer can't tell him anything at all. He continues, stating that it is still Sir Observer's responsibility to handle this, but asks if he is telling him to do this while pretending he doesn't know anything. Sir Observer expresses his annoyance. Sir Observer exclaims that that must be the reason why he is called the Observer. Sir Observer thinks to himself that even if the other character doesn't ask him, he will have to do it anyway. He then says to forget it, wondering where this kind of bastard comes from. Sir Observer asks what it is that the other character wants. Sir Observer thinks to himself that it is money, of course. Sir Observer thinks to himself that if the other character is talking about his dimension's causality, it's impossible. He continues, stating that even if it's him, he can't just directly give the other character causality. Sir Observer thinks to himself that causality can't be changed or adjusted under any circumstances. After all, it's the absolute law that makes up a world. Sir Observer thinks to himself that if that were possible, he wouldn't have asked him to do this in the first place. Sir Observer clicks his tongue, thinking that causality isolated from the world can be controlled to some extent. Sir Observer expresses his surprise. Sir Observer asks if the other character is a cadet of the Transcendention Academy. He then states that he will tell her to remove one of the other characters' assigned causality requirements, asking if that will be enough. Seojun Kim asks if Sir Observer means the principal of the Transcendention Academy. The cadet realizes that Sir Observer knew the principal. Sir Observer asks if he is still thinking about causality. Sir Observer states that he will remove one of Kim Seojun's causalities. Kim Seojun is surprised and wonders if that means he can do anything for free once. Sir Observer clarifies that it isn't limited to a lecture, but any causality required by the Transcendention Academy. Kim Seojun agrees, stating that it doesn't matter how much it costs. He adds that he doesn't like repeating himself twice. Sir Observer has heard of it. Kim Seojun is surprised and says that he has never had this kind of feeling, but he suddenly feels sorry for the principal. Kim Seojun expresses his surprise. Kim Seojun realizes that he is already dead and that he was blinded by his greed and forgot about that. He wonders what he should do. Sir Observer asks Kim Seojun to pardon him. Sir Observer tells Kim Seojun that he didn't die, so quickly go. He adds that talking to Kim Seojun makes him feel like his existence is collapsing. He wonders how he is supposed to do that. The hooded figure explains that this is a border space, and there are two ways to get here: transcend or act against the laws of the world. He also asks how Kim Seojun came to be in this place and reminds him that he is still alive. The figure continues, stating that since Seojun couldn't have transcended, he must have done something that went against the law of the world. It seems the law of the world judged his power to have transcended and brought him here. Kim Seojun realizes, exclaiming that it was because he used annihilation. Seo-jun asks if he will be able to come back here again if he does that again. The hooded figure denies it. The figure explains that an action that violates the law simply means that it cannot be judged by the current law. He adds that Seo-jun was expelled after being judged as an error. The figure continues, saying that once it is done, it accumulates into a cause and is applied again as an effect. In Seo-jun's dimensions terms, the data is being accumulated. Seo-jun recalls seeing that last time. The figure explains that nothing happens because it is not recognized as an error. Kim Seo-jun realizes that what he did became a law. In short, that means that even if he uses annihilation again, he can't come here anymore. Seo-jun asks how he can come here again, to which the hooded figure responds by asking why he wants to come here. The hooded figure seems frustrated, thinking that maybe he can give Kim Seo-jun another free coupon. The hooded figure states that he doesn't want to see Seo-jun, so he shouldn't come here again. He is suddenly struck by an unseen force, the impact sending a shockwave through the air. Kim Seo-jun clutches his chest, a sharp pain searing through him. The crowd murmurs, unsure of what is happening. Panic erupts as the crowd screams in terror. Kim Seo-jun hears someone shout that he has been resurrected as an undead, and that everyone should prepare their swords to fight him. He falls to the ground, struggling to understand what is happening. Kim Seo-jun hears someone ask Ms. Seo-yun to explain what's going on. A woman with long, dark hair stands before the crowd. Someone asks, "MMS Seo-yun? Are you mad?" A voice whispers, "Miss." She embraces Kim Seo-jun. Tears stream down her face. "Really? Don't ever leave me again." Seo-yun continues to hold him tightly. A moment of silence hangs in the air. Kim Seo-jun responds, "I won't." Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Washington, D.C. Leah remarks that a mere S-rank hunter, not even a hero of the Cataclysm, was able to defeat that monster all by himself. The man asks what they mean by saying he came back to life after 3 days, stating that even if he's a messenger of God, he's not a professional hunter. Hurt, the man leans back in his chair as he listens to the report. They say that there's even a religion called Money Cult that worships Kim Seo-jun now. Leesbury wonders about the Money Cult and what's with that name. The man states that it seems that Berserk has not been completely destroyed. Berserk is a monster of the end, known as the Cataclysm itself. Distorted dungeons are strange phenomena caused by the influence of Berserk's existence. If Berserk was really killed, then the distorted dungeons should no longer occur. But distorted dungeons continue to appear. It seems like a great voice has truly emerged. If so, this problem is not something we can solve on our own. Then, what should we do? Asks USA President Richard. It seems like the heroes of the Cataclysm will have to gather once again. Gather the heroes of the Cataclysm? That has never happened since the final battle with Berserk. Wait, are you all going to make a move? What if we do? Are you saying we should stay still then? Alright, and Kim Seo-jun. Don't forget to call that guy too. Kim Seo-jun sits, lost in thought. He reclines on his bed, his mind racing. Seo-jun reflects on the observer's words, trying to piece together the puzzle of the being trying to destroy the dimension. It's highly likely that the unidentified figure who ambushed him right after he collapsed is the Great Voice. Seo-jun sits up abruptly, a question nagging at him. Why didn't he kill me? If the Great Voice is truly the being trying to destroy the dimension, Seo-jun would have clearly been a hindrance to him. He sighs, dismissing the thought. There's no point in dwelling on something that's not going to lead to any answers. There's something more important to worry about right now. Seo-jun stares at the free coupon he received from the observer. He wonders how he can use this to become notoriously evil. Should he attend Heaven's Great Sage's lecture and quickly learn Heavenly Meteor's Spear and the Taoist arts? Or should he take Buddha's lectures? He clasps his hands together, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he considers his options. Buddha's lectures, he muses, cost an astronomical amount of causality per hour. It's something he couldn't even dream of normally, but it's not an issue at all now. Why? Because he has a free coupon. Or maybe he should just get another weapon. Stealing Gungnir from Odin might not be a bad idea. Or should he take away the Rui staff from Heaven's Great Sage? 2 servants stand nearby as Kim Seo-jun considers his options. One of them thinks to himself, this is why you shouldn't mistreat cadets. Would the causality for Rui staff be around 100 trillion? He laughs maniacally. Seo-jun receives a message, 1:1 message box. Mentor, please rush here right away. A message bubble appears on Seo-jun's phone. Huh? Can I take care of something else first before coming? A small, chibi-like figure peeks out from the bubble. Seo-jun is confused. Seo-jun turns his head, a slight frown creasing his brow. Heaven's Great Sage appears suddenly behind Seo-jun. This, of course, he says. Seo-jun is startled by the sudden appearance. Whoa, that fucking scared me. Heaven's Great Sage lies on the floor, seemingly having fallen. A small, chibi figure peers up, wondering, what? A free coupon. The miniature figure kneels, looking up. Kim Seo-jun kneels on the bed, looking down at the chibi figure. What is that, he wonders. The chibi figure floats closer to Seo-jun's face. He thinks to himself, no, she didn't say anything in particular. That can't be. Sir Observer clearly said he'd talk to the principal. Seo-jun remains kneeling, staring at the small figure. The chibi asks, just now, what did you just say? Seo-jun replies, I said he would talk to the principal. No, who said he would? A chibi version of Sir Observer is shown with a cracked head. Sir Observer's face is close to Seo-jun's. He asks, how do you know the Observer? As should I not know him? Seo-jun is shocked by the question. Sir Observer continues, it's not that you shouldn't know, it's that you cannot know. How on earth did you do that? He answers, well, because I met him directly. Sir Observer is surprised. He exclaims, pardon? Why you met him in person? Kim Seo-jun is sweating. Sir Observer asks, oh my god, what on earth happened? Mr. Kim Seo-jun, are you out of your mind? How could you even think of extorting a free coupon from the Observer? Seo-jun covers his face, thinking, Sir Observer seems to be a greater existence than I thought. He explains that the reason why the Transcension Academy demands causality from its cadets is because of the Observer. To put it simply, they're asking the Observer for permission to intervene with the students. The Great Sage notes that Sir Observer doesn't seem to like the Transcension Academy very much. The Great Sage states that he doesn't have anything to say about that, ignoring Seo-jun's question of whether it's another secret or something. Kim Seo-jun expresses that he's really frustrated and could die, pleading with the Great Sage to believe that he really wants to help him. The Great Sage urges Kim Seo-jun to transcend as soon as possible, stating that if he transcends and escapes from causality, he will know all the truths. The Great Sage states that he understands, before moving back to the main point. Kim Seo-jun brings up the free coupon he received. The Great Sage asks if he wants to exchange that free coupon for lectures. The Great Sage thinks that would be a bit difficult, prompting Kim Seo-jun to ask why. The Great Sage explains that because lectures are divided into hours, a free coupon can't be applied to that. He then asks about Gungnir and the Rui staff, questioning why he can't use it for them. The Great Sage explains that it's because they have original owners. The Great Sage states that causality aside, transcendental-grade equipment isn't something you can take just because you want it. He then asks about commissioning a piece of equipment with the same performance as Gungnir. Heaven's Great Sage, kneeling on the floor, replies that would be pretty difficult too. As the burden of causality increases, the Observer's burden also increases, Heaven's Great Sage explains. Perhaps, the Observer calculated all this before giving Kim Seo-jun a free coupon. No wonder the Observer would hand over a free coupon so easily, Seo-jun realizes. That son of... Kim Seo-jun exclaims in surprise. Heaven's Great Sage asks, just in case, if it is possible to create a customized lecture just for him. Kim Seo-jun wonders if Heaven's Great Sage made the Heavenly Meteor Spear just for him. So, Kim Seo-jun was wondering if a lecture specifically tailored to him could also be created. Heaven's Great Sage says it is possible if he consults directly with the instructor. Kim Seo-jun listens intently. Especially if it's limited to a specific cadet, it leads to an utterly unreasonable amount of causality, Heaven's Great Sage explains. Kim Seo-jun smirks, a realization dawning on his face. A blonde woman sits at her desk, reviewing documents in the dimly lit room. The woman pauses, a thoughtful expression on her face. A voice announces, Your Majesty, Hunter Kim Seo-jun has come to see you. Kim Seo-jun waves, requesting, please let him in. Excuse me. Kim Seo-jun stands before the woman. She remarks, you must be busy. Even if I am. If it's Hunter Kim Seo-jun, I will make time for you. Kim Seo-jun hesitates, then states, still, I can't take your time when you're busy. I will get straight to the point. The woman listens intently to Kim Seo-jun. Kim Seo-jun asks, receive the reward we discussed last time anytime soon? The woman responds, we have some money ready. Do you need it right now? Yes, if you. Kim Seo-jun replies, can't give me all of it right now, at least 1 trillion won. So, would it be alright if I receive at least 750 million euros? Kim Seo-jun asks, could I possibly? This is a personal question, but may I ask what you plan to use the money for? Ah well. The woman wonders, for funding the money cult. Kim Seo-jun's eyes widen in surprise, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he stares at something out of view. From behind a large desk, a voice responds, assuring that they will provide what is available now. The man standing before the desk expresses his gratitude. Kim Seo-jun gasps, his hand flying to his chest in shock. A woman declares that she will sell the necklace he gave her at a low price, stating it doesn't make sense to hold on to a royal treasure. Meanwhile, Heaven's Great Sage munches on snacks while looking at a phone. A man bursts in, exclaiming that he has brought 10 trillion. The man walks away, thinking it's strange that so much causality evaporates with just a touch, and asks to be given the phone. A finger clicks on a phone screen. Kim Seo-jun looks at his phone, a message appearing that says, Yo, long time. Kim Seo-jun looks at his phone, the message reading, It's been a while. Heaven's Great Sage stands with his arms crossed, a string of large, red beads draped around his neck. His expression is unreadable. Heaven's Great Sage appears surprised, a look of confusion etched on his face. The scene shifts to a flashback, showing Heaven's Great Sage and Kim Seo-jun engaged in combat. Heaven's Great Sage remarks that Kim Seo-jun has gotten quite sharp since he last saw him. Kim Seo-jun questions what he means. Heaven's Great Sage explains that Kim Seo-jun attempted to use the first form without mastering the disperse, grasp, pierce, and body and spear unity. He wonders how Kim Seo-jun knew that. Heaven's Great Sage states that he can tell just by looking. Heaven's Great Sage asks how Kim Seo-jun barely survived using the first form. Kim Seo-jun replies that he technically died, but came back to life. Heaven's Great Sage exclaims in surprise, wondering if Kim Seojun met the observer. Kim Seojun and Heaven's Great Sage discussed the mentor's reaction earlier, and Heaven's Great Sage's reaction now. Kim Seojun states that the observer seems to be a more impressive being than he thought, and Heaven's Great Sage agrees. Kim Seojun thinks to himself that this is how he managed to stay alive. Heaven's Great Sage asks Kim Seojun to pardon him, and asks what he means by that. He explains that the power of the first form of the heavenly meteor spear is beyond Kim Seojun's current capability, and that he should have realized this after experiencing it firsthand. Kim Seojun responds with a simple, "Ah yes." Heaven's Great Sage points a finger downward, his expression serious. Seojun's 3 energy centers barely held together. After all, his 3 energy centers have no causality limit. A blue orb glows within Seojun. The blue orb pulses with energy. Heaven's Great Sage states that Seojun wouldn't have been able to ignore the recoil, but it seems like the recoil was offset when he was pulled into the boundary space. The Buddha adds that Seojun was very lucky. Heaven's Great Sage continues, saying that until Seojun achieves body and spear unity, he should avoid using the first form as much as possible. Seojun is told that Heaven's Great Sage has put much effort into raising him, so it would be a problem if he died without even having a proper fight with him. By the way, what is the body and spear unity he mentioned before? Heaven's Great Sage explains that it literally means the body and spear becoming one. It's the pinnacle of handling weapons. The two stand facing each other. Heaven's Great Sage says that originally, the term derived from body and sword unity. Seojun is told that to explain, Heaven's Great Sage will just show him. Heaven's Great Sage remarks that it's always amazing when he sees it. Kim Seojun looks on with a serious expression. A blurred image shows the technique in action. Heaven's Great Sage explains that this is pierce without body and spear unity. Kim Seojun responds with a simple "oh," and the spear is swung with incredible speed, creating a swoosh sound. Kim Seojun's eyes widen in shock. A close-up shows the tip of the spear. Heaven's Great Sage holds the spear, having completed the demonstration. The background is blurred, suggesting the speed of the technique. He swallowed hard, his eyes fixed on the instructor. Heaven's Great Sage chuckled, a glint in his eye. In my case, it's body and staff unity, but it's pretty much the same thing. Kim Seojun, his voice filled with eagerness, pleaded, "Sir instructor, could you maybe teach me the body and spear unity too?" He pressed, his expression intense. "Then please include that in one of your..." Heaven's Great Sage stroked his chin, considering. Included in a lecture? What nonsense are you spouting? Well, you see, Sir Instructor. He reacts with surprise, his mouth agape. Kim Seojun scratches the back of his head, a question mark hanging over him. Wow, you're really crazy. I completely agree with you. He thinks, wondering if his request was that crazy. A small figure lies on the ground, seemingly defeated. No transcended could have done that to the observer. I can imagine how the observer must have felt. Heaven's Great Sage stands tall. Anyway, please create some custom lectures including body and spear unity, among other things. Heaven's Great Sage displays a sign that reads, "Nope." Kim Seojun looks down at the ground, sweat dripping from his face. Pardon. Kim Seojun's eyes widen. This wasn't something I anticipated at all. Kim Seojun holds out his hand, offering payment. Then how much would I need to pay you to film the lectures? A text box appears, explaining, that's not how this works. We don't accept payments. It's done entirely out of goodwill. Kim Seojun sweats profusely. So the lectures are entirely up to Heaven's Great Sage discretion? That's why I suggested consulting the instructor beforehand. Heaven's Great Sage displays another sign that reads, "Nope. Sir Instructor, please. Didn't you say it would be troublesome if I died? But it's a hassle." Kim Seojun's eyes widen in shock. I die then. Sir Observer apparently mentioned that there's a being in Heaven's Great Sage's dimension who gave up on their transcension. Heaven's Great Sage, taken aback, exclaims that he has to fight that pseudo-transcended being. He asks if there's such a being in his dimension. Kim Seojun responds, yes, so? As he listens to Heaven's Great Sage. Kim Seojun internally admits that he seriously wants to slap Heaven's Great Sage just once. Clenching his fists, Kim Seojun thinks to himself that he should forget the free coupon and just slap him once. Kim Seojun's face contorts in anger as he wonders what the reason could be. A flashback shows Heaven's Great Sage with a look of expectation, as Kim Seojun thinks to himself not to tell him, this monkey, that the advance payment was 1 trillion. Kim Seojun looks at his phone and sighs, wondering if he can take a 10-hour lecture with this. Heaven's Great Sage declares that they should have another match, adding that Kim Seojun should have said so earlier. Heaven's Great Sage warns that Kim Seojun won't be touching his hair this time. Kim Seojun, drawing his weapon, states that he understands and that Heaven's Great Sage must land a blow on him. Even though the odds are in his favor, Kim Seojun knows he must land a blow on Heaven's Great Sage. He feels completely different now. Kim Seojun thinks of the transcendental equipment, the Spear of Longinus. No matter how great Heaven's Great Sage is, Kim Seojun is confident he can't underestimate him now. Kim Seojun is determined that Heaven's Great Sage doesn't go back on his words later. Meanwhile, a pen scratches across parchment. Lady Kalia sighs, finally done with work for the day. A view through the window shows Lady Kalia at her desk. Lady Kalia rests her head on her arms, gazing out at the full moon. Back with Kim Seojun, he thinks that he can just change that world. Back in Lady Kalia's office, a voice calls out, "Your Majesty, it's me, Robert. Hunter Kim Seojun wishes to see you." Robert startles Lady Kalia with the news. Kim Seojun appears gloomy. Lady Kalia was lost in thought, question marks swirling around her head like a silent storm. A man, bearing scars across his face, pleaded, "Could I receive just a bit more money in advance?" The idealized Seojun Kim appeared in her memory, a vision of what could have been. A deep, echoing laugh reverberates through the air. Blood drips from the corner of his mouth as he declares that it feels even better hitting his opponent this time. A figure surrounded by a blue aura curses. Someone wonders if Berserk being called the monster of the end is a joke. A figure surrounded by a blue aura declares that if Berserk is the monster of the end, then the heavens equal great sage here must be the first apocalyptic monkey. A figure states that maybe in another 1,000 years, his opponent might be able to face his true strength. A figure stands with a sword. An explosion erupts. Another explosion rocks the landscape. A figure declares that he doesn't need to win. No, he can't win. Focusing power, the figure prepares to unleash a devastating strike. The energy coalesces around a single point, promising destruction. Regardless of the means, the figure needs to land just one hit. Channeling the gathered energy, the power flows into the blade of the sword. The sword hums with raw power, the blue energy crackling along its edge. A voice booms, declaring, "Your weapon is pretty scary." The figure prepares to strike, knowing that blocking this attack barehanded is impossible. A red aura flares around the figure. The sword flashes forward, a blinding arc of blue energy unleashed. The strike connects, erupting in a violent explosion of orange and yellow energy. The energy explodes outward, a shockwave of pure force. With a final surge, the sword is plunged into the ground, the remaining energy dissipating into the earth. A voice cries out, "Here, right here." A foot slams down with tremendous force, the impact echoing through the air. Another explosion of energy erupts, bathing the area in a blinding light. A blinding flash of energy erupts, tearing through the air with explosive force. Kim Seojun's laughter echoes, a manic expression twisting his features. "Ha ha ha, this is fun, so fun." Caught in the blast, the figure cries out in surprise. "Huh." A concentrated beam of pure energy pierces the void, a searing lance of light. The energy expands outward, a rippling wave of destructive power. Seojun's eyes gleam with wild anticipation. "More, entertain me more." Engulfed in a swirling vortex, the figure struggles against the overwhelming force. 3 energy centers converge, focusing their power into a single, devastating point. A cataclysmic explosion erupts, unleashing an annihilating thunder comet. Heavenly Meteor Staff, first technique, Azure Sky Soaring Flow. The force of the blow slams into Seojun. Kim Seojun coughs, a dark stream of blood trickling from his lips. The words "clone art transform" appear, signaling the start of a new technique. Multiple clones of Kim Seojun materialize, ready for action. The clones shout in unison, "Let's go, guys. Let's go," with a lively rhythm this time. With a resounding "Yoo-hoo," the clones launch their coordinated attack, staffs raised high. The attack lands squarely on Kim Seojun, who cries out in pain. Seojun screams in agony, the force of the blow sending him reeling. Clutching his head, Kim Seojun wails, "My money." Heaven's great sage observes the scene, remarking, "Oh ho, you've managed to apply the mysteries of disperse grass pierce without even being conscious of it." Heaven's great sage calls out, "Kikik, I'm over here." A voice echoes, "As I mentioned before, don't underestimate the power of a transcendent." Heaven's great sage stands with his arms crossed, observing the scene. The sage thinks to himself that he is a top-tier transcendent among the transcended. Heaven's great sage exclaims that it is something to be able to fight someone like him to this extent, acknowledging Kim Seojun's phenomenal growth. Kim Seojun reflects on the situation, realizing that hundreds of trillions are about to evaporate. He laments that as things stand now, it's impossible no matter how much money he has, and that he needs to somehow weaken. Heaven's great sage muses that it would be great if Kim Seojun ate a poisonous banana like last time, but wonders if he would fall for it again. Kim Seojun lies on the ground, exhausted, and wonders what the reason could be. Seojun Kim asks why Heaven's great sage is suddenly staring at him. Kim Seojun's expression shifts to concern. Kim Seojun's face contorts in anger. Heaven's great sage, taken aback, asks what the matter is. Heaven's great sage questions why Kim Seojun is still lying down. Kim Seojun sarcastically asks if Heaven's great sage didn't celebrate him completing the disperse grass pierce lecture by beating him up to his heart's content. Heaven's great sage suggests that they rest a little and then start again. He looks on with wide eyes. Kim Seojun peels a banana, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. That again, he thinks. Heaven's great sage, in a chibi form, offers him another banana. "Bananas, you know? Should I give you one?" The offer is extended. "If you have it, then dash." Kim Seojun lies on the ground, declining the offer. "No, I'm okay." Kim Seojun thinks, "TSK. Well, I expected this much. The real plan starts now." Kim Seojun eats the banana. "Then please wait a moment until I finish eating all this." Heaven's great sage looks on. Kim Seojun sits cross-legged, reflecting. And me? Yes. Now that I think about it, I've only received help from you. I haven't given you anything. Kim Seojun's expression hardens. Do it right. Heaven's great sage is surprised. Oh, really? Heaven's great sage feeds Kim Seojun a banana. Heaven's great sage munches on the banana with gusto. The victorious fighting Buddha continues to eat the banana, his cheeks puffed out. The Buddha thinks to himself that this banana is really tasty and that he got the good ones. Heaven's great sage turns to Kim Seojun, asking if he would like one too. Since if you have something that delicious, shouldn't you share? Seojun refuses, declaring that he doesn't want what the instructor gives. The great sage exclaims that his banana is being taken and that the instructor is so mean. The victorious fighting Buddha points, stating that it's him. Kim Seojun, looking angry, says that he can't be fooled twice. Heaven's great sage declares that he'll enjoy it then. The Buddha chews the banana. The great sage continues chewing. Heaven's great sage seems surprised by something. He wonders about the taste, realizing it's a poisonous banana. An explosion erupts. Debris rains down in the aftermath. A man wonders what's with the taste. The Heaven's great sage identifies the taste as a poisonous banana. A loud crash echoes. Someone is running with a staff. The man explains that he only poisoned the second half of the banana. The Heaven's great sage argues about messing around with food. The Heaven's great sage questions why they are acting like this. Someone asks to die quietly. A hand grips a staff tightly, surrounded by flames. The text reads, "You're so done for." The Heavenly Meteor Spear technique is unleashed. The first technique, Azure Sky Soaring Flow, is activated, accompanied by a shout. He smirks, noting that he wasn't pushed back this time. Kim Seojun grits his teeth, a visible aura flaring around him. Seojun roars, "You bastard." The cadet stumbles, muttering, "Whoops." The Heavenly Meteor Spear crackles with energy. Kim Seojun grips the spear tightly, knuckles white. The spear glows with an intense, ethereal light. Heaven's great sage watches, his expression unreadable. The victorious fighting Buddha remains still, observing Kim Seojun's movements. Kim Seojun's attack misses its mark. He thinks, damn, I missed. The blonde-haired fighter recovers, preparing for another strike. The Heavenly Meteor Spear slams into the ground, sending debris flying. Is it really possible to progress this much just by completing the Disperse Grass Pierce lecture? If it had been under the condition of just touching my hair like last time, I would have lost. Kim Seojun is shocked. The Rui staff begins to glow. Insane. Heaven's great sage wonders how this can be called the Rui staff. The Rui staff extends. The Rui staff continues to extend. Kim Seojun shouts that it is cheating and unfair, and that Heaven's great sage can't use the power of the Rui staff. Heaven's great sage asks who was the one who messed with his banana to begin with, and that it was his banana though? Heaven's great sage states that is how Kim Seojun wants to do this, and asks if he clearly said that if he landed a hit, he could get anything he wanted, right? He asks if Kim Seojun has nothing to say if he steals the Rui staff with a free coupon. Heaven's great sage declares that it's not too late, offering Seojun a chance to give up quietly so he won't touch the Rui staff. Kim Seojun explodes in anger, calling him a son of a bitch. Seojun's eyes widen in disbelief. Kim Seojun realizes he has made a mistake, but Heaven's great sage dares to try and take his Rui staff. Seojun shouts that he takes it back, declaring he won't touch the Rui staff. Kim Seojun screams that Heaven's great sage is so dead. The Rui staff begins to glow with intense golden light. The golden light intensifies, crackling with energy. The Rui staff continues to emit a blinding golden aura. Heaven's great sage stands tall, the Rui staff radiating power. Kim Seojun's face is a mask of shock and fear. He unleashes the Heavenly Meteor Staff second technique, Star-Breaking Thousands Thunder. A blinding explosion of energy erupts. The Heavenly Meteor Spear's second technique, Azure Cloud Thousands Thunder follows. The attack continues to bombard the area. The force of the attack sends debris flying. The barrage of energy intensifies. Kim Seojun grits his teeth, thinking, damn it, I absolutely cannot lose. What kind of money have I invested here? He remembers the money that Arya cried over. The share he took from his teammates, and the money earned from fighting a life-and-death battle with berserk flashes through his mind. Kim Seojun steels himself, declaring, this time, I will definitely win. The relentless assault continues. Kim Seojun screams his resolve, his eyes burning with determination. He screams, his face contorted in rage as he prepares to unleash another attack. The air crackles with red energy as Kim Seojun shouts his intent to destroy his opponent. Startled, Heaven's great sage cries out, recoiling as a wave of blue and purple energy hurtles toward him. He shouts for his opponent to back away. The air shimmers as Heaven's great sage prepares his counterattack. The words Heaven Meteor Spear third technique, Heaven-reaching spear materialize amidst a blinding burst of orange and white energy. The energy intensifies as Heaven's great sage prepares another technique. The words Heavenly Meteor Staff third technique, Grand Net Prosperous Heaven appear, superimposed over the swirling orange and white power. Seojun retaliates, unleashing a torrent of blue lightning-like energy that surges forward with immense power. The air vibrates with the force of his attack. Heaven's great sage responds in kind, conjuring a swirling vortex of blue and purple energy to meet Seojun's assault. The two attacks collide, creating a chaotic display of power. Bathed in a radiant aura of orange and white energy, Heaven's great sage channels his power, preparing to unleash another devastating technique. The air around him crackles with anticipation. The energy coalesces, forming a concentrated blast of orange and white light that threatens to overwhelm everything in its path. Heaven's great sage's attack is poised to strike. Gritting his teeth, Seojun pushes himself to the limit, summoning another surge of blue energy. He cries out, determined to withstand the onslaught. The impact is cataclysmic, as Heaven's great sage's attack explodes in a blinding flash of orange and white energy. The force of the collision sends shockwaves rippling through the air. A beam of pure energy shoots skyward, a testament to the immense power being unleashed. The orange and white light pierces the heavens, illuminating the battlefield. Bracing himself against the onslaught, Seojun prepares to counter once more, gathering his strength and focusing his energy. Blue energy crackles around him as he prepares his next move. He grits his teeth, sweat beading on his brow. Is the poisonous banana really working? Heaven's great sage's face contorts in rage. What a monster, he roars. The victorious fighting Buddha Heaven's equal great sage's eyes narrow, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. Huh, that's all you've learned. The smile fades as Heaven's great sage realizes his predicament. Damn, he's right. I no longer have the ability or mana to do anything else. I have the first form, Annihilation, left. Kim Seojun's expression darkens, the weight of his decision heavy on his shoulders. But if I use it, I'll die. His grip tightens on the staff, knuckles white as he prepares to unleash its power. Heaven's great sage's face twists in a sneer. Give up now and dash. A surge of power emanates from Kim Seojun, the air crackling with energy. This flow of magic power is. The energy intensifies, a visible aura surrounding him. Heaven's great sage's eyes widen in disbelief, a flicker of fear crossing his face. The victorious fighting Buddha Heaven's equal great sage shouts, "Hey, you crazy bastard. I told you it would kill you if you use it." Kim Seojun's eyes burn with determination, the power coursing through him. I must win. He roars, a surge of power erupting around him as he prepares to unleash his technique. The air crackles with blue energy, a testament to the raw force he's about to unleash, even as he thinks about the money that is still evaporating. Seojun Kim's eyes burn with determination as he declares his intent to end the fight, a crimson aura flaring around him like a raging inferno. All right, let's see how this ends. Heaven's great sage, caught off guard by the sudden escalation, questions the cadet's actions. Why are you acting like this again, Sir Instructor? The red aura intensifies around Kim Seojun as he grits his teeth, declaring that he was forced to take this course of action. You made me do this. An orange aura now joins the crimson, swirling around him like a vortex of pure energy. The air hums with the building power. Heaven's great sage is getting swept up in the power. Kaya, I'm getting swept up. The blue aura returns, now a dominant force as Kim Seojun focuses his energy, preparing to unleash his ultimate attack. The blue aura intensifies, crackling with raw power as Seojun Kim announces the name of his technique. Heavenly Meteor Spear. He screams, his face contorted with effort as he prepares to launch the attack, the orange aura blazing around him like a miniature sun. Heavenly Meteor Staff. Lightning crackles around him as he channels the energy, the air thick with ozone and anticipation. The first form is ready. With a final surge of power, Kim Seojun unleashes the attack, a blinding streak of energy hurtling towards his opponent. The words, Falling Meteor, are emblazoned across the panel. The attack streaks forward, a devastating force of nature unleashed. The word falling is emblazoned across the panel. The barrier shatters, the magical energy dispersing like fractured glass. The air crackles with residual energy. Heaven's great sage's brow furrows in confusion. He thinks to himself, it doesn't feel like annihilation. Kim Seojun stands tall, the heavenly meteor staff glowing faintly in his grip. A wide, maniacal grin stretches across Seojun's face. Heaven's great sage's eyes widen. What? He exclaims. Realization dawns on the great sage's face. Son of a bitch. You tricked me into thinking you were using the first form, he roars. Seojun thinks to himself, I'm not crazy enough to use annihilation again. Kim Seojun soars through the air, propelled by an unseen force. Heaven's great sage, his face contorted in rage, shouts, this crazy bastard. The great sage's anger burns like a wildfire. A gleaming sword, its blade radiating an ominous light, hangs suspended in the air. The victorious fighting Buddha Heaven's equal great sage's eyes widen in disbelief. The attack grazed him. He cries out as he plummets downwards, shards of the shattered barrier raining around him. Kim Seojun's lips curl into a sinister smile, his eyes gleaming with triumph. Within a grand chamber, figures cloaked in shadow stand in a circle around a complex, glowing sigil etched into the floor. At the circle's center, a crimson orb pulses with contained energy, its surface swirling with ominous patterns. A hooded figure, their face obscured by shadow, intones a single word, begin. The air crackles as the ritual takes hold, the magical energy intensifying around the orb. Crimson light bleeds from the orb, bathing the chamber in an unholy glow. The robed figures chant in unison, their voices echoing through the chamber as the magical energy surges. The sigil on the floor flares with blinding light, its intricate patterns burning into the stone. A figure writhes in agony, their body convulsing as the ritual's power washes over them. The orb erupts in a blinding explosion of crimson energy, the chamber shaking with raw power. Tendrils of magical energy lash out, crackling with destructive force. The ritual reaches its climax, the chamber filled with an overwhelming surge of crimson light and raw power. A low hum vibrates through the chamber, emanating from a crimson orb resting on a makeshift altar. The orb, a fragment of a greater whole, pulses with a terrifying amount of magic power. A hand reaches out, fingers brushing against the surface of the fragmented heart. 3 orbs float before a hooded figure, each containing a piece of the dragon's heart. A dragon heart, obtained from the Dragon Emperor, Berserk. Even split into 3 pieces, it still possesses a terrifying amount of magic power. Now that Berserk is dead, this is merely a source of power. A great power that transcends causality, which no one can take. The hunters drawn to this immense power will compete, fight, and destroy. A figure cloaked in shadows declares that they cannot escape their predetermined fate. A glowing figure remains silent, an ellipsis hanging in the air. The glowing figure wonders if this is how it ends. A hand hovers over a glowing symbol, a soft hum, escaping from the figure. A burst of energy emanates from a central point, the question, hanging in the air. A voice cries out, questioning the crazy, burdensome causality. A chibi figure screams in distress, exclaiming that they cannot live because of Mr. Kim Seojun. One figure expresses relief that another is not dead, while a second figure insists that they must transcend and introduces the great Jade Emperor. Heaven's great sage declares that he will certainly transcend for that reason. He thinks to himself that a promise is a promise. The great sage stretches, thinking he will be busy recording lectures for a while, but it has been real fun. The chibi figure asks what kind of lecture he should create for him. He begs the great sage to teach him everything he can learn. The chibi figure wonders if he wants everything, then the amount of causality will be insane, but who cares? The chibi figure exclaims that there is something he can learn and offers to help the great sage. The chibi figure stutters, saying this is it. He thinks that since they are doing it, let's go with a bang. He exclaims that this is really amazing. Heaven's great sage looks at the phone. The chibi figure thinks that he guesses these are roughly what he can learn. The phone displays the Heaven's equal great sage special lecture, temporary. If you complete this lecture, you will acquire various skills. The chibi figure exclaims that it is really amazing, and they are all skills of S and SS rank. He thinks that taking all that beating was certainly worth it. Heaven's great sage says to wait a minute. He just got a sudden call from the principal. The chibi figure thinks that the observer is currently. He looks up, a flicker of surprise crossing his youthful features. A voice booms, laced with fury. Hey, you crazy bastard. The victorious fighting Buddha tilts his head, a question forming on his lips. Huh. The unseen voice continues, dripping with sarcasm. Didn't you tell me not to come back? What is it this time? The voice accuses, sharp and accusatory. You were the one who forced me to bring you here again. Heaven's great sage's brow furrows in confusion. What do you mean? The voice explodes with exasperation. What kind of insane thing are you doing that the burden of causality is this crazy? The Buddha sighs, a hint of weariness in his expression. Oh. The voice pleads, a desperate edge creeping in. Please just send me back quickly. I need to take that lecture. Heaven's great sage pinches the bridge of his nose, a gesture of profound annoyance. What the hell is wrong with this guy? The voice grumbles, a hint of suppressed rage in its tone. I'd like to eliminate him right away, but I can't. The voice continues, laced with frustration. I would have easily eliminated this bastard 100 times over, but now it can't be. The unseen character insists that balancing and erasing this level of causality is impossible for Heaven's great sage. The unseen character continues, stating that there should be some moderation and questioning what kind of sick bastard would manipulate the causality of an entire dimension. Heaven's great sage appears shameless. Heaven's great sage shouts, hey, you crazy bastard. The unseen character asks if Heaven's great sage knows what they went through to earn this lecture. Heaven's great sage retorts that it's the unseen character's responsibility and questions why they are arguing with him about that. The unseen character replies that if that's the case, Heaven's great sage should have set limitations from the start, questioning what he expects them to do now. The unseen character asks if Heaven's great sage seriously forgot when he gave them a blank check and told them to take this amount, adding that this amount of causality is. The unseen character states that Heaven's great sage has been saying it won't work since earlier and asks how much causality he is talking about exactly. Heaven's great sage, with a look of disbelief, states that in terms of the unseen character's dimensions causality, it's 213 quadrillion, 5,672 trillion. The unseen character is shown standing in a cosmic dimension. Heaven's great sage exclaims, quadrillion, what? That amount exists. Kim Seojun thinks to himself that he wants to ask Heaven's great sage something himself. He asks how Heaven's great sage can possibly think of erasing 379 quadrillion 7,782 trillion causality. Seo-jun asks why the amount increased when Heaven's great sage just said it was 213 quadrillion. Heaven's great sage is adding more lectures even now. Heaven's great sage is adding more lectures to his phone. Someone says that these crazy bastards are really going all out, as expected of Heaven's equal great sage. Heaven's great sage says that it's absolutely not going to happen. Kim Seo-jun pouts and says that he understands. A mysterious figure says that even if it's him, he can't collapse the entire dimension. The figure is falling. The figure says that he's not doing it. Kim Seo-jun yells at the figure to sue him. The figure is told that no matter how hard he tries, that amount of causality can't be erased. He should at least allow up to a certain extent and give this kind of option. The figure is shocked. Kim Seo-jun says that he doesn't know and that if the figure keeps this up, he can't work either. He asks how he's supposed to fight with the transcended trying to destroy the dimension. He says that he won't do it. He asks, his voice echoing slightly within the confines of the bright space. Okay, what do you want? Kim Seo-jun sits on the ground, looking up at the cloaked figure. My proposal, he states. Please start by telling me how much you're willing to allow for the free coupon. The cloaked figure thinks to himself, I have to hold it in. The only being who can prevent the collapse of the dimension is this bastard. The cloaked figure remains silent, a faint hum emanating from within the cloak. Kim Seo-jun smiles, a glint in his eye. Good. The cloaked figure remains still, the silence stretching between them. Kim Seo-jun lies on his side, propping himself up with one arm. I'm not doing it, he declares. The cloaked figure internally debates. Should I just erase his dimension and everything else? Seo-jun states that he has 2 free coupons and a refund for the causality he used. An unknown figure demands something, stating that he can't work either. The cloaked figure declares that there's no need to meet his requests. Seo-jun, lying down, thinks that if this bastard wants to live, he has no choice but to stop the being that wants to destroy his dimension, so he can just take back the remaining free coupons and forcibly kick him out from this boundary space. It would have only been possible if he hadn't used the free coupon yet. The coupon has already been used. Thus, his dimension has already incurred a burden of causality. To retract it, the owner of that causality must grant permission. Seo-jun, still lying down, insists that this is clearly a mistake on their side, so they should refund him. If there's an issue in one dimension, it will inevitably affect other dimensions, and everything will collapse. The cloaked figure thinks that if he sends him back like this, that tremendous causality will be erased. The cloaked figure thinks that fortunately, this bastard doesn't know about this. The free coupons were a gesture of goodwill, and he is no longer obligated to do anything. Moreover, as he mentioned last time, isn't it about protecting your dimension? Seo-jun, lying down, says that even if he doesn't help, they will ultimately have to handle it, and tells them to sue him. The cloaked figure chuckles, his form shimmering with an inner light. Heaven's great sage asks how much causality Seo-jun used, and the response comes back, 79 trillion, lost. The cloaked figure states that it wasn't easy to land a hit on Instructor Heaven's equal great sage, and that he needs to be refunded 80 trillion. Heaven's great sage questions if he didn't just say it was 79 trillion. Heaven's great sage explains that he is currently manifested in reality, consuming 1 trillion per hour, so another hour has passed, and it is now 80 trillion. A man in a suit points his finger up, exclaiming that these guys are crazy. Heaven's great sage sits cross-legged in a meditative pose, stating that there's no use in getting angry now, and that if he doesn't give, then. The cloaked figure states that if he doesn't give it to him quickly, the refund amount will just keep increasing, and chuckles, stating that he's got it. Seo-jun states that it's not possible to refund it with his dimension's money. Heaven's great sage asks what the problem is this time, questioning the cloaked figure. The cloaked figure asks what the problem is, stating that he has to refund him in the same form as he used it, and questions why he is forcing him to accept something else now. He throws his head back, exasperated. What am I supposed to do if it doesn't work that way? Seo-jun wonders why there are so many things that aren't possible for an observer of causality. He pouts, finding the situation more hopeless than he expected. He considers erasing the dimension and everything in it. Heaven's great sage offers a compromise. Then let's do 3 free coupons instead. A mischievous grin spreads across Seo-jun's face. Heaven's great sage floats serenely, a faint glow emanating from within his hooded form. I can't. If I give him 3, who knows what he'll do? Seo-jun presses the issue, reminding the sage of the cost. At 80 trillion from the transcendent shop? He blows a kiss, adding, "Yai, you are forcing it on me again. The causality accumulation will not be applied." Heaven's great sage sighs, relenting slightly. I'll give you 5. Seo-jun is unmoved. Make it 10. The numbers fly back and forth between them. 5, 10, 7. Seo-jun repeats his demand. 10. Heaven's great sage gives in, his form tilting slightly. Fine. 10. So stop pushing it. Seo-jun smirks, pleased with the outcome. So, it's 2 downgraded free coupons and 10 items from the transcendent shop. Not bad at all. The ethereal figure asks if this means he's agreeing to forfeit that causality from before. The figure thinks to himself that this should be okay. The ethereal figure requests a free coupon if he ever comes back to this boundary space again. Seo-jun wonders what is happening. Seo-jun thinks that he knows nothing happened right now, But what would have happened if it had been a critical moment? He also thinks it's not right to just call him out without his consent, so he'll impose a. The ethereal figure says all right, he understands, so he should just leave quickly, adding that they probably won't be seeing each other again. The ethereal figure adds this, adds that, and more. Seo-jun thinks that they're all going to perish and die, and that the observer will annihilate them all. Another man asks what Seo-jun and the other man are doing, and asks how it was. Seo-jun replies that he came back alive. The man laughs. Mr. Kim Seo-jun is asked if he isn't afraid of the observer. He replies that he is not particularly, and that it was his fault after all. Someone says that Seo-jun is definitely crazy, not just crazy, but dimensionally insane, and laughs. He remarks that each free coupon only covers one technique for the lecture. The Heaven's Great Sage thinks that the heavenly meteor spear and the body and spear unity would be good. He asks Seo-jun what he thinks. Instructor also thinks that Taoist arts are good. The Heaven's Great Sage is planning to convert all 10 of the Transcendent Shop exchange vouchers he received into elixirs. The Heaven's Great Sage says that he will pick the perfect ones for Seo-jun. He adds that he will see, there are some that would suit him perfectly. Amrita, which grants immortality when consumed. Ambrosia, known as the food of the gods, which Achilles ate to gain divinity. Soma, a drink relished by the gods of India. 10,000 years snow ginseng, which is said to be made only after absorbing the essence of mountains for 10,000 years. Divine Ghost intoxicating wine, a legendary liquor that comes from the subjugation of Shuten Doji. A liquid said to be the source of life. Commander liquid, which supposedly grants the power of 1,000 men. 10,000 years Fallopia, known to possess 1,800 years worth of inner chi. The golden apple, the fruit of the gods. Great return pill, infused with the enlightenment of Buddha. It's amazing, Sir Instructor. This fits Mr. Kim Seo-jun's condition perfectly. As expected from a monkey who has tasted heavenly elixirs, as if they were snacks. If you receive too much power at once, the vessel won't be able to withstand the power and will break, but you don't have a limit on your energy center, right? You can eat all these elixirs at once without any problem. The Heaven's Great Sage is thanked for choosing them, and is asked if he would like some bananas. He peers down at the offering, a pile of bananas. The Heaven's Great Sage spreads his arms wide, seemingly proud of his gift. Why have you brought this many bananas? Seo-jun smiles, a hint of amusement in his eyes. The Heaven's Great Sage's mouth hangs open, ready to devour a banana. Seo-jun sits on a chair, looking at the Heaven's Great Sage. Huh. The Heaven's Great Sage looks up at the sky, a worried expression on his face. Have I run out of money? My bananas. The Heaven's Great Sage stands next to Seo-jun, holding a banana. There's no helping it. I'll have to buy a lot of bananas the next time he comes. Then I'll eat them. The Heaven's Great Sage prepares to eat a banana. Meanwhile, an airport is seen. A speech bubble reads, "Welcome to England." A man with gray hair and a cane stands in a building. He thinks, Sir Sword Saint. A white car drives down a road. Two men in hard hats stand guard outside a building, while a woman and child stand nearby. Despite being partially destroyed by Berserk, the city remains vibrant. Sir Sword Saint laughs in the back of a car. Even the citizens, who had been divided by anxiety and distrust, could unite with hope thanks to them. The man in the car looks thoughtful. Both I, and Her Majesty as well. The older man sits in the car. Wait, Sir Spirit. Who? A woman with a sword looks surprised. Gee, grandfather? A man looks at Sir Sword Saint with surprise. What brings you all the way to England? Oh, Sir Sword Saint. Despite going through such tough battles, they've grown so much in such a short time. It would be absolutely impossible unless they took the elixirs like a bunch of appetizers. Why is Lee Hae-eun lying down? It seems she got rejected by the spirit again. Grandfather? The woman looks up with a surprised expression. I came after feeling a familiar aura. A man's hand rests on another man's head. It really was him, Sir Sword Saint. The punk has become more monstrous again, surrounded by a glowing aura. The man's expression is stern, his gaze intense. A woman declares that she has come to pick someone up. One of the people behind her is confused. The man's expression is serious, his eyes narrowed. The U.S. Pro Hunter Management Bureau has urgently summoned heroes from around the world for the Great Cataclysm. The USA Pro Hunter Management Bureau is letting a bunch of Eastern rookies into the gathering of heroes from the Great Cataclysm. A man asks what is wrong with Lee Sperry. A hand rests on a table. The man with the ponytail says he just bought that table. Someone asks if he wasn't the one who originally opted out of participating in the meeting with the president because it was a hassle. The U.S.'s hero of Great Cataclysm is Spearmaster Colin. Colin is told not to waste his breath on decisions that have already been made. He is also told to tone down his temper since it's going to be a gathering of heroes from around the world. Colin says he can't accept that. The unseen figure muses that the opponent was merely a strong dragon, not the true berserk. The same voice declares that the monster can never be killed. The man stands silhouetted against the large window, the city sprawling beneath him. The unseen speaker anticipates another fight with that hothead. Colin wonders if he should simply allow him to do as he pleases. The man expresses his curiosity about how strong Kim Seo-jun has become. Since the passing of the late queen, difficult times have been experienced. The people had been trampled helplessly before disasters. However, ironically, a ray of hope has. And Britain will once again unite as one. Hunter Park Seo-yoon, Hunter Lee Min-yeol, and Kim Seojun. Hunter Lee Haeun, Hunter Suk Suyeon. I would like to bestow the title of Count upon these four. Kim Seojun. A knight squad draws their swords in unison, the polished steel glinting under the bright lights. The ceremony is exclusively for Kim Seojun and the Dream Team, drawing attendees from England, Wales, and Scotland. The crowd has gathered without regard to region or origin, including someone from Northern Ireland, all smiles and excitement. An extraordinary event unfolds, where titles are conferred to foreigners, not citizens, as the crowd cheers. On this day, especially the title of Duke, given only to royalty, was awarded to a mere hunter from a small eastern country. And no one raised any objections. Long live Her Majesty. The grand hall is filled with a massive crowd, their voices echoing through the vaulted ceilings. A private jet awaits, a symbol of the gratitude extended. A voice notes, I'm thankful that we were able to borrow a private jet from the British royal family. The captain could have sold his Duke's title just to cover the cost of the flight. One person remarks, he isn't joking. Another adds, the ultimate forbidden magic. If it's him, he might really sell it someday. Hunter Kim Seojun stands ready. A handshake seals a deal, a promise, or perhaps a future alliance. She expresses her gratitude, stating, thank you for breaking down my narrow view of the world when I was about to give up in despair. Seojun smiles, responding, well, I only gave you a little push. You broke free yourself, Your Majesty. The woman and Seojun stand close, a sense of accomplishment hanging in the air. The woman reflects on her grandmother's words. Like my grandmother, the previous queen, said, I will show that this country can become whatever we all want. Seojun's expression is one of genuine happiness. A private jet takes off, ascending into the clear blue sky. The woman raises her hand in farewell as she prepares to depart. She thinks to herself, you are better than Beatrice. The woman is accompanied by an older man with white hair as they walk towards the jet. The jet's engine roars to life. The woman watches as the jet soars into the sky. The older man addresses her, saying, Your Majesty. A woman urges Robert to get going, mentioning they have a mountain of work to do. A close-up reveals Robert's stern expression. The word queen appears in a speech bubble. The woman and Robert walk away, their backs to the viewer. The scene shifts to America, Washington Dulles International Airport. The airport's modern architecture gleams under a bright sky. A man wonders why there are so many people. Australia's hero, Jackson, is mentioned. It's rare for heroic figures from Australia to gather in one place. The man asks about that Asian, wondering if he's the professional hunter who defeated Berserk in England. The older man, with a scar etched into his cheek, frowned in thought. Oh right, what was his name again, he muttered. A voice boomed. We've been waiting for you, Hunter Kim Seojun. The older man stood with his back to the newcomer. A man with neatly styled blonde hair and glasses stood with a confident smile. He was Deputy Director Lucas of the U.S. Pro Hunter Control Bureau. Lucas gestured down a hallway. This way, please. The older man and Kim Seojun walked together down the hallway. The older man looked down at Kim Seojun, a calculating glint in his eye. As the hero of the Great Cataclysm, how can you say such a thing? Please act your age. Kim Seojun looked up, a hint of annoyance in his expression. Why aren't you curious about how strong he is? He's defeated the Berserk, after all. For our Australia's dignity, please, just stay. The older man's expression hardened. Quiet. A disembodied thought echoed. Everyone gathered here is likely thinking the same thing. The group continued to walk down the hallway, their faces obscured in shadow. A thought bubbled up from the darkness. Do I get a participation fee just for attending the meeting? Another thought echoed. Well, I managed to get the lecture from instructor. The problem is, Seojun Kim doesn't have the money to repurchase the free pass. He needs to attend the Buddha's lecture as well. Is there anywhere he can get money from? Are you the Asian hunter named Kim Seojun? Colin, why are you here? What? Am I not allowed to come to the airport? Step aside, Colin. This person is formally invited. Oh please, you can't possibly stop me. What a shame. I came to see what kind of guy the hunter who defeated Berserk is. But you don't seem strong at all. Seojun looks on, a question mark hovering over his head. What is he saying? I can't understand what they're saying with it all being in English. Colin and Lucas exchange worried glances. It seems you two have something to discuss, so we will wait outside first. Let's move quickly. And Haeun, could you turn on the spirit translation? I can't understand what they're saying. Nice to meet you. Goodbye. You dare to ignore me. What's going on? Is there another fight again? There hasn't been a single day of peace. Ugh, Cook. His grip tightens on the spear, knuckles white against the worn leather. The weapon refuses to yield, an unmoving extension of his will. A frustrated growl rumbles in his chest. My spear is not budging at all. Kim Seojun's eyes widen, a flicker of shock illuminating his face. The blue irises glow with an unnatural intensity as he struggles to understand the spear's resistance. A bead of sweat trickles down his temple, a testament to the effort he's exerting. His hand clenches around something unseen, the grip desperate. A low murmur escapes his lips, laced with confusion and a hint of fear. What is this? Robert holds a long, ornate spear, its crimson accents glinting in the light. He asks what Kim Seojun thinks of it. Kim Seojun's expression is unreadable. Robert remarks that it seems he's being underestimated. He states that he doesn't want to cause trouble, so they should leave it at that. Kim Seo-jun is asked if he is alright. Robert asks Kim Seo-jun if he's going to fight back. Kim Seo-jun remains silent, his expression neutral. Robert calls Kim Seo-jun a coward who claims to have defeated Berserk and his 4 useless lackeys. Robert asks if Kim Seo-jun is forming a guild. Kim Seo-jun's eyes narrow, a flicker of anger crossing his face. Robert states that the claim that Kim Seo-jun defeated Berserk must also be a lie. The camera focuses on the tip of Robert's spear, its sharp point gleaming menacingly. Robert, his brow furrowed, wonders when things took such a turn. Kim Seo-jun gathers a swirling vortex of blue energy in his hands, declaring that Robert should be grateful there are others around. The energy intensifies as Kim Seo-jun states he's refraining from using the Lance of Longinus only because of the others present. Robert's eyes widen in disbelief. Kim Seo-jun unleashes the gathered energy, a torrent of blue power aimed directly at Robert. The blast slams into the ground, the force of the impact creating a shockwave. The energy expands outwards, a wave of pure force radiating from the point of impact. The wave crashes into Robert, the impact distorting his features as he's thrown backwards. He is sent hurtling through the air, a ragdoll tossed by an unseen hand. Robert slams into the ground, the force of the impact creating a small crater. Elsewhere, a man with orange hair, Caden, tells another that he is his lifesaver. The other man thinks that even if all the heroes gathered their charged at Kim Seo-jun at once, they wouldn't win. Kim Seo-jun stands over the fallen Robert. The man with glasses stands nearby, observing the scene. Kim Seo-jun's expression hardens. The tension hangs heavy in the air. The man with glasses demands, "Is this how guests are treated in America?" Kim Seo-jun, surrounded by a faint aura, declares, "I will do whatever you wish." The man with glasses pleads, "So please show mercy." He then thinks to himself that Colin was wrong first. The man with glasses thinks that if Robert loses his life, the U.S. Hunter Management Bureau will hold Kim Seo-jun responsible in some way. The man with glasses continues to think that it would be the same as turning him into an enemy. The man with glasses thinks that just thinking about it is horrifying. The man with glasses asks, "All right then, how much will you give me in return for sparing Colin's life?" The man with glasses thinks that if it can be solved with money, that would be the best. Kim Seo-jun bows his head and thanks him. A young woman wonders how much the U.S. budget is again. Another person states that the defense budget is 1,000. A limousine speeds down the highway. Kim Seo-jun smiles brightly. The man with glasses sits in the car, a slight smile on his face. The man with glasses thinks that $500 million is too much, even if it's paid in exchange for the life of a great Cataclysm's hero. He wonders if they should have just turned a blind eye. Hunter Kim Seo-jun is asked to pardon the man's rudeness, but there's something he wants to ask. Kim Seo-jun looks at his phone and says, yes. The man with glasses asks if it's true that what Kim Seo-jun faced in England was really Berserk. Kim Seo-jun confirms that it was definitely Berserk, and it has been eliminated. The man with glasses asks if Kim Seo-jun could look at something for a moment. Kim Seo-jun looks at his phone, thinking that it happened just yesterday. The area has been placed under lockdown due to the rampaging distorted dungeons. The man with glasses explains that the authorities suspect this is the result of a distortion. It's the result of Berserk's power, huh? So, the purpose of this gathering is. The man with glasses nods, confirming the statement. The man with glasses states that it's related to Berserk. He then asks when the gathering will be. He continues, saying it's in 2 days, but they haven't been able to reach out to many people. TSK, whether it's then or now, we've never been able to match the timing properly, huh? Or has the Berserk been resurrected? Or could it be? Seo-jun asks where exactly this is, and where the man with glasses said this was. Team Alpha, what's the situation? Is everyone safe? A voice declares that this is Team Alpha, facing a 14-star Lich. The speaker emphasizes the numerous casualties and calls for support. The Lich stands tall, surrounded by a purple aura. A voice reports that they just contacted the director. 3 figures stand ready, bathed in an orange glow, prepared to face the Lich. Seo-jun Kim grits his teeth, urging his team to hold out a little longer, stating that the director will arrive. A burst of purple energy explodes outwards, shaking the battlefield. A figure lies prone on the ground, defeated. Seo-jun Kim struggles to rise, his face contorted in pain. The Lich's skull glows with purple energy. A voice curses, noting that it has recovered again. Another wave of purple energy surges forth. Seo-jun Kim, his expression strained, remarks on the Lich's absurd rate of recovery, even for an undead. A voice urgently commands to quickly find the life force vessel where the Lich has stored its life force. The Lich, holding a book, is surrounded by a swirling purple aura. A voice declares that this is no ordinary Lich. A skeletal figure is bathed in an eerie, pulsating light, the source of its power radiating outwards in waves of violet and azure. The magical energy intensifies, swirling around the skeletal form with increasing ferocity. Seo-jun recoils, a sharp intake of breath escaping his lips as he feels the oppressive weight of the magic. The tip of his weapon glows with a faint, ethereal light, reacting to the encroaching power. Seo-jun's eyes narrow, recognizing the unique signature of the energy. But this magic power, there's no mistaking it. He raises his weapon, the resolve hardening in his gaze. That's the heart of Berserk. His feet are planted firmly on the ground, ready to unleash the full force of his power. A single, crimson eye flares open within the skeletal figure, burning with ancient malice. When I saw it on video, I wasn't. Seo-jun grits his teeth, his grip tightening on his weapon. I don't know why it's here, but let's finish this quickly before it absorbs all of Berserk's magic power. The energy around Seo-jun intensifies, focusing on 3 distinct points within his body. 3 energy centers. The skeletal figure is surrounded by magical energy. The magical energy intensifies, swirling around the skeletal form with increasing ferocity. A surge of magical energy crackles through the air. The arcane power intensifies, swirling with ethereal light. A skull-like figure materializes, its eyes glowing with an eerie purple light. A voice echoes, "Oh, speaking of which." A figure stands amidst the swirling energy, declaring, "I can keep the promise to play soccer with Uncle Manchiel using the Lich's skull." The magical energy converges, forming a blinding vortex. Heavenly Meteor Spear. The skull-like figure looms, its expression unreadable. 4th technique. Lightning Godspeed. Star Strike. A man calls out, his voice strained. "Logan, Logan." The man's voice cracks with desperation. "Are you alive? If you're alive, answer me." He continues, Tell the director not to come here. Let him continue." The man in tactical gear kneels, speaking urgently into his communicator. He requests that the medical team be on standby, concerned for the director's well-being. He is informed that healers will be sent immediately, as he has been seriously injured. The man reflects that this is not the solution. He thinks that upon his return, he should see a psychologist right away. A large, dark hole gapes in the desolate landscape. Seo-jun stands with another man, observing the landscape. The man with glasses says, "Wow." A voice wonders if there is a tourist spot here that they didn't know about. 2 figures stand atop a rocky outcropping, dwarfed by the scale of the landscape. The man with glasses asks, "Seo-jun doing right now?" He replies, "Honestly, I'm not really sure. It seems like he's looking for something." A voice wonders where Berserk's heart might be. A figure lies on the ground, seemingly exhausted. The man on the ground thinks to himself, "My energy rose significantly when I ate just a dragon heart. How much will it go up if I eat Berserk's heart?" A hand reaches out towards something unseen. The man looks down, a question on his face. Lying on the ground, he thinks, "It's not here." The heart of Berserk is nowhere to be found. Seo-jun wondered if it could have been destroyed together with the lightning Godspear strike. He considered that there was no way Berserk's power would be annihilated by the lightning Godspear strike. He wondered what it could be. A tapping sound echoed. Seo-jun ran, a sense of urgency driving him forward. 2 men stood waiting. Seo-jun knelt before them. One of the men stated that he was, and Seo-jun must be Hunter Kim Seo-jun. A man thought to himself, wondering who would have thought Seo-jun would be this monstrous. The man stood in a beam of light. The man thought that even if it was to satisfy his curiosity, he should have stopped Colin. He lamented having to pay $500 million for Colin's life like this. Leesbury formally introduced himself as the director of the Pro Hunter Management Bureau of the United States. Seo-jun stated that first, he thanked Leesbury for his cooperation in the hunt for the Lich, but the Lich had not been defeated. Seo-jun appears contemplative. Something seems amiss. Leesbury explains that she searched the entire area but couldn't find any traces of the Lich. She thought the Lich's main body and the life force vessel were destroyed. She believes it must have gone into hiding, thinking it had no chance of winning. The Lich will likely not reveal itself until it can fully use Berserk's power. Leesbury seems surprised by Seo-jun's statement. Leesbury asks if he just said Berserk. Leesbury confirms that she could clearly feel the magic power of Berserk from that Lich. The life force vessel is a crystal in which the Lich stores its life force. Unless this crystal is shattered, the Lich will revive endlessly. Seo-jun thinks that the heart of Berserk must have been absorbed by the life force vessel. Seo-jun explains that because he couldn't fully unleash the power of the Lance of Longinus, he couldn't finish off the Lich. If this continues, a terrifying being that never existed in this world will be born. Leesbury seems shocked by this revelation. The man with his hair tied back stares intently, his expression unreadable. Lucas, standing before the man with his hair tied back, is ordered to summon the heroes immediately. The man with his hair tied back questions the order, asking for clarification. Lucas and the man with glasses stand their ground as the man with his hair tied back begins to walk away. The man with glasses calls out, asking him to wait a minute. The man with glasses insists that they can't rush like this, as the heroes haven't even arrived yet. The man with his hair tied back states that if Richard complains, they should just say he ordered it. He adds that if he keeps complaining, they should just ignore him, and that he'll handle the rest after that, so they should proceed as planned. The man with his hair tied back warns that if things go wrong, the man with glasses might have to resign, sir. The man with glasses questions what the point of being a director is if the world is destroyed. The man with glasses appears shocked and concerned. The man with his hair tied back stands silently. The man with glasses is told that he is still saying such things, even after seeing Colin get turned into mush right before his eyes. The man with glasses remained silent, his expression troubled. The voice declared that he wouldn't have been any different. The man with glasses stared intently, his expression unreadable. The man with glasses listened as another man stated that none of the heroes of the cataclysm that have been summoned are a match for him. The man in the background wondered what a being of that level could gain by telling a lie, stating that there has to be a reason for his firm words. The voice declared that he's telling the truth. A man with a beard listened intently. Murmurs filled the conference room. A fist slammed on the table, silencing the room. A voice questioned if, even though they're busy, they're being gathered just to ask for help in finding the Lich's main body. An angry man spoke, his voice booming through the room. The voices questioned why Berserk's heart is on the Lich, and if they can truly be sure that Berserk has been defeated. One voice stated that he heard that it wasn't a hero of the great cataclysm like them, but a rookie hunter who defeated it, and questioned how they can believe that. The man with glasses states that he can answer that. A flashback begins, showing a figure on the ground. Two figures with glowing red eyes stand over the fallen figure. The flashback continues, showing a broken window. The flashback continues, showing a figure lying on the ground. The flashback continues, showing a figure standing over the fallen figure. Kim Seojun asks to clarify, stating that what his teammates and he faced in England was definitely Berserk. Kim Seojun continues, stating that they confirmed with their own eyes that it was annihilated. The man with glasses thinks, then why? The man with glasses thinks that someone must have extracted the heart just before Berserk was destroyed. An older man looks down, a question mark floating above his head. The older man yells at Kim Seojun to stop spouting nonsense, calling him a rookie. Kim Seojun looks to the side, seemingly unfazed by the older man's outburst. Abstract patterns fill the void. Eyes peer out from the darkness. Seojun thinks to himself that he already expected this. Seojun states that everyone gathered there is called the pinnacle of humanity, the heroes of the great cataclysm. He internally muses that they are not beings who take commands from someone else. A meeting is in progress. Energy crackles around the room. The man with glasses asks if they aren't most familiar with the horrors of Berserk. The man with glasses states that if they cannot find it, they all perish anyway. Seojun tells them to cooperate. Seojun looks forward with determination. A helicopter flies over a desert landscape. The helicopter continues its flight. A finger traces a route marked on a weathered map, outlining a path through unknown terrain. The landscape stretches before them, a desolate expanse punctuated by rocky ridges and distant figures. Two figures in tactical gear stand on a rise, one pointing towards the horizon, the other listening intently. A figure sprints forward, a blue aura enveloping their form as they push towards an unseen destination. Look around, the text commands. A man's face contorts in a yell, his expression a mixture of shock and desperation. Two figures stand against the harsh landscape. What the hell is this? Gathering every hunter together, one asks. Let alone an emergency, we can't even see the tip of a monster's hair. Two figures stand in the desert. That's what I'm saying. All this talk about the heart of Berserk is just lies, one says. The other laughs. Seriously, all this hassle because of one crazy bastard. A face, etched with worry, stares into the distance. The scene shifts to a cave, its walls glowing with a strange, honeycomb pattern. A crystalline structure rises from the cave floor, a dark aura swirling around it. Within the crystal, a single, malevolent red eye stares out, promising untold danger. The city sprawls beneath a sky dusted with stars, its lights a pale imitation of the celestial fire above. The thrum of helicopter blades cuts through the night as it navigates the concrete canyons, a mechanical hawk searching for its prey. Suyin peers out of the window, his gaze fixed on the city below. The reflection of the room barely registers against the vast expanse of the night. A voice cuts through the silence. Suyin, is there anything unusual or suspicious? After the meeting, the search continues. The room is empty, save for the lingering tension in the air. The search continued, not just with professional hunters from the U.S. Hunter Management Agency, but also with many heroes from the Great Cataclysm. However, even after scouring the entire United States, they couldn't find the essence of the Lich. A finger traces a path on the map, a desperate attempt to find a clue. Suyin's brow furrows, a grim line etched between his eyes. There's no more time left. A skyscraper pierces the twilight sky, its many windows reflecting the fading light. The city holds its breath, waiting. Suyin strides forward, his footsteps echoing in the silent corridor. Determination hardens his features, a promise of action in the face of despair. Footsteps echo in the hallway. Kim Seojun is greeted. You are back. The older man in the suit asks, did you find the Lich? Seojun shakes his head, a slight frown creasing his brow. Seojun wonders what he should do now. The older man states, I think we need to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances from now on. The older man continues, given that we have searched everywhere and found no clues, we probably won't be able to find the location of the life force vessel until the end. The older man concludes, and that means one thing. Seojun thinks, we won't be able to prevent the birth of an immortal Lich with the power. Seojun realizes, there's now only one way to defeat this monster. Seojun clenches his fist, thinking, the lance of Longinus that pierces reality. I must fully unleash its power. Currently, my progress rate is only at about 20%. I need to raise my lecture progress rate by another 10% to use the ability. Seojun declares, then I shall take my leave. He stands with an older man, arms crossed, in a brightly lit hallway. Seo-jun is determined. He will use every possible means to raise it. The older man pauses, considering the situation. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the Grand Canyon in Arizona, USA. The vast, rocky landscape stretches out under a clear sky. A woman asks her companion to take a picture of her, remarking that the scenery is nice. Two men stand side by side, one commenting on how peaceful it is. The other agrees, noting how hard it is to believe they've been searching across the entire United States for days. One of the men wonders who would have thought a mere professional hunter could mess with the entire America. A woman looks up, confused. She asks what's going on. Someone notices that something is floating in the sky. Several people gaze upwards, their expressions a mix of curiosity and concern. The skeleton-like figure wonders what is happening. The figure stands tall, cloaked in red. The skeleton's face is shadowed, its expression unreadable. A crown of light appears above the skeleton's head, its red eyes glowing. A man looks up, muttering "Rue." Below, a man looks up in terror as people scream to run away. Panic sets in as people flee in terror. A man turns and sprints away from the unseen threat. A man glances back, his face etched with alarm. Explosions erupt, bathing the scene in fire and light. The explosions continue, consuming everything in their path. The inferno intensifies, a cataclysmic display of destructive power. Seo-jun Kim trembles, his body racked with pain. A red aura flares around him, highlighting the severity of his injuries. He gasps for air, each breath a struggle. Seo-jun's eyes widen in shock, muttering, "You're not that guy." His eye twitches, a vortex of pain and disbelief. Scratches mar his face, a testament to the brutal attack. The sound of impact echoes, a reminder of the force he endured. The air shimmers with residual energy, a visual echo of the devastating blow. A voice asks, "What's the damage?" The man in the suit replies, "It's impossible to assess right now." Elsewhere, a man with a ponytail asks, "What about that bastard's location?" The man with the ponytail is informed. He's heading out of the Grand Canyon towards Phoenix, Arizona. Already? What about the heroes nearby? The man with glasses wonders if they have all already fallen. And what about Hunter Kim Seo-jun? Another man explains that Seo-jun has reportedly been holed up in his accommodation for days and hasn't come out. He tried to contact him, but only received a message telling them to buy him some time. Lucas is instructed to gather all combat-capable professional hunters, as the man with glasses will speak to the heroes. The man reflects that this surely brings back memories, wondering if they should buy him time. Suk Suyin declares that they will go with him. The man with glasses firmly states that they all must stay put. Suk Suyin questions why, insisting that they can fight too. The man with glasses shouts that it is enough. The man with glasses orders that this is not a battlefield they can interfere with. The woman is told to stay put. The man with glasses looks off to the side, a stern expression on his face. The man's gaze hardens. Suk Suyin turns and walks away. A view from a window shows a destroyed city. The city lies in ruins. Figures run through the devastated streets. A man with a shield stands guard, while another person cowers behind him. He exclaims, "Damn, that monster." A hand glows with red energy, as a voice declares, "Hold out until the heroes arrive, these foolish insects." A person screams in terror. A skeleton speaks, "Let me personally show you the horrifying wonders awakened from the deep, deep darkness." A voice echoes, "In the face of the inevitable end, just despair." A figure descends from above, surrounded by a red aura, into a landscape of shattered stone. The man with red hair declares, "Tage, this is the end." Footsteps echo through the ruined city. A figure moves with incredible speed, leaving a trail of electric energy. Glowing spikes erupt from the rubble. A surge of power emanates outward. The figure unleashes a torrent of electric energy. A surge of fiery energy explodes. A figure with glowing white eyes stands amidst the chaos. A figure kneels, surrounded by golden light. The kneeling figure reaches out a hand. A furry creature stands nearby. A hand grips a golden dagger tightly. Below, a speech bubble floats above a glowing skull, declaring the ability to see things vanished forever in fleeting lives. Amidst a scene of destruction, a figure stands above a group of people. A speech bubble reads, "A faint hope." A man in a black suit stands with his hands clasped, flanked by others in formal attire. A man's face is shown in close-up, his expression intense as he clenches his fist, a green energy emanating from his hand. A woman embraces a man, relief flooding her voice. "We are saved," she exclaims. From amidst the rubble, a voice rings out, filled with hope. "The heroes of the cataclysm are here." A man stands tall, his hands clasped before him, observing the scene. "It's been a long time since we fought together, right? Has it been 20 years? A man, wrapped in bandages, grins, a nostalgic glint in his eyes. "This surely brings back memories. We can finally stretch our bodies properly after a long time." The sound of something breaking echoes through the air. "It's been a long time since we fought together, right? Has it been 20 years? Below, a group of figures stand amidst the wreckage. A figure plummets downwards, the ground rushing up to meet them. With a yell, a man launches a kick, his leg wreathed in red energy. A skeletal figure looms over Kim Seo-jun, its red eyes burning into him. The skeleton speaks, its voice a hollow rasp. Kim Seojun, surrounded by a dark aura, sneers at his opponents. These insignificant insects are supporting one another, huh? The blonde antagonist unleashes a beam of energy from his staff, sending his opponents flying. Kim Seojun's hand transforms into a skeletal claw, crackling with green energy as he strikes. The blonde's face is contorted in rage, his blue eyes blazing with power. Lightning crackles around Kim Seojun, the air thick with the smell of ozone. The antagonist's red eyes glow with malevolent intent. Kim Seojun raises his sword, red energy swirling around the blade as he prepares to strike. The blonde antagonist faces off against the skeletal figure, their weapons poised for a deadly clash. A close-up of Kim Seojun's clothing reveals intricate details, hinting at the power he wields. Raw energy crackles around a dismembered hand, the air thick with ozone. The energy intensifies, swirling in a vortex of crimson and electric blue. A beam of pure energy pierces the sky, the air shimmering with heat. The beam continues its ascent, a pillar of destructive force. The energy coalesces, forming a tangible wave of power. Kim Seojun's laughter echoes through the battlefield. Ha! How was that? A skeletal figure stands firm, taking the full brunt of the attack head-on. A voice cuts through the din, observing. No, it's not that he wasn't injured. Another voice adds, he recovered his lost body parts in that short amount of time. Kim Seojun stands amidst the chaos, his expression unreadable. The light intensifies around Kim Seojun, obscuring his form. Young Jimin's voice rings out, commanding, everyone, stand your ground. The skeletal figure, a dark orb hovering above, questioned, divine power, huh? The shadowy form muttered, how annoying. The dark figure remained in the distance, a red aura emanating from it. He called out, his voice ringing with urgency. Everyone, gather around me. A voice boomed, the word echoing with lethal intent. Perish. The skeleton's red eye glowed with malevolent energy. A blinding flash of light erupted, searing the air with raw power. The words dark exorcism materialized, a chilling declaration of intent. An explosion of energy ripped through the scene, scattering light and shadow. Young Jimin gasped, a strangled quack escaping his lips. Blood trickled down his face as he groaned. Ugh. A broken cross lay amidst the debris, a symbol of shattered faith. He lies defeated, sprawled on the ground, the echoes of the battle still ringing in the air. Muscles tense and bulge, a surge of raw power coursing through sinew and bone. Clutching his chest, the man collapses to his knees, a sharp gasp escaping his lips as pain lances through him. His eyes burn with a fierce determination, a silent vow etched upon his face. He will not yield. The eye narrows, a predatory glint igniting within its depths, promising retribution. Broken and battered, he remains motionless, a testament to the brutal clash. A desperate cry tears through the air, a lament for what has been lost and a warning of what is to come. We should have believed his words and conducted a more thorough search. A chilling declaration echoes, promising annihilation. I will drive you insects to the brink of extinction. He stands resolute, the sword a gleaming extension of his will, ready to face the encroaching darkness. A surge of power erupts, painting the air with crimson strokes of raw energy. The world warps and bends, consumed by the overwhelming force unleashed. Reality itself seems to fray at the edges, threatened by the encroaching tide of destruction. An older man with gray hair and a beard looks up, his expression intense. He dodges, narrowly avoiding the energy beams. The older man grips his sword tightly. The energy beams strike the ground, causing explosions of light and debris. Seojun Kim continues to evade the relentless barrage of energy beams. The beams impact the ground once more, sending shockwaves through the area. The older man grits his teeth, his expression a mix of frustration and determination. A woman with long, dark hair demands, "Why are you here?" The older man declares, "This isn't a 10 or 15-star monster that you can play with. It's not something you can stand against." The older man exclaims, "Now me too." The older man's face is contorted in a shout. The woman with the ponytail thinks, "Phew, I'm also a proper professional hunter." The sword saint stands firm, his gaze unwavering as he prepares for what's to come. He takes a step forward, his footfalls echoing in the tense silence. The sword saint kneels, his sword held low, ready to strike. Our era is passing. The sword saint rises, his sword now held high, a symbol of defiance against the changing times. No, perhaps it has already passed. A warrior with a high ponytail unleashes a torrent of fire, the flames licking at the air with ravenous hunger. Elsewhere, two figures clash, one wielding the raw power of lightning, the other shrouded in a violet aura. A dark-haired fighter unleashes a wave of teal energy, the air crackling with its intensity. A chaotic melee erupts, a storm of green, purple, and teal energies colliding in a dazzling display of power. A final warrior cleaves through the chaos, a blade of pure yellow energy cutting a path through the fray. A figure is sent hurtling through the air, surrounded by a blinding aura of energy. A skeletal figure with glowing red eyes watches on, declaring the scene a meaningless struggle. The figure with brown hair is caught off guard, a look of surprise etched on their face. The figure plummets downwards, exclaiming in shock. Another figure, this one with white hair, also falls through the air. The figure with brown hair, now closer to the ground, mutters in disbelief. The white-haired figure questions who they take after, suggesting stubbornness. Below, the cityscape lies in ruins, a testament to the scale of the disaster. A helicopter flies over the devastated landscape, surveying the damage. Inside a vehicle, one figure asks if it's okay to broadcast the scene live, noting that people around the world are watching. The figure with the camera mentions that it has been decades since heroes fought together like this, but worries about the consequences of losing. The figure looks down, contemplating the possibility of failure. A voice declares that humanity is done for, as they cannot stop the Demon King. A sword is swung with fiery energy. Two figures stand amidst a swirl of golden energy. A skull with glowing red eyes expresses its displeasure. A voice exclaims for them to hold on and not give him a chance to use his skills, as the fact that these insects, these lesser beings, are rushing in with hope. A voice declares that they no longer writhe in fear and despair. Even knowing it's meaningless, they won't stop fighting. A skull with glowing red eyes states that it doesn't like this. The skull with glowing red eyes finds the situation rather enraging, let alone being fun. A close-up of a glowing red eye. A skeletal figure looms, its crimson eyes burning with an unsettling light. This doesn't sit well with me. It rumbles, a voice like grinding stone. A desperate plea echoes amidst a chaotic eruption of energy. Hold on, don't give him a chance to use his skills. They no longer writhe in fear and despair. Even knowing it's meaningless, they won't stop fighting. I don't like this. The skeletal figure's gaze intensifies, its red eyes piercing the darkness. Let alone being fun, it is actually rather enraging. A single, malevolent eye blazes with crimson light, a promise of destruction. Kneel. The skeletal figure towers over a smaller form, its red eyes burning with an unholy light. A symbol of power resonates, its meaning lost in the chaos. The sound of pain echoes. Kim Seojun chants an incantation, his expression intense. A skeletal figure materializes, its empty sockets burning with crimson light. The skeletal figure's hand extends, a dark energy coalescing in its palm. The sounds of struggle continue. The figure collapses to the ground. Above, a sword lies discarded on the ground. Below, a figure looks up, eyes wide with terror. The skeletal figure looms, its voice a chilling rasp. Is it you? Kim Seojun watches the skeletal figure. The figure on the ground reaches out a trembling hand. A man's face contorts in rage, lightning crackling around him. Bastard. The skeletal figure, eyes burning with malevolent red light, towers over Suk Suyin, a sinister aura crackling around it. A voice booms out, the words get lost, appearing in a distorted, glowing bubble. The attack slams into its target, a burst of raw energy exploding outwards. A scream pierces the air, the hope that had blossomed turning back into despair as expressions of agony rush towards the unseen victim. The skeletal figure looms, its bony hand outstretched as Suk Suyin cries out in fear. Heek! Kim Seojun strides forward, a dark purpose etched on his face. A surge of power erupts, the word now emblazoned across a rapidly forming barrier. The skeletal figure's face fills the vision, its red eyes burning with satisfaction. This is much better. A curtain of energy descends, a visual manifestation of protective power. The attack impacts the barrier, a wave of force rippling outwards. A shimmering blue shield solidifies, a defiant act of protection. Take your dirty hand off her. Lightning crackles across the surface of the barrier, a testament to its strength. A blinding light begins to coalesce, energy crackling in the air. The energy intensifies, forming a concentrated beam of pure power. The beam grows wider, the air shimmering with heat and distortion. The energy reaches a critical mass, ready to unleash its destructive force. The skeletal figure unleashes the accumulated energy, slamming it against the unseen barrier. The attack presses relentlessly, the barrier straining under the immense pressure. The barrier holds firm, deflecting the brunt of the assault. The deflected energy scatters outwards, dissipating harmlessly around the protective field. The skeletal figure recoils slightly, reacting to the unexpected resilience of the barrier. Undaunted, the skeletal figure maintains its position, continuing to channel energy into the attack. Kim Seojun watches intently, his expression unreadable as the attack unfolds. The skeletal figure's red eyes glow with an ominous intensity, promising further devastation. With your destruction, the end shall be complete. I'll not let you survive. The skeletal figure channels blue energy. The energy intensifies, focusing on a single point. The skeletal figure's red eyes glow menacingly. The blue energy surges, ready to strike. A man yells, Seoyun. Seoyun lies on the ground, seemingly defeated. She's still alive, a voice whispers. The man looks down at Seoyun, concern etched on his face. His expression is grim, a mixture of worry and determination. A blinding light erupts, engulfing the area. The man stands amidst the fading light, his gaze fixed on the source of the energy. A swish sound echoes as he moves, surrounded by a purple aura. As Seojun continues, a blue screen displays the force exertion lecture progress rate at 28.7%. He thinks to himself that he cannot deliver a perfect blow. To fully use the abilities of Longinus, Seo-jun realizes he needs to raise the progress of force exertion to 30%. The force exertion lecture progress increases by 0.2%, now at 28.9%. Seo-jun grits his teeth, pushing himself further. The force exertion lecture progress increases by another 0.1%, reaching 29%. He acknowledges that his power is impressive, but there are limits to human stamina. The force exertion lecture progress increases by 0.1%, now at 29.1%. He must want to avoid a war of attrition at all costs. Seo-jun continues his training, wielding a spear with determination. A voice shouts stop. Shadows coalesce, forming a vague, menacing figure. The shadowy form intensifies, its presence growing stronger. The air crackles with unseen energy as the shadowy figure solidifies. His eyes burning with an electric blue intensity, Seo-jun stares intently. Seo-jun's expression hardens, resolve etched on his face. Seo-jun swings his sword, a trail of vibrant blue energy following its arc. Kim Seo-jun declares, "It seems you're under some kind of an illusion." A skull with glowing red eyes appears, its voice echoing with rage. "He broke my incantation." A surge of power erupts, the energy crackling with destructive force. The sword continues its assault, unleashing a devastating explosion of blue energy. The skull, wreathed in crackling energy, remains defiant. He focuses, channeling energy as the progress bar indicates the remaining power needed until force exertion. The power level inches forward, displaying a mere 0.1%. The unknown entity's skeletal visage appears, its red eyes glowing menacingly. The entity unleashes a barrage of energy, the air crackling with destructive force. Is he trying to run away again, like last time? The hunter thinks, as he braces for the incoming attack, conjuring a shield of blue energy. The entity's grin widens, a silent promise of pain etched upon its bone-white face. Seo-jun prepares to strike back, blue energy coalescing around his weapon. A wave of purple energy erupts from the entity, a chaotic torrent aimed at the hunter. The purple energy surges forward, threatening to overwhelm Seo-jun. He narrowly avoids the brunt of the attack, dodging with practiced agility. Kahik! A stray blast catches Seo-jun, sending a spray of blood into the air. He thinks he miscalculated. Seo-jun's thoughts race. He thought he could reach the level of force exertion in the fight against the Elder Lich. Even if it's the same 0.1%, it doesn't hold the same meaning. What's needed to reach a specific? The lecture's true measure lies not in its progression, but in the cadet's understanding and assimilation of its principles. A figure stands shrouded in darkness. A voice echoes, admitting a fatal miscalculation. A skeletal figure with glowing red eyes declares, "It's over." A figure, surrounded by purple energy, realizes the second form is too unstable. The figure resolves to use the first form, even if it means losing his life, and vows to annihilate. A voice commands, "Get a grip, you fool." A figure stands amidst chaos. A figure is bathed in golden light. A young man utters, "Sir." The man looks up to see neutral Sword Saint, who is asked, "Sir Sword Saint." A figure commands, "Rain him down," as a magical circle glows beneath them. Energy beams strike, illuminating a figure cloaked in shadow. The figure crashes to the ground, groaning in pain. Another figure shouts, "Go ahead and recover," as a beam of light shines. A figure says, "Please wait just a moment." What is this? The figure sits, panting, with a look of shock on their face. A figure commands, "Hold your ground. Use everything," as red energy crackles around them. A figure is surrounded by swirling energy, as another voice shouts, "Don't give him a chance to breathe." A figure states, "I'm fine now." A voice calls out, "Mr. Seo-jun." A figure lies on the ground, unmoving. A figure whispers, "Anywhere." He pleaded, his voice laced with desperation. "Please don't leave me behind." After making a foolish decision, he made another foolish decision again. The answer was not set in stone. "I told you last time." Seo-jun Kim's expression hardened, a grim smile playing on his lips. He already knew the answer from the very beginning. A voice declared with unwavering resolve, "I'm not going anywhere without you, Miss Seo-jun." By force exertion, learning is truly a wonderful thing. However, when learning becomes a habit, it obstructs self-expression. Learning is ultimately understanding what others have expressed. Until when will you say you're doing well while just picking up what others have expressed? I knew the answer from the beginning, that the way to kill the Elder Lich isn't just. Learning must exist as a means to express your true self. But, can I perform it in my own way? A figure stands amidst a swirling vortex of energy, a spear held firmly in hand. A surge of power erupts, accompanied by the command, "Begone, insects." A surge of power emanates from an unseen source. The energy intensifies, crackling with raw force. The figure recoils, a sharp intake of breath betraying the pain. A shimmering barrier of light forms around the figure, a desperate attempt at defense. The air crackles with magical energy, a palpable tension filling the space. A close-up reveals the figure's eyes, wide with a mixture of fear and determination. The figure resolves to flee. "I have to run." The figure's thoughts race, a desperate plea for survival. Right now, even if it feels like my whole body is shattering, I must escape. The figure clutches at their chest, a growing sense of dread washing over them. My magic power isn't gathering. The figure grips a long spear, a sense of unfamiliarity settling in. How unfamiliar. This sensation I'm feeling. The figure gazes at the spear, a question forming in their mind. Am I holding the lance of Longinus? Naturally. The pinnacle and ultimate realm of spearmanship. The spear becomes him. And he becomes the spear. A skull-like entity materializes, surrounded by pulsing energy. This is... How could you? A towering, shadowy figure emerges, its single red eye burning with malevolent energy. The red eye cracks, a sign of immense power and instability. Reality itself seems to fracture, the air shimmering with an unnatural light. The distortion intensifies, colors bleeding into one another, as if the world is being painted anew. From the heart of the chaos, a form begins to coalesce, a dark silhouette taking shape amidst the swirling energies. A face contorts in agony, flesh twisting and reforming under an unseen pressure. The features sharpen, becoming monstrous, the skin stretched taut over newly formed bone. The transformation completes, leaving behind a visage of pure, unadulterated evil. A voice, ancient and malevolent, echoes through the air. I'm the ancient evil, a detestable monstrosity. Chains of dark energy writhe around the newly formed antagonist Seojun Kim, binding him even as they amplify his power. The transformed Seojun Kim declares, I shall complete the end with your destruction. A figure gazes up at the monstrous form, eyes wide with a mixture of fear and awe. A desperate cry pierces the air. Seojun Appa. Panic sets in. It's the extinction magic. He unleashes a devastating wave of energy. The energy surges forward, seeking its target. The energy slams into Robert, and dark chains erupt, binding him. A voice echoes, stating that the only escape from extinction magic is death. However, if someone were to take on that death before the soul of the extinction magic is completely connected. Robert grits his teeth, enduring the pain. You owe me. The figure declares that he will leave Seoyun in Robert's hands. The chains tighten, constricting Robert further. A voice wonders if Robert has been enduring all of this by himself. Another voice thinks that Seoyun would probably mourn his death more than mine. Robert struggles against the chains, his face contorted in pain. He reaches out, desperate. Robert falls backward, defeated by the chains. He strains against the chains, the metal links glowing with a malevolent purple energy that burns against his skin. Seojun Kim looks down at Robert, a cruel smirk twisting his lips. What? He wonders. Robert plummets further into the abyss, the darkness swallowing him whole. A voice echoes, laced with condescension. More than anything, sir. The voice continues, a chilling reminder of the stakes. Debts must be repaid with money, not with life. Seojun Kim's grin widens, a disturbing display of amusement as he makes a peace sign. He reaches out a hand, a swirling vortex of purple energy crackling around his fingertips. Robert continues to fall, the wind whipping through his hair as the darkness closes in. The world blurs around him, a disorienting swirl of shadows and despair. Seojun Kim's eyes gleam with malicious intent. How foolish, he sneers. The voice taunts, echoing through the void. Did you think you could somehow escape? This is an absolute space of death. Even if you were to draw that power once again, escaping from here is impossible. Seojun Kim stands over Robert's prone form, his spear casting a long, ominous shadow. The hunter has become the prey. Panel is skipped due to being a solid color. The skeletal figure of Seojun Kim looms, his red eyes gleaming in the darkness. He speaks, his voice echoing. Hey, since it's come to this, let's talk openly. Robert sits opposite him, restrained. He asks, I have a few questions to ask you. A disembodied voice declares, if you're asking how to escape this space, it's meaningless. I just want to share one last story. The voice continues, we're both in a situation where we will die anyway, so there's no need to be so uptight now. Seojun Kim's skeletal hand gestures towards a glowing red heart embedded in his chest. He inquires, that heart, where did you get it? Robert tilts his head, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. I don't know either, he admits. You don't know? The disembodied voice explains, since my existence was born from this heart, I can't know about things that happened before I came into being. Seojun Kim, towering over Robert, responds, that's right. Then you should say so. Seojun Kim continues, his tone laced with impatience. Why make it so complicated? So what about that heart? It's not going to be destroyed along with you, is it? The disembodied voice states, I don't think it will be destroyed with me. It will probably return to where the life force vessel is. Robert listens intently as the disembodied voice continues. Speaking of which, where was the life force vessel? I couldn't find it even after searching everywhere. It's a place made up of golden brown plains and cliffs. The people here call it the Grand Canyon. Seojun Kim wonders where it could be, having looked for it, but found nothing. He notes that a barrier was set up from the heart's magic power. Kim Seojun realizes that a barrier makes sense, expressing his relief. The unknown voice tells Kim Seojun not to worry about it, stating that he is trying to die. He asks what Kim Seojun is trying to do. Kim Seojun asks if the unknown voice is trying to die to get out of here. A barrier was set up from the heart's magic power. The barrier manifests as streams of blue energy. The first to third techniques of the heavenly meteor spear contain the mysteries of disperse, grasp, and pierce. The fourth to sixth techniques contain the powers of different gods. The power of the thunder god is displayed. The fourth technique is shown. The technique is the thunder god spear strike. The power of the fire dragon is displayed. The fifth technique is shown. The technique is named Avon Descending Fire Dragon. He channels the power of Ghost through his spear. The spear glows with intense energy as he prepares to strike. He unleashes the heavenly meteor spear, a supernal and strange phenomenon. He lay defeated on the ground. The sound of rain echoed around him. A skeletal figure loomed in the darkness. A cloaked figure stood over him, spear in hand. He's dead, the figure declared. Was that his final struggle? The wind howled. A voice echoed. Perhaps the demon king was not me, but him. A hooded figure with a blue, starry face appeared. A man winks. Seriously, you crazy bastard. A voice muses, wondering if perhaps the demon king was not them, but someone else. The extinction magic has been lifted. A voice commands to hurry and search through the destroyed city. Someone shouts for the captain as they run towards him, finding him lying on the ground. A figure stands with a microphone and a weapon, ready to report. A helicopter flies over the devastated landscape as someone cries out, desperately urging the captain to open his eyes. A woman cries out, questioning if it is Sia-jun. A voice wonders if dying was the only way to come out, questioning if they are dead but not dead. A voice questions what is happening as a glowing figure declares that the dead cannot come here. A small figure with a large head exclaims that it worked as expected, but it wasn't sure then. Kim Sia-jun is back, and the entity wonders how he came back again, witnessing the entire process from the Elder Lich's birth to its annihilation. However, at the last moment, inside the extinction magic's absolute realm that he performed, he could not observe anything. The entity asks if Sia-jun has forgotten their promise, reminding him that he was promised a free coupon if he came back here again. That was when he called him back. Sia-jun is confused, exclaiming that he can't go back on his. Sir Observer states that he clearly mentioned it back then, asking if Sia-jun is trying to find a way out of it. The entity demands to check the record of causality, stating that Sia-jun will know that he. The entity tells Sia-jun to understand, hurry up, and get lost. The entity exclaims that he is right, asking if he isn't, and demands that Sia-jun hurry up and give it to him. He tells the entity to stop. Sir Observer asks Kim Sia-jun how he was able to come back here again. Sia-jun replies, asking what does it matter how he got here. The entity insists that it matters, that it's very important, more important than anything else in the universe. The entity explains that nothing that happened inside there has been recorded at all. That means he could come back here by doing the same course of actions once again. The entity thinks that he must prevent that. The entity says that he must prevent that at all costs. He offers to give Sia-jun the free coupon if he tells him. The entity says that it's incredibly complicated to explain though. The entity says that it's okay, that he's willing to listen, so take your time. Kim Sia-jun asks how about giving him one more coupon for telling him. The entity thinks that this bastard is caught on. The entity says let's not talk about coupons. He asks how about items from the Transcendent shop that don't have causal accumulation like last time? Kim Sia-jun says he will give him 15. He exclaims that's what he's talking about. The entity says never mind. He tells Kim Sia-jun to just give him one coupon, that he'll take that and leave. Sia-jun almost took on a huge loss. The merit of this border space was not just in the coupons. Alongside the one coupon he could get, there's also one ambulance ticket. Yet the entity wants him to exchange those for 15 items from the Transcendent shop? That's nonsense. If Sia-jun just gives the entity one coupon, he will leave nicely. Fine. The entity declares that he won't give Sia-jun anything until he tells him how he got here. Sia-jun says okay, but internally thinks that he really won't do it and can't do it. Sia-jun shouts not to do it then, and that he won't let the entity out of here until he tells him. The entity asks if Sia-jun thinks that will make him budge, and that he has his own plans. He tells Sia-jun to do as he pleases. The entity thinks he should have done this earlier. Has it already been 3 weeks in that guy's dimension, Earth? This place is a void where only pure white light exists. There's no way a mortal's mental strength can withstand this infinite stillness. Even if he's endured it so far, soon he'll be begging to be let out. There's time left until the next destruction, so in the end, I will win. Sia-jun lies back, seemingly at peace, though his thoughts betray a deeper turmoil. A sudden jolt of pain racks Sia-jun's body, his eyes snapping open in shock. Elsewhere, Sir Observer reaches out, his voice echoing in the void. Are you there? Has he already given up? Sia-jun clenches his fist, a flicker of determination in his eyes. I should take this opportunity to fix his manners. A figure shrouded in light appears, its presence marked by a surge of energy. The void pulses with an unseen power. Sia-jun grits his teeth, bracing himself for what's to come. Orbs of light swirl around Sir Observer as he calls out, asking if Sia-jun is there. Sia-jun demands that he stop, offering 2 coupons in exchange. Sir Observer remarks that he was there. Sia-jun wonders if giving up his emergency ambulance voucher is the right thing to do. Sir Observer calculates the cost of the ambulance, offering 2 free coupons and 10 items from the Transcendent shop. He asks how that sounds. Sia-jun expresses his disbelief, questioning if his life is only worth that much. Sir Observer asks if he is threatening him again. Sir Observer threatens him, stating he will give it to him. A disembodied voice questions the nature of supernatural forces and strange phenomena. A close-up reveals Sir Observer's face, his expression unreadable. Seo-jun realizes that the causality to perform the transcendent technique must have been immense, remembering that he used the coupon that Sir Observer gave him. Sir Observer's hands glow as he manipulates something unseen. He appears in a spectral form, surrounded by glowing orbs. Sir Observer asks, while waiting for the record of causality, "Can I ask you a few questions?" Seo-jun Kim sits with his sword resting on his shoulders, responding, "That being that is trying to destroy my dimension." He pauses, lost in thought. Sir Observer's ghostly form remains, the orbs swirling around him. He wonders, why doesn't it take action itself if that is what it wants? I can't explain the details, but you can think of it as a similar reason to mine. Seo-jun's expression is thoughtful as he considers the response. Constraints of causality. It's impossible beyond that. Seo-jun Kim continues, his voice laced with suspicion. Is that also why he didn't kill me? Sir Observer's spectral form glows brighter, the energy around him intensifying. Seo-jun Kim looks back at Sir Observer, pondering, why is it trying to destroy the dimension? Seo-jun's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing. Is he unwilling to answer this too? Seo-jun Kim's gaze intensifies, his brow furrowed. I don't know the details. Seo-jun Kim clarifies, his voice firm. It's not that he doesn't know, but rather, he doesn't know the details. Sir Observer's eyes glow with an otherworldly light. As expected, the observer knows it but is hiding it. The light intensifies around Sir Observer, obscuring his features in a blinding radiance. Seo-jun glances at his phone, a puzzled expression on his face as he notices the fluctuating Atlas lecture progress. He wonders why it's suddenly increasing. Speaking of which, Seo-jun asks Sir Observer what state he is in back in reality. A disembodied voice explains that every being who comes here escapes from the law of causality. Simply put, the time of your body is stopped. Then there shouldn't be any reason for the progress to increase, right? The elder lich was well taken care of too. Seo-jun tilts his head, a look of confusion on his face. He mutters, wait, elder lich? A voice shouts, Berserk Heart. Sir, please send me back quickly. The voice continues, explaining that the record of causality is not yet finished, and once the record is complete. The voice declares that it won't ask for coupons even if it comes back with supernatural forces, strange phenomena. It pleads to be sent back now. The voice says, I'll leave your clothes behind. Seo-jun is sent flying through the air. A warning echoes, beware of the observer. Seo-jun, falling, wonders what is happening and whose voice this is. A voice declares, if the time comes to choose. Seo-jun, surrounded by flames, questions, fire? A coffin blazes with intense heat. A disembodied voice wonders if this is the reason the progress increased. The coffin explodes in a burst of fire and debris. Kim Seo-jun, now fully recovered, strides away from the scene. Mourners stand in stunned silence at the funeral. A woman stares in disbelief, whispering, Mr. Seo-jun? Another woman, her hair pulled back in a ponytail, turns, a bright light flashing behind her. Everyone, I'm. A hand gestures downwards as the crowd erupts in a cacophony of shocked cries. The text declares, something unexpected you shouldn't do at a funeral, resurrection. Kim Seo-jun, resurrection complete. Suk Suyin exclaims that the power of money has definitely shown some effect. A small girl stands beside her. Park Min-cheol sits with his head in his hand, recalling that he was being cremated when an explosion occurred. He jumped up, said he had something urgent to do, and disappeared. Park Seo-yun shouts, asking Mr. Seo-jun if he is watching and demanding that he come back soon. Lee Min-yeol yells that he doesn't know what is going on, but Seo-jun needs to come back quickly before he dies. A man with white hair thinks that it's not here. The man looks surprised. The man thinks that he's been searching for several hours, but it's nowhere to be found. The man wonders if he had known this would happen. He would have asked more detailed questions, or could it be that it has already been retrieved? He wants to know at least whether that existence is still out there. The man thinks that he should try using the method he used when he found the medical saint. The man falls. A sword stands in the ground. He is asked what he wants to do. He is told to find the heart of Berserk, a heart with magic power, and to track it down if he senses something nearby. He wonders if he felt something. He realizes that it's not his heart and magic power. Park Min-cheol realizes it's his fault for not recognizing the heart of Berserk. He wonders if there is an item that can help him find things in the Transcendent shop. Park Min-cheol has an idea. The panel shows a tracking scroll, sold by a jester with a sewn mouth. The text describes the tracking scroll and how it works. It's a scroll to track targets, and you will know exactly where the target is. The number of scrolls consumed varies depending on the rank of the target. It isn't something amazing that will guarantee finding the target within 10 scrolls, but it is still a great item nonetheless. You can use it to find a runaway debtor or someone who made a run without paying. Park Min-cheol realizes that a tracking scroll is exactly the item he needs right now. He examines the paper in his hands. It just looks like a regular piece of paper. Still, since it's something bought in the Transcendent shop, it should be effective. Silence. A stick figure stands alone in a desolate landscape. The scroll activates, but nothing happens. The words additional purchase appear. This somehow feels like you got scammed. Didn't it say the seller was the jester with the sewn mouth? That nickname belongs to Instructor Loki. He probably played a prank on the new cadets again. Instructor Loki tends to do that sometimes. The principal keeps reprimanding him, but his character is really unique. Then, can I get a refund? I will mention it to the principal, but I don't think a refund is possible. 10 items from the Transcendent shop that don't apply cumulative causality. What did I go through to get those? He was in a life and death struggle with the Elder Lich, a steady showdown with the Observer. Heaven's great sage chuckled. The precious loot that I barely managed to obtain. Mr. Kim Seojun, don't be too disheartened. Kim Seojun tilted his head, a look of disbelief washing over his face. Pardon. Heaven's great sage looked down, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. The sage clasped his hands together, a nervous smile on his face. Sir Minter, wasn't there also a special class with Loki? He wondered what Kim Seojun was planning to do. Kim Seojun stood tall, his expression serious. Please call him. But since it's a special class, the causality will be consumed like with Instructor Heaven's equal great sage, you know? Kim Seojun grimaced. If converted into Mr. Kim Seojun's dimensional causality, it's 5 trillion per hour. Are you okay with that? He groaned in frustration. Kim Seojun looked off to the side, a slight frown on his face. Meanwhile, Park Min-cheol stared at his account balance, his eyes wide with shock. Account balance. 150 trillion Korean wons, 150 trillion. He could only manage a bewildered, huh? Park Min-cheol's mind raced. Did they do something weird with money again this time? He wondered what had happened while he was briefly dead. Kim Seojun stared at his phone screen, his face a mask of disbelief. The screen showed a message from Suk Suyin and Dream Team. See, it's the power of money, right? What we shoved in for 3 weeks has definitely shown some results. Kim Seojun turned to Heaven's great sage, his expression urgent. What does it matter? Education is more important. Sir Minter, I've applied for Loki's special class. Please call him. A finger taps the screen of a phone, highlighting the class title. Scams are originally learned experiencing them directly. The instructor is listed as Loki. The instructor stands with his arms crossed, a deep frown etched on his face. He seems displeased. What, he asks. The student, Kim Seojun, observes the instructor. So this bastard is Loki, he thinks. I see. Is that why he's nicknamed the jester with the sewn mouth? Loki points a finger at Kim Seojun, his expression condescending. You do that to me? What? You're the rookie who got scammed by me just before. Seojun looks taken aback, a large question mark hovering over his head. Well, who told you to get scammed? You should have checked properly, you fool. Loki leans in, his tone aggressive. So you applied for this expensive class to take it out on me? But what can we do? I have no intention of letting you vent on me. The instructor continues to berate Seojun. You have nothing to say, right? Next time, you should be more alert. Pardon? You're just going to leave like this? There's still time. Loki waves a hand dismissively. Can't you see the class title? Scams are originally learned by experiencing them directly. That means I've taught everything, right? Seojun responds, a hint of protest in his voice. Of course, you can do as you please, instructor. But. Turning away, Loki states his intentions. I also need to meet with Odin. Left alone, Seojun watches Loki depart. Why? Well, I have something to ask Sir Odin. And I also have something. Seojun looks surprised, a thoughtful expression on his face. Huh? An interesting story, all of a sudden, to say about you, Sir Loki. He seems surprised by the sudden turn in the conversation. Huh? An interesting story, all of a sudden. Instructor Loki asks. I was just wondering if you really know why Sir Balder died. Loki continues. Sir Balder is the son of Odin. It's believed he died in an accident, isn't it? Oh no, that's not the case. The narrative shifts to a historical account. Balder, the brightest son of Odin, is revered for his beauty, wisdom, and gentle nature. His story, particularly his death, is central to many Norse myths. When the witch of the underworld prophesied his death, Frigg, his mother, made everyone on earth swear not to harm Balder. The only exception was the mistletoe. The mistletoe was thought to be too weak to harm him. When Balder was said to be invulnerable, the gods played a game, throwing all sorts of things at him. While everyone was enjoying the game, Hoer, who was blind and felt excluded, was handed a mistletoe weapon by someone who quietly said, You want to play too, right? Here, I made this for you. Go on, throw it. So, Hoer, excited, threw the weapon, and Balder met his death, pierced by the mistletoe. Loki concludes, the mistletoe that killed Balder is the famous Mistiltein, I'm telling you. He looks up, surprised by the revelation. The instructor continues, explaining that he was the one who handed Hoder the weapon to kill Balder. It was out of jealousy for losing to Balder's brilliance that he plotted this. Kim Seojun is shocked by the revelation. He asks, pardon? So in the end, the one who killed Sir. Loki stands calmly, a small chibi version of himself floating beside him. He explains that Sir Odin, angered by Sir Balder's death, supposedly killed Hoder on the spot. Loki's face is partially obscured, but a sinister smile can be seen. He says, perhaps he might tear his limbs apart. Kim Seojun looks at him with concern. Loki says, hey. Loki asks, huh? Aren't you leaving yet? It seems you are busy, so please hurry and go. Are you threatening me right now? Kim Seojun is taken aback by Loki's words. He exclaims, oh my? Threatening? What a hurtful thing to say. I'm just trying to speak the truth, you. Loki crosses his arms, a thoughtful expression on his face. He says, I understand. I will return the 10 items. A voice comments, hey, Sir Loki seems surprisingly bad with numbers, doesn't he? Loki's face is shown with a large question mark beside him. Kim Seojun says, 15 items. For the mental anguish and the time I spent. Furthermore, we need to accurately calculate the causality consumed for. Loki asks, you don't want to? A voice responds, what the? Another voice exclaims, of course not. How dare you try to scam me like that? Loki replies, fine. Just do as you please. Loki says, anyway, after a few escapes, things will settle down quickly. Then it can't be helped. He thinks to himself that this is going to be a headache for a while. By the way, Sir Minter, does Sir Odin still ride Sleipnir? Instructor Loki is surprised. That guy. Kim Seojun thinks to himself, don't tell me. Kim Seojun smiles sinisterly. Sleipnir was born from. Instructor Loki screams. A man with long, dark green hair stands silently, his expression unreadable. Instructor Loki's actions are revealed. He took something, much to the other man's surprise. The man with short brown hair responds, his tone laced with disbelief. He demands the return of the stolen items. The long-haired man declares he will take 15 items and Gungnir. The man with long hair shouts, demanding to know what the other man just said. The man with short hair explains that the genuine Gungnir is held by Sir Odin. The man with short hair expresses his disbelief, questioning their bond as sworn brothers. He then asks the man with long hair to persuade Odin to sell it to him if he can't bring it back for free. The man with long hair retorts that even if they are sworn brothers, some things just can't be done. He questions how the man with short hair expects him to persuade Odin to sell Gungnir, knowing how much Odin cherishes it. He asks, a finger pointing towards his face, why do you keep asking me about that? The man with long hair retorts with a grin, that's something you should figure out yourself. Hee hee. Bastard's actions have shaken the boundary space. A voice echoes, the realm of absolute where all dimensional causality converges. The voice continues, I don't know for what purpose, with what intention, or how he did it. The cloaked figure declares, the existence of Kim Seojun is far too dangerous. The voice states, I will let him run wild for now, but when everything is over. The cloaked figure murmurs, A voice wonders what immense force is consuming causality all of a sudden. The voice identifies the only entity capable of such a thing. Another voice exclaims, calling someone a bastard and questioning what the hell he is doing, suspecting Loki's influence. The voice questions how a cadet can possess the transcendent-grade weapon of an instructor, Gungnir. Kim Seojun holds a small, glowing object in his hand, a determined look on his face. The narration describes Gungnir as the divine artifact said to have killed the primordial giant, Ymir, and disassembled his body to create the 9 worlds, confirming that this is the genuine article. The voice questions who told him to commit fraud, implying Loki must have persuaded him well. A system message indicates that Loki's lecture progress is at 100%, and by completing the lecture, fraud technique, S, will be fully acquired. Another voice declares that Kim Seojun is the craziest among the beings of the Transcension Academy, but he insists he is serious. Kim Seojun thinks that it didn't work when he tried with the fake Gungnir earlier, but maybe with the genuine one, he can find the heart of Berserk. A voice commands to go find the heart of Berserk. Gungnir glows with power. He exclaims at the incredible speed of whatever he's chasing. Seojun thinks to himself that if he stops, he'll miss it, as rumors are already spreading among the cadets. The sound of something moving at an impossible speed echoes through the air. A streak of light pierces the sky, a testament to its velocity. Kim Seojun, running at full tilt, wonders why it is moving so fast. He fears that if he lets it continue like this, it might destroy Berserk's heart. Seojun urges himself to go after his dad. The object streaks across the sky, leaving a trail of light in its wake. The object continues its rapid ascent, a blur against the clear sky. A red glow emanates from the object as it hurtles onward. The object's red aura intensifies, crackling with energy. The object, now a sphere of intense red light, continues its trajectory. He screamed for someone to stop. A red weapon was shown. Kim Seojun sighed in relief, muttering that it was close. Kim Seojun realized that it almost crushed Berserk's heart, and that it was his father's enemy. Kim Seojun swung his weapon, acknowledging someone else's presence. Kim Seojun looked down, wondering what he could get. He cursed. Young Jimin called out to his mentor. Young Jimin was confused, wondering where he was and who he was. Young Jimin yelled at Kim Seojun, asking how he could suddenly kidnap him like that. He acted without thinking, but more importantly, he wanted someone to take a look at something. Holding a glowing, crimson orb, he felt an unusual energy emanating from it. Kim Seojun declared that it was the heart of Berserk he had been searching for. He wanted to distill it into an elixir and asked if Heaven's Great Sage could call Sir Hua Ta. Heaven's Great Sage exclaimed that it was a bit much. Heaven's Great Sage asked if that was really what Kim Seojun had to say after returning for the first time in a while. He added that he worked his butt off to refine the dragon heart for him. Kim Seojun thought to himself, remembering that Heaven's Great Sage didn't suddenly send him back without even showing him how he absorbed the external pill. Kim Seojun chuckled, stating that he didn't send him back and that he had no choice either. Heaven's Great Sage crossed his arms, explaining that the dragon's heart was something hard to procure even from transcendent beings like them, so it could have served as a good learning experience. Kim Seojun responded that he didn't know if this could show Heaven's great sage his sincerity, but Kim Seojun wondered where on earth he got that. Heaven's great sage was excited, saying that this was the first time he'd seen the real thing. Heaven's great sage exclaimed that this was the most incredible reaction he'd seen from Hua Tuo so far. He added that with this, Kim Seojun might also be able to draw out the power of the dragon, and although it's weak, he can also use dragon tongue. Kim Seojun was surprised, asking about even dragon tongue. Spiritual words are a type of magic where the language itself interferes with the laws of the world. Kim Seojun appears thoughtful as a chibi figure exclaims that a human is learning dragon tongue. The chibi figure wonders if Kim Seojun is becoming a monster instead of a transcendent. Heaven's great sage asks if Kim Seojun can start right away, adding that it has been a while since his heart had raced like this. Heaven's great sage's eyes widen with anticipation. Kim Seojun holds the fragmented dragon heart, considering it to be more of a problem. The chibi figure asks what that means. Kim Seojun looks surprised. The fragmented dragon heart pulses with a dark red energy. It means, in a forest clearing, an unknown man with gray hair stands over a fallen figure, holding a fragment of the dragon heart. The man with gray hair grits his teeth, his expression pained. The text reveals that there must be 2 more fragments like this one somewhere else. Another unknown bald man holds a fragment of the dragon heart, a sinister grin spreading across his face. A hand clutches a pulsating red orb, energy crackling around it like a miniature storm. Ryu Jinchul roared, "Jinchul, don't be a fool." Clutching a red orb, Ryu Jinchul declared, "A human can wield. It will only consume you. That power must be destroyed." Ryu Jinchul's eyes widened, a bead of sweat trickling down his weathered face. The man in the distance muttered, "I've lost everything I've built over the past decades." A sinister smile crept across Ryu Jinchul's face as he held the red orb. "If it's for revenge, whether the world is destroyed or if I cease to exist, it doesn't concern me in the slightest." Ryu Jinchul screamed, "And no." Ryu Jinchul's name echoed in the air. He writhes in agony as a crimson aura erupts around him, the air crackling with raw power. Ryu Jinchul collapses to the ground, his scream echoing through the forest. His face contorts in unimaginable pain, blood splattering against the forest floor. A cloaked figure, lantern in hand, intones the great voice. The forest floor is stained crimson, Ryu Jinchul's body a broken heap amidst the carnage. A crystalline structure shimmers in the distance, its purpose unknown. Weakly Ryu Jinchul croaks, "Why me?" The cloaked figure responds, "Given your consciousness, you are the most suitable being." The figure continues, "Well, I don't care what you're scheming." The cloaked figure asks, "The berserk's heart you mentioned can help me destroy Kim Seojun, right?" The cloaked figure pauses, then replies, "Maybe." A guttural sound echoes through the forest. He grinned, a predatory flash of teeth in the dim light, his eyes burning with malevolent intent. Kim Seojun's expression hardened, a flicker of resignation in his eyes. Yeah, it doesn't really matter anymore. A spectral figure loomed behind Kim Seojun, an ethereal presence whispering his name. Kim Seojun. Rage contorted Kim Seojun's face, a desperate fury building within him. "If I can drag you into the same abyss as me." A geometric formation pulsed with arcane energy, the air crackling with unseen power. From the depths of the formation, a shadowy figure writhed, its form indistinct and menacing. Far away, a lone figure tilted their head back, gazing up at the unfolding events with an unreadable expression. A cloaked figure stood silently, their face hidden in shadow, observing the scene with an air of detached curiosity. A gasp escaped the observer's lips. "Oh." Ryu Jinchul's grin widened, a triumphant glint in his crimson eyes. He seemed to relish the chaos unfolding before him. The figure in the forest mused, their voice a low murmur. "What a surprisingly good body. And this magic power right now, it's immense. With this, I can wield my power properly. But how can this body endure such power?" The cloaked figure stood over a prone form, their voice cold and dismissive. "That's none of your concern." A cloaked figure manipulates energy in their hand, the air crackling with power. A figure hangs suspended in the air, surrounded by shimmering energy. The observer states that the person doesn't have much time left and that they are not from this dimension. The observer will find a way to exile them. The cloaked figure listens intently, their expression unreadable beneath the shadows of their hood. The observer will give them something. The text declares, the final stage of the apocalypse. A character holds a red orb, surprised to learn that it is only one of the 3 fragments. The character questions if that is possible. Another character states that it doesn't look like it's been split, but they can't fully believe it either, but they are sure of it. This dragon heart is perfect, but it's not complete. The text states that the only thing separated is the power contained within. The character thinks that this is only 1/3 of its total magic power, but that makes the task even more challenging. They think they need to. An elderly man states that he needs to invite 2 experts for consultation besides himself. He asks someone to please leave that to him. BNK, a famous physician from the spring and autumn warring states period, is shown. The alchemist introduces himself as Paracelsus, also known as Theophrastus Philippus Aurelius Bombastus von Hohenheim. The end of formal greetings arrives, and Heaven's great sage presents what he calls the real dragon's heart. Kim Seojun expresses his eagerness to purify it. Kim Seojun decides to leave the refining of the elixir to the experts and simply listen to the lecture. Someone informs Mr. Kim Seojun that the current hourly causality consumption is quite high. Kim Seojun learns that Sir Hua Tuo's premium lecture costs 10 billion won per hour, making it roughly 30 billion for 3 people. The courses are not premium, but special lectures, which seems ominous. For all 3 combined, it's 1 trillion won per hour, which is equivalent to 717,653,500 US dollars. Regarding Dragon Tongue, since Kim Seojun has never used language magic before, he'll have to learn that separately. 3 language courses have been shortlisted for him. The options include courses from instructors Jormungandr, Leviathan, and 4 Divine Beasts Azure Dragon. The text recommends choosing from these options. The tuition fee for the Azure Dragon course is 100 trillion won. The text exclaims, crazy. How many zeros are there? Kim Seojun is shocked by the tuition fee. He is already taking advanced courses, but from. Still, he's applying the minimum causality, so it's manageable. Now on, the causality will go wild. Other cadets. He stares at his phone, a mix of frustration and determination etched on his face. The cadet, nicknamed Twisted Existence, reflects on the causality farming he endured for 137 years just to attend one of the cadet courses. Seojun remarks that he also needs to buy a pre-pass. The life force itself resides in the magic, and if he absorbs power like this, a collision will occur inside his body. He will then need to suppress the magic power or revert it to natural magic power. Since the goal is absorption, would it be better to revert it to natural magic power rather than suppressing it? Seojun is prompted on his phone if he would like to purchase the pre-pass for 150 billion Korean wons. A notification confirms that he has purchased the premium pass. Heaven's great sage is startled. A notification declares that it's finally complete, startling Heaven's great sage. Heaven's great sage urges Seojun to hurry and try the dragon's heart, where all their essence is condensed. This time, the appearance hasn't changed much, but the terrifying aura has disappeared, and a clear, pure aura surrounds it. It's probably true that there's no other elixir like this across all dimensions. It's not an exaggeration to call it the ultimate elixir. He wondered aloud if his balance had fallen below 1 trillion now. Heaven's great sage urged him to hurry up and try it now, for the last time. The sound of something being consumed echoed through the cavern. Seojun Kim commented that the taste was just SOSO. Flames erupted around Kim Seojun, engulfing him in a torrent of energy. Heaven's great sage exclaimed that there was a crack in his circle. The great sage questioned if this was okay, his voice laced with concern. Heaven's great sage's voice rose in panic as he shouted, "Excuse me? My circle is breaking?" Kim Seojun glowed with an intense, otherworldly energy. A resounding crash echoed as something collapsed. Heaven's great sage lay sprawled on the ground, muttering, "Oh dear." Kim Seojun's expression was unreadable. Ryu Jinchul, standing in what appears to be an office, mutters to himself. A figure, presumably Ryu Jinchul, stands with a knife in hand, a dark liquid pooling at his feet. An unknown voice questions if the listener knows where the cadet named Kim Seojun is. Ryu Jinchul, hunched over, expresses his frustration. How troublesome. I don't have much time. Considering how hard it is for him to come here, Ryu Jinchul thinks he should get something out of it too. A disembodied voice asks, "How much causality do you have?" Ryu Jinchul, a sinister grin spreading across his face, holds a knife. The world swam back into focus. Heaven's great sage peered down at Kim Seojun, concern etched on his youthful face. "Oh, you're awake, Sir Mentor?" A storm of raw magical energy crackled around him. Kim Seojun cried out as the power surged through him, an overwhelming torrent of arcane force. Kim Seojun's eyes widened, a silent escaping his lips as he registered the sheer intensity of the magic. The storm of magic intensified. A desperate plea echoed. Please help me. Mr. Kim Seojun." His body unable to withstand the influx of power, Kim Seojun collapsed, a strangled groan escaping his lips. Kim Seojun struggled to sit up, his mind racing. "Okay, yes, I am alive. What was that power just now?" Heaven's great sage explained. "I just barely drew out a tiny bit of my magic to try and clear the darkness. It was so dark, so I just slightly drew out my magic to brighten our surroundings." He continued, "That was drawing it out slightly? How much has your magic increased, exactly?" Kim Seojun focused inward, a strange sensation blooming in his chest. True. I feel like the sensation in my heart is different. Heaven's great sage looked up, a flicker of alarm in his eyes. "Huh? What is this? An error? Sir Mentor, I think there's definitely an error here." A voice echoed, "Error? That's impossible. Causality can't never get an arrow **. The system displays a series of lecture progress updates. Siegfried's lecture showing an astonishing 1,170% completion rate. A small chibi figure wonders aloud, questioning the meaning of the impossible number. An error message flashes, warning that the current progress rate exceeds the allowed threshold for causality measurement. The system initiates a causality reconfiguration, then announces its completion. Reflecting the transcendence level, the system declares that Dragon Aura S has transformed into Dragon Heart SS. Seojun Kim stares at his phone, a bewildered expression washing over his face. What's this? He mutters, his voice laced with disbelief. Kim Seojun's eyes widen. What is this? He exclaims, struggling to comprehend the impossible data. No, if you're asking me that. Seojun Kim's voice rises in pitch, a tremor of disbelief shaking his words. I've never seen it before. I swear I've never seen it in my life. I've never seen such a thing in the history of the Transcendence Academy. The phone emits a ding, as Seojun Kim continues to gape at the screen, his face a mask of utter astonishment. No way. This is impossible. A flicker of determination hardens Seojun Kim's gaze. A chibi figure, hovering nearby, urges, waiting so patiently for me to wake up, but I think we need to discuss this later. We have to go quickly. The chibi asks, huh? To where? Seojun Kim clutches his phone, his expression resolute. New York, he declares, his voice firm. The city lay in ruins, explosions still echoing through the desolate streets. A deep, unrestrained laugh reverberated through the wreckage. The causality farming here is truly incredible. A man stood amidst the destruction, a massive red sword slung over his shoulder, bags overflowing with spoils in his hands. I can accumulate 137 years worth of causality in just one day. The man with the sword loomed over a woman sprawled on the ground, her face etched with fear. Please. Kneeling, the man asked, want to live that desperately? Her eyes widened, a tremor running through her. Money in this dimension? How much money do you have? He reached out, his intentions unclear. 2 coins are offered in supplication. The man with the sword scoffs. Coins? Don't you have paper money? Paper bills. Below him, the woman begs, please spare me. The woman sighs, tears welling in her eyes. Sigh, well, I guess I should accept this anyway. But, the man declares, if I spare you, it won't be counted as casualty. The man's expression shifts, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he draws his sword. He muses, come to think of it, if it's plundering, maybe I don't need to kill you after all. The man continues, but you never know. The sword blurs through the air, a deadly arc aimed at the woman. His eyes gleam with malicious intent. The blade descends. The sword continues its deadly path. The slash continues. The city lies in ruins, buildings cracked and crumbling under an unseen force. A lone figure's footsteps echo through the desolate streets. A woman lies unconscious on the cracked asphalt, her face pale. A man in a dark suit kneels beside her, a look of relief washing over his face. Thankfully, she just lost consciousness. The man's brow furrows, his expression hardening. Ugh, that was really intense. I almost got into real danger. TSK, my necklace is all broken. Kim Seojun's voice cuts through the silence, laced with a chilling familiarity. Long time no see, Kim Seojun. A figure stands with a red-bladed sword resting against his shoulder. Kim Seojun's voice drips with accusation. Are you? Did you forget about me? After making me lose everything in my life. The man with the sword narrows his eyes. Drop the act. Kim Seojun's expression hardens. Ryu Jinchul doesn't use a sword. More importantly, he's not skilled enough to block my strike. Kim Seojun's voice drips with venom. Didn't you take over not only Ryu Jinchul's body, but also his memories? Ryu Jinchul stands over the unconscious woman, his grip tightening on the sword. I was just going to pass on only the words of the original owner of this body and leave. He smirks, a sinister glint in his eyes. Ryu Jinchul has changed his mind. Red energy erupts around Ryu Jinchul as he initiates his attack. He descends from above, shrouded in crimson energy, a deadly force aimed at Kim Seojun. Kim Seojun glances towards the unconscious woman, a flicker of concern in his eyes amidst the chaos. Slashes of red energy tear through the air, a visual testament to Ryu Jinchul's power. Surrounded by crackling blue energy, Ryu Jinchul plummets downwards, a force of nature unleashed. The descent continues, a blur of motion and red energy, as Ryu Jinchul presses his attack. Wielding a spear crackling with blue energy, Ryu Jinchul prepares to strike. A trail of red energy follows Ryu Jinchul's every move as he continues his assault. The spear gleams, intricate blue energy patterns dancing across its surface. Ryu Jinchul raises the spear high, a beacon of blue energy illuminating the scene. The blue energy dissipates, leaving a lingering sense of power in the air. An explosion of energy erupts from the ground. Ryu Jinchul smirks, observing the display of power. Ho, look at this. Kim Seojun stands ready, gripping his spear. His eyes narrow, focused and intense. Kim Seojun remains poised, spear in hand. Ryu Jinchul holds the unconscious woman aloft. The woman remains unresponsive. Ryu Jinchul, still holding the woman, taunts Kim Seojun. Ha, guess you really don't want this kid to die, huh? Kim Seojun's expression hardens. No wonder you kept trying to lead me elsewhere. Kim Seojun demands, let the kid go. Kim Seojun continues, his voice laced with disdain. Causality. So what's the point of having feelings for her? Causality. Ryu Jinchul's eyes glow red as he looms over the unconscious woman. Could he be? The lower half of Ryu Jinchul is visible, holding a sword and a limp woman. Ryu Jinchul states that he has something to propose, but he is not really interested in a proposal. Ryu Jinchul states that he has two conditions. The woman he is holding appears unconscious. Ryu Jinchul continues, stating that he is not connected to the kid at all, so don't use her life as leverage for tricks. Ryu Jinchul's face is shown in close-up as he speaks. He thinks that the other party sees the kid as just a causality bundle. Ryu Jinchul continues, saying, and second, a figure is surrounded by a powerful, glowing blue energy. The figure surrounded by energy is shown in more detail. A speech bubble states that if you get involved with that kid, you'll die. A figure is surrounded by a surge of electric blue energy. The energy intensifies, crackling around the figure. A young man with white hair and piercing blue eyes stares intently. A disembodied voice warns, if you get involved with that kid, you'll die too. A man's face contorts in anger, his red eyes blazing. A sphere of concentrated energy pulsates with power. A figure is sent hurtling backwards through the air, crying out in pain. A man with a stern expression clutches a sword, admitting, if I hadn't held the sword with both hands, my body would have been split in two. The man thinks, I didn't expect he'd keep such strength. A man with spiky hair wonders, hidden? Was he testing me until now? A man in a suit carries a blonde-haired girl in his arms. Ryu Jinchul stated that he doesn't understand why someone would go to such lengths. Ryu Jinchul asked if that was why they did this, for mere causality. He then thought about how much trouble he went through. Ryu Jinchul exclaimed that this place is amazing, and in just one day, causality comes pouring in, calling it a causality heaven. He then stated that's why he doesn't understand the other person. The unseen character responded that for beings like them, causality is everything. They asked if they can farm causality this easily. Why don't they? A memory surfaces, a figure lying prone on the ground. A voice echoes, emphasizing the importance of their actions. The camera pans out, revealing the figure sprawled on a cold, unforgiving street. Ryu Jinchul admitted that he knows it too, and that the causality demanded by the Transcendence Academy is merely a pretext. He continued that the causality is just an excuse for their Transcendence Academy to intervene with the cadets. The unseen character stated that they don't gain anything. Another memory flickers, a figure struggles under the weight of a massive burden. The narrator reflects on the value of hard-earned wealth. The Transcendence Academy does not differentiate between these two. With no more hunters on Earth who could stop him, Ryu Jinchul gripped the hilt of his sword, thinking that by looting and seizing like the man before him, he could obtain all the causality in the world. However, the figure from the earlier memory lies motionless, a faint glow emanating from their hand. He states that he doesn't know what causality means, but he's not interested. A hand holds a gold coin. A man in a suit declares that this is enough. A person lies motionless on the ground. A building is shown at an angle. A man kicks with force, energy crackling around his leg. A close-up of a hand, possibly related to the previous action. A building is shown, possibly damaged. A voice calls out, urging everyone to stay calm and move carefully. Someone offers support, as others express their gratitude. The man with short, neatly styled black hair acknowledges that they are short on hands, surprised that the entire Professional Hunter Management Bureau would be hit. The man with short, neatly styled black hair asks if there is still no contact with Director Lee Sperry. Another man replies that it seems he's already. The man with messy brown hair wonders about Hunter Kim Seojun, noting that he has been out of contact since he burst out during the funeral. The man with messy brown hair is silenced as another man warns him to watch his mouth, suggesting that Kim Seojun may have fallen victim to something. A man restrains a woman with long, wavy brown hair. A woman with short, bobbed brown hair looks at her phone, appearing shocked. The woman with long, straight brown hair exclaims in surprise, learning that Seojun Appa is back. A woman with long, straight black hair reads stories on social media, claiming they've seen. Chaos erupts outside a building. A woman with long, straight black hair asks if someone is okay, amidst the chaos and a strange vibration. The woman with long, straight brown hair wonders if someone could be fighting. People continue evacuating the area. A beam of light pierces the sky as a figure leaps from a rooftop. She gasps, her eyes widening at the unfolding scene. An explosion rocks the area, the name Mr. Seojun echoing in her mind. A figure wielding a sword stands silhouetted against the chaos. A sinister smile spreads across a man's face as the battle rages in the background. Wait, the person fighting him over there. Seon wonders, why is that person here? What's more, he's fighting on equal terms with Mr. Seojun. She thinks to herself, I want to jump out and help immediately, but someone like me would only be a hindrance. Seon tells herself, I need to think calmly and not act on emotion. If I really want to help, what should I do? The fight continues, a whirlwind of motion and destruction. Someone thinks, as if he's fighting while protecting something. She lies prone on the ground, seemingly defeated. A bald man raises his sword, preparing to unleash a devastating attack. The speed of the attack warps the air around the blade. The force of the blow cracks the very foundations of a nearby building. The bald man stands, catching his breath after the exertion. He wonders how his opponent is able to use Thialfi's divine speed so well. The narration explains that few can keep up with Thialfi's speed in all dimensions, as they cannot control the recoil from divine speed. The bald man grits his teeth, realizing his opponent is using more than just speed. A figure is enveloped in a blue aura, as if breaking space itself and deceiving the senses. The speed of the attack warps the air around the figure. The force of the blow cracks the very foundations of a nearby building. The figure prepares to strike with a sword, surrounded by a red aura. A voice booms, declaring that they aren't the only one who went through that process. He grins, a sinister expression spreading across his face as a red aura emanates from him. The air crackles with energy as the dragon-slaying sword technique manifests, creating a deadly sword illusion. The sword illusion strikes with blinding speed, sending a figure hurtling through the air. The words dragon-slaying sword, first technique, are emblazoned across the scene, highlighting the power of the attack. The sword illusion continues to wreak havoc, a storm of red blades tearing through the environment. The sword illusion descends, a rain of crimson death falling upon its target. A sword plunges into the ground, the force of the impact sending tremors through the earth. Suk Suyin's eyes widen in shock, a silent gasp escaping her lips as she witnesses the devastating power. The aftermath of the attack is a scene of destruction, the air thick with dust and the scent of ozone. The sword illusion fades, leaving behind a trail of devastation in its wake. The ground is shattered and cracked, a testament to the sheer force of the dragon-slaying sword technique. The ground cracks under immense pressure, the force radiating outwards. No, the kid is still there. Another impact sends tremors through the area, the word jump echoing the sudden force. Ugh. Someone charges forward, a determined glint in their eyes. Miss Seoyun? Mr. Seojun, leave the kid to me. Look, no matter what. A subtle smile plays on his lips, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Ah, as expected. I have no regrets. A surge of energy emanates from his hand, the air crackling with power. He gazes into the distance, contemplating the path of transcendence I wish to walk. She looks ahead, a determined expression on her face. The path of transcendence I want to become. Seojun Kim holds Suyun, a resolute look in his eyes. I want to walk it together with people like these, not alone. Let me be myself. It is said that two figures are currently clashing in the middle of Wall Street in the United States. Should they mobilize the cult members now? It's not time to step forward yet. Go back. You still don't know him, huh? What are you going to do with me now? Are you going to use me as a hostage? Do you think you can beat that guy like this? I don't know what you're scheming, since you've always been an incompressible bastard. However, it seems like you. A cloaked figure asks if the future can't be seen anymore. A character makes a kiki sound as blood splatters. The figure with spiky hair remarks that this is what was meant when the stage was set. A red sword lies on the ground amidst rubble. The spiky-haired figure looks down. The figure declares that he doesn't have a specific name. A surge of power emanates from the ground. The power intensifies. The power explodes outward. The spiky-haired figure stands over the prone figure. He states that if he were to tell you who he is, he would have to start from the dimension he is in. The man gestures, indicating the dimension you are in. He continues, stating that to put it in your dimensional terms for easier understanding. The beings of the demon realm don't have parents. Most people are born with negative emotions that humans have. The primal fear of darkness that humans have. From that fear, the being called the Demon King emerges. The evil of the human mind that fears sin. From that evil, the devil is conceived, and the being that humans fear the most. An earthquake that shakes the earth. A tsunami that overturns the sea. The real fear, the source of which could not be explained, created the being called God. So here's the problem. Having been born in the demon realm, what kind of fear and terror was he born from? I am the illusory fear that gave birth to the Demon King and countless demons. The fear of reality that ultimately led humans to create a being called God, a being born from both. A misaligned and twisted thing where existence hates existence and existence denies existence. The fear that humans have of fellow humans is visualized as a shadowy figure wielding a knife. The shadowy figure looms, a representation of the fear humans harbor for one another. A being born with original negativity as its mother, humans call it a twisted being. A man in a suit reacts with surprise, his eyes widening. The name that is famous in the transcended community as the 137-year-old being is questioned. A twisted being? A figure stands with a red sword, the text questioning how that being got here and if beings from other dimensions can come to Earth. A man in a suit slashes with a red sword. The man's face is determined as he prepares to strike. Here he comes. The man looks on with a questioning expression, gripping the red sword. The man's legs pump as he runs forward. The man runs through the city, a voice exclaiming surprise at seeing such a monstrous cadet. He thought to himself that there was something different about the spear being used. Kim Seojun realized that he was losing strength instead of recovering it. He wondered if it could be a transcendent weapon, but dismissed the thought. The cadet decided that he shouldn't fight that thing right now. Seojun considered that the causality he briefly gained here was far superior to what he'd accumulated over 137 years in the demon realm. He thought that if he used this, he would be several times stronger than he used to be. Kim Seojun declared that he would use this well. A burst of energy erupted. Seojun wondered what was happening. He questioned how he was found. Kim Seojun fell through the air. He continued to fall. A voice declared, "Do you think I'd let you go?" A spear, labeled Heavenly Meteor Spear 4th Technique, was thrown. A dragon-slaying sword technique is unleashed, flames erupting around the figure. Next, a lightning god spear strike crackles with energy. The energy coalesces into a blinding flash of light. A skyward blade manifests, radiating a powerful aura. The figure is engulfed in a swirling vortex of energy. The air crackles with intense power. The energy explodes outward in a shockwave. Ryu Jinchul stumbles backward, gritting his teeth. He thinks, "I got pushed back again." Ryu Jinchul observes, "The difference in our transcendence level. How can a cadet use this kind of transcendent energy?" Kim Seojun's eyes glow with an intense blue light. He is surrounded by crackling energy. He wonders, could it be that he made it himself? Kim Seojun stands tall, the spear crackling with energy in his hand. A voice cries out, "That's impossible." Red energy pulses, originating from an unseen source. The energy splatters violently, leaving a crimson stain. Ryu Jinchul observes the strange phenomenon with a furrowed brow. The crimson liquid pools on the ground, forming a grotesque mass. Is it regeneration? Standing amidst the debris, Ryu Jinchul mutters, "No, regeneration doesn't happen that way." Rather, he wonders why someone is so surprised. A sinister face emerges from the shadows, a cruel smile twisting its lips. The figure thinks, "There's no other way. I'm not used to using this power yet." The figure continues in thought, but it can't be helped. Leaving the side effects aside, this is the only way for me to survive. A violent explosion of red energy erupts. Ryu Jinchul's eyes widen in shock at the sudden burst of power. What an enormous, sinister thought. A scream pierces the air as the figure unleashes the energy. The figure is consumed by the crimson energy, a terrifying display of raw power. He coughs, a sound of pain or shock escaping his lips. An unknown voice observes, noting that whatever it was, it split instead of multiplying. Ryu Jinchul rises to his feet, gripping his weapon tightly. Ryu Jinchul voices his confusion, wondering what is coming out. A large, dark mass begins to emerge, its form indistinct but undeniably ominous. What's with that lump? A close-up reveals the entity's face, dominated by rows of sharp, menacing teeth. The entity is identified as one of the 7 deadly sins. The specific sin is revealed, gluttony. The bald man looks up, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. A grotesque, purple monster looms, its form a mass of writhing tentacles and sharp teeth. What is this lump? The monster's maw opens wide, revealing rows of jagged teeth. A young man stares intently, his expression unreadable. Ryu Jinchul leaps forward, his sword crackling with blue energy. "Where do you think you are escaping?" Standing atop the rubble, Ryu Jinchul glares at the monster. "Hey, do you think you have time to deal with me?" A disembodied voice echoes, warning, "If you keep chasing me, gluttony will gobble up this entire area." The monster's form pulsates with a dark energy. The young man's eyes widen in alarm. The bald man speaks, a hint of amusement in his voice. "The causality lumps. I might just play along and entertain you." A sinister grin spreads across Ryu Jinchul's face. "Then, I'll take this chance to dash." A crimson beam pierces through the air, striking with brutal force. Ryu Jinchul's eyes widen in disbelief, a guttural "huh," escaping his lips as the impact registers. The force of the blow sends Ryu Jinchul hurtling backward, a dark silhouette against the bright sky. His face contorted in pain, Ryu Jinchul spits out, "What the? That bastard is chasing gluttony now?" A voice booms from an unseen source, declaring, "On Earth is interfering with me dash." A beam of light streaks across the sky. The impact of the beam sends tremors through the surrounding area. Ryu Jinchul struggles to regain his footing, muttering, "What the hell is this dash? I'll deal with the lump right away and come back, so keep him there." A monstrous silhouette looms, its form obscured by a purple aura. A cacophony of screams erupts as the monstrous entity roars, "AEH! What on earth is that?" People scream as they flee, some carrying others to safety amidst the chaos. More citizens desperately try to escape, knowing they'll be swallowed if they get too close. One person stands protectively in front of another, declaring, "You're safe." Another checks on an unconscious child lying on the ground. "What about that kid?" someone asks. "She's lost consciousness, but she's not seriously injured," comes the reply. A sound echoes, growing closer. A woman glances back, her expression filled with concern. The monstrous entity looms, its form radiating dark purple energy. Someone exclaims, "Ugh, that monster is already here. Does that thing just chew up anything it bites?" The woman reassures, "It's okay," as she continues to check on the child. Her face shows a deep worry. The sound of something breaking echoes through the air. The monstrous entity towers over the city, a terrifying presence amidst the urban landscape. A figure descends from above, enveloped in a vibrant blue aura, their presence commanding attention. The words "body spear unity" flash across the scene as the figure's power intensifies. The focus sharpens, the word comprehension resonating as the figure channels their energy. Heavenly Meteor Spear, first form. A blinding beam of light erupts, piercing the sky with raw power. The light intensifies, a supernova of energy unleashed upon the world. An explosion of force rips through the air, the very atmosphere crackling with unleashed potential. The word annihilate echoes as the attack reaches its crescendo, promising utter destruction. The air vibrates with the force of the attack, a symphony of destruction echoing through the city. One man, sheltering a child, peers out from behind a makeshift shield. Another man points, exclaiming, "Look over there." With a soft tap, Kim Seojun lands gracefully, the force of his descent barely disturbing the dust. A woman raises her fist in triumph, shouting, "It's Hunter Kim Seojun. Hunter Kim Seojun has returned." Suk Suyin glances up, her expression etched with concern. Ryu Jinchul lies on the ground, his face a mask of worry. A man in a suit stands silently, observing the scene from a distance. A sharp tap echoes through the air, the sound of something impacting the ground. A scream pierces the air, a cry of pain and terror. A voice echoes, laced with malice. "Why do you?" Blasts of red energy streak through the air, each one a searing brand. "Keep attacking me." The assault intensifies, the red beams striking again and again with relentless force. A desperate thought surfaces amidst the chaos. "Damn it, it keeps destroying me." The onslaught is relentless, a barrage of crimson energy. Non-stop. I can't do anything. Desperation claws at the mind. Anyway, if I stay stuck here like this, I will be in trouble. Damn it. Is there no other choice? A surge of dark energy erupts, a swirling vortex of purple power. He screams, the sound raw and guttural, as dark energy erupts around him. The air crackles with an unseen force, the very shadows seeming to writhe in response to his agony. A voice echoes, distorted and filled with dark resolve. "Among these, I will give up the fifth power, luxuria, lust, and all the causality I have, to manifest my true self in the demon realm here." A beam of crimson light engulfs him, bathing his form in an unholy glow. The air smells of ozone and brimstone, a testament to the power surging through him. A massive, ornate weapon slams into the ground, its dark metal resonating with the newfound energy. The impact sends tremors through the very foundations of the city. His hand clenches into a fist, knuckles white against the darkening skin, cracks spiderweb across his flesh, glowing with an inner light. A guttural roar tears from his throat. A grotesque mask materializes, obscuring his features and revealing eyes that burn with malevolent intent. Kahak! The city lies below, a silent witness to the transformation unfolding above. The wind howls, carrying the scent of impending doom. He unleashes a punch, the force behind it warping the very air. Red energy explodes from his fist, a harbinger of destruction. Done. As expected, it no longer pursues me anymore. The voice continues, a chilling monologue echoing in the silence. "Although it's a waste to lose those causalities, I have no choice. Let's think of it as an investment to gain something bigger. After all, that bastard promised to give all the causalities of this dimension to me." The figure stands silhouetted against the red beam, a beacon of terrifying power. "If I don't stay alive somehow, I can't get that." Blue energy crackles around him, lightning dancing across his skin. The air vibrates with raw power, a symphony of destruction. His eyes blaze with an unholy light, pupils narrowed into slits. The transformation is complete, a new entity born from the ashes of the old. He grits his teeth, the transformation contorting his face into a grotesque mask of rage. Red energy crackles around him, illuminating the newly formed lines etched into his skin. "Damn it," he thinks, hurtling through the city at impossible speeds. If he gets caught this time, he'll surely die. He vows to sacrifice the seventh sin, sloth. A massive orb of purple energy materializes, pulsing with dark power. Teleportation. A flash of blue light engulfs him as he prepares to move again, sword at the ready. The world distorts around him, the cityscape bending and twisting as he phases through reality. Another burst of blue energy, another jump through space. Things will be different when they meet again, he thinks, the words echoing with a chilling certainty. "He will kill you for sure." The blue light intensifies, the air crackling with displaced energy as he prepares for his final destination. The teleportation concludes, leaving only the lingering distortion in the air. Seojun Kim is surprised. The cadet is gone. The weapon spins. The traces of mana aren't connecting anymore. Kim Seojun sits down, realizing he missed him. Seojun thinks, "I always thought there might be a chance to face another cadet one day, but I never thought it'd be like this." It seems like he's completely, Seojun sighs, retreated for now, but he will probably show up again, right? To completely defeat that bastard, I think I have no choice but to harness the full power of Longinus. For that, I'll need to attend the power exertions lecture again. Kim Seojun wonders, so, in the end, it's money that's the problem, huh? A man, covered in bandages, huffs in frustration. The bandaged man lies in a hospital bed, his eyes closed. The man wonders where he is and what happened. A voice explains that they are in a hospital because of Kim Seojun. Another man stands beside the bed, confirming that they are in the hospital because of Kim Seojun. The bandaged man admits that he failed to react properly because he let his guard down, vowing to not be crushed so one-sidedly next time they fight. The other man laughs. asking why the bandaged man is laughing when he was also beaten by Kim Seo-jun. The bandaged man asks if he would still be alive if he had been defeated by Kim Seo-jun, then questions if the other man didn't say they all ended up like this because of Kim Seo-jun. The other man clarifies that he said they were here because of Kim Seo-jun, not that they were defeated by him. The bandaged man looks on with a questioning expression. The other man, addressing the bandaged man as Colin, says he has something for him, handing him a document. Colin is shocked to see a bill for $50 billion, questioning what it is. The other man states that it is the worth of his life and that he needs to diligently repay it from now on. The director happened to be seriously injured, so there will be a lot of work to do for the time being. The man with the head bandage is told to take good care of it. The man holds a document. Hunter Kim Seo-jun, who defeated the Elder Lich a month ago, saved America once again, the document reads. A man is grabbed. Who the heck did I mess with? A building is shown. So, you finally met another cadet from another dimension. Maybe it's just my feeling, but it seems like all kinds of strange things keep happening around you, Mr. Kim Seo-jun. Sir Mentor? When I checked my phone after letting another dimension's cadet escape, suddenly a huge amount of money appeared. He admitted that no matter how much he investigated, it didn't appear anyone else had deposited the money. Seo-jun wondered if the other party knew what had happened. The chibi figure mused that since it was him, it should be fine, as he was already aware of the existence of the observer. Kim Seo-jun held up his phone. The chibi figure explained that cadets could steal one another's causality, a method established by the observer. Seo-jun questioned why the observer would allow cadets to steal one another's causality. The chibi figure responded that the relationship between their Transcension Academy and the observer wasn't very good. A hooded figure declared that because of the Primordial Pact, direct interference was impossible. Fighting between cadets from the same dimension was actively encouraged. The figure commanded them to kill each other from now on. Seo-jun crossed his arms, thinking that the hooded figure was trying to reduce the number of cadets and simultaneously lower the number of observers. The hooded figure stated that the observer was someone who wished for the stability of the dimension, but the more he saw it, the more it seemed like that wasn't the only thing he wanted. Kim Seo-jun put his hand to his chin, thinking about who that mysterious voice he heard last time was. He was warned to beware of the observer. Seo-jun chuckled, deciding it would all work out somehow. The chibi figure asked if Seo-jun could help him sign up for a short lecture, wondering which person he had in mind. Seo-jun held up his phone, displaying a large sum of money. He grinned, revealing that the lecture was by Instructor Satan. Red energy crackled. Instructor Satan laughed maniacally. The demon god, Satan, grins, his red eyes gleaming with amusement. He remarks that he took this short lecture to defeat the Elder Lich, so he's known him for a while. Instructor Satan notes that they meet again. He asks Kim Seo-jun if he managed to handle that demon king or whatever he talked about last time. A voice responds, saying that it's been resolved well, thanks to him. Actually, it wasn't thanks to him, but heaven's equal great sage. But well, what matters is the result. Instructor Satan states that only then can Kim Seo-jun be called his disciple. He then asks why he was called here this time. Before he asks that, Kim Seo-jun is told not to just toss away that spear when he's with him. It's the holy spear soaked in Jesus' blood, which is fatal to demons. Instructor Satan says that even if Kim Seo-jun doesn't like Longinus, this is the only one he has. Kim Seo-jun replies that it's not his main weapon, and it's a javelin. Kim Seo-jun wonders if that doesn't belong to Thor, or whatever his name is, and asks why Instructor Satan has it. Kim Seo-jun and Instructor Satan whisper to each other. Kim Seo-jun is confused. Instructor Satan tells Kim Seo-jun to wait, and that he's going too fast. The text says that if Kim Seo-jun had been more ruthless here, he would have been able to gain more, but he doesn't understand this part. The chibi character notes that it's about thinking long-term, not just short-term, and that he's noted that. Instructor Satan wonders if he can use the quill in his lecture. He thinks that these days, young demon cadets think his lectures are boring and don't listen. Instructor Satan asks if Kim Seo-jun thinks he would establish a course on power exertion for no reason and that he might lose his job if he keeps doing this. He asks why Kim Seo-jun doesn't become demons with him for a joint lecture. Instructor Satan tells the other demon cadets to stop wasting time and start the lecture quickly. Instructor Satan tells Kim Seo-jun that he will be right back. He thinks he needs to report about that cadet to the principal. Instructor Satan states he will be back soon and asks them to please keep listening to the lecture. Instructor Satan prepares to attack. He says, okay then. Instructor Satan states he is tired of wasting time, so let's start the lecture. Instructor Satan prepares to attack. Instructor Satan states stupid explanations are only for angel types. Instructor Satan states that demons always fight in real combat. He says to hit the place that was hit before and break the place that was broke. Kim Seo-jun prepares to attack. He thinks, in that sense, come on, try to attack me with your magic power. Kim Seo-jun says yes. The spear of Longinus stands tall, radiating a menacing purple aura. A figure stands with arms outstretched, channeling a surge of blue energy. A close-up reveals an eye glowing with intense power. The spear slams into a hexagonal barrier, causing it to crack and splinter. Kim Seo-jun's eyes widen in surprise as he thinks, the spear of Longinus wasn't powered by any magic power at all. The spear of Longinus hovers, its form sharp and imposing. The spear continues its assault, the barrier struggling to withstand the force. The barrier buckles under the relentless strikes, its hexagonal structure fracturing. Kim Seojun, looking disturbed, says, that spear feels disgusting whenever I see it. Instructor Satan asks, did you feel something strange just now? Kim Seojun replies, yes. It's like, my magic power has burst out too late. Instructor Satan explains, right. To help you understand the concept, I intentionally slowed down the output speed of your magic. Kim Seojun muses, I thought he was just blocking, but this is possible too, huh? The text explains, the process of striking consists of mainly two parts. The physical strike inflicted on the opponent. Instructor Satan explains the magic strike that amplifies the force of the physical strike. The instructor continues, stating that he intentionally lowered the output so Kim Seojun could notice it clearly, but normally, it's not like that. He adds that the two forces occur almost simultaneously. Instructor Satan holds a sword. Instructor Satan explains that power exertion reduces the loss of magic by minimizing this discrepancy, and is a way to draw power efficiently. He adds that the peak of that power exertion is called power discharge. It refers to the state where the error of the strike is a perfect zero, Instructor Satan explains. The instructor states that he will show him once. Instructor Satan states that the difference is so subtle that your senses probably didn't pick it up, but that difference definitely exists. This is the strike where the error occurred, the one you usually do. Instructor Satan covers his face. A strike is shown. A strike is shown. A strike is shown. Red energy streaks across the panel. Seojun's eyes widen. With just a light swing the space. Instructor Satan stands with his arms crossed. When the errors of the two forces collide and reach a perfect zero, such resonance occurs, causing a powerful distortion of space and time. Its power can be called transcendent. Seojun thinks to himself, currently, my power exertion's progress rate is 29.9%. I thought it was just 0.1%, but that was never. The idea that I could reach this level fighting the Elder Lich was an arrogance in itself. Anyway, learning power discharge is no easy feat, and not many. This is the power discharge in its perfect zero state. Transcended can perform it. Usually, people only learn the basics of power exertion and give up, but how about you? Even if it's difficult to learn, I need it now. Instructor Satan stands with his arms crossed. That's zero error. What do I have to do? A devilish grin stretches across the face of a horned figure, their pointed ears twitching slightly. Sunglasses obscure their eyes, but the sharp teeth on display hint at a predatory nature. A frustrated gasp escapes Instructor Satan's lips. The progress remains stubbornly fixed at 29.9%. Satan mutters, I've been doing this for hours, and it hasn't gone up at all. The instructor wonders what isn't working. Satan thinks to himself, look around and see if it's really not working. The landscape is a fiery expanse of rock and lava. There's a faint crack in the space, only for a moment, but the margin of error had reached zero. Satan muses, was that even possible within such a short period? Based on my experience, absolutely not. Satan thinks, yet that bastard. The instructor thinks, what a greedy fool. You should establish a government in exile in heaven or something. Anyway, if you keep going like this, you'll reach it soon. Satan says, but, I'm curious. Satan wonders, is there a particular reason you obsess over force discharge? Didn't you say the Bone Demon King in your dimension was eliminated not long ago? He tilts his head, a thoughtful expression on his face. The Bone Demon King? The Elder Lich, you mean? A disembodied voice declares, that's because another being appeared. A text box echoes, another being? A close-up reveals a figure with swept-back black hair and red eyes, wearing orange-tinted glasses. He introduces himself as Twisted Being. Satan, now seen from a lower angle, says, tell me more in detail. The instructor stands with his back to the viewer, a long staff resting against his shoulder. Text boxes appear, elaborating on the situation. A cadet who claims to be from the demon realm and revealed himself as Twisted Being. And the monster that severs everything separated from that cadet that devours everything. In the distance, two figures stand on the cracked, fiery ground. A text bubble states, the Twisted Being called it gluttony. Another bubble adds, other humans. Satan asks, in that case, maybe that guy is one of the 7 deadly sins? He then questions, are you talking about the original human sins? A small, stylized figure with horns sighs, yeah punk. Sigh, to think you miss someone like that. A text bubble lists, the 7 deadly sins, pride, gluttony, envy, wrath, lust, greed, sloth. These are the 7 roots of human sins. Satan, with his hand to his chin, muses, I see. The Twisted Being said it was born from the fear humans have of. A stylized image depicts a figure holding a knife, with swirling patterns in the background. A text bubble explains, the root of that fear is related to human wickedness. If that's really true, you'd better be careful, one of the demons says. He asks if the other knows Mephistopheles. The other demon confirms that he does, referring to him as the great demon who tried to. That's right. Anyway, that damn bastard got obsessed with Faust. Anyway, there was an incident where Mephistopheles was pulling his stupid stunts trying to corrupt Faust. That was the creation of a hell of pleasure based on the original sin of mankind and the 7 deadly sins. That damn thing. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. Like hell, as you know, would people want to go there? Even now, When I think about how much our demon realms transcended suffered cleaning up that big pile of shit, it pisses me off. Huh, the hell of pleasure? That sounds familiar, but where have I heard it before? Ah, the question from the Transcendence mock exam. Yeah, they used that in the test because of its novelty. It's a weakened version compared to the actual hell, but still. Hell is a space where us demons live, and it's also like a demon cultivation ground. In other words, if people are driven into hell, our demon forces will also grow stronger. But if it were a place of suffering, like hell as you know, would people want to go there? So, instead, we thought the opposite, making it so that they fall into temptation and come to hell. Well, Mephistopheles was solely focused on corrupting Faust, but anyway. And so, the demons created a hell disguised as heaven. A heaven where no desire is rejected, the hell of lust. A world where all the objects you want are available, and you can have everything. A heaven without deficiency, the hell of greed. A heaven where even angels smile the happiest, the hell of sloth. He described a place where no matter how much one eats, there is never enough food, a heaven filled only with abundance, the hell of gluttony. He continued, explaining a heaven where one can torture their bullies and abusive parents to their heart's content and express their anger, the hell of wrath. Satan elaborated on a heaven that satisfies one's desire for things one could not obtain, the hell of envy. The original sins that humans have are ultimately products of pleasure. The demons satisfied those primal pleasures under the pretext of hell. The demon explained that an accident happened. Kim Seojun was asked if he understood, having experienced where it exploded. Satan, wearing sunglasses, stated that's where the accident happened. The incident began when a man entered the hell of pride. At that time, they didn't really pay much attention because it was a space where no pleasure truly existed. They laughed at the person who entered, calling him stupid. But it was them who were stupid. Kim Seojun was told that they overlooked it and how prideful humans can become. The height of superbia that humans can have. That son of a bitch truly wanted to become a god. He stands tall, a subtle smirk playing on his lips, his gaze radiating pride. Time passed quickly. Kim Seojun continued to take instructor Satan's course, but the distorted existence hadn't shown itself since then. Seojun kept looking into other countries' activities, wondering if it was operating elsewhere. Not a single trace of a distorted existence was found anywhere in the world. An airplane soars through the clear blue sky. A man exclaims, "Wow, it's been so long since we've come home." A student calls out, "Master." Another corrects themselves, "I mean, master." A voice says, "Why, you have really done a great job." A man expresses his gratitude on behalf of all Korean hunters to Hunter Kim Seojun. He wonders if his disciple was not in America. A man says, "Ah, I've got a gift for you, mister." A skull floats in the air, emitting a faint glow. The man holding the skull exclaims, "It's the Lich's skull. Didn't I promise I would let you play soccer with the Lich's skull?" Two figures stand in the street, discussing the skull. One asks if it belongs to an elder Lich, while the other laments its disappearance. The man holding the skull replies, "Well, they're the same guy, I guess. Will you bring me the dragon corpse later too?" A thought bubble appears, stating, "Actually, I could have also brought a dragon." Berserk appeared in England, but he disappeared too. "Ah, mister, do you want to just touch me? In a way, I'm a dragon too." A group of people stand together. A text box reads, "It's been a few months since we last met." Two women hold hands. A text box reads, "Leaving the anxiety behind." Two men in suits stand talking in the street. A text box reads, "Read at rizzyfables.com for faster updates." We return to our daily lives. A building stands against a blue sky. Seojun Kim collapses to the ground. A system message appears, "Satan's lecture progress plus 0%, 29.9%. A small figure with horns says, "Seriously, I feel like I keep getting stuck here. Sir Instructor, do you have any tips or know-how?" Instructor Satan observes, remarking that Seojun Kim seems to have grasped the basics. Seojun wonders if there are any tips, but the instructor suggests learning a new sense instead. Instructor Satan asks what kind of sense Seojun has learned, and the response is metamorphosis. The instructor notes that Chiron has a natural talent when it comes to cultivation. The narration emphasizes that sense alone isn't enough to freely use force discharge. Instructor Satan stands with his arms crossed, a knowing look on his face. Seojun Kim reflects that it's not that metamorphosis is lacking, but that the difficulty level of force discharge is too high. Instructor Satan explains that the rank of metamorphosis is A, and that except for the two transcended, heavens equal divine sage and Satan, there was nothing that Chiron's sense could not perceive. Seojun wonders if learning a new sense will make it easier to master force discharge, as the narration notes that force discharge is a high-level technique difficult even for transcended to use, and that Chiron's sense alone has its limits. The narration explains that force discharge's principle is ultimately about sense, and that a perfect zero error is not something one can intentionally achieve, but is more like a habit formed. Instructor Satan gestures, emphasizing the importance of senses. Instructor Satan states that as Seojun says, he is currently stagnant, and with his current state, he won't make further progress. Seojun Kim looks up, considering the advice, a flicker of determination in his eyes. In other words, more courses and lectures are just a waste of money. Seojun Kim gulped, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as the weight of the situation began to sink in. Instructor Satan stated that he would learn a new sense and come back. Causality is one thing, but they can't waste precious time. But the remaining time is non-refundable. Seojun Kim's eyes widened in disbelief. 1 hour is 1 trillion, with a remaining time of 47 minutes and 17 billion. The cost was per minute. Approximately 800 billion wasted. This is a scam. The cloaked figure stands silently, the heavy fabric obscuring any hint of their features. A disembodied voice explains that the 7 deadly sins are the foundation of the twisted being. The cloaked figure murmurs, "This is beyond my expectation." The swirling mass of energy pulses with frustration. "Damn it," it echoes. The swirling being demands, its voice strained. "Tell me, what do I have to do?" The cloaked figure commands, "Follow me." The swirling being mumbles, a dark promise laced with malice. "I will kill you. I will kill you." The cloaked figure reflects. Fortunately, the most important power of pride is still intact. It's truly unexpected to lose 3 sins. Still, thanks to that, the power of pride seems to be sprouting sooner than expected. The swirling mass of energy roars, its voice now clearly directed. Kim Seojun. Kim Seojun muses, calculating his worth. Kim Seojun checks his account balance on his phone, 97 trillion won. Seojun calculates the time he spent in a single lecture. Was it 108 hours? No, 107 hours and 13 minutes. He corrects himself. Kim Seojun continues to stare at his phone, a frown deepening on his face. A cartoonish version of Instructor Satan appears, berating Kim Seojun for being scammed out of 800 billion won. Seojun lies prone on the floor, defeated. Kim Seojun fumes. The fact that he invested 108 trillion won of causality and still saw no progress makes him even more furious. He sighs, wondering if he should learn a new sense, just like Instructor Satan said. Seojun lies on his back, staring at his phone. How troublesome, he thinks. He also has to take the Dragon Tongues lecture. Kim Seojun wonders if he can use a free coupon, but he can't recklessly use it now when he doesn't know how long the lecture will take. A message appears. When you don't know, ask. The cartoonish Instructor Satan reappears, declaring the art of appearing before you even call. Kim Seojun cries out in frustration. He wakes to a notification on his phone. The message addresses him as Mr. Kim Seojun, congratulating him on his great success. A small, chibi-like figure appears, asking what he called him for. Kim Seojun sits up, looking at the notification. Seojun considers the message. Sir Chiron's sense is enough for him to reach transcendence, but force discharge is a different story. The chibi figure recommends a lecture if he's aiming for force discharge. Seojun wonders what this strange-sounding course is. He's never heard of Mozine before. The notification describes Mozine as transcended from a different dimension, holding the divine power of creation. Is she a figure on the same level as Gaia from Greek-Roman mythology? The chibi figure explains that the course's instructor is a bit peculiar, suggesting that he take the orientation course first if he finds it uncomfortable. Seojun decides he should check what kind of lecture this is. The lecture description states that sensation refers to the change that occurs in consciousness of existence due to external stimuli, and that external stimuli doesn't just mean his opponent. The supersensory perception he can acquire from this lecture is the ability to grasp all such external information. The system enables the user to identify information that the target doesn't reveal, even information that the target itself is unaware of. He looks at his phone, surprised. It's a lot more reasonable than he expected. A character with pointy ears smiles, seemingly enjoying something. Oh, I can feel it. A screen displays, "Please wait a moment." Transcendence Academy complies with the review standards. Seojun asks, "Is it okay to learn this?" Another character responds, "Even if the instructor looks a little crazy, the lecture content is definitely reliable." The screen reads, "Highly recommended." Seojun thinks, well, no matter how crazy the instructor looks, the ratings don't lie. Maybe. A text box appears, asking, "So, how much is the tuition fee?" The tuition fee is listed as 150 trillion Korean wons. A voice exclaims, "We afford that. This damn academy. How much money do you need to be truly wealthy?" Seojun looks shocked and angry. He wonders, what should I do? I only have 1 free coupon. I can't save that much money, and besides, I'll have to take Satan's lecture again eventually. Seojun's eyes widen in disbelief. It's ridiculously expensive. If only they would lower the price a bit dash. A chibi character is startled. I was just looking at what's available. It's just so fascinating. He wonders if the event from last time is still ongoing. Kim Seojun is informed that the event is the Transcendent Mock Test Score Improvement Support event. He is pleased to hear that the event is still ongoing. It's an event that supports cadets whose scores have improved from the previous mock test. Seojun realizes that if he scores 104.4 points, which is 200% of his previous score, he can get a 100% discount. The system displays the points needed for a 100% discount coupon. If the observer doesn't give out free coupons, Kim Seojun decides he'll create them himself. He wonders if he should check his skills for once. He has been curious about the event. It's been a long time since Mr. Kim Seojun took the last mock test. A system message appears, displaying the testing fee of 3 billion Korean wons and asking if he would like to take the Transcendent mock test. The system informs him that the mock test is being prepared and to please wait a moment. It is based on previous questions from the Transcendent test, and the difficulty is set according to the Transcendent test standards. The system message details that the test consists of 7 subjects, and scores are measured based on questions and points for each subject. It is just a practice test, and the actual test may differ. The first subject is combat, and he is asked to answer the questions in 15 levels. The system message states that the total score for the Transcendent mock test is 700 points across 7 subjects. According to calculations, he can get up to 3 free coupons. Kim Seojun must precisely score 104.4 points, the 200% improvement mark. One of the 4 calamities, Tao Tai, within the time limit. The time limit is 30 minutes. The monster roars. One of the 4 evil gods from Chinese mythology, and this is just a level 1 question. Kim Seojun is ready. The monster attacks. This is how the Transcendent mock test should be. The monster is hit. The monster's eyes glow. The ground cracks. The monster looks around, confused. He prepares to unleash a burst of energy, declaring, "Let's start lightly." A blinding flash erupts as the energy begins to surge. The energy intensifies, crackling with raw power. Lightning-like tendrils of energy dance in the air, illuminating the virtual space. The energy reaches its zenith, a blinding inferno of pure force. The concentrated energy slams into the twisted being, detonating in a cataclysmic explosion. The twisted being's face contorts in agony as the energy washes over him, his features distorted by the immense power. Debris rains down as the lingering energy dissipates, leaving a scene of devastation in its wake. The environment is revealed, scarred and scorched by the force of the blast. The twisted being is left battered and bruised, his form weakened by the attack. Kim Seojun prepares for another strike, his voice ringing with determination. And then, one more shot. A strange, sheep-like creature stands amidst the destruction, its expression unreadable. A notification flashes on the screen. Level 1 completed with 29 minutes and 53 seconds remaining. Someone exclaims, "Wow, Mr. Kim Seojun, that was truly, absolutely amazing." Kim Seojun stands with a long spear, a small, sheep-like creature floating beside him. A new notification appears. Level 2, defeat the Kraken within the time limit of 30 minutes. Beneath the waves, Kim Seojun faces the massive Kraken. Bubbles rise as the battle rages underwater. The Kraken's massive eye is visible as it struggles against an unseen force. The Kraken's face is marked with X's, indicating its defeat. A notification appears. Level 2 completed with 29 minutes and 47 seconds remaining. Someone exclaims, "Wow, that's really amazing." A voice cries out, "Wait, Sir Minter, please pause the exam. Time out, please." Another voice complains, "My stomach hurts. I can't concentrate on the test." A system message appears, announcing, due to the manager's request, the mock test is temporarily paused. Seojun Kim asks, "Sir Minter, do you know how many points I've scored so far?" The Minter replies, I can't tell the score until the subject ends, but I think you've scored around 20 points. Seojun's eyes widen in horror, purple lightning crackling around him. The realization hits Seojun like a physical blow, and he collapses to the floor. Seojun Kim exclaims, "At this rate, I might get a perfect score." A chibi version of the Minter asks, "Isn't that a really good thing?" Seojun shouts, "No way." Seojun wonders, when did a perfect score become a bad score? Can I get my score cancelled? Why are the scores so high? He cries out, "Aya, my free coupons." Seojun Kim grits his teeth, thinking, if my score is this high, it'll be difficult to get even 2 coupons, let alone 3. I need to find a way to lower my score. Seojun Kim realizes, but there's no way to lower the score that has already gone up. The words, "at once in continuous replay," appear as he throws his arms out. Seojun cackles, "Hihihi, I hear the sound of scores being deducted." He thinks, "Wait for me, my free coupons." A voice wonders, why is he being like this? He states that he doesn't even want to know. The system displays the second subject, basic endurance. The level 1 challenge requires taking the Sintamani from Emugi Kong Cheol and running away. Kong Cheol is immune to all attacks, and the time limit is 1 hour. The Emugi Kong Cheol roars, a serpentine dragon with crimson eyes and a body wreathed in dark energy. A figure stands before the beast, spear in hand, as the Emugi warns him not to move. The system displays the third subject, quick-wittedness. The level 1 challenge requires surviving against the Sphinx incarnation within a 10-minute time limit. The system notes that there are 2 sisters. A figure with blonde hair asks who they are, referring to the 2 sisters. The blonde figure is struck by an unseen force, recoiling from the impact. He wonders what it was. The system displays the 4th subject, mana, the 5th subject, mental, and the 6th subject, main weapon use, spear. The results of the 3rd mock exam are displayed. Kim Seojun's exam scores are listed, with each category marked as failed. A figure clenches his fist in excitement, exclaiming that he has earned 1 free coupon. A figure asks if they should go again. The results of the 4th mock exam are displayed. Kim Seojun's exam scores are listed, with each category marked as failed. A figure throws his arms up in celebration, shouting that he has earned his 2nd ticket. A smaller figure stands nearby. Someone exclaims about getting 3 free coupons, certain about the last exam. Kim Se-jun is perfectly adjusting the scores. A small character wonders if it makes sense to adjust scores to get a discount rate, questioning if it's even possible in the first place. The small character asks Kim Se-jun to start right away, saying he still has one more time left, questioning if it's one more time. Kim Se-jun thinks that this time he'll go all out. The small character asks Kim Se-jun if the principal wants to talk to him for a moment. Kim Se-jun says he's busy right now and to come later. The small character asks pardon. Kim Se-jun huffs, thinking it's probably because of the free coupons. Kim Se-jun walks away, thinking to do the interview later and start the mock test quickly. The small character calls out to Kim Se-jun, saying the director is begging. The small character says she is asking if he could talk just a little bit without worrying about causality, begging Kim Se-jun to let go of him. The small character continues begging Kim Se-jun to let go. He wonders what he needs to do, scratching the back of his head. If she takes back the coupons, he'll just lie down and say he doesn't care. A woman with long blonde hair stands with her hands clasped. Hands are shown. Sound effects echo. What the? Kim Se-jun thinks it feels exactly like when he casts Annihilate. Sound effects resonate. A tall building stretches into the sky. Sound effects boom. The building's windows reflect the sky. Kim Se-jun realizes this is the Transcension Academy. He never thought he'd come to the headquarters with Mr. Kim Se-jun. Instructor Hermes is on the phone. He says, Instructor Hermes, how are you doing? I'm calling because your lecture is about to end. Instructor Shiva is told, oh, it's okay. You're not the type to be intimidated by the evaluation of cadets, Instructor Shiva. He responds, pardon? You're going to destroy all the cadets who have written those evaluations? Wait a minute. Two figures discuss the late uploads of Instructor Loki's lectures. They note that something has been going on lately, and Loki's condition isn't very good. Two individuals discuss the remaining causality at the academy. One mentions that there was a near collapse recently because of some cadet. A figure cancels all the other event plans with a sigh. A character questions Kim Se-jun, asking who he is and noting that he doesn't seem like a new transcendent. A figure greets Sir Thoth. Thoth is questioned about bringing a cadet to the academy's headquarters. The text identifies him as the god of knowledge and records in Egyptian mythology. Thoth introduces Kim Se-jun, explaining that he's a cadet from Earth whom the principal personally summoned. Another voice expresses disbelief that Irina herself would do such a thing. Kim Se-jun is asked if he is that guy, and if he knows the speaker. Thoth sighs, stating that of course he knows Kim Se-jun, as he is among the academy's staff. Thoth advises Kim Se-jun to not reveal his identity if possible. Kim Se-jun asks why. A voice questions who messed up the causality like this. The speaker finds it absurd. A figure warns that they might try to kill Kim Se-jun. To reach the principal's office, one must take the teleportation elevator. A voice echoes, questioning why it is that he rarely shows himself, and why he's suddenly called. Instructor Thoth, also known as MC. Anayak, stands with a stern expression. He asks if Se-jun really doesn't know why he's been summoned. Thoth continues, stating that there's no way Se-jun wouldn't know how the academy's causality was ruined because of the lecture he gave, referring to him as Mr. Heaven's equal great sage. He questions why he is being picked on, suggesting that Se-jun wouldn't be talking like this if he faced that bastard himself. He realizes he's heard that voice somewhere before, recognizing it as Instructor Heaven's equal great sage. A flashback shows the elf, the person in front of him. The elf gestures, suggesting that she take a look then. The scene shifts back to the present, with Se-jun looking surprised. Se-jun exclaims in shock. Instructor Thoth grabs Se-jun by the collar, looking angry. Thoth exclaims that it's been a long time, addressing Se-jun as instructor. The elf stands with Thoth and Se-jun, with the elf stating that the person right in front of her is. It is revealed that the elf is the principal of the Transcendention Academy and the second transcended. She introduces herself as Irina, the principal of the Transcendention Academy. Thoth leans in close to Kim Se-jun, whispering that he shouldn't be fooled by her appearance, calling her a wrinkled old grandma instead of an aunt. A surge of energy crackles around Irina. A guttural sound echoes. Kim Se-jun is shocked that Heaven's equal great sage can't even move in an extra-dimensional space without causality constraints. He resolves to get to the point. Irina states that the Transcendention Academy's causality financial status is not good. She explains that the problem arose because the Academy bore the burden of the causality effects related to the free coupons Kim Se-jun received from the Observer. Irina elaborates that Kim Se-jun took advantage of a discount event. Kim Se-jun smirks, stating that he knew it. Irina says that she understands, thanking him for understanding. She adds that because the Academy's causality financial status was not good, other cadets were not receiving enough benefits. Suddenly, Kim Se-jun is sent flying. From the ground, Kim Se-jun shouts for her to sue him. The principal remarks that she knew it, adding that she told someone many times not to meet Kim Se-jun. Someone states that Kim Se-jun is truly a dimensional lunatic, adding that whether he is a lunatic or not, it looks like the free coupons are about to be ripped off right in front of his eyes. He asks if he looks like someone who would just stay still. The principal exclaims that if they were going to do this, they shouldn't have held the event in the first place. Someone states that they didn't exploit any loopholes and got it through proper means. The principal says that strictly speaking, it's technically abusing, though. The principal explains that the reason they allowed duplicate benefits was to give the most benefits to the cadets, adding that Kim Seo-jun got the maximum benefits, just as intended. Thoth is seen eating popcorn. Someone states that they honestly didn't want to say this, but they'll be frank. Kim Seo-jun lies on the ground, unmoving. The principal asks if Kim Seo-jun realizes how much of a mess the academy is because of him. She adds that the causality is applied at the minimum, and asks who he thinks bore the gap in that causality. Someone states that that's only from Kim Seo-jun's perspective, adding that apart from that, there's a necessary causality that must be paid to give lectures in the dimension. Usually, it's taken from the. Someone states that it's cadets' tuition fees, but they can't do that with Kim Seo-jun. They add that if they don't fill that gap, they can't give the lectures due to the observer's restrictions, but their academy's cadets want to listen to the lectures, right? In the end, they've been paying for it regularly. The blonde elf-like woman, towering over someone out of view, demands, "We're asking you to yield just this once. Is that so hard?" Kim Seo-jun lies on the ground, blood pooling around him. The elf-like woman stands with an older man in traditional robes, both looking down at the prone Kim Seo-jun. Kim Seo-jun, lying on the ground, exclaims, that is that, and this is this." He thinks to himself how unsightly the situation is. The elf-like woman says, "Sup me." Kim Seo-jun, surrounded by a green aura, hears a voice saying, "I could seriously cut your stomach open though. Do you even realize where you are?" A pair of hands are shown, and a voice says, "If that's what you truly want, I'll cut it open for you." The elf-like woman looms over Kim Seo-jun, her eyes glowing ominously. Kim Seo-jun grits his teeth in anger. The cloaked figure, eyes glowing with an eerie light, leans in close. She offers a chilling proposition. If that's what he truly wants, she'll cut it open for him. Seo-jun grits his teeth, a pained expression contorting his face. The cloaked figure's hand descends, a mocking question hanging in the air. Why doesn't he stop whining and get up already? She muses that unlike the observer, who needed to keep him alive, the principal can definitely kill him. But something stirs within Seo-jun. Here, a surge of blue energy erupts around Seo-jun, crackling with power. The cloaked figure looks down, a flicker of surprise in her glowing eyes. A man with gray hair and a top knot watches from a distance, a red speech bubble declaring, "Oh, has he overcome the pressure?" Seo-jun, now radiating blue energy, prepares to counterattack. The air crackles with anticipation. The blue energy intensifies, a blinding display of power. The force of the energy throws Seo-jun backwards, sending him sprawling onto the ground. The cloaked figure watches, a hint of curiosity in her expression. Seo-jun, lying on the ground, stares up in shock and disbelief. The monkey-like figure lets out a small heh. A voice booms, questioning if he's going to lie down again. Seo-jun is lying on the ground. Honestly, Seo-jun feels a little guilty. He acknowledges that the Transcendention Academy was essential to his growth, and that they've shown him some lenience. But he also needs to attend lectures, and can't just rip his free coupons like this. A chibi figure exclaims that Seo-jun will give up all the free coupons he earned from the mock exams. The chibi asks if Seo-jun is sick. Seo-jun stands before the principal, stating that he has one condition, though. The principal questions what condition he is referring to. Seo-jun thinks to himself that he had lectures he wanted to learn with the free coupons, and asks the principal to please teach them to him. The principal states that that's impossible. The principal wonders if it is because of the observer. Seo-jun thinks to himself. The principal says that, as expected, he noticed. The principal thinks that normally, she wouldn't be able to have any meetings with cadets, because the causality burden of the interview is enormous. From what she said so far, the financial situation of the Transcendention Academy isn't very good. If it had been comfortable from the start, they wouldn't have forced Seo-jun to give up his free coupons. He sits cross-legged, his expression thoughtful. Who exactly is bearing the causality burden for this? The answer is simple. This meeting was requested by the observer on the condition that he would bear the causality burden. Seo-jun sits in the grass as Madame Irina stands before him. He wonders if it's for the interview. Irina confirms that it is. She explains that the observer said he would bear all the causality burden for the meeting on the condition that she had to make Seo-jun give up his free coupons, no matter what. She states that it was as expected. Seo-jun asks if that doesn't mean all the causality from her teachings is a burden on the observer, Madame Irina. Irina sighs, acknowledging that even so, the observer wouldn't be unaware of this. The burden of causality doesn't disappear. Irina knows that the burden of causality will weigh on him anyway. Irina asks what does that matter, then apologizes. Seo-jun looks up, asking what place she thinks this is, as she said. Irina says it's the Transcendention Academy. Irina is shocked, realizing it's exactly as she thought. She tells herself not to tell her. This place is the Transcendention Academy. This is like the boundary space, a space located outside the dimension. It's a place where the observer's gaze doesn't reach. Seo-jun sits, stating that no matter what they do here, the observer cannot know. A finger points down. Seo-jun grins, saying if the observer says anything, they should just say he made them give up the free coupons. So what's the problem here? She says it seems that he also blamed her with the causality problem. So let's just return the favor. Though it looks like they're returning it 1,000-fold. But who cares? An unknown character says, oh. Irina says Minter. Shiva asks if someone could go down for a moment and call Thoth. Shiva asks if they're really going to participate in that crazy thing, and if there is any other choice. Without causality, they have to fight with their bodies. Irina stands, thinking about bodies. Irina says she can't teach him everything. She's passing the causality burden on the observer, but there's a danger that the dimension might collapse if the causality burden gets too heavy. Seojun says he knows that very well. She wonders what lectures they were planning to learn. Instructor Mozin's superhuman senses and the Azure Dragon School's Dragon Tongue lecture are mentioned. Irina thinks that sensory-related techniques would be good. Heaven's equal great sage smirks. Heaven's equal great sage asks if they can go for something a bit stronger. Anything is fine. Okay. Ms. Mozin's superhuman senses take into account the external environment that constitutes the target. Ms. Mozin limited this to just awareness, but if you expand it a bit, it reaches a realm where you can control the target's environment. And when that sense of dominance reaches its peak, even things like this become possible. Mr. Heaven's equal great sage. Heaven's equal great sage's eyes glow. Heaven's equal great sage shouts that he is going. He begins to form the heavenly meteor staff, a surge of red energy coalescing around him. The word meteor blazes in the air, a promise of immense power. The word falling follows, completing the incantation as the air crackles with anticipation. Kim Seojun's eyes widen in alarm, sweat beading on his forehead as he senses the approaching cataclysm. The principal's voice booms out, laced with disbelief. Wait, have you gone insane? Seojun mutters, his voice tight with apprehension. If you are using falling meteor, all of a sudden dash. The cadet's expression is a mask of worry, his brow furrowed as he anticipates the impact. Raw power erupts, beams of energy tearing through the environment, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. Seojun gasps, feeling the immense pressure bearing down on him. Huh. He continues, his voice strained. It feels as if the entire space I'm standing in is aiming at me right now. Even the movement of stepping forward, even the act of breathing. The blonde-haired cadet grits his teeth, his eyes narrowed in determination as he fights to endure the overwhelming force. Huh. Heaven's equal great sage smiles, his eyes gleaming with amusement. It's difficult to endure, right? The air shimmers with residual energy, a faint echo of the power that just surged through the area. The energy intensifies, coalescing into a blinding light that washes over the landscape. A voice echoes, laced with authority. Still, keep your eyes sharp and watch closely. Among the transcended, the energy continues to crackle, a testament to the principal's immense power. Only the principal can do that. The residual energy swirls, forming fiery orbs that dance in the air. She's an X rank, after all. The principal's hand glows with power, the source of the transcendent energy that permeates the area. The fiery orbs intensify, their heat palpable even from a distance. The energy dissipates, leaving behind faint trails of light that fade into the sky. Seojun and Heaven's equal great sage react with surprise, their eyes wide with disbelief. Seojun wonders, what? The traces of the transcendent energy just completely disappeared. As if nothing had happened, the woman in the white dress stood calmly amidst the aftermath. She tilted her head, inquiring how it was. A man with white hair questioned if she wasn't supposed to teach him some sense. Seojun looked on, his expression a mix of confusion and frustration, as Heaven's equal great sage watched with a stoic gaze. Seojun wondered what an X rank even was, and if such a rank ever existed at the Transcendention Academy. A figure in a dark suit and a mask walked forward, their footsteps echoing softly. The masked figure explained that it was beyond the records of causality, meaning it was outside the rules. The masked figure asked why they had been called for. The woman in white stated that to teach Mr. Kim Seojun sensation, they probably needed system causality registration. Thoth responded, asking if she could say that again, stating that he was physically exhausted, so his condition wasn't great. He added that when he taught Mr. Kim Seojun, he needed to register causality onto her book. The woman in white asked who was teaching and who they were teaching. Thoth simply stated that he saw. The green-skinned character retorts, my ass. Irina asks, don't you know what happens when you teach a cadet? She explains that there are some special circumstances involved. Irina smiles, stating, that's it. The old man laughs, exclaiming, just look at that bird head's expression. Kim Seojun wonders, The green-skinned character asks Kim Seojun if he has any plans to record a lecture, adding, such talent. Kim Seojun responds, excuse me? The green-skinned character asks, what do you think, Irina? One character says, I've thought about it too, but he's a cadet, so there are limitations. Another responds, I will definitely look for a way. A third character states, no, I'm just here to listen to the lectures. A book labeled Akashic Records floats in the air. A man asks, doing? A voice explains that he's registering the technique he just showed into the causality records. The voice continues, stating that since Mr. Kim Seojun hasn't yet achieved transcendence, there are limitations. A book makes a ding sound. A man reacts with surprise. A system message appears, stating, registration complete, and displaying the word sense. A man asks if he can also use sense now. Another voice replies, clarifying that it's simply the authority Mr. Kim Seojun can learn. He glances down at the device in his hand, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. A voice echoes, filled with an unyielding command. You have to learn it yourself now. Before he can react, searing beams of energy slam into him. Kim Seojun cries out, the force of the blow staggering him. The voice continues, now laced with urgency. There isn't much time, so I'll quickly teach you concepts and theories. The voice continues, a hint of expectation in its tone. With your body, of course. Kim Seojun coughs, blood splattering from his lips. His eyes widen in pain and shock. Bolts of energy crackle through the air, the scent of ozone sharp in the air. Damn! Kim Seojun plummets through the air, the ground rushing up to meet him. The voice, unwavering, declares, we need to crush the concept of sense that you believe in, Mr. Kim Seojun. The voice continues, a note of finality in its tone. You must transcend the simple concept of feeling and perception. He focuses his energy, determined to master the new skill. I will definitely learn it. In a flashback, the unknown voice observes Seojun's efforts. Indeed, you are on a different level from ordinary cadets. Seojun strains, sweat beading on his forehead as he pushes his limits. The flashback continues, the woman's voice echoing in his mind. And Mr. Heaven's equal great sage praised you so highly. The energy spirals out of control, engulfing Seojun in a blinding flash. A vortex of crimson energy erupts around him, the air crackling with raw power. Seojun screams, the force of the energy tearing at his body. The woman watches, her expression thoughtful. Started. Seojun clutches his stomach, gasping for breath. This is no joke. It feels like my entire body is crushed under a compression press. He struggles to his feet, his body aching. But for a moment, I vaguely felt Irina's sense. He thinks, I didn't do all that for nothing. The Heaven's great sage watches Seojun, a small chibi version of himself floating beside him. By the way, it's already been several hours since the class started. He continues, wait, I'm dying from the pain, but what are those people doing? Seojun's eyes widen in realization. Heaven's great sage asks, pardon? Who on earth can do that? Heaven's great sage leans in, the sound of his movement echoing. The sage points directly at Kim Seojun, stating simply, you. Seojun, surprised, questions, me? Heaven's great sage explains, exactly. You can use all 3 energy centers. Just that alone is enough to stand up to her. Seojun is visibly confused, question marks surrounding him. Heaven's great sage continues, plus, your growth rate has gone completely crazy. Maybe you can even beat Irina. Seojun is shocked by the statement, thinking, beating the principal? Me? That unbelievable monster. Seojun asks, really so crazy? He continues, honestly, people always say I'm incredible, but I feel like it's just something I've always done, so it doesn't really hit me. Irina says, as I said before, I might have to step down from the principal position someday. Heaven's great sage says, you remember when you first consulted the principal about the 3 energy centers? Heaven's great sage chuckles, huh? And to be precise, there's one more person besides Kim Seojun who can be compared to me. Irina listens intently, her expression thoughtful. Words like incredible don't seem enough. She wonders how she could compare herself to her master. Seojun stands beside Irina, thinking to himself that he has always wondered. Irina wonders what happened to that first transcended. Seojun asks if the master was erased, wondering if it could be. A mysterious object floats in the air, confirming that it is right. Irina states that the observer completely wiped them out. Irina says that it seems that right before the observer obliterated her master, he did something. Seojun wonders if maybe he erased himself. Irina tells Seojun that is why she wants him to uncover that secret. Seojun smiles, stating that he understands, as he is told that personally, Irina has very high expectations for him. He suggests they stop chatting and go again. Heaven's great sage appears to be stretching. The Heaven's great sage asks if he can help, bored of just watching. Irina wonders if he will. Someone questions why they said they hate to fight. Heaven's great sage says that's if that Ani is his opponent, fighting with him is fun. Someone asks if he only picks the weaker ones to fight, calling him a coward. Heaven's great sage says as long as it's fun, who cares? Heaven's great sage looks down at Kim Seojun. Someone calls the instructor a coward. Someone wonders if this is really true about the Korea Pro Hunter Association. A man says he confirmed it multiple times, and it was true. Someone says they must find Hunter Kim Seojun now. A punch lands squarely on Heaven's equal great sage. The force of the blow sends him flying. The text box reads, this is boring. Try a bit harder. Heaven's equal great sage lies on the ground, a speech bubble above him stating, this is the power of Heaven's equal great sage without the causality restrictions. He gets back up and runs. Heaven's equal great sage yawns. It's so boring that I feel like dying. You better take responsibility. He adds, ugh, that crazy monkey. The text box reads, what? Are you giving up already? TSK TSK. It continues, I'm not your match. Heaven's equal great sage exclaims, at all. He continues, besides, wasn't this supposed to be about training my senses? What am I supposed to do if you keep beating me up like this? Heaven's great sage says, it would be boring just to train. All right, how about this? Kim Seojun asks, a dangerous glint in his eyes. He continues, stating that if anyone manages to touch even a single strand of his hair, he'll have a proper match with that auntie. There's no need for all that hair. A subtle tension fills the air. The principal responds, asking if he's really okay with this. Of course. Ani, you're okay with this? Kim Seo-jun draws his weapon, declaring that it will be just the end of his hair. A voice booms, reminding him that he has to keep his promise. Heaven's equal great sage chimes in, stating that of course, he may joke around, but he never lies, you know? Kim Seo-jun is asked if he can do it, or if he's just going to keep getting beaten and learn nothing before being dragged out. The weapon glows with power, a voice warning that he better be ready to get beaten by the principal. The weapon crackles with energy. The energy intensifies, swirling around the blade. The weapon is poised, ready to strike. He plummets from the sky, the ground rushing up to meet him. Heaven's equal great sage moves with blinding speed, leaving trails of light in his wake. Slowpoke, he thinks. The sage continues to move at an impossible speed. Kim Seo-jun looks around, confusion clouding his features. Where did he disappear to, he wonders. The cadet strains his senses, pushing them to their absolute limit. Even with Chiron's senses pushed to the extreme, I can't catch him, he realizes. Kim Seo-jun looks up, his expression a mix of frustration and determination. He steels himself. Must go one step further, he thinks. Kim Seo-jun sits on the ground, lost in thought. The flow of air shifts, responding to the exhalation of an unseen entity. Subtle vibrations ripple outwards as the entity takes a step. These are the inevitable limits that the entity, requiring space, must possess. Even if a target cannot be directly perceived, it can be indirectly perceived through such information. Blue butterflies flutter, dancing on the edge of perception. He recalls the principal's words, to go further and dominate the environment. Step by step, gradually, Kim Seo-jun advances. Unfolding it like his own domain, he extends his senses. Drawing the surrounding environment into the realm of senses, Kim Seo-jun focuses. The water ripples around him as he concentrates. Kim Seo-jun hasn't gotten anything with his senses, but he can vaguely feel something like Heaven's equal great sage's presence. Something like a thread that seems to be within reach, yet is elusive. His eyes snap open, glowing with an electric blue intensity. An unknown figure is surrounded by a bright, intense aura. Vertical lines and glowing symbols fill the space, hinting at a powerful presence. Kim Seo-jun looks down, his eyes widening in surprise. An elf stands with her hand on her cheek, observing the scene. A figure walks on water, their movements creating ripples in the otherwise still surface. Footsteps disturb the water, each step leaving a faint ripple in its wake. Seo-jun Kim realizes the movement of the Heaven's equal great sage, which I hadn't seen until now. His speed. The attacking trajectory of Heaven's equal great sage becomes visible. Energy surges, building up with intense power. Kim Seo-jun declares, I can feel it all. The energy intensifies, crackling with raw power. The energy continues to build, reaching a crescendo of power. Blinding energy beams streak across the battlefield. The beams intensify, cutting through the air with searing heat. The concentrated energy pulses, a raw display of power. The energy converges, creating a devastating impact. Heaven's equal great sage plummets from above. Blue energy erupts around Kim Seo-jun, crackling with destructive force. The energies collide, creating a shockwave that distorts the air. Kim Seo-jun's eyes widen in surprise. Whoa, what's this? The impact sends out a ripple of blue energy. Kim Seo-jun smirks, a hint of amusement playing on his lips. Your movements have improved all of a sudden. Seo-jun faces Heaven's equal great sage. The sage grins, revealing a hint of menace. Though you still have a lowing way to go. Heaven's equal great sage unleashes a final burst of orange energy. The air crackles with intense red and orange energy, a visual testament to the ongoing clash. The energy intensifies, the very air seeming to vibrate with its power. The red and orange hues deepen, the energy surging with unrestrained force. The energy continues to build, radiating outward in waves of heat and light. The surge reaches a crescendo, the air shimmering with raw power. In the distance, Kim Seo-jun watches the spectacle unfold, his figure a silhouette against the fiery backdrop. Heaven's equal great sage, his gaze unwavering, declares, let's go, one more round. Heaven's equal great sage's expression hardens, he shouts, all right, as much as you want. Kim Seo-jun, watching closely, thinks to himself, I was watching closely, but I didn't feel that last attack at all. I need to sharpen my senses a bit more. Blue and white energy now surges and crackles, a counteroffensive taking shape. The blue and white energy intensifies, mirroring the earlier display of power. The surge reaches its peak, the blue and white energy radiating with a chilling intensity. A stylized symbol glows against the dark background. Two figures clash in a burst of energy, one wielding a spear, the other a staff. The battle rages in the distance as a blonde woman stands with a small figure perched on her shoulder, observing the conflict. The blonde woman thinks to herself that it was just getting fun, and that she can do more. The blonde woman states no. A man with spiky brown hair says that Kim Seo-jun's condition isn't very good right now, and that he's pushed himself too much. He adds that while there's no real physical problem, relying on Buddha's mental power has its limits. A close-up shows a man's arm and leg. A man leaps forward with a spear as the blonde woman remarks that he's amazing and that she didn't expect him to pick it up so quickly. The woman with long blonde hair says that Kim Seojun seems to have a grasp on the concepts and theories, so now he just needs to internalize them in his own way. She adds that more importantly, there's someone waiting for him, so he'd better go back. The man with short brown hair asks who's waiting for him. The man with spiky brown hair thinks that he doesn't think there's anyone, though. His body burning up again, Seojun checks his phone, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Seojun pleads, "Principal, please send me back quickly. Please." Irina asks, "Didn't you just say you could do a bit more?" Irina adds, "And if we part ways here, who knows when we'll see each other again? Are you really leaving right away?" She seems to be holding back tears. Irina's expression shifts, a determined look replacing her sadness. "That's not important right now." Golden beams of light begin to envelop Seojun. The light intensifies, pulling him upwards. Seojun is completely engulfed, a faint whisper escaping his lips. "I hope." Irina watches, a serene smile gracing her lips. A flash of light illuminates a forest clearing, signaling the completion of the teleportation. Irina stands alone in the forest, her long blonde hair swaying gently in the breeze. She stated that she didn't expect him to come straight here. An observer watches from afar. Irina's name is spoken. Heaven's equal great sage asks, "Are you crazy, Irina?" The celestial being states that Irina's actions clearly violate the oath, reminding her of the consequences of breaking it. Irina retorts, "No way. What oath do you think I broke?" Heaven's equal great sage accuses Irina of using causality without permission, stating that she was not allowed to teach that guy and yet acted on her own. He asks, "Huh? Who did I teach?" "I." Irina claims to have no idea what Heaven's equal great sage is saying. The celestial being asks if Irina is trying to pretend she doesn't know. Irina insists that she is not pretending and truly doesn't know. She claims she just persuaded Mr. Kim Seojun nicely, and he gave up the free coupons. Irina states that it is according to their oath. Heaven's equal great sage asks if Irina is kidding him right now, stating that anyone can see that Kim Seojun gave up free coupons in exchange for her teachings. Irina claims she doesn't really know anything about that and asks what evidence Heaven's equal great sage has to say she did such a thing. Heaven's equal great sage tells Irina to see it for herself. He declares that he will show the evidence then, as a glowing book labeled Thoth's Record appears before Irina. A spectral figure materializes, its form shimmering with an ethereal light. The Heaven's equal great sage states that there must be a record of it here. The pages of Thoth's record glow with an intense, golden light. Energy intensifies around Irina, bathing her in a radiant glow. The Heaven's equal great sage warns that she will not interfere in the Academy's affairs. Irina's expression is one of concern as she looks at the Heaven's equal great sage. He asks if that isn't what the oath was about. Irina's expression shifts, a sinister glint now in her eyes. The Heaven's equal great sage questions if she wouldn't have played such petty tricks if it was that damn bastard. He concludes that either way, it's a foolish choice. A voice muses that the greater the causality burden on this dimension, the more that bastard's restrictions will loosen, adding that that's why he had to stop that fool from using the free coupons, and questions if she probably knew that, too. He looms over Irina, his form shimmering with an ethereal light. The unknown voice's form shifts, coalescing into a more defined shape. He asks, "Or do you think he can handle the real him?" The unknown voice continues, his tone laced with accusation. "The same one whom you sent away since you couldn't handle him?" Irina crosses her arms, her expression unreadable. "Well, I guess we'll see what happens." The unknown voice's face is cast in shadow as he declares, "You can do nothing." He continues, a hint of mockery in his voice. "You probably said similar things to my master too, right?" The unknown voice's form flickers again, the light around him intensifying. "And in the end, you couldn't handle him and ended up erasing him." The unknown voice's image fades slightly as he warns, "Don't get it wrong, Irina. Even if you are called the third transcended, you are only a transcended after the concept of transcendence was established." Irina turns away, her expression hardening. "Think whatever you like." The unknown voice's image solidifies, his tone turning ominous. "But remember one thing." The unknown voice's words echo in the air as Irina stands alone in a field, the wind rustling through the grass. He finishes, "You will definitely regret this choice you made today." A burst of flame erupts, engulfing an unseen target. The inferno rages. The flames intensify, consuming everything in their path. The fiery assault continues. A voice echoes from within the blaze, wondering if more heat is needed. A figure in a school uniform shouts for the inferno to stop. The figure demands to know what the hell is going on, exclaiming that she was cremating him. The figure is identified as Mr. Seojun. A voice questions why he keeps dying. The figure in the school uniform is told that the association president has been waiting and pleads for the fire to stop. The figure in the school uniform is surprised that the target is still alive as the target reaches out to the glass. A nearby student reacts with shock. A figure exclaims that they didn't see anything. Someone shouts to get out right now. A woman looks on with wide eyes. A man apologizes for keeping someone waiting. Someone shouts that the captain is alive, while another comments that he revived quickly this time. A man states that he must have woken someone up from their deep sleep. A voice says it's not the afterlife, just a place that's kinda like it, so there's no need to worry too much. A man says he brought someone here today. A hand reaches into a pocket. A man tells Seo-jun to look at something. A building is engulfed in flames. Photos were sent to the association from an unknown sender. He considered the envelope in his hand. At first, it was thought to be manipulated, but after verification, it's believed to be highly likely to be true. A photo reveals a burning building, the flames licking at the sky. A twisted being was the cause. In a meeting room, a voice questioned, "Are they demanding a ransom?" The answer came back, "No." It became known to the world that the Dark Saint would be killed. Seo-jun and another man looked shocked. A man apologized, stating, "I apologize for saying this, but it's very likely a trap." Another man responded, "Certainly. The fact that they sent these photos despite avoiding public attention suggests they want to inform a certain someone." A hand held a phone, the screen dark. The phone screen lit up, displaying the message, "To me." The meeting continued, tension hanging heavy in the air. A man asked Seo-jun, "Did you think I would ignore your master?" He states with conviction that they will definitely save him. A man with gray hair declares that this time, they will go together. The gray-haired man asserts that no one there will ignore an old comrade. The gray-haired man pleads for them to stay in Korea. The gray-haired man murmurs, seemingly deep in thought. Seo-jun guesses that the Order of Truth is highly likely to be involved in this incident as well. The gray-haired man explains that if all the heroes leave, Korea won't have the strength to respond. He urges the heroes to stay and prepare for any unforeseen situations. The gray-haired man understands and agrees that they will stay there. A man in a suit states that he will leave it to them. Seo-jun asks the president where the place in the photos is. The president reveals that it's the southernmost part of Africa. The text indicates the Republic of South Africa. A hand holds several shimmering gems, light reflecting off their facets. A figure, wrapped in bandages, throws their arms wide and laughs maniacally. Ha! Just staying still causes causality to pile up, and it's almost overflowing. A figure stands over someone, their face obscured by shadow. Ha! This is truly the best. A man with a sword barks, "Move quickly," to the figures bound before him. Eyes wide with fear, a figure hides in the dense foliage, their hands clasped over their mouth. The location is South Africa. Meanwhile, the group arrives at Kimberley Airport. They continue to walk through the airport. One of the men walks ahead of the group. Another man pats him on the shoulder. He assures the man that he'll be fine. They decide to split up and gather information, calling if they find anything. The group agrees. Elsewhere, a man swings his sword, declaring that there's no need to waste time. He yells to find Sir Dark Saint. A red spear is shown. The red spear is shown again. He pauses, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. "Huh?" he mutters, the question hanging in the air as he surveys the cobblestone street. The man's brow furrows, his hand rising to scratch the back of his head. Strange. Why can't it find him, he wonders, then adds with a touch of frustration. Did the Order of Truth do something? His expression sharpens, a hint of suspicion entering his eyes. "Are you the pro hunter who came because of that?" A young boy, carrying a basket of greenery, looks up with a puzzled expression. A single bead of sweat trickles down his temple as he wonders what is happening. The boy's stance is hesitant, his eyes wide with uncertainty as he grips the basket tighter. The boy confronts the man, his voice tinged with accusation. Did something happen?" The boy's face contorts with suspicion, his eyes narrowed. "What the? Are you also a follower of the Order of Truth?" he asks, his voice laced with distrust. The man recoils slightly, his eyes widening in surprise. "No, he begins, his voice trailing off as he struggles to find the right words. A disembodied hand points accusingly, the voice booming with anger. "Stop pretending. I know everything you did." The man is approached by two figures, their expressions a mix of hope and suspicion. "Hey, wait a moment," one calls out. "Oh my, are you the Order of Truth's believer?" The woman extends a loaf of bread and an ear of corn towards him, her voice filled with gratitude. "Here, please take this. Sir, this too. Thanks to you all, we are alive." A chibi version of the man appears, his face a mask of utter bewilderment. "Who? I'm not the Order of Truth's believer though." He barely escaped. Seo-jun Kim wonders where that kid went earlier. Just by looking around, the women can tell that the trust in the Order of Truth runs very deep here. But the moment that kid thought he was a believer of the Order of Truth, he showed aversion, and he said that he might know something. A man carrying a basket groans. The man being chased exclaims that he has paid all his debts and everything, questioning why they are still chasing him. One of the men asks if those herbs in the basket he's carrying could be worth some money. The other man says to give it to him. The man carrying the basket says he can't. The man being chased is told to stop. One of the men says that he's told him several times that it's interest. "Who are you? Before we teach you a lesson." Seo-jun Kim thinks that won't do. He has some business with that boy, you see. The debt had ballooned. He had paid all 25,000 rand on the promised day, but they suddenly claimed that was just interest and demanded 250,000 rand. Seo-jun Kim seethed. They tried to take 10 times the principal as interest. Those damn thugs. A boy asked, "Mister, you're not really a believer of the Order of Truth, are you?" Seo-jun Kim replied, "Of course not." The boy continued, "And I wanted to ask earlier, Why do you hate the Order of Truth so much? Everyone here is friendly to the Order of Truth, though. Seo-jun Kim thought, this kid definitely knows something. The boy asked, could you tell me in detail about the bad things the Order of Truth is doing? The boy held a basket of plants. A view of the village. Two men spoke to each other. A man sat on a chair. He thought, there are many hunters around here, so did some kind of dungeon distortion occur nearby? The boy stated, no, they are rebels. They started to set up in our village on their own, claiming it's a good hideout. Seo-jun Kim said, this way. A man's face. A hand grips a dark, cylindrical object. Kim Seo-jun sits with the boy, who is stirring something in a bowl. Seo-jun observes, there aren't any signs of adults here. Seo-jun wonders if they just live on their own. Seo-jun asks, by any chance, are you a hunter? The boy replies, that's right, I'm a pro hunter. He adds, wow. Seo-jun asks, then, have you ever met Hunter Kim Seo-jun? The dark object is shown again. The boy exclaims, you've actually met Hunter Kim Seo-jun? The boy continues, no wonder you're so strong. How is Hunter Kim Seo-jun? He wonders if he is as handsome as his skills suggest, and if his personality is also amazing. Seo-jun thinks, huh? No, he's probably just ordinary. The boy is shocked. Ordinary? That can't be true. Seo-jun asks, kid, do you want to become stronger? A hand reaches out towards a boy with dark skin, while another boy with spiky hair looks on in surprise. The question hangs in the air. Who is this? Seo-jun Kim's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing. He asks, with genuine seriousness, who on earth this person could be. A small image of the boy with spiky hair is shown. Kim Seo-jun is his idol. His dream has always been to become a professional hunter. He has talent, so he even awakened naturally. Isn't our Oppo amazing? No wonder the energy I felt from him was a little different. If he receives proper training, my big brother could become an incredible professional hunter. It's just because of me. No, Equina. That's not true at all. Big brother is saving money diligently now. Just a little more, and I can enter the Hunter Academy, he thinks. Really, she asks. Of course. Big brother will soon become like Hunter Kim Seo-jun and catch all the bad guys. I'll buy you lots of delicious things too. So, you've got to take your medicine regularly and stay healthy, okay? Yes, she says. That 25,000 rand you borrowed from those thugs was for your little sister's medicine, right? Yes, that's right, he replies. Actually, I don't have. A voice echoes, revealing the speaker's motivation. He needs money to go to the academy, because his little sister is still very sick, but he will never give up. The young man is asked if he knows even Hunter Kim Seo-jun. The voice continues, explaining that Kim Seo-jun was poor like him before becoming a hunter, and he couldn't even attend the Hunter Academy. The voice emphasizes that Kim Seo-jun still didn't give up and persevered, and now he's officially the world's greatest hunter. Isn't that truly amazing? Kim Seo-jun thinks to himself that he, too, will someday become like Hunter Kim Seo-jun. Kim Seo-jun places a hand on the young man's head, telling him that he can definitely do it. The young man asks if Kim Seo-jun really thinks he can. Kim Seo-jun responds that from what he sees, the young man is much better than him. Kim Seo-jun guarantees it, honestly. Kim Seo-jun states that he is nothing special when you meet him. His eyes light up at the sight of money, and his personality is not that good. The young man is shocked and asks who Kim Seo-jun is to curse Hunter Kim Seo-jun. Kim Seo-jun says that no matter how strong the young man is, he's nothing against Hunter Kim Seo-jun, Hyung. He notes that first, he called him Mr., then suddenly Hyung. The young man thanks Kim Seo-jun for helping earlier and for telling him he can become a hunter. As a token of that, Kwabina properly introduces himself. Kim Seo-jun stands with another man. Detected by the government forces, everyone prepares. A large, grotesque monster stands amidst rubble. A close-up reveals the monster's sinister grin. Just a few minutes ago, a village sits nestled in the landscape. A man asks if that's the village where there are rebels. Another man confirms, yes, that's right. One of the men admits he didn't want to bother the other with such a troublesome thing, but Kwaku, the hero of Cataclysm, is in that village. A voice declares that if they are given a diamond as a reward, they wouldn't mind doing that. Standing on a cliff overlooking a town, the man in the suit asks if he just needs to kill them all. A cloaked figure responds, noting that he was wondering where the man in the suit had gone. The man in the cloak is addressed as Lackey and asked if he is the Apostle of Temperance. A voice states that the preparations are complete and that he is looking for the cloaked figure. The man in the suit, standing with his hand on his hip, remarks that there is nothing he can do about it. He is then interrupted. The man in the suit asks if this isn't against their promise. He is reassured that he won't be cheated, as one cannot cheat on causality in the first place. The cloaked figure states that he will come back and handle it, so they should wait a little. The man in the suit threatens that if the cloaked figure comes out like this, he can't give him the promised diamond. A figure is seen from below, looking up, as they are interrupted. The cloaked figure is seen from behind as a voice asks if they're going to take their causality. A figure with red eyes is asked if they want to die. The figure is in distress, begging to be spared. A voice declares that they shouldn't kill him, as they still need cooperation from the government. Kim Seo-jun clicks his tongue. Another man wonders why humans are so complicated. The man states that he will let him off this time, since he will soon become a complete god and bestow mercy on him. Kim Seo-jun smirks. The man's chest glows. The man falls to the ground. A monster appears. The monster's foot steps on the ground. The second power of the 7 deadly sins, greed, avarice. The man on the ground wonders if it is not enough. The monster growls. A bandaged hand points towards a distant village, the buildings clustered together under the overcast sky. A voice echoes, speaking of filling an emptiness, of making it as painful as possible, and of letting them. The man, his arms wrapped in bandages, sits with a sinister smile, ready to indulge in fear and terror. A dark figure looms, its presence heavy with malice. A command rings out, kill them all. A multi-limbed creature stands amidst the rubble, its form grotesque against the backdrop of the city. A monstrous face grins, its teeth bared in a horrifying display. A group of figures discuss the situation. They were detected by the government forces, but what is this? Is that guy alone? They don't know that the hundreds of rebels gathered here are the elite among the elites. A voice booms, demanding the figure stop and reveal their identity. A man shouts, warning that if they come any closer, this won't end with a warning. The multi-limbed creature advances, a guttural sound escaping its throat as it confronts 2 men armed with spears. One of the men stares in disbelief, a simple huh escaping his lips. The monstrous face reappears, the word crushed emblazoned across the panel, signifying the brutal end. Amidst the chaos, one of the combatants shouts, "You bastard!" The cries of attack, attack, echo through the battlefield. A swift motion blurs as the battle intensifies. Figures are thrown and struck amidst the ongoing conflict. The relentless assault continues, bodies falling amidst the fray. The force of impact reverberates, distorting the air itself. Feet pound the ground as the combatants press their attack. Another devastating blow lands, shaking the very foundations of the battle. One figure plummets downwards, a casualty of the brutal exchange. A weapon lies ready, poised to strike. A surge of power erupts, signaling a devastating attack. With glowing eyes, a figure cries out, "Everyone!" The figure is sent flying with a powerful kick. The force of the blow reverberates through the air. The figure hurtles backward, a ragdoll against the sky. Another strike lands, the impact echoing through the surroundings. His face contorts in pain, a silent scream etched into his features. A flurry of kicks rain down, each blow a hammer strike. He plummets towards the earth, a broken silhouette against the bright sky. The onslaught continues, each hit a brutal punctuation mark. His eyes widen in agony, a desperate plea for respite. A man cries out, his voice raw with desperation. The man's voice cracks as he screams, "Sir Kwaku!" Ah! He stands, a defiant figure amidst the devastation. He cries out, the sound a strangled gasp as unseen forces bear down upon him. A guttural groan escapes Kwaka's lips, his face contorted in agony as the pressure intensifies. A crimson energy descends, a harbinger of destruction aimed directly at Kwaku. The energy intensifies, a blinding blue light engulfing everything in its path. The blue energy streaks downwards, leaving trails of lightning in its wake. The attack is identified as the Heavenly Meteor Spear, a technique of immense power. The 4th technique, Lightning God Spear, descends, a fusion of lightning and raw power. The attack reaches its crescendo, a cataclysmic explosion of blue energy. The dust settles, revealing a scene of utter devastation. The air crackles with residual energy. A shadowy figure senses the lingering energy, recognizing its familiar signature. I felt a similar energy before. A man with wavy brown hair and a determined gaze asks, "Where is the twisted being?" The man stands ready, his hand gripping the shaft of a formidable weapon. Kim Seojun stands on a rooftop, the wind tousling his blonde hair. The hunter's expression is unreadable. A voice from the shadows murmurs, "Mistaken." Kim Seojun is asked why he is here. The hunter chuckles, stating that there are some circumstances. Kim Seojun says, "Goodness." The unseen figure tells Kim Seojun that he is someone who will just speak obediently. An unseen force begins to stir, its presence marked by distorted energy lines that warp the very air. The energy intensifies, the lines growing bolder and darker, hinting at a power beyond comprehension. The unseen force continues to build, the visual effects becoming more pronounced as its influence spreads. Beams of raw energy lands through the city, cutting through buildings as the force makes its presence known. The impact of the force sends a shockwave rippling outwards, distorting the background as if reality itself is bending. The force leaves a trail of energy in its wake, the buildings around it warped and twisted by its immense power. Seojun's eyes widen, a sense of urgency washing over him as he senses the growing power. He breaks into a run, driven by a need to either escape or confront the escalating threat. The unseen force intensifies further, the visual effects reaching a crescendo as its power surges. Energy beams continue to tear through the city, leaving a path of destruction in their wake as the force continues its relentless advance. "This one is far stronger than the gluttony I fought before. They can't even compare," Seojun thinks, his expression a mask of shock. A cold dread settles over him. Is this proof that the sinful power twisted beings possess keeps growing stronger? He's got a bad feeling about this. He prepares to strike, gripping the spear tightly with both hands. The spear begins to hum, a faint blue energy crackling around its shaft. The blue energy intensifies, swirling around the spear as he channels his power. The spear glows with an almost blinding light, the air around it shimmering with raw power. Raising the spear high above his head, Seo-jun prepares to unleash the full force of the divine strike. He brings the spear down, ready to deliver a devastating blow. The tip of the spear pulses with concentrated energy, a focal point of immense power. The spear descends with incredible speed, a streak of blue light cutting through the air. The force of the strike intensifies as the spear hurtles towards its target. The spear is moments away from impact, the air crackling with anticipation. The divine strike connects, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion of blue energy that obliterates everything in its path. Seo-jun stands amidst the dissipating energy, the spear still glowing faintly in his hands. Seo-jun Kim's expression is one of intense concentration. The twisted being declares the attack completely ineffective. The shadowy figure of the twisted being looms, its form grotesque and multi-limbed. The twisted being states that it will destroy the source, just like the twisted beings. A foot steps into a dark, swirling substance, the air thick with an ominous energy. The twisted being declares, there's no other choice. Kim Seo-jun thinks to himself, I can't even dominate space yet, let alone properly perceive its environment, but, he continues, the spear of Longinus in my hand, I can feel it clearly, and the mana of the threefold core dwelling in the spear, as if the spear of Longinus had become part of my body. Seo-jun Kim's face is filled with determination as he thinks, no. The world sharpens into focus, the word perception emblazoned across the scene. A close-up reveals a face, the expression unreadable. A figure with spiky black hair looks up, a beam of light shining down. A profile shot reveals a face with sharp features and red hair. A cloaked figure asks, what's wrong? The man snarls, greed. It vanished. He reflects on a monster that didn't budge even when the elite squad attacked together, now gone so easily. A pool of black liquid remains, the only trace of what was. A man is hailed as humanity's strongest hunter. Kim Seo-jun's name appears. A figure stands with a weapon in hand, ready for what comes next. He laments not finding the twisted being. With no other choice, he decides to examine the remaining traces. He expresses his confusion. The boy wonders what is happening and calls out to someone. Another boy wonders what is going on, recognizing Kim Seo-jun's name. People cheer, exclaiming that Hunter Kim Seo-jun has come to help. The boy questions what the other is talking about, asking where Kim Seo-jun is. He wonders if it is Kim Seo-jun. The boy is shocked. He laughs. A character sits with a strange expression. One of the men expresses his gratitude, but the other waves it off, saying that he didn't need to go that far. The man with the spiky hair asks what they should do with the item that dropped when they defeated the monster. The spiky-haired man seems surprised, wondering if something is really okay. The man with the top knot wonders what they even did, stating that just being spared their lives is more than they deserve. Kneeling, the spiky-haired man declares that he won't hold back. The man with the top knot thinks about Seo-jun. The spiky-haired man is surprised. The spiky-haired man looks at something with awe, having heard rumors, but never thinking that the other man had that much power. A close-up of the man with the top knot's hand shows his determination. He thinks that if this man helps them, maybe the country still has hope. The spiky-haired man responds that he came all the way out here because of circumstances. The man with the top knot asks if he could tell them what brought him here. The spiky-haired man responds that he came to find Am-sung-nim, the hero. The spiky-haired man wonders where he is leading, stating that he is the master of his dream team. Kim Seo-jun's eyes widened as realization dawned on him. He exclaimed, all right, my teammates. He cursed under his breath, admitting he'd completely forgotten about them. A man with dreadlocks looked surprised, asking, Am-sung? You mean Am-sung is here too? Another man, with a short afro, looked equally shocked, exclaiming, Am-sung-nim. The two men stood with Kim Seo-jun, a question mark looming above them, symbolizing their confusion. The man with the short afro stood alone, the words Rolia scan visible in the background. So that's the situation. The man with spiky hair reflects on the Truth Society. He had been keeping an eye on them, but since they weren't doing anything special, he was relieved. The man sighs. The man with spiky hair is surprised to hear that the rebel army will help them. He asks, huh? Lord Keiku. The man wonders why they are offering help all of a sudden. He says that if they offer help, he'd welcome it. The man with spiky hair is told that it's not without reason that they're offering their help. They are fighting against the corrupt government. In this age of chaos, the corrupt government, with the overwhelming capital they gained through diamonds, bought off professional hunters. The corrupt government continues to use diamonds and swung their swords solely for their own interests. Unable to stand by, they gathered pro-hunters who weren't bought out by the government and fought back. And they thought hope might return to this country, but then one day, an uncontrollable being appeared and began its massacres. Seo-jun Kim contemplates the idea of an uncontrollable being. He wonders if it could be a twisted being. From what he's heard from Hunter Kim Seo-jun, the Truth Society and the government seem closely connected. If they help, they'll end up fighting the government's forces as well. In the end, government help couldn't be relied on. Seo-jun Kim calculates the implications. If they need their men for something, they may use them freely. They can start with helping him find Am-sung first. How about letting them help? Just like in Italy, Britain, and America, where government help couldn't be relied on. If Keiku and the rebels assist, it will be much easier to find Amsung-nim. Seojun Kim states that he'd welcome their help, of course. The man with the ponytail thanks him, stating that he'll immediately tell all their members spread across the country to search for Amsung. He won't be easy to find, but they'll be able to quickly grab at least a lead. A child looks worried. Seojun Kim asks how the man with the ponytail knows where Amsung-nim is and how he even knows Amsung-nim. The child thinks about why he distrusts the Truth Society, stating that the Truth Society pretends to be some. The child recalls the horrors they endured. It wasn't just charity. They kidnapped people and ran experiments. The child continues, admitting that they almost got dragged off too. They were locked up with others in some strange place, waiting for something. But with someone's help, the child and a few others managed to escape. Kim Seojun presses, wanting to know who the one who helped them was. The child confirms that the person clearly said their name was Amsung. Seojun remains silent, listening intently. Kim Seojun asks if the child could tell them where that place is. The child responds that it's not hard to tell, but it'll probably be hard to find, adding that it's a place even. The villagers get confused about something, and the child asks Kim Seojun if it's alright to ask him to guide them. The child asks if this much as payment would be alright, their expression hopeful. The child holds out a handful of what appear to be glowing crystals. The child, suddenly worried, asks if it's too little. Flustered, the child denies that's what they meant and asks if Kim Seojun will do it. The man's face contorts with rage, flames licking at the edges of his vision. Loyalty burns within him, fueling his resolve. Elsewhere, a sharp slap echoes through the room as a woman confronts a man. Seojun SSI, how could you disappear without a word? She demands. Appa, I thought. The woman continues, you'd gone and died somewhere again. A man responds, haha, well, there were circumstances. No, circumstances or not, you should have told us first. Now that we're all gathered, let's set out. Kwabna, could you guide us? A young man looks on with a somber expression. Kind of, to be honest. I don't know the details, but Lord Keiku and the rebels seem to be working hard to make a better world. So isn't there no reason to hate them? A man's hand grips another's neck, his expression intense. I don't know about lofty things like justice and ideals. I just want to live quietly with my little sister Aquina, that's all. Getting tangled with the rebels won't bring anything good. Just look at today. If they hadn't set up base in this village, that monster wouldn't have showed up. Thanks to you, brother, we made it through, but if you hadn't been there. He stands amidst the ruins, the weight of what almost was crushing him. Aquina, and everyone in this village would have been slaughtered, he thinks. The line between right and wrong blurs, an indistinguishable pain. Elsewhere, a man speaks of hope. In my homeland Korea, there's someone named Yuzeong Nim, a man incredibly skilled in medicine. His brother approaches, offering a glimmer of hope. He might be able to cure your sister's illness. Tears well in Kwabna's eyes, the weight of his sister's suffering bearing down on him. His brother smirks, a hint of something unreadable in his expression. Kwabna struggles to speak, choked by emotion. I really. More tears fall as he is comforted. His brother extends a hand, offering a path forward. Let's go. Kwabna agrees, a flicker of hope in his voice. Yes, brother. The preparations for the ritual are complete, the air thick with anticipation. The cloaked figures stand in a circle, their intentions shrouded in shadow. Suspended in the center, a figure strains against their restraints, fear lacing their voice. What are you planning to do? The cloaked figure remains silent, their gaze fixed on the suspended individual. A close-up reveals the suspended figure's terror, sweat beating on their brow as they await their fate. The cloaked figure speaks, their voice a low murmur. No matter how many there are, they're still just humans in the end. The cloaked figure turns, their movements deliberate and ominous. The cloaked figure continues, their words dripping with disdain. Pathetically weak humans. Even if they put up defensive measures, inside, it's still nothing but a fragile human mind. Primal fear is the most efficient way to shatter that human mind. A figure asks, their voice trembling, what is it you want us to do? The command rings out, cold and absolute. Corrupt the humans. The final instruction echoes through the chamber. Devour their souls and mock them. The figures descend, their intentions clear, ready to carry out the dark ritual. He gazed down at his opponent, cloaked in shadows. An unseen force slammed into the figure. The figure spat blood, pleading, please spare me. O Divine One, I beg you. A blue aura flared around another figure. The blue aura intensified, crackling with energy. The figure screamed, why you crazy bastard? What the hell are you doing? Another figure, surrounded by a white aura, shouted, stop. Stop right now, you fucking bastard. Two figures lay sprawled on the ground, defeated. A white aura pulsed around a figure, radiating power. The white aura expanded, engulfing the figure in blinding light. The cloaked figure turned and walked away from the carnage. A final cough, and blood trickled from the figure's lips. Trapped within the glowing runes, the figures desperately wondered what they had done wrong. Their pleas echoed through the chamber, begging for mercy from an unseen force. Hands reached out in vain, grasping at the shimmering barrier that held them captive. He stood among the desperate figures. The cloaked figure remained unmoved by their suffering. A voice cried out, begging for their life to be spared from whatever torment awaited. A sinister grin spread across the face of a watching figure, their eyes gleaming with cruel amusement. The figure relished in the fear radiating from the trapped souls, savoring their despair. The figure's bandaged hand clenched, a silent testament to the power they wielded. Is truly the best. A shift in the atmosphere, a silent command echoing in the darkness. The air crackled with anticipation, a new challenge about to begin. The group surveys the ruined landscape, the silence broken only by the crunch of debris underfoot. Seojun mutters, "This is strange. There should definitely be workers here, but this is too." He glances around, a growing unease settling in his gut. The air grows heavy, a subtle pressure building against their eardrums. Seojun's eyes narrow. What is this? It feels like his senses themselves have been cut off. No, more like he's denied to go further, as if he stepped across a boundary. The sensation is familiar. It's the same sensation as when he first faced Irina's domination. So this is why Gungnir couldn't locate the place. A distant explosion rocks the area. Seojun's expression hardens, his eyes scanning the horizon. Another member of the group gasps. An explosion? The world swims back into focus, revealing a scene of carnage. Bodies litter the ground, limbs askew in unnatural angles. He stumbles through the aftermath, his feet crunching on shattered stone and broken bones. A faint purple glow emanates from his hand. Seojun stands amidst a circle of arcane energy, the air crackling with residual power. A manic grin stretches across his face, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling light. He laughs, a hollow, echoing sound. The purple energy intensifies, swirling around him like a vortex. The laughter continues, a chilling counterpoint to the devastation surrounding him. Seojun doubles over, a violent cough racking his body. He spits a mouthful of blood onto the ground. His back is to the viewer, the purple energy still radiating from him, but now tinged with a darker hue. Seojun's face is contorted in pain and confusion. What the hell is happening? He gasps. A figure in a dark cloak stands behind him, seemingly observing his suffering. A disembodied voice echoes, "Succeeded." The voice continues, an insidious whisper in his mind. The sprouted power of pride is rejecting the other forces within you. Pride alone believes it can make itself complete. Truly, an arrogant power if there ever was one. The voice concludes, a chilling command. Separate wrath and envy from within you. They serve no purpose now, and only hinder your awakening. He realizes that it means to become completely consumed by pride. A god must be godlike. The cloaked figure chuckles, repeating the word godlike. The figure points a finger, the gesture carrying an unspoken weight. Seojun notices that the pain has suddenly vanished. The cloaked figure explains that, just for a moment, they've temporarily suppressed the power of Seojun's pride, which should make it easier for him to move. The figure muses that they suspected from the moment he summoned them that he wasn't ordinary, but the cloaked figure declares, "Take this." Seojun gasps as a weapon materializes. The figure reveals the weapon to be Excalibur, the transcendental weapon used by Instructor Arthur. The cloaked figure states that whatever Seojun thinks of them, even if he's figured out their true identity, it changes nothing. The figure asks what it is Seojun wants to do right now, adding that it's obvious. Dark energy swirls around Seojun Kim as he is told to kill that bastard right now. A lone figure stands before a massive cave entrance, declaring that this is the place. He curses the time it took to pinpoint the location with his senses all tangled. Seojun is called out by the captain, senses all tangled. The captain asks if he could assign some men to escort Kwabna back to the village. One of the men states that he needs to head inside immediately. Another offers to accompany him. Seojun acknowledges that if he is the great hero of the cataclysm, Kakura, a child is told to have the others stand by outside. The man assures the child not to worry. Seojun smiles, stating not to worry, that it'll be fine, and reminding the other that they promised to go to Korea together. The character states that someone has always been that kind of person. A character waves, calling out, "Hyung, Equina, and I will wait for you at home. You must come back." Three figures stand together, observing something in the distance. A voice echoes in a dark, cavernous space, "Let's go." A long, dark tunnel is littered with bodies. One of the figures exclaims, "Damn it. Just what the hell are they doing?" A character's eyes widen in surprise. Someone shouts, "Everyone, prepare yourselves." A group of figures in dark cloaks stand ready. A sword glows with a purple aura. Seojun Kim stands with a sword, surrounded by a blue aura. The group shouts a warning, attempting to block the incoming mana flow with a glowing barrier. A celestial spear, etched with arcane symbols, materializes in the air. The spear solidifies, crackling with ethereal energy. The words, "Third Form," appear as the spear is launched. The spear hurtles forward, leaving a trail of shimmering light. The celestial spear strikes with blinding force. The impact sends shockwaves through the area. One of the figures screams in agony. Another groans, clutching at their chest. The rocks around them begin to burn. The word "inferno" appears as the flames intensify. An inferno engulfs the area, consuming everything in its path. The world is consumed by a blinding inferno, the air crackling with unimaginable heat. A figure groans, struggling against the oppressive heat and the sting of ash on their skin. Two voices rise above the din, one declaring, "All this." The other retorts, "This time, you won't." A furious voice screams, "Worms dare." A surge of multicolored energy erupts, a chaotic blend of destruction and raw power. The air shimmers with heat, the very fabric of reality seeming to warp and bend. A voice whispers, "To think I'd meet you again like this. I truly never expected it." A figure stands silhouetted against the devastation, a long, ornate weapon held firmly in their grasp. A voice muses, "Such a majestic voice." The landscape is scarred and broken, a testament to the sheer force unleashed. A sword plunges into the earth, its blade biting deep into the ravaged ground. A voice, laced with malice, declares, "I'll do exactly as I please." A sinister chuckle echoes through the air. A figure walks along a path, a walking stick in hand. The village where the air crackles with unseen energy. A man stands before a cloaked figure, a strange energy swirling around them. A voice echoes, confessing to never having felt fear in front of transcendent beings. A monstrous creature, labeled Berserk, looms with glowing red eyes. The text speaks of Demon King Eldritch and Heaven's equal great sage, admitting the latter was a little terrifying. The text compares someone to the transcendent. Principal Irina is mentioned, along with the great voice. A man's eyes widen in shock. A cloaked figure walks through a desolate landscape, prompting the question, "H that person?" The text describes the religious order that ended the great cataclysm and became humanity's salvation, the Order of Truth. Their followers, alone numbered in the hundreds of millions, dominate the entire world and stand ready. At the very peak of that order stands a cloaked figure, the great voice. This was never a destined encounter. The cloaked figure muses that the dark saint must have meddled. Did chance and inevitability overlap, forging a new fate? A man with spiky brown hair stands with a staff, facing the cloaked figure. The cloaked figure declares that the man's destined doom will not be at their hands. The cloaked figure is shown in close-up. The cloaked figure thinks how disgraceful this is of them, regretting that they should have prepared more thoroughly. A hand clenches, the figure thinking that no matter what, this too was a fate they were never meant to see. A pattern of lines and circles fills the panel. The cloaked figure is shown falling. A woman with wavy brown hair is shown. Two cloaked figures stand shrouded in shadow, an ominous aura surrounding them. The man with spiky brown hair exclaims, "En masse teleportation." The woman beside him, equally shocked, cries, "No way. There's no way." A crater forms, the ground splintering and cracking under immense pressure. Raw energy crackles in the air, the atmosphere charged with an otherworldly power. A blinding light erupts, the teleportation sequence intensifying. The air shimmers and distorts, the fabric of reality itself seeming to bend and twist. A hand reaches out, as if grasping at the very threads of space and time. The man's face contorts in a mixture of fear and defiance, running away, yet still putting up a front. A figure wreathed in energy roars, "I never said I'd just let you go." The teleportation continues, the energy building to a crescendo. The figure stands amidst the chaos, a beacon of defiance against the encroaching darkness. The teleportation reaches its peak, the air crackling with raw power as the figure's yellow eyes burn with determination. He slams his foot down, the ground beneath him crackling with blue energy. The staff hums with power as Seojun Kim raises it, muttering, "As expected." Electrical arcs dance around the weapon. The cloaked figure's eyes gleam in the shadows of their hood. "You've exceeded my expectations," the figure rasps. Electrical energy surges and crackles, filling the air with the scent of ozone. Seojun Kim is now completely enveloped in a swirling vortex of electric power. The cloaked figure scoffs, "However, you're a fool." Seojun Kim grips his staff tightly, the electrical energy intensifying around it. The cloaked figure's hand clenches, the bandages around their fingers stained with an unknown substance. Seojun Kim's expression is strained. Dangerous. "But my body won't move at all." He thrusts the staff forward, the tip glowing with intense electrical power. The air shimmers with the force of the impact. The attack sends tremors through the environment. He gathers energy in his hand, the air crackling with blue sparks. The energy coalesces into a concentrated beam, arcing with raw power. To break free from the sense of domination. It's faint, but did you just use the same sense of domination? The unknown voice's expression hardens. "Did Irina teach you that?" Seojun Kim unleashes the attack, a barrage of energy hurtling towards his opponent. "Even if you've learned it, it's not something you can wield so easily." Seojun grits his teeth, determined. "You." The hunter continues to channel energy, maintaining the relentless barrage. The energy slams against an unseen barrier, sparks flying as it struggles to break through. With a final surge, the energy pierces the barrier, creating a visible opening. The unknown voice prepares to counter, dark energy swirling around him. A surge of dark energy erupts from the cloaked figure, a powerful counterattack. The counterattack shatters the remaining energy, the air filled with the echoes of the clash. He gathers dark energy, preparing another assault. The dark energy explodes outward in a chaotic burst. The unknown voice stands amidst the swirling darkness, seemingly unharmed. Seo Kim's eyes widen in shock as he witnesses the display of power. Another blast of energy erupts from the unknown voice, streaking towards Seo. Seo raises a shimmering barrier, barely managing to deflect the attack. The unknown voice declares, "I don't welcome fate being twisted any further." Seo thinks to himself, "I only meant to use you as bait for the stage, and yet." The unknown voice suddenly collapses, falling to the ground. Seo expression twists in disbelief. A final surge of energy explodes outward. Seo is struck by a powerful blow, sending him reeling. His face contorted in a grimace, Seo Kim's eyes burned with a fierce determination. Out of the swirling vortex of light, several cloaked figures emerged, their presence radiating an ominous power. An invisible force slammed into Seo Kim, sending him staggering backward. A strangled cry tore from his throat as the unseen assault continued. Seo Kim screamed, desperately trying to break free from the oppressive force. "Out of my way." The cloaked figures remained impassive, their presence a silent threat. A disembodied voice echoed, declaring, "The very first transcendent." The cloaked figure's eyes glowed with an eerie light as it spoke, "Your path." In the end, it failed. Despite the overwhelming odds, Seo Kim's resolve hardened. "But me? I will be different." A blinding energy blast erupted, hurtling towards Seo Kim with lethal intent. Seo Kim roared, his voice filled with defiance as he braced for the impact. "Huh." A fist clenched, knuckles white with determination. "This is the end." Cracks spiderweb across a dark, solid surface, illuminated by streaks of pale light. The surface buckles under immense pressure, impact marks blooming amidst a cloud of dust and debris. A blinding burst of energy erupts, its force tearing through the already weakened structure. The network of cracks deepens, the surface threatening to shatter completely. The ravaged surface lies in near darkness, a testament to the destructive power unleashed. The tunnel rumbles, and the students brace themselves against the unseen force. The tunnel explodes in a burst of rock and green energy. With shovels and bare hands, one of the students frantically clears the wreckage. A voice booms from somewhere outside, demanding that everyone back off and give them some room. The students stare in disbelief as the tunnel continues to collapse. The explosion intensifies, the words "Prominence Explosion" emblazoned across the fiery blast. The explosion reaches a fever pitch, the students' screams echoing through the tunnel. The students stumble out of the tunnel, coughing and covered in dust. One of the students slumps to the ground, relieved to have made it out. The remaining students continue to evacuate the area, Mr. Kwaku among them. One of the students supports Seo, who insists he can manage. Minhyul asks about Mr. Amseong, wondering how he is doing. Seo is told not to push himself. The other man instructs the crew to clean up and head back to the village, stating that both Seo and Amseong need treatment as soon as possible. The character says that he will go on from here by himself, thanking the other person for escorting him. The other person asks if he is really okay going alone. He happily hums to himself. He wonders how happy Aquina would be if Seo Hyung told her he'd go to Korea with her. He decides to run home right now and tell her. He is shocked. The flames rise. The scene is obscured by smoke and debris. He wonders what is happening and how this could have happened. A figure stands amidst the destruction, an exclamation mark hanging in the air above him. Lying prone on the ground before him is Aquina. Aquina's name echoes in the desolate landscape. The figure cries out in anguish, kneeling beside her. Tears stream down his face as he cradles Aquina in his arms. "Aquina, brother's here," he sobs. He continues to weep, relaying a message. "Seo Hyung said he's going to go to Korea with you. He said you'll get treated and get healthy." His eyes widen in disbelief. "Look, diamonds. Now he can give her everything she wants to eat and everything she wants to do. So, all that's left is for them to be happy now, but why? Just why?" He wonders. He grits his teeth, a dark fury rising within him. "What the? I thought everything was handled, but there's still one bastard left." The man's voice drips with venom as he speaks to someone off-panel. "You idiots, do the job properly. That person ordered this. If you don't do it right, they might even kill us too." A figure stands with a large, curved blade. "Ah, yes." A hand clenches tightly. One of the men asks who the guys are. One of the men states that it's the other man, and asks who did this to Aquina. The man with the sword asks what they are going to do about it, and tells them to finish it quickly. He then tells the kid not to hate too much. He stands over Aquina. His hand moves. His face is shown. An impact is shown. He yells that he will kill them, and tells the other man to finish him off already. He yells die, and that they killed his sister. He yells that the other man is a damn little brat. He tells the other man to just disappear already. Tears stream down the boy's face, his expression a mix of pain and shock. Kim Seo asks what is happening. The camera focuses on Kim Seo from behind. Kim Seo apologizes. The boy thinks that if they wiped out the village, that bastard might show up. Kim Seo smiles. Kim Seo asks if they killed the villagers, and are now trying to take innocent kids' lives too. The boy is covered in blood. The boy thinks this is unexpected. The boy is on the ground. Kim Seo reaches out to the boy. The boy wonders who on earth is helping him. A bandaged hand reaches out, as if offering comfort or seeking connection. The other hand approaches, seemingly hesitant. Kim Seo-jun, bathed in an eerie glow, gently clasps the hand of a child. If I can get revenge for Equina, he thinks, a dark promise hanging in the air. A twisted grin stretches across a face, the voice dripping with malice. It's stupendous madness. Tears stream down a face contorted with rage. Anger toward the powerful burns within. Jealousy toward the powerful festers, tears of resentment flowing freely. The sins resonate, a chorus of dark approval. A sinister smile spreads, eyes gleaming with wicked intent. A voice echoes, promising a deadly sanctuary. A perfect nest made just for you. A figure gazes upwards, a mixture of fear and anticipation etched on their face. The ruins of a city stretch below, a silent testament to devastation. This is. A group stands silhouetted against a desolate horizon, their purpose unknown. A desperate cry pierces the silence. Find survivors. A handshake seals a pact, the terms unspoken but heavy with consequence. He is being pulled by Seo-yun Park, who demands that he let go of her. She asks where he is trying to go. Seon's expression is one of anger and determination. Still, Seo-yun Park waits. A hand reaches out, a faint blue glow emanating from it. Seo-yun Park realizes that she's alive. Kneeling beside the prone figure, Seo-yun Park thinks that this child's soul hasn't left yet. A metallic object is struck with great force. Park Min-cheol wonders why the Order of Truth hasn't contacted him, questioning if they took out the rebel leader. Even after devouring all those diamonds, Park Min-cheol is visibly frustrated. Someone is on the floor, seemingly defeated. Park Min-cheol remarks that it has been a while. Park Min-cheol states that calling the guards won't help, as he has already taken care of them. Park Min-cheol asks what the other party wants, offering diamonds. Park Min-cheol laughs. Park Min-cheol assures someone that he has no intention of messing with them, stating that someone else wants to see them. Someone mutters that if it weren't for you people. He seethes, blaming unseen enemies for the current predicament. Park Min-cheol's eyes burn with frustration as he thinks, Equina wouldn't be dead if it weren't for you bastards. He thinks if it's money they want, he can give them as much as they want. Park Min-cheol begs someone not to come. Equina lies unconscious. A faint, ethereal glow surrounds her. The auburn-haired man wonders if it is her. He managed to keep her soul tethered so it won't leave the body, but a day is the limit. The auburn-haired man asks what about the others? Besides Equina, is there no one else alive? The auburn-haired woman replies that she's searched everywhere. The auburn-haired man looks concerned. Equina remains unconscious. A voice thinks that a regular doctor or healer probably can't save her. The auburn-haired man thinks if only he could attend Hua Tuo's premium lecture. He thinks no, a transcender's influence only extends to their students. The auburn-haired man thinks with Hua Tuo's help, he might be able to treat her himself, but he can't just be gambling with Equina's life like that. He stares at his phone, the screen displaying the pure flight time from Korea to South Africa, 15 hours. The phone displays a contact labeled Medical Saint, with the message, the only one who can save Equina right now is Medical Saint. A hand grips someone's neck. A man with a ponytail stands guard, his expression unreadable. He is asked how it is going. Park Min-cheol stands with Captain Kwaku. Kwaku says that he contacted Medical Saint in Korea, and that he'd come right away. Min-cheol responds that they'll send their men to greet him. The text reads, Captain Kwaku, President Akuto Oppo has been captured. Kwaku asks what he said. Kwaku says he just heard it from one of their men in Johannesburg, so he doesn't know the details. He continues that right after a huge commotion at the mansion, Akuto Oppo was dragged away, bloodied. He asks if they know who did it. They said they saw the faces, but it was someone they'd never seen before. Just that it was some man and a small boy. Park Min-cheol looks concerned. Kwaku asks if they can pinpoint the location. That's not hard to provide, but... A woman asks if he is going there himself, adding that they will prepare to go with him. Kobina states that this time, he will go alone. Another man questions why, and the woman asks if it is because they are weak and will just get in the way. The captain assures them that is not the case, stating that they are strong and reliable. The man asks why he is going alone then, and a voice answers that it is because it's a trap. The gray-haired man explains that when he was captured, he overheard the Order of Truth's plans, and their scheme was to use him as bait to lure Kobina in. The gray-haired man stands with a young woman. Even if the plan has gone awry, this time, they will be in real danger and could actually die. Kobina states that he has a promise to keep. Kobina reiterates that is why he will go alone. The gray-haired man looks on. The group stands together. Based on all the intel from their members, this is where they are most likely to be, Johannesburg. A finger points to a location on a map, identifying it as Johannesburg. Thanking Kwaku for the information, Seo-jun stands across from him. Kwaku responds that he should be the one apologizing, as he boasted he'd be of help. And yet, Kwaku wishes Seo-jun luck in battle. Seo-jun looks forward, determined. Seo-jun is warned that if he ends up dead again, he won't be forgiven. Seo-jun walks forward, carrying a spear. Seo-jun continues walking. A flash of light illuminates the city. The light continues to shine. Seo-jun walks forward. Seo-jun walks through the city. Seo-jun continues his journey. He stumbles forward, a gasp escaping his lips. A figure lies prone on the ground, groaning in pain. A voice echoes, calling out, Hyung. Seo-jun hears the words, Equina. She died. He can't sense any human presence. A dark presence broods. All I feel is twisted, grotesque sin. The figure's thoughts turn murderous. At this point, I just want everyone to die. Jun reflects. When I heard about the boy with the mysterious man, I prayed it wouldn't be you. The figure whispers, Kwabna. Dark shadows swirl around the figure. Jun stands in the distance as the figure is consumed by darkness. A voice declares, Equine is alive. A surge of power emanates from the figure. Jun looks on as the figure stands before him. I get why you wouldn't believe it. Her condition was critical, the figure says. He is told that medical saint is on his way from Korea to treat her right now. His eyes flash, one turning a sickly green, the other a malevolent red. The voice taunts, questioning if Jun is seriously believing that. He is labeled a twisted being. The voice echoes, a sinister greeting after a long absence. The voice insists this is no prank, warning him not to be swayed by the powerful again. He is told that the man is just spouting nonsense to toy with him, like the others. The voice commands him to kill. The voice urges him to inflict upon them exactly what they did to him. Dark energy begins to swirl around Jun, a palpable manifestation of the growing malice within. The dark energy intensifies, a vortex of shadows. Kwabina's voice cuts through the darkness, a desperate plea. Red energy crackles through the air, striking with unseen force. The barrage intensifies, the air shimmering with violent intent. The unseen assault continues, each strike carrying the weight of a thunderclap. Jun is struck, the force of the blow sending a jolt through his body. How dare you interfere, he exclaims, his voice strained. Reacting swiftly, Jun unleashes a counterattack, a surge of blue energy erupting from his hands in a desperate attempt to repel the unseen assailant. A figure with striking purple hair is wreathed in crackling red energy, a visual display of raw power. An intense gaze pierces the veil, an eye crackling with blue energy, hinting at a hidden strength. A figure is hunched over, shrouded in shadow, their posture radiating distress and internal turmoil. A voice echoes, dripping with a sinister intent. Prepared it especially for you, you know? The figure remains curled in on themselves, as a voice muses, what I planted in that kid is jealousy and rage. But as you felt, it hasn't completely devoured the kid yet. A sinister smile spreads across a face framed by fiery red hair, blue energy crackling around them. But did you know this? There's an amazing trigger of germination that can smash that mental barrier. A question hangs in the air, a silent, reflecting the confusion and uncertainty within. The figure clutches their head, overwhelmed by the encroaching darkness and the weight of their inner demons. A furious voice erupts, filled with venomous rage. Kill. That bastard is a trash that doesn't deserve to live anyway. Crimson eyes blaze with newfound intensity, a terrifying transformation taking hold as the figure whispers, yeah, doesn't deserve to live. That trigger of germination, could it be? He screams Kwabina's name, his voice raw with anguish. The most terrible sin that a human can commit against another human, murder. The moment that sin is committed, the barrier breaks, and it germinates into complete evil. His hand trembles, hovering over the fallen figure. Taste the despair of endless hopelessness of not being able to save what you could have saved. Tears stream down his face as he grapples with the weight of his decision. Jun screams, stop. If you kill that person and become a monster, what do you think Equina would feel? Nonsense. His body is engulfed in a blue aura, a sign of his inner turmoil. The blue lightning crackles around him, a manifestation of his power and his struggle. Your hands weren't meant to take human lives. Don't stain the hands that once saved Equina with blood. One death can sometimes save thousands of lives. Wrapped in bandages, Jun Kim asks how many lives the bastard has taken. The unknown voice thinks that killing just that one bastard is like saving thousands of lives that wouldn't have to die. He is losing his mind. Jun Kim wonders what the stupid brat is hesitating for now. It seems the brat's admiration for him was far greater than he imagined. In that case, if he sees you get utterly destroyed, then maybe the brat will change his mind. He's surpassed his previous level by far. He's a completely different being. Spear Union. Hearts. A blinding surge of energy erupts, the air crackling with unseen power. A sinister grin spreads across an unseen face, a silent promise of dark intentions. Streaks of vibrant energy tear through the space, a chaotic dance of blue and gold. Jun's eyes widen in shock, a silent question etched on his face as he feels the shift within. From a distance, a figure with slicked-back gray hair observes, his expression unreadable. A voice echoes, seemingly from nowhere. As expected, you can't. Crimson energy flares, bathing the surroundings in an ominous light. The air shimmers with raw power, the unseen force tightening its grip. Reality itself seems to crack, a shattered symbol of what once was. Jun grips the hilt of his sword, his knuckles white as he prepares for the inevitable confrontation. His eyes burn with fierce determination, a silent vow to resist the encroaching darkness. Energy crackles around Jun as he grits his teeth, a defiant roar building in his chest. You can't do it. A hand, slick with crimson, lies still. Kim Jun's eyes glow with an unnatural light. He asks, his voice dripping with dark certainty. You know it too, don't you? Blood and debris scatter across the ground. A leg takes a heavy step forward. A figure kneels on the ground, defeated. Kim Seojun continues, his tone laced with disdain. Humans are truly stupid. They know perfectly well it's impossible, yet they still struggle so desperately. A voice echoes, detached and cold. You saw, didn't you? Impossible is impossible. That's the damn world we live in. It was built like that from the start. The voice continues, answering an unspoken question. By who? The very guy standing right in front of you. A command rings out, sharp and final. So kill him. Kim Seojun's eyes burn brighter, reflecting the dark intent. The voice speaks again, a chilling rationale. Killing him won't bring your sister back, but at least something like what happened to your sister won't ever happen again. Hands grip a bloodied weapon, ready to carry out the order. A monster looms over a crying man, its words echoing in his mind. Just erase it all. A figure stands in the rain, a mop in hand, the world a blur of gray. Another figure, weary but defiant, drags himself up, a spear his only support. He thinks, honestly, he's not wrong. The world isn't as beautiful as we think it is. A somber reflection, living life in such a world, there were times I didn't want to think about anything. Both of them died on the scene. A hospital scene, sterile and cold. Times when no matter how much I was comforted, it brought no comfort. A child's desperate cry. Mom. Waya. A figure kneels, defeated. Times when no matter how hard I tried, it still didn't work. The dream, saving up money and going to Hunter Academy. A worker trudges along, burdened by debt. How much debt do we have left? He tries to stay positive. It's okay. If I work hard, things will get better someday. A figure stands alone, wrestling with despair. Times when I wanted to give up everything and just sit down and not get up again. Times when I had to pretend everything was fine. Uncle Manchiol smiles weakly from a hospital bed, bandaged and weary. It's okay, Uncle Manchiol. I can just do it again. Equina offers encouragement, her face determined. It's okay, Equina. I can't give up. Scars etched on his face, he reflects. Now I understand why Quabna weighed on my heart so much. Two figures stand side by side, a shared past binding them together. When I see Quabna, it feels like I'm looking at my past self. A man in a white shirt and tie stands with a staff, as another asks what he intends to use to persuade someone this time. The man reflects on the mental gymnastics and pathetic lines he dislikes from Buddha's lectures. The man states that something helps, and then asks what. The man is shown in a flashback, stating that even if a gloomy heart isn't beautiful, it helps. The man thinks that it makes people always desperate and earnest. The man is surrounded by a radiating pattern of lightning. The lightning intensifies, outlining his form. He wonders what this is. The sound of thunder echoes. The lightning continues to crackle around him. Text appears, stating that this is something he's facing for the very first time. The lightning coalesces around his face, highlighting his intense expression. A figure peers through a shattered barrier, the reflection distorting their features. The logo of an unknown entity looms in the background. A rift tears open in space, the fabric of reality fracturing. The rift continues to expand, its edges shimmering with unstable energy. A figure looks on in shock, his expression a mixture of disbelief and apprehension. What? In an instant, space tore apart a rift. A figure is engulfed in crackling blue energy, the source of the rift's power unknown. What on earth was that power just now? Raw energy surges and crackles, the air thick with ozone. A figure, face contorted in rage, screams, "You bastard!" Blue energy flares around a figure, determination etched on their face. Fine, let's do this properly. You mustn't cling to the striking force. What revives the body of a twisted being is the berserk heart's magic. The magic contained within it is almost infinite, but it clearly has an end. There's no such thing as perfect immortality in this world. That's where the thought begins. A figure stands amidst swirling energy, ready to face the unknown. A figure stands bathed in light, declaring, "It's useless." A voice booms, declaring, "I am God, a God who has reached the brink of transcendence, having experienced the limits of arrogance." A figure with bandaged hands stands defiantly, a voice echoing, "You seem to think you're some kind of apostle of justice. Don't delude yourself." The unseen speaker continues, "You're nothing more than a filthy, repulsive human. So if you're human, then show your filthy desires like a human should." A figure's eyes glow with an inner light, a voice declaring, "Not every human sells their soul-chasing desire like you do." A grim expression hardens on a face, the voice stating, "It seems it's about time to end this little game." A voice barks, "Hey kid, what are you doing? Stop wasting time and finish it." A hand grips the hilt of a sword, ready to strike. Red eyes flare with murderous intent. The weapon is summoned, crackling with energy. Quabna. A figure is engulfed in a swirling vortex of power. Where do you think you're going? An explosion of raw energy erupts. A clash of wills erupts, one side burning with crimson fury, the other crackling with electric blue. A voice booms, a warning against interference in this critical moment. An anguished cry echoes through the night. Why is he going so far, when they are nothing more than strangers? Kneeling over a prone figure, a dark-haired young man raises a gleaming blade, the air thick with unspoken intent. A tormented question hangs in the air. What is he to me? Just some kid he could have ignored. But now, Everything ends with this one act. Just once, a voice whispers, urging him onward. You can do it. You're far better than Kim Seo-jun. I'll vouch for you. Once this is over, let's go to Korea together. I'll talk to them for you. Let's go. Oh, I hate this. I really hate and resent it. Why? Why go so far? Why do this useless thing? I can't do it. Tears stream down his face. All you did was make me choose something this painful. I can't do it. A surge of crimson energy explodes outward, the air crackling with destructive force. The red energy coalesces, a vortex of raw power unleashed. Hey, what are you doing? That's the guy who killed your sister. Don't tell me you believe that bastard's words. The man's face contorted in rage. He screamed, demanding that she was really alive, even if she didn't die. Equina looked down, her expression unreadable. She thought to herself, I. The man with the bandaged hands slammed his fist into his palm. He muttered that it was enough. A voice echoed, filled with malice, demanding that someone just die. The man stood over Equina, his shadow looming over her. The man towered over Equina, his presence suffocating. A surge of blue energy erupted, filling the air with crackling power. A wave of red energy pulsed outward, radiating intense heat. The man crashed against a brick wall, the impact leaving a gaping crack. He stared at Equina, his expression a mix of anger and desperation. Equina, cradled in his arms, heard him ask if she had said she was alive. A voice declared that she was alive, albeit in critical condition, but that once Master Amseong arrived, she would definitely make it. Seo-jun Kim breathes a sigh of relief. He mutters, thanking goodness. A voice echoes, stating that she is only ill, but capable of anything. Seo-jun expresses his gladness at having met someone, his expression softening. He kneels beside Equina, assuring her that she won't die. A voice muses that once sin begins to rampage, it cannot be stopped. However, if the power of sin separates itself from Kwabna, the back of an unknown figure's head is shown, the tension palpable. A sinister smile spreads across the face of the unknown figure, their eyes gleaming with malevolence. The voice continues, warning that emotions will surge and the mind will become hazy. The voice declares that this time, they will not suppress the raging feelings. Equina lies on the ground, blood pooling around her. Her eyes are closed, her expression pained. The voice whispers that there's a place more comfortable than her current dwelling. Equina remains motionless, the scene awash in red. He clutches his head, overwhelmed by a surge of unseen power, his face contorted in agony. An ominous voice echoes, observing, What? I thought he was going to do something amazing, but he's just taking the sin in himself to die instead of the kid. The voice continues, laced with disdain. What a fool, he underestimated the madness of sin. The ominous voice warns, its tone growing darker. He doesn't even realize that, driven mad by sin, he might end up killing the very child he wished to save. A silhouette of the child stands amidst swirling red energy, a silent testament to the danger surrounding him. Seo-jun gently places his hand on the child's head, a gesture of comfort amidst the chaos. Forcing a smile, Seo-jun reassures the child. It's fine, don't worry. Tears streaming down his face, the child is asked, like to stay somewhere safe? He responds with a trembling, yes. Standing amidst the destruction, the ominous voice questions, what the? How is he maintaining his sanity? The voice continues, disbelief creeping in. I can't sense the power of sin in his magic, but that's not someone consumed by madness. No way. The ominous voice wonders, a hint of awe in its tone. Is he dominating the madness of the sin itself? Seo-jun stands tall, bathed in crimson light, seemingly untouched by the madness swirling around him. He looks up, a question forming in his mind. How can a human control the power of sin? The wall of equanimity should have crumbled, so how is this possible? Standing in a pool of blood, Seo-jun reflects. It's not like I always think positively. His expression darkens. It's not just me, everyone's like that. You wouldn't understand. The image shifts to a body covered in red lines, a stark declaration, the root of human sin. A swirling vortex of negative emotions manifests, pride, wrath, envy, lust, greed, gluttony, sloth. From being consumed by these negative thoughts, a blinding light erupts. Standing in a pool of water, staff in hand, Seo-jun muses, but now I understand. Equanimity was never that. A serene face appears, accompanied by the words, the Buddha's teaching rests upon the foundations of non-thought and impermanence. A figure in orange robes glows with inner peace. The equanimity spoken of by Shakyamuni. Looking up once more, Seo-jun states, the equanimity that I have felt and realized. His gaze intensifies. It is not the absence of negative emotions, but the mastery of them. To remain unmoved by any negative emotions. A split image appears, one side of a face normal, the other glowing with an otherworldly light. It's not about being free from negative emotions, but remaining unshaken by them. Equanimity may be the ultimate mental system, but ultimate does not mean flawless. That the Dudaha cherishes blooms, paradoxically, from the foulest mud. A beautiful flower blooms from dirty mire. No one is perfect. Thus, the brightest hope always blooms from the deepest despair. The lotus. It is merely the emotions that humans naturally possess. Only when expressed through action does it become sin. However, if one does not swell too long in those emotions, if one does not waver because of them, two sins are being completely subdued. A surge of power courses through him, veins glowing crimson beneath his skin. Seojun gasped, his breath ragged. In no way. I can no longer sense the power of sin. A manic grin stretched across his face, eyes blazing with newfound power. Am I afraid? Me? I am a god. Purple energy crackled around Seojun's hands as he unleashed the Dragon Slayer's sword art, first form. The Dragon Slayer's sword art manifests as a surge of purple energy, forming the shape of a blade. The technique shifts, now taking on the form of an illusion, the purple energy swirling with greater intensity. The energy continues to build, the abstract shapes becoming more defined. Park Minchul screams, a desperate cry of defiance. Die! Seojun's eyes burn crimson, his focus absolute as he unleashes the full force of the Dragon Slayer's sword art. The attack slams into Park Minchul, the force of the blow causing cracks to spiderweb across his body as blood splatters. The impact sends shockwaves of purple energy and blood in all directions. The act of striking consists of two main processes. The physical impact inflicted upon the opponent, and the magical force that amplifies the physical strike. It is not a realm easily reached. It is not a technique one can intentionally use. Even transcenders succeed once and give up. But if, just if, you could make the margin of error between the two forces perfectly 0-0, and step into that boundless martial realm beyond comprehension and reason, a powerful distortion of time and space occurs, and Park Minchul reels, a silent scream of disbelief etched on his face. Its power is nothing short of extraordinary. Even the word transcendence is not enough. Eyes wide with fury, the attacker's gaze intensifies. Heavenly Moon Meteor Spear, 7th form. 10,000 miles. The attacker's eyes glow with an unearthly light. Power gathers in a clenched fist. The technique is named Heavenly Moon Meteor Spear, 7th form. Seojun Kim unleashes the 10,000 miles technique, a surge of power radiating from his form. His eyes burn with intense focus as he grips the spear. The spear glows with crimson energy, ready to strike. The energy intensifies, crackling around the spearhead. He grits his teeth, the force of the attack straining his body. The spear tears through the environment, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Seojun Kim is shocked by the power of the attack. He thinks, I almost got dragged into that boundary space for a moment. The 10,000 miles that the heavens equal great sage taught me wasn't supposed to be this powerful. The spear rests on the ground, surrounded by the remnants of the attack. A voice snarls, you little bastard. The attack continues to rip through the surroundings. The energy explodes outward in a blinding flash. The force of the Heavenly Moon Meteor Spear, 7th form, erupts outwards, obliterating the surrounding structures. Surrounded by crackling purple energy, Seojun Kim vows to demonstrate what it truly means to stand against a god. A concentrated beam of that same violet energy shoots forth, cutting through the air. The figure, wreathed in violet light, hears a voice call him arrogant. Now, a crimson energy explodes outwards, leaving nothing but ruin in its wake. Streaks of red energy tear through the ravaged landscape. The crimson streaks intensify, burning brighter. Seojun Kim stands amidst the destruction, enveloped in a fierce red aura. More streaks of red energy lance through the air, leaving trails of heat. The purple energy returns, detonating in another cataclysmic burst. Seojun Kim, eyes wide, recognizes the sword before him. It is, without a doubt, a transcendent weapon. His face contorted in rage, Seojun Kim demands to know how his opponent managed to obtain the real Excalibur, adding that unlike last time, there's no CAD between them. The demonic figure declares that the outcome depends entirely on the level of the one wielding the transcendent weapons. The demonic figure's hand is shown, radiating dark energy. Power surges from the demonic figure, manifesting as beams of red energy. The demonic figure roars, proclaiming itself a god. The figure continues, stating that it is the one who looks down upon all creation, the god whom all beings fear and revere. A close-up shows the demonic figure's foot, planted firmly on the ground. That's how it should be, Seojun Kim thinks, determined to move and get this thing away from him. Seojun Kim declares that he will annihilate the demonic figure. Even if he can kill it with a mission, he doesn't think he can erase it. The demonic figure is struck, reeling from the impact. Enraged, the demonic figure glares with burning eyes. The demonic figure's face is shown in close-up, its expression twisted in fury. The demonic figure lunges forward, preparing to attack. An unseen force unleashes the Heavenly Moon Meteor Spear, its power crackling with ominous energy. What could this be? The technique shifts, taking the 8th form, the myriad of all things, as ethereal branches of blue energy spread through the air. The energy coalesces, focusing into a blinding white blast aimed directly at the demonic figure. Reacting to the overwhelming power, the demonic figure screams, I said get away from me. Purple energy flares around him as he tries to defend himself. The Heavenly Moon Meteor Spear continues its assault, now manifesting as a torrent of dark blue, liquid-like energy. The technique evolves again, reaching the ninth form as the energy intensifies, swirling with white and purple hues. A rainbow of destructive energy erupts, the force of the blast threatening to tear apart the very fabric of reality. The heavenly moon meteor spear culminates in its final form. Heaven and earth collapse. Red and orange energy roils, promising utter annihilation. The full force of the attack slams into the demonic figure, the red energy engulfing him in a cataclysmic explosion. The demonic figure screams in agony, his face contorted in a mask of pain as the energy tears through him. An energy spear pierces through the figure, the white light searing through flesh and bone. The demonic figure gasps, the single word, "Ah," escaping his lips as the light fades. He proclaims himself a god, the words echoing with a fractured certainty. The voice declares that there is no one who stands above him, a statement of absolute authority. A sudden shift. The voice cries out in confusion, questioning why things are as they are. The voice acknowledges that someone like him knows the truth. He admits that he knows he is just a worthless human, the admission laced with self-loathing. The vast void of space, the origin of all creation, stretches out before him. Before it, there is neither beginning nor end, and even his arrival cannot be fathomed. But even when it seems empty, it's not truly empty. It is naturally empty, and its harmony forms the body of Qi. A crimson orb rests on a cobblestone path, its surface reflecting the dim light. A voice laments, expressing disbelief at the mention of the heaven's equal great sage, the fighting Buddha. Seen from behind, a figure stands with a long staff resting on their shoulder, silhouetted against a flight of stairs. Another voice questions what the instructor great sage has created, a note of concern in their tone. A building stands tall against a twilight sky, its windows reflecting the fading light. A young man stares wide-eyed, his expression a mixture of shock and fear. A figure lies prone on the ground as another rushes towards them, calling out "Hai Hyung." Standing over the fallen figure, a voice whispers a disbelieving no. Tears stream down the young man's face as he cries out no. A face with glowing blue eyes emerges from the darkness, its expression unreadable. A booming voice declares, "He's back again." A voice calls out, wondering if the observer is present, while another speculates about a business trip to another dimension. Kim Seojun's voice booms, filled with a mocking cheer. "Ah, there you are." Seojun grins, his expression wide and taunting. A voice echoes, laced with irritation. "Ha, I thought you'd gone off to another dimension again." The entity continues, a hint of genuine annoyance coloring the words. "Seriously, why on earth would I hole myself up here just to see your face again?" Seojun's face contorts in exaggerated offense. "Huh, aren't you watching everything?" The entity's voice rises, dripping with sarcasm. "You crazy idiot. I was watching everything. I saw all of it, but it was so unbelievable I had to ask again." The entity's form shifts slightly, radiating a cold light. Really? TCH, I could have squeezed more out of you." Seojun's expression hardens, a flicker of genuine anger crossing his features. "You little. How is it that every time you get a chance, all you think about is milking me dry?" Seojun's voice drips with sarcasm. "Misunderstand my ass. You literally just said you could milk me more." The entity sighs, seemingly resigned. "Forget it. As promised, I'll give you one free coupon. Now get lost." The entity continues, its tone dismissive. "If I don't, you'll throw yourself on the floor and tell me to cut open my belly. Take it, and foo. Just go." The transcendent weapon created by Sun Wukong is a part of 9 forms and 3 transformations. Now that all 9 forms and 3 transformations are recorded in causality, you won't be coming here again. The entity bids farewell to Seojun Kim, calling him a brat and expressing disgust at having met him, hoping to never see him again. The entity questions if Seojun Kim is sure he wants to send him off like that. The entity remarks that it thinks Seojun Kim will be visiting the boundary space a few more times. The entity wonders what he will do. The entity exclaims in surprise. Seojun Kim thinks to himself that if he responds, he'll get sucked into the entity's pace. Seojun Kim's expression shifts to one of surprise. The entity says that it's happy to give free coupons, but it would be troublesome for Seojun Kim. The entity offers a discount, a special sale, and states that this place is basically Seojun Kim's house, and dropping by too often would be rude. The entity asks when Seojun Kim has ever cared about that. The entity tells Seojun Kim not to say nonsense, stating that he knows he can't come here anymore, and wonders how. Seojun Kim is surprised that the entity knows about that too. Seojun Kim thinks to himself that he thought so as well, but the technique he learned this time was way stronger than expected. The entity is offering a negotiation. The entity states that if Seojun Kim doesn't want it, it can't force him, and that it'll just take 1 coupon every time he drops by with no discount. The cloaked figure stands silently, its face obscured by the hood. The entity refuses to divulge the nature of the technique it has learned. It responds, I can't tell you that." Kim Seojun looks up at the entity, a thoughtful expression on his face. He wonders, "So how many more times can you come here?" Seojun asks, "At least 8 more times?" A website banner flashes, accompanied by a stern directive. "Stop messing around." A figure shrouded in a luminous white cloak stands silently, their face obscured by an ethereal glow. Kim Seojun's expression is incredulous. He asks, what? 8 times. If you're going to lie, at least make it believable. A voice echoes. As expected, you're not going to let it slide. The voice continues. I was nearly dragged into the boundary space when I used the 7th form, without fully embedding the mystery of impact. Just how astonishing it was. A text box appears, stating, if I manage to fully infuse the mystery of impact into the heavenly moon meteor spear, then it's theoretically possible to violate causality itself. But the problem is, that's not guaranteed. The cloaked figure speaks. You're aware that I visited the Transcendent Academy, right? The cloaked figure continues. I happened to glimpse what the principal was doing at the time, and she displayed the most unbelievable technique. The voice adds, oh, but don't get me wrong. I didn't snoop. Kim Seojun's eyes narrow, his expression hardening. He thinks, he's never going to believe this just by words. The voice continues, but there's only one reason he hasn't thrown me out of the boundary space yet. Because he's thinking, surely not, but what if? A surge of energy crackles in the air. The cloaked figure's ethereal visage flickers as he recalls a technique learned from Irina. If that were true, he muses, never mind 8 times. He could probably come back hundreds of times. The cloaked figure asks, his voice echoing slightly. So, shall we start at around 5 coupons? He pauses, then adds 6. Kim Seojun retorts, or you could just make it 8. The cloaked figure replies, 6. 6 it is then. The cloaked figure sighs, fine. It's a bit of a loss on my end, but since you've had a rough time, I'll settle for 6. The cloaked figure states, oh right, that was projected for future cases. Kim Seojun interjects, this visit is a separate matter, you know? So that'll be 7 coupons in total. The cloaked figure responds, I will record the causality you mentioned. A surge of energy emanates from the cloaked figure, the air crackling with unseen power. The energy coalesces, forming an intricate pattern of light. Kim Seojun asks, so it's accepted? The cloaked figure, now holding a glowing book, replies, it seems done. I'll verify what's been written in the record. The cloaked figure peers intently at the open book, its pages illuminated by an otherworldly glow. Kim Seojun questions, this is what you claim you learned from Irina? He scoffs, huh? Learned from the principal? No, I only peeked. Kim Seojun continues, and I never said the technique I spied on was what allowed me to reach the boundary space. He adds, the method I mentioned was the heavenly moon meteor spear, imbued. The cloaked figure states that the impact has already been recorded, so it doesn't matter. Even if the impact was amplified to an extraordinary level, amplified power alone doesn't violate the law of causality, and once causality has finished. Seojun, recording it, thinks that no matter how much the power increases, returning here again is impossible, so it doesn't work. The cloaked figure realizes that their free coupon is invalid too, questioning what Seojun means, as a promise is a promise. The cloaked figure exclaims, asking what promise, stating that this is fraud from the start. The cloaked figure shouts that the negotiation is a lie, stating that no version of causality in any dimension would allow this nonsense, and that this is fraud, therefore it's void. The cloaked figure questions if the agreement is void, reminding Seojun that he already agreed to give them 6 coupons, and that there are no takebacks. The cloaked figure is called a little by Seojun, who refuses to give them anything. The cloaked figure falls to the ground. Seojun states okay. According to Seojun's logic, all he ever promised was that he'd give the cloaked figure coupons, but he never once said he'd send them back to their dimension, telling them to live here forever, or give up the coupons, suiting themselves. The cloaked figure shouts that Seojun can't do that. The cloaked figure is told to be quiet, as this time, absolutely, categorically no. The cloaked figure thinks that this is bad. The cloaked figure considers shaking the boundary space again to intimidate Kim Seojun, but also wonders if there's a way to escape on their own. Kim Seojun grunts. He is suddenly propelled upwards. The cloaked figure wonders what is happening. Kim Seojun recalls the sensation he felt when the principal summoned him to the Transcendent Academy, a feeling like the moment right after using heaven and earth collapse. Kim Seojun confirms that it is that sensation. He thinks that if it's X grade, it's like piercing a tiny hole through space itself, and he'll slip through the gap between layers of space. Kim Seojun pierces through the boundary space. The cloaked figure is shocked. The cloaked figure begins to speak. The cloaked figure questions what is happening. Kim Seojun declares that if they forcibly summon him again, that's another free coupon, understood? He sprints through the ruined city, a desperate look etched on his face. The world blurs around him, a vortex of shattered memories and broken promises. Kim Seojun lies sprawled on the cobblestones, his body a broken monument to his failed escape. A trembling hand drips with a viscous fluid, each drop a testament to a life slipping away. Hyung, hi Hyung. A voice choked with sorrow echoes through the desolate landscape. I'm sorry, sob. I'm really, truly sorry. Tears stream down the unknown character's face, each drop a burden of guilt. What for? Because of me, because I. The figure looks down at Seojun, confusion clouding his features. What are you apologizing for? A primal scream tears from the figure's throat, a raw expression of anguish and despair. Aorg. Seojun glares up at the figure, his voice laced with bitterness. Whyy? Why are you alive? So you wanted me dead? The figure's tears flow freely, a torrent of regret. I thought you died. The figure continues, his voice trembling with remorse. I thought you died because of me. A new voice cuts through the tension. Let's go, Kwabna. We need to check on Equina. A voice echoes in the distance, wondering if she will be all right. One of the figures states that for now, all they can do is wait. Seojun Kim carries someone on his back as a child walks beside him. A man adjusts his hat. The man with the hat is asked if he is here, and he responds that he is a medical saint. It is stated that her condition was severe. A voice says that if they had been any later. A figure lies on the ground. A woman wonders, Appa? A close-up of a face. Two figures embrace. Shakyamuni once said something like this. Han Manchiol stands with two other figures. The text below them reads, if you ask what success is, I would answer like this. Two figures embrace. The text reads, to laugh often, and to laugh well. A man in a suit looks off to the side. A thought bubble near him reads, but today, perhaps Shakyamuni was wrong. A figure cries, being comforted by another. A loud sound effect, huangh. A cityscape is bathed in the light of the setting sun. Han Manchiol looks down at something in his hand, asking, how did you know I'd need that? Have you received instruction from someone? A figure with short hair looks up, saying, no, I didn't have money for that, so not really. Han Manchiol exclaims, you mastered this without guidance? Equina should be. A figure stands with arms crossed. A thought bubble above them reads, Akuto Oppo has been handed over to Kwabna, and all the urgent matters are wrapped up. Shall I deal with the acquired Excalibur and the Berserk Heart? A screen displays 20 unread notifications, with a speech bubble reading, when did I get this many notifications? The system blares with notifications of completed courses, each accompanied by a triumphant chime. Immunity to all poisons. Heat and cold immunity. Indestructible body. The ultimate physical training. Faster than anyone, different from everyone. Run at the speed of light. Become one with the great and mighty spear body union. Heavenly moon, meteor spear. Seojun glances at his phone, a puzzled expression creasing his brow. He mutters, what's this? An error message flashes on the screen. Error. Values do not align with the student's causality. The system begins resetting causality. More notifications appear, reflecting transcendent metrics. Fraud technique. S. Evolves into fraud scam technique. SS. Recording new causality. Another error message blares. The causality stems from a course that does not exist. The system prompts. Opening the required course is necessary to suddenly causality. The error messages continue to pile up. This causality cannot be assigned a course. This is a domain beyond the reach of the Transcendent Academy system. Reporting to Transcendent Academy Customer Support, Causality Department. Han Manchiol, his face contorted in disbelief, bellows, what on earth have you done? Seojun recoils, exclaiming, Yua? He wonders aloud, what is this? What did you do to overload the causality system? Seojun lies sprawled on the ground, surrounded by floating error messages. He protests, what? Break? I didn't do anything. A notification declares, the entire academy is in chaos. What did you break this time? Han Manchiol, a large question mark hovering above his head, muses, well, if something happened at the academy, it normally would be my fault. A speech bubble states, and yes, I suppose it probably is. Seojun, holding his phone, remarks, but all I got were weird notifications. The phone screen displays more error messages. Causality values are inappropriate. Causality does not match the student profile. Error messages appear on a screen held by a chibi version of Seojun Kim. The message reads that the causality does not match the student profile. Han Manchiol asks why he is being asked about this. A close-up of the error message reveals that the causality values are inappropriate and do not match the student profile. The chibi Seojun Kim asks what this is. Han Manchiol exclaims that he doesn't know and has never seen anything like this. He recalls that the last time Seojun Kim completed Transcendent graduation, and now this is happening. He asks what Seojun Kim did to cause this situation. Seojun Kim insists that he really didn't do anything, but a speech bubble shouts lies. Han Manchiol asks Seojun Kim, seriously, why he's being asked. A voice explains that all they did was visit the observer again and extract 7 coupons through a perfectly legitimate negotiation. The voice continues, stating that they escaped the boundary space on their own as well. The voice adds that since he was being stingy about sending them back, the voice concludes that it is Seojun Kim's fault. Kim Seojun rubs his eyes, trying to make sense of what he's seeing. As expected, the course list displays Shakyamuni course progress at 98%, along with other completed courses. He now understands why this mess happened. The numbers remain the same even after rubbing his eyes and looking again. He's practically completed the Palm Strike course as well. There's definitely an error, he thinks. Didn't he say causality cannot have errors? Errors shouldn't exist at all. Then why? Look at this, Shakyamuni course progress 98%. Does this make sense? Not a chance. Numbers like this cannot exist. This course is infamous among first years for driving people insane, and even some transcendents failed to complete Shakyamuni's course. But what? A little over A. Kim Seojun thinks this can only be explained as ridiculous. It's ridiculous, but he actually did it. Frustrated, Kim Seojun stares at his phone. He decides he'll just break this error-ridden device. Kim Seo-jun thinks he really should have smashed it last time. He'll take this chance to buy a new one and stop using this broken scrap. He shouts for calm as he stomps on a phone. The device, according to him, broadcasts errors in causality and must be destroyed from the universe. The chibi character looks down, wondering how this is even real. The chibi character wonders if this makes any sense. The chibi character yells, asking if Kim Seo-jun has done anything else insane. Kim Seo-jun picks up a sword, stating that it's not insane, but the chibi character exclaims that it's Excalibur. Kim Seo-jun holds the sword, as the chibi character asks why he would have the transcendent weapon instructor Arthur cherishes above all. The chibi character wonders who erased the owner of the sword. Kim Seo-jun states that its owner was erased, so he acquired it. Kim Seo-jun holds the sword, as the chibi character yells for him to die. The chibi character wonders if direct trading is allowed between students or if there is an auction house. Kim Seo-jun holds the sword, as the chibi character calls him mentor. A voice echoes, the tone laced with menace. The voice continues, musing about Odysseus. Kim Seo-jun is startled by the question. Seo-jun is confused, asking what just happened. The voice explains that he fainted when asked about selling Excalibur. Seo-jun then remembers that he did. The voice warns Seo-jun not to mess with him, questioning how he could kill Instructor Arthur. The voice demands to know what Seo-jun is talking about, questioning why he would kill Instructor Arthur. The voice asks if Seo-jun was planning to steal Excalibur and sell it. The voice then asks what Seo-jun takes him for. The voice questions why Seo-jun has Excalibur. The voice recalls that the first year from another dimension had it, but that makes even less sense. The voice states that he wanted to ask Seo-jun that too, but then the voice wonders what Seo-jun takes him for. Before dealing with the course shop, the message on the phone screen states that they should deal with Excalibur first. Seo-jun Kim sits cross-legged, a small fairy-like creature floating beside him. The fairy asks if there isn't an auction house, but there is something similar. It thinks that even transcendents might flock to it since it's Excalibur. The fairy-like creature asks if he should list it immediately. Seo-jun says no. Seo-jun thinks to himself that they should first meet Instructor Arthur, its original owner. Seo-jun crosses his arms, lost in thought. A text box appears, introducing Arthur Pendragon and inviting others to call him Arthur. Arthur Pendragon stands with a confident smile. Arthur asks Seo-jun if he wants to learn his round table swordsmanship. He clarifies that he wants to talk about something more than swordsmanship. Arthur looks shocked. Seo-jun is holding Excalibur, looking surprised. The fairy-like creature wonders why he has it. Seo-jun thinks that he should be asking why this is in his hands. Arthur mutters to himself, wondering if he could have been erased and if that's what happened to the borrowed causality. He thinks to himself, as I thought. Kim Seo-jun states that there's no way a twisted being bought Excalibur directly. Even if he had the needed causality, Arthur would never sell a transcendent weapon that represents his very identity. Arthur was forced to hand over Excalibur, and the one who forced Arthur to sell it. Kim Seo-jun reveals that he was the great voice. Arthur states that he did obtain it, but it's not very useful to him. Kim Seo-jun says that it's not that Excalibur is a bad weapon, but he just uses spears, so he doesn't use swords. Arthur states that for that reason, he'd like to sell it. Seo-jun is smiling so kindly. Kim Seo-jun smiles. Something is about to begin. A figure walks along the beach, the setting sun casting long shadows. Odysseus states that he can no longer break his oath. The figure, addressing his mentor and longtime friend, says he has one request before he goes. The mentor asks what it is. Odysseus pleads. Odysseus looks surprised. The mentor asks to be lent just 1 quintillion causality. The mentor's eyes widen. The mentor's chest heaves. The mentor, confused, asks where he is and who he is. The mentor realizes something and says, ah, right. Seo-jun has done it again. What being in the world would demand 1 quintillion causality? Arthur stands with his arms outstretched, facing Seo-jun. Arthur asks if Seo-jun doesn't like it. Seo-jun looks at Arthur with a blank expression. Seo-jun replies that of course he does. Arthur states that if Seo-jun doesn't like it, there's nothing he can do. Arthur throws his hands up in exasperation. Arthur shouts for Seo-jun not to go, and Seo-jun tells Instructor Arthur not to be petty. Seo-jun says that it is a huge sum, but considering Excalibur, it's not impossible to pay. Arthur thinks to himself. Arthur asks if Seo-jun has spent all of the causality he gave up when he gave up Excalibur. Seo-jun thinks that he already knew it was an amount Arthur could not handle, and that no matter how transcendent, there are limits. He wonders why Arthur would demand such an enormous sum. He considers the question, the weight of causality heavy on his shoulders. Could it be substituted with something other than causality? Anything he wants? Arthur presses, eager to strike a bargain. Round table swordsmanship? The round table aura? He'd teach anything Seo-jun asked for, so give him a discount. Seo-jun's expression hardens, a glint of resolve in his eyes. Got it. Arthur, growing impatient, demands, Way. Answer just 1 question well, and I'll reduce the price. What? Speak now. Arthur's brow furrows, a flicker of unease in his gaze. Who is it? Seo-jun thinks about the one to whom he handed Excalibur to. Seo-jun's eyes narrow, a hint of suspicion in his voice. Who on earth is it? Arthur's face contorts in frustration, his patience wearing thin. That is. Arthur looks at Seo-jun, while giving up Excalibur. Seojin's expression darkens, a hint of defiance in his eyes. Did they place some restriction on revealing themselves? Seojun remains silent, his thoughts hidden behind a wall of resolve. Seojin's words seem to have struck a nerve. Arthur Pendragon states that if he dislikes it, there's nothing he can do. Arthur's grip tightens on Excalibur. He thinks to himself that his Excalibur must not fall into anyone else's hands. Arthur's face contorts in rage, purple energy emanating from him. He shouts that it can never happen. The purple energy intensifies, crackling around Arthur. The energy continues to build, swirling around him. Seojin's expression hardens as he looks up, seemingly unaffected by Arthur's display of power. A sphere of blue energy surrounds Seojun, lightning crackling around him. A thought bubble appears, questioning the situation. The text states that though a causality contract is in place, this is beyond what a normal first year could handle. Arthur's expression shifts to one of surprise and concern. He thinks to himself that even after receiving his magic, Seojun is shown surrounded by blue energy, his eyes glowing. The text states that he wasn't affected, but rather he even overwhelmed it. Seojun, still enveloped in blue energy, states that if another opportunity arises, he will meet the instructor again. Seojun turns to Han Manchiol, stating, "Let's go, Minter." Raising a hand, Arthur interrupts, his expression urgent. Wait, just a moment." Seojun stands some distance away, Han Manchiol behind him. Why are you calling me repeatedly? I'm busy too. I cannot say it directly." Arthur pauses, considering something. But Seojun glances to the side, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. The camera focuses on the cup, its crude form catching the light. Arthur presents the cup. It is the reward I received for lending Excalibur." Seojun's brow furrows. Excalibur for just this crude cup. A subtle vibration hums through the air. Seojun's eyes widen slightly, a hint of surprise crossing his face. Deep within the cabesus, Longinus reacts. What's this? Longinus is reacting inside the cabesus. A strange energy pulses around Seojun. Resonance. Seojun turns his head slightly, considering the implications. Could it be? Uncle Manchiol asks if it's the Holy Grail. Seojun Kim holds the glowing cup. A voice explains that the Holy Grail is the cup that contained Christ's sacred blood, which is why it resonated with Longinus, whose spear also contained Christ's blood. Arthur Pendragon thinks that the Grail is different from Longinus' spear and must be the cup Christ himself used. A great voice says no. Han Manchiol says that at first, he thought so too, but now he thinks not. He then asks why they have the Holy Grail. The great voice says it doesn't know. Arthur Pendragon hears the great voice and wonders who it really is. A figure expects someone is watching. Someone is starting to get nervous. A figure cloaked in shadow muses, wondering what the first transcendent would think if they saw their current self. The figure sits, their form draped in ornate fabric. They question aloud whether they think they can handle it. The speed of growth, the figure continues, has surpassed all limits. If this continues, they too will find it impossible to manage. A bead of silence hangs in the air before the figure asks, "What is your intention?" The figure declares their intention, to release the causality restrictions placed on this dimension. The figure scoffs, "You'll do it yourself? Impossible. There is no other way to confront that being now. And you think that will release the causality?" A spectral glow emanates from the figure's outstretched hand. Since when could one intervene in this dimension's causality? The figure wonders, adding that they can no longer even watch. Perhaps, the figure muses, because the intervention of variables has exceeded the assumed limits. It's true. They dominated the causality tied to Earth, bending the fate of the entire planet. And it was only one person. A figure clenches his fist, energy crackling around him. Your interests and mine are diametrically opposed. Yet, sometimes, even enemies must join hands. A cloaked figure stands before a radiant, ethereal presence. A first year who approached the ranks of the transcendent has disappeared. If this continues, neither you nor I will achieve our intentions. Now, there is only one who can oppose Kim Seojun. The true God who has ascended to the ranks of the transcendent. Release the causality restrictions. The Holy Grail, a sacred relic that grants miraculous power, happiness, eternal youth, and boundless wealth, is shown. The Holy Grail, a sacred relic that grants miraculous power, happiness, eternal youth, and boundless wealth, is shown. According to the legend of King Arthur, Arthur was obsessed with finding the Holy Grail. A man wonders why Excalibur was handed over, but if the price was the Holy Grail, it makes sense. A man states that he understood. A man wonders if then Excalibur is? A character states that it is, of course, 100 quadrillion. A man looks surprised and confused. Someone exclaims that there is no justice in this, stating that they clearly said something. A man calls someone an insolent little brat. A man admits that he is afraid he would lose if they fought. Han Manchiol holds up the golden chalice, its surface gleaming in the dim light. The instructor looks down, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. It truly was something he was never meant to possess. A text bubble appears. If I give you the Holy Grail. Seojun Kim looks up at Han Manchiol, his expression unreadable. A text bubble appears. If I give you the Holy Grail, what then? It will be possible at a 50% discounted price. The instructor nods. Very well, he will somehow gather 5,000 trillion. A text bubble appears. You said 5,000 trillion. So what is that extra 5,000 billion at the end? The instructor's single lecture fee is 5,000 billion per hour. A text bubble appears. From our side, value-added tax is borne by the consumer. Instructor, this is not your fault. Not even the observer nor the principal could do anything about it. A text bubble appears. It will take some time to prepare 5,000 trillion. It will likely take a while, so I will hand over the Holy Grail in advance. Yes, I will accept this. A text bubble appears. However, if you do not give it right now, another single lecture fee will be charged, and you do realize that another 5,000 billion in value-added tax will be added, correct? Han Manchiol looks up, his expression grim. A text bubble appears. Understood. A text bubble appears. Then I will prepare the causality and return. Han Manchiol is visible in the background. Seojin thinks about the fact that there are still about 31 minutes left, yet they are abandoning 257.3 billion. He thinks to himself that if it were him, he would not want to stay there even 1 second longer. The Holy Grail gleams in the light. Kim Seojun muses to himself that this is the Holy Grail. Seojun Kim holds the Holy Grail, thinking that at a glance, it does not look particularly special. He wonders if he should try filling it with water and drinking it, at least. Water is poured into the Holy Grail. Kim Seojun drinks from the Holy Grail. Seojun Kim reacts to the taste, his eyes widening. From above, Seojun Kim stands with the sword nearby. He thinks to himself that this is insane, and that it is practically an elixir manufacturing machine. A voice wonders if it is that delicious, and asks to have just one sip. The text notes that taste aside, if the imprinting effect does not activate on products made using the Holy Grail, then the ways to utilize the Holy Grail are virtually limitless. Kim Seojun stands over Arthur Pendragon, stating that he filled it with holy water made from the Holy Grail. The text notes that if this Holy Grail were used during the process of refining the Berserk heart, Arthur Pendragon reacts with surprise. The character thinks that they will come back later, and that they should ask the principal what other lectures Kim Seojun should take here. The character says, understood. The character asks to also ask Instructor Heaven's equal great sage for them, while asking the principal. The character asks to please tell him that they are perfectly willing to settle things with a head-on duel as well. The character says, then I will be off. The character thinks that the Excalibur matter is resolved, so they should also start too. The character says, The character wonders what is this, and why are people gathering? Another character asks what is going on. A third character says, Captain. A close-up of a character's face is shown. A character is tied up and says, Akudo Apo. A character stands over the tied-up character. A character says that they in South Africa have lived through unbearably long suffering, and that they have thought long and hard about it. A character thinks that in their heart, they wish to tear them apart and kill them this very instant, but it did not feel right. The character says, more precisely, we did not have the right to do so. The character says, I do not know what I should do. I will step forward. A voice declares that journalists from all over the world should be gathered in his name, so that he can reveal the reality of South Africa to the entire world. Kim Seojun stands in a dilapidated building, facing an unnamed man. Seojun speaks of the tyranny of Akudo Apo and the suffering and sacrifice of innocent South African citizens. The man listens, his expression unreadable, as Seojun continues, speaking of the atrocities committed by the Order of Truth. A voice questions if he is planning to make an enemy of the Order of Truth. Seojun states that the Order of Truth is not merely a religious organization. The voice responds that it would be tantamount to a single individual fighting almost the entire world. The voice continues, stating that at the same time, he also knows that the Order of Truth is the very source of countless suffering. He says, I know. Seojun declares his intention to bring down the Order of Truth and asks if the man will help him. Kim Seojun looks determined. The man pauses, considering the request. The man agrees to help. One of the men behind him says, Captain Kweku, this is... Another man responds, even so? The man, now identified as Captain Kweku, shouts in agreement. Long ago, in a time of great upheaval, the heroes of the Great Cataclysm fought for the world, yet ultimately failed to fulfill their will completely. A voice echoes, stating that their battle has ended. Countless people had died and been sacrificed. South Africa had been stained red. A question hangs in the air. Did we fight for this? Why do we take up these blades? The answer resonates. For the oppressed and the persecuted, for our beloved families, friends, and lovers. And for the tomorrow our children will live in, a future worth fighting for. Then who are those lying there right now? The question lingers, heavy with loss. South Africa's battle has ended, but still, their fight is not over. A spark of defiance remains. Lift your heads and face forward, even in the face of despair. The families we failed to protect, the innocent people we failed to protect, a burden of regret. I will no longer run away. A vow made in the face of overwhelming odds. This is the South Africa we must protect. A fierce determination ignites. A fist clenches, a symbol of defiance. A voice booms, declaring, we will fight everything that threatens South Africa. The fist tightens, knuckles white with determination. A man's face, etched with anger and resolve, fills the frame. He roars, our fight is not over yet. Three figures, their faces grim, nod in agreement, a silent pledge of solidarity. A man stands, back to the viewer, a sense of purpose radiating from him. Turning to face his ally, the man declares, "We will fight alongside you." The scene shifts to Cape Town, the legislative capital of the Republic of South Africa, specifically, Cape Town International Airport. Kim Seo-jun stands at a podium, surrounded by supporters, ready to address the world. The cameras flash as Kim Seo-jun reveals information at the press conference, information that strikes the entire world in real time. Kim Seo-jun's declaration of war against the Order of Truth echoes across the globe. Is the organization claiming to save humanity actually a threat to humanity? Nearly hundreds of millions of people defended the Order of Truth, and public opinion was swept away in an instant. Some question if Kim Seo-jun's rampage is arrogance or delusion, while others express disappointment in the hunter. A voice booms, declaring that everything Hunter Kim Seo-jun has stated is true. The Korean Professional Hunters Association pledges their full support. News from Korea begins to flood the media. The Prime Minister of Italy, Samuel, adds his voice to the chorus of support. The Queen of the United Kingdom, Arya, follows suit, expressing her nation's backing. The United States Hunter Administration, led by Risbury and Lucas, announces their alignment with Kim Seo-jun. Behind closed doors, figures discuss the implications of the growing support. And even Kwabena of South Africa adds his nation's voice to the rising tide, all representing their nations and voicing their support for Seo-jun. Amid the growing chaos, the Order of Truth, which had maintained complete silence until now, releases an official statement. A breaking news alert flashes across a phone screen. The Order of Truth has released an official statement, promising to reveal everything related to the Apostolic Rite. A man stares at his phone, a mixture of shock and apprehension etched on his face as he reads about the Apostolic Rite. The man with the top knot asks, "Are you leaving already?" A voice explains that there are only a few weeks left until the Apostolic Rite announced by the Order of Truth. Having declared war, they cannot simply sit still and wait. A chorus of voices agrees, that is true. The man with short hair confirms that this Apostolic Rite will be held in Korea. Holding such an important ceremony to appoint the Apostle of Purity in Korea instead of Greenland, where the main headquarters is, must surely mean they are targeting someone. The man with short hair asks, "You too, Kweku?" The man with the top knot offers that it may be insignificant, but it might still be of some help in their battles ahead. The young man with messy hair responds that they in South Africa will never forget the debt they owe. The young man smiles warmly. A handshake seals the agreement. A voice assures that it will be a great help. An airplane soars through the sky. PNK and Paracelsus are in a heated argument, their faces contorted with rage. PNK shouts, "Is this not truly outrageous? You are nothing but absolute trash." The man in the white coat stands calmly, sweat dripping down his face. The text reads, Chapter 156. 2. T2 suddenly sent me away. You are nothing but absolute trash. The man in the white coat stands before a group of people, explaining, At the time, I did not send you away, it was unavoidable. Hua thinks to himself, the only one who stayed and witnessed it. He says, so that is why? Well, not exactly. Hua declares, I have prepared one more thing. PNK and Paracelsus glare at a glowing red orb held in someone's hands. They are still enraged. Hua stands with PNK and Paracelsus, holding the red orb. PNK asks, why you? How did you manage this again? Hua is asked, may I ask you to refine it once more? The text reads, of course. Right this instant. Before that, Hua offers a cup, asking, would you like to try a cup of this first? Someone drinks from the cup, making a gulping sound. The text reads, he clutches his head, eyes wide with disbelief. What could have caused such a reaction? The text bubble reveals the source of the commotion, holy water, made from the Holy Grail. But what purpose could it serve here, especially in refining the heart? Three figures celebrate, their arms raised in triumph. Their excitement is palpable, but what exactly has driven them to such a frenzy? The building looms in the background, a stark contrast to the chaotic energy within. A text bubble declares, I will do it immediately. No, let me do it. The urgency is clear. A hand grips the door handle, preparing to breach the room. The tension is building. Kim Seo-jun stands in the hallway, a figure of authority amidst the unfolding chaos. A nearby text box reads, first, let us analyze the components of this holy water. The text bubble offers a reassurance. If it is left to the trio of otaku, there is nothing to worry about. Seo-jun's expression hardens, his eyes narrowed with annoyance. You are barging in like this? He demands. Seo-jun stands his ground, addressing two figures in the distance. Briefly, we have nothing to discuss with your side, he declares. A figure cloaked in shadow stands defiant, her identity revealed by a single word. Kalia? The dark cloak billows around her, obscuring her form. The air crackles with unspoken tension. Seo-jun confronts Kalia and her companion. What do you think you are doing right now? He demands, his voice laced with barely suppressed anger. Hunter Kim Seo-jun arrives, seemingly at the perfect moment. Kalia, standing before a man in a suit, states that she has nothing to discuss, wishing to speak briefly. Seo-jun's eyes narrow, a hint of frustration flickering across his face. He is persistent. Kalia's companion explains that even now, When they do not know what schemes the Order of Truth may be plotting, there is no need to entangle themselves in pointless conversation. The sound of footsteps echoes through the hall. Seojun repeats that Kalia has nothing to discuss, emphasizing his point. Kalia declares that she is the designated successor to become the Apostle of Purity, adding that Seojun will regret it. Even held, the companion asks if Kalia is truly intending to become completely hostile to their Order of Truth, adding that as expected, words will not suffice. Kalia's expression hardens, a question forming on her lips. What? A hand, glowing with blue energy, moves to strike. The attack explodes with a burst of light and force. Kalia is sent flying backward, questioning what this absurd power is. Kim Seojun blocks the unseen attack, though he thinks to himself that it feels less like blocking with a shield and more like being struck together with the shield itself. The force of the blow sends her reeling. The attack continues to batter her. The force of the attack continues. She is sent flying backwards from the impact. The attack continues to batter her. Coughing up blood, Kalia struggles to regain her footing as Kim Seojun stands over her. She grits her teeth, fighting back the pain. Kim Seojun says, if you act like this, it will not be good for you either. He continues, do you really think I am incapable of it? People will not stay quiet. Let them. She thinks to herself that this was no time for reckless bravado. Kalia's thoughts turn dark. I will die. I will truly die. A cloaked figure stands in what appears to be a garden, sunlight dappling through the leaves. The air hangs heavy with the scent of damp earth and blooming flowers. A disembodied voice echoes, declaring that evil is merely evil, and convictions are nothing more. The cloaked figure, face shadowed by the deep cowl, considers something to be little more than decorative wrapping. Whatever the reason may be, even if it is justified, a serpentine form coils in the darkness, its eyes gleaming with malevolent intent. To those who must die, it is nothing more than a meaningless excuse. The cloaked figure whispers, almost to themselves, that they are evil, nothing more, nothing less. Now, 1 month remains until the apostolic rite. On that day, everything accumulated thus far will be decided. Whether the world will finally meet its end, or receive salvation, or perhaps. The cloaked figure's expression remains hidden, a silent question hanging in the air. The will of the first transcendent was correct. Kim Seojun, standing in a sterile office, asks how long it will take to process everything. A voice from behind responds that they should plan for about a month. Seojun estimates that it might take around 700 hours, or 700 trillion. An old man with a white beard states that he can go up to 1,100 hours, which his companion deems generous. The old man with the white beard says that they shall continue their research with peace of mind, and Kim Seojun is told that they are counting on him. Seojun thinks that 1,100 trillion will be enough, while one of the old men notes that the chalice thing's effectiveness is far greater than expected. Seojun is told that they should seriously consider other applications as well. Seojun states that the research might take longer than anticipated. Kim Seojun wonders if it is not going to, right? Kim Seojun screams in terror. Kim Seojun continues to scream. An emergency is declared. A voice echoes, stating that the causality entangled in another dimension was integrated with Earth. Kalia stands tall, a faint blue glow emanating from her hands. She reflects on her actions, believing that releasing the restraints while installing a safety mechanism would work. But a disembodied voice states that all dimensions are organically interconnected. The voice continues, explaining that a gap was created while adjusting the flow of causality to integrate the two dimensions. Kalia's expression shifts to concern. She thinks to herself that something is surely not right. The scene focuses on the back of a figure. A voice declares that a bastard bound the causality of all dimensions into one. Kalia's brow furrows, and she realizes that she has to ask something at this point. She wonders why exactly Master vanished. And a hooded figure stands in the shadows, their face obscured. She clenches her fist, a deep furrow etched between her brows. The question weighs heavily on her mind. How is he able to retain his memories of Master without them being erased? Seojun sits cross-legged, his gaze distant. Yes, that is correct, he confirms, his tone measured. Seojun continues, his expression grave. This means that not only Earth, but the very constraints of all dimensions have effectively disappeared, according to the director. A swirling vortex of purple energy dominates the view, a chaotic gateway between realities. Towering skyscrapers are dwarfed by the ominous purple sky, a visual testament to the encroaching dimensional instability. Whispers ripple through the crowd. That is impossible. One murmurs, while another questions, how could a gate like that? Seojun's brow furrows as he elaborates. As phenomena from all dimensions intertwine, movement between the existences of each dimension becomes unrestricted. He adds, his voice laced with concern, that overwhelming chaos is inevitable, and we may even have to consider the collapse of all dimensions as a real possibility. That is the director's assessment. Seojun gazes upwards, his expression unreadable. A gigantic gate covering the sky. A dark, swirling abyss pulsates with energy. Has dimensional integration already begun? A swirling vortex of purple energy dominates the sky. Panic grips the crowd. Wah! I am scared. One woman cries, clinging to another. It is all right. Just like always, the hunters will save us, she is reassured. Seojun Kim's expression hardens. No, he mutters. A disembodied voice booms. If it were truly over, the great voice would not bother with such troublesome actions. A desperate question echoes. Is there no way? Seojun stands, the small, pale figure perched on his shoulder, gazing out at the city. The small figure speaks, its voice soft but clear. The only being not subordinate to the flow of causality, the sole existence capable of defying the integrated causality of dimensions, that vast destiny. Seojun's face is partially obscured by shadow. The director's words echo in his mind. The director said that if it were you, Mr. Kim Seojun, you might be able to stop it. The small figure remains perched on Seojun's shoulder, its expression unreadable. The swirling vortex pulses with ominous energy. The city sprawls beneath the looming threat in the sky. Cars and buses crawl through the streets, oblivious to the impending doom. Kim Seojun stands with his arms crossed, a grim determination etched on his face. One of the men expresses his impatience with the ongoing debate. His companion urges caution, emphasizing the need for thorough preparation. The discussion has left one of the men parched. He requests a glass of holy water. The man looks on with a questioning expression. An official inquires about the excessive use of holy water, noting the exorbitant water bill. The man in the suit stands with his arms spread. The apostolic rite scheduled by the Truth Society is only 2 weeks away. The men sit at a table. The mentor should be arriving soon as well. Mr. Kim Seojun has finally arrived. Kim Seojun is asked if he handled the matter he was asked to. There are a few things that need to be told regarding that, but first, let me show you this. Seojun, holding his phone, asks, so what do you think? A bead of sweat trickles down his face as he awaits a response. Just as he suspected, the chibi figure informed Kim Seojun that with the fusion of dimensions, the restrictions of causality disappeared, which also meant the restrictions on free coupons vanished as well. For EX grade abilities, no less. What now? One of the figures in robes wondered if this was really the first or second time they'd seen something like this, and suggested to leave it be. However, there is a serious problem. Kim Seojun wondered why the observer pulled something again. The chibi figure responded that it's not what he's thinking. It's a matter of time. Kim Seojun realized that he can't properly complete even a single one. He consulted principal about the issue. There is one way to extend your time, Mr. Seojun. You don't mean time-based magic, do you? No, time-based magic is impossible. That is an absolute law dictated by causality itself. Under no circumstances can time be directly interfered with. Then how? By having you travel to another dimension. Kim Seojun's eyes widened at the suggestion. The flow of time is not identical across all dimensions. In some places, time flows faster, while in others it flows more slowly. For example, if 1 second in Earth's dimension equals 5 seconds in another dimension? If you train on Earth, you can only train for 1 day. That method would indeed effectively increase the amount of time available, Seojun thought. Ordinarily, crossing into another dimension is nearly impossible, but with the causality of all dimensions currently being integrated, it is now feasible. 1 day on Earth would become 5 days in that other world. Enormous, but fortunately, you possess free coupons, don't you? However, round-trip travel will require 2 coupons. He jolts awake, his eyes snapping open as if startled from a nightmare. Kalia embraces Kim Seojun, her expression a mix of relief and affection. Meanwhile, 2 children sleep soundly in a room, oblivious to the world outside, as a figure sits at a desk in the background. A glowing circle pulsates with an otherworldly energy, its light casting strange shadows. A woman wielding a sword moves with incredible speed, leaving trails of light in her wake. The woman's movements become a blur as she continues to practice her swordsmanship. A sharp cry pierces the air as the woman pushes herself to her limits. The sword cuts through the air, leaving a trail of energy in its path. The woman's sword is surrounded by a radiant aura, its power growing with each swing. The woman's face is etched with determination as she continues her training. She loses her footing and falls to the ground, the sword clattering beside her. The woman thinks to herself, incredible, after drinking that mysterious water Seojun gave me, even in such a short span of time. She sits, legs crossed, her expression thoughtful. Kalia clenches her fist, a bead of sweat trickling down her brow. She thinks to herself, but I am still nowhere near sufficient to stand beside Seojun. She slumps, her head bowed. I would like to train a little more, if only I could. Kalia looks up, a bead of sweat rolling down her face. She thinks, but I do not even have the strength to move a finger. Seojun stands in the hallway, one hand on his head. Seojun, he thinks. Seojun says, I did not mean to eavesdrop. He asks, how long have you been standing there? Kalia, in the distance, responds, for a little while now, Seojun says, then you should have called out to me. Kalia looks away, a slight frown on her face. Seojun continues, I did not mean to interrupt you. He asks, that aside, what brings you here at such a late hour? Kalia looks up at Seojun, a slight smile on her face. She asks, to me? Seojun says, for a while, I think I need to go somewhere. Kalia looks at Seojun, her expression unreadable. She thinks, I probably. He held a small, dark object in his hand, his expression unreadable. He spoke, his voice firm. Will not be able to return until the apostolic rite. Kalia's eyes widened, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. What? She breathed, her hand instinctively reaching for her tie. Sia Jun continued, his voice tinged with a hint of urgency. When are you leaving? It seems I must depart right away. Please explain things properly to the team, Seoyeon. Turning to leave, Sia Jun offered a brief apology. Then, I will be on my way. I am sorry for interrupting your training. Kalia watched him go, her expression shifting to concern. The weight of his words settled heavily in the air. A sudden burst of light enveloped Sia Jun, casting long shadows across the room. The air crackled with unseen energy. Kalia's thoughts turned inward, a growing unease settling in her heart. Yet why does it feel as though the stronger Sia Jun becomes, the farther he drifts from us? A chilling premonition washed over her. I have a feeling that once this is over, I will no longer be able to meet Sia Jun. Her hand tightened around her tie, knuckles white with suppressed emotion. Please don't go. Desperation lacing her voice, Kalia cried out. Please don't go. Sia Jun. Sia Jun's expression was unreadable, his eyes shadowed. The weight of his decision hung heavy in the air. A question lingered in his eyes, a silent echo of the turmoil within. What could the reason be? He stands in the distance as Kalia asks, what is it, Seoyeon? Kalia wishes he would let himself lean on them a little. Sia Jun is someone who becomes another's shoulder, but never leans on anyone himself, because he is too strong. The hilt of a weapon is visible at his hip. Sia Jun thinks how cruel this is. Even if she wanted to stop him, Kalia cannot. Sia Jun is asked to please come back safely. He seems to be holding back tears. His expression is pained. Kalia states that of course, where would she go, leaving Sia Jun behind? A door stands ajar. A chibi figure sits holding a large mug. A voice declares that they are ready to depart. Then, Sia Jun asks if they shall leave immediately, standing within a glowing magic circle. He vows that he will. The building stood tall, its windows reflecting the pale sky. It was time for a short break. The training had been relentless, pushing everyone to their limits. Bodies lay scattered on the floor, exhausted. With the colossal gate incident, everyone had been on edge, the pressure palpable. Seoyeon asked if the other woman had heard exactly where Seojun Appa went, her tone laced with concern. She simply replied, yes. The woman sitting stated that since it was Seojun, he would come back as if nothing ever happened. The other woman agreed, saying, true enough. Honestly, she was more worried he might return having tamed a dragon or something. The ringing of a phone echoed through the room, cutting through the silence. The ringing continued, the sound bouncing off the walls. A man shouted, Nuna. The woman looked at her phone, her expression unreadable. From a high vantage point, a figure inquires, what's the situation? The report comes in. A colossal monster has appeared over Seoul, currently wreaking indiscriminate destruction across the streets of Sangdo-dong. The man in the suit, seated at his desk, asks about the damage so far. Thanks to the rapid evacuation of civilians, there have been no civilian casualties yet, but the man's expression hardens, a grim understanding dawning in his eyes. A chimera? No, it's a monster of a form never seen before. To think a monster that never appeared even during the Great Cataclysm has emerged. The order is given to contact Hunter Kim Seojun immediately. The news is grim. They cannot establish a connection with Kim Seojun. The man in the suit is taken aback. What? He exclaims. The colossal monster unleashes a deafening roar that echoes through the city. The colossal monster unleashes a deafening roar, its cavernous maw filled with rows of jagged teeth. Panic erupts as people scramble to escape the monstrous presence. What kind of abomination is that? Someone shouts. Jong Yunmi, her red hair whipping in the wind, desperately tries to cast a spell. None of my magic is working on it, she cries out in frustration. The monster stumbles, its massive form crashing downwards with earth-shattering force. A clawed hand, larger than any building, slams against a skyscraper, the structure groaning under the immense pressure. Minsik, wielding a glowing sword, barks orders. Do Minsik, draw its attention, Jong Yunmi, support from the rear. A blinding explosion erupts, momentarily obscuring the monster in a cloud of smoke and debris. Don't worry, someone shouts. The monster, its red eyes burning with fury, turns its gaze downwards. Over here, a voice calls out. Chunks of concrete and steel rain down upon the city, each impact a testament to the monster's destructive power. The deluge of debris intensifies, the air thick with dust, and the acrid smell of pulverized buildings. A figure is struck by a falling chunk of debris, the impact sending them sprawling. A lone survivor gazes up at the towering monster, their face etched with terror. One hit, and I am dead, they think. From atop a nearby building, a desperate plea rings out. They can't hold out much longer. Kim Seojun, eyes narrowed, unleashes a torrent of blue energy. The concentrated blast slams into the monstrous form, erupting in a blinding flash of light. Seojun's eyes blaze with power, a blue aura intensifying around him. The magical energy continues to surge. The energy crackles and intensifies. The magical assault continues unabated. Kim Seojun channels more energy, preparing another attack. A confident smirk plays on Seojun's lips. It's done. That one landed cleanly. The monster's face, contorted in rage, reveals its glowing red eyes and razor-sharp teeth. A low growl rumbles from the monster's throat. Seo-jun's expression shifts to surprise. Huh. A powerful, unseen force rips through the air, causing debris to fly inward. The force throws Kim Seo-jun backward with a strangled cry. A beam of searing energy slams into him. Seo-jun grits his teeth, cursing the unseen assailant. Below, a complex magical circle glows with ominous power. A blinding beam of energy erupts from the circle, painting the air with raw power. The air crackles with unseen force, a silent scream of unleashed energy. A monstrous roar echoes through the city, shaking the very foundations of the buildings. The force of the attack sends Kim Seo-jun hurtling through the air, blood spraying from unseen wounds. Meanwhile, a man clutches a woman, his eyes wide with disbelief. It can't be, he whispers. Another woman stares in horror, her voice trembling as she wonders if even S-rank hunters can withstand such power. The monstrous form looms, a nightmarish visage of teeth and fury. Clutching a makeshift weapon, a woman's face contorts in terror as she screams that she is going to die. A monstrous entity looms, its form wreathed in ethereal energy. The words, reverse gravity, flash as two figures are caught in the strange phenomenon, crashing to the ground. A wave of destructive energy slams into an unseen target. The attack is labeled with a single, ominous word, annihilation. Du Minseek's companion wonders what there is to be afraid of. The man with the two-block cut asks if the dream team is here, which would mean Kim Seo-jun is with them. Seo-yun prepares for battle. Jang Yunmi faces a monstrous beast, its eyes burning with malevolent red light. Jagged teeth line its maw, and raw power radiates from its form in crackling lines of energy. Elsewhere, a silhouetted figure stands before a building, similarly wreathed in vibrant, chaotic energy. The figure's purpose remains a mystery. A stylized gate cracks open, energy discharging from the fissure. A man gazes upward, his expression a mix of awe and apprehension as he beholds the towering gate before him. He wonders what the reason could be. A gloved hand delicately manipulates a thin wire, perhaps a connection to the mysterious gate. A voice confirms that they have wrapped things up. A man in a white shirt and suspenders looks off to the side, lost in thought. A super-gigantic gate looms over a bustling city, casting a long shadow over the streets below. Two figures stand before the gate, one in a suit and the other in a vest and skirt. That gigantic gate has been spewing monsters on a regular cycle. A woman is enveloped in a radiant, blue energy, her form shimmering with power. The emergence of entirely new monsters was never reported anywhere. A monstrous beast with glowing red eyes and sharp teeth snarls, its form wreathed in an ominous aura. Thanks to the Dream Team and the Association's prompt response, the crisis passed without casualties. But that alone wasn't enough to calm public anxiety. A super-gigantic gate covering Seoul and the surrounding metropolitan area. A super-gigantic gate, is this really okay? Two men sit behind a desk, their expressions grave. Many media outlets kept speculating that inside such a gate could lurk monsters even worse than Berserk, which was once called the Beast of the Apocalypse. A man stares intently at his phone, his brow furrowed with concern. But the biggest reason people are trembling is probably this. Hunter Daily reports, Kim Seo-jun's whereabouts are unknown. Where on earth is he? Humanity's strongest hunter has vanished. Humanity's greatest crisis. Apologies are unnecessary, but he hasn't shown himself at all. Everyone has realized that the leader is gone. Honestly, what is the Order of Truth even doing? Minyul, kneeling on the ground, is asked if he is hurt anywhere. With the leader absent, everyone's on edge, and Seo-yun is pushing herself too hard as well. The man wonders if the leader said he'd be back by the apostolic rite. Until he returns, they must hold out in his place. One states they are fine and should move to the next sector. Even amid anxiety and confusion, time continued to flow. And the destined terminus, the stage where everything converges. The morning of the apostolic rite arrived swiftly. A cityscape looms under a purple sky. The Order of Truth is not a personal god, but a group that worships truth itself as a deity, formed around the one known as the Great Voice and the 7 apostles beneath that figure. About 100 years ago, the Order of Truth was nothing more. The text explains that the Order of Truth was nothing more than a fringe cult. After the Great Cataclysm, it transformed into a world-spanning religion. Someone is struck with a powerful blow. Jang Yunmi observes the massive crowd. The man with gray hair notes that it's an event hosted by the Order of Truth, the Apostolic Rite. Even considering it's the Apostolic Rite, it's excessive. Korea is unstable right now because of the supergigantic gate. The text asks why so many people are gathering here. The text states that there are several reasons for that. Jang Yunmi speaks of faith. The man with gray hair states that faith in the Order of Truth is because the organization said to have saved humanity. The text explains that the second reason is simple curiosity, more precisely, curiosity about the Great Voice. The text explains that truth is known to be built around the Great Voice and the 7 apostles beneath them. The text states that no one knows their age, or even whether they are male or female. There are even doubts circulating about whether they exist at all. Jang Yunmi stands with the man with gray hair. He says that it's true, for someone so famous, no one's ever seen them. The text states that he appeared only once. He notes that the moment the great cataclysm was officially declared over, and when the colossal beast Berserk fell, had arrived. Zhang Yunmi questions what that has to do with people gathering for the apostolic rite. The man named Unknown Voice asks if she is stupid and to think about it. He continues, explaining that for believers, it would be a moment of glory, and for ordinary people, a chance to witness history itself. But he adds, what if that were the only reason? The narration states that people probably wouldn't be gathering to this extent for that reason alone. The man named Unknown Voice states that Seoul is basically a powder keg right now because of the monster incidents. Zhang Yunmi agrees, but notes that there's a third and decisive reason people still came. The narration explains that the confrontation between Hunter Kim Seojun and the Order of Truth will be decided here. The press conference held in South Africa, and the truth about the Order of Truth revealed there by Kim Seojun, was enough to shake the entire world. The Order of Truth promised to respond at the apostolic rite. The organization claiming to save humanity, the Order of Truth, is shown. Humanity's strongest hunter, Kim Seojun, whose words are true and whose are lies, is featured. The narration states that the fate of all of it will be decided here, at the apostolic rite, and how events will unfold from here on out. The crowd gathers, their faces a mix of anticipation and apprehension. A man explains that the people are gathering to witness a historic moment, as countless individuals have flooded into Seoul. Another man emphasizes the looming threat, noting that the supergigantic gate still hangs over the sky of Seoul. Meanwhile, Kim Seojun's whereabouts remain unknown. Zhang Yunmi stands on a rooftop, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword. The city sprawls beneath her, a silent promise of protection. A flicker of concern crosses someone's face as they think of their grandfather. A man in a suit, his expression etched with worry, asks, what happened to him? The camera focuses on a pair of legs, the tension palpable in the stillness. The man with the gray hair states that he still hasn't arrived. The gray-haired man sighs, stating that it's only natural, as she's been running non-stop day and night to stop the monster incidents. Zhang Yunmi calls out, Yuni. Her voice cuts through the tense atmosphere. A close-up reveals the intricate details of a sword, its polished surface reflecting the dim light. The gray-haired man states that they say the apostolic rite is about to start. A blue and white helicopter flies through the air. The helicopter soars over a massive crowd gathered in a city square. A man with a worried expression stands with two others. The group of students murmur, it's the dream team. The students continue to whisper, wondering where Kim Seojun is and if the rumors are true. A figure in a suit strides forward, a katana held in their hand. The figure approaches another person standing in a room. The person in the room stands with their back to the approaching figure. A woman with blonde hair smirks. A figure stares intently, a thought bubble trailing from their mouth. A voice booms, thank you sincerely to everyone who has attended the apostolic rite. The figure stands before the crowd, arms outstretched. She states that the ceremony will begin shortly. Before proceeding, one of the figures says that he would like to address their doubts first. The question is posed, what do you believe destiny is? Kalia offers a definition, destiny, or causality. A transcendent force governs all beings, including humans, and the predetermined circumstances imposed by it. Opposing it is free will. Kalia explains that a will born purely from the self, without coercion or compulsion, is why free will has long been regarded as a powerful force. Let's assume a situation. A person harms a passing child for no apparent reason. Well, it's not that there was absolutely no reason, but whatever it was, it's not something we could reasonably accept. What matters here is that the act was carried out by that person's own will, what we call free will. Therefore, we hold that person accountable because the laws and ethics, it is said, are the foundations of our world, built upon the bedrock of individual responsibility. What if the element of destiny approaches, a force unseen yet ever present? A transcendent force governs all beings, setting their paths in advance. Within that framework of destiny, neither free will nor free action truly exists. Everything merely flows as part of an immense current, guided by forces beyond comprehension. She continues, stating that there is nothing you decide for yourself, nothing you can choose, not even your thoughts. If even the evil someone commits is merely a silent command issued by destiny itself, can we still hold that person accountable for harming a child? The question hangs heavy in the air. A silhouette of a person controlled by strings, a puppet dancing to a tune it cannot hear. If what we believe to be free action is nothing more than an illusion, would such a world truly have meaning? Kalia stands with arms outstretched, a figure of both authority and uncertainty. Two men react with confusion, their faces etched with disbelief. Hell, are you even talking about? We told you to reveal the truth. Why are you spouting sophistry? She states that she never expected them to understand, her voice echoing in the large chamber. A surge of energy pulses through the air, the very atmosphere crackling with unseen power. A vast crowd reacts in confusion, their faces a sea of bewildered expressions. One man gasps, his eyes wide with shock as if witnessing something impossible. A figure is thrown back by an unseen force, the impact sending tremors through the immediate area. Kalia declares that she was asked to reveal the truth, her voice carrying a hint of defiance. A sharp cry of pain pierces the air as someone reels from the revelation. A figure stands with arms raised, eyes glowing with an eerie red light, surrounded by cloaked figures. A hand clenches in agony, fingers digging into the palm. Another hand reaches out in desperation, a silent scream escaping parted lips. A modern house stands bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. Jong Yumi wonders if it has already started. Do Min-sik replies that it hasn't, but Kaleo will. On the broadcast, Kaleo appears, her expression unreadable. Jong Yumi remarks that it's incredibly grand, as expected of the Order of Truth. She adds that she wanted to go to Korea and see it in person too. Do Min-sik sighs, saying that it can't be helped, they failed to get plane tickets. What do you believe destiny is? The broadcast continues, the screen displaying the words, if destiny rules over everything in the world. The broadcast continues, the screen displaying the words, if what we believe to be free action is nothing more than an illusion. Kalea's face fills the screen, a sinister smile spreading across her lips. Would such a world truly have meaning? A deafening crash echoes. Do Min-sik cries out in pain, clutching his head. Jong Yumi gasps, covering her mouth with her hand. She wonders if this is staging. The people around the room react to the broadcast. One wonders if this could be a surprise event before the apostolic rite. A man in sunglasses states that this is too much. A man begs for mercy. A hand reaches out. Someone wonders why. Kalea says that she was asked to reveal the truth. The Order of Truth exists to correct that destiny. Someone steps forward. Kalea remarks, oh my, aren't they pitiful little creatures, powerless before destiny? A figure stands with a sword. Within the Order of Truth, this is practically the same as self-destruction. A blinding flash erupts, the air crackling with raw magical energy. A shimmering barrier of cerulean light rises to meet the onslaught, bracing against the unseen force. The shield pulses with power, struggling to contain the immense pressure. Crimson energy coalesces into a concentrated beam, aimed with deadly precision. A blazing aura envelopes a figure, their form radiating intense heat and power. Her blue eyes widen, a flicker of disbelief crossing her face. She grits her teeth, muttering, what is this power? A voice echoes, explaining, the magical force pressing down on the apostolic rite venue right now is something the Order of Truth prepared by mobilizing all of its power over the past month. A furious exchange of energy, the red and orange colliding against the unwavering blue shield. The figure in red prepares another strike, their resolve unwavering. The shield buckles under the force, the figure behind it bracing for impact as fiery energy washes over them. The ground trembles as a final, devastating blast of energy slams into the earth. The air crackles with raw energy as a magical burst erupts. A shimmering shield deflects a barrage of magical projectiles, sending sparks flying. A figure with silver-braided hair stands firm behind a large shield, bracing against the magical onslaught. Jong Yunmi, sword in hand, faces the chaos. She mutters, I never imagined it would be this severe. Her expression hardens, resolve etched on her face as she prepares for the next attack. Magical energy gathers around her blade, a sign of the power she wields. Another explosion rocks the area, the sound echoing through the ruined cityscape. A wave of dark purple energy surges forward, threatening to overwhelm everything in its path. The force of the blast catches Jong Yumi off guard, sending her flying backward through the air. From the shadows, a cloaked figure with gray hair observes, she's fast. Another replies, even so, it's just a single rat. A voice commands, corner it and kill it, that's all. Despite the assault, Jong Yunmi lands on her feet, surrounded by a protective aura of light, her sword ready. A cloaked figure stands silhouetted against the bright light, their features hidden in shadow. A guttural roar tears through the air. A blue-haired warrior clashes with an unseen foe, their blades meeting in a shower of purple sparks. Jong Yunmi stands with her back to the viewer, observing the ongoing battle. A woman with short brown hair declares, the dream team has us, too, you know. The blue-haired warrior, astride a glowing, spectral stag, shouts, stop ganging up like cowards and fight us properly. A figure is struck by a powerful blow, the impact sending shockwaves through the air. One of the cloaked figures says, come to think of it, last time we had no choice but to let you go. A man with gray hair and glasses, wielding a sword, snarls, won't let you escape. A blinding explosion erupts. The explosion intensifies. A green-haired woman stands with another figure, as a voice declares, heroes of the great cataclysm in the dream team. A holographic display flickers, showing several figures. One of them laments that so many can still move. Kim Seojun asks, his expression serious, why are you committing such atrocities? Kim Seojun stands with a shield, while Jong Yunmi stands behind him, sword drawn. He states, I believe I told you, it's to correct destiny. The speech bubble continues, the words dripping with sarcasm. You massacre people to correct destiny? That's one hell of a messed up destiny. Kim Seojun, shield in hand, replies, I also said I didn't expect you to understand, no matter how many apostles. The speech bubble declares, and believers rush in, you can't defeat the heroes of the great cataclysm. Whatever you were plotting, your plan has failed. Jong Yunmi's expression hardens. If you don't want any more victims, quietly dash. Kim Seojun smiles knowingly. Zhang Yunmi, facing away, thinks to herself. They're clearly facing certain defeat, yet they're this calm. What is it? There's something I'm missing. A sudden, sharp sound pierces the air. Zhang Yunmi's eyes widen in alarm. Zhang Yunmi grits her teeth, a sense of dread washing over her. A voice echoes with defiance, declaring, "Don't tell me." Energy crackles in the air, a visual manifestation of raw power. A figure, sword in hand, declares, "We can't let this continue." Another voice proclaims, "Only the end can be the one and only way for this world to be saved." A figure stands silhouetted against a backdrop of chaos. A man speaks, his words lost in the growing storm. Darkness descends, a suffocating blanket over the world. A cameraman, his face etched with disbelief, utters, "Monsters are." Monstrous figures descend from the sky, their forms twisted and terrifying. A voice cries out, "Monsters are pouring down from the sky." The sky is filled with monsters, a nightmarish invasion unfolding.